Family, the Nine Tails is about to destroy Konoha with its tailed beast bomb, and the fourth Hokage is ready to take it on. As a 6-year-old kid, I directly flashed in and said the stars shift and the battle turns, resolving the crisis and stealing the golden flash scene. This all started with a system I bound to unlock the Flame Dragon and Emperor armor, and later I even clashed with a masked man. What a thrill. Let me tell you, that scene was incredible. The tailed beast bomb from the Nine Tails, bigger than a mountain, trailing a long tail of flames, was about to wipe out the entire Konoha from the map. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had just taken his stance, ready to unleash a powerful jutsu, when I, in a flash of golden light, appeared right in front of him. Without saying a word, I raised my hand and shouted, the stars shift and the battle turns. Wow, that thing just vanished in an instant. A few seconds later, a loud boom echoed from the horizon. Minato was stunned, looking at me with caution. Who are you? I almost couldn't hold back and wanted to reply, I'm here to deliver an overwhelming lead. Family, who understands, stealing the golden flash scene right in front of the original was an exhilarating feeling. Wait a minute, how did a 6-year-old kid like me end up in this situation? Well, this all has to do with my damn system. I, Uchiha Han, an ordinary transmigrator, have been an orphan in Konoha for 6 years. My parents died in battle long ago, and I've been relying on the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, to support me from time to time. When I transmigrated, I bound a system that claimed to unlock some armored warriors. But this broken system, 6 years. For a full 6 years, I used my thoughts like a power bank to charge it with chakra, and the progress bar crawled like a snail. Just this morning, I woke up and heard a ding in my head. Charging 100. Damn, I immediately did a carp jump. Here it comes. Unlocking Flame Dragon armor. In the next second, a stunning fiery red armor appeared in my mind. I was so excited that I almost blew the roof off. Without thinking, I closed my eyes and instinctively shouted, Flame Dragon armor, merge. Boom! A wave of scorching energy instantly enveloped my whole body, and when I opened my eyes again, I was wearing a set of fiery red armor. My height skyrocketed from 3 meters to 9 meters. My chakra doubled, easily crushing ordinary genin. I felt like I could go find a Chunin to challenge. But then I thought, better not. Wealth should not be flaunted. What if I catch the attention of Danzo or Orochimaru? I wouldn't have a good ending. Just as I was excited, the system spoke again. Congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking the Flame Dragon armor. Current compatibility, 1. What the heck? 1? I asked how to improve it, and it just played dead. However, it soon gave me a huge surprise. Given that this is the host's first unlock, you are granted 2 Emperor Armor experience cards. Emperor Armor. Let me tell you, I was breathless at that moment. That is the top of the armor hierarchy, the undisputed strongest king. I quickly asked what the experience cards did, and the system told me that during use, compatibility would jump to 50, and I could unlock corresponding skills. Holy crap, an Emperor armor with 50 compatibility? What does that even mean? The Flame Dragon armor at 1 already elevated me to above a genin with 50 compatibility with the Emperor armor, not to mention surpassing the Kage level. I felt like I could wrestle with the Sage of 6 Paths. I clutched those 2 cards, my heart racing like a drum. This was going to be my strongest trump card for a long time. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in my head. I looked at the calendar and calculated the days, and wow, isn't the Nine Tails disturbance happening in just a few days? If I used the Emperor armor, could I save Minato and Kushina? As long as Minato doesn't die. With his relationship with our clan leader Fugaku, wouldn't that mean we could avoid the tragedy of the Uchiha clan's annihilation? Thinking of this, my eyes changed instantly. I'd do it. I couldn't just come here for nothing. A few days passed, and my cheap uncle Fugaku came to see me, handing me a book on Uchiha basic ninjutsu, reminding me not to go outside these days. I was well aware that something big was about to happen. The atmosphere in the village grew increasingly tense, but I noticed something disgusting. The third Hokage had actually moved our Uchiha guard team to patrol the village outskirts, not allowing anyone into the core area. I was furious watching from the rooftop. Facing a great enemy, they were still engaging in internal strife, treating us Uchiha like thieves. Suddenly, the weather turned cold, and the entire sky darkened. Suddenly, boom, a huge red fox appeared in the center of the village. That terrifying chakra instantly swept across the entire Konoha. The Nine Tails. It's here. I looked at the rampaging Nine Tails, and without hesitation, I pulled out the experience card and shouted in my heart, Emperor armor merge. In a flash of golden light, I appeared above the village. I saw the Nine Tails opening its mouth, a concentrated tailed beast bomb forming. On the other side, the third Hokage, Urizen Surtobi, was struggling to maintain the barrier with a group of Umbu, and it looked like they were about to collapse. I chuckled to myself. With this old man, the third Hokage? If he could really deal with the Nine Tails, Minato and his wife wouldn't have died. I had no good feelings towards him. He indulged Danzo, was hypocritical, and had made Naruto suffer so much his dark points were countless. However, now was not the time for him to die. I saw the Nine Tails about to smash the third Hokage's barrier, turning him into a meat pancake. At this critical moment, I moved. A golden beam of light descended from the sky. Emperor Demon Ceiling Slash. With a majestic declaration, the beam transformed into a devastating slash, striking the Nine Tails' falling paw fiercely. With a sound, half of the Nine Tails' arm was sliced off, dispersing into bits of chakra. It howled in pain. Everyone below was dumbfounded, and the third Hokage looked up at me in shock. I ignored him and flew right in front of the Nine Tails. This beast was terrified by my move, its eyes filled with fear. I stepped forward, and the pressure belonging to the Emperor made it unable to move. I thought for a moment and decided to leave the Nine Tails for Naruto to use as a cheat. I didn't need it. So, I slowly raised my left hand, channeling the power of the five elements. Emperor Wood Seal. A gigantic wood formation appeared above the Nine Tails, and countless wood energies descended, binding it tightly like chains. I jumped onto its head and, mimicking the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, said with a mischievous tone, "You're too strong, so I can't let you run rampant." Guess what? After hearing that, the Nine Tails rolled its enormous eyes and went into a sulk, lying on the ground motionless. Family, who understands, a single sentence silenced the strongest tailed beast. While I was using the Nine Tails as a mount, on the other side, Minato was officially clashing with that masked man. Truly worthy of the yellow flash known throughout the ninja world. The masked man's voice reappeared. Just now, he had ambushed Minato, but ended up being shown up by the Flying Thunder God. Minato tightly gripped his kunai, his mind racing. He realized that all his attacks passed right through the masked man's body, unable to hit him at all. But the masked man could materialize instantly to attack him. That bizarre absorption ability meant that if he was a moment too slow, he would be sucked in. Minato quickly deduced that this guy was also using space-time ninjutsu. And let me tell you, that technique is like an SSR level rare skill in the ninja world. Only a handful can learn it. In Konoha, it comes down to the second Hokage and me. My mind was racing, piecing together all the clues. This guy could take out the direct umbu of the third Hokage in seconds, could silently pass through the village's highest level security barrier, and even knew exactly when Kushina was weakest during childbirth to seal her. He even managed to unseal and tame the Nine Tails. I tell you, among the people I know, there's only one who could pull off all these crazy moves at that moment. My pupil shook, and I stared intently at his mask, bursting out, "Are you Uchiha Madara?" But as soon as the words left my mouth, I thought it was ridiculous and immediately denied it. No, that's impossible. Madara has been dead for a long time. He was sent off by the first Hokage himself. There was no way around that. And guess what? That masked man slowly took off his hat, tilted his head, and said in an infuriating tone, "Well, who knows what a guy, playing mysterious with me." All right, I calmed down. It was meaningless to dwell on who he was. I directly asked him, "What do you want? Why are you targeting our Konoha?" He tilted his head back, sounding like a latest-stage Chunibyu, speaking in a clouded manner. If I had to say, it's both a whim and a long-term plan. It's for starting a war and for world peace. I was really getting a headache listening to him. Just as he finished speaking, a bunch of chains fell from his sleeves with a clatter. I thought to myself, this is bad. This guy is definitely a tough character. He can break seals, control the Nine Tails, and is even better at space-time ninjutsu than I am, with such dangerous thoughts. If I don't take him down here today, he will definitely be harder to deal with in the Nine Tails in the future. I made up my mind I couldn't lead him to the village. I had to leave the village matters to the third Hokage for now. I had to take him down right here, right now. I tightened my grip on my kunai and charged at him, and he swung his chains at me. I thrust my kunai forward, but it went right through him like stabbing at air. As a result, he swiftly swung back, and the chains whooshed around my waist. I immediately used the Flying Thunder God technique to evade, my mind clear as day. Physical attacks were useless, but when he attacked me, opportunities will turn into reality. I understand. The chance is only for a moment. It's the instant when both of us take action at the same time. The plan is set without a second thought. I turned around and charged forward again. He did the same. I thrust the kunai in my hand towards his head, and sure enough, it phased through and went straight past him. But at that same moment, I had already formed a Rasengan with my other hand. He reached out, wanting to grab me. As long as he pulled me into space, he would win. He saw the Rasengan in my hand, but he didn't care at all, because he thought his hand was just a few centimeters away from me. He must have been laughing maniacally in his heart. I've won. Just as he was about to materialize and grab me, my eyes suddenly lit up. Now's the time. In a flash, he grabbed nothing but air, and his expression must have been one of shock. Where was I? I had directly appeared above his head. The kunai that passed through earlier was my coordinate. Flying Thunder God Technique, second stage. I shouted loudly, and the massive Rasengan hit him squarely on the top of his head. With a loud bang, the ground was smashed into a big pit, and all the surrounding trees were uprooted. The scene was simply explosive with core power. Moreover, at the moment of impact, I left a Flying Thunder God mark on his back. He was blown away, steadied himself while holding his arm, but then his left arm suddenly tore apart and turned into a puddle of white liquid, falling to the ground. I was completely stunned, wondering what kind of structure this guy had. He was still being stubborn, saying, "You played me." As expected of a yellow flash. I don't have time to listen to his nonsense. Before he finished speaking, I suddenly appeared in front of him and thrust a kunai directly into his chest. Flying Thunder God. Only then did he realize that he had marked me earlier. Too late. I channeled my chakra and slapped a contract seal on him, forcibly breaking his summoning contract with the Ninetales. Now, the Ninetales no longer belongs to you. At that moment, in Konoha village, the Ninetales suddenly let out a roar, the Sharingan pattern in its eyes instantly disappearing. It felt the restraints on its body vanish, and was about to let out a howl to embrace its freedom. But then, the golden armored guy above it stomped his foot hard, and a stronger force descended from the sky, nearly pinning it down. The Ninetales must have been thinking, does anyone understand? Just escaped the wolf's den and fell into the tiger's lair. The masked man coldly sneered, as expected of a yellow flash. Then his body became intangible and he disappeared. He ran away. With a loud clang, I instantly appeared next to a kunai and returned to the village. When the third Hokage saw me, he exclaimed excitedly, "Minato!" The guy in golden armor on top of the Ninetales also noticed me and muttered to himself, "Oh, it's resolved? That was quick." "Minato!" Kushina came running over, and I hurriedly rushed to embrace her. She was so weak just having given birth, and, with the Ninetales forcefully extracted, she would have been gone if it weren't for the Uzumaki clan's strong constitution. Seeing the child in her arms, my heart softened instantly. This is my son. But now is not the time for sentimentality. I turn around to face the massive figure standing on top of the Ninetales. Konoha's Minato, the golden armor guy on top of the Ninetales, spoke with an imposing voice. "Since you are done over there, hurry up and seal the Ninetales." I was puzzled at the time. Who is this guy? He has been helping us all along, and now he is urging me to seal the Ninetales. What does he want? Lord Third also came over and said, "Minato, this guy's background is unknown, and his strength is unfathomable. None of us combined are his match." I nodded. I understood. Anyone who could treat the Ninetales like a pet must be more terrifying than that masked man from earlier. As a result, that armored guy seemed anxious seeing our hesitation, his tone turning cold. "I hope you can seal the Ninetales as soon as possible." Wow, this was the final ultimatum. I thought to myself, fine, at least he doesn't seem to have any malicious intent right now. I just need to avoid provoking him. So, I agreed, all right. "Thank you for your help in suppressing the Ninetales." Then I turned to look at Kushina. In her current state, she definitely couldn't be the Jinchuri. My gaze fell on the sleeping Naruto. There was no other choice. For the sake of the village, I had to let my child bear this burden. It seemed the third Hokage guessed my thoughts, patting my shoulder with a look of guilt. I comforted him for a bit. After all, his wife Buwako had also sacrificed herself during childbirth, so he felt worse than anyone. Although weakened, Kushina understood my decision. She looked at Naruto with tenderness in her eyes, and then strained to activate the adamantine sealing chains, sending out chains to bind the Ninetales even tighter. The Ninetales went completely mad, howling in rage, knowing it was about to be locked away again. Be honest. The armored guy kicked the Ninetales, instantly causing it to wilt. The entire sealing process went incredibly smoothly, and with the last unwilling roar of the Ninetales, it was completely sealed inside Naruto. Since the Ninetales had been sealed, the armored guy smiled and meaningfully said, "Minato Namikaze, we shall meet again." After saying that, he vanished like the wind into the moonlight. Suddenly, Naruto was awakened by the commotion and started crying. Kushina quickly held him and comforted him. Everyone was stunned, and the third Hokage asked me, "Minato, do you know him?" I shook my head, my mind completely blank. Tonight, these two mysterious figures stirred up the ninja world like a sudden drop from the sky. But at least it was resolved. I looked at Kushina holding Naruto, and for some reason, my eyes felt a bit teary. I had a feeling that this scene almost slipped away from me. On the other side, in a room, Uchiha Han's figure suddenly appeared, just as his armor disintegrated. He let out a long sigh. Phew, that was close. If it had been any slower, I would have been exposed. But the next second, he cried out in pain. Hiss. Ah. As soon as the armor disintegrated, his whole body felt like it was being burned by fire, causing intense pain. System. Is this experience card toxic? The Emperor armor has immense power, but the host's body is too weak, resulting in strong side effects. Why didn't you say that earlier? Uchiha Han rolled around in pain, taking nearly 20 minutes to recover. In the following days, the village began to rebuild. I sat in the Hokage office. Looking at the intelligence sent by the Umbu, my brows furrowed tightly. There were no leads on those two mysterious figures. It was as if they had appeared out of nowhere. At that moment, a masked boy appeared in front of me. It was Itachi. I looked at him, feeling quite complicated, so I let him rest for a while and suggested he go hang out with Guy. A few days later, Uchiha Fugaka brought Itachi to find Uchiha Han, saying he wanted Itachi to teach him some ninjutsu. Arriving at the training ground, Itachi first demonstrated the great fireball technique, shooting out a large fireball that looked really impressive. Uchiha Han followed the hand signs, gathered his chakra, and spat out a fireball of similar size. Itachi was immediately astonished. Hankoin, you actually learned it after just one demonstration. Uchiha Han was quite pleased. Aren't you the same? Itachi thought for a moment and decided to teach something more difficult. Hankoin, the next ninjutsu might be a bit challenging. He said this while taking a deep breath. Shadow Clone Jutsu. With a bang, another identical Itachi appeared beside him. I tell you, this is B-rank ninjutsu. Uchiha Han was also surprised, not expecting Itachi to learn it so early. He also formed the hand seals and exerted all his strength. Shadow, Clone Jutsu, and he really managed to pull it off. A clone that looked exactly like him appeared, and out of curiosity, he went up to pinch the clone's face, but with a pop, the clone disappeared. There wasn't enough chakra, so there was nothing he could do. But Itachi was completely shocked. This talent was just too absurd. That evening, at the Fugaka family dinner, when Itachi shared this news, Fugaka dropped his chopsticks in astonishment. And then there was sheer joy. Another genius has emerged from our Uchiha clan. Soon, the day of the ninja school opening arrived. Uchiha Han and Itachi were placed in the same class. And the two handsome boys sitting together made the girls in the class swoon. In the crowd, two boys with white eyes. Oh no, they had Bikugan. Were watching them with displeasure. They were from the Hyuga clan. The Uchiha clan just loves to show off. One of them snorted coldly. The homeroom teacher, Yamashita Kento, entered and began to talk about the glorious history of Konoha, making Uchiha Han nearly fall asleep. After finally enduring until the end of school, as he and Itachi just walked out of the school gate, they bumped right into those two Hyuga brothers. Uchiha, the two brothers frowned, their tone unfriendly. Upon seeing those white eyes, Uchiha Han understood. Hyuga? Yes, those two brats from the Hyuga clan came up and accused them, saying that school isn't a security team and told them not to be too arrogant. I was completely confused at that moment. Does anyone understand? I was just slacking off and dozing off in class. How did that become arrogance? These two guys not only have white eyes, but I think their brains are filled with soy milk too, right? I wanted to pull Itachi and leave, too lazy to argue with them. As a result, these two little brats wouldn't let it go and directly blocked the way, shouting at me, "You dare to curse my brother?" I was so exasperated that my eyes almost rolled to the sky, thinking to myself, where did these extras come from? They weren't even in the original story. They must just be two cannon fodder characters. My temper flared up, and I wanted to use a jutsu on him right there to let him experience the taste of fire release and understand why the flowers are so red. But then Itachi held me down and shook his head at me, meaning not to act first. After all, in school if you fight, it brings trouble from the older students. I just put my hands down, and the guy opposite me, Hinata Suki, started mocking me, laughing that I was just pretending to scare people with half-formed hand signs. Let me tell you, his expression was like he was showing a 6-year-old who knows nothing about ninjutsu. They think that at this age, being able to learn a soft fist technique is impressive. While we Uchiha can produce fireballs. Dream on. Just when the tension was rising, our savior arrived. Speak of the devil, my dad. No, I mean Uncle Fugaku came to pick us up. As soon as those two Byakugan guys saw the clan leader, they immediately backed down and ran away in defeat. Uncle Fugaku asked us what was going on, and I casually brushed it off, and he assumed it was just kids messing around and didn't ask further. He even invited me to dinner at his house that night. Of course, I had to go. Not being proactive about free food is a problem. After dinner, I was outside with Itachi enjoying the breeze, and suddenly, that kid got all emo and started discussing philosophical questions about the meaning of life with me. I was taken aback. Oh no, this must be because Uncle Fugaku took him to the battlefield, and he has seen too much life and death, and his thoughts are starting to decline. If I don't help him turn this around, a clan massacre might happen again. I slapped him directly on the head and said, "What are you thinking about here? The meaning of life? You have to figure that out for yourself, buddy." Everyone's answer is different, but it definitely isn't meaningless. After saying that, I didn't stay long, just greeted Uncle Fugaku and Aunt Mikoto before slipping away, leaving Itachi alone there. Deep in thought, while holding the recently crying Sasuke, I went out to buy something and guess who I saw? Kakashi. That white hair guy with the eye mask. He's super recognizable, but it seemed like he saw something unpleasant, and he jumped back as if he had been electrocuted, gasping for breath. Sigh, those who understand know. It's about Rin. I couldn't go up and comfort him since we're not close, so I can only hope the fourth Hokage and his wife pay more attention to him. When I got home, I quickly opened my system panel. My chakra and physical skills increased a bit, but that's not the main point. What I'm most concerned about is my flame dragon armor, which has been stuck at a compatibility of 1% for ages. It's really frustrating. How on earth do I upgrade this thing? I practiced fire release, and my chakra has increased, but it just won't budge. My mind was racing, and suddenly it hit me. I remember in the original Armor Warrior, didn't they all upgrade in some virtual battle room? As soon as my thoughts stirred, ding, the system notification arrived. Virtual battle room unlocked successfully. I'm a good guy, so this system understands that wishes can come true, focusing on listening to advice. I immediately sank into my consciousness and indeed saw a light gate. Stepping inside, there stood a guy in flame dragon armor, ready for battle. So, does this mean I have to fight him? Without a word, I called out, "Flame dragon armor, merge." A surge of heat flowed through my body. The armor enveloped me, and I felt an explosive surge of power. I felt that this punch was at least 10 times stronger than my own. I rushed in for the attack and threw a punch. What happened? He caught it with one hand, unmoved, and my fist went numb from the impact. While I was still in shock, he disappeared in a flash, and I was instantly defeated. When I came to my senses, I had already exited the virtual battle room. Although I was defeated in an instant, here comes the key point. I looked at the panel, and the compatibility of the flame dragon armor had increased to 2%. So this is how it works. I finally understood that the compatibility can only increase by taking hits in the virtual battle room. The system prompted that there are 3 chances each day, and I was excited, thinking that in one night it would be 3%, and in a month it would be full. However, in the next 2 attempts, I was still defeated in one move, and the 2 attempts combined only increased by 1%. It seems this thing gets harder as you go along. So, in the following days, classes? What classes? I just want to sleep, entered the battle room to take hits, and that was it. Our homeroom teacher is also a civilian ninja, and seeing that I'm from the Uchiha clan, he didn't dare to interfere too much. One day, Itachi woke me up and said it was practical training. When we arrived at the playground, the teacher Yamashita Kenjin began to teach us how to throw shurikens. Let me tell you, the target was over 10 meters away, and for a bunch of 6-year-olds, hitting the target was already a sign of exceptional talent. Sure enough, after one round, only a few were hanging on the target, and most people missed. And those 2 Byakugan boys? Goodness, they each hit one. I focused and noticed the veins on my temples popping. Isn't this using the Byakugan to cheat? I shot them. Is that all you got? Look, they got excited and ran over to shout at me, asking if I was afraid of embarrassing myself for not throwing after so long. I curled my lips and said, even if I missed all, it's better than your cheating. They still insisted. How can our ninja matters be called cheating? I was really amused by these 2 clowns. At such a young age, they already had such thick skins. At this moment, Itachi stepped up with a cold gaze and directly asked them if they wanted to compete. The Hyuga boy, Hinata, smirked and provocatively said that we should witness the legendary Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. He was sure that we were too young to awaken our eyes. I shot back. Just you 2? Do you think you're worthy? Itachi wasn't angry. He picked up a shuriken and spun it stylishly on his finger, saying, "Kenkun, let them see the strength of our Uchiha clan." Well, it looks like we're in for a showdown. We're the Uchiha best at fire jutsu and shuriken throwing. Itachi and I have practiced this a lot over the years. As soon as we had a match, all the classmates gathered around, especially a group of little girls, their eyes sparkling with excitement. It was Itachi's turn first, and he looked incredibly cool, throwing 4 shurikens all at once. Then came the sound of 4 hits, bang, 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 bang. All 4 targets were hit right in the center. The crowd went wild, and the 2 Hyuga brothers turned pale. When it was my turn, those 2 white-eyed guys were still chattering, saying they didn't believe I could be that accurate too. Fine. Let me show you what I can do. I shot them a glare and pulled a cloth strip out of my bag. Amid the girls' cheers of Hankuin, "You're so cool," I slowly covered my eyes with the cloth. That's right, I was on a throat blindfolded. Those two white-eyed guys probably thought I was just showing off, looking for an excuse if I missed. I didn't care about them. I took a deep breath, recalled the position of the targets, concentrated chakra in my hand, and suddenly threw, bang, just one sound. The Hugo brothers laughed, thinking I had only hit one. But when they turned their gaze to the targets, their jaws nearly dropped. 4 targets, 4 bullseyes, 4 shurikens. Because they hit at the same time, there was only one sound. This is the power of the Uchiha clan, I whispered dramatically. The little girls around me went crazy, shouting my name. The faces of the Hugo brothers looked as if they had eaten something terrible. Not long after that, I was being brutally beaten in the virtual battle room every day. I finally increased my compatibility to 10% and unlocked the weapon for the Flame Dragon armor, the Flame Blade, so I wasn't empty-handed anymore. However, things were starting to stir in the village. That old man Danzo actually sent a root member named Jay to secretly investigate if there were any talented individuals from our Uchiha generation. On the other side, Konoha held a high-level meeting to discuss post-disaster reconstruction. Minato sat in the main seat, with the third Hokage and Danzo on either side. Sure enough, Danzo started making moves. He pointed at the map with a little stick, clearly arranging the other clans, and then directly pushed our Uchiha clan to the edge of the village. Fugaku stood up immediately, his face turning green with anger, saying how could we maintain village security if the guard team was moved to the edge? He wanted someone to back him up, but the heads of the other clans all looked down at their toes, pretending not to see. After all, the guard team often enforced the law and had offended many people. Fugaku was utterly desperate at that moment. He knew that being pushed to the edge of the village meant complete isolation, and the hawks within the clan would definitely explode in anger, making it impossible to reconcile the conflicts. Just when he was at his most desperate, Minato, our fourth Hokage, stepped up. "Lord Danzo, I think the arrangement for the Uchiha clan is not very appropriate." Fugaku's eyes instantly lit up. Minato stood against the crowd, stating that the Uchiha residents hadn't been significantly damaged and there was no need to relocate. Danzo's face turned dark with anger, wanting the third Hokage to speak up for him, but the old fox just sat there smoking, not saying a word. In the end, Danzo could only swallow this silent loss, sitting down in a huff. At that moment, the gratitude in Fugaku's eyes towards Minato was overwhelming. After the meeting concluded and everyone had left, the third Hokage slowly moved his pipe aside and asked Minato, "Do you think the mysterious person from a Nine-Tails incident has nothing to do with the Uchiha clan?" Minato shook his head. "Based on my battle with him, the most likely candidate is Uchiha Madara, but Madara is dead, that is without a doubt. I tell you," as soon as Watergate finished speaking, the old man from the third generation also relented, but his words still had the same old tone, saying something like, "All right, since you put it that way, I won't stop you. But those Uchiha people are just like that by nature, so keep your eyes open." So it was almost making my ears callous. After saying that, the old man left. Ever since his wife passed away, he has been like a hands-off manager, basically not taking care of village matters anymore. But to be honest, Watergate is indeed doing well, so it's normal for him to feel at ease. However, whenever Uchiha is mentioned, he reacts as if he has PTSD, unable to discern who is right or wrong. And in the end, he can only respect the decision of Watergate, the current Hokage. I saw him walking out of the Hokage building alone, puffing smoke, looking quite melancholic. I don't know what he was thinking, but he was mumbling the name Uchiha Kagami, saying he was the only Uchiha he had ever trusted. Goodness, this old man has quite a lot on his mind, even mentioning that kid cultivated by Danzo, though I have no idea who that is. As for Minato, he stood by the window, gazing at the Hokage rock, also wearing a worried expression. He knew very well that the third Hokage and Danzo were both stubborn old fools with a deep-rooted prejudice against the Uchiha, and trying to reconcile this relationship was practically a hellish challenge. But he was the type to be stubborn. The harder it got, the more motivated he became. After all, with the Uchiha's strong combat power, how could they just give up? Switching scenes, let me tell you, the other side was lively. In a small grove, with several whooshing sounds, Itachi did a mid-air spin and threw his kunai, hitting the target right in the center, looking incredibly cool. Beside him, a slightly older boy was clapping, and that was Uchiha Shursui. Itachi, being a bit of a perfectionist, after finishing, ran over to ask Shursui, "Brother Shursui, can you throw with your eyes closed?" Shursui was taken aback and said, "With my eyes closed? That would definitely work, but the control over chakra required is insane." Why do you ask that? I told you about Hankoin, right? When Itachi mentioned me, his eyes lit up. During today's practical class, he threw 4 kunai with his eyes closed, and they all hit the mark. What? Let me tell you, Shirsue's jaw almost dropped to the ground. He had heard Itachi mention me before and thought I was just a genius like Itachi. But he didn't expect I was a 6-sided warrior. At 6 years old, who can understand that? At 6, being able to refine chakra is already impressive, and I was directly starting to play with precise control. Isn't that just pure cheating? Shirsue exclaimed at the time, "Goodness, our Uchiha clan is about to produce a true dragon. It seems you won't learn much in school either." You know what? He was absolutely right. The next day in practical class, the teacher shouted, "Pair up for physical skill sparring." I immediately leaned over to Itachi and said, "Itachi, how about we team up?" Obviously, in this school, besides him, anyone else who fights with me ISNT practicing, it's just a one-sided beating. Purely a waste of my time. Itachi was about to nod, but guess what happened? Those 2 clowns from the Hyuga family, the Hyuga brothers, came over again, wearing that annoying smirk that said, "I'm definitely going to step on you today. Uchiha-han, why don't you spar with us?" Hyuga Niji said with a forced smile. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. These 2 guys really have short memories. Just a couple of days ago, they got beaten up, and now, as soon as they started learning Gentle Fist, they think they're invincible again? They're practically offering their faces for me to hit. How can I not oblige them? All right then, I raised an eyebrow and leaned in closer. It would be a shame not to give them a couple of slaps for their enthusiasm. So we stood in the middle of the arena. The teacher took a glance, but didn't think much of it. Start. At the command, that Hinata kid let out a loud shout and charged at me. Veins popping around his eyes, his Byakugan activated. Good heavens, in an instant, the chakra flowing in my body and the distribution of my acupuncture points probably looked like a high-definition map to him. The curve of his mouth was stretched almost to the back of his ears. In terms of physical technique, you Uchiha should kneel before Hinata. He shouted with all his might, chakra gathering in his fist, rushing towards my face with a whoosh. To be honest, that punch was quite intimidating. But would I care? After years of training, my physical technique value had skyrocketed to 29, while there's barely reached 5. Even if he activated Gentle Fist, dodging his blows would be easier for me than drinking water. Just as his fists were about to slam into my face, he wore a victorious expression. However, the next second, my figure vanished from his sight in a flash. How is that possible? He was completely stunned. Remember, he had his Byakugan activated with a 359-degree view. Yet he still lost sight of me. I was right above him, you silly fool. A cheeky voice came from above his head. He suddenly looked up and saw a black kunai point hovering just inches above his scalp, even cutting a few strands of his hair. I was in an inverted position, supported by chakra clinging to the kunai. Hinata's face turned pale, and he stumbled back, eventually plopping down on the ground. His eyes dazed as if he had lost his soul. I can tell you, he was definitely thinking that if I even slightly trembled my hand, he would be getting a craniotomy today. The teacher quickly rushed over to help him, but he didn't say a word, just sat there dumbfounded. Finally, the teacher sighed helplessly and announced, "Uchiha-han wins." The surrounding little fans instantly erupted in excitement. Hankoin, Hankoin. The screams and the twinkling stars in their eyes were simply overwhelming. I ignored him and walked straight up to his younger brother, Hinata. The kid was so scared that his face turned pale. I tilted my head at him and said, "Your brother lost. Do you want to give it a try?" He was shaking his head like a rattle drum, saying no, no, no. No need. I let out a cold laugh and turned back to Itachi's side. How about we practice together after school? That was exactly what I had in mind. Itachi nodded, then suddenly remembered something and said to me, "Hankoin, come with me after school. I want to introduce you to someone." Meet someone? I was taken aback, thinking, does Itachi have friends apart from me with this aloof persona? Wait a minute. Could it be? My heart skipped a beat and my breath quickened. Yes, it must be that man. The one who possesses the heavenly power. I was so excited at that time, waiting until school was over, constantly urging you. Hurry up. Hurry up. You made me laugh. Hanjun, do you know who I'm going to take you to meet? Why are you more anxious than I am? I chuckled and scratched my head. Following Itachi, we arrived at a small grove outside the clan's territory. Just as we got there, I heard a voice. "Itachi, you're here? Is this Uchiha?" As soon as the words were out, Shirsue jumped down from a tree, looking at me with curiosity. I was so excited in my heart. As this was the high-level skill that I'd spent a month grinding for in my previous life, playing games, I quickly went up to greet them. "Hello, I am Uchiha-han." "Hello, I am Uchiha Shirsue." I sized him up. He was a head taller than me, with a kind face that looked nothing like the cold-faced gods from Naruto. Itachi directly suggested, Jisue, Hankoin, and I plan to spar a bit. Why don't you be the referee? Sure. Jisue also wanted to see my strength. I stood opposite Itachi, about 10 steps apart. Itachi was very polite. Hankoin, please give me your guidance. I replied, but I didn't relax at all in my heart. I gripped the kunai tightly, my expression serious. This was Itachi, not those two useless members of the Hyuga clan. In an instant, Itachi burst forward, and I immediately met him with my kunai. Clang! Sparks flew, and we both retreated a few steps. I knew in my heart that in terms of technique, we were evenly matched, but in terms of strength, I had a slight advantage. Itachi understood that he wouldn't win in a battle of strength, so he quickly created some distance and began to hand sign rapidly. Fire style, grand fireball technique. Good grief, a huge fireball shot directly towards me, distorting the air with its heat. My pupils constricted, and my hands moved faster than my brain, forming the same hand signs. Fire style, grand fireball technique. The two massive fireballs collided in midair with a loud bang, instantly creating a huge cloud of smoke. Without thinking, we both charged into the smoke. On the side, Shursui was stunned. It's one thing to be a master of taijutsu, but to handle a C-rank ninjutsu so skillfully? Although the Uchiha clan excels at fire style, the Grand Fireball is not something just anyone can learn. Many genin struggle with it. He must have been roaring inside. Our Uchiha clan is going against the heavens. Two prodigies have emerged. As the smoke cleared, our kunai clashed again. No matter how Itachi changed his tactics, I could always counter him steadily. After several exchanges, neither of us could gain the upper hand. Itachi had no choice but to create distance again and quickly hand sign. Shadow clone technique. With a bang, two Itachis charged at me. I squinted my eyes, twirling the kunai in my hand a few times, advancing rather than retreating, and quickly forming hand seals. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. Another C-rank ninjutsu. This move may not have the concentrated damage of the Great Fireball, but its range is impressive. It's practically a godsend for clearing shadow clones. Sure enough, Itachi's main body immediately retreated, while the clone couldn't dodge in time and was scorched by the sparks, disappearing with a bang. Shursui beside me was already stunned. Another C-rank ninjutsu? Is he even human? He was so shocked inside that he probably regarded the two of us as the future hopes of the Uchiha clan, determined to cultivate us into model youths with strong roots, absolutely not allowing us to go astray. I lost. Itachi put away the kunai and said succinctly. I was taken aback for a moment. Is he giving up just like that? In fact, I understand that he has already tried his best, but he couldn't hurt me at all. Moreover, he has been the one attacking all along, and his chakra consumption is enormous, especially with that shadow clone. His blue bar is almost empty. Continuing to fight would be pointless. Jisue also noticed that I clearly still have some strength left. We both stepped forward and formed a reconciliation seal. Not bad, not bad. Jisue excitedly clapped his hands and walked over. I originally thought Itachi's talent was already astonishing, but I didn't expect you, Hankoin, to surpass him. Heaven bless the Uchiha. I feel a bit embarrassed by the compliments. Oh, not at all. It seems like Itachi was holding back. But then Itachi seriously refuted. Hankoin, I really didn't hold back. Shizuka laughed heartily and then suddenly invited me. How about this, Hankoin? Why don't you join us for training from now on? What do you think? I was shocked at that moment, followed by overwhelming joy. Great, great, great. From now on, I hope brother Jisue will take care of me. My little fist is clenched tightly in my heart. I have to find a way, according to the original plot, in another 5 or 6 years. Shursui's divine eyes will be deceived by that old Toby. I'm gonna stop all of this. In the following days, I practiced with Itachi every day after school, following Shursui. I have to say, having someone to guide me makes a huge difference. My strength is skyrocketing. Name, Uchiha Han. Chakra, 156. Ninjutsu, 20. Taijutsu, 31. Jinjutsu, 16. Mastered Ninjutsu. Great Fireball Technique. Phoenix Fire Technique. Shadow Clone Technique. Bloodline Limit, none. Unlock Armor. Flame Dragon Armor, Compatibility 14. I tell you, my current skills have completely surpassed those of an ordinary genin. Soon, I'll be reaching the level of Chunin, even when compared to freaks like Kakashi, who became a genin at 5 and a Chunin at 6. I won't back down. During lunch, Itachi came over with a lunchbox and handed one to me. Now, my lunch is prepared by Aunt Mikoto, and it's delicious Japanese char siu rice, way better than instant noodles. While I was enjoying my meal, I overheard a group of girls nearby swooning. That Hinata kid got so mad in the classroom that he slammed his lunch on the table. angrily saying to his brother, "We can't touch that Uchiha Itachi because he's the clan leader's son, but Uchiha Han is just an orphan." I'm not afraid of him at all. I have to get this anger out. I ate my fill, let out a big burp, and directly laid down on the grass, mumbling, "How boring." Now, attending class is purely a waste of life for me. I could figure out what they're teaching with my pinky toe. Suddenly, I had a bright idea, sat up, and leaned over to Itachi's ear. I say, "We can't learn anything at school anymore, why don't we?" Sneak out. Itachi was startled. He's such a good kid and had never even thought about skipping class. I shot him a glance and thought to myself, "Next year, you'll be using shadow clones to go to school, so why are you pretending to be a pure and good student now? Listen to me." I quickly try to persuade him, since we can all use shadow clones now, and our chakra is enough to last a day, so. I revealed a cunning smile. Itachi's eyes immediately lit up. How did he not think of this? There was a hint of admiration in his gaze when he looked at me. Great. It was decided happily. That night, I went to Itachi's house for dinner again. At the dinner table, Uncle Fugaku clearly looked troubled. I knew it must be about some issues with the clan and the village. Fugaku sighed and suddenly asked Itachi, "Itachi, what do you think the village thinks of our Uchiha clan?" Wow, what a question. It was so profound that it left the 6-year-old Itachi confused. Itachi hesitated for a long time before saying, "The higher-ups in the village have always been somewhat against us. Our reputation in the village isn't very good." Fugaku nodded and asked if he had any solutions. Itachi, with his little head, couldn't come up with anything and could only shake his head. Then, Fugaku turned his gaze to me. "Xiaohan, do you have any thoughts?" I put down my chopsticks, focused my gaze, and confidently said, "Uncle Fugaku, I believe the village's exclusion of us stems from the second Hokage, but the biggest issue right now is the security team." Fugaku's eyes instantly lit up, signaling me to continue. The security team may seem prestigious, but in reality, it is just a burden. It is the original sin that has led to our isolation from the entire village. I hit the nail on the head. So if we want to change the current situation, we must disperse the power of the security team. Fugaku became excited. How do we disperse it? The clan will definitely disagree. Of course, we can't hand it all over. I had a plan. We can allocate some positions to other families while arranging our surplus clan members into the Umbu. And most importantly, the position of Hokage is about succession. The third is the disciple of the second, and the fourth is the grand disciple of the third. Therefore, we should mix our clan members with those from other families into 3-man teams, allowing our Jonin to mentor children from other clans. In just a few years, the reputation of the Uchiha in the village will turn around, and perhaps we Uchiha can truly produce a Hokage. I emphasized the words Hokage with conviction. Fugaku and Itachi were both stunned at that moment. "Xiaohan, you." Fugaku looked at me with eyes full of excitement, as if he had found a treasure, almost ready to say I was his idol. He could never have imagined that a 6-year-old child could have such profound insights. Itachi beside me looked at me with admiration, probably thinking that not only was my talent overwhelming, but now even my intellect was beyond his reach. I chuckled to myself, feeling quite pleased. Are you kidding? Have I wasted these years watching Naruto? "Xiaohan," Fugaku made a decision on the spot. "You will also participate in the clan meetings from now on." I was delighted. This was something only adult clan members could participate in. It seemed that Fugaku truly regarded me as the future core of the Uchiha clan. "Great. Itachi, you join too," Fugaku added. The big stone in his heart was completely set down. With Itachi and me around, the future of the Uchiha clan was bright. After some time, I lay on the tree trunk, happily opening my attribute panel. Name, Uchiha Han. Chakra, 170, Ch Nin 1000. Ninjutsu, 22. Taijutsu, 33. Jinjutsu, 18. Master Ninjutsu, Fire Style, Fireball Jutsu, Phoenix Fire Technique, Shadow Clone Technique. Bloodline Limit, none. Armor unlocked, Flame Dragon Armor, Compatibility 15. Looking at this splendid data, I couldn't help but smile happily. I tell you, the compatibility of my Flame Dragon Armor is off the charts, and the effect is simply amazing. The power of fire release has doubled, and the chakra consumption is still manageable. I was thinking if all 5 sets of armor are unlocked, wouldn't that mean all 5 elemental chakras would soar? Although there's no wind or lightning in Armor 1, it's not a big deal. I can always gather them in the future. Just as I was happily planning my future, a sudden ominous feeling hit me. Sure enough, the scene cut back to the ninja school, and that Hyuga was looking for trouble again. This time, he was smarter. Instead of confronting me himself, he called in 2 guys wearing Konoha headbands. Those 2 guys looked like they were already graduated genin, tall and imposing with their noses in the air, acting all high and mighty as if they were the best ninjas. They swaggered over and blocked my way. I glanced sideways at Hyuga, my expression clearly asking, "What now?" Hyuga knew he wasn't good with words, so he didn't bother arguing with me and just pointed at me, shouting to his two lackeys. That S him. Without a second thought, those two guys charged at me with clenched fists. The wind from their punches was fierce, clearly intending to go all out. If I got hit, I'd probably end up in a hospital singing Chrysanthemum Terrace, right? But who am I? I lowered my body and executed a smooth sidestep, dodging both of their attacks effortlessly. The two of them were left dumbfounded, their expressions like they had seen a ghost. They must have been thinking, wait, we're actual genin, and we're trying to hit a little kid who just enrolled. How did he dodge us? This isn't scientific. They exchanged glances, their confidence shaken, and started taking it seriously. They infused chakra into their fists, which began to glow blue, their momentum rising dramatically. The classmates watching were so scared they started to back away. Many boys were secretly gleeful, since I was so popular with the girls. They had long been annoyed with me. The few girls who liked me were panicking, covering their mouths with tears in their eyes. And a couple of clever ones ran toward the teacher's office. Seeing someone heading to get the teacher, Hyuga panicked too, urging them, "Hurry up and attack. The teacher is coming." Upon hearing this, the two guys decided to drop the pretense and went all in, with veins popping at the corners of their eyes. They activated their Byakugan. Honestly, I felt embarrassed for them that they had to use their Byakugan to attack a 6-year-old. But then something even crazier happened. Those two opened their Byakugan and looked at me, and they were stunned again. They could see the chakra inside me, but they couldn't see my chakra points. And my chakra was stagnant like a pool of dead water, not flowing at all. This completely fried their brains, leaving them frozen in place, their worldview shattered. Hyuga was behind them, jumping up and down in frustration. "What are you dawdling for? Go." They couldn't care less anymore and charged at me again. Meanwhile, I moved like a rabbit, swiftly jumping back several steps, instantly creating a distance of over 10 steps. The two were dumbfounded. With their Byakugan and infused chakra, they couldn't even touch the hem of my clothes. Just as they were in shock, I accidentally bumped into the wall behind me, and with a loud bang, I transformed into smoke. The whole place went silent. Everyone was stunned. Body replacement technique? No way. The two genin were utterly confused. At that moment, our homeroom teacher, Yamashita-ken, rushed over just in time to see this scene, his jaw almost dropping to the ground. He rubbed his eyes and exclaimed, "This is the shadow clone technique." "That's right, it's me." Teacher Yamashita didn't even bother with Hyuga and the troublemakers. He turned and dashed like the wind into the principal's office. Inside the office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was leisurely smoking his pipe. He waved his hand, calmly saying, "Don't panic, I saw a long time ago." On the surface, he appeared calm as a rock, but inside, he was already in a storm of emotions. A 6-year-old child using shadow clones to attend class at school. Who wouldn't he be confused? The third Hokage sent teacher Yamashita away, took out a crystal ball, infused it with chakra, and with a flurry of operations, opened his divine eye, quickly locking onto my and Itachi's locations. Meanwhile, my main body instantly received all the memories from the exploded shadow clone. I felt a sinking feeling. Oh no, I've been exposed. Itachi jumped in surprise beside me. What's wrong? My shadow clone is gone. I punched the tree in frustration. It was all that Hyuga-yang's fault. He just wouldn't leave me alone and even brought in Genin to mess with me. Itachi panicked right then, looking like a student caught skipping class for the first time, unsure where to put his hands. I calmed down instead and patted him. What's there to panic about? When soldiers come, we'll fight. When water comes, we'll use earth to block it. Maybe we can take this opportunity to apply for early graduation. Just as I was saying this, an old voice suddenly rang out behind us. Itachi and I jumped in shock. We hadn't even noticed someone approaching. Turning around, we saw an old man smoking a pipe. Itachi's eyes widened in surprise, and he quickly bowed. Lord Third. I quickly followed suit and bowed. Wow, it turns out to be Hattori Hanzo. No, it's Sarutobi Hiruzen in person. The old man looked at me with a smile. His gaze like he was looking at some rare treasure. You must be Uchiha Han, right? Tell me, why do you use shadow clones to go to school? I scratched my head and could only speak honestly. What they teach in school is too simple and not useful for me. The 3 generations nodded. Then their gaze fell on Itachi, looking even more surprised. Uchiha Itachi? Shouldn't you be in school too? The old man gasped in shock. You also use shadow clone? Itachi nodded in embarrassment. His face turned red. Let me tell you, the expression of the third generation at that time was absolutely amazing. Inside, he was probably going crazy, thinking, wow, one Uchiha genius is already something. And now, there's a buy one, get one free? The Uchiha clan is going to defy the heavens. He composed himself, looked at the two of us, and dropped a bombshell. Since you both feel that you can't learn anything at school, have you considered graduating early? As soon as I heard it, my eyes lit up. This is exactly what I wanted. I had been wanting to sneak away for a long time. Itachi was a bit hesitant and wanted to go home to discuss it with his parents. The third Hokage was also reasonable and allowed us to go back and think it over. That night, when Itachi mentioned this, his father Fugaku was shocked. But he grasped the main point. This is a great opportunity for the Uchiha clan to gain fame. He immediately made the decision. Go. We must go. Apply for graduation together with Xiaohan. The next day, we stood in front of the third Hokage's office. We had made up our minds to apply for the early graduation assessment. The third Hokage smiled with satisfaction and took us directly to the playground. In the middle of the playground stood a middle ninja with an indifferent expression. The third Hokage said, "Your assessment task is to endure for 3 minutes under him." I exchanged a glance with Itachi, feeling immense pressure. Nin, that's not something a genin can compare to. But I wasn't going to back down. My fighting spirit ignited in an instant. The Nin guy felt annoyed, thinking it was a waste of talent for him to be a sparring partner for 2 little kids, and he felt insulted. So he had no intention of holding back at all. The news that the two of us would graduate early quickly spread throughout the school, and all the teachers and students came to watch. Hinata was also in the crowd, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. Probably already starting to doubt life, with thoughts of the clown is actually me running through his mind. With a signal from the third Hokage, Itachi and I immediately moved, one to the left and one to the right, our speed startling the Chunin, who barely had time to react and frantically pulled out kunai to block. After a few probing attacks, we quickly retreated and simultaneously formed hand seals. Fire style, grand fireball technique. 2 massive fireballs soared through the air towards him, and the Chunin, clearly frightened, was probably thinking to himself, are the kids nowadays really this abnormal? They're using C-rank ninjutsu before even graduating? He hurriedly formed hand seals, and a wall of earth rose up to block the fireballs. The fireballs exploded, filling the area with smoke. The opportunity had arrived. Itachi and I immediately split into shadow clones, with our bodies following, and 4 figures rushed into the smoke. The third Hokage, watching from the side, had his eyes light up. After using the grand fireball, we still had enough chakra left for shadow clones. Were these 2 kids monsters? Inside the smoke, the Chunin was completely flustered. Facing attacks from 3 directions, he was in a panic, and after a hard struggle, he managed to destroy 2 shadow clones, forcing Itachi's real body to retreat. Just as he thought he could catch his breath, he suddenly felt something was off. Where was the other one? His heart sank as a chill ran down his back. The next second, I poked my head out from behind him, gave Itachi a mischievous smile, and had a kunai firmly pressed against his neck. I thought, we should have one, right? The Chunin was frozen in place, cold sweat pouring down, not daring to breathe. He could never understand how I had gotten behind him. The third Hokage also looked shocked. He could see clearly that my speed was absurd, completely unlike what someone my age should possess. The entire place was silent, everyone stunned by the scene. The third Hokage walked over, a big smile on his face, and directly handed us 2 brand new forehead protectors. I excitedly accepted one, tied it around my forehead, and from today on I was a real ninja. But then the problem arose. It wasn't graduation season. Where were we going to find a third person to team up with? The third Hokage was also troubled. He couldn't possibly make us Uchiha geniuses wait for half a year, right? Just as he was scratching his head, a cold voice rang out. Why not just hand these 2 kids over to me? Goodness, Shimura Danzo, the head of the roots in Konoha, had arrived. He immediately demanded people, saying that putting us in a 3-person team was a waste of time, and that only his roots were the best place for us. The third Hokage's face darkened at once, and without thinking, he refused. Are you kidding? If you take us, we would become emotionless killing machines. The 2 of them started arguing right away, and in the end, Danzo left with a huff, saying we'd regret it. Phew, we finally avoided falling into the wolf's den. Such a big event as graduation must be celebrated. I took Itachi to the snack street and bought him his favorite 3-color dango. You have no idea. Itachi's eyes lit up when he saw the dango, and he ate it with a face full of happiness. Seeing him like that made me feel quite emotional. But just then, I suddenly felt a gaze. Someone was watching us from the shadows. I quickly turned around, only to see a shadow flash by on the distant rooftop. Without saying a word, I followed right behind. How could I let you escape? I signaled Itachi to go home first, and then I chased into the small woods at the edge of the village by myself. I tell you, this place is dark and eerie. It's simply the perfect scene for murder and robbery. I stood still and shouted into the air, "Stop hiding, come out." As soon as I finished speaking, a ghostly figure suddenly appeared behind me. I quickly turned around, my kunai already tightly clenched in my hand, my heart pounding like a drum. Upon closer inspection, there was a guy wearing a white mask, and everything about him felt off. It wasn't the formal demeanor of the dark side, but rather a chilling aura, as if he had crawled out from a pile of corpses. My mind buzzed for a moment, and a name popped in my head. "You are a root person? Who understands this?" Just the day after I graduated, I was already targeted by that old guy, Danzo. But then again, it makes sense with the talent that Itachi and I have. We're like fireflies in the night. Danzo spies are everywhere in Konoha, and it's strange that he couldn't see us. The guy on the other side didn't waste any time either. He pulled out his weapon from behind. I felt a jolt in my heart. Great. I had overstepped today and shouldn't have let him here alone. Root people can be ruthless. It doesn't matter if you're a Konoha prodigy. That old man Danzo even dares to move against the third Hokage. So what essay little kid to him? There was no time for regrets. I just had to go for it. I quickly formed hand seals and opened my mouth to unleash an enhanced version of the fireball jutsu. A fireball, 3 or 4 meters high. Charged forward with all my hopes. And guess what happened? That masked man clapped his hands, and in front of him with a loud boom, a wooden wall shot up from the ground. My fireball hit it and didn't budge an inch. I was dumbfounded. Would release. What a joke. Isn't it a unique skill of the first Hokage? My mind was racing, calculating the time. The only ones who can use would release now, aside from the first Hokage himself, are those unfortunate souls like Yamato, who were created using Hashirama cells by Orochimaru. At this moment, he was still called Tenzo, working under Danzo doing some shady jobs. Although I knew that this guy's would release, couldn't compare to the first Hokage's, as the first was like a Buddha in his prime, while this was more like a 3-bedroom apartment, emphasizing practical renovations. But the problem is, even if it was subpar, it was still not something a freshly graduated genin like me could handle. Just as I was lost in thought, everything went dark in front of me, and a massive wooden pillar came crashing down from the sky. It was too fast. I scrambled backward, and with a loud bang, the spot where I just stood was smashed into a huge pit. My legs are weak. Does anyone understand? For the first time, I feel like death is so close to me. The guy didn't give me a chance to catch my breath at all. A wooden clone appeared, and 2 of them rushed at me with big wooden sticks, just as I was about to summon my allies. No, I mean, when I was getting ready to combine my armor and fight desperately, an old voice shouted, "Stop." Suddenly, 5 enormous shurikens flew over, forcing that masked man back. As soon as I glanced, wow, the third Hokage Hiruzen Tsurutobi personally came. He had a serious expression as he stared at the masked man. Would release. "Who exactly are you?" The masked man saw the real deal had arrived, said nothing, and quickly slipped away. I quickly got up and expressed my gratitude to the 3rd generation. That old man is quite shrewd. He probably used his crystal ball to broadcast the live event, fearing that Danzo might pull some dirty tricks on me. Now it's good that I've caught him in the act, and he's a wood release user. He will definitely rush to find Danzo to report this. Let me tell you, I'm fully aware of the follow-up on this matter. Danzo initially wanted to see if I had awakened the Sharingan, but when he discovered that I could be this formidable without it, he probably regretted not taking me in sooner. As for Yamato, Danzo probably thought this guy was a failure, and since the 3rd Hokage wanted him, he just went along with it and sent him off as a discarded piece, emphasizing the idea of utilizing waste. I can't be bothered with these trivial matters anyway. The crisis has been averted. My dad has finally stepped up. After hearing my suggestion, he went directly to find the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, to hold a meeting. The main idea is simple. The guard team can no longer let the Uchiha clan dominate. It needs reform and openness. We should bring in other clans so that everyone has the right to share and bear responsibilities together. When Minato heard this, he definitely supported it. My dad took the opportunity to say he wanted to select a few outstanding clan members to help in Minato's umbu. And Minato was so happy that his smile almost reached his ears. Once this news spread, the whole of Konoha exploded. Every clan leader was bringing gifts and almost wore down our doorstep. My dad was grinning from ear to ear. The first thing I did when I got home was to activate my golden finger and check the panel. After days of hard work, I finally raised the compatibility of the Flame Dragon armor to 20%. The system notification sound instantly rang out, Congratulations, host. Your compatibility has exceeded 20%. Unlocking special training. Special training for the Wind Eagle armor. I burst out laughing at that moment. A new skin is coming? Without a word, I jumped straight into the trial space. Flamme Dragon Armor, Merge. I transformed right away, holding my flame blade in hand, charging forward with great momentum. And what happened? The blue Wind Eagle armor on the opposite side swayed, and the person was suddenly dozens of meters away, moving at an absurd speed. Before I could chase after him, I saw his Wind Eagle sword shine, and a cool voice echoed, "Wine-piercing strike." The next second, a torrential rain of swords appeared in front of me. I was dumbfounded. What the heck? He opened with his ultimate right away. Aren't you supposed to do a few normal attacks first and follow the process? There was absolutely no time for me to react, and that sword rain came pouring down. Everything went black, and I was instantly sent back to the room. What a bummer. All that excitement for nothing. This difficulty was way higher than the Flame Dragon armor trial. However, even though I got taken out, it wasn't without its benefits. I suddenly felt like there was a unique chakra in my body. I closed my eyes and sensed it carefully. It was a sharp, wild, and free aura. It was wind. I unexpectedly refined wind, a tribute chakra. This was what you call turning misfortune into fortune, playing a game of extreme pull. With a wind attribute, I definitely needed to practice a couple of secret techniques. Who should I find? It had to be the third Hokage. He was known as the professor of ninjutsu and had a vast collection. The next day, Itachi and I went to the Hokage's office to meet our future team leader. As soon as we entered the office, I was stunned. Besides the third Hokage, there were two other people. One was Kakashi with white hair and an eye mask, and the other was that the masked man who almost took my life yesterday. Third Hokage, your personnel arrangements are quite humorous. He smiled and introduced us. This is Hitaki Kakashi, who will be your team leader from now on. And this is your new teammate, Tenzo. I looked at Tian Zhang's dull face, and 1,000 wild horses galloped through my mind. This grudge, no, this bond was established just like that. Kakashi led the three of us to a small grove, and the first thing he did was pull out a chakra test paper. The results showed that Tianzong had water and earth, Itachi had fire and water, and I had fire and wind. Kakashi's dead fish eyes were surprisingly astonished. He didn't expect that the three of us would start with dual attributes. Next, Kakashi taught me a C-rank wind release technique, Gale Palm, and taught Itachi a water release technique. Then, he took us to begin the legendary life of a genin, taking D-rank missions. What was the first mission? Pruning flowers and plants for a wealthy family. I was ready to quit right then and there until Kakashi said the reward was 100 Ryo. I instantly perked up. 100 Ryo. As a result, after completing the mission, when it came time to split the money, Kakashi expressionlessly took 40 Ryo, while Itachi, Tianzong, and I each got 20 Ryo. My eyes were practically shooting fire. Why should you, who just watched the warm paradise all afternoon, get the big share? Kakashi simply said, "It's the usual practice." Fine, 20 Ryo is still money. Just as I was happily counting my first bucket of gold, the atmosphere over at the Hokage building was far from relaxed. The Umbu reported that they had found a trace of someone at the border of the Land of Fire, and the personnel sent there had been silenced. The faces of the third Hokage in Minato were as dark as the bottom of a pot. The next day during the meeting, Kakashi looked at us and said in his sleepy tone, "I accepted a B-rank mission to track down the S-rank rogue ninja, Orochimaru. Do you have any thoughts? Let me tell you, my DNA just moved in an instant. A B-level mission, and it's looking for Orochimaru. This is way more exciting than gardening." Our team met up with a few other teams at the border. As soon as we arrived, we ran into an ignorant guy who, seeing that the three of us were young, insisted on picking a fight. A brash kid stood there with his hands on his hips, looking disdainful, and asked us, "Hey brats, how many D-rank missions have you completed to dare come here? Where's your teacher?" He completely dismissed Kakashi, who was standing next to us, because after all, Kakashi looked only about 12 or 13. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment, thinking to myself, "Little buddy, you've really kicked a steel plate." I shot a glance over and said, "Kakashi-sensei, it's your turn to perform." Sure enough, Kakashi strolled out with his hands in his pockets. His dead fish eyes lifted and coldly said, "I am their team leader. Is there something you need?" The kid was instantly thrown off by this aura, stammering, Are you kidding? Do you think you're Kakashi?" Before he could finish his sentence, his own team leader rushed over, saw Kakashi, and immediately greeted him respectfully. "Kakashi?" The kid was instantly petrified. The pieces finally clicked together in his mind. He turned around sharply, scrutinizing the white-haired, mask-wearing peer in front of him, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg. His face turned pale. After stuttering for a while, he finally squeezed out, I am Watanabe Haruto. We had each other's backs on the battlefield back in the day. Let me tell you, that guy was so enthusiastic at the time, his hand was already reaching out, just short of giving us a bear hug. And what happened? Our Kakashi-sensei, with that cool demeanor, didn't even raise an eyebrow, just glanced at his hand hanging in midair, then, without saying a word, made a dramatic turn and stood behind us three. Goodness, that scene made the air feel like it had solidified. I was so nervous I could have dug a 3-room apartment with my toes. That guy named Watanabe's face went from green to pale, awkwardly retracting his hand. I could almost hear the sound of his molars grinding. He must have been cursing in his heart. So what if he is a genius? I isn't it just because he looks a bit handsome. I'm at least a seasoned jonin. Do I have to lose face like this? But he still had a smile, leading his 2 little followers back in defeat. Right after that, several Umbu jumped out of the forest, tall and sturdy like iron towers, directly handing Kakashi a map and a signal flare, succinctly saying, "Map. Discover Orochimaru. Send the signal. We will come." After saying that, they disappeared, emphasizing efficiency. Kakashi tucked the items away and left. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already dashed into the woods. The 3 of us hurriedly followed suit. On the other side, at the border of the Land of Fire, Orochimaru was desperately fleeing with a battered body. Let me tell you, his current state is tragic. A few months ago, his human experiments were exposed, leaving him with no choice but to defect. Originally, Danzo had been covering for him, but then turned around and wanted to kill him to silence him. Orochimaru, being clever, made a run for it. But the entire Land of Fire is under Konoha's territory, and he wandered around like a headless fly for several months before barely shaking off his pursuers. He was running while coughing up blood. It was truly miserable, but there was a glimmer in his eyes as he calculated in his heart. Once I get my hands on the blood of the Iblis clan, I can resurrect myself on the spot. At that time, breaking through this broken borderline will be a piece of cake. Just this little thought kept him from kicking the bucket directly. We were jumping joyfully on the tree when Kakashi suddenly hit the brakes and stopped. Itachi quickly asked Kakashi-sensei, "What's wrong?" Kakashi squinted down below and said he sensed a faint chakra. After saying that, he directly jumped down. We gathered around to take a look, and lo and behold, there was a half-person high hole hidden in the bushes. If it weren't for his keen eyesight, who would have noticed it? There was some noise inside, so we decided to check it out. Kakashi took the lead and crawled in. Inside the hole, there was a whole new world. It was spacious enough to run a horse. But the atmosphere, let me tell you, had a cheap horror movie vibe, with gusts of cold wind making the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Suddenly, whoosh, another gust of wind blew in, but this time it brought not coolness, but a large cloud of smoke. Kakashi instantly became alert. Where did the smoke come from in this hole? We quickly took out our kunai and got into a fighting stance. This smoke seemed suspicious. We need to get out, Kakashi shouted. He rapidly formed hand seals, and a bolt of lightning struck forward. And guess what? That smoke had some kind of physical immunity. It was dispersed by the lightning, but came back together in less than 2 seconds, without a hitch. Let's go. Kakashi's voice was filled with urgency. As soon as I heard the situation, I took off, running towards the cave entrance. But after just 2 steps, my ankle suddenly tightened, as if something had grabbed me, and I fell flat on my face. "Hanjun!" Itachi shouted behind me. Just as he was about to come back and pull me, the entire cave started shaking violently, as if there was an earthquake. Boom, boom, boom. The huge rocks above us were falling like dumplings. Kakashi was quick and grabbed Itachi, dragging him back. Several massive boulders came crashing down, directly separating me from them. At that moment, I felt like 1,000 alpacas were galloping through my mind. Who among my family understands? There were rocks and landslides everywhere, and I thought to myself, I'm not even called a Beto. I struggled to get up, only to find my feet seemed welded to the ground, and it felt like a mountain was pressing down on my back, yet there was clearly nothing there. Outside, Itachi was still desperately calling for me, but his voice grew fainter and was soon drowned out by the sound of the collapsing stones. What the hell is this place? Gritting my teeth, I unleashed all the chakra in my body and performed wind release. Gale palm. I slapped the ground beneath my feet. With a loud bang, the restraints on my feet were finally gone. I crawled up and saw that strange smoke had completely disappeared. Looking at the blocked road in front of me, I formed hand seals with both hands, using every fire technique I knew. Great fireball, phoenix fire, all the fire techniques I could muster, but the pile of rocks remained unmoved, as if coated with fireproof paint. This was getting difficult. I thought I could only unleash my trump card, Fire Dragon. Just as I began to chant, a thick cloud of smoke suddenly burst out behind me, wrapping me up like a rice dumpling in an instant. I instinctively took a breath, and it was bad. The smoke went straight into my lungs. Then everything went black, and I knew nothing. Outside the cave, Kakashi and the others stumbled out, covered in dirt, while the entrance behind them had been completely blocked. Hankuin, Itachi knelt down, supporting himself with his hands on the ground, completely stunned. Kakashi remained silent, his mind filled with memories of Obito from years ago, and he let out a self-deprecating laugh, feeling utterly desolate. The nearby Tens was like a wooden doll, brushing off the dirt from his clothes with a blank expression. There are umbus skilled in earth release. I'll go find someone to try. Kakashi's voice was still cold, but his movements were quick as the wind, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Hankuin, Itachi lowered his head, tears streaming down like a broken string of beads. Suddenly, he felt as if two small suns had been placed in his eyes, burning painfully. He covered his eyes, the burning sensation growing stronger, causing his entire brain to convulse. He could feel his chakra surging wildly toward his eyes. In the throes of pain, he tightly shut his eyes. Tens noticed something was wrong and was about to step forward when he felt an extremely cold chakra explode from Itachi. Itachi had a rough idea of what was happening. This was about to awaken. Finally, he slowly opened his eyes. Let me tell you, those were no longer human eyes. The entire scara had turned blood red, and there was a small Tomo next to the pupil. One Tomo Sharingan awakened. When he looked around, the entire world became incredibly clear. He immediately rushed to the cave entrance, channeling chakra into his eyes, trying to see through the rock. But the stone was far too thick. He couldn't see anything. Unwilling to accept this, Itachi punched the stone, but it didn't react at all. Ten said beside him, "Let's just wait for Kakashi." Itachi suddenly turned his head, glaring at him with those blood-red eyes, the intensity of his gaze making Tens shiver. "Aren't you good at wood release? Give it a try." With no other choice, Tens had to tough it out. He knew very well that his wood release was as ineffective as a toothpick. He clasped his hands together, and several wooden spikes shot out from under his feet, piercing into the rock, but they only went in a few centimeters like scratching an itch. "Sorry, I did my best." Tens withdrew his hands. Itachi sighed in despair. Now he could only rely on Kakashi. He knew that with every passing minute, the danger increased. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself tightly bound to a wooden stake, surrounded by dozens of ragged villagers. "Chief, what should we do with this guy? It looks like he's from Konoha. Let's just kill him." "No way. If we kill him, it will definitely attract attention." His teammates ran away. "Even if we don't kill him, we'll still be investigated." I heard them chattering, and in my daze, I caught a few words about Lord Orochimaru, which made my heart skip a beat. A scruffy-looking uncle leaned in, almost pressing his face against mine, and fiercely asked, "Hey kid, what are you sneaking around for?" I can only smile apologetically. "Big brother, I'm just passing by. Purely passing by. Not saying anything, right?" That person smiled eerily, with a grin that looked like he had blood in his mouth. In the next second, he suddenly transformed into a wisp of smoke. I was stunned at that moment. Is there such a trick? So the smoke in the hole before was him. That wisp of smoke instantly wrapped around me, and then it all rushed in my nostrils. "Smoky technique." A voice exploded in my head. "I will turn all of your chakra, blood, internal organs, and nerves into black charcoal." The next second, excruciating pain. Let me tell you, that feeling was like being placed on a barbecue grill with charcoal fire underneath, getting a full-body, deep, smoky SBA. It hurt so much that I rolled on the ground, wishing I could die right there. "Now, are you going to confess or not?" The voice rang out again. "I really just passed by." I gritted my teeth and squeezed out a few words through my clenched jaws. The villagers were still chattering beside me. "Look at this kid. He can hold on for so long. He must be telling the truth." Nonsense. Only a ghost would believe that. The guy who was drilling into my body was starting to believe it too and wanted to back off. But then his companions scolded him, and he couldn't save face anymore, so he increased the pressure. At that moment, I felt like I was being roasted alive, sweat soaking through my clothes, and my nails digging into the ground, leaving marks. No way. I can't just sit here and wait for my doom. But I couldn't mobilize the chakra within me at all. There's no other way. Damn it, I can't hold back anymore. I'm laying it all out. Flame dragon armor. Mirje. A surge of scorching power instantly flowed into my body from the void. With a boom, the flame dragon armor appeared on me. Radiating light, the wisp of smoke that had entered my body screamed and was blasted out, transforming back into human form. Everyone was stunned, staring blankly at the stunning red armor on me, which was exuding sparks, making them so scared that their legs went weak. "Let's all go." In an instant, everyone transformed into smoke and lunged at me. Wow, is this a bloodline limit? Group fight? This time, I learned my lesson and held my breath. But it turned out to be unnecessary. Their smoke couldn't even break through my armor's defense, making a clanging sound like scraping. No way, Patriarch, I can't get in. What on earth is this? They had no choice but to retreat, looking at my flawless armor, utterly at a loss. Their ability was just this one. Once it failed, they were no different from ordinary people. Humph. No more tricks, right? I was overjoyed inside, and now it was my turn. My gaze turned icy, and the flame blade instantly appeared in my hand. As soon as I grasped the blade, my entire demeanor changed, and a wave of scorching heat swept through the cave. Run! The chieftain shouted, and he was the first to turn into smoke and escape. The others scattered like birds and beasts. I leaped into the air and swung the blade twice. Two massive, fiery blade beams howled out, and those who were slower were instantly struck, letting out screams as they transformed back from smoke to human form, fainting in the process. Soon, I was the only one left standing in the cave. I looked around. All I could see were mud walls. It was impossible to break out. I could only look for an exit. I grabbed a poor guy who had passed out and slapped him 7 or 8 times, but he didn't react at all, like a dead pig. Damn. If I had known, I would have gone easier. Now I can't even ask for directions. I had to randomly pick a passage and walked in based on my instincts. On the other side, the Ibuli chief was running in a panic when he suddenly bumped into someone. He took a closer look and was immediately excited. Lord Orochimaru. Let me tell you, isn't that person the one Orochimaru has been thinking about? It's just that Uncle Snake looks even more disheveled now. Lord Orochimaru. The clansmen behind him followed suit, each one extremely respectful. What's the panic? Orochimaru frowned, feeling something was off. What happened? The clan leader stammered, saying, There is someone who broke in, a little brat from Konoha. Orochimaru was taken aback. How did Konoha find such a hidden place? A mere genin scared you all like this. He was quite displeased with these useless people. My lord, our smoke technique. It's ineffective against him. Ineffective? Orochimaru immediately became interested. But he didn't have time to get sidetracked now. So he said, Gather everyone first. That kid can't escape. I'll deal with him personally later. I've been wandering around in this hole like a headless fly for almost an hour, not even daring to take off my flame dragon armor. What if I get ambushed? That would be a nightmare. I was still mumbling to myself. Didn't those guys say Orochimaru was coming? I really hope I don't run into him. With my armor combined, I could barely hold my own against a J-Nin, and if I face someone of Orochimaru's caliber, I'd be instantly killed. But as it turns out, what I was afraid of came true. I walked for more than half an hour again when I suddenly heard a moan coming from ahead. I thought I finally found a living person and hurriedly rushed over to catch someone to lead the way. But when I rushed in and took a look, my vision went dark. The ground was covered with the corpses of those villagers, all turned into mummies, with no color left in their faces. In the center of the pit stood a long-haired ninja, whose face was as white as if it had been coated with 3 pounds of putty. With those features, I could tell with my toes who it was. Orochimaru. Orochimaru was greedily licking his lips. Hearing the noise, his head turned a full 180 degrees, and those snake-like eyes instantly locked onto the flame dragon armor I was wearing. Interesting. What bloodline limit is this? He licked his lips and slowly walked towards me. The look in his eyes was just like you see when an AI generates a wife for you online, filled with greed and possessiveness, making the hairs on my body stand on end. Wasn't he this just running into a world boss, right, after leaving the newbie village? This was getting serious. I immediately crossed the flame blade in front of my chest, every cell in my body tensed up. Orochimaru gave a strange smile, and his figure vanished in an instant. The next second, I felt a chilling sensation spread throughout my body. He had transformed into a giant snake, coiling around me tightly. I exerted myself fiercely and finally threw him out. Orochimaru stood firmly against the wall like a gecko, his eyes filled with even more excitement. Wind release. Great breakthrough. A whirlwind fiercely blew towards me, and the cutting force was so strong that if it weren't for my armor, I would have been sliced into pieces on the spot. Seeing that I was unharmed, Orochimaru became even more energized. Shadow snake hands. His arm transformed into countless venomous snakes lunging at me. Fortunately, in my armor fusion state, my strength and speed surged dramatically, and I managed to block all of his attacks with a series of clanging sounds. After fighting for a while, Orochimaru was a bit out of breath. He was already heavily injured, and after just having absorbed a bit of blood that he hadn't yet digested, his condition worsened from our brawl. He became anxious. If this dragged on, the Umbu pursuers would arrive, and it would be over for him. His life was far more important than any bloodline limit. Kid, consider yourself lucky, he said ominously, leaving behind a sentence, looking forward to our next encounter. With that, he turned and ran away. As soon as I saw it, I knew the opportunity had come. He definitely knows where the exit is. I quickly followed him. Orochimaru turned around and was startled, thinking to himself, I already gave you a chance. Why are you still chasing me? He didn't want to fight anymore, so he could only speed up with all his might. I gradually started to fall behind, but fortunately, it wasn't long before a bright light appeared ahead. An exit. I watched as Orochimaru jumped out, and I quickly followed suit. Finally, we made it out. I confirmed that there was no danger around, removed my armor, and started looking for Itachi and the others. At this time, Kakashi had called over 5 Earth-style Anbu, and the 6 of them were preparing to unleash their jutsu at the cave entrance. Earth-style, Earth Flow Spike. Bang, bang, bang. The rocks at the entrance were instantly shattered. Itachi was overjoyed and rushed forward to dig through the rubble, but it was still completely blocked. One Anbu apologetically said, Kakashi, there are too many rocks. We've exhausted our chakra and can't break through. Kakashi clenched his fists tightly, feeling that sense of helplessness rising again. Itachi collapsed to the ground, utterly despairing. Just as the atmosphere reached a freezing point, a lively voice came from the nearby forest. 1 against 7. Kakashi-sensei. Itachi suddenly looked up and saw me running towards them, waving my hand. Hon-kun. He could hardly believe his eyes, rushing over to hug me tightly. I'm so glad you're okay. Seeing his tearful expression filled with joy warmed my heart. Kakashi asked how I got out, and I recited the explanation I had prepared, saying I had taken another exit and hadn't encountered anything on the way. Just then, bang, a signal firework exploded in the distance. Something happening. Kakashi's expression changed, and he rushed over with the Anbu. By the time we arrived, the scene was in ruins. Several teams lay on the ground, missing arms and legs. The previously arrogant Aoki Chuan had his neck bitten through, and it was a gruesome sight. A leading jonin, with one arm broken, said with difficulty, Orochimaru. I don't know why, but his strength has recovered significantly. They then realized that the intelligence was incorrect, or rather, Orochimaru had been acting all along. Further ahead was the national border, and they could no longer pursue. The mission was a complete failure. We brought the injured back to the village. Although the mission failed, we still received a bit of hardship compensation. The amount in my hands is 400 taels. I held those few bills tightly, so angry that I almost laughed. After working hard for half a day, I nearly lost my life, and now I could only afford a few bowls of ramen. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office, the 3rd Hokage and Minato also received the news. Minato looked worried, while the 3rd Hokage remained silent, subtly relieved. After all, he still couldn't bring himself to be harsh on his own disciple. I have to say, the old man is probably feeling a mix of emotions right now, puffing on his pipe while lamenting the changing seasons. As for me, I met up with Itachi and Shursui in the evening to briefly review what happened earlier with Orochimaru. As soon as Shursui heard about it, he turned pale and exclaimed that we were lucky to be alive, considering that was the legendary Sannin. Coming back alive was nothing short of a miracle. I thought to myself, isn't that the truth? I even summoned my flame dragon armor, yet I still couldn't break through his defenses. If it weren't for how sturdy my armor is, I probably would have been sliced into sashimi on the spot. Since we have now become genin, Shursui figured we'd inevitably have to do tracking work in the future, so he started giving us a mini lesson on tracking techniques. I listened intently. If I had learned this earlier, I wouldn't have been running around like a headless chicken in that cave. After our training, the 3 of us parted ways. I thought of myself, after getting beaten up by Uncle Snake today, I definitely need to treat myself and indulge a bit. So I headed straight to the food street for skewers, ramen, and 3-color dumplings, gorging myself until I was satisfied before heading home. However, my family had no idea what I was going through. The moment I pushed open the door, the house was dark, and a cold breeze suddenly hit my face. It felt like I had stepped into a haunted house. My hair stood on end, and I immediately pulled out my shuriken. No need to be nervous. A raspy voice came from inside the house, and then the lights suddenly turned on. I focused my gaze and was shocked to see an old man with half of his face wrapped in bandages sitting confidently at my dining table. That eerie aura and his distinctive appearance triggered something in my DNA. This was none other than the ruler of the Konoha sewers. The ultimate schemer of the ninja world, Danzo Shimura. My legs felt weak at that moment, and there was only one thought in my mind. Run. But he had already stood up and walked step by step in front of me. The eye that was exposed looked like a deep well, dark and damp, making my heart race with fear. Danzo. Lord Danzo. I forced out a smile that was uglier than crying. He grunted and surprisingly gestured for me to sit down. 1,000 alpacas ran through my mind, thinking, brother, this is my home, okay? Why do you act like the master? but I didn't dare to say anything and could only obediently sit down, my hands shaking like I had Parkinson's as I poured tea for him, nearly spilling water all over him. I heard that Saratobi arranged a team for you. He got straight to the point. Yes, the team leader is Jonin Kakashi. As soon as the old man heard Kakashi's name, he sneered with a face full of disdain. Kakashi? Forget it. He took a sip of tea and continued. His talent is decent, but in my eyes, he is still far from being a true ninja. Having him teach you is inappropriate. I couldn't help but laugh at the time. What does it mean to be far from a true ninja? Do I have to use a kunai to face off against Susanoo to graduate? Is that what they call intensity? I had to put on a curious expression and ask him, so, what exactly qualifies as a real ninja? This got him excited. He cleared his throat and began his PUA lecture. A true ninja, he said, must first be sufficiently dark. He spoke passionately, claiming that only by being dark can one discard unnecessary emotions and remain absolutely calm. Kakashi was bound by his emotions, which was why he ended up in such a half-dead state. Then he started rambling about his theories of roots and Konoha, saying that where there is light, there must be darkness, and that roots must absorb nutrients from the filthy soil for the great tree of Konoha to thrive. Let me tell you that rhetoric, that self-indulgent energy, was something else. He spoke with such fervor, probably thinking I was completely taken in by him. After all, that's how Shui fell for his tricks back in the day. But when he finished and opened his eyes, he found me focused on my tea, not paying him any mind at all. His old face instantly lost its composure, and he slammed the table, exclaiming, "Are you even listening?" I jumped, nodding like a chick pecking at rice. "Am listening, I am." Only then did he calm down, cleared his throat again, and returned to his enigmatic demeanor, speaking to himself, "Since you agree with me." I thought to myself, when did I ever agree to that? What are you doing here, self-strategizing? So, are you willing to come develop at my roots? When the picture is complete, the dagger reveals itself. I shook my head like a rattle. What a joke. Go to roots? Am I crazy? I've read the script. You old six just love to collect Sharingan, trying to get me over there to cultivate me. And when I awaken my eyes, you'll just use me as a spare part whenever you need it, right? Now Itachi hasn't annihilated his clan yet, and you're seriously short on stock. Me walking into your hands is just like a sheep entering a tiger's mouth, right? Why? Danzo's gaze instantly turned cold, staring at me like a knife. He probably couldn't understand why going his high-end roots wouldn't be more attractive than weeding and catching cats every day. I swallowed, nervously, fearing that this old guy would become furious and deal with me on the spot. I quickly found an excuse. Lord Danzo, I'm already in Kakashi's team. Leaving like this would be too irresponsible to my teammates. After hearing this, Danzo fell silent. He probably thought it was a bit late to recruit someone now. All because the third Hokage acted too quickly. He stood up, his expression cold enough to freeze shards of ice. If you come to your senses later, you can come find me directly. After saying that, he disappeared in a flash. To want to go, but this has served as a wake-up call for me. I've been targeted by that old thing, and I must quickly improve my strength. Otherwise, one day I'll really find out he's robbed my home. In the end, it all comes down to strength. If I had the power of the first Hokage, would I even need to be afraid of him? I quickly opened my information panel and checked the data. Illusion was the lowest, becoming my weak point. Well, I must find a way to open my eyes or learn some illusion techniques. But opening my eyes requires deep love and intense hate. And since I'm neither an early romance nor a younger brother complex, I have some inherent shortcomings. What a headache. The next day, Kakashi started giving us practical combat lessons. I began with a wind release, Gale Palm, and he instantly raised an earth flow wall. Good grief. The earth flow wall even had 2 intricately carved dog heads on it. You must be burning a lot of chakra, huh? I was complaining when Kakashi's figure suddenly emerged from beneath my feet. My pupils dilated. It was a shadow clone. This is bad. My heart raced with alarm. The real one must be circling around. My neck stiffened, and family, that familiar hand sign posture, that 1,000 years of killing starting move. At that moment, my soul almost flew away, and my mind was filled with heart-wrenching cries. No, don't. My lifelong innocence is about to be destroyed. Just at this critical moment, my teammate Tenzo, who would become Captain Yamato in the future, swiftly summoned a row of wooden logs from the ground, bending them into an arch to protect me with wood release, the shield of the Golden Bell, keeping me safe. Kakashi's attack landed solidly on the wood. At the same time, Itachi's great fireball technique sprayed in from the side. This combo was perfect. Having narrowly escaped, I gasped for breath, almost losing control. I was fired up and pointed in the direction where Kakashi landed, shouting at Tenzo, "Tenzo, Use the cutting technique on him. Give him a smooth little combo. As a result, the entire scene fell silent. Tenzo, Itachi, and Kakashi, 3 people with 6 eyes, all looked at me in confusion. Tenzo asked dumbly, "Cutting what kind of ninja technique is that?" Goodness, I was caught off guard. I could only awkwardly scratch my head. Ahem. It's nothing, just something I casually said. After training ended, I complained to Kakashi that we hadn't had any missions recently, and were almost starving. He then pulled out a mission scroll from his pocket. "I've accepted a C-rank mission for you. We'll gather tomorrow. Finally, we can make some money." Early the next morning, we met with the mission client. It was a carriage with an old servant and an 11 or 12-year-old girl inside. The mission was to escort them to the land of hot water. When the old man saw us, 3 little kids, his face immediately darkened, and he grumbled, "Why are you little brats assigned to a C-rank mission?" Kakashi's face darkened, and he coldly replied, "I'm the leading Jainin. Is there a problem?" Only then did the old man sulkily close his mouth. There was no conversation during the journey. By evening, we stopped to set up camp and rest. I even showed off a bit, grilling fish and rabbit sprinkled with my secret cumin powder. It smelled delicious. Just as we finished eating and drinking, Kakashi suddenly barked, "Alert!" Before he finished speaking, dozens of shuriken rained down on the carriage like a storm. Kakashi reacted quickly, instantly flashing to the front of the carriage, blocking all the shuriken with a clatter. But the opponents had no sense of martial ethics. Immediately following was a gigantic fireball wrapped in magma crashing down. I felt the heat wave. It was as if my eyebrows were about to catch fire. Kakashi immediately formed hand signs. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. A massive water dragon soared into the sky, colliding fiercely with a lava fireball. Boom! A loud explosion, and steam instantly filled the air, making the entire forest feel like a sauna. As the smoke cleared, a group of people stood across from us, wearing headbands of Sunagakure. Leading them was a hot-bodied female ninja. Kakashi's expression instantly became serious as he directly revealed their identity. The hero of Sunagakure, the wielder of Scorch Release, Yakura. As soon as I heard that name, my heart sank. We're done for. This girl is a notorious figure from the Third Great Ninja War, and after being reincarnated from the dirt, she's even more formidable. How did a C-rank mission escalate to hell mode for me? When Yakura saw us, she recognized Kakashi as a genius, and the 3 of us as geniuses among geniuses. Her eyes lit up, probably thinking of taking us all back for a reward. She directly ordered her subordinates, a few nin, to deal with us. Kakashi decisively shouted to us, "You guys take the others and run. I'll hold her off." Itachi and Tenzu didn't say a word, grabbing me and jumping onto the cart to escape. To buy us some time, Kakashi used a shadow clone and lightning release to take down one nin instantly, but he was immediately entangled by Yakura. Her scorch release was too domineering. Kakashi's water dragon bullet was like pouring water into a volcano, evaporated in an instant, completely ineffective. Seeing the 3 nin getting closer, it was only a matter of time before the cart would be caught. I gritted my teeth, made up my mind, and jumped off the speeding cart. Itachi shouted my name anxiously from the cart. I turned back and gave him a confident smile. "You guys go ahead, I'll hold them off. Don't worry, I've got this." The 3 Sunagakure nins saw just a little brat left behind and laughed, their faces full of mockery. A little brat who doesn't know the heights of heaven and depths of earth. One of them stayed to deal with me, while the other 2 intended to circle around and continue the chase. "Can I let them pass?" I stepped directly in front of them and, "Sorry, this road is closed." Then, let me tell you, the most explosive part is coming. I stopped pretending and laid my cards on the table. A scorching heat burst out from my body, and I began to glow and radiate heat. The wild and powerful chakra fluctuation instantly stunned the 3 nin across from me, their expressions changing from mockery to shock, and then to unbelievable fear. How is this possible? The 3 nins' eyes were about to pop out, I tell you. They were just a step away from performing a pupil earthquake on the spot. 1 second this kid was still a little brother. The next second, how did his aura become? Like a super scion? But now was not the time to ponder this. The 3 of them exchanged glances and instantly understood that they had to work together. Otherwise, they would be finished today, without wasting any time. The 3 of them shot out in a formation, their kunai gleaming with cold light. And guess what happened? Our brother Han directly gave me a big surprise. I heard him dramatically shout, "Flame Dragon Armor, unite!" Bang! The 3 guys' kunai struck, making a clanging sound. It was like scraping skin, sparks flying everywhere. And their wrists were numbed, causing their kunai to clatter to the ground. Upon closer inspection, Uchiha Han had already donned a fiery red armor. looking as cool as the male lead in a special effects drama, the brightest guy in the night. Han didn't give them a moment to recover from their shock. He quickly drew out a large sword, infused it with chakra, and threw out 2 flaming sword waves as if they were free. The opponent reacted quickly, forming hand seals, and 3 earthen walls rose up. What happened next? The sword waves passed through as if cutting through butter, piercing effortlessly. The earthen walls crumbled like they were made of paper. The 3 of them were terrified, desperately trying to dodge, but were still swept by the residual force of the sword waves, instantly adding several wounds to their bodies. However, being CH-Nin wasn't for nothing. They immediately counterattacked with a Doton technique, earth flow spears, causing several sharp spikes to shoot up from the ground, heading straight for Han's face. Han swung his sword horizontally. Clang! He blocked it, but was also pushed back half a step. He was thinking to himself, wow, it seems that Orochimaru really underestimated these guys. The combined strength of these 3 CH-Nin is so formidable. He forcefully pushed back, shattering the earth spikes, and the 3 had already closed in on him. Han clenched his fists and shouted, "Fire fist!" 2 massive fireballs blasted out, directly sending the 3 unlucky ones flying, their clothes burned through, and their stomachs scorched black, immediately losing their combat effectiveness. Seeing they couldn't win, the 3 of them got up and tried to flee. Flee, I tell you, in front of the powered-up Han. Can you run faster than light? He jumped in front of them with a big leap, sneering. Now you want to leave? Consumed, but not paying the bill? The opposing side was scared to the point of almost wetting themselves, just about to beg for mercy when Han's hand moved, and with a flash of fire, 3 charred corpses fell to the ground. On the other side, Kakashi was also in the thick of battle. He was behind a dog-headed earthen wall, being bombarded by a girl named Yakura with lava fireballs. The wall was almost melting, and Kakashi was sweating profusely, his CPU nearly overheating, desperately thinking of a countermeasure. Just then, a warm current surged into his left eye, the Sharingan that Obito had given him, instantly sweeping away his fatigue. In that moment, the words of his teacher Minato and the smiles of Obito and Rin became clear in his mind. He finally realized that avoiding the problem wouldn't solve anything. Yakura felt something was off too, sensing that Kakashi's entire aura had changed. Thinking that the night is long and dreams are many, she directly activated her ultimate technique, forming a giant fireball and hurling it over. In that critical moment, Kakashi slowly removed his eye patch. A crimson Sharingan appeared. Yakura was stunned. 1,000 questions in her mind. Sharingan? How could a non-Uchiha have the Uchiha family heirloom? Who understands this plot twist? With the Sharingan, everything changed. Kakashi instantly saw through the flaw in her ninjutsu, countering with an earth flow spear, striking precisely and bursting that giant fireball. Yakura was stunned, thinking this was too ridiculous. If this continued, she would be finished. She figured her 3 CH-Nin subordinates would have taken care of the kid, completing the mission, so she decisively chose to escape. Kakashi didn't chase after her. He was now burning with anxiety, his mind filled with thoughts of Han and the others. Just as he hadn't run far, he bumped into Han, who had just finished his transformation. Kakashi was anxious, while Han remained calm, saying, "All done, they're fine." Kakashi asked how he managed it, and Han casually made up a lie, saying the 3 CH-Nin were already injured and he scared them off with a few explosive tags. This excuse was full of holes, but Kakashi was too worried to think much about it. After everyone regrouped, they realized how deep this mission really was. I tell you, the girl in the car, named Takaruro, was not an ordinary person. She was the daughter of the Daime of the Land of Soup. Now the Daime was critically ill, and several brothers were fighting for the throne, willing to do anything. When they couldn't win her over, they directly sent assassins. To keep a low profile, they issued a C-rank mission, but her brothers placed an A-rank bounty, which attracted experts like Yakura. After finally reaching the Daime's mansion, a seemingly harmless young man, claiming to be her brother, embraced her warmly. However, both Kakashi and my brother Han saw through him. This guy had a knife behind his smile and was definitely not a good person. Kakashi had just been tricked and was feeling unhappy, so he ignored him and turned to leave with us. The scene shifted to Konoha Village, Hokage Tower. The 4th Hokage, Minato, was in a meeting with Jiraiya, discussing the upcoming joint CH-Nin exam of the 5 great nations. Minato had a feeling that something was about to happen, especially since there was still no clue about that masked man and our brother Han, the Golden Saint. He felt uneasy. Plus, with Orochimaru's defection and Jiraiya-sensei wandering off who knows where, it was truly a time of internal and external troubles. In the end, Minato made the decision to upgrade the security for this exam, bringing in the Uchiha security team as well, clearly indicating the intention to promote the Uchiha clan. We just returned to the village, and Kakashi told us about this. He said the exam was extremely difficult, but seeing our exceptional talent and astonishing potential, he asked if we wanted to give it a try. As if that needed to be asked, Itachi and Han's eyes were practically on fire. And although Tenzo had a blank expression, as if he didn't know who he was or where he was, he went along with the crowd. So we signed up. 2 days before the exam, Han was cramming a bunch of theoretical knowledge at the last minute. When we got to the exam venue, wow, there were over 100 people packed in there. Let me tell you, it was a gathering of hidden talents. Not only was there the future Mizukage of the hidden mist village, Turumi Mei, but there was also a guy with a watermelon head and a green skin-tight suit. Wasn't that just guy? The most explosive moment was when Han spotted a guy with a mouth full of shark teeth, Kisame Hashigaki. Han immediately told Itachi a profound saying. Remember, the stranger someone looks, the stronger they are. It was all about abstract combat power. Then, as soon as the bell rang, everyone entered the exam room. And when the papers were handed out, everyone was frozen in shock. Goodness, there were only 9 questions on the paper, and each one was as difficult as asking us to prove the Riemann hypothesis. Who could solve this? Someone couldn't hold it in and stood up shouting, "Teacher, there's a mistake in this question, right?" And guess what? The proctor rolled his eyes and replied, "There is nothing wrong with the exam questions. If you have a problem, reflect on yourself quickly. Also, if caught cheating, you'll be disqualified immediately." At that moment, my mind suddenly lit up. Family members who understands the subtleties in this wording. He said that disqualification happens only if caught cheating, but he never said cheating is not allowed. Isn't this just encouraging us to show our skills? After all this, I realized that the first round of the exam was not about cultural knowledge at all, but about information gathering ability. Once I understood this, I looked at the exam paper again, and hey, although it was beyond the syllabus, who am I? During my review, I focused on a comprehensive approach, memorizing everything. And these questions were right within my range. So I picked up my pen and started writing smoothly and swiftly, and before long, I was done. The weasel next to me is also a top student. He finished without even furrowing his brow. But here's the problem. Our team also has a Tens. I turned my head, and wow. Ten's face was all scrunched up like a bitter melon, and his pen was almost polished from him gripping it so tightly. Not a single word written. This rule is collective punishment. If he gets a 0, we both have to roll up our mats and go home. We have to help him. I exchanged glances with the weasel, and our eyes sparked with understanding. But the problem is, the proctor is a special jonin. Passing answers under his nose would be like lighting a lamp in a toilet. Suicide. The weasel clearly thought of this too. With a Sharingan, casting a small illusion isn't hard. But completely deceiving a special ninja is still too naive. Unless someone could draw the proctor's attention away. We waited quietly, and, as expected, a few impatient ones couldn't hold on any longer. Half an hour passed, and a guy from Yunin village was caught cheating on the spot. The proctor swooped in. Now's the time. Itachi's eyes instantly turned red, and with a Sharingan Genjutsu activated, a small paper ball filled with answers flew to Tianzong's desk like it had eyes. The whole process was smooth and effortless, and under the cover of the Genjutsu, no one noticed except for us. Tianzong was quick-witted, understood the paper ball immediately, and buried his head to copy furiously. Just like that, in the first round of the written exam, we passed without any major issues. After the exam, we took a breather, and the proctor for the second round arrived. Let me tell you, this was the real KPI assessment in the ninja world. It was serious business. The location was the Forest of Death. The rules were simple and brutal. Each team was given a scroll, divided into 2 types, heaven and earth. Within 5 days, they had to obtain the other type of scroll and reach the central tower alive to pass. If anyone died in the process or opened the scroll early, the entire team would be eliminated. Did you hear that? People could die. Many sheltered rookies turned pale. This was a completely different concept from the playhouse-like graduation exam. With the proctor's command, everyone rushed into the forest like crazy. Our team got the Earth Scroll, which I tucked away. The 3 of us discussed and decided to head towards the central tower, find a place to hide, and then plan our next move. We needed to find a team with the Heaven Scroll. Itachi analyzed. When the scrolls were distributed, I noticed that the guys from Mist Hidden had what looked like Heaven Scrolls. Mist Hidden, my heart sank. This time in the Chunin exam, Mist Hidden had an all-star lineup. I had sneakily looked at the roster. Future Mizukage Turumi Mei, the backup members of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen, Kisame Hashigaki and AO, were all there. Even if they didn't have the legendary scrolls now, they were still formidable characters. But fear? That's not in our vocabulary. Itachi and I have been pushing ourselves hard lately. Our strength was no longer that of mere rookies. Tianzong was also heavyweight material, coming from the root. Definitely at the Chunin level. Our combination was definitely something to reckon with. Alright, let's go for Mist Hidden. I made the decision, and Itachi and Tianzong nodded in agreement. What happened next? Just as we were pondering how to find them, they came straight to us. On the other side, in Terumi Mei's team, a guy named Kiyu Citrus was stirring up trouble. Hey, I saw those 3 Konoha kids have the Earth Scroll. Let us just go steal it. 3 little kids. Shouldn't be too hard to take down, right? Terumi Mei felt a bit uneasy. She always thought these 3 ridiculously young guys were not simple and wanted to pick a softer target first. But Kiyu Citrus was a well-connected guy, babbling endlessly, saying that if they didn't go now, someone else would steal it first. Terumi Mei was annoyed by him and thought, well, we know they have something, which is better than just blindly wandering around. So she decided, all right, do you know where they're headed? Of course. I've been watching them. The guy eagerly pointed the way. Thus, Terumi Mei's team took the initiative and headed straight for us. We just found a place to rest, and the weasel sensed 3 sources of chakra approaching rapidly. Someone is coming. The 3 of us instantly entered a battle stance, and the next moment, 3 figures appear before us. Hidden Mist Village, Terumi Mei. The girl with red-brown hair at the front announced her name. Goju Tsugumi. That's the brash one. With an arrogant look on his face, his chin almost pointing to the sky. Nakano Jitsuki. The other one looks like just a filler. As soon as I hear the name Mei Ying, I know what it's about. This is the future 5th Mizukage. Although she is still young, she is already a beauty in the making. However, this is not the time to admire her. We also introduce ourselves. Konoha, Uchiha-han, Uchiha Itachi, and Tenzo. As soon as she heard the Uchiha name, Karui's expression became noticeably serious. The Uchiha name is well known throughout the ninja world. However, her teammate, Keiki Tsutomu, didn't think so. He sneered. So what if they're Uchiha? Aren't they just 3 little kids? Do they even have a Sharingan? While he spoke, he carelessly spun a shuriken in his hand, looking so arrogant that it was as if he had just cannon fodder written on his face. Don't be careless. Karui warned him in a low voice. But that guy didn't listen at all. He took a step forward, pointing his shuriken at us. You 3 brats. Hand over the scroll if you know what's good for you, or you'll suffer some serious pain. Just so, you know, people can die in the CH need exams every year. I was so mad that I laughed and directly asked him, then may I ask what scroll you have? Enough with the nonsense. I saw with my own eyes that you had the Earth Scroll. Hand it over quickly. This guy impatiently stretched out his hand. Oh snap, this time it's solid evidence. They actually have the Heaven Scroll in their hands. I quietly opened my system and glanced at the data panels of the 3 people across from me. I was shocked when I saw them. Nama, Terumi Mei. Chakra, 956. Bloodline limit. Melt release, boil release. Wow, her chakra amount is almost 3 times mine, and she has already mastered 2 bloodline limits. This thing can melt Susanoo in the original work. What were we even fighting for? But then I looked at her 2 teammates. Name, Keiki Tsukurin. Chakra, 539. Their stats could easily be taken down by any one of us 3. The other one, Nakano Jitsuki, is even weaker. So, the key to this battle is Terumi Mei herself. Seeing us not making any moves, Terumi Mei stepped forward. Her tone relatively polite. You should give us the scroll to avoid wasting everyone's energy. With your strength, you could still go and rob other teams. This is actually true. Confronting her head-on would lead to a Pyrrhic victory, and it wouldn't be worth it. However, in my Uchiha-han's dictionary, there is no such thing as backing down. Sorry, but we can't do that. I replied coldly. Itachi and Tens immediately moved closer, showing their agreement through action. We can always come back next year if we lose. After all, we're young, but we can't lose our dignity. Besides, I still have a trump card. In that case, Terumi Mei sighed, and her gaze became sharp. As soon as she finished speaking, the hot-headed guy named Keiki Tsukurin rushed in like he had been injected with adrenaline, shouting as he charged forward with a kunai. Terumi Mei was so angry that she stomped her feet, cursing at him for being so reckless, but there was no choice but to join him. Bang! The 6 of us instantly became entangled in battle. I directly faced the strongest Kojiro Mei, while Itachi took care of the most lively Kogetsu Tsukihime, and Tenzo dealt with the one who was just there to make up the numbers. Kid, my ninjutsu is very dangerous. Be careful, Kojiro Mei reminded me. Thank you. I replied politely, but I wasn't holding back. I pushed her aside, quickly formed hand signs, and unleashed fire style. Great fireball technique. A massive fireball, taller than 2 people, flew straight at her. Kojiro Mei's pupils contracted, clearly shocked by the size of my great fireball, but she reacted quickly. Water style, water barrier. A huge water sphere descended from the sky, instantly transforming into a towering wave that extinguished my fireball. Steam hissed and spread out. Little brother, our mist village specializes in water style, which just happens to counter your Uchiha's fire style. You might as well admit defeat, Kojiro Mei said with a slight smile. Trying to shake my resolve. I sneered coldly in my heart. Restraint? That depends on who is using it. You're a bit too confident, aren't you? Without saying a word, I unleashed another fireball technique. Using the same trick again, Komi shook her head, quickly forming hand seals. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. A massive water dragon roared out, its force far beyond that of a lower ninja. She was aiming for a quick victory. I was taken aback. The range of this water dragon bullet is too wide to dodge. I can only take it head-on. Fire style. Phoenix fire technique. Fire style. Great fireball technique. I used two powerful moves in a row just to barely counter the water dragon bullet, and my chakra was instantly drained. I was covered in cold sweat. Kagaya Otsutsuki was a bit surprised, but still smiled confidently and said, "Not bad. The Uchiha genius lives up to the reputation." However, that's not enough to impress me. I know in my heart that she hasn't even used her bloodline limit yet, and I've already fallen into an absolute disadvantage. If this continues, I'm bound to lose. There's no other choice. I can only use that move. I focus my gaze, and a scorching aura suddenly erupted from within me, all converging onto my right hand. Kimi's expression changed drastically. What is this? She could feel the energy radiating from that aura, so powerful that it gave her a momentary illusion of being unable to resist. Flameblade. With a loud shout, a red light burst from my palm. As the light dissipated, a long knife, entirely engulfed in flames, was tightly gripped in my hand. The momentum of offense and defense had changed. Komi eyes stared at the knife in my hand, completely stunned. Her beautiful eyes filled with shock, a weapon that appeared out of nowhere. Could it be something like our seven ninja sword from the mist? Little did she know this was my cheat. I gripped the flame blade tightly, and a powerful force instantly surges through my body, making me feel like a walking volcano. Molten escape, the technique of melting monsters. Kagaya Otsutsuki doesn't dare to slack off, quickly forming hand seals and spitting out a mouthful of terrifyingly corrosive acid. I dare not take that hit head-on and easily dodge to the side. Hey, it seems she hasn't mastered her bloodline limit yet. The opportunity has come. My taijutsu stats are much higher than hers, and I close the distance with my knife in an instant. Water style water. Kotoame Tsukumi is still forming seals, but I've already appeared in front of her like a ghost. A flash of crimson knife shadow sweeps by, and her hand movements come to an abrupt halt. Gulp. She struggles to swallow, her eyes filled with fear. The blazing knife pressed against her neck, with flames flickering on the blade, makes her feel like she could be roasted at any moment. Meanwhile, Itachi and Tenzo have also finished their battle. That guy named Keijitsu Tsutomu sits on the ground, looking dazed. His proud, genius aura has been shattered by a 6-year-old brat, and his worldview has collapsed. Kotoame Tsukumi glances at her teammates' miserable state and sighs helplessly. We lost. Just as I put away the flame blade and smiled slightly, saying thank you, I extended my hand. Konohame, puffed up with anger, took out the heaven scroll from her waist, snorted coldly, and threw it to me. Thanks. With the scroll in hand, half of the task was completed, and the three of us let out a sigh of relief. Konohame shot me a fierce glare, walked over to her two teammates who were already dazed, kicked each of them, and left with a harsh remark. Uchiha-han, right? I'll remember you. Remember me? I was a bit taken aback, but then I thought that she probably wouldn't have time to remember me in the future. The era of blood mist is about to arrive, and this future Mizukage will have a lot to do. Hankoin, we have the scroll. Let's head to the central tower, Itachi suggested. No rush, I shook my head. After just finishing a tough battle, my chakra was nearly depleted, so we should rest for a bit. This journey wouldn't be peaceful. So, we found a safe place to start recovering. As night fell, Itachi suddenly asked me, Hankoin, what was that knife you had just now? Oh, that? I got it by chance. I casually brushed it off. Itachi didn't ask further, but suddenly mentioned, as if he thought of something, the one in the green tight suit we saw today is that the son of that Might. Whatever, he was referring to Might Guy, whose father is Might Dai, the strongest Leaf Village genin who almost wiped out the 7 ninja swordsmen by himself. Yes, that's Might Guy. I nodded. Although Itachi only brought it up casually, it served as a reminder to me. No matter how strong ninjutsu is, taijutsu cannot be neglected. After all, that person has been certified by Madara as the strongest in taijutsu. Just as this thought crossed my mind, the next moment I encountered the real deal. I told you, the three of us were just discussing when suddenly I felt a chakra fluctuation in the distance. You know how Itachi's Sharingan works? It's like turning on radar. Instantly locking onto the direction, I suggested, let's go check it out. Since we're just idling in this death forest, we might as well join the excitement. The three of us quietly crept over, and the cat was on a big tree. Wow, looking down, it was quite a spectacle. Two groups of people were fighting below. One side was from the sand-hidden village, and the other side, the leader with a watermelon head and thick eyebrows, could only be Mike Guy. The situation for Guy and his team was quite dire. The leader from the sand-hidden side was a puppet master, wearing an expression that said, "I got you today, buddy." He probably thought, no matter how strong your taijutsu is, can you really go toe-to-toe with my iron puppet? Can flesh not feel pain? I couldn't help but laugh at the time. Brother, your intelligence work is a bit outdated. As for those two teammates of Kai, how should I put it? They really stood out as the Sunshine Award winners, just there to create an atmosphere, and it didn't take long for the opposing team to take them out. Now, it was just Kai left to face three opponents. The puppeteer started taunting, saying things like your teammates are down, hurry up and hand over the scroll. With such a smug expression, it was ridiculous. Kai was so angry at that moment, but there was nothing he could do. After all, 1 against 3 is too difficult. Just as it seemed they were about to lose, I was contemplating whether to jump in and help, when suddenly Kai's expression changed. My heart skipped a beat. Oh no, it's coming. The weasel next to me looked confused and asked what was happening. I told him, don't blink, something big is coming. Just as I finished speaking, a burst of green light exploded from Kai, and an absurdly powerful chakra shot up into the sky. 8 gates release. First gate open. Family, who understands at that moment? Kai transformed like he had turned into a Super Saiyan, his aura fully unleashed. The 3 sand shinobi opposite us were completely stunned, their legs turned to jelly. Probably thinking, what's going on? With this amount of chakra, I will believe he's a jonin. The leading puppet master was also tough. After a brief moment of confusion, he even dared to shout, let's take him on together. I didn't believe he could keep this up. The weasel next to me was getting anxious and asked if I wanted to go down and help. I quickly stopped him, saying, don't rush, it's not time yet. Trust me, Kai's strength is not just about having more chakra. The next second, Kai proved my word with action. He transformed into a green lightning bolt, leaping straight up. Let me tell you, that height must have been over 10 meters. The opponents were dumbfounded. Then, before they could react, Kai descended from the sky with a leaf tornado. Bang! With a loud crash, the 2 sand shinobi were kicked away like bowling pins, crashing into a tree and spitting out blood. The puppet master managed to dodge quickly, but his prize puppet didn't escape. Kai kicked it, and with a snap, it was split in half. That guy immediately questioned his life choices. That puppet was all his possessions, and it got taken out in one kick. This was a dimensional reduction attack. He looked at Kai, his eyes filled with fear, and without saying a word, pulled out a scroll from his back and threw it. We surrender. Once the sand shinobi were rolling away in a panic, Kai finally released the 8 gates and collapsed on the ground, his face twisted in pain. His 2 teammates hurried over to help him. I thought it was our turn to make an appearance, so I jumped down from the tree with the weasel and Tens. Kai's teammates were startled and pulled out kunai at us. I quickly waved my hands and pointed to my forehead protector. Don't be nervous, we're on the same side. From Konoha, Kai recognized us and said, you guys are Kakashi students, right? I nodded, casually took out a healing pill from my bag and handed it to him. Then started chatting away, of course. You must be Mike Guy, right? Kakashi-sensei talks about you all the time, saying you were his lifelong best friend. Upon hearing this, Kai's eyes lit up. Just a moment ago, he was in agony, but now he was like he had been injected with adrenaline, standing up with a look of surprise. Really? That guy Kakashi really often mentions me? I nodded sincerely. Of course. Kai took the pill and swallowed it in one gulp, as happy as a 200-pound child. I knew it. He's just a total tsundere. Umph. The weasel and Tens behind me exchanged glances, their eyes filled with question marks. Kakashi-sensei. When did he mention him? Why do we have no recollection of it at all? I didn't want to bother with those 2 anymore. So I advised Kai a few more times to find a good place to rest once they got the scrolls, and not to push themselves too hard. They listened to my advice, thanked us, and found a place to hide. After saying goodbye to Kai, the 3 of us headed straight for the central tower. The journey went relatively smoothly, and as we approached the tower, which was less than 100 meters away, that ominous feeling in my heart resurfaced. Sure enough, as soon as we stopped, 3 people appeared in front of us, blocking the way. They were from the mist-hidden village. The leader, a guy with white hair and sharp teeth like a shark, grinned at us, and it felt eerie. There was no need to ask. These three were here to block the door, specifically to rob people like us who had gathered scrolls. I reminded Itachi and Tenzu to be careful. These guys daring to block the door here are definitely not good people. The white-haired one stepped forward and said, "Let me introduce myself. I'm Mangetsu from the mist-hidden village." My mind went blank for a moment. The full moon of the Ghost Lantern. The future of the 7 ninja swordsmen. The one who can wield the 7 swords with great skill. I gasped, realizing this was a huge problem. To make matters worse, his 2 teammates also share the surname, Ghost Lantern. Does anyone understand? The Ghost Lantern clan is the one that can turn into water, making them basically immune to physical attacks with their water transformation technique. None of the 3 of us can use lightning release. Isn't this just pure countering? That brat full moon is quite arrogant. Hand over the scroll, or you'll suffer some pain. I was furious at the time. Why does everyone want to take advantage of others? I coldly replied, "Sorry, I can't give this to you. You reap what you sow." Man Yu's expression darkened, and he immediately ordered, "Attack." The battle erupted in an instant. I started off with Itachi using a fireball jutsu, but the other side countered with a water wall that extinguished our attack. It was a matter of elemental weakness, nothing we could do. Tianzong quickly followed up with a wood release, wood wall, and a row of wooden walls rose up from the ground, directly sending the 2 opponents flying. When Gue Dengman Yu saw the wood release, his eyes widened, clearly no longer underestimating it, and he charged straight at Tianzong. I realized this wouldn't do. Although Tianzong's wood release was strong, he was weak in close combat. I used a body flicker technique to switch places and stood in front of Tianzong, directly facing Man Yu. "Oh, kid, you got some guts." Man Yu licked his lips, his eyes glinting as if he were looking at prey. I was too lazy to waste words with him. With a thought, I summoned my flame blade. As soon as that guy saw my sword, he was startled, probably sensing its powerful fiery aura. But he still gritted his teeth and charged at me, thrusting his kunai straight at my face. In the past, I would have found it difficult to handle. But now, with the flame blade in hand, the world is mine. I struck him away with a single blow, then soared into the air, unleashing 2 void slashes at him. I poured all of my chakra, not a single drop left, into my flame blade. 2 massive sword lights, as destructive as the end of the world, came crashing down with endless flames. Boom! Boom! With 2 loud explosions, the ground was smashed into 2 large craters, and dust filled the air. I thought to myself, this should be resolved now, right? I put in 90% of my chakra, but as the smoke cleared, the Ghost Lantern full moon was gone, leaving only a puddle on the ground. The next second, that puddle reformed into a human shape, turning back into the Ghost Lantern full moon. He actually knows the water transformation technique. At that moment, I felt a chill in my heart. My chakra was exhausted, and the opponent was completely unharmed. How could I continue to fight? But even if I were to lose, I would stand and lose. I drew my weapon and prepared to fight to the death. However, to my surprise, Hozuki Mangetsu actually took the shuriken back and coldly said, "Stop. You can go." Although he had avoided my attack, he was clearly frightened. He probably thought that continuing to fight would not be worth the cost, so he simply let us go. I also didn't hold back, greeting Itachi and Tens, and rushed into the central tower without looking back. Once inside the tower, I submitted the scroll and finally had a moment to rest. I immediately entered the virtual combat room. The battle with Hozuki Mangetsu had inspired me. I had always relied solely on the power of the flame blade itself, and never thought to infuse my own chakra into it. This time, I directly engaged with the flame dragon armor. Right from the start, I dodged his fluid combination of punches and then seized the opportunity to inject all my chakra into the flame blade, without holding anything back. The blade instantly ignited in a blazing fire. Slash! I raised my hands high, exerting all my strength, and struck down with my blade. A colossal blade light, unprecedented in its magnitude, slashed fiercely against the crossed arms of the flame dragon armor that were blocking my attack. Bang! With a loud roar, my blade light shattered. A wave of despair washed over me. No way. I can't take you down with this. But just then I saw it. On the arms of the flame dragon armor that were blocking, several fine cracks appeared. Family, it's cracks. The defense has been broken. I was excited, but suddenly the scene in front of me changed, and I was forcibly exited from the virtual battle room. I quickly recited, check my information panel. Name, Uchiha Han. Chakra, 368, Chunin 1000. I tell you, when my attribute panel updated, I was completely stunned. Wow. The compatibility of the flame dragon armor shot up to 50% in an instant. The system notification sounded in my head like fireworks. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked new equipment. Flame Dart. Flame Bow. Oh my gosh. I almost stopped breathing for a moment. This is like upgrading from a bird gun to a cannon. A direct leap forward. I'm telling you. All that's left is the final sealing move and the Zen Seal. Speaking of the Zen Seal. Hee ahem. Well, I'm a serious person, definitely not thinking about anything inappropriate. I was secretly amused when the weasel floated over with a concerned expression and said, Hankuen, are you okay? Why is your face so red? I quickly put away my worthless smile and acted nonchalantly. It's nothing at all. It's just that we passed the first level, a bit excited, just a bit excited. Itachi, being honest, just acknowledged with an O and continued to meditate with his eyes closed, completely unperturbed. For the next 2 days, we just laid flat in the central tower. A few more teams gradually arrived, mostly the main forces of the 5 great nations, while the ninjas from smaller countries had probably long been treated as wild monsters to be farmed. Soon enough, after 5 days, our group of survivors was led out of the death forest. Wow, a large group went in, and only about 30 of us came out, like we were in a doomsday discount sale. After resting for a night, the next day, the 3rd round of the CH-NIN exams officially began. The proctor was Fukaku, the strongest brain from the Nara clan. The rules were simple and brutal. Elimination matches, 1-on-1, loser goes home. My drawn opponent was a guy from the hidden cloud village. I quietly activated a hack and took a glance at his stats. Name, Londebin. Who came up with this name? So creative. Chakra, only 411. A pure cannon fodder. I couldn't even be bothered to go all out, just a shadow clone, 2 fireballs, and a couple of shurikens, and my opponent willingly lay down. Easy and pleasant. Itachi and Tens also advanced smoothly, like cutting through vegetables. I was standing on the observation platform, feeling a bit bored, when suddenly, my heart skipped a beat, and a chill shot up from my feet to the top of my head. I turned my head sharply and locked eyes with a pale-faced boy. He was wearing the headband of the hidden mist village, and his hollow gaze was terrifying, as if he was looking at a corpse. Just as I was about to take a closer look, he swiftly turned and vanished into the shadows. Family. Who understands that feeling? It was like going to the bathroom in the middle of the night and turning around to find a hand sticking out of the toilet. It was simply unbelievable. This person definitely had issues. I rummaged through my mind for the plot of Naruto and couldn't find this character anywhere. Itachi noticed my strange expression and came over to ask what was wrong. I could only shake my head and say it was nothing, but that ominous premonition was already at its peak. At that moment, on a small hill outside of Kanagakure, Obito was standing like a statue, while beside him, White Zetsu popped up like a whack-a-mole. Let me tell you, the dialogue between these two is simply a standard template for villains. Is the plan arranged? Don't worry. It's all set. They actually got their hands on a chakra fragment of the 3 tails and said they want to use it to test Konoha. Goodness, you call that a test? This move of yours, which you came up with out of boredom, is meant to flip the entire board. They also talked about Nagato recruiting people, and Obito is even considering sending someone to be a spy. I get it now. The whole ninja world is just a giant sandbox for Uchiha Obito to play with as he likes. Soon, the 2nd round of the elimination matches will begin. Itachi is up. I looked up and my heart skipped a beat. Goodness, just when you fear something, it comes true. Itachi's opponent is that pale-faced guy from the Mist Village. Without saying a word, I directly used the probing technique on him. Name, Liu Lin. Chakra, 456. Seeing this, I was just about to breathe a sigh of relief, but then a glance at the notes in parentheses caught my eye. Special for 1,000? 3 question marks. Even the system gave me 3 question marks. My brain crashed on the spot. For 1,000 chakra? This is a humanoid-tailed beast. An ordinary Chunin only has 1,000. And this guy has surpassed Jonin by a large margin. What kind of fight is this? I was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. But I was in the spectator area, and Itachi was on the field, separated by thousands of miles. No matter how loud I yelled, he couldn't hear me. Just then, the entire arena suddenly shook with a tremendous roar. Over at the Hokage building, Minato and the 3rd Hokage must have felt it too. Something big was definitely happening. In the next second, the scene before me turned into a hell on earth. Dozens of white Zetsus emerged from the ground, biting anyone they saw, and the audience area instantly turned chaotic, filled with screams and cries. In the center of the arena, that flowing moon forest erupted with blood-red chakra, its body rapidly expanding until it transformed into a monster wrapped in a red chakra cloak, with its limbs exposed as stark white bones. Tailed beast transformation. My pupil shook. I suddenly realized that this must be Toby's handiwork. From the moment I saved the Namikaze couple, the entire world's script has been skewed by this butterfly effect of mine. The monster let out a roar, completely losing its sanity, and charged at Itachi like a cannonball. It was too fast. Itachi couldn't react at all and was knocked to the ground with a thud. The sharp chakra claws pierced through his arm. Roar! The monster howled to the sky, opened its gaping maw, and began to condense a tailed beast bomb, concentrated to the extreme. Although it was only the size of a head, the energy fluctuations it emitted made my hair stand on end. Riku, along with several jonin, wanted to rush down to save him, but the monster sprouted several fleshy tumors on its back, which exploded, shooting out several beams of chakra that blasted the ground into large craters, forcing them back. It's over. Riku's face turned pale, drenched in sweat. The tailed beast bomb had already finished condensing, aimed directly at Itachi's face, who was pinned down. If this hit, not just Itachi, the entire exam site would go up in smoke. A whoop, accompanied by a furious roar, the monster lowered its head, the tailed beast bomb in its mouth carrying the aura of destruction, and spat it toward Itachi's face. In Itachi's pupil, there was only the increasingly large sphere of death. There was no time left. Everyone felt there was no time left. At this critical moment, a flash of golden light blinded everyone's eyes. As the light dissipated, the tailed beast bomb in the Jinchuriki's mouth vanished, and Itachi slowly opened his eyes, realizing he was being held in the arms of a figure clad in golden armor, so imposing that it made people want to kneel. That's right, it's me. I had no choice but to use my last Emperor's Armor experience card. With one leap, I placed Itachi on the observation platform, and only after confirming that he was just a bit injured did I breathe a sigh of relief. I turned around and stared fiercely at the monster below that was still roaring. Damn it, forcing me to use my ultimate move, huh? This experience card is my lifeline. Today, I'm going to beat you so badly that your mom won't recognize you. Whoosh! The figure of Watergate flashed beside me, and seeing my outfit, he was also taken aback. It's you. Looking again at the monster in the arena, his expression became serious. Tailed beast transformation? I ignored him and directly said, Shui Min, don't move, I'll take care of this guy. As soon as I finished speaking, I had already teleported right in front of the monster. After it tricked me out of an experience card, I was determined to make sure it wouldn't have a good time today. I roared in my heart, my fists cracking with tension, and unleashed a set of military boxing. Oh no, a set of Imperial Fist techniques, crows flying on planes, tornadoes destroying the parking lot. After a flurry of lightning-fast punches, the chakra cloak around the monster was shattered, revealing the original frail boy, who collapsed unconscious. I moved my wrist, and with a wave of my hand, a powerful suction force emerged, forcibly extracting the blue chakra from within him. It was then that I realized it was merely the residue of the Three Tails chakra, likely leaked after Rin's death years ago. Minato understood as well and let out a sigh of relief. He walked up to me and extended his hand very friendly. Hello, I am the fourth Hokage of Konoha, Namikaze Minato. I shook hands with him, secretly feeling pleased that, hey, in my armor I was a bit taller than him. I knew it was the yellow flash. I replied using the reverb sound effect that came with the armor. Watergate looked curious. You have helped Konoha multiple times, but I haven't asked for your name and title. I pondered for a moment, and a brilliant idea came to mind. I straightened my back and announced in the most authoritative and profound tone, I'm the leader of the Shadow and Light Village, the Emperor of Light. Minato was taken aback. Shadow and Light Village? Is there such a place in the ninja world? Seeing his shocked expression, I knew this was a sure win. I deliberately elongated my voice, carrying a sense of historical gravitas, and told him, the Shadow and Light Village has become history. He gasped, probably imagining a tragic drama of a stronghold being destroyed and its survivors wandering the ninja world. When he saw my armor, his gaze changed, and his breathing became rapid. He must have mistaken my equipment for some super bloodline limit. That nobleman came to our Konoha. Is there something important? He asked with great caution. The opportunity had come. I continued to act cool. I am searching for descendants of my Shadow and Light Village bloodline, and fortunately, I found child. In Konoha, Minato's eyes lit up. If he could keep me and my so-called descendant in Konoha, wouldn't Konoha's combat power soar? Who might that be? I pretended to recall and slowly uttered 3 words. Uchiha. Han. Minato was once again petrified. Uchiha, they already have the Sharingan, and now there's another armor bloodline limit? What kind of divine configuration is this? After a long pause, he suddenly slapped his thigh. Uchiha Han, my disciple Kakashi just happens to be his leading jonin. Well, this relationship is now more than just family ties. I nodded, raised my hand, and revealed the ball of three-tailed chakra I had just extracted, making my intentions clear. Minato immediately took the hint and warmly invited me to stay in Konoha. Of course, I refused. I still need to continue searching for other lost relatives. I have to maintain my high standards. Before leaving, I specifically instructed him, please take care of that child. I will come back to see him in the future. By saying this, I essentially gave myself an incredibly powerful backing. I wanted to see who in the village would dare to have designs on me, especially that bandage man. Watergate immediately patted his chest and promised to protect Uchiha Han like his own son. With my purpose achieved, I didn't linger. In a gust of wind, I vanished without leaving a trace of chakra fluctuations. After I left, the third Hokage and Kakashi finally arrived. Watergate explained the situation, and the old fox, the third Hokage, immediately filled in my background. My dad is from the Uchiha clan, my mom is a war orphan. So this impressive bloodline must come from my mom's side. The more they thought about it, the more excited they became, feeling that Konoha had struck gold this time. Quickly sending someone to find Uchiha Han. Meanwhile, I was unconscious in a small forest outside the examination hall. I was lying on the ground, and the weasel was gently shaking me with a worried expression. Hanjun, wake up quickly. If you're going to act, you have to go all out. Let me tell you, when my Oscar-level acting kicks in, the effect is simply amazing. I slowly wake up, letting out 2 perfectly timed groans. Then I gradually open my eyes. My gaze must contain 3 parts confusion, 3 parts shock, and 4 parts philosophical pondering of who I am and where I am. Does anyone understand? How did I end up sleeping here? Are there so many people having a party? I sit up unsteadily, my head shaking like a rattle. You're the first to rush over, a look of concern on your face. Hanjun, are you okay? I brewed my emotions for a moment, and my big eyes instantly filled with sincerity as I began my impromptu performance. I remember seeing a bunch of white, monstrous creatures, and then the person in front of you also changed. I wanted to help you, but then I felt a sharp pain in the back of my head. Everything went black, and when I woke up, I saw you all. As soon as I finished speaking, wow, the big boss, Minato Namikaze, personally came over, his gaze scanning me like an X-ray, asking if there were any changes in my body. I am fully aware that he is waiting for me to awaken my bloodline limit. He's already written the script for me. How can I not perform? I pretended to close my eyes and felt for a moment, then suddenly spoke up. Don't say it. There really is. I feel like there's a little sun inside my body. It's so hot. In the next second, I directly communicated with the flame dragon armor, and with a loud boom, a wave of scorching energy exploded from within me. The people around were all pushed back by this momentum. Even Minato and the third Hokage were startled. Itachi over there was almost in tears. Hankun, the third Hokage, pressed him down and showed a kind smile as if to say, don't worry, Itachi. This might be Han's opportunity. I thought to myself, opportunity, my foot. This is the result of my spending. But I couldn't say that out loud. I had to play along. I started making those deliberately prolonged, nonsensical moans. Just then, a dazzling crimson light suddenly engulfed me. Let me tell you, that scene was as bright and hot as turning on the highest setting of a heating lamp. It seemed like the sun itself was giving me energy support, though Watergate thought he was just seeing things. As the light faded, Uchiha Han, made a stunning entrance in my fiery red flame dragon armor. Watergate and the third Hokage had their mouths wide open, big enough to fit an egg, and they could feel that my chakra and momentum completely overwhelmed that of an ordinary Nin, a 6-year-old genin. How insane must this bloodline limit be? Their imaginations were running wild, even more than my performance. And so the Nin exams ended dramatically. On the way home, I was supported by Itachi, stumbling every 3 steps. Don't get me wrong, I wasn't faking it. The after effects of the Emperor armor experience hit me hard. My goodness, my whole body felt like it was falling apart. But what do you call this? Battle damage makeup, you know? A badge of honor for the strong. Itachi looked at me sincerely and said, Hankun, you really turned misfortune into fortune this time. I suddenly had a flash of inspiration cover my eyes, and said in a deep and mysterious tone, Itachi, I seem to have other gains. Itachi's heart skipped a beat. Could it be? I slowly lowered my hand, and as I opened my eyes, a pitch-black Magatama was slowly spinning in my crimson pupils. Sharingan, activate. I told him that I probably opened it out of excitement when I saw he was in danger before. I was overjoyed inside. Wow, this time it's a huge profit. Although I lost the King's Bomb experience card, I not only saved Itachi, but also unlocked the Sharingan. The most important thing is, when I use armor in the future, It will be our Uchiha clan's powerful bloodline limit. Who would dare to have any objections? When I got home, I discovered a pleasant surprise. The chakra I had previously taken from that Three Tails Jinchuriki was actually absorbed by me. Although it wasn't much, it was still a nice piece of top-tier equipment. I lay in bed, happily calculating that after this wave of operations, that old sly Fox Tuanzo would probably think twice and wouldn't dare to mess with me anymore. My KPI pressure instantly skyrocketed, and while I was figuring out how to play it safe and develop further, a name suddenly exploded in my mind. Obito Uchiha? Oh man, I almost forgot about this guy. He's the real big boss in the later stages. Kim Yui is simply unreasonable. Wouldn't it be a piece of cake for him to catch me? The little bit of security I had just built up vanished in an instant. No, I must hurry to increase my strength. Right, I still have a set of Windhawk armor unopened in the warehouse. The next day, the final evaluation of the Chunin exams took place. Brother Riku stood on the stage, deliberately elongating his tone, and finally announced, Itachi Uchiha. All eyes in the audience instantly focused on Itachi. I happily patted him on the back. Good job, Itachi. You made Chunin. This calls for a celebration. Just as the three of us, plus Tenzu, were chatting and laughing, preparing to go have a feast, a crisp voice came from behind. Wait a minute. I turned around and wow, isn't that the long-legged beauty Mei Terumi from the Hidden Mist Village? She walked straight up to me and opened her mouth with a line that would make an old man on the subway look at his phone. Hey, Uchiha. Bowen, can you take me around Konoha? At that moment, I had a face like a black question mark. No, sister, who are you? Why are you looking for a 6-year-old child? Although I'm handsome, isn't this a bit too forward? My assistant Itachi immediately logged in, standing in front of me with a vigilant look. You guys from the Mist Village have messed up the exam. It's already a miracle that Lord Hokage didn't hold you accountable. Don't push your luck. Terumi may seem a bit guilty, stammering as she tried to explain. I quickly stepped in to smooth things over, knowing that this was all Tsuchika's doing and had nothing to do with her. I told her, how about tonight? I'll take you out. She then smiled brightly and agreed. Later that night, I was sleeping soundly when I was awakened by a knock on the door. When I opened it, wow, Terumi May had even dressed up, wearing a little skirt that exuded a youthful vibe. We ran to the pedestrian street and found a dumpling shop to sit down. I thought to myself, it's not easy to come here, and she's a beauty, so I ordered some 3-color dumplings. Mei Ming ate them so deliciously that her eyes turned into crescent moons. After we had eaten almost everything, with a dumpling in my mouth, I mumbled, oh right, remember to pay. I tell you, at that moment, the air seemed to freeze. Zhao Mei stared at me in shock, her face so puffed up with anger. You boy, actually let a girl treat you? You blockhead. With that, she punched me on the head. I rubbed my head and muttered softly, so violent, no wonder she can't get married. What did you say? She exploded on the spot, and that look in her eyes almost melted me away. We finished our shopping while bickering back and forth, and in the end, I still reluctantly paid. When we reached the crossroads, she mentioned that she would be going back tomorrow and blushed as she asked me to visit Wuyin Village next time, promising to show me around. I said sure with my mouth, but inside I was frantically banging a wooden fish. What the hell? That's the territory of Tuching. With my small frame, wouldn't I just be giving away my life? After sending her off, my sense of crisis skyrocketed again. This world is too dangerous. I need to get stronger quickly. The next day, I originally wanted to find Itachi, but his mom said he went on a date with that girl from the Uchiha clan. Hey, this blockhead has finally woken up. I went alone to find Ji Shuei and practice for an afternoon. After returning, I felt refreshed. Standing in the yard, feeling the gentle breeze, my gaze sharpened. It was time. Wind Eagle Armor. Would you like to enter the training for Wind Eagle Armor? Yes. The scene before me changed, and I directly entered the virtual combat room. Opposite me stood a figure in blue Wind Eagle Armor, quietly waiting. I tilted the corner of my mouth up. Flamme Dragon Armor, Merge. This time, I was full of confidence. After all, my compatibility with the Flame Dragon Armor had reached 50%, and with a bunch of skills at my disposal, how could I not take down you, the Wind Eagle? But let me tell you, as soon as I entered, the Wind Eagle Armor swooped in out of nowhere. Wow, that speed was insane. Even my enhanced senses almost couldn't keep up. No wonder it was the speedster among the armors. Just as this thought flashed through my mind, my body instinctively drew the flame blade. Clang! With a loud crash. Sparks flew everywhere. Our knives clashed fiercely together. As soon as I made contact, I felt it. His strength was indeed a bit weaker than mine. Just as I had expected. At that moment, I thought to myself, I've got this. But then I let out a loud shout and push him away, only to stumble back a dozen steps before steadying myself. Meanwhile, he just lightly stepped back a couple of paces, At that moment, I saw an old man on the subway looking at his phone with an expression that just screamed subway, old man, phone. JPG. Family members, who understands? I feel like I might have overstepped a bit. No way, I can't just confront him directly. Oh dear, watch me use my skills to overwhelm you. I jumped up and poured all my chakra into the flame blade. The blade immediately lit up with a hum, and a blade of light dozens of meters long came crashing down with a destructive force. Boom! A loud noise erupted, and smoke was kicked up everywhere. Izroli landed, staring at the cloud of dust, thinking that it should be about time. But guess what happened next? The Windhawk armor slowly walked out of the smoke, with a large gash on its right arm. But then I sensed something was off. A gust of wind, initially gentle and quite pleasant, suddenly turned wild and transformed into a hurricane that swept me up. Let me tell you, it felt like my face was being scraped painfully. And the worst part was that breathing became increasingly difficult, as if the air had been sucked out. I was almost suffocating. I was about to die. Suddenly, everything went black, and I opened my eyes abruptly, realizing I was back. I gasped for air, still shaken. That near-death experience felt too real. At that moment, the system notification sounded. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the Windhawk armor, current compatibility rate, 1%. I hadn't even had the chance to be happy yet. And the next line hit me like a ton of bricks. The daily training sessions are shared with the Flame Dragon armor. Shared? I was blown away. How could this virtual battle room be so treacherous? With more armors in the future, I'd have 3 chances a day, and it would be like whack-a-mole. I wouldn't even be able to light the lanterns in time. So annoying. Forget it. Forget it. I don't want to think about it anymore. Let's try the new toy first. Wind Eagle armor combined. It felt like there was indeed a sound in the void. And then a hurricane-like force instantly filled my entire body. When I opened my eyes again, the Wind Eagle armor was already on me, and it looked so cool. I examined myself from head to toe. TSK. Too bad there was no mirror. I couldn't see how dashing I looked. What a loss. Just then, I suddenly felt an additional violent chakra within me. And when I raised my hand, I saw sparks of electricity flickering in my palm. Wow, lightning attribute chakra? I instantly figured it out. In the 5 elements, wood generates wind and thunder. And since the Wind Eagle armor belongs to wood, it was like getting a 2-for-1 deal, directly unlocking the lightning attribute for me. What a pleasant surprise. At that moment, a bold idea popped into my head. In the future, I would use shadow clones to summon armor and directly form an armor squad. By then, I would be the armor avenger of Light and Shadow Village. Just thinking about it was exciting. Without hesitation, I immediately sat cross-legged to absorb the chakra of the 3 tails, wanted to give my shadow clone some energy. However, I soon realized that this was more difficult than I had imagined. It was a big project that could only be done slowly. After closing the panel, I thought that since the Flame Dragon armor was already at 50, if I practiced a bit more, I could definitely reclaim the glory from last time. So, I entered the virtual battle room again. Flame Dragon armor, merge. I walked in with a knife, and when the Flame Dragon armor appeared, he was also holding a flame blade. I was stunned at the moment, thinking, why do you still have equipment? That's not fair. I grinned and suggested, hey buddy, how about we practice some punches? Don't you know Southern Fist? Teach me, would you? He didn't pay me any attention and slowly raised his knife, leaning it against his back. I felt a jolt in my heart. I recognized that stance. Suddenly, I heard a voice from the void, demon ceiling slash. I was momentarily blinded, and before I could spit out 1,000 curse words, I was already out. What the hell? Wasn't it just that I hit you once last time? Is it really necessary? Coming in swinging, right away? I was at full health, man. You just took me out in one hit. Has this AI been secretly grinding for ranks? This is so frustrating. Just as I was feeling down, there was a knock at the yard door. I opened it and saw Itachi. I immediately put on a mischievous grin and approached. Oh, isn't this our pure love warrior Itachi? Did you go on a date this afternoon? Itachi's little face turned bright red, and he stammered. Achan-kun, don't say that. Seeing him like that was really amusing. I chuckled and said, all right, let's get down to business. What do you need me for? It's Kakashi-sensei. He wants us to go to the Hokage building immediately. The Hokage building? At this hour? I thought, could it be an urgent mission? And it turned out to be just that. When we got to the Hokage's office, Minato Hokage gave us a special task since the joint Chunin exam was too difficult. He assigned us an extra rank mission, and if we completed it, we'd get promoted to Chunin. The mission, eliminate bandits and capture their leader. Among the Jonin leading us was someone named Tsurutobi, and let me tell you, that guy had his chin held higher than the sky. He could probably apply for a patent for looking down on people through his nostrils. He looked at us kids with complete disdain. Itachi asked if I wanted to act alone, and Sarutobi overheard and sneered. You don't know your place. Hey, I have a bad temper. Can I just let this slide? My post-00's workplace reform spirit kicked in. I originally wanted to just go with the flow, but now, even if you beg me, I won't play with you guys. I called out to Itachi and Tens. Let's go. Kakashi-sensei was really supportive. When Sarutobi tried to stop us, Kakashi didn't even turn back and coldly said, I believe in them, and followed us. So cool. The three of us stealthily made our way to the bandits' lair and easily blended in using transformation techniques. In the center of the stronghold, there was a large, brightly lit house, clearly the place where the leader resided. Just as we hid ourselves, we saw a few fierce-looking guys walk in, and the one leading them, with a scarred face, had a chakra level definitely at the mid-jonin level. We exchanged a glance, took action immediately, and quickly knocked out the guard at the door. We quietly slipped inside. As soon as we entered the room, to our surprise, there was a boss inside. The group of bandits, including the scar-faced Chunin, were kneeling before a man like grandsons. The man complained that they were collecting too little money and smashed the teacup directly. At that moment, I thought, is this little money not enough? In a while, it will all be my spoils. Just then, the weasel beside me suddenly turned pale. He pulled out a small booklet from his pocket and handed it to me. I leaned over to take a look, then glanced up at the person sitting in the room. Hiss! I inhaled sharply. Beneath the photo were several blood-red characters. Shimizu Tamaki, a rank rogue ninja. Who understands family? They said it was a B-rank mission to eliminate a bandit. But the boss directly escalated it to an A-rank rogue ninja. Is the task rating system of Konoha taught by the PE teacher, or what? I quickly glanced at his panel. His chakra was 4 times mine, but his illusion value was even lower than mine. Fortune favors the bold. Let's do it. I exchanged glances with Itachi and Tens, and they nodded, indicating that those few small fries were no problem. Let's go. The three of us instantly threw out our shurikens, and the A-rank rogue ninja reacted quickly, jumping aside. However, the few kneeling bandits were out of luck and got hit on the spot. After the rogue ninja, Shimura stood firm. He looked at us 3 kids and bizarrely licked the shuriken in his hand with his tongue. I directly started to curse. Tisish, acting all weird. Do you think you're Orochimaru? Before I finished speaking, I had already completed the hand seals and unleashed a massive fireball jutsu right at his face. Let's see how you handle this. You can taste my explosive output first. Goodness, this guy really has some skills. He is truly a jonin. His hand seal speed is incredibly fast. Just as my fireball shot out, he already formed the water release. Water barrier. Let me tell you, that scene was like a super high-powered fire hydrant facing off against a giant flamethrower. With a whoosh, the whole room instantly turned into a sauna. You couldn't see your hand in front of your face. But this guy was really cunning. That thick fog was practically his playground. Just when I was distracted for a moment, whoosh, a poison kunai came flying right at my face. Damn, that was fast. I rolled and scrambled backward, and instinctively launched a phoenix fire technique, sending several fireballs sweeping out like a machine gun. And what happened? That guy actually danced through the rain of fire like it was a driving test, and not a single one of my attacks landed. I'm sweating cold on my forehead. Does anyone understand? A-level rogue ninjas are no joke. I just realized that not wearing a disguise and confronting him head-on is too risky. Moreover, out of the corner of my eye, I noticed that Itachi and Tenzu are also being held up. If this continues, our small team might be wiped out today. No, we must fight decisively. Enough with the disguise. I'm showing my hand. I focused my gaze and concentrated my thoughts, directly unleashing my power. Flame Dragon Armor, merge. Cue the BGM. A dazzling red light enveloped my entire body, and when the light dissipated, I was no longer the same me as before. The guy across from me, named Shimura Tamaki, was completely stunned, his mouth agape, as if he could fit an egg in it, probably thinking, what the hell is this? Is this some kind of special effects drama? He still didn't believe it, and with a flick of his hand, he threw a shadow clone shuriken. Goodness, one turned into 5 or 6, clattering all over me. And the result? It was like a scraping treatment. My skin didn't even break. Now he was completely panicking, swallowing hard, his expression all wrong. But after all, he had seen a lot, and his panic was just a momentary lapse. The next second, his gaze sharpened like a knife, and his whole demeanor shifted. Lightning release. Lightning flow blade. Let me tell you, this was his self-created ninjutsu, B rank, but he mastered it to perfection, its power rivaling A rank. He leaped into the air, electric currents crackling in his palms, like 2 knives made of lightning, slashing down at me. I couldn't take that head on. I gathered chakra and shot 3 fire punches at that strike. With a loud bang, the entire room shook. But this was just a feint. In the instant of the explosion, that guy's figure flashed like a ghost in front of me, arms crossed, emanating a destructive, thunderous aura. And another lightning flow blade struck my chest. Too fast. My pupils constricted, and I instantly summoned the flame blade, blocking it across my chest. Clang! The sound made my ears buzz. Our weapons clashed fiercely, sparks flying, and a shock wave of chakra swept through the area like a typhoon, sending the mountain bandits, who had never seen such a scene flying, crying out for their mothers. Shimura Tamaki's face turned a deep shade of purple, and he probably never imagined that his trump card would be blocked by a 6-year-old kid. His mentality completely collapsed, muttering, "What kind of monster is this?" The opportunity came. I suddenly exerted my strength, sending him flying, and he staggered into the corner before stopping. I wouldn't give him a chance to catch his breath. I stomped down hard, leaping into the air, pouring the majority of my remaining chakra into my flame blade. That blade hummed, glowing brightly with red light. Shimura Tamaki curled up in the corner, looking at my world-destroying strike, his pupils shrinking to the size of a pinhead, his face filled with despair. "Give it to me, Dai." With one slash, I struck down. With a loud bang, the entire house was split in two. The corner where he was hiding was instantly buried under the collapsed beams and stones. Job done. I quickly took off my armor and sent Itachi and Tens to catch that mountain bandit leader, making sure he didn't escape in the chaos. At that moment, my dead fish-eyed teacher Kakashi emerged from some corner, lazily complimenting the completion of the task, before walking into the ruins and dragging out that guy named Shimura Tanuki like a dead dog. He was charred all over, with a horrific burn from his face to his thigh. Just looking at it was painful. As a result, another examiner, that guy named Sarutobi Asuma, rushed in, saw this scene, and upon seeing the person Kakashi was holding, he immediately blew up. He pointed his finger at Kakashi and accused him of cheating, saying that how could we kids possibly defeat an A-rank rogue ninja? It must have been the Jonin in charge secretly helping. Kakashi still looked indifferent, with his hands in his pockets, coldly asking, "Did you see me make a move?" That guy got even angrier, shouting, "Do you think I'm stupid? Just based on those three, they could win against Shimura Tanuki?" I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. I stepped forward, scratched my nails, and leisurely said, "You didn't say anything wrong. That Shimura Taichi was indeed not defeated by the three of us." Upon hearing this, that guy thought I was admitting it, and his face lit up with pride, as if he caught a huge piece of evidence. But then I hit him with a bombshell, flashing him a charming smile, because Shimura Taichi was taken down by me alone. As soon as those words left my mouth, the whole place fell silent. That Sarutobi Asuma was stunned for a long time, then looked at me as if I were a fool, and finally got so angry he was trembling, saying I was bragging and that he would report this to Lord Hokage and strip us of our ninja status. After saying that, he stormed off in a huff. TCH, whatever, if you don't believe me. I happily carried Shimura Taichi's body. After all, he was an A-rank rogue ninja, and I was going to collect the bounty. But what happened next? The next day, Dad Minato directly slapped the list of us who passed the Chunin exam onto that Sarutobi Asuma's face. That guy was furious on the spot, and even wanted to use the third Hokage to pressure us. Dad Minato just lightly tapped the table and calmly told him, "This list was decided by me and Lord Third together. Also, I am the current Hokage." It was simply so cool. In the afternoon, Kakashi called us all together, congratulated us on becoming Chunin, and encouraged us to aim for Hokage. I lay down directly on the grass and disdainfully said, "Hokage? I don't want to be that. Didn't you see the pile of documents on Dad Minato's desk? It's taller than me. Just thinking about it gives me a headache." Itachi, however, was very serious and said he wanted to be Hokage to fulfill his father's and family's wishes. I looked at the huge faces on Hokage Rock, smiled, and softly said, "Okay." A few days later, we were already Chunin, and Kakashi-sensei said it was time to consider getting a summoning beast to play with. To give us a glimpse, he immediately formed hand signs and, with a bang, summoned a dog. The dog, named Pakin, had a look of utter despair on its face and was wearing a Leaf Village forehead protector on its head. I told you this dog is so funny. It actually started talking and complained to me that its other Shiba Inu brothers have been busy looking for partners and having puppies, while it's the only one left, having chased after 7 female dogs and failed. Now it has seen through the world. Does anyone understand? It's 2025, and even Shiba Inus are getting serious about relationships. Kakashi asked us what we think. Itachi thought for a moment and said he prefers crows. That really fits his character. As for Tens, He shook his head and said he hadn't thought about it. I had a little scheme in my mind. I leaned over and asked Kakashi, "Sensei, do you know where I can sign a contract with a panda?" Kakashi looked confused and said he hadn't heard of it. Sigh, a bit disappointed, so I turned my attention to Tenzo. I thought, if Tenzo's would release could be paired with some sage technique. Wouldn't that mean he could take off right then and there, doubling his combat power? I immediately leaned over and asked him mysteriously, Hey, Tenzo, do you like frogs? Or snakes? Or even slugs would be fine." Tenzo was taken aback by my question, saying he couldn't say he liked or disliked them. It doesn't matter that he hasn't had any contact. I'll help him look into it. My mischievous intentions seemed to have been seen through by Kakashi, who was nearby. This guy is practically a walking spoiler detector. But let me tell you, the entire ninja world has been unsettled lately, especially in the Hidden Mist Village. I heard the newly appointed Mizukage has implemented something called a bloody graduation exam, and the whole village is almost turned into a battle royale scene. With the theme being graduation means getting boxed immediately. Terumi Mei is almost at her wit's end, going to complain to their village's elder. But the old man had no solution either, only saying that the Mizukage is dead set on causing trouble, and no one can persuade him otherwise. Sigh. While other villages are in turmoil, things are peaceful here. During dinner at home, I casually mentioned to Uncle Fugaku that I wanted to get a panda as my summoning beast. Uncle Fugaku was taken aback, probably thinking to himself why this kid is always coming up with such strange ideas, but he still smiled and agreed to help me inquire. After dinner, I went with Itachi to see Sasuke. Wow, little Sasuke was so adorable, it made me want to bleed. His chubby little hands were flailing around, and when I poked his little face, the feeling was amazing. The little guy even gave me face, grabbing onto my fingers and not letting go, giggling away. Itachi watched from the side with a doting expression, saying Sasuke really likes me. Of course, he has to establish a good relationship with me, being so handsome, so he can inherit my looks in the future. Just as we were having fun, Uncle Fugaku came over with a scroll, saying it was a basic illusion technique from the Uchiha clan. Seeing us with our Sharingan activated, he brought it for us to practice. When I opened it at home, wow, it was really basically a Jinjutsu level, and compared to Itachi's Tsukuyami, it was like elementary school magic. But even the smallest mosquito is still meat. So I casually picked 2 to learn. I also glanced at my panel. My chakra and stats had increased a bit, and the compatibility of my flame dragon armor was stuck at 50%. Mainly because that trial was so unfair. Starting off with a big move that took me out instantly, not giving me a chance at all. So, lately, I've been grinding the Wind Eagle armor. Though it's just hand-to-hand combat, at least I can gain experience, and now the compatibility has reached 6%. The next day, I went out to improve my meals, starting with a bowl of Ichiraku ramen. The taste was authentic. Then I shopped for a bunch of food and supplies, and just as I was heading back, wow, my eyes went wide. A white-haired old man was sneaking into the women's bathhouse. With that back, that hair color, that creepy aura. Does anyone understand? Am I really about to hit the jackpot? I quietly followed him with a quick step, my heart racing with excitement. Sure enough, when I scanned the system panel, it showed name, Jiraiya, and the attributes were a long string of numbers that dazzled me. It was like a walking boss. Oh my, this is truly the perverted sage in the flesh. I saw him climb onto the partition in the middle of the bathhouse in just a few moves, using the steam as cover, peeking into the women's bath while mumbling something about inspiration, an endless stream of inspiration. His expression was as lewd as it could get. I stealthily leaned over and rested my head next to him, saying, "Uncle, is it nice?" Nice. He instinctively replied, then suddenly turned around, his face turning green. "Brat, who are you? You should be studying at your age. And here you are peeping. Goodness, this old pervert even tried to turn the tables on me." I shot back at him directly. "Who has spying? Don't you have any self-awareness?" I jumped down from the partition, crossed my arms, and stared at him. "If you don't leave, I'll call the security team." This made him anxious, and he jumped down too, hands on his hips, face not flushed and heart not racing, trying to explain to me. "Don't say nonsense. I'm looking for inspiration for my creation." "Creation? Do you understand?" Puffed. "Creation? What have you written?" I scoffed. Upon hearing this, he got excited and proudly pulled out a small notebook with an orange-red cover from his pocket, waving it in front of me. I focused my gaze and thought, wow, paradise of intimacy, the legendary forbidden book. He was really bragging, saying that once this book is published, it will definitely sweep through the entire ninja world. I was filled with curiosity at the time and instinctively wanted to reach out and grab it. As a result, he quickly pulled the book back, cradling it like a protective parent, looking at me with a wary expression. "Little brat, this isn't for you to see. Besides, I haven't finished writing it yet. It absolutely can't leak out." What if someone plagiarizes it? Hey, he has quite a strong sense of copyright. I pouted and turned to leave. Fine, you continue your inspiration gathering, but I'm really going to call the security team. Only then did he curse and follow me out. Just as we reached the door, a particularly gentle voice sounded. Master Jiraiya, you are indeed here. I turn around and wow, the golden flash of the wind water gate. The fourth Hokage himself came to catch someone. Jiraiya's old face instantly stiffened, so awkward that he could probably scratch out a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes on the ground. Watergate seemed quite surprised to see me here. Just as I was about to expose this old pervert's crimes, he covered my mouth with his hand. Watergate. This little brat is being naughty. Ahem, I'm back for something serious. Let's talk when we get back. After saying that, he dragged Watergate away. Looking at their backs, I felt quite emotional. Seeing these legendary figures in person was truly wonderful. However, thinking about Jiraiya's future fate, I felt a bit uncomfortable. I hope my appearance can change something. On the other side, I guess Danzo the old man is sneezing. I heard that the Shimizu Tamaki I captured has woken up, and he's probably fuming, planning how to find trouble with me. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office, Jiraiya was discussing Orochimaru's defection with Watergate, looking serious and swearing to bring back his former comrade. Watergate then casually mentioned, if possible, Jiraiya-sensei, can we also bring back Lady Tsunade? Jiraiya was taken aback. His expression was quite something. He coughed twice, found an excuse, and slipped away, leaving Watergate alone, sighing at the mountain of paperwork, probably thinking, whoever wants to be Hokage can do it. I will never let my son do this tiring job. That night, I sat cross-legged to practice and finally raised the compatibility of the Wind Eagle armor to 10%, successfully unlocking the Wind Eagle sword. Just as I was happy, I suddenly felt something was off. There was an extremely concealed chakra flashing outside. Someone was watching me. I instantly became alert and jumped onto the roof to take a look, but there was no one outside. It seemed I had been targeted. The next day, after finishing a mission with Itachi, I was walking home while eating dango. The villagers' attitude towards us Uchiha had clearly improved a lot, praising us for being young and talented, and good-looking. I felt quite pleased. It seemed my plan was effective. As long as I held steady, the night of the Uchiha massacre should be avoidable. The only variable was that guy Obito. His Kamui was too overpowered, and I wasn't sure if I could unlock the Zen seal to counter him in the future. While I was thinking, Itachi suddenly excitedly pulled me to a deserted place, formed hand seals, and, with a puff, turned into a flock of crows that scattered and then reassembled back into his human form. Wow, crow clone. He had actually signed a summoning contract with crows. What talent. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yamato. Oh no, still called Tenzo for now. The third Hokage kindly told him that he could arrange a powerful summoning beast for him, one from the Monkey King clan. Guess what Tenzo wanted? He weakly asked, do you have any toads? The third's expression at that moment was like hearing someone in 2025 say they never surfed the internet. His pupils were shaken. When asked why, Tenzo shyly said it was because he kept mentioning something about toads and cuttings, which piqued his curiosity. The third was both amused and speechless, but agreed to ask Jiraiya for him. And just like that, the opportunity came. The Watergate couple invited us for dinner, calling us younger generations and Jiraiya. At the dinner table, Jiraiya teased Naruto, only to be spat on by little Naruto, creating a very joyful scene. After a few rounds of drinks, Jiraiya brought up serious matters, stating that he would set off tomorrow to find Orochimaru. As they chatted, his gaze fell on me. Hey, you little brat, named Uchiha Han. What is it, peeping uncle? I didn't give him any face. The old man was so angry, he almost blew his top. We quarreled for a while, and I wanted to take the opportunity to see his intimate paradise, but he sternly refused. Itachi next to us watched nervously and quietly advised me not to speak to Jiraiya like that. I winked at him, reassuring him that I knew my limits. After the commotion, Jiraiya finally remembered the main point and turned to Tenzo. You are Tenzo, right? Yes, Jiraiya-sama. I'm telling you, Jiraiya is really satisfied with Tens, making me and Itachi feel somewhat redundant, so we decided to leave first. On the way home, Itachi poked me and said, Han-kun, since we don't have any missions lately, why don't we go hang out with Shursui tomorrow? I said sure, and immediately smirked. Why don't you go find Izumi-chan instead? Goodness, Itachi's little face turned bright red, and he stubbornly replied, She is school. How could she have time? Right? I just remembered that both of us are unemployed youth right after graduation, while Izumi is still a struggling student. But speaking of Shursui, I have to tell you, I always feel like something's off with him lately. He's been so absent-minded. The next day, the three of us practiced shuriken in a small grove. Shursui's skills are really impressive. I learned a lot from sparring with him. But today, his state was just ridiculous. He almost stabbed himself in the foot throwing a shuriken. I couldn't hold back anymore and directly asked him, "Sure, Sway, what's wrong with you lately? If there's something, just say it." I was purely worried that Danzo was up to something behind the scenes again. As a result, Sure Sway was taken aback, his eyes darting around, and he muttered 2 words, "Nothing. Nothing's wrong." TCH. That expression was almost like he had something's wrong written all over his face. But if he didn't want to say, it wouldn't make sense to ask again. So I had to keep an eye on him. Let me tell you, Sure Sway is great in every way, but he's been thoroughly brainwashed by Danzo. He always thinks that the village is above everything, and family interests can be sacrificed at will. Isn't that nonsense? The Uchiha are being pushed out of the village like that, and we're not allowed to have a bit of temper? If you're unkind, don't blame me for being ungrateful. But in the original story, he still believed Danzo in the end, which is just like a late-stage PUA victim. All right, let's leave it at that for today. Suddenly, Sure Sway put away his gear and turned to leave, looking so desolate. Itachi was anxious by the side. "Hankuin, Sure Sway." I shook my head. He won't say it. But it probably has something to do with Root. Root? Itachi looked confused. What is that place? You seem to really dislike it. Let me correct you, I said seriously. Not just a bit, but I really hate it. Then, I started to wildly educate Itachi, exaggeratingly portraying Danzo as an ultimate perverted villain. Let me tell you, do you know why that pig at Uncle Yoei's house kept screaming at night? It's because of Root. And remember that string of underwear thefts in the village? Why couldn't the guards catch the thief? It's not that they couldn't catch them, it's that they dared not, because it was done by people from Root. The most perverted thing is, I've heard that old Danzo likes to pluck out people's eyes, so when you see him, make sure to protect your Sharingan. In short, remember this. If there's any bad thing happening in the village and you can't find the culprit, don't doubt, just directly point at that old Danzo. Itachi's face turned green as he listened, and although he knew I was exaggerating, judging by his expression, his vigilance towards Root was definitely at an all-time high. On the other side, Sure Sway really went to the Root base alone, kneeling in front of Danzo with a gloomy face. "Lord Danzo." Danzo, looking like an old Buddha, put down his documents and coldly asked, "Are you still hesitating?" Sure Sway lowered his head even more. "Lord Danzo, the clan's opinions about the village have decreased a lot recently." "Huh, Sure Sway, you're too young." Danzo walked directly to his side, placing a hand on his shoulder, and began his performance. "Do you really think those old foxes have calmed down? They're just waiting for an opportunity, waiting for a chance to drag both the village and the Uchiha down together. Their thoughts are rotten to the core. Do you think they can change? Impossible." Danzo's voice was sinister. "For the family, for the village, there's only one path. Total annihilation." Goodness, he even came out with that phrase. Sure Sway trembled all over, and Danzo pressed down on him to steady him. "Those old stubborns are the parasites of the family. They must be eliminated. As for those kids, their thoughts are not yet fixed. Once you eliminate the parasites, they will grow up, and the Uchiha will welcome a new life." At this point, Danzo suddenly leaned close to Sure Sway's ear, like telling a ghost story. "Or are you saying, you don't trust me anymore?" As soon as this was said, Sure Sway instantly steadied himself, as if he had pressed the fast-forward button. "That's not true. Lord Danzo is always the person I trust the most." The smile on Danzo's face made me want to punch him through the screen. "Since that's the case, what are you hesitating for?" Sure Sway clenched his fists and finally squeezed out a response like it was forced from between his teeth. "Yes, Lord Danzo." 3 years flew by in the blink of an eye. Let me tell you, my strength has been skyrocketing. My chakra is almost at the level of a Jonin, all thanks to that 3-tailed charging treasure inside me. I've also unlocked the Wind Eagle armor and the Black Rhino armor, but the latter's compatibility is getting harder to level up, just like the end of a game version, grinding to death. That kid Itachi has also made rapid progress. His Jinjutsu is even better than mine. But do you know what frustrates me the most? He unlocked the 2-Tomo Sharingan. How did he unlock it? You wouldn't believe it. That evening, Itachi was cooking, and Sasuke came over to play, accidentally getting a small cut for a knife. Just a little scratch. And then, Itachi just unlocked the 2-Tomo. Family who understands. What can I complain about this? Sasuke's wound healed in 2 days, and it was like Itachi had unlocked a permanent effect for his eyes. Meanwhile, my 2-Tomo is still stuck with no progress. It feels terrible. "Hankuin, get up." I was still dreaming of arm wrestling with Kagaya Tsutsuki when Itachi kicked my door open, and the sunlight hit me right in the face. "What are you doing? Aren't we supposed to be off today? Workers have rights too." I rolled over in my blanket. "It's already noon, and you're still sleeping." Itachi rushed over and tried to pull my blanket off. What are you doing? Get lost. Can't I get up? I got anxious and held onto the blanket tightly. Seeing me like this, Itachi shrugged and went out, muttering something strange. I dragged myself to get dressed and went out, looking like I just woke up, wondering what was going on. Itachi pulled out an order covered with Fugaku's big red seal and waved it in front of me. I took it and saw, good heavens, they've temporarily transferred me from the administrative department to the action department to serve as security for the Hyuga clan's birthday party. What the heck? Do they really think I'm free labor for the guard team? I'm working for your family for free. The thing I hate the most is being exploited by capitalists. Itachi quickly smiled apologetically. Oh, Han-kun, it's just that we don't have enough manpower. Don't worry. You'll definitely be compensated later. The clan's budget is being approved. It better be. I was just complaining a bit. Fugaku's family is actually quite nice to me. So I definitely have the help with this. By the way, didn't Sasuke ask you to accompany him? Itachi laughed. Lord Fourth brought Naruto over, and the two little brats are fighting, so they don't have time to bother with me. All right, so we trudged our way to the Hyuga clan. Upon arriving at the Hyuga house, I was immediately stunned by the grandeur. Wow, dozens of servants were bustling about. If you didn't know better, you'd think they were about to hold the Olympics. Leading the group was Uncle Lu Wei, who complained to me. The clan leader specifically asked me to keep an eye on things. Can you believe it? It's just a young lady's birthday. Is it really necessary? If we're talking about luxury, it has to be the Hyuga family. His tone was dripping with disdain. I glanced around. People from Iwagakure and Sunagakure were all here, and then I saw people from Kumogakure. My mind went ding. Family, I'm familiar with this plot. In the original story, it was on Hinata's birthday that the envoy from Kumogakure tried to kidnap her to seize her Byakugan, but was countered by Hizashi, who ended up getting killed by the Kumogakure in the end, forcing Niji's father, Hyuga Hayashi, to die. TSK. That old man's weak diplomacy in the third generation is simply a classic scene. But now that the third Hokage is still around and Konoha's power is at its peak, the Cloud Village shouldn't dare to act so recklessly, right? Whatever, let's keep a close eye on them. Helping Niji a bit would count as doing a good deed. Itachi and I started patrolling the Hyuga compound, looking like security guards. While we were strolling, we bumped into two old classmates, Hinata and Hanabi. A long time no see. I greeted them enthusiastically. The two brothers were so awkward they could scratch the floor with their toes, since they used to trouble me a lot. And now, both of us are chunin while they are still stuck in school. After a brief chat, we continued our patrol. Itachi suddenly said, by the way, Kakashi-sensei said that when Jiraiya-sama returns, we might have to go on a mission with him. Jiraiya? That old pervert is back already? Didn't he go looking for Orochimaru? Could it be that he hit a bottleneck in his research? The next day, the birthday banquet officially started, and all the prominent figures from Konoha were there. Tintin and Mito were laughing like flowers, desperately trying to win over the Hyuga family. Sarutobi Hiruzen also showed up, but he sat far away from those two, creating a rather subtle atmosphere. Minato and Fugaku arrived last, bringing Mikoto and Kushina, along with the two little ones, Sasuke and Naruto. Those two brats were still glaring at each other. The envoys from the Cloud Village saw the scene with both the third and fourth Hokages present, and their faces turned green. They were probably cursing under their breath. Boss, what do we do? The Hokages are here. We can't act. No choice but to eat. If we can't complete the mission, at least we have to fill our bellies. A few of them started to turn their grief into food consumption, frantically sweeping the food off the table. The main character, Hinata, was so shy that she kept hiding behind a screen, only to be pulled out by Hizashi. And then she quickly shrank back again. Throughout the banquet, Hizashi was flying around, toasting Minato and Fugaku like crazy, leaving Tintin and Mito sulking in the corner, their faces dark with anger. By 2 in the afternoon, Minato said he had urgent business and had to leave. The third Hokage and Fugaku followed suit. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught sight of the Cloud Village guys. Their eyes lit up like wolves spotting meat. Boss, the Hokage are gone. The opportunity has come. The leader grinned. Quick, follow yesterday's plan. Goodness, those guys were drunk, looking for excuses to sneak out of the banquet one by one. The banquet went on until the evening, and the Cloud Ninjas figured out Hinata's location and patrol route, quietly beginning their operation. Remember, don't get caught. Don't worry, boss. There's a blind spot in the guard patrol. It's absolutely safe. A few of them excitedly made their way towards Hinata's room, but they didn't know that I had been watching everything. I slipped the kunai onto my index finger and casually twirled it, thinking to myself, the princess, huh? I should save her. Although that little brat Naruto is indeed a bit annoying. In the next moment, my figure vanished from the spot. In Hinata's room, she was talking to her maid. Suddenly, The maid felt her whole body go weak. Just as she was about to get up, a shadow flashed by, and she fell silently to the ground. Ah! Just as Hinata was about to scream, a large hand firmly covered her mouth. Jinjutsu. In an instant, Hinata's eyes went blank. Got it. Several shadows revealed themselves, excitedly rubbing their hands. The leader of the Cloud Ninjas picked up Hinata and barked, "Let's go." Back to the village immediately. The group flashed their figures and disappeared from the room. They ran wildly, quickly escaping the main house and arriving at the patrol blind spot they had scoped out in advance. Boss, as long as we avoid the guard team and escape the Konoha barrier, we will succeed. The few of them felt ecstatic, as if they could already see money and status beckoning to them. Just then, the leader suddenly stopped, his face wary, because not far away on the wall, there was a guy sitting there, smiling and waving at them. Hello. I waved my hand enthusiastically. Hey guys, did you enjoy today's feast? I jumped down from the wall, dusted myself off, and wore an innocent smile. You little brat. Who are you? If you don't want to die, get lost. The leader shouted fiercely, and the others quickly drew their blades. Oh, all playing with knives, huh? I continue to comment. Boss, why waste words with him? Just kill him and be done with it. An impatient lackey charged at me with his knife. You little brat, you're looking for death. Don't blame me. His face was twisted with excitement, the knife raised high, and he swung down fiercely. But just as he spoke halfway, his voice suddenly cut off with a snap. I tell you, when that knife came down, there was a bang, and the person was gone. It just cut through the air. It was a shadow clone. Those cloud-hidden ninjas were completely stunned, looking around for someone, and then they heard a voice from the roof. Hey, I'm over here. I was standing on the rooftop at that time, completely stunned. I saw that kid suddenly pull out a transformation device from who knows where, cross his hands, and raise them to the sky, yelling dramatically, flame dragon armor combined. The two little brats next to him, Naruto and Sasuke, immediately chimed in as if they had rehearsed it 100 times, with the official commentary kicking in. Flame Dragon Summoner. The summoner can borrow to become the armored warrior Flame Dragon Knight. I almost spat out my drink. Who understands? This is the ninja world. How did it turn into a tokusatsu show? As soon as I finished speaking, a red light exploded, and when the light faded, Uchiha Han appeared in an incredibly cool fiery red armor. The few Cloud Ninjas' eyes nearly popped out, muttering, "What the hell is this thing?" Although they had never seen it before. The oppressive aura and royal demeanor were obvious to anyone. This thing was not to be trifled with. The leader of the Cloud Ninja instantly panicked, all his previous disdain gone, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Let's go together, don't hold back." But what about him? He was holding Hinata, trying to make a run for it. Just as he turned around, another figure appeared right in front of him. Upon closer inspection, wow, another little brat, Uchiha. Itachi Uchiha. Now, it was good. Uchiha Han was over there going wild, while Itachi was facing off against the leader of the Cloud Ninja. Let me tell you, that kid didn't even consider those little fish as threats. Looking cool, he even summoned a blazing sword. Lowering his body, he shot out like a cannonball. I saw a flash of fire pass by, and in an instant, those Cloud Ninja, still in the middle of their slashing motion, fell down like dumplings, thud-thud. All of them with a charred hole in their chests, their blood dried up. Naruto on the wall was screaming, "Han brother is so cool." After dealing with the minions, Uchiha Han turned around and saw Itachi and the leader of the Cloud Ninja in a very awkward standoff. Why? Because that guy was holding Hinata. Itachi was afraid of hurting Hinata, and that guy was also hindered by holding someone completely restrained. Neither dared to go all out. I thought at that moment, this fight could go on until dawn without a winner. It turned out that the armored guy thought the same way. In a flash, he disappeared, and when he reappeared, Hinata was already in his arms, safely landing on a rooftop. He cheekily told the leader of the Cloud Village, "Now you can fight properly. No need to thank me." He also casually used his Sharingan to dispel the Jinjutsu on Hinata. The leader of the Cloud Village turned green with anger. The hostage was gone. All his men were down, leaving him as the only one standing. What was there to fight about? But he was also a tough guy. Knowing he couldn't escape, he simply decided to go all out and roared as he charged at Itachi. Now Itachi had no reservations either, and the two of them clashed fiercely. Fire style, lightning style, shadow clone, all kinds of ninjutsu were flying everywhere. To be fair, that J-Nin was quite skilled. A lightning style technique nearly took Itachi out. Itachi was also in danger. With a moment of distraction, he was caught off guard, and a kunai was almost pressed to his neck. Sasuke's little face turned pale, and he shouted, "Oni-chan." What happened next? The Cloud Ninja's blade stopped right in front of Itachi's neck, motionless. I focused my eyes and saw that Itachi's eyes were spinning with two tomo. At the critical moment, the Jinjutsu had taken effect. Uchiha slowly jumped down to the armor and patted Itachi's shoulder. Itachi was panting and said he had been careless, almost getting caught. Then Uchiha leaned in to sniff and laughed, saying, "No wonder, how much did this guy drink? He smells of alcohol, and his face is as red as a monkey's, but turns out he's a drunkard. No wonder he fell for the Jinjutsu so easily." Just then, an angry roar came. "Hinata!" Hyuga Hayashi rushed in with people, panicked. Seeing that his daughter was okay, he finally relaxed. But when he saw the leader of the Cloud Village controlled by the Jinjutsu, let me tell you, Hyuga Hayashi's face turned as dark as a pot bottom. Could he not guess what this bunch wanted to do? Kidnapping the main family's young lady was just for his family to be a Kugen, right? Thinking that his daughter almost lost her life, his anger surged up instantly. I watched as the chakra inside him churned like boiling water. Suddenly, he moved. With a loud bang, he thrust his palm out without even shouting a technique name. The leader of the Cloud Village didn't even have time to react. With a loud crash, a huge hole was blasted through his chest, and he died on the spot. The shockwave from that palm strike even collapsed the wall behind him. I was dumbfounded at the time. Wow, is the head of the Hyuga family this powerful? Now the situation escalated, with the Umbu and members from various clans arriving. Uchiha had already taken Itachi and a few others and slipped away. Later, the matter reached the Hokage's office, where Minato, the third Hokage, and Fugaku were all present. The next day, news came that the few Cloud ninjas who were in prison had all committed suicide in their cells. This made things complicated. There were no witnesses to the deaths. The Cloud Village was indeed not to be trifled with. Upon receiving the news, they not only refused to take responsibility, but also turned the tables, claiming that we from Konoha killed their messenger and demanded the killer, Hyuga Hisashi, be handed over alive. The village immediately convened an emergency high-level meeting. Those old geezers, including Mito, Minato, and others, began with the same old rhetoric. "Oh, peace is hard to come by. We must consider the bigger picture." The implication was clear. Why not just hand over Hisashi to settle matter? Hisashi turned pale at the time. At this critical moment, it was still our Uchiha clan's leader, Uncle Fugaku, who stood up and directly questioned them. "On what basis should we compromise? Do you really think Cloud Village dares to fight?" Minato was imposing, slamming his hand down. "Fugaku is right. We from Konoha do not seek trouble. But we are not afraid of it either. Hisashi, you don't need to blame yourself. I will handle this." The third Hokage was nearby, smoking a cigarette, not uttering a word. Meanwhile, that old guy, Danzo, was busy with his shadowy laboratory, filled with large test tubes containing blood-red Sharingan. Let me tell you, the scene was so terrifying that anyone even slightly timid would have nightmares. In 2025, there were still people using such Cthulhu-style decor. The next day, Konoha issued a statement with a very strong attitude. Cloud ninjas brought this upon themselves. Konoha will never compromise. At this point, the Hyuga family could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Hisashi and his brother Hayashi were chatting, and then came the most explosive news. His brother Hayashi said that Elder Mito secretly reached out to him. The implication was that, to spare his brother discomfort, he, as the younger brother, should go die in his place. Hayashi was a straightforward person. After saying this, he suddenly bowed deeply to Hisashi, saying, "Brother, just hand me over." "I told you." Hisashi was completely stunned at that moment and quickly helped his brother up. Goodness, this guy is just too honest. Hisashi felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Just because he was born a few minutes earlier, one became the main family and the other became the branch family. And he even had a broken birdcage carved on his forehead. What kind of situation is this? He patted his brother's shoulder and said, "Are you stupid? Who calls the shots in the village now? It's the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Not those old geezers like Mito Minion. Since Lord Minato has spoken up for us, we have to trust him. Besides, if something really happens to you, what will happen to your son Niji?" This hit a nerve with Hisashi. No matter how tough he was, just thinking about Niji softened his heart. His brother was right. The fourth is different from that old man of the third. We have to trust him. Let's just let this matter pass. Later, the hidden Cloud Village really didn't dare to make a move. And this storm calmed down just like that. But because of this incident, our Hyuga clan completely sided with Minato. And our relationship with the Uchiha clan also eased up quite a bit, with several more of our Hyuga family members joining the guard squad. On the other hand, guess who was feeling emo? The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. He was alone in his office, smoking a cigarette, starting to reflect on his life. He thought to himself, if I had handled this matter, would Hisashi really have to step forward to settle it? Thinking this way, he admitted that Minato was indeed much stronger than him. Perhaps the best decision he made in his life was choosing Minato as his successor. He walked to the window, looked at his statue on Hokage Rock, sighed, and felt that he was really getting old. It was time to completely hand over this office to Minato. The scene shifted to the Hokage office. Uchiha Itachi, was helping Minato with some tasks, mainly because Kakashi was still on sick leave. To be honest, I was basically slumped on the couch like a pancake. Minato looked at a document sent by the Umbu and suddenly smiled, saying it was great. Then he glanced at my lazy appearance and said with a smile, "All right, let's call it a day. You can clock out now." I jumped up from the sofa in an instant. Then Watergate changed the subject, but there is no such thing as a free lunch. Jiraiya-sensei has returned to the village. Why don't you two go find him? I was puzzled at the time. Why didn't he come to find you, his disciple, after returning? As a result, Kakashi looked awkward and made faces at me, giving me a you-know-what-I-mean expression. Wow, I understood immediately. After leaving the Hokage building, Itachi still foolishly asked me, "Hankun, where are we going to find Jiraiya-sama?" I laughed. "Isn't that nonsense?" Guess what? Itachi thought for a moment and asked uncertainly, "The bathhouse?" "Oh, you little brat know about that too?" Itachi's expression at that moment was just something else. It was that kind of feeling where even though you've heard about it, seeing it in person still makes your worldview shatter. After all, those are the legendary 3 ninjas. I put my arm around his shoulder and said, "Come on, bro. I'll take you to see for yourself how the legendary 3 ninjas filter shatters all over the place." We headed straight to the biggest bathhouse in Konoha. Before we got close, we heard a very lewd laugh coming from inside. Wah, inspiration. This inspiration is pouring out like a spring. We leaned over to take a look, and to our surprise, Jiraiya was sprawled on the wall of the women's bathhouse, bleeding from his nose, flailing his arms in the air, and laughing foolishly with a he. It was a scene too embarrassing to watch. I quietly jumped onto the barrier and softly asked him, "Is it nice?" He instinctively replied, "Yes, it's nice." Then he suddenly turned around, saw it was me, and his face turned green. "It's you again, you little brat. Get lost, get lost." I ignored him and directly said, "Lord Watergate is looking for you." Only then did he reluctantly jump down from the wall. But when he turned around, he saw Itachi, which made things awkward. He coughed for a long time. Itachi was beside him, and I felt like the glorious statue of the 3 ninjas in his heart had shattered into pieces. But it's fine. Seeing him like this made this legendary figure seem quite down to earth, just like a lecherous uncle from the neighborhood. I brought Jiraiya to the Hokage building and quickly slipped away, collapsing on my bed at home, too exhausted to do anything else. I casually opened my system panel to take a look. Name, Uchiha Han. Chakra, 2446. Sigh. It wasn't so bad until I looked. My trials for the Flame Dragon armor and Windhawk armor were all stuck at the final ultimate move. When that demon blade came out, the space around me felt like it had solidified. I couldn't even move a finger, let alone dodge. I was killed in one hit every time, with no gaming experience at all. There was nothing I could do, so I had to honestly grind the compatibility of the Black Rhino armor PHP. Fortunately, after using the remaining 2 chances today, I managed to raise the compatibility of the Black Rhino armor to 20%. Congratulations, host. Black Rhino armor compatibility has increased to 20%. Unlocking special training. Special training for the Earth Tiger armor. Hey, I finally unlocked a new armor, although I secretly wanted that cool Snow Mastiff armor. I guess I have to take it one step at a time. A couple of days later, Jiraiya had rested enough and was ready to head out again. Watergate handed him a document regarding Lady Tsunade's recent whereabouts. The most outrageous part came when Watergate actually requested Jiraiya to take us 3 little brats, me, Itachi, and Tenzu along. Jiraiya, the big guy, was not pleased, especially when he saw me. His expression was like he was looking at a troublemaker. Before we set off, the 3 of us gathered at Fugaka's house. As soon as Naruto saw me, he rushed over, looking at me eagerly, and said, "Brother Han, are you guys leaving? Can I borrow that summoning tool to play with for a few days?" Let me tell you, my Flame Dragon Armor Summoner is just a model made by a craftsman according to the blueprint. It can't transform, and it doesn't even have lights or sounds. It's purely at the level of a bargain product for $9.09 with free shipping. But those 2 little brats, Naruto and Sasuke, are just so envious. I originally intended to refuse, but when I turned around, I saw Jiraiya casually walking through the gate. My eyes darted, and a wicked idea came to mind. I pulled Naruto aside and whispered to him, "Want to borrow it?" "Sure. Do you see that old man with white hair?" Naruto nodded. "Uh-huh. He looks a bit perverted, right? Just go up to him and call him Pervy Sage, and I'll lend you this summoning tool for a few days." When Naruto heard this, He thought it was easy and dashed over to Jiraiya. Jiraiya recognized him and felt quite friendly since he was his own disciple. As a result, Naruto stared at him with his innocent, big eyes and blinked, asking, "Do you know me?" "Pervy Sage." Ha ha ha. Jiraiya's face turned green right on the spot. Before he could explode, I quickly rushed over and pushed him toward the door, saying, "Jiraiya-sama, the mission is urgent. Let's hurry and set off." I casually tossed the summoning tool model to Naruto. Once we were out of the village, Jiraiya was still warning me not to pull any tricks on him. Tenzin curiously asked, "Jiraiya-sama, what's this mission about?" Jiraiya suddenly looked serious and turned to us, asking, "Do you know who the legendary Sannin are besides me?" Itachi, being very clever, immediately understood. "You mean Tsunade-sama?" "That's right, Orochimaru has defected. We can't possibly be going to capture him." Jiraiya nodded and officially led us on the journey to find Tsunade. I was puzzled. The village was fine, and Minato was alive and well. So why look for Tsunade? Plus, her blood phobia is really difficult to deal with. We traveled for half a day and arrived at a village town. According to the intel, Tsunade had been here 2 days ago. Without a doubt, she was either at the tavern or the gambling house. We changed into plain clothes and split up. I casually asked a villager for information and headed straight for the nearest gambling house. 2 muscular men at the entrance tried to stop me, but without saying a word. I pulled out a thick wad of cash from my pocket and showed it to them. The 2 guys exchanged glances and immediately let me through. As soon as I entered, I heard a particularly boisterous female voice shouting, come on, buy now, and you're guaranteed to win." I squeezed in for a look, and wow, a stunning blonde beauty was there, wearing a green coat, with one leg propped up on the table, her face flushed as she wildly shook the dice. Following her slightly tipsy face down, I was shocked. Family, who understands? The scale was simply majestic like a mountain. No need to ask, with such obvious features. It was definitely Tsunade herself, the legendary big prize. A sheep delivered right to the door, and we can't let such an opportunity slip by. I quietly slipped into the crowd, covering my eyes. In the next moment, my eyes transformed into a Sharingan with a Tomo. The dice in the cup looked like they were playing in slow motion to me, and I could see the numbers clearly. This was simply a physical cheat, way ahead. Without saying a word, I stood on tiptoe and slapped my money on the table. 465 big, just like that. The money in front of me multiplied several times. The gamblers around me were dumbfounded, their expressions changed, and they all started to place bets along with me. I sneered inwardly. This was exactly what I was waiting for. I pretended to be very confident and pushed all the money I had won onto the table. In the next second, everyone at the gambling table, without a second thought, threw in their own money as well. Tsunade drunkenly shouted, "Once you buy, you can't back out." Then, she slowly lifted the lid of the dice cup. 133? Small. The entire venue fell silent in an instant. And then everyone stared at me with eyes that seemed to want to eat me alive. They must be in cahoots. I don't know who shouted, but all the gamblers who had lost their minds instantly exploded, rushing towards me like crazy. Are you kidding? These ordinary people think they can catch me? My movements were as agile as a loach. As a result, Tsunade grew impatient, pinched her forehead, and with a bang, smashed the entire gambling table into splinters. That blow was pure physical strength, without a trace of chakra used. It was too fierce. The entire casino was silent. In the next second, I felt a green shadow flash in front of me, and I was dragged into a secluded alley. She bent down, staring at me with a serious expression. It wasn't a big deal, but when she bent down, let me tell you that angle. I immediately nosebleed. Tsunade gave me a disdainful glance, tossed me a few pieces of paper, and then chuckled. The Uchiha kid using the Sharingan for this kind of thing is quite interesting. Oh well, it turned out she had already noticed. I had no choice but to honestly explain. Lady Tsunade, Lord Hokage, sent us to bring you back to the village. She snorted dismissively. Isn't the village doing just fine? It seems like Minato is much more reliable than that old man. I was racking my brains on how to persuade her when suddenly a chilling voice came from the mouth of the alley. Tsunade. Without even raising her head, Tsunade already knew who it was. That figure slowly stepped into the light, and as soon as I saw that pale face devoid of any color, all the hairs on my body stood on end. I instinctively gripped the kunai in my bag. It was Orochimaru. He looked at my face, his long tongue unconsciously licking his lips, making a hissing sound, his eyes filled with the light of observing an experiment. So it's you. He remembered the aura of my armor. Tsunade also stood up straight, glaring at him, and shouted angrily, "Haven't you already become a rogue ninja? How dare you come looking for me?" Let me tell you, Orochimaru is really thick-skinned, acting as if he didn't hear anything grinning in a creepy way. He got straight to the point, saying, "Tsunade, I'm injured, you have to help me." Tsunade rolled her eyes and said, "Help you? Are you out of your mind? You're an S-rank wanted criminal. Why should I help you?" And guess what? Orochimaru dropped a bombshell. He said, "As long as you help me, I can bring your brother and your beloved back to life." I was listening from his side and shivered. Wow. Tsunade was completely frozen. Her expression was as shocked as if she had seen a ghost. Family, who understands? Orochimaru really knows how to PUA. He knows that Tsunade's biggest emotional knot in life is this, and he directly grasped her only weakness. His tongue came out to lick his lips, looking so smug. I realized at that moment, wow, he must be talking about impure world reincarnation. But the timing is off. This is almost 9 years earlier than in the original work. Could it be that this guy learned this forbidden technique before his defection? As soon as I saw Tsunade's conflicted and struggling expression, I realized it was bad. She was truly moved. I quickly shouted, "Lady Tsunade, don't be fooled. A person can't come back to life, even if they are resurrected. They won't be the same as before." Now things were worse. Orochimaru's snake-like eyes were fixed on me, his gaze chilling as he said, well, it's you again." He recognized me, the armor guy who ruined his plans 3 years ago. The way he looked at me was like examining a lab rat, filled with desire for research and possession. Just as he was about to make a move on me, a familiar voice came from behind. "Long time no see. Damn, Jiraiya. The 3 legendary Sannin are all here now." Itachi and Tenzo immediately ran to my side, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Jiraiya walked up to Tsunade, and the two were incredibly awkward, one avoiding eye contact while the other hesitated to speak. Jiraiya still wanted to persuade Orochimaru to turn back, saying something about giving him a chance from Minato. Orochimaru just laughed, saying, "What have I done wrong?" In the next moment, several of his subordinates jumped out from behind him, each at the level of elite jonin. The situation became incredibly tense. Jiraiya stepped forward to protect Tsunade, glaring fiercely at Orochimaru. But Orochimaru completely ignored him, continuing to ask Tsunade how her considerations were going. Jiraiya got angry, saying he was there to take Tsunade back to the village, and that Orochimaru's matters could be discussed later. Orochimaru, while expressing his regret, suddenly moved behind me in an instant, and a massive snake hand shot out from his sleeve, reaching straight for my heart. Tenzo reacted quickly, clapping his hands together. Wood release, wood pillar wall. Rows of thick wooden walls suddenly erupted from the ground, blocking the attack. Tsunade was dumbfounded on the side, would release. Orochimaru was also taken aback, then remembered and chuckled. It's one of my experimental subjects from back then. I can't indulge him. So I shouted, "Flame dragon armor, merge." Fire shot into the sky, and I instantly transformed. Orochimaru's eyes widened. His expression was like he had seen some extraordinary treasure, greedily drooling, murmuring, "An interesting bloodline limit." That look was simply that of a child, the ultimate version of being a bit too extreme. Jiraiya was also startled by my transformation, but immediately stood in front of me, yelling at Orochimaru, "Orochimaru, don't go too far." Seeing Jiraiya there today, Orochimaru probably knew he was out of luck, but before leaving, he gave Tsunade a meaningful glance, clearly indicating that my proposal was always valid. Then with a bang, he transformed into a puff of smoke, leaving only a dry snake skin behind, and took his subordinates away. Jiraiya didn't chase after him and began to focus on persuading Tsunade to return to the village, playing the emotional card about how the third Hokage thought of her and how old he had become. Tsunade remained silent for a long time, but finally relented. With conditions, she would return, but she didn't want to be assigned any tasks. She just wanted to relax. Jiraiya was overjoyed, readily agreeing, thinking he could trick her back first. When we returned to Konoha, coincidentally, we ran into Naruto and Sasuke at the Ichiraka ramen shop. That's when I remembered that I had lent my flame dragon armor summoner to Naruto before leaving. Let me tell you, that scene was unbelievable. Sasuke was so eager, spending a fortune to treat Naruto to one bowl of ramen after another, just to have a little playtime. As Naruto finished eating and was finally about to hand over the summoning tool to Sasuke, Sasuke had already reached out his little hand, his eyes filled with excitement. Just at that critical moment, I descended from the heavens, smiled, and took the summoning tool from Naruto's hands, putting it into my pocket. The expression on Sasuke's face was instantly petrified, his whole being turned gray, his CPU was overheating. The thing he had been longing for day and night was just a fraction of a second away from his grasp. I greeted Itachi and left first. As soon as we left, Sasuke's little universe completely exploded, chasing Naruto around the street, his eyes turning red with anger. Goodness, in a fit of rage. This kid directly activated his single Tomo Sharingan. I was still wondering why the summoning tool felt heavier, as if it was burdened with some deep-seated grudge. Turns out it was tainted with Uchiha's resentment. In the following days, Tsunade began to assess Tens. She asked Tens to demonstrate wood release. And after holding back for a while, he produced a mini wooden figure about his height. Tsunade turned green with envy, thinking my grandfather's wooden figure can take on Susanoo. And this thing, is it a figurine? Then Tsunade wanted to take him as a disciple and asked if he liked slugs. As a result, Tens, who had been misled by me, blurted out, well, what are their toads? Tsunade nearly exploded on the spot, her veins popping, but she held back and told him to go find Jiraiya. Tens felt wronged, blaming me for making him upset Tsunade. Speaking of myself, I've been holding back a big move recently. I want to create an ultra-durable shadow clone, one that can withstand the power of armor. Ordinary shadow clones are made of chakra and are fragile, shattering upon impact. What I want is an indestructible one. The energy source? It's the wool I previously pulled from the three tails. I sat cross-legged on the bed, wildly circulating my chakra, guiding that special three tails chakra into the clone I had just created. Wow, that light was so bright it nearly blinded me. Once the brilliance faded, a clone that looked exactly like me was formed. To test its strength, I dragged it to the yard and unleashed a water release, water chaos. A torrent of water crashing right into its face. When the water receded, it was only slightly blurry, and surprisingly, it withstood the attack without dispersing. It worked. Now the Wind Eagle armor finally has its dedicated pilot. I controlled the clone and began to slowly recover my chakra. Let me tell you, as soon as the chakra was restored, my clone instantly solidified, looking just like the real thing. Man, it burned nearly a quarter of my three-tailed chakra. My heart is bleeding, but this wave is worth it. This is simply the perfect little avatar for my adventures in the world. From now on, my main body will be a model student in the village, while the little avatar goes out to have fun. It's just perfect. I quickly infused the energy of the Wind Eagle armor into my clone. Let me tell you, that feeling was incredible. A stream of green, vibrant energy flowed through, and in an instant, the clone was transformed, its eyes shining with light. It no longer looked like a shadow clone at all. Even if someone from the Hyuga clan came over with their Byakugan to scan, they probably wouldn't be able to find any flaws. With the preparations done, I had to test the practical effects. As I focused my mind, the clone responded in sync, with zero delay. It was smooth as silk. I silently chanted, Wind Eagle armor merge. Damn! A sharp eagle cry exploded in my mind, and in the next second, my clone transformed. Standing at 185 meters tall, dressed in a stunning blue armor, it was incredible. I was so satisfied that I quickly made a summoning device for the Wind Eagle armor. Crafted by the best blacksmith in the village, with a 90 restoration rate and an amazing feel. Everything was ready, and the action began. My main body, carrying 2 rabbits, greeted the gatekeeper Uchiha uncle, saying I was going out for a hunt and would be back soon. As soon as I left the village and found a deserted place, my clone popped out with a bang. We exchanged glances, one heading east and the other west, splitting up. My main body went home to be a good boy, while the clone put on a white mask and activated 007 mode, targeting the land of water. On the other side, Wuyin village was already in chaos. My clone hadn't even arrived yet, but I heard that a major incident had occurred. The elder Yuan Shi and the future 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei were so worried that their hair was almost turning white. Why? One of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Pai Pa Shirzong, had defected with the beheading sword. Folks, who understands? Wuyin village right now is particularly grim. That 4th Mizukage doesn't know what has got into him. Implementing the blood mist policy, and the village is filled with smoke and chaos. Families with bloodline limits are almost all being wiped out by him. Now he can't even keep his own direct troops. People's hearts are scattered, and the team is hard to manage. Terumi Mei was extremely anxious, saying they had to find a way to make the Mizukage stop. If this continued, the village would be destroyed. But the elder Yuan Shi could only sigh, saying the current Mizukage was like a different person, impossible to reason with. I blended in with a merchant caravan, making my way to the land of water. On the road, a merchant uncle complained to me that the land of water is too chaotic now, and business is hard to do, with checks everywhere. Sure enough, as soon as we reached the border, I saw a group of mist ninjas checking everyone one by one with a wanted poster in hand. I leaned in to take a look, and sure enough, it was Pai Pa Shik from the wanted notice. It seems the blood mist era in the mist village is completely out of control, although their chaos makes my work easier. Seeing the common people along the way looking ashen makes me feel a bit uneasy. In war, it's always the ordinary people who suffer the most. After much effort, I finally approached the Mist Village. However, the guards at the entrance were heavily fortified, with layers of CH Neen and led by AJ Neen. So breaking in was definitely not an option. But I was prepared. With my armor combined, theoretically, it could block chakra detection and allow me to pass through walls. I quietly sneaked around to the side of the village where there was no one around, took a deep breath, and summoned my Wind Eagle armor, sliding past the barrier. Hey, it worked. I successfully infiltrated the Mist Village. I changed into the Mist forehead protector I had prepared earlier, slightly altered my hairstyle, and walked in confidently. The atmosphere in the village was even more oppressive than outside, with patrolling ninjas everywhere, each acting like guards against thieves. I was calculating in my mind that, according to the original plot, Orochimaru should be coming around this time to pick up Junma Lu. Hiss, I can't let him succeed. I must intercept this talent. After inquiring about the Kagaya clan's territory, I immediately made my way there. To my surprise, the Kagaya clan seemed even more tense than the village. With guards every few steps, I wondered why these battle maniacs were making such a big fuss. I quietly snuck in, searching for that legendary little black room. In the end, I didn't find a room, but I did overhear a shocking secret from the roof of the clan leader's mansion. Inside were two people. One was the leader of the Kagaya clan, and the other, oh my, was Pai Pa Shik. Didn't this guy defect? Why is he hiding here? The Kagaya clan is really bold, daring to harbor an S-rank rogue ninja. At that moment, I realized these guys were planning a rebellion. I quickly perked up my ears to eavesdrop. I heard Shirzong boasting about how his defection created such a great opportunity for them. And the head of the Kagaya clan, with a fawning smile, said, Lord Shirzong, why not just join us? I'm telling you, these two are just making grand plans. One dares to make promises, and the other dares to believe them. The head of the Kagaya clan said that as long as Pai Pa Shirzong was willing to step forward and divert the elite members of the Umbu around the Water Shadow, they would seize the opportunity to take action. Once successful, he would definitely have a place in the upper echelons of the Mist Village. The expression on his face was as if he wanted to carve the words, I will be the fifth Mizukage on it. His confidence was simply off the charts. Pai Pa Shirzong is also quite clever, being half pushy and half reluctant, and finally pretended to say that it all depends on the future fifth Mizukage support. This made the head of the Kagaya clan so happy that he was almost drooling. I was lying on the roof, almost laughing out loud. These two, the sleeping dragon and the phoenix chick, still want to rebel? Little did I know, while the mantis catches the cicada, the Oriole is behind. The true mastermind, damn it, is Obito. Just when those two were dreaming of grandeur, in the Mizukage's office, Obito was sitting cross-legged in the Mizukage chair, listening to a report from Black Zetsu. After the guy finished, Obito smirked and casually said, Rebellion? Sounds good, just kill them all. At that moment, I was so startled that the hairs on my body stood up. Fortunately, I didn't get involved in this mess. I continued my mission to find Junmaru. Finally, I found that white-haired little boy in a dilapidated black room. He was curled up in a corner, looking pitiful. I used a transformation technique to sneak in, hands in my pockets, striking the coolest pose, and said to him, Hey kid, what's your name? I am your savior. Confidence level maxed out. That child, Junmaru, instantly lit up with hope in his eyes. He walked up to me and placed his small hand in my palm. I was overjoyed it worked. Just as I was thinking about how to sneak him out without anyone noticing, an explosion suddenly erupted outside. The entire Kagaya clan was lit up, and the sounds of shouting and killing echoed everywhere. The Kagaya clan leader rushed out, only to be surrounded by a swarm of Umbu. The masked man leading them didn't bother with pleasantries and directly declared that the Kagaya clan was plotting a rebellion and under the orders of the Mizukage. They would be executed on the spot. Then came a pure massacre. The Kagaya clan leader was stabbed through the heart in just a few exchanges, and the rest fell apart like a house of cards. On the other side, Pai Pa Shirzong realized something was off and was the first to flee with his big sword. I thought, wow, this is a golden opportunity. Everyone in the hidden mist village was focused here. If I didn't run now, when would I? Without a second thought, I grabbed Junmaru's little hand, turned, and dashed into the shadows. We were off, but Junmaru, this kid, looked back at his hellish home as we fled. Let me tell you, the screams were audible from far away. And guess what? Instead of fear, there was a look of relief on his face. My family, who understands? This child must have suffered greatly. Just as I was lost in thought, his little hand turned around and tightened its grip on mine. My heart skipped a beat. It seemed like I had secured this kid. At that moment, Orochimaru was still wandering around the Kagaya clan like a ghost. Passing by the little black room, where Junri used to live, stroking his chin and mumbling that he felt like he had missed something. I couldn't help but laugh. Brother, what you missed was not just something. You missed an SSR. However, to be fair, my escape skills were still a bit lacking compared to Pai Pa Shirzong's season experience. Unfortunately, I ran straight into a patrol team from the Hidden Mist. They immediately spotted Junmaru, and just like that, they treated us as remnants of the Kagaya clan, surrounding us without a word. The one in charge looked like a particularly high-ranking jonin, with a face that said we were definitely doomed today. I couldn't help but chuckle and said, "Hey guys, we're just passing through. You all carry on." Saying this, I turned around and ran with Junmaru in my arms. Those guys saw this and thought, "Oh, they want to run?" and immediately started chasing us relentlessly. I turned around and saw, hey, they were really close behind. Without summoning my armor, I couldn't shake them off just by using my legs. Then an idea struck me. I activated my actor mode, focusing on extreme teasing. I intentionally slowed down, letting them feel like they were almost catching up, but just short of that final step, leaving the leading jonin almost at a loss. Once I lured them into a secluded grove, I stopped running and stood my ground. Those guys thought I was out of energy, laughing maniacally as they approached with their blades. Junmaru was so scared he hid behind me, and I patted him, signaling him to stand back. The leading jonin, without any hesitation, slashed at my throat with his blade. And then the iconic moment arrived. Let me tell you, I didn't even bat an eye. I swiftly pulled out a shuriken from my bag and, with a clang, blocked his powerful strike effortlessly like it was child's play. That guy was dumbfounded on the spot. His face turned pale, probably thinking to himself that this script was not right. He was tough too, realizing he had met his match, and shouted, "Everyone, attack together." The remaining chunin charged at me with a roar. I thought, all right, no more pretending, time to reveal my true self. I raised my finger, slowly swept my wind-blown bangs to the side, just as a beam of moonlight shone on my face, looking incredibly handsome. Then, I pulled out the summoning device from my pocket and shouted, "BGM, play for me. Wind Eagle Armor, unite." Let me tell you, that scene was something else. A blue and white pillar of light shot up into the sky, and the cold wind howled. As the light faded, a handsome figure in blue and white armor appeared under the moonlight, shining brightly. The few mist ninjas across from us were completely stunned, their mouths agape, as if a fist could fit inside. They must have been wondering, what on earth is this? Did a Gundam come here to fry fish? I swiped my left thumb across the tip of my nose with flair, pushed off with my feet, and in an instant, I leaped up to the top of a tree over 10 meters high. Below, Junmaru looked up with his little head tilted back, his eyes filled with stars of admiration. I scored a perfect 100 for this show-off move. The leader was still stubborn, saying, "Don't let him fool you. Let's go together." I laughed at that moment. Before the armor fusion, I played with you guys for a bit, and now that the armor has fused, the compatibility is at 50. You don't even have a proper jonin, yet you want to give me a scraping treatment? I flicked my right hand, and the wind eagle sword instantly appeared on my arm, with chakra fully charged. In an instant, the entire forest was illuminated by the sword light as if it were daytime. A piercing eagle cry rang out, and I descended from the sky, fast as a blue lightning bolt. Those people had their pupils shake, and they didn't even have time to defend themselves. A massive blue sword aura swept out with my movement, and with a whoosh, those guys didn't even have time to scream before being engulfed by the sword aura, evaporating into thin air, leaving not even a speck of dust behind. I slowly sheathed the wind hawk sword and turned around, the moonlight spilling over my armor, looking incredibly handsome. That little look from Junmaru was something else. My goodness, it was as if he was about to shout Big Brother right there. Meanwhile, in a corner of the Hidden Mist village, a certain mastermind wearing a whirlpool mask suddenly exclaimed. He felt the chakra of the three tails, and things were starting to get interesting. After dealing with the pursuers, I found a safe house for Junmaru and settled down. This kid must have been hungry for too long. Looking at a table full of dishes, his stomach rumbled, yet he still held back. I picked up a piece of meat for him, and he began to devour it like a little hamster, making my heart ache. After he fell asleep at night, I started to have a headache. Junmaru's biggest problem is his bloodline disease. Let me tell you, even a research fanatic like Orochimaru has no solution for it. I thought about it. This so-called bloodline disease is essentially the price of having enhanced abilities. Just look at Itachi. Using the Mangeki Sharingan too much leaves him blind. And Junmaru? He uses his own bones as weapons every day. It's a miracle his body can hold up. It's a classic case of the stronger the ability, the shorter the lifespan debuff. While I was pondering how to adjust his physical condition, I suddenly sensed something was off. There were several ominous presences lurking outside. I activated my Sharingan, And sure enough, it was white Zetsu. How did these mass-produced tools find me? As my mind raced, I quickly understood. My body was made of the three tails chakra, and now the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, was being controlled by Obito. He was the three tails Jinchuriki. That meant I was like a mobile Wi-Fi hotspot, easily pinpointed by them. Goodness, this locating technology is truly ahead of its time. I quickly restrained my breath and hid. Before long, a masked muscular man crept over. Let me tell you, that guy was covered in blood, and the murderous aura around him was so intense it could freeze the air. The knife in his hand was still dripping blood. My heart sank. This guy's presence was definitely that of an elite upper ninja, top tier, and he was even halfway into the shadow level. This was going to be a big problem. I had just closed the door to Junmaru's room when a lethal killing intent rushed straight at me. I quietly stepped out of the room and saw the masked man standing in the courtyard. Before I could catch my breath, that guy suddenly appeared right in front of me, swinging a knife down with incredible speed. I blocked it with a shuriken, and with a loud crash, my hands went numb from the impact, and the shuriken was sent flying, covered in cracks. As soon as I saw it, I realized that I couldn't win without using my true power. Wind Eagle Armor, merge. The blue light surged again, but the masked man didn't look surprised. Instead, he laughed, sounding like an old monster, cackling in a way that sent chills down my spine. Then he clapped his hands and performed the ninja technique, misconcealment. In an instant, the entire courtyard was shrouded in dense fog that was impossible to disperse. Family, the classic moment has arrived. It was so dark I couldn't see my own hand in front of me, a silent killing ground, and this was exhilarating. In this fog, that guy moved like a ghost, appearing and disappearing. Suddenly, he slashed at me from behind. Fortunately, I had transformed, and my reaction speed kept up. I turned around and blocked his attack with a sword, but he touched and left, disappearing into the mist again. Trying to play hide and seek with me? I activated my Sharingan, directly locking onto his chakra flow. Although the fog was too dense and a bit blurry, it was enough. I shot a wind-piercing strike at the place where he was hiding. With a bang, the sword energy blew away a large patch of fog. The guy was startled, not expecting me to find him. He quickly intensified the mist, and even my three-tomo Sharingan was having trouble seeing clearly. This wouldn't do. I was too passive. So I switched forms. The Wind Eagle sword transformed into the Wind Eagle crossbow. Aiming in his general direction, I activated the rapid-fire mode. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless light arrows shot out like a torrential rain, almost clearing the fog from the entire courtyard. The guy was awkwardly trying to block with his knife, probably cursing under his breath. Taking advantage of his fluster, I directly launched the two Wind Eagle rings from my shoulders. Those things spun like two high-speed blood droplets, cutting through steel like butter. The guy was startled and quickly formed hand seals for the water release. Water barrier. A wall of water suddenly blocked my flying rings. At this point, the masked man finally stopped underestimating me, and his gaze changed. He started to get excited, cackling and saying he would let me experience his self-created ninjutsu. Then, let me tell you, his body swayed, and he directly split into three clones that merged with the mist, disappearing in an instant. The next second, three cold blades appeared beside my neck simultaneously. Let me tell you, this was a deadly move. The neck was a spot not covered by armor, and he was targeting this weakness. Three blades, from three directions, struck at the same time. Then there was a series of clangs. Clang, clang, clang. It sounded as if they were hitting a steel plate, sparks flying everywhere. The masked man was completely dumbfounded. The bloody scene he had imagined did not happen at all. Instead, my neck was perfectly fine, and his three blades nearly broke on the spot. Goodness, not only was he stunned, but honestly, I was also taken aback. At that moment, I had only one thought in my mind. This armor is really that strong? I had previously tested with ordinary kunai and ninja blades, and I couldn't figure out its limits at all. Let me tell you, I realized then that if this guy couldn't even break through my defense, then what the hell was I afraid of? Instantly, I got all excited. Before, I was being cautious and hesitant, which was simply a waste of expression. I directly put away the Wind Eagle crossbow in my hand. Family, who understands? It felt like you were driving a max-level character back to the beginner village, and the opponent couldn't even see your health bar. When you pull out a divine weapon, it's just like cheating and fishing, completely lacking martial ethics. So, I decided to have some fun with taijutsu. Without saying a word, I lifted my leg and delivered a series of rapid kicks to his face. My whole body instantly turned into a tornado, flashing around him like crazy and kicking from all sorts of tricky angles. The masked man was dumbfounded, probably mumbling. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Did he want a hand seal for a water release? Too late. I didn't give him that chance at all. Want to use his proud swordsmanship to block. Sorry, my leg shadows are much faster than his sword. He couldn't even see where I was kicking. I tell you, with every step I take, the force is such that an ordinary person would be sent directly to the ICU after just 3 hits. He could only clink his knife desperately to block, but the result was that I kicked him back repeatedly, and he could barely hold the knife steady. He must have been cursing in his heart, thinking, since your turtle shell is so hard, where have you been all this time? Acting with me here for so long? Finally, he couldn't hold on any longer and exposed a huge opening. The opportunity came. I unleashed a series of 5 kicks, bang, 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 bang. Just like kicking a sandbag, every kick landed solidly on him, sending him flying and crashing into the wall with a thunderous sound, shattering it. At this point, the fog in the yard had mostly cleared. My figure flashed, and I appeared directly above him, with the incredibly sharp-winged eagle sword reappearing in my hand. With a swift motion, I struck down, piercing his heart with one blow. I'm not some kind-hearted saint. This guy is trying to take my life with every move. If it weren't for my godly armor, my clone would have been gone long ago, and the hard-to-find Kankuro would have been finished as well. After sending him on his way, I quickly searched his corpse, finding a wallet, a few scrolls, and Saxili. I took everything in one go, then concealed my presence and disappeared into the night. I just slipped away, and on the other end, Obito and White Zetsu started chatting. White Zetsu was reporting, saying I took out their people in an instant, and mentioned I had a child from the Kagaya clan by my side. The most critical part was that I had completely evaporated, and his proud intelligence-gathering ability couldn't sense me at all. Obito was sitting casually in the Mizuki's seat, crossing his legs, and sneered, interesting. If they're dead, then they're dead. After all, they're from the Mist Village. The more of them that die, the happier I am. Then they started murmuring about an old man called Ganma, thinking he was a big problem, but Obito was too lazy to deal with it for now, as he was busy with a major cleanup in the land of Blood Mist, planning to wipe out all the families with bloodline limits. White Zetsu asked when they would start collecting tailed beasts, and Obito directly passed the job to Nagato, saying there was no rush. What a boss, drawing up plans from above. When they talked about the Jinchuriki of One Tail being replaced by Gaara, Obito couldn't help but complain, saying that these Kage all acted the same, just wanted to stuff tailed beasts into their sons' bodies. However, he didn't take Sunagakure seriously at all, saying they were definitely the last among the 5 great shinobi villages, poor as can be, with high-ranking officials suffering from serious illnesses and only doing foolish things like selling their own geniuses. In the end, he told White Zetsu to hurry up and arrange for the Pai-Pa Shiz to work for Nagato. As for me, I wasn't in a hurry to leave the village of Hidden Mist at all. As long as I didn't actively expose my chakra, that mobile camera Black Zetsu wouldn't be able to find me, so I had to waste some more time. First, I changed Kimamaro's clothes and altered his hairstyle to make him look less like a member of the Kagaya clan. Then I found a new place to stay and began to tally the spoils from last night. Damn, I didn't realize until I looked, and I was shocked. Just the cash alone is over 10 million. This guy is basically a mobile ATM. I happily put the money away and then opened those ninjutsu scrolls. The first scroll was all about water techniques like water barrier and so on, which Konoha also has. However, there was a good thing inside, the mist concealment technique. This is the signature ninjutsu of the Mist Village, the best choice for killing, looting, and making a getaway. I must learn this. The last scroll didn't contain ninjutsu, but sword techniques, which seemed to be family heirlooms. When I flipped to the end, I found that it was the self-created sword technique the guy used before his death, called the 3-flow split slash. What's even more interesting is that at the end of the scroll, he rated his technique. First, he wrote a big S, then nervously crossed it out and changed it to A. I couldn't help but laugh out loud at that moment. Is that it? Even a millimeter of my armor can't be broken by such a thing. Giving you AB rank is already looking highly upon you. For the next 2 days, I stayed in my room talking with Junmaro, nurturing our relationship, and this little guy became more and more reliant on me. His talent is truly impressive, and he has a keen interest in ninjutsu, so I tossed him a scroll that recorded the basic water release techniques. After settling Junmaro down, I thought to myself, if Orochimaru can take advantage of the chaos in the Blood Mist Village to collect various Kekkei Genkai, why can't I? I should also go scavenging. The Kirigakure clan is still too strong, making it difficult to act. Then I thought of Haku. Many people say he belongs to the Mizuno Kuni clan, but that's nonsense. The original formulas only state one word, Haku. Male, don't listen to those marketing accounts spreading rumors. After some thought, I finally set my sights on the current Mizuki's clan, the Karasuki clan. Under the cover of night, I concealed my presence and slipped across the rooftops of their clan's territory. Quickly spotting a familiar face, the big guy from the Chunin exams, Karasuki Jairu, I quietly followed him into a room. His father, an elder of the Karasuki clan, was scolding him, asking if he had gathered any information from Terumi Mei about the movements of the original master. Karasuki Jairu was timid like a quail, saying that Terumi Mei hardly pays attention to him anymore. His father exploded on the spot, pointing his finger at him and calling him useless. I hid in the rafters, feeling quite pleased watching him get scolded for being so arrogant during the Chunin exams. After his father scolded him away, a middle-aged man with a white beard walked in. This man was the clan leader of the Karasuki clan. Once he sat down, he began issuing orders, stating that the Kagaya clan had been cleaned up, and now it was time to deal with several other disobedient clans. Once evidence was found, it would be root and branch eradication. Just then, I realized that my eyes had somehow turned into Sharingan, fixated on the Karasuki clan leader. I discovered a shocking secret. Within this guy's body, there was a completely different chakra presence. It was the presence of white Zetsu. Goodness, my pupil shook. The leader of the Karasuki clan had actually been controlled by white Zetsu. Obito's infiltration into the Mist Village was too extravagant. Not only the Mizukage himself, but even the leaders of high-ranking clans had been possessed by him. I was still wondering when white Zetsu gained such abilities. Could it be that white Zetsu comes in several different models? Just as I was in shock, the controlled Karasuki clan leader coldly spoke again. Furthermore, the guys from the Hozuki clan seemed to be a bit disobedient. His brother, who is also Karasuki Jairu's father, trembled on the spot, his voice shaking as he asked if this was his older brother's intention or the Mizukage's order. The fake clan leader directly pulled out a scroll, claiming it was the Mizukage's command. His brother nervously opened it, likely the plan for extermination, turning pale with fear. He wanted to offer some advice, but the fake clan leader slammed his hand on the table, retorting, "This is the Mizukage's order. You just need to execute it." In the end, the fake clan leader assigned him the task of leading the operation to wipe out the Hozuki clan tomorrow, specifically mentioning that he should bring along that useless son as well. I hid on the rooftop, fully aware of what was happening. Obito was about to make a move against the Kirigakure clan. My opportunity had arrived. During the Third Shinobi World War, the 7 ninja swordsmen were killed by Might Guy, and those unclaimed sword-summoning scrolls must still be with the Kirigakure clan. Although I might not necessarily want them, bringing them back to my clan would be excellent. I'm also very interested in the Kirigakure clan's Suiton techniques. Returning to my room, I found Kinshiki waiting for me with an excited expression. He formed hand seals, and with a bang, a water clone appeared beside him. Wow, this little genius. I had only given him the scroll 2 days ago for self-study, and he managed to create a water clone technique on his own. His talent is simply monstrous. The next evening, I quietly approached the outskirts of the Kirigakure clan's territory, where several Anbu had already been lurking, exuding a murderous aura. I saw Kirigakure Mangetsu and his brother Kirigakure Sujetsu chatting amiably. I was initially contemplating whether to learn from Orochimaru and trick Sujetsu away, but upon seeing that Sujetsu was already this grown, about my age, it felt awkward to deceive him, so I abandoned that thought. As night fell, with a loud explosion, the ambushing Anbu sprang into action. The entire Kirigakure clan was suddenly illuminated, with screams and sounds of battle echoing through the night sky. Taking advantage of the chaos, I slipped directly into the home of the clan leader, Kirigakure Mangetsu. His father and brother had already gone out to confront the enemy. I activated my Sharingan and quickly discovered a mechanism behind the bookshelf. Not wanting to waste time studying it, I smashed the bookshelf with a palm strike, revealing a small box. The box had a simple sealing technique, primarily functioning as an alarm. With a single palm strike, I shattered the seal. The leader of the Ghost Lantern clan, who was engaged in a fierce battle with the wild kumquat, suddenly felt a jolt of alarm and shouted, "Not good." In that moment of distraction, a blade flashed by, slicing open his throat, and he died on the spot. Until his last breath. He couldn't understand how he could lose focus at such a critical moment. His son, Ghost Lantern Manuel, watched in anguish, just about to shout "Father," when, in the next second, his own head flew off as well. I couldn't care less about the tragedy outside. I quickly opened the box, and inside was a scroll. Without needing to look, I knew it was definitely the secret technique of the Akatsuki clan, hydration technique. I immediately tucked the scroll away and searched the room carefully, but I still couldn't find the summoning scroll for the 7 ninja swords. Could it be in that guy Orochimaru's place? As I was pondering this and getting ready to sneak out, I suddenly sensed a familiar aura. The aura was cold and eerie. like a venomous snake lurking in the dark, sending chills down my spine. It was Orochimaru's presence. Damn it, how did that old snake get here so quickly? I was completely frozen, not daring to breathe, desperately shrinking into the shadows. Wow, I had come to fish in troubled waters after eavesdropping on some intel. But how is Orochimaru everywhere? Does he have some kind of map hack? Thankfully, it seems like Uncle Snake isn't interested in coming in to search, just standing outside. I had just let out a sigh of relief when the sound of a child's wailing came from outside. It was heart-wrenching. I peeked through the crack of the door and saw a little kid. Later I found out his name was Shueiwe, huddled in the corner, surrounded by blood and corpses. The scene was horrific. A masked figure from the dark side had just stabbed someone, wiped the blood off the knife, and impatiently walked toward Shueiwe. You little brat. If you cry again, I'll send you to meet your parents. The figure shouted. Shueiwe was so scared that he cried even harder. The figure had a violent temper and raised the knife to strike. I thought to myself, this kid is done for today. But guess what? The knife was raised halfway and then stopped. Hiss, several venomous snakes suddenly slithered out from the sleeve of the white robe, and in an instant, they pierced right through the dark figure. The guy didn't even let out a sound. The knife clattered to the ground, and he slumped down. Oh my gosh. When Snake Uncle appeared, he even had his own BGM. Orochimaru just stood there coldly in front of Suigetsu, his face as white as paper. After a while, he surprisingly reached out his hand to him. That kid Suigetsu was also bold. After a moment of hesitation, he actually placed his little hand on Orochimaru's. Then Snake Uncle smiled, and that smile, my family, who understands? He is really handsome, but with that face, it's also really creepy. After waiting for what felt like half a day, I finally felt that chilling aura of Orochimaru fade away, and I dared to roll out from my hiding spot. Oh my, I was scared to death. I'm just a clone. If I really faced him, I'd probably be done in one move. No way. I need to get to work quickly. I dove straight into the room of Kagaya's full moon, rummaging through boxes like a groundhog, and finally managed to pull out a box from under the bed. When I opened it, there were 4 scrolls. I casually picked one up, and wow, it's the dull blade Kamatari. Sure enough, it's a summoning scroll for the 7 ninja swords. I immediately tucked away all 4 scrolls, feeling quite pleased. However, I was puzzled. Aside from the beheading sword and the shark skin, there should still be 5 blades left, so why was one missing? Forget it, forget it. Getting 4 is already a huge profit. I don't want to think about it anymore. I need to make a quick escape. On the other side, the people from the Kyuzu clan were counting the battlefield, and their faces turned pale. An Umbu member ran over, trembling as he handed over a scroll. My lord. This was found on the body of the moonlight. The leader, Kyuzu Wild, opened it and saw dual blades flounder. He muttered this. Then his face darkened. What about the other 4? The Umbu member practically buried his head in the ground. We searched everywhere, but didn't find them. Useless. Kyuzu Wild yelled angrily. All 5 ninja blade scrolls are in the hands of the Moonlight clan. How could they possibly be missing? Did they run away? He was furious and was about to go search for them himself. After taking a couple of steps, the Umbu called him back. My lord, what now? While counting the bodies, we found. The numbers don't match. One is missing. Who? It seems to be the youngest son of the Moonlight clan leader. Kyuzu Wild frowned, but didn't take it seriously. Just a little brat. Where could he possibly run to? He's probably hiding. Let's look for him more carefully. The most important thing now is to find those scrolls. I tell you, if he had known that this little brat was taken away by Orochimaru, his expression would have been quite spectacular. I just got my hands on it and was about to make a run for it when suddenly I felt 2 streams of chakra rushing towards me. Oh no, I've been discovered. I immediately took out my kunai and prepared to break in. In just a few seconds, 2 people appeared in front of me. I took a closer look and thought, oh, isn't this the future 5th Mizukage Make Terumi? It's been a few years, and she has grown quite a bit. And the one next to her, the one-eyed uncle wearing an eye patch. Is that AO? I'm still sizing them up when that uncle named Ching suddenly lifted his eye mask. I directly experienced a pupil earthquake. Good gracious, that was a pure white eye, with blood vessels bulging at the corners. A white eye? Dude, you're a ninja from a mist village. Where did you get that white eye? It must be a counterfeit. Once he activated the white eye, his entire aura changed, staring at me intently. Who are you? I thought to myself, this is troublesome. Behind me is the large army of the Kumquat clan, and in front are Ching and he Tianming with their Byakugan activated. It's a complete situation of being attacked from both sides. There's no way we can fight for long. We need to find a way to end this quickly. I grinned and playfully brushed my bangs aside. I'm just passing by. Before I could finish my sentence, I had already thrown the shuriken in my hand. With a bang, Ching blocked the shuriken with his knife, and I was already right in front of his face. So fast. Qing must have thought that in his heart. He suddenly stepped back, and my shuriken was just a hair's breadth away from making a cut on him. As a high-ranking ninja, he almost didn't react in time, and the look in his eyes instantly turned serious. I also stopped playing close combat with him and created some distance, with both hands forming seals. I shouted, "Fire style, great fireball jutsu." A huge fireball shot out, and Qing reacted incredibly fast. Water style, water barrier. The water and fire collided with a sizzling sound, instantly creating a large cloud of thick steam that obscured everyone's vision. Qing shouted a warning to Terumi Mei to be careful, then charged into the mist with his sword. He had Byakugan, so the water vapor was as clear as day for him. My two shadow clones tried to flank him from both sides, but in just a couple of swipes, they were sliced apart. As soon as I saw it, I thought, well, conventional methods are out of the question. I couldn't help but clap my hands. Not bad, uncle, you have some skills. Qing looked at me with a puzzled expression. However, I changed my tone and said, I don't think you're suited for practicing with a knife. What? I suggest you consider a Gatling gun. I revealed a mysterious smile. Qing was filled with questions, but he obviously didn't take my words seriously, thinking I was stalling for time. A hint of ruthlessness flashed his eyes as he charged at me again with the knife. I can't play anymore. If this drags on, that group of Umbu behind us will be in trouble. Wind Eagle armor, merge. I directly summoned the armor, and a massive surge of energy erupted instantly, sending Qing, who was rushing towards me, flying away. Both Qing and Terumi Mei were wide-eyed, unable to close their jaws as they stared at the incredibly cool armor I was wearing. I leaped forward, my whole body transforming into a blue light and instantly passing between the two of them. Qing only felt a gust of wind rush by, not even catching a glimpse of my shadow. I paused beside Kagane Mei for a moment and, with a cheeky smile, said, Didn't you say you would treat me well when I came to Kirigakure? Is this how you treat me? Without waiting for her reaction, I vanished into the night. Kagane Mei froze, cold sweat running down her back. In that brief moment, if I had wanted to, she would have been a dead woman. But then she understood my words, her delicate body trembled, and she suddenly reacted. Is it him? Back at the temporary hideout, I excitedly spread out the 4 scrolls. Dull blade, dough cutting explosive blade, spray, thunderblade, fong, and long blade, stitch. Awesome. Looking at the curious Junmaru beside me, I suddenly had an idea. This kid's health is poor, and using the bone pulse puts too much strain on his body. It would be better to give him a ninja blade to play with. It might alleviate his condition a bit. I put away the least impressive dull knife, the dough cutter, and pushed the remaining 3 scrolls in front of him. Kamaru, come on. These are all very powerful knives. You can choose one. Kamaru's green pupils instantly sparkled, a bit in disbelief, really. Is it true? Seeing his astonished expression, I felt quite pleased. After hesitating for a while, he finally picked up the leftmost scroll. Long knife, needle. Not bad. This knife can pierce through anything and stitch it together with a long attack range. It's perfect for him. I immediately summoned the knife for him. Kamaru carefully cradled the long and slender knife, his eyes filled with little stars, nodding vigorously. Thank you, Brother Domu. The next day, I took Kamaru to the street to eat donuts, and guess what? We ran into Terumi Mei head-on. What a coincidence, it's amazing. I let Kimimaro go back by himself, and only then did Terumi Mei ask me warily, How did you end up here? I shrugged my shoulders and said, Come and experience the exotic atmosphere. Besides, it was you who asked me to come. I leaned in a bit closer and stared straight into her eyes. Don't worry. I'm not a spy, and I won't do anything bad to your village. She blushed at my gaze, lowered her head, and said softly, I hope so. Well, shall I show you around? My clone is playing an extreme tug-of-war with the future water shadow in the mist, while my main body is over here in Konoha. And it's quite a headache. The atmosphere at the Uchiha clan meeting is so tense it feels like it could drip water. The body of the 3rd elder has been tampered with, and a clan member named Lu Wei said in a deep voice his Sharingan has been stolen. The entire conference room instantly erupted. Our Uchiha clan has extremely strict management over the Sharingan. This is simply a tremendous humiliation. I glanced at Shui next to me and saw him with his head down, a serious expression on his face, but there was something in his eyes that couldn't be hidden. To be honest, he was the first person I suspected in this matter. In the end, the clan leader Fugaku decided that, in order to avoid causing trouble for the 4th Hokage Minato, the investigation would be conducted internally within the clan. As soon as the meeting was over, I directly followed Shui. Itachi was still there, speaking up for him. Hankuin, you suspect Shui? How could he possibly do such a thing? Silly kid, you just trust others too much. I sighed inwardly. I blocked the water stop in a remote alley getting straight to the point. Water stop, Elder Three's eyes are related to you, right? He stiffened his body and then forced a smile, shaking his head. Shao on, this joke can't be made. His acting skills, let me tell you, even AI can act better than him. His gaze was evasive, his words insincere. It was as if the 4 characters, "I have a problem," were written all over his face. I was too lazy to beat around the bush with him. Staring into his eyes, I said word by word, "Sure, Sway, I have no evidence, but you know what you've done. Don't trust Danzo too much, or in the end, you'll be the one who suffers. I know you care about the clan, but you need to understand that our goal as Uchiha is to make the clan better." After finishing, I turned and left, leaving Shursui standing there, stunned, his face pale, and his heart likely in turmoil. I have to tell you, that kid Itachi is quite a perceptive person. He patted Shursue's shoulder, and the look in his eyes was basically saying, "Brother, take care of yourself." And then he casually added, "I think Hankun is right," before jogging off to catch up with me. Leaving Shursui all alone, he looked so pale, like a sheet of A4 paper, probably questioning his entire worldview as he sat on the ground. Sai, let him be. Some paths need to be figured out on one's own. As for us, we had already returned to the clan grounds with Itachi, so this matter was considered settled. And guess what? I used a Shunshin and arrived directly at the Hidden Mist Village. Let me tell you, as soon as I arrived at the Hidden Mist Village, guess who I ran into? It was Mei Terumi. Family who understands she's even better in person than in the animation. That aura, that figure, simply amazing. Ahem, got off topic. Anyway, we found a barbecue place to sit down, and she asked me how long I planned to stay. I was thinking that the core KPIs for my visit to the Hidden Mist Village were to kidnap Kimuru and steal a few ninja swords. Now that I've accomplished both, there's nothing much left to do. So I said, I'll be leaving in a couple of days. She sounded a bit disappointed, but didn't say much. Suddenly, I remembered a key figure and quickly asked her, "Hey, can I ask you something? Which place in the Land of Water has snow every day?" Terumi Mei thought for a long time and said that the northern islands get a lot of snow. She was quite concerned and advised me to leave early since the situation in the Hidden Mist Village was chaotic and dangerous, so I shouldn't get caught up in it. Hey, I have to say this girl is really nice. After dinner the next day, I took Kimuru and made a run for it. Of course, I couldn't go out the front door, so I found a corner and without saying a word, we merged. Wind Falcon Armor, activate. I hugged Kimuru and dashed through the barrier. Wow, this commotion caught the attention of the barrier team, Asumbu. They quickly reported to the Mizukage. And guess what the situation was in the Mizukage's office? The 4th Mizukage, Yagura, was standing there like a wooden puppet, while the one sitting in his place was the masked Obito. Obito was lounging with his legs crossed, sweeping all the documents off the table with a wave of his hand, looking quite arrogant. Beside him, Zetsu, that old Inyang guy, emerged from the floor and asked him, "Aren't you going to take care of that kid?" Obito immediately backed down and said, "That guy is connected to that Emperor hero. I don't want to mess with that monster. It's so funny. My reputation has already spread here." He figured as long as it didn't interfere with his Moon Eye plan, he would let me go for now and deal with me later. Fine, just wait. I, along with Junmaru, headed north. Wow, the further we went, the colder it got. As soon as we stepped onto that cross-sea bridge, the temperature dropped suddenly, like we had entered a refrigerator. By the time we set foot on the large island in the north, snowflakes had already started to fall from the sky. After walking for a short while, we saw a small village covered in heavy snow, quiet as if it were paradise. But as soon as we entered the village, the atmosphere instantly changed. The villagers looked at me as if I were some class enemy, each one seemingly wanting to swallow me alive. Just then, an old man with a cane approached us with a smile. Let me tell you, his acting was like the bland performance of 2025, obviously fake. He pretended to ask if we were lost, and I said yes, 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 begging for a place to stay for the night. He then took us to a stone shed in his backyard and even specially brought over 2 old quilts. I was taken aback for a moment and thought, this old man is not bad. I said to Junmaru, "I'm here to find you a companion." I thought I shouldn't just eat and stay for free, so I wanted to go hunt some game. But as soon as I stepped outside, I remembered in this heavy snow, where would I find wild chickens or rabbits? We had just left when that old man changed his expression. Several villagers were gathered at the gate, each holding a hoe or a sickle. The old man had a fierce look in his eyes and whispered, "Those 2 little brats are ninjas. They have chakra. Wait for my signal tonight, and we'll go together." That evening, the old village chief indeed came to invite us for dinner. As soon as I entered the room, wow, there were 4 dishes, 2 of them meat, and a big pot of steaming chicken soup. In this remote village, it was practically a royal feast. I sensed something was off immediately. I could feel that several people were lying in ambush outside. The old man kept urging us to eat, overly enthusiastic. I didn't even touch my chopsticks and cheerfully asked him, "Village chief, can I ask you something? Are there any particularly handsome young boys in your village?" Upon hearing this, the old man's expression changed, looking at me as if I were a pervert, instinctively shrinking back. But after thinking for a while, he really recalled one. That kid from a Xingtai family, he looks just like a girl, and he lives by the small river outside the village. I felt a surge of joy in my heart. Isn't this just white? The old man saw that I wasn't moving my chopsticks, so he personally served us 2 big bowls of chicken soup and urged us to drink quickly. I directly picked up the bowl and handed it to him. "Village head, you've worked hard. You drink first." His face darkened, and he pushed it back to me. No, 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 child, you drink first. Let me push it forward. You are the elder. Please go ahead." We were just pushing and pulling each other like this, almost like we were filming a short play. In the end, the old man couldn't hold it in anymore and slammed the table. "Damn it, why aren't you drinking?" As soon as he said that, 7 or 8 villagers rushed in with their tools. I sneered, too lazy to waste words, and suddenly unleashed my full aura. The villagers with shovels were all sent flying like bowling pins, rolling all over the ground. The village chief was so scared he froze in place. I walked over and swiftly inserted a shuriken next to his neck, just a centimeter away from his throat. I coldly asked him, "What was the name of that kid you mentioned earlier?" He was so frightened he could barely speak, shouting at the people nearby. "What is that little brat from a Xingtai family called?" Someone trembled and replied, "I think it's by." Got it. I grabbed the village chief by the collar and lifted him up. "Take me there." But the old man actually said, "It's too late. That little brat ran away yesterday." What the hell? Ran away? When I asked further, I found out that the tragedy had already occurred. Bai's father discovered that his mother had a bloodline limit, so he brought people to kill her and was about to kill Bai. As a result, Bai went berserk and used ice release to counterkill everyone. I'm so frustrated, just one day away. But it's okay, just one day. They definitely won't run far. I released the village chief, pointed at the pot of chicken soup on the table, and said with a mischievous smile, "Come on, such good soup can't be wasted. Each of you drink a bowl." These people dared not refuse. One by one, with sad faces, they drank all the chicken soup laced with the sleeping powder, and then they all collapsed one after another. I brought Junru and followed the direction pointed out by the village chief, finding the lonely little house by the river. The inside of the house was eerie, with traces of icicles and dried blood on the walls, clearly a crime scene. There was no time to waste. I asked Junru, "Are you afraid of heights?" He shook his head. I smiled and said, "Hold on tight." On the quiet snowy night, I summoned the wind eagle armor and soared into the sky with Junmaru, searching rapidly in the air. Centered around the village, I swept over an area of several dozen miles. Finally, I saw it, a petite figure curled up beneath a large tree, shivering. It was him. I tucked away my armor and gently fell in front of him. He slowly raised his head, and that face was exquisitely beautiful, filled with fear and helplessness, like an injured little kitten. I reached out my hand and asked in the gentlest voice, "May I know your name?" He looked at my hand, hesitated for a long time, and finally said in a faint voice, "Bai." A heavy stone in my heart finally settled. "Are you cold?" I asked. He nodded. I took off my outer coat and draped it over him. Next to us, Jummer also leaned over, curiously examining Bai, probably wondering to himself, "Is this a little brother or a little sister?" I found a cave and lit a fire. The flames danced, illuminating the faces of the 3 of us. Finally, in this icy world, there was a hint of human warmth. Let me tell you, this feeling is no joke. Bai's little face was flushed from the heat of the fire, and he slept soundly all night. The next morning, I made a decisive decision. Let's change our place of residence. Bai and Junru had long lost any attachment to the land of water. They had lost their homes. So why not leave? I initially thought about bringing them back to Konoha, but then I realized no way. How would I explain it? Say I picked up 2 SSRs by the roadside? Wouldn't that expose the secret of my armor? Moreover, these 2 little troublemakers, one with the corpse bone path and the other with ice release, wouldn't going back just hand over achievements to Danzo? No way. So I led the 2 of them, taking small paths to avoid all the checkpoints, and we stopped in a deep mountain forest on the border of the Land of Fire. I pointed to a large open space and said, "This is it, our new home." You should have seen Bai and Jumru's eyes light up when they heard the words "new home," like 2 little light bulbs. Next came the hard labor. I bought axes, and the 3 of us started working hard. I was so exhausted that I felt like my back would break, and my hands were full of blisters. At that moment, I thought, if only Tens were here, he could use would release and directly do the interior decoration for us. Who understands the struggles, right? When we finally finished building the little cabin and went down the mountain to buy pots, bowls, and utensils, looking at this simple but our own home, I hugged the two of them tightly, and at that moment, I felt like I had transcended right there. After settling down, I transformed into a devilish coach and started special training for the two kids. Junmaru's talent was undeniable. He had already mastered the corpse bone path quite well, but I was worried he might meet an early demise like in the original story, so I had him focus on practicing the long knife I had acquired. As for Bai, his potential with ice release was immense, so I let him choose Exploding Blade. Missed. I could already picture it in my mind, by activating a magic mirror of ice crystals, moving frantically inside, while outside, the exploding blade went off with a bang. Wasn't that just like setting off firecrackers in a safe house? Amazing. With the scroll I had taken from that umbu from the mist, their strength was skyrocketing. While I was enjoying peaceful days with the kids, I tell you, there was a brewing storm back in Konoha. First, let's talk about our Uchiha clan. It turned out that it wasn't just Elder San who had lost his eyes. In recent years, any clansman who had opened their eyes was found with empty eye sockets. Now, clan leader Fugaku couldn't sit still. He couldn't cover it up anymore and had to report to Lord Minato. Meanwhile, Shui finally got a wake-up call. He realized that all those who had their eyes stolen were targets assigned to him by Danzo. This broke his defense, folks. The most respected senior turned out to be a cyber thief targeting their own eyes. He figured out Danzo wasn't doing this for the village. He was just coveting their Uchiha Sharingan. Understanding this, Shui's expression changed. Without saying a word, he went straight to the root base. On the other hand, the atmosphere in the Hokage's office was also dropping to freezing point. Suddenly, the daimyo issued a document requesting Konoha's assistance in forming an organization called the 12 Guardians of the Shinobi. In short, he wanted to set up his own little armed force right under Konoha's nose. Lord Minato and Uncle Kakashi were worried sick, but the third Hokage, that old fox, heard this and thought, fine, if you want people, I'll give you some, but you must have someone I can trust in there. He immediately pushed his son Asuma out. Lord Minato also started considering candidates, probably thinking of us. When Itachi and I returned to the village, the air felt strange. Itachi was still worried about Shui, and I told him not to think about it. It was useless to think about anything now. When we got home, without saying a word, I crossed my legs and sank my consciousness into the virtual battle room. No more talking, just get to training. The target: defeat the virtual flame dragon armor. I tell you, that feeling is just like learning to walk in the eye of a typhoon. With the flame dragon armor's sealing magic slash, the whole space froze, and I couldn't even move a finger. But this time I was determined to fight back, unleashing all my chakra. Just as that devastating blade of light was about to touch my nose, I broke free. I sidestepped and succeeded. However, just as I dodged, before I could catch my breath, the opponent went all out without any regard for fairness. A thing that looked like a motorcycle burst out from behind the flame dragon armor, and with a bayou, it fired a laser cannon, and I was instantly gone. After exiting the virtual battle room, I was still dazed. But I quickly realized that what just happened was the flame dragon's steed. I hurriedly opened the panel, and sure enough, the compatibility with the flame dragon armor had finally increased by 1%. Unlocking the flame dragon steed was in sight. Now I was really pumped and decided to invest all my training sessions into the flame dragon armor from now on. Early the next morning, Itachi pulled me out of bed, saying that Teacher Minato was looking for us. Under the Hokage building, we ran into Tenzo, who had two big dark circles under his eyes and looked utterly disheartened. Upon asking, we learned that he had signed a summoning contract with Mayaboka Mountain, and the first summon turned out to be a tadpole, which frustrated him to no end. I patted him on the shoulder and said that I had a dream yesterday, dreaming that in the future you would master both the art of cuttings and the ability to communicate with frogs, making you invincible in the ninja world. When we entered the office, Teacher Minato was smiling brilliantly, and I felt a jolt in my heart. Oh no, here comes more work. He cheerfully asked each of us about our strength, and when he asked if I had Jonin-level skills, I proudly nodded my head, of course I do. Itachi and Tenzu also claimed they could handle elite Jonin. After hearing this, Teacher Minato was extremely satisfied, his eyes full of appreciation, probably thinking, looks like that kid Kakashi has successors, and there are 3 of them right off the bat. What a great deal. As a result, the cost of this great deal was that Teacher Minato smiled even more brightly, and it became clear what he was leading to. He said that the daimyo was recently planning to establish something called the 12 Guardian Ninja, which sounded impressive, but in reality, it was just to serve as personal bodyguards, with the requirement that everyone had to be at least Jonin level. The village was short on manpower, So this glorious task fell squarely on our shoulders. I was stunned at that moment. The 12 Guardian Ninja? Isn't that the cursed organization that Asuma later joined? Does anyone understand? Just a second ago, I was bragging about having Jonin-level skills, and the next second I wanted to slap myself. Let me tell you, my expression changed right on the spot, and I immediately started trying to backtrack. Hey, wait a minute, Lord Fourth. I looked so ashamed, my acting skills were off the charts. I was just joking. I'm really bad, just an average shunin. I was just blowing things out of proportion, really. Teacher Minato was just smiling at me, not saying a word, and it made me feel really uneasy. I could only force myself to continue talking. Besides, at our age, being a bodyguard for a daimyo, I senti a bit too young. My mind was racing with calculations. Are you kidding me? Becoming a guardian ninja? In the original story, besides Asuma and the other guy, no one else even made a sound, and their fame is not even comparable to the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist Village. Moreover, this job is purely a 24/7 electronic labor, with no personal time at all. The worst part is that because of this ridiculous title, Asuma and the others caught the attention of those 2 crazy members of the Akatsuki, Haiden and Kakuto, who have a terrifying bounty on their heads. I don't want to be someone's target every day. Teacher Minato even tried to tempt me with money, saying the rewards were generous. Hey, to be honest, in the past I might have been tempted, but now I'm a bit of a wealthy guy myself, no longer bowing down for just a handful of rice, all right? Just when we were in a stalemate, Uncle Jukyu burst in like a divine soldier, holding a document. He said it was a reply from the daimyo's office. When Teacher Minato opened it, his brows immediately furrowed. It turns out the daimyo had found 10 experts on their own, plus 1 from the Fire Temple. So they only needed Konoha to send 1 more person. As soon as I heard this, I couldn't help but feel overjoyed. 1 person? Who else could it be but Asuma, the son of the 3rd Hokage? This is just a perfect match. Finally, I managed to pass this hot potato. Teacher Minato must be quite troubled as well. After thinking for a long time, he could only wave his hand and let us go back first. When we came out of the Hokage building, Itachi was still there deep in thought, saying something about how this was a sign of distrust in the village. I told him, why think so much? If the sky falls, there will be someone tall to hold it up. Such matters are not for us to worry about. As we talked, we arrived at Itachi's house. As soon as we entered the yard, I saw Naruto and Sasuke, those 2 little rascals, rolling around and playing together. Naruto, with his sharp eyes, was the first to spot me. He pushed Sasuke away and ran over, hugging my leg and shouting, "Brother Han." I patted his head, fully aware that this kid was probably thinking about my toy summoning device again. Sure enough, he fidgeted for a long time, struggling to get the words out. I rolled my eyes at him and turned to leave. He immediately panicked, grabbed me, and started to blink those big blue eyes, trying to act cute. I told you, I'm not falling for this. But just then, I suddenly felt a small hand sneakily reaching in my ninja tool pouch from behind. Wow, as a ninja, my reflexes were lightning fast. I kicked off the ground and instantly flashed into the yard. When I took a closer look, there were actually 2 Narutos in the room. Shadow clone? This little brat is putting on a pure love drama in front of me, using the real body to attract my attention, while there's another sneaky one trying to steal from behind. I was shocked at that moment. Is this the protagonist's halo? I was still playing in the mud at 3 years old, and he had already learned the shadow clone technique. Sasuke beside him scoffed, probably cursing Naruto for being an idiot in his heart. I curiously asked Naruto when he learned it, and he shook his head, proudly saying, "This isn't the shadow clone. It's the multi-shadow clone technique." The next second, he crossed his hands, and with a loud bang, the entire yard was flooded with a golden yellow. Hundreds of Narutos. They were everywhere, and I had just one expression, subway old man looking at his phone. JPG. The amount of chakra was simply outrageous. Sasuke was also dumbfounded, his little face pale. It was probably the first time he had seen such a scene, and the little pride he had instantaneously shattered. Even Uncle Fugaku stood at the door, sighing, saying that he truly was the child of the 4th Hokage. I even saw a strange light flash in his eyes, probably already calculating how to create a collaboration between the Uchiha and the Uzumaki for their offspring. But then he thought about it and realized both Naruto and Sasuke were boys, so that project was immediately scrapped. After making a commotion for a while, I told Naruto to quickly dispel the clones, or else Itachi wouldn't even be able to come in with the fruit platter. After dinner, Naruto also went home, and I thought the day would just pass like that, but suddenly Uncle Fugaku called Itachi and me aside, his expression so serious it could drip water. He asked us if we had seen Shursui in the past few days. Itachi and I exchanged glances and shook our heads. Then Uncle Fugaku dropped a heavy bombshell. He said the clan was investigating the theft of the Sharingan, and they had found some clues that might be related to Shursui. When they sent someone to look for him, they found he had disappeared. The implication of his words was too obvious. They suspected Shursui had fled out of fear of being punished. But Itachi and I both knew that this was absolutely impossible. My mind buzzed, and I instantly thought of that old sinister guy wrapped in bandages. Danzo, there was no one else. I immediately said, I suspect Shursui has been imprisoned by someone. After hearing this, Uncle Fugaku remained silent for a long time and finally gave us 2 days. Within 2 days, we must find Shursui. Otherwise, he would have to report to the 4th Hokage, and, at that time, Shursui would be classified as a rogue ninja. When Itachi and I heard this, our hearts sank to the bottom. There was no time to waste, so we immediately rushed out. We first went to Shursui's house, and sure enough, there were no clues at all. I told Itachi not to think about it anymore. The person was 100 at the base. I asked him if he dared to go and take a look, and Itachi replied without a hint of hesitation, yes. So we quickly returned home, gathered all the gear we could bring, and under the cover of night, made our way to the entrance of the base. The place was heavily guarded, and it was impossible to force our way in. There was no choice but to use our wits. Itachi and I discussed it, and I would go up to act as bait to draw the fire while he hid in the shadows looking for an opportunity. I pretended to be a helpless child who had lost a cat and approached the gatekeeper to chat, performing a scene of an orphan searching for a cat, which left him stunned and almost overflowing with sympathy. Just at the moment he completely let his guard down, the weasel struck from the shadows with a single glance. The crimson Sharingan flashed, and those guards instantly froze in place like wooden puppets, all caught in the Jinjutsu. We quickly stripped 2 of them of their clothes and masks and swaggered inside. Let me tell you, the place inside was like an underground maze, eerie and full of twists and turns. We had no idea where Shursui was being held, so we could only rely on our instincts to head deeper in. Just as we were walking, someone approached us. I focused my gaze and thought, damn, it's Danzo. Both Itachi and I felt our hearts skip a beat, and we forced ourselves to calm down, lowering our heads to prepare to pass by him. Just as we were about to go past, I finally let out a sigh of relief, but suddenly a cold voice came from behind. Wait, as I said, the deeper we went, the fewer people there were in this ghostly place, and the atmosphere was eerily oppressive. I exchanged a glance with Itachi, both of us knowing that this meant we had reached the core area. Along the way, there were even some guards, but good grief, they were like wooden stakes. Upon seeing us wearing masks, they acted as if they didn't see us at all and didn't stop us. I guess that these people didn't have the option of daring to intrude into the route. Han, can you feel the chakra of the still water? Itachi's voice was tense. I closed my eyes and maximized my perception. The entire route in my mind was like a 3D map, but there was just no point of still water. I shook my head. What should I do? Itachi was really panicking. I told you, at that time my mind was a complete mess. It was simply a dilemma. If I moved forward, I would definitely be questioned, and as soon as I opened my mouth, I would give myself away. But what about turning back now? What about Shursui? The longer that guy stays here, the more dangerous it becomes. I'm sure if Danzo knew that Shursui had activated the Kodo Amatsukami, it wouldn't be as simple as just gouging out his eyes. He might even lose his life. Damn it. I was so angry my teeth were itching. It's all my fault. I thought it would be a few more years before something happened to Shursui in the original story, so I let my guard down, and here comes the butterfly effect. Forget it, charge. I steeled my heart and told Itachi, we've come this far. There's no reason to go back empty-handed. At worst, I could just unleash my full power and summon my armor. I refuse to believe this damn place can stop me. When Itachi heard this, his eyes lit up and he nodded heavily, filled with emotion and trust, probably adding a bunch of friend-filtered thoughts about being willing to risk it all for me. All right then, let us do it. We walked straight down the innermost corridor. At the entrance, there were indeed 2 guards standing there. Newcomers? Do you understand the rules? Is this a place you're allowed to be? One of them spoke up, his tone aggressive as if he had eaten gunpowder. We stopped in our tracks, but I had no intention of retreating. I cleared my throat and directly started the act. Lord Danzo has ordered us to take Uchiha Shursui with us. It surprised Itachi beside me, but he quickly understood my meaning. When the 2 guards heard this, one of them muttered, strange, didn't Lord Danzo just go out? Why does he need to take someone again? Both of us felt a jolt in our hearts, followed by sheer joy. Family, who understands? This is equivalent to directly telling us that Shursui is trapped here, and Danzo just came by. Exactly, another person chimed in. Wait, do you have a mission order from the adults? The one who spoke first seemed to have a bit of sense. Mission order? I scoffed, my tone tinged with impatience. Of course we do. In the next moment, both Itachi and I's eyes turned crimson red. Those two guys were met with a pair of kaleidoscopic Sharingan, and then their heads drooped as they crashed on the spot. With their level of CH Nin, they still think they can defend against our Jinjutsu? It's simply a joke. Let's go. I commanded in a low voice, and the two of them instantly rushed in. Time is precious. Those few at the door that I took down can't hold on for long, and Danzo will soon realize someone has broken in. Once inside, wow, 5 rooms. All the doors made of refined steel, like a bank vault. As expected of the route, they really invested. I was furious. Itachi was already panicking, rushing to smash each door. Shirzue, where are you? But at that moment, we both felt an enormous, terrifying chakra rapidly approaching from outside. There were so many people, it was like a temple fair. We were discovered. This is bad. Shirzue. Itachi became even more anxious, darting back and forth like a headless fly between the 5 doors. But no one responded. Shortly after, at the entrance, a grim-faced Danzo blocked our escape with a large group of people. Who are you? Danzo's gaze was as if he wanted to swallow us alive. Without saying a word, I took out my kunai and assumed a combat stance. There was no other way. I had to force my way through. The people behind Danzo were at least Chunin, and the few Jonin in front were exuding such pressure that it was hard to breathe. Not to mention Danzo himself. That old schemer, his aura was restrained, but he was definitely the most dangerous person in Konoha right now. Oomph. Danzo snorted coldly, sizing us up with a sinister smile. Uchiha Kan and Uchiha Itachi, right? Our identities were exposed. But what if he guessed it? We weren't going to take off our masks. What could he do to us? Danzo waved his hand, go. In an instant, the scene exploded. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Wind style, vacuum wave. Various ninjutsu came rushing at us as if they were free, and kunai and shuriken were raining down like a storm. More and more people kept coming from behind, wave after wave. I gritted my teeth, blocking the flying hidden weapons while dodging the overwhelming ninjutsu. Before long, my forehead was covered in sweat. In this situation, I had no choice but to summon my armor. Although summoning the armor would completely expose my identity, and without finding sure sway or any evidence, Danzo could easily turn the tables on me, making things even more troublesome. But right now, being in Danzo's hands would only lead to a worse fate. I made up my mind. As soon as I mentioned chakra, a huge fireball burst forth, forcefully pushing them back. Now is the time. I narrowed my eyes, and the scorching energy within me began to flow. Flame Dragon. Just as I was about to shout the summoning words, in this critical moment, boom! A steel door behind me suddenly exploded open. Amidst the billowing smoke and dust, a figure slowly emerged. Jishue. Itachi's voice cracked. Jishue. I was so excited, silently complaining that my transformation had been interrupted again. Jishue walked slowly to our side, his face full of guilt. Sorry for putting you in danger. Don't say that, we are friends. I patted him. Itachi also nodded frantically. Jishue felt warmth in his heart, and then our 3 pairs of eyes focused sharply on Danzo. Jishue, what do you mean by this? Danzo's gaze was so dark it could drip water. Normally, if Jishue was looked at like this, his legs would have gone weak. But now his eyes were like torches, staring straight back, not dodging at all. Sorry, Lord Danzo. Please deduct the repair fees for this door from my salary. As for the remaining salary, I want to take it either. Jishue paused, his gaze becoming incredibly firm. Lord Danzo, I want to resign from Root. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire place fell silent. The surrounding Root ninjas looked like their jaws were about to drop, probably thinking one thing. What the heck? Can one actually resign from Root? Danzo's old face instead became calm. Jishue, do you know what you're saying? Of course I do. Jishue's voice was resolute. I feel that the ideals of Root conflict with my own. Danzo sneered. Jishue, after all these years of painstakingly training you, is this how you repay me? Lord Danzo's nurturing grace, Jishue will never forget. Jishue bowed deeply, his attitude very sincere, but his stance was incredibly firm. Danzo's gaze instantly turned icy and bone-chilling. My heart skipped a beat, feeling that this old guy was about to make a move. If you want to leave, you can. Danzo slowly walked up to Shirzue and said, however, you must repay me for all these years of nurturing. How should I repay you? Danzo smirked, and that smile gave me goosebumps. Leave your Sharingan behind. What? Itachi and I exploded at the same time, gripping our kunai and charging forward. Don't go too far. This old man really thinks he can reach for something beyond his grasp. Does he even deserve it? With his skills, using kunai against Susanoo is simply a farce in the ninja world. But when I looked at Shirzue, he was actually deep in thought. I panicked. Sure, don't listen to him. He's been after your eyes from the very beginning. Danzo sneered, turning his spear towards me. Kid, don't forget. We haven't seen you Uchiha retrieve Kakashi's Sharingan either, have we? Just as I was about to refute, Danzo immediately ordered, all together. He quickly retreated to a safe distance. Clearly wanted to watch the show. As that group charged forward again, a glimmer of determination flashed in Shursue's eyes. There was no way out. Chakra surged wildly in his body towards his eyes. In the next moment, his body instantly vanished. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Danzo. Not good. Danzo's pupils constricted. He knew Shursui was going to use Genjutsu and immediately activated his chakra to resist. However, what entered his vision was a pair of rapidly spinning Sharingan with 3 Tomo, which ultimately transformed into a complex and bizarre 4-pointed pinwheel pattern. Kodo Tsukimi. In an instant, Danzo's entire world was left with only those eyes, and his consciousness rapidly blurred. The kaleidoscope Sharingan. This was the last thought in his mind. 2 seconds later, Danzo's head drooped down. Shursui let out a sigh, covering his eyes, which were streaming with blood tears, clearly exhausted. He took out a kunai with his other hand and pressed it directly against Danzo's neck. Everyone stopped. All the root ninjas turned around and were stunned. Their leader had been taken hostage. Shunshin Shursui lived up to his name. With Danzo under control, everyone had no choice but to stop. Itachi and I quickly ran behind Shursui. I kept my Sharingan activated, staring intently at Danzo, fearing that this old schemer might pull a trick, just like in the original story, and launch a surprise attack. However, this time, he clearly did not know that Shursui had the kaleidoscope, so falling for it was normal. Let's go. We did it like this, using Danzo as a hostage, step by step retreating outward. We retreated until we were about 10 meters outside the main gate. Confirmed safety, and Shursui pushed Danzo away, retracted the kunai, and turned to jump. Let's go. The 3 of us instantly disappeared into the night. Behind us, that group of root ninjas surrounded Danzo, who was as stiff as a wooden figure, anxiously pacing around but unable to break the illusion. What kind of illusion is this? What should we do? We can only wait for it to wear off on its own. Looking at the direction we escaped, the faces of those people were filled with frustration and fear. Meanwhile, my father Fugaku and Uncle Ryu, who were hiding in the shadows, looked like their eyes were about to pop out. Fugaku, should we retreat as well? Let's go. My father nodded and quietly left with the others. After confirming that no one was chasing us, Itachi hurriedly asked what had happened. Shursui sighed and looked at me. Xiao Han, you were right. He recounted the events. That day, he confronted Danzo about the eye-gouging incident. Danzo neither admitted nor denied it. And Shursui understood. The two had a fierce argument. And when Danzo realized that Shursui's thoughts were no longer under his control, he used the excuse that Shursui needed to calm down and locked him up. So, Danzo is the mastermind behind this. I muttered to myself, as expected. The first law of Hokage, whether something happens or not, it's definitely Danzo's fault. Damn it. Itachi clenched his fists in anger. I will confess everything to the clan leader. I will accept any punishment. Shursui had a resolute expression. He was not someone who would evade responsibility. Don't worry. Uncle Fugaku will handle it appropriately, I reassured him. Shursui nodded, but there was still a hint of worry in his eyes. He said that when he first used his Sharingan on Danzo, he saw several streams of Sharingan chakra in Danzo's bandaged arm. At this moment, in the route, Danzo finally woke up from the illusion. 2 seconds later, he recalled everything that had happened and was furious. Where are Shursui and those 2 brats? Lord Danzo, Shursui has taken you hostage, and we didn't dare approach, so his loyal subordinate knelt on the ground, his voice trembling. Useless. Danzo roared, and all the root ninjas immediately knelt down, not daring to breathe. Shursui. Danzo's mind was filled with that strange kaleidoscope Sharingan, and the fire of desire in his heart instantly spread throughout his body. Truly a kaleidoscope. It managed to trap me in an illusion in an instant. He gritted his teeth and issued orders. All of you behave yourselves. Go investigate Uchiha Han and Uchiha Itachi. This debt will eventually be settled with them. Also, those guarding the gate, deduct 3 months' salary and have them clean the toilets for 3 months. Everyone hurriedly responded. Danzo unconsciously looked at his bandaged arm, lost in thought. If I could obtain a pair of kaleidoscope Sharingan, then the position of Hokage would be within my grasp, right? The next day, Shursui took the initiative to find Uchiha Fugaku and confessed everything. Let me tell you, Fujikage as the clan leader really has some skills. After hearing about that little incident with Shursui, Without saying a word, he immediately gathered the clan's high-ranking members for an emergency meeting. What scene it split into two major factions. On one side were a few stubborn old-timers, puffing their beards and glaring, insisting that Shui was just a dog for Danzo. And even if he knelt down to apologize now, he was still a criminal with a prior record, his credibility was already bankrupt, and he must be severely punished. On the other side was Fujikage himself, leading the charge, thinking while young people make mistakes, take a few wrong turns, and have been manipulated by that old schemer Danzo. Now that he's seen the light, he deserves a chance. Moreover, Fujikage knew very well that he had personally witnessed Shui tying up Danzo in the root base. That is Danzo, folks. The underground emperor of Konoha. For Shui to have him under control like that, what does it mean? It means this kid is deeply hidden. Usually looks quite honest, but turns out to be a hidden hexagonal warrior. A talent like this. Are you going to punish him? Are you crazy? In the end, Fujikage slammed the table and declared, "This matter is up to me." And those elders didn't dare to say a word. Shui ended up with just a few months' salary deducted, and he was so moved he nearly teared up. Fujikage then smoothly brought him into the security team. This move was simply a textbook example of winning people's hearts. With the clan matters settled, I also had to set off. My two precious disciples, Bai and Junmaru, have almost reached their training goals. They wield their swords with great skill and can easily handle a few freshly graduated genin. However, they're still too young, with limited chakra and strength. As their master, I've intentionally held them back from excessive chakra training, mainly to avoid damaging their bodies, especially Junmaru, whose bloodline disease is like a ticking time bomb. One day, I thought it was time for me to leave and told them the truth. You two can protect yourselves now, and I should be going. As soon as I finished speaking, the two little ones' eyes turned red, and they clung to my clothes, saying, "Big brother Tomu, please take us with you." At that time, I was really overwhelmed. Does anyone in my family understand? This time I'm going to the land of lightning to cause some trouble. To put it bluntly, I'm going to rob. What does it mean to bring along two burdens? Just me, wearing my Windhawk armor. What does that even mean? I can come and go as I please. Not even the fourth Raikage can stop me. Bringing them along would just be handing out free kills, right? I just patted their heads and said, "Be good. The place I'm going to is too dangerous. And if you go, I'll be distracted. Don't worry, I'll be back soon." I left them a large sum of money and reminded them not to flaunt those two divine blades everywhere, then left without looking back. Why go to the land of thunder? One word, poor. I had previously killed a mist ninja assassin and grabbed some money, and I suddenly realized, why do any tasks when robbing is so much faster? Plus, I had no psychological burden robbing from the cloud hidden. These guys had previously tried to kidnap my teacher's wife, Kushina, and later wanted to target Anata. They were habitual offenders. Robbing them is doing justice. To avoid passing through Konoha, I took a boat directly to the land of water. This place, let me tell you, is all about one thing: hot springs. There are hot springs everywhere. I thought to myself, I've been traveling and I'm tired. I have to experience it. I found what looked like the most upscale hot spring inn, and the receptionist asked me, "Sir, would you like a mixed bath or a private bath?" At that moment, I was tempted and thought, mixed, private bath. I must have a private bath, mainly because, well, my body hasn't fully developed yet, and going into a mixed bath would make me feel inferior. Once I grow a bit more, anyway, let's just get a private room for now. I have to tell you, the hot spring was so amazing it felt like I was soaring. Just when I was feeling blissful, suddenly, splash. Someone fell directly into the water. I instantly got angry, grabbed a shuriken, and jumped up. As a result, there stood a beautiful woman in the water. Soaked all over, the scene was quite something. But I'm not just anyone. Alarms were ringing in my head. The prettier the woman, the more she could deceive. She asked me to keep a secret, and while I was saying sure, I was actually thinking, you better get out of here. But she couldn't leave because her clothes were wet and insisted on borrowing mine. Fine, I brought her back to my room, and when she put on my clothes, they were so tight, it was ridiculous. Those who understand, understand. Just when it was awkward, I felt someone coming outside. I immediately wanted to push this troublemaker out, but when I pushed, whoa, the feel was all wrong. I ended up with something soft and unreachable. Her face flushed red, and she pointed at me, calling me a little rogue. For heaven's sake, just when it was awkward, the door was suddenly kicked open. Standing at the entrance were a few odd-looking ninjas from the hidden cloud. At that moment, I just wanted to distance myself from the situation and directly push that woman out, saying, "She's yours, take her away. Just don't break anything in my room." But then the leader, an ugly guy named Yanin, glanced at me and surprisingly said, "This kid is so handsome. Keeping him is a disaster. Let's kill him together." I was stunned. Family, what is this? It's 2025, and people are still judging based on looks? I immediately retorted, dude, is it my fault that I look good? It's not my fault you're ugly. This hit him hard, and his face turned green as he screamed that he wanted to gut me. Fine. I initially wanted to avoid trouble, but since you insist on sending me off, I want to hold back. The upper ninja rushed at me with a knife, moving quite fast, but to me it felt like slow motion, and I just darted to the side with a quick push of my toes. He was stunned, realizing he had encountered someone tough. This kid is not simple. That guy immediately retreated. The woman, seeing that I had some skills, rushed behind me like a charm. This time, I didn't T-push her away. I just asked her without turning my head, do you have money? She was taken aback for a moment, then nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice, saying, yes, yes, yes. I have plenty of money, as long as you can save me. You can have as much as you want. I chuckled and said, this is what you said. If you dare to renege on the deal, I'll just pack you up and throw you into the rakeage office. Hee hee, the rakeage is a muscle man. And with your little frame, TSK. I hadn't finished my malicious joke yet, and the few from the Cloud Village immediately broke down. How dare they slander our Lord Rakeage? Let's take them down together and kill them. What a sight. A torrential downpour of shuriken and kunai came raining down. I raised one hand and executed wind release, gale palm. In an instant, a violent wind erupted from Uchiha Han's hands, knocking down all the incoming shuriken and kunai. However, the gust from gale palm did not stop there. It charged straight towards the Cloud Ninjas. The most notable feature of wind release ninjutsu is its cutting power. Gale palm is precisely that. The powerful chakra rotates at high speed to create a whirlwind with terrifying cutting strength. If hit directly, it could slice the entire body into pieces. Earth release, earth flow wall. The leading J-nin immediately formed hand seals, and a wall of earth rose up beneath him. Boom! A loud bang echoed as the walls on both sides shook from the residual force of gale palm, leaving several deep cracks. The Cloud Ninjas stared at the cracks, dumbfounded, especially the few ch-nin. Good grief, this kid is so strong. To be honest, none of these ch-nin could unleash such powerful ninjutsu. Don't be fooled by the few cracks in the wall. Different ninjutsu have different properties and cause varying damage. Wind release primarily relies on cutting power, and when it hits a hard solid like a wall, its power is significantly reduced. However, with earth release, it would be easy to break through a wall. That's why the Cloud Ninjas were so astonished. More importantly, this kid looks like he is only 10 years old. How does he have such monstrous strength? Damn it. The J-nin cursed angrily, feeling a twinge of regret. Just now, the other party clearly didn't want to get involved. If he had let them go then, they would have captured their target by now, and he would have received a hefty reward. Now the situation had become a bit tricky. No matter what, even if the kid is talented, he is so young and his chakra can't be that much. With so many of us, we can definitely outlast him. The J-nin became cautious. The other ch-nin nodded. Then they rushed forward. Uchiha Han frowned slightly. The other side had the advantage in numbers and a J-nin among them. He couldn't break through them in a short time. If this continued, it would be easy to fall into their rhythm and be at a disadvantage. It had to be a quick battle. Uchiha Han muttered. So, the fastest way to fight is naturally. Wind Eagle Armor Combine. Chapter 132. Fantasizing at the Front Desk. Additional update. Wind Eagle Armor Combine. As soon as the words fell, the bodies of the Cloud Ninjas rushing over were instantly blown back by a gust of wind. Bang! 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 The few of them were slammed against the wall. They steadied themselves and began to examine the armor before them carefully. The first impression was cool and very powerful. Armor? From a land of iron? No, that's not right. The land of iron doesn't produce this type. The J-nin muttered. Because Cloud Village has long practiced sword techniques, they have maintained a good trade relationship with the land of iron for a long time. This J-nin also had some understanding of the forged items from the land of iron. He could be sure that this thing before him was definitely not something the land of iron could produce. Then, bloodline limit? He narrowed his eyes, and his expression became more serious. No matter the case, he could confirm one thing. Under the enhancement of this armor, the kid's momentum had become even more terrifying. Even he subconsciously felt a hint of fear rise within him. I don't believe it. A little brat can turn the tide? Before the words were out, he activated all his chakra, and the long knife in his hand suddenly burst into brilliant light. Zizizizi. The currents danced like serpents along the blade. Lightning release. Lightning. He raised the long knife and slashed at Uchiha Han. However, before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt a powerful force come from his grip. Clang! A sharp pain shot through his hand, and he instinctively let go. The long knife clattered to the ground. Zizizizi. Without the sustained chakra, the currents flickered a few times before dimming. So fast, he realized that Uchiha Han had somehow appeared beside him, delivering a punch that instantly shocked his hands. But he had been fully focused just moments ago and still couldn't react in time. How fast could that be? To be clear, he was also a J-nin. Such a vast gap in strength was something not many in Cloud Village could achieve. You're not very capable, are you? Uchiha Han said, his tone full of mockery. The J-nin was now filled with fear, and he couldn't muster any anger. Because, Wind Eagle Leg, Uchiha Han flashed in front of him, crouched down, and then delivered a powerful kick. The J-nin's body was sent flying into the air, just a hair away from a close encounter with the ceiling. Forced into midair and with so little time, he couldn't react at all. Wind Eagle Crossbow. Uchiha Han raised his arm, and the Wind Eagle Crossbow instantly shot out a dense barrage of light arrows. Ah! The J-nin screamed in agony as his chest was pierced through, turning it into a beehive-like mess. It looked quite bloody and cruel. Captain, the CH-nin were taken aback. In addition to shock, they were filled with fear. Their captain was a genuine J-nin, yet he was taken out in an instant. What about them? Thinking this, they subconsciously swallowed hard, looking at their captain who had fallen heavily to the ground, and none dared to step forward. Oh, aren't you all going to help your captain? Uchiha Han smiled, his tone disdainful. At this moment, the J-nin lay on the ground with his chest pierced, bleeding profusely. If they didn't take him to stop the bleeding soon, he might not be saved. Uchiha Han added. Hearing this, the others looked at their captain lying in a pool of blood, their faces showing struggle and hesitation. Finally, one gritted his teeth and rushed over, followed by the others, who helped the J-nin up. Captain! Captain! They saw that Uchiha Han had not attacked again, so they helped their captain and tried to leave. Wait. At this moment, Uchiha Han suddenly called out to them. The few of them jolted, their faces instantly filled with terror. Just leaving like this? Uchiha Han asked coldly. A simple sentence felt like the whisper of a demon, causing them to tremble all over. W, what do you want? They asked, their voices trembling. Uchiha Han extended his hand. Hand over all your money. The group exchanged glances, then immediately pulled out their cash from their bags. Although money is important and they're desperately carrying out their tasks for it, when it comes to life, the priority is clear and there's no need to think twice. Soon, a thick stack of cash appeared in Uchiha Han's hands. Can we leave now? One person asked. No. Uchiha Han shook his head and slowly walked towards them. What else do you want? The few of them instantly became extremely nervous and scared. Where's your captain's money? Hurry up and find it for me, Uchiha Han said impatiently. That guy is a jonin. He must have the most money on him. Uchiha Han couldn't forget how Kakashi contributed the least, but took the most money during their previous mission, which made him feel very unbalanced at the time. All right. They didn't hesitate any longer, and several hands began to search the jonin's body and clothes. If it weren't for the fact that this guy looked too ugly, Uchiha Han couldn't help but think of some adult things upon seeing this scene. In the end, they found another large stack of cash, almost equal to the total amount they had taken out earlier. I knew it, Uchiha Han said joyfully as he looked at the abundant spoils in his hands, his mood instantly brightening. All right, you can scram now. Hearing this, the few of them felt relieved and immediately disappeared. Uchiha Han took off the Wind Eagle armor and happily began counting the money. Phew. The girl sighed in relief when she saw that the Yun Hidden had escaped. She began to carefully examine Uchiha Han in front of her. This guy is surprisingly strong. Was that thing just now bloodline limit? It seems. Quite cool, she murmured, her autumn-like gaze fixed on Uchiha Han, her eyes shimmering with unusual brilliance. I say, what kind of commotion are you making? The receptionist approached with a furrowed brow, feeling speechless and angry, but she was trying hard to restrain herself due to her professional demeanor. However, when she saw the messy room, she was immediately stunned. Then, her gaze was drawn to the pool of blood on the floor. Instantly, some inappropriate images flashed through her mind. In the images, although Uchiha Han was still young, he was imposing, possessing both strength and skill, leaving Takiri Luo with no chance. The latter begged for mercy continuously, but Uchiha Han remained unmoved, until the ground shook and blood flowed. One cannot judge a person by their appearance. After a while, she silently retreated. She muttered to herself, is this little brat really that powerful? Chapter 133. No money, I'll save a bumpkin. Uchiha Han found it strange that the receptionist just left. He was still thinking about how to explain things, but the other party didn't say a word, not even mentioning the compensation. Forget it, I'll settle it when I check out tomorrow, Uchiha Han thought. At this moment, The girl stepped forward and gently touched Uchiha Han's shoulder. Thank you for today, she said gratefully, her voice very gentle. Don't mention it. Uchiha Han quickly raised his hand to block her. I only want money. Uchiha Han's stance was very firm. The girl's face suddenly froze. She thought, this little brat is so young, yet has such a greedy look. Her disdain for Uchiha Han grew even stronger. All right, I'll give it to you, the girl said helplessly. So, Uchiha Han reached out his hand to her. The girl hesitated, looking at Uchiha Han's hand, and didn't he move for a long time. Uchiha Han immediately frowned, thinking, could this girl really be out of money? What does that mean? Do you expect to eat for free after saving someone? Uchiha Han crossed his arms and glared at the girl angrily. Of course not. The girl quickly denied, but she was also angered by Uchiha Han's words. She thought, what kind of status does she have? Would she really quibble over such a small amount of money? How could she possibly default on a debt? It's just that the girl was a bit troubled and paused before finally saying, I do have money. A lot of it, but I rushed out this time and didn't bring a single cent. What? Uchiha Han was instantly speechless, a surge of anger rising in his heart. Why didn't you say so earlier? And besides, are you still going to save me? Of course. Without money, would I save a bumpkin? Isn't that right? Would I be that stupid? Sure enough, the more beautiful the woman, the better she is at lying. Uchiha Han muttered quietly. However, he did manage to scrape together quite a bit of money from those hidden, so it wasn't a total loss. In fact, if Uchiha Han had chosen to kill them all, the money he'd get might not just be this amount. After all, didn't know if they had any hidden stash. Moreover, he could probably also get some ninja scrolls, especially from that Jonin, who must have some unique techniques from hidden. But Uchiha Han didn't choose to kill mainly because he was still in someone else's hot spring inn. If someone died, it would be very troublesome to explain, and it would greatly impact others. He didn't want to complicate matters right now. So, after thinking it over, Uchiha Han felt that there was no need to go for a complete wipeout. However, if it were in the wild, Uchiha Han wouldn't hold back. Since you don't have money now, let us go to your house and settle the payment. Uchiha Han said coldly. He thought, if this girl is really Takiri Luo, then money is definitely not a concern. Even if she is not Takiri Luo, her sudden appearance here shouldn't be too far from home. If she escaped from Yun Hidden Village, then that's even better, it's on the way. As for the girl's safety, Uchiha Han didn't consider it all. What is it to me? The girl hesitated with a look of uncertainty. Uchiha Han just stared at her. After a long time, the room fell silent. Finally, Uchiha Han couldn't take it anymore. Is it really that hard to earn some money these days? You're the daughter of the former daimyo, right? Uchiha Han said lightly. The girl's body jolted, her face filled with shock. How did he know? After hesitating for a long time, the girl finally nodded. Now, she could only choose to rely on Uchiha Han, and continuing to hide it was meaningless. She could only hope that this would make Uchiha Han willing to help her. That's right. Let me introduce myself. I'm Takiri Luo. The girl gave a bittersweet smile and extended her jade-like hand. Uchiha Han's attitude remained indifferent. Domu. Uchiha Han reached out, lightly shook her hand, and immediately withdrew it. This way, it was hard not to make Takiri Luo feel that he really disliked her. How did you know my identity? Guess. Uchiha Han said blandly, his tone somewhat cold. He didn't want to reveal his identity now. Although many years have passed, and he had carefully disguised himself, his unmatched beauty was still easy to notice. If this girl had a good memory and recognized him, it would be troublesome. However, this woman doesn't seem particularly smart. Since you already know my identity, I really can't pay your fee in this situation, the girl said apologetically. She was wealthy, but she couldn't return to the daimyo's mansion now. Is all your money in the daimyo's mansion? Uchiha Han asked. Yes, Takiri Lu nodded. After all, she was a princess, and her assets were much greater than those of the ninjas. She could easily afford the rewards for several S-rank missions. Even a small country like the Land of Water was like this, let alone the 5 great nations. This is also why, until now, ninjas still serve the daimyo. Then let's go back to the daimyo's mansion, and you can pay me, Uchiha Han suggested. Takiri Lu was stunned, shocked by Uchiha Han's words. The new daimyo was currently wanted nationwide and had hired many capable ninjas from the Cloud Village. The current daimyo's mansion in the Land of Water was indeed a den of danger. Takiri Lu had barely escaped from the daimyo's mansion. How could she willingly walk back into the trap? How could that be? Do you know how dangerous the daimyo's mansion is now? Takiri Lu said. Dangerous? Are there shadow-level powerhouses stationed inside? Uchiha retorted. After all, the Land of Water was just a small country without shadow-level powerhouses. and other ninja villages wouldn't easily send their shadow-level ninjas either. So, Uchiha Han estimated there would only be a few elite jonin at most. Anyway, he was just going to get the money, not fight them. He could grab it and run. What was there to fear? Don't worry with me around. You'll definitely be safe, as long as you're willing to pay a sufficient fee, Uchiha Han assured, patting his chest. Really? Takiri Lu asked, somewhat skeptical. Although Uchiha Han had just shown extremely strong abilities, there were more than just a few jonin in the daimyo's mansion. There were also many chunin. With such strict defenses, could this little brat really handle it? Of course, Uchiha Han nodded. Takiri Lu lowered her eyes, pondering for a moment. If you can guarantee my safety, then help me take out all my money, and I can pay you a large additional fee. Chapter 134. I'm worried you'll take advantage of me. Sure. Uchiha Han's eyes lit up immediately. But you need to state the price in advance. Uchiha Han was rather cautious and wanted to agree on a price beforehand. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel at ease. One must never let their guard down with such a beautiful woman. Okay, so how much do you want? Takiri Lu nodded. Uchiha Han thought for a moment and then slowly extended 5 fingers. He meant 500,000 ryo. This was already a reward for a relatively high difficulty A-rank mission. Uchiha Han thought he should set the first price higher. Otherwise, if the other party negotiated it down, there wouldn't be much profit left. Takiri Lu frowned slightly, thinking that 500,000 ryo might be a bit too much. Seeing Takiri Lu frown, Uchiha Han thought perhaps he was indeed asking for too much. He was ready for the other party to negotiate down. However, at this moment, Takiri Lu reconsidered. After all, he had saved her life, and she could only rely on him now. Moreover, if she could retrieve her little treasury, this amount of money wouldn't be significant. Having clarified the stakes, Takiri Lu finally nodded. All right, adding the reward for saving me. It totals 500,000 ryo. Uchiha Han raised his eyebrows, his pupils shaking. Wow, so this is what rich people are like. Although Uchiha Han knew that the people from the daimyo's mansion were the wealthiest, it was surprising that Takiri Lu, a princess from a small country, could be so extravagant. 500,000 ryo. He couldn't even imagine it. All right. Uchiha Han forced himself to appear calm, nodding repeatedly, afraid that Takiri Lu would react. When you plan to act? Takiri Lu asked. Well, how about this tonight? You draw a rough layout of the daimyo's mansion for me. I'll make a plan, and we can act tomorrow night. How's that sound? Uchiha Han suggested. All right. Takiri Lu nodded. That night, Takiri Lu drew the entire structure of the daimyo's mansion clearly. After living there for so many years, she remembered every corner very well. Uchiha Han carefully examined the blueprints, which also marked some heavily guarded points. After thinking for a while, Uchiha Han roughly figured out a good route for the operation. Uchiha Han yawned. It was getting late, and he was feeling a bit tired. All right, you go get a room for yourself, Uchiha Han said, wanting to sleep. Huh? Takiri Lu was taken aback. You know, I'm broke right now, she said somewhat pitifully. Uchiha Han thought about it. But did that mean he had a cover for her? If he hadn't recognized her, he probably would have thought she was a scammer. Like those who look for jobs or part-time work. They start off by telling you a bunch of benefits, leaving you dazed, only to ask you for some sort of deposit or introduction fee afterward. No doubt, these are definitely scammers. Uchiha Han had fallen for such a trick in his past life, losing over 200 ryo, which left him feeling miserable for more than a month. How about I sleep here tonight? Takiri Lu's face was flushed, red like the dust clouds, exuding some charm. Adding to that, she unknowingly slid her bathrobe slightly down, revealing a hint of skin like white fat, making it even more tempting. However, Uchiha Han was only 10 years old. He was also powerless against such temptation. Ahem. Uchiha Han felt a bit awkward. This might not be too good. After all, there are differences between men and women. Uchiha Han stammered. What's not good about it? A little brat worried about these things? Takiri Lu couldn't help but feel a bit angry. Besides, I don't mind. Why do you care? She said playfully. Although she said that, she actually felt a bit embarrassed inside. A few blushes unconsciously appeared on her face. No, I'm worried you'll take advantage of me, Uchiha Han said lightly. You. Takiri Lu was instantly both shy and angry, never expecting Uchiha Han would think like that. What did he take her for? She was a princess, raised with a good education. She might not be proficient in everything, but she was certainly not one of those loose women. Although she had to admit that Uchiha Han was the cutest boy she had ever seen, and she had thought several times about pinching his face, that didn't mean she would have any other thoughts about him. Besides, how old was Uchiha Han? How could she, a proper princess, be so perverted? All right. Uchiha Han glanced at her impatiently, and then walked outside to find the front desk, bringing back a blanket. However, Uchiha Han found it a bit strange that the front desk looked at him with a somewhat peculiar expression. Uchiha Han originally thought the front desk would be somewhat angry upon seeing the room in disarray. But on the contrary, there was no anger in their eyes. Instead, there was a strange glimmer. How to say it, Uchiha Han felt a bit like those perverts from his past life, looking at a hot-bodied beauty with that kind of gaze. What scares Uchiha Han the most is that when he left, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of the front desk staff's mouth, which seemed to be drooling a bit. Damn, why does it feel like there are too many perverts outside? Uchiha Han suddenly felt the need to protect himself, even if he is a boy. All right, behave yourself tonight. Uchiha Han threw the blanket over and warned seriously. Then, he lay down to sleep. Takariro, feeling both shy and angry, thought to herself that she had never been treated this way before. But there was nothing she could do. When under someone's roof, she had to bow her head. Reluctantly, Takariro laid down on the other side, hugging the blanket tightly, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. The next day, Uchiha Han paid for the damages of the room before packing up and arriving outside the daimyo's mansion. Of course, he also disguised Takariro a bit. He smeared some mud on her face, making her look like a peasant woman at first glance. The specially chosen loose clothing conveniently covered her delicate and graceful figure, so she wouldn't attract attention. Hey, why didn't you make yourself look like this too? Seeing Uchiha Han dressed in tight-fitting clothes with flowing hair, Takariro felt a surge of anger. Why did you have to make her look so unattractive? Hey, they aren't capturing me, so why do I need to disguise myself? If you want to get your money, then listen to me and stop talking back. Uchiha Han said coldly. You. Seeing this, Takariro could only stomp her feet in frustration. Soon, the two arrived at the daimyo's mansion. Note, keep it up. I estimate that by the end of the month, it might reach 400,000 words. If the results are still not good, we might conduct a title test early at the end of the month. Chapter 135, Orochimaru. Extra update, Daimyo's mansion. The sky was gradually darkening. The streets were becoming increasingly empty. Uchiha Han and Takariro were crouched on the rooftop, just hiding their figures. Uchiha Han peeked inside. The daimyo's mansion wasn't particularly large, but it was brightly lit inside, except for a small courtyard in the southwest corner. It was pitch black there, and he could even feel a chilling sense of desolation. However, outside the courtyard, there were two small teams strictly guarding it. This courtyard is Takariro's residence. The few ninjas guarding outside, apart from the two team leaders who were Jonin, the rest were Chunin and Genin. Uchiha Han felt a surge of joy. With only two Jonin, it would be easy for him, who had summoned the Wind Eagle armor, to come and go freely. Simple, Uchiha Han said confidently. However, what worried him was that he had to bring Takariro inside. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to find Takariro's small vault. Takariro had been alert beforehand and had hidden all her valuables very discreetly. Otherwise, they would have long been looted by her brother. Just talking wouldn't be enough. She felt Uchiha Han wouldn't be able to find it. Moreover, she was also worried that if Uchiha Han found it, he would run away with the money. That would be a huge loss for her. So when do we act? Takariro asked nervously. Let us go around to the southwest corner and find a chance to sneak in, Uchiha Han said, and then the two quietly made their way to the southwest corner. They then climbed in. However, as soon as they jumped in, an unusual feeling suddenly rose in Uchiha Han's heart. He had a bad premonition. Strange. Uchiha Han shook his head, ignoring the inexplicable feeling. Daimyo's mansion, main hall. At this moment, the newly appointed daimyo was hosting a large number of guests. Some were prominent nobles from the land of soup, along with powerful ninjas. On the other side were several elite jonin from the Cloud Village. This time, to secure the position of daimyo, he had promised the Cloud Village tremendous benefits. Otherwise, several elite jonin and a bunch of chunin wouldn't have come to the daimyo's mansion. However, very close to the new daimyo, there was a table that was empty. The Cloud Village ninjas looked at the vacant seat, feeling very curious and somewhat angry. They had traveled a long way from the Cloud Village and were not even treated with the highest etiquette. Who could sit so close to the daimyo, receiving more attention than them? After a while, a servant ran up to the daimyo, bowed, and whispered a few words in his ear. Suddenly, the daimyo's face lit up with joy as he stood up. The Cloud ninjas hurriedly looked over and saw a pale-faced, long-haired man walking out from behind. The daimyo greeted him enthusiastically and invited him to sit down. The other guests looked on with curiosity, carefully observing the long-haired man. Who is this person? A relatively young jonin whispered. The elite jonin next to him squinted his eyes and stared intently at the long-haired man. After a moment, he finally remembered something, and his expression changed dramatically. That guy seems to be the S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha, one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. He swallowed hard, unable to believe his eyes. What? The others were immediately shocked. Orochimaru. He is a well-known powerhouse in the ninja world. During the Third Great Ninja War, he was formidable, instilling fear in many. How could this guy be here? They couldn't understand it at all. Given Orochimaru's strength and temperament, he certainly wouldn't be someone this daimyo could invite. There must be something wrong here. The Cloud Village ninjas immediately became alert, but they tried to appear normal. Lord Orochimaru. The new daimyo wore a welcoming smile and raised his wine glass in front of Orochimaru. Orochimaru merely nodded, not even looking directly at him. His face was expressionless, neither warm nor cold, making him seem somewhat out of place in this setting. Those two guys, it would be troublesome if Lord Orochimaru were to take action. The new daimyo was not angered by this. His enthusiasm remained undiminished. The two people he mentioned were his elder brothers, who had also escaped. The main issue was that both of his brothers had powerful ninjas protecting them. And now that he had just taken office, he also needed defensive strength. So he had very limited manpower to deploy. But he was worried that if he didn't eliminate the threat completely, it would come back to haunt him. At this moment, he happened to encounter Orochimaru. And what Orochimaru needed was exactly what he could provide. I've already sent people to chase them, but don't forget what you promised. Orochimaru said coldly, a hint of a smirk seemingly appearing at the corner of his mouth. In an instant, it seemed one could see his long, flexible tongue. Rest assured, Lord Orochimaru, I have already prepared the people and can deliver them to you at any time. The new daimyo said with a smile, then generously downed his drink. Seeing this, Orochimaru nodded in satisfaction. He then glanced at the wine cup on the table, his eyes flashing with a hint of disgust. At this moment, Uchiha and Takururo were hiding outside the small courtyard. Outside the courtyard, there were guards on every side, and there were also guards at the corners, all of whom could see each other. The security was very tight. Uchiha was quite confused. Clearly, Takururo had already run out. Was it really necessary to have such strict security around her courtyard? Isn't this a pure waste of human resources? With Uchiha's current strength, trying to break in is really a bit unrealistic. It seems that I can only summon the Wind Eagle armor. Uchiha muttered, with a thought. An incredibly powerful energy instantly enveloped Uchiha. However, Uchiha was able to conceal his presence, so he was not detected by those guard ninjas. So cool. Looking at the suddenly transformed Uchiha, Takururo couldn't help but have little stars in her eyes. Hold me tight, Uchiha said. Huh? Takuro's pretty face blushed suddenly. Even in the pitch-black night, a flush could be clearly seen. Chapter 136. Orochimaru strikes again Takururo with a shy expression, still wrapped her arms around Uchiha's neck. Although the touch was only a cold sensation, it still made Takuro's heart race. Uchiha held her with his right hand, then leaped, instantly disappearing from his original spot. In the blink of an eye, he was so fast that not even an afterimage could be seen. In an instant, Uchiha was holding Takuro and jumped into the courtyard. Strange. Did the wind suddenly pick up? A middle-ranked ninja on guard murmured, just at that moment, feeling a sharp, bone-chilling gust of wind strike his face. But it disappeared in an instant. Forget it. He yawned, his eyelids feeling as heavy as stones, drooping down. After entering the courtyard, Uchiha put Takuro down. Fortunately, there was no one in the courtyard, making it very convenient for them to search for things. Hurry up and find it. The two tiptoed, not daring to make a sound, fearing to alert the guards outside. They quietly entered the innermost room. That was Takuro's bedroom. Gently closing the door, Uchiha lit a small torch to illuminate the room. Because they were afraid of being discovered, the light was actually quite dim. Takuro walked to the bedside, lifted the mattress, and underneath were several wooden boards. Then, she combined a few wooden boards together. Click! A very faint mechanical sound. After that, Takuro restored the bed to its original state, walked to the side, and lightly stepped down with her right foot. Click! Another sound of mechanical gears. Then, Takuro lifted her foot, and that piece of flooring slowly rose a few centimeters. Takuro removed that piece of flooring, revealing a small box underneath. This was Takuro's little treasure chest. Wow, it's not like it's something shameful. Why hide it so cautiously? Uchiha thought to himself, in his impression. Only bad people like to hide things so carefully. Found it. Let's hurry and leave. Uchiha urged. Okay. Saying this, the two walked towards the door. Creak, however. At that moment, the room door suddenly opened. Oh no. Uchiha and Takuro's bodies jolted. The middle-ranked ninja who entered yawned, looking drowsy. He was too tired and thought about sneaking in to find a place to take a nap, because he knew that no one would come in here. However, a faint light illuminated his vision. Who are you? The middle-ranked ninja was instantly shocked, his drowsiness disappearing without a trace. Someone, he was about to shout and notify the people outside. However, Uchiha immediately appeared behind him and struck him down with a palm, causing him to collapse to the ground. Hurry! Uchiha became a bit anxious and quickly pulled Takiri-ro to run out of the room. However, the noise from earlier had already alerted the people outside. Just as Uchiha and the others ran out of the room, the courtyard gate was pushed open. Nin entered. I think I heard something just now, he murmured, and in the next second, he saw Uchiha and Takiri-ro. Intruder. Someone has broken in. He immediately shouted and drew his sword from his waist. Another Yunin? Uchiha saw the forehead protector on the other party's head and muttered impatiently. Soon, ninjas surrounded Uchiha and Takiri-ro. That girl seems to be Princess Takiri-ro. That's right, it really is. Several sharp-eyed ninjas immediately recognized Takiri-ro, and their faces lit up with joy. Takiri-ro was wanted, and the bounty was quite substantial. It was a full 10 million ryo. You must know that in the outside world, something worth this much money is at the very least a Nin, and not one of the weaker ones. In contrast, Takiri-ro at most was at the level of Chunin. This money was incredibly easy to earn. Because of this, the team of Yunin that was driven away by Uchiha yesterday didn't disclose Takiri-ro's whereabouts after returning. They planned to recover from their injuries and find a few trustworthy people to chase her down together, then split the bounty. Otherwise, the more people who knew, the less bounty they would get. Attack together. Then, everyone immediately charged forward. Takiri-ro's face turned pale in an instant, and she instinctively shrank back behind Uchiha. At that moment, their eyes were filled with greed. Wind Eagle armor merge. After entering the room earlier, Uchiha had removed the armor. Now, the Wind Eagle armor reappeared. What is this? The crowd that was originally charging in with great momentum suddenly stopped, looking at Uchiha's Wind Eagle armor with puzzled expressions. Uchiha did not hesitate and immediately summoned the Wind Eagle sword. It was time to fight, mainly because there were too many opponents, and he had to carry Takiri-ro. It was a burden. He needed to find a breakthrough quickly. Otherwise, if the daimyo's mansion reacted and increased their manpower, it would be even more troublesome. After all, Uchiha had also promised this task, and if he left Takiri-ro behind when things went wrong, it would be somewhat lacking in professional ethics. Some tasks, Uchiha felt that if he failed, there was no need to risk his life. But some tasks were different. If he left Takiri-ro behind this time, she would most likely not have a chance to survive. Moreover, it was Uchiha who suggested returning to the daimyo's mansion. If he left her behind, he wouldn't be able to get over that mental hurdle. Uchiha concentrated, and the Wind Eagle sword immediately waved in the air. A high-pitched eagle cry echoed through the sky. In an instant, two powerful sword energies surged forth. Earth style, Earth wall. The leading Nin immediately formed seals and cast a tall wall that surrounded all of them. The opportunity has come. Let's go. Uchiha was overjoyed and directly picked up Takiri-ro, leaping out of the courtyard. The Nin's ninjutsu had helped him a lot. Originally, Uchiha just wanted to create a distraction to escape, and that Nin's earth wall directly isolated all the ninjas from Uchiha and Takiri-ro. Wasn't this a perfect assist? Phew. Uchiha jumped outside the daimyo's mansion and put Takiri-ro down, letting out a sigh of relief. Finally, Takiri-ro looked excitedly at the small box in her arms, which contained her savings from the past 10 years. However, she suddenly saw Uchiha completely stiffen. What's wrong? She followed Uchiha's gaze and saw a tall, white figure standing in the moonlight ahead. His note, chapters 47 to 52 have been slightly modified. Many people said the Emperor armor lacked flair, so it has been changed to I am the Emperor of Light. What do you guys think of this handsome guy? Chapter 137, moved Takiri-ro. What the hell? How did Orochimaru get here? Indeed, the person ahead was Orochimaru. Uchiha was sweating profusely, nervously watching the figure not far in front of him. Orochimaru's face was still pale, wearing a somewhat thin white robe, looking a bit emaciated. Interesting. Orochimaru's eyes were filled with greed, fixated on Uchiha. This armor looks somewhat similar to that little brat's. Orochimaru mumbled. Kuriuslu watching Uchiha. A colored crawled out from his sleeve, its long, slender body resembling a dry twig, hissing as it flicked its tongue. It was incredibly unnerving. While the moonlight tonight is truly beautiful, Uchiha said, somewhat at a loss, trying to divert Orochimaru's gaze that was fixated on him. However, Orochimaru seemed to pay no attention to what Uchiha Han said, still staring intently at him. Takariro instinctively shrank back, fearfully sizing up Orochimaru. Although Orochimaru's attire seemed elegant, for some reason, Takariro felt a chill run down her spine, making her shudder. The first time she saw Orochimaru, she sensed he was not a good person. The moonlight tonight is indeed beautiful. Orochimaru surprisingly responded to what Uchiha Han had just casually said. However, his gaze remained glued to Uchiha Han. Uchiha Han's body tensed up, holding his breath, not daring to be careless. Even if all the people in the daimyo's mansion were combined, in Uchiha Han's mind, they were not as dangerous as Orochimaru alone. However, I think there are even more beautiful things. Orochimaru licked his lips and said. That eerie voice, however, clearly conveyed a hint of almost mad excitement. Uchiha Han shivered all of it. More beautiful things? He thought, could he be referring to me? Uchiha Han wondered how Orochimaru could see his face since he had summoned the armor. Then, Uchiha Han realized that Orochimaru must be talking about the Wind Eagle armor. Uchiha Han thought this was quite normal. Orochimaru had always had a fondness for bloodline limits, especially the incredibly powerful Sharingan. Moreover, seeing the armor now, it was understandable that he couldn't resist the temptation. However, this was somewhat dangerous for Uchiha Han. His Orochimaru suddenly raised the corners of his mouth slightly in a barely noticeable arc. It's a pity that the reanimation jutsu isn't perfected yet. But that's okay. I'll take it back first. That jutsu will be ready soon. Orochimaru said ominously. Uchiha Han was taken aback. The reanimation jutsu. In the original work, this was a technique developed by Orochimaru in pursuit of immortality. By transferring his spirit into another's body, he could achieve eternal life. To develop this technique, Orochimaru conducted many human experiments, resulting in numerous deaths. He had defected from Konoha largely because these experiments were discovered by the third Hokage and others. To be honest, this technique is essentially a low-tier version of body snatching. Uchiha Han certainly wouldn't just surrender. Who would be willing to be snatched away by someone else? Sorry, but I can't agree to that. Although Orochimaru was indeed powerful, Uchiha Han was not afraid. After all, this was ultimately just a clone. Even if Orochimaru captured it, it would only mean losing some chakra from the Three Tails. Besides, the energy of the Wind Eagle armor would return to the main body. With the remaining chakra from the Three Tails in Uchiha Han's body, he could still create 3 more clones. What is there to be afraid of? It's just a pity that this clone carries a lot of money. If the clone is gone, all that money will be lost. After thinking for a moment, Uchiha Han said to Takariro behind him, "You should go first." Takariro was taken aback. Uchiha Han's words surprised her. In her impression, this Domu had always been a cold and selfish guy. Now, facing a strong enemy, he actually wanted her to leave first? Instantly, Takariro felt greatly moved. But in reality, Uchiha Han was not worried about her safety. He was just distressed about his reward. As long as Takariro survived, even if his clone was gone, he could still find Takariro later and retrieve his reward. What about you? Takariro began to worry about Uchiha Han's safety. If it were before, she wouldn't have cared. But now, she felt a sense of concern and worry. You need to hurry. His target is me. Uchiha Han's tone became quite impatient. He thought, why has this woman suddenly become so talkative? But Takariro still hesitated, though she also understood that leaving was the best choice. If she stayed, she would only become a burden to Uchiha Han. Uchiha Han lowered his head, whispering softly in Takariro's ear, "Take your things and run towards Konoha immediately. The claws of the land of hot water shouldn't reach there. I'll come back to find you later." Upon hearing Uchiha Han's words, for some reason, Takariro felt a sense of reassurance in her heart. "All right, I will wait for you in Konoha. When the time comes, I'll give you double your reward," Takariro said. Uchiha Han was pleasantly surprised. He hadn't expected such a windfall. "All right, for the sake of this double reward, I will definitely come and find you." Uchiha Han smiled gently. Unfortunately, after transforming, Takariro couldn't see Uchiha Han's face through the armor. Otherwise, just that smile would likely make her fall for him instantly. However, Uchiha Han's unprecedented tenderness made Takariro feel a warm current in her heart for some reason. Okay, Takariro nodded heavily, looking affectionately at Uchiha Han. Finally, despite her reluctance, Takariro turned and quickly ran away. Orochimaru stood by, gentlemanly not interrupting the two. After Takariro left, Orochimaru's gaze grew even more greedy and unrestrained. The snake in his sleeve hissing and flicking its tongue and the corners of his mouth seemed to glisten with a hint of moisture. It seems I can't escape. Uchiha Han braced himself. Strike first. Chapter 138. Yamada no Orochi? Bonus. Strike first. Uchiha Han immediately moved, leaping into the air. The Wind Eagle sword emitted a dazzling light, and then two incredibly sharp sword energies shot out at high speed. Orochimaru sneered, his eerie voice sending chills down people's spines. Hissed dozens of snakes emerged from Orochimaru's feet, quickly spreading towards Uchiha Han. Uchiha Han's two sword energies startled Orochimaru as well. The fierce and sharp momentum made even Orochimaru take it very seriously. This armor seems to be quite different from that little brat's. The sword chi was terrifyingly powerful, unmatched even by the group from the Iron Country. Orochimaru muttered to himself, feeling a sense of caution that he hadn't had before. He quickly formed hand seals, triple Rashomon, with 3 Laobangs. 3 doors with hideous faces and gaping maws descended from the sky. The triple Rashomon, derived from the original Hokage's 5 Rashomon, was an absolute defensive barrier summoned to absorb all attacks. The first gate withstood direct attacks, the second reduced the power of attacks, and the third diffused the pressure of those attacks. By the time the varied attacks reached the caster, their power had already diminished significantly. It was important to note that summoning each Rashomon gate required a large amount of chakra, and Orochimaru was actually able to summon 3 at once. Since the days of Konoha, Orochimaru was the only one capable of using this absolute defense technique. He had previously used this technique to block Naruto's tailed beast bomb. Bang! In the blink of an eye, 2 streams of sword chi struck the first Rashomon gate. The sword chi collided violently with the grotesque face on the gate, immediately causing sparks to fly. 2 seconds later, the originally hideous expression on the first Rashomon's face turned into one of pain and unwillingness. In an instant, the sword chi pierced through and continued forward, although its power was clearly weakened. Next, the sword chi struck the second Rashomon gate. The face on this gate was distinctly different from the first, but the expression was similarly ferocious, with its mouth wide open. Just like before, the second Rashomon eventually fell. However, the 2 streams of sword chi from Uchiha Han, which had been solid and strong, became much weaker after passing through the second Rashomon's defenses. The third Rashomon gate. The sword chi fell. The Rashomon collapsed. At this point, the sword chi's power had diminished to less than 1/10. But even so, this left Orochimaru shaken. Rashomon was considered absolute defense, and such a powerful technique was unable to withstand the opponent's sword chi. This meant that the seemingly casual 2 streams of sword chi had nearly the power of tailed beast bomb. Terrifying indeed. Even the usually confident and calm Orochimaru began to feel a bit anxious. Yet, this only made him more excited. Such a powerful bloodline limit was just perfect for becoming my new vessel. Orochimaru nearly went mad with excitement and immediately formed hand seals. A massive earthen wall rose up from beneath him. Bang! With a loud noise, the earthen wall instantly turned to dust. Uchiha Han. This sword chi had condensed a significant amount of his chakra, and its power was definitely not comparable to the usual sword chi he used. The ability to break through 3 Rashomon gates' defenses surprised Uchiha Han. However, Orochimaru's increasingly excited demeanor chilled him. At that moment, Uchiha Han noticed the more than 10 venomous snakes at his feet. The snakes were less than 10 centimeters away from him, leaping up with their gaping maws. Uchiha Han reacted quickly, leaping into the air and slashing with the Wind Eagle sword, cutting the snakes in half. However, at that moment, Uchiha Han's brow suddenly furrowed. His heart tightened. He looked up and caught a glimpse of Orochimaru's figure, which had suddenly advanced right in front of him. Orochimaru extended his long, flexible tongue, wrapping it around a sharp, thin sword. With his right hand, Orochimaru took the sword and thrust it straight at him. Donji! Orochimaru's speed was incredibly fast. The numerous snakes he had released earlier had drawn Uchiha Han's attention. Meanwhile, he used the dust from the shattered earthen wall as cover to approach undetected. At such a short distance, and with such speed, Uchiha Han couldn't react in time. Bang! A crisp metallic sound echoed. The sharp thin sword pierced directly into Uchiha Han's chest. Immediately, sparks flew. Orochimaru's pupils shook. His sword, upon striking Uchiha Han's armor, couldn't penetrate even a millimeter. What? Orochimaru was filled with shock. Impossible, this is the Kusanagi sword. Orochimaru quickly pushed back, his expression grave, staring intently at the spot where he had just stabbed. He saw that Uchiha Han's armor remained smooth and shiny, the place he had stabbed showing not a single mark. It left not even a scratch, which was simply unbelievable. Orochimaru was deeply shocked, but at the same time, he became even more excited. The stronger the armor, the more thrilled he became. At that moment, in his eyes, Uchiha looked like a tempting piece of meat, making his mouth water. If he could capture this kid in front of him and make him his new vessel, then this powerful armor and bloodline limit would belong to him. Orochimaru's eyes revealed no concealment of his greed and desire. Then his neck twisted grotesquely. Such a degree of contortion was beyond what a human could achieve, resembling a snake, as if there were no bones in his body. Underestimating you was a mistake, Orochimaru said coldly, as the chakra within him became incredibly violent. Uchiha frowned tightly. It was clear that Orochimaru was about to unleash a powerful technique. It couldn't be the eight-headed serpent, could it? Uchiha swallowed nervously. The eight-headed serpent was considered the most powerful monster in Japanese mythology. Although it was beheaded by Itachi's Susanoo in the original story, it was ultimately sealed away. However, for Uchiha now, it was undoubtedly an insurmountable threat. Damn, I can't let him unleash it. Even though Uchiha had prepared for the worst from the beginning, he was determined to fight with all his might, whether it was chakra or skill. Uchiha leaped into the air, and the Wind Eagle sword slashed twice, sending two massive streams of sword chi roaring forward. Then, the Wind Eagle sword transformed into the Wind Eagle crossbow, firing a dense barrage of light arrows. Chapter 139. The formation of 10,000 snakes faced with the incoming sword chi. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. The triple Rashomon consumed a large amount of chakra, and he still had other techniques to perform, so he didn't want to exhaust too much. There was no choice. He bit his palm, and a drop of blood appeared in his palm. Summoning technique. With a puff of smoke, a long blue snake appeared before Orochimaru. This is Uchiha's pupils contracta. This blue snake was enormous, coiling up and towering several meters above the nearby wall. Thank goodness, it's not the 10,000 snakes. Uchiha breathed a sigh of relief. Orochimaru had signed a summoning contract with the Snake Clan, and the leader of the snakes, 10,000 snakes, was his favorite summoning beast. However, because 10,000 snakes was unruly and incredibly powerful, each summoning required Orochimaru to prepare 100 living sacrifices. In the original manga, 10,000 snakes had a record of single-handedly battling against the toads Fukasaku and Shima, showcasing its formidable strength. This snake was significantly smaller than 10,000 snakes, probably less than 1/10 its size. For Uchiha, this was good news. Lord Orochimaru. The blue snake spoke respectfully to Orochimaru. Then it whipped its tail, deflecting much of the sword chi and light arrows. However, a significant portion still penetrated its body. Its green body suddenly appeared with streaks of bright red blood. The expression of the green snake also turned extremely painful. The Snake Clan itself did not have any particularly strong or outstanding features. Unlike the toads of Myoho Mountain, which could perform all sorts of strange techniques, even a monkey demon clan could use some ninjutsu. The Snake Clan mainly relied on its massive body, possessing great strength and defense. The defense of the Snake Clan, even when facing a monkey demon with a diamond-like body, would not be much worse. However, even so, the green snake was still battered by Uchiha's sword energy and light arrows. This shows that Uchiha's attacks had reached a very powerful level. But Uchiha did not feel any joy because at this moment, Orochimaru's momentum had reached its peak, and the terrifying aura instantly filled the surroundings. Uchiha frowed tightly, and an uncontrollable fear rose in his heart. It shouldn't be the eight-headed serpent, Uchiha muttered. He felt that Orochimaru's aura was filled with a chilling and eerie energy, which didn't seem like the eight-headed serpent. You can go back, Orochimaru said coldly, slowly opening his eyes, which shot out a cold glimmer. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. The green snake lowered its head and said slowly. A warm current surged in its heart, causing its voice to tremble. It didn't expect that Lord Orochimaru would let it go back after seeing it injured, caring so much for it. It thought to itself, and then disappeared. If Uchiha knew what it was thinking, he would definitely mock it. Goodness, so you're just a licking snake after all. Orochimaru's gaze was fixed tightly on Uchiha, and then he opened his mouth. Uchiha's pupils gradually dilated. He saw Orochimaru's mouth opening wide like a snake, to an extent that was impossible for a normal person. It could easily swallow a whole live chicken. Then, countless snakeheads that were spitting out their tongues emerged from his mouth. One by one, poisonous snakes crawled out of his mouth, instantly falling to the ground and surrounding Uchiha from all directions. This is the serpent's formation. This is the ultimate technique of the ordinary S-rank Orochimaru. Damn it. After just a few hits, you're going all out? Bullying me for not having a big move, huh? Uchiha felt very indignant. One by one, they just unleash their ultimate moves anytime they want, while he has no big move. Envious. Uchiha could only say he was very envious. He thought that if he could unlock a big move, unlock the ceiling ultimate technique of his armor, at that time, even shadow-level experts could be easily defeated. Even those super shadow-level experts, Uchiha would not feel any fear. With 5 sets of armor, even if the compatibility is not 100, even 80 might give him super shadow strength. And this is just Uchiha conservative estimate. But now, Uchiha only had a 50 compatibility, and he didn't know when he could unlock the ceiling ultimate technique and light shadow steed. Uchiha didn't continue to think because there was no time left. Poisonous snakes crawled all around, their speed extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they had already reached Uchiha's feet. Moreover, these poisonous snakes had incredible jumping ability. With a sudden leap, they could reach several meters high, blocking the space above Uchiha's head. The dense poisonous snakes instantly surrounded the space around Uchiha. Uchiha immediately swung the Wind Eagle Sword, sending out waves of sword energy. One by one, the snakes were severed in half by the sword energy, and blood instantly splattered onto the ground. Even Uchiha's Wind Eagle was stained with blood all over. However, the snakes seemed endless. After killing one, another would come, and Uchiha was always surrounded by poisonous snakes. Damn it, why are there so many snakes? Doesn't the Dragon Cave worry about Orochimaru, summoning them and going extinct? Uchiha couldn't help but complain. Then, through the gaps between the snakes, he saw Orochimaru outside. He saw the latter's mouth slightly curve upward, a very strange smile on his face. It seems these snakes won't stop until I take down Orochimaru to break this ninjutsu. Uchiha's heart tightened, and he immediately channeled all of his chakra. The vast chakra within him quickly filled the Wind Eagle Sword under his guidance. Slash! Uchiha shouted, and then 2 massive waves of sword energy were unleashed. Bang, bang, bang. Instantly, dozens of poisonous snakes in front of Uchiha were severed. A large gap appeared ahead. Uchiha immediately placed his hands on his shoulders. Wind Eagle Ring. Whoosh whoosh. 2 piercing sounds of breaking air resonated through the heavens and earth. 2 blue light rings instantly flew out from Uchiha's shoulders, shooting towards Orochimaru like missiles. What is this? Orochimaru's heart trembled as he looked at the 2 blue light rings rushing towards him, feeling a powerful aura. The Wind Eagle Ring spun at high speed, carrying violent and sharp airflow. That terrifying cutting power was no less than those elite Nin skilled in wind release. Even some shadows might not be able to withstand it. NS. Have everyone gone to school? The data seems to have become even more dismal these days. Crying, Chapter 140, Wind Eagle of Wood. Orochimaru's pupils shook. Looking at the 2 rapidly approaching light rings, he really didn't want to take them head on. But there was no way. The speed was too fast, and he had no chance to dodge. Multiple snake hands. Orochimaru suddenly raised his right hand, and dozens of poisonous snakes gathered together to form 2 wooden planks, blocking in front of him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of cutting flesh and blood echoed. In an instant, blood splattered in front of Orochimaru. The more than 10 snakes that had extended from his sleeve were suddenly left with only half their bodies. Meanwhile, the 2 Wind Eagle Rings flew back to Uchiha's shoulders. Strangely, the Wind Eagle Rings did not get a single drop of blood on them. Orochimaru curled his lip, and his gaze became even colder. The chakra within him also became quite chaotic. As a result, the serpent's formation was interrupted. Uchiha continued to slash down several waves of sword energy, cutting down all the surrounding poisonous snakes. Hoo. Uchiha gasped heavily. At this time, the area around him was filled with countless snake corpses, most of which had been cut in half. The alley was almost flowing with blood. There was not a single clean spot under Uchiha's feet. Looking at Orochimaru in front of him, the latter was also stained with a lot of blood, especially on his sleeves, which were still dripping with blood. Headless snake bodies slowly fell from his sleeves to the ground. Orochimaru lightly brushed off his sleeves, seemingly unconcerned about the blood on himself. By the way, what is the name of your bloodline limit? Orochimaru asked coldly, his gaze fixed directly on Uchiha. Bloodline limit? Uchiha paused, then replied solemnly, Armor. Armor? It was surprisingly simple and straightforward. Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback. not expecting that such a powerful bloodline limit would have such a simple name. Then, he extended his long tongue and licked it harshly at the corner of his mouth. "What is your name?" It seemed that no one in the ninja world had heard of someone like you before. Orochimaru continued to ask. "My name?" Uchiha thought for a moment. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew up, accompanied by the gust of wind that blew onto Orochimaru's face. There was also the voice of Uchiha. "Muki no Kaze, Higashimoku." Uchiha stood tall, the bright and hazy moonlight casting down upon him, making his imposing armor shine brilliantly. The reflected light was also extremely dazzling. Even Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback. "Muki no Kaze," Orochimaru murmured. At that moment, a few children ran up behind Orochimaru. They appeared to be around 6 years old. "Lord Orochimaru." One little girl ran the fastest. "Deo, what's wrong?" Orochimaru asked, his tone seemingly carrying a hint of displeasure. He was busy at the moment. The arrival of Deo and the others not only didn't help, but could also become a burden to him. If it affected his capture of this guy, named Higashimoku, it would be troublesome. "Lord Orochimaru, someone is looking for you," Deo said. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's brows furrowed. "Who?" he asked. "A man and a woman. They are wearing the same attire, black with red clouds. They look quite strong." Xiangling sensed that they possessed powerful chakra. Even though, Deo hesitated whether to continue. "Speak quickly." Orochimaru was beginning to grow impatient, thinking that Deo had become quite slow-witted. He did not like this. Xiangling said she couldn't sense such terrifying chakra from you. "What?" Orochimaru's body shook. A chakra more terrifying than his? A storm of emotions surged within him. He knew that his current strength was at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Aside from the Hokage, the only troublesome one was that old geezer from Iwagakure. He didn't take the other 3 Kages seriously at all. How could 2 individuals with chakra stronger than his suddenly appear? Orochimaru did not doubt Xiangling's words, as her sensory ability was extremely outstanding due to her Uzumaki lineage. Black with red clouds? A man and a woman? Uchiha also heard Deo's words. Isn't that the Akatsuki's outfit? Uchiha felt a surge of excitement. If there was one villain in the Hokage series that exuded the most pressure, it was undoubtedly Pain. Many even believed that Pain's invasion marked the peak of the series. The Akatsuki, although a group of villains, also inspired admiration in many. "Are they coming towards me?" Orochimaru asked. He wondered when he had provoked 2 mysterious powerhouses. "Yes," Xiangling finally ran up, panting. "Yes, Lord Orochimaru. They have been following us for half a day." "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Orochimaru glared coldly at her, his tone filled with blame. "I'm sorry." Xiangling quickly bowed at a 90-degree angle. "I wasn't too sure before, so I didn't say anything." Her voice trembled with fear. "You." Orochimaru's anger flared up instantly. However, he quickly calmed down. These few people were ones he had recently found and still needed to be trained properly. Orochimaru looked again at Uchiha standing in front of him, various emotions flashing through his eyes. He began to ponder. Although this armor was very tempting, he still had a long time before he could change bodies. No need to rush. However, the sudden appearance of these 2 mysterious powerhouses made Orochimaru quite worried. If they had killing intent towards him, escaping with this perfect vessel would be very difficult. Or should I? Forget it, Orochimaru thought. With his excellent information-gathering skills, he was not worried about not being able to find this guy later. Soon, Orochimaru made a decision in his heart. "Forget it, let's go," Orochimaru said somewhat helplessly, then immediately jumped back with the others, quickly disappearing. Uchiha watched their vanishing figures and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was a false alarm. That man and woman must be Nagato and Konan, right? Although Nagato is indeed handsome, he can't compare to the guy in the exploding clothes. However, I'm quite interested in Konan. It seems that Orochimaru was about to drop from S rank to a rank. Uchiha murmured, then left. Chapter 141. Approaching the pigsty. To be honest, Uchiha had also considered whether to join the Akatsuki. In his armored state, his strength was sufficient to join. However, Obito was still lurking in the shadows. Moreover, those guys in the Akatsuki were extremely dangerous one by one. If Orochimaru joined the Akatsuki and he followed suit, wouldn't he be delivering himself right into Orochimaru's hands? He might end up with a snake hand from behind at any moment. It was simply too dangerous. He still had so much money on him. After thinking it over, Uchiha decided it was best to avoid any association with the Akatsuki for the time being. Of course, in 2 years, he might reconsider. As for now, he definitely needed to retrieve Takariro and claim the double reward. So, Uchiha immediately headed in the direction where Takaruro had escaped. Land of Fire. Kanahagakure. Uchiha Ryuei's house. Pigsty. Two figures crouched behind the surrounding wall. Looking around. Naruto, are you sure that guy Danzo will come? Sasuke tightly pinched his nose, looking disgusted. The air around the pigsty was filled with a foul stench. He will definitely come. Naruto also pinched his nose tightly, but his face was filled with anticipation and excitement. I heard from Brother Han that the root has already harmed Uncle Ryuei's old sow before, so it must be the root's doing these days. In recent days, Ryuei's old sow had started making strange noises in the dead of night. Ryuei had often complained to Fugaku about it. Naruto and Sasuke happened to overhear this and decided to investigate. But I heard my father say it might be because of breeding. Sasuke murmured. Breeding? What is that? Naruto asked, as it was his first time hearing that term. I don't know either. Sasuke shook his head. When he wanted to ask Fugaku about it, he was ruthlessly interrupted. Naruto fell into deep thought, and, after a while, he looked as if he had realized something. I got it. According to what Brother Han said about the first law, everything unknown is related to the root. So this breeding must also have a lot to do with the root. Naruto said firmly. TCH. Sasuke expressed his disdain. In his opinion, Naruto had completely become Uchiha Han's #1 fan, unwaveringly believing every word Han said, just because he played with you a few times with the summoning device. You believe everything Brother Han says? What if he was just joking? Sasuke crossed his arms in front of his chest, and just thinking about the summoning device made him angry. He still hadn't touched it yet. Oh, come on. Next time I get the summoning device, I'll definitely lend it to you. Naruto reassured him. TCH, how many times have you said that? Sasuke turned his head away, looking unconvinced. Where's the number? I haven't even touched it a few times myself. Moreover, it didn't help me last time. If we had teamed up, we might have gotten the summoning device that time, Naruto complained, thinking to himself that he hadn't done anything wrong. Naive? Do you really think Brother Han is that easy to deal with? Even my brother has said that Brother Han's strength surpasses his. With our abilities, we probably can't even defeat Brother Han with a single finger, Sasuke said, dousing Naruto's excitement with cold water. Really? Damn it. It seems Brother Han is also a formidable opponent on my path to becoming Hokage. Naruto's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Hokage? Sasuke was slightly taken aback. Why do you suddenly want to become Hokage? None of your business. Naruto didn't want to tell Sasuke. This was a little secret in his heart, stemming from the time Uchiha Han had tricked him into doodling on his father's Hokage rock. It was a beautiful evening. Hey, Naruto, do you think your dad's Hokage rock looks like him? Uchiha Han pointed to Minato's Hokage rock. Naruto looked closely and shook his head. Not at all. Dad is way scarier at home than Mom. He never looks that serious. Oh, is that so? Uchiha Han chuckled mischievously and then pulled out a bucket of paint from somewhere. I think as the son of the Hokage, you should help your father correct the flawed Hokage rock. However, Naruto was not so easily persuaded. The Hokage rock was a significant symbol of Konoha. He would never. But just then, Uchiha Han pulled out the summoning device for the flame dragon armor. Naruto's attention was immediately captivated. If you complete this great task and uphold the ninja's virtue of confidentiality, I'll make an exception and let you play with this summoning device for a few days. Uchiha Han said enticingly. Naruto's heart raced with excitement. Okay. He immediately grabbed the paint bucket and rushed toward the Hokage rock. Wait a minute. Uchiha Han suddenly called out to him. What is it, Brother Han? Naruto looked at him, puzzled. I forgot to mention, Uchiha Han returned to his usual kind smile. He settled himself and gently patted Naruto's head. If your Hokage rock is engraved here in the future, I'll give you a summoning device. Uchiha Han said softly. Really? Joy and excitement instantly filled Naruto's body. The evening light cast long shadows of the two. A gentle breeze blew. At that moment, all Naruto could see was Uchiha Han's gentle smile. Those tender words lingered in his ears. As the breeze carried the sound away, it was deeply etched in his heart. A spark of belief quietly took root. Just as Naruto imagined the glorious moment of becoming Hokage in the future, Sasuke suddenly became alert. Someone's coming. Sasuke quickly pulled Naruto over and signaled for him to be quiet. Naruto snapped back to reality. The two held their breath and quietly watched. They saw two figures glancing around cautiously as they approached the pig pen. The moonlight was beautiful tonight. Using the moonlight, Naruto and Sasuke clearly saw the two figures' attire. Both were wearing masks, black vests, and black gloves. It was the first time Sasuke and Naruto had seen people dressed like this. But if Uchiha Han and Itachi were here, they would definitely be shocked, because this was a uniform of the root. Chapter 142. I will definitely give a Huan explanation. Under the watchful eyes of Naruto and Sasuke, the two root ninjas quietly climbed into the pig pen. Be careful, one of the root ninjas said. Got it. The two stealthily approached the sleeping Sao. That Uchiha Ryuei is a powerful man with a 3-tomo Sharingan. If he finds out, we're done for. Don't worry, the last time they came, that Sao kept squealing and Uchiha Ryuei didn't come out, so it should be fine. It better be. Ugh. But it's really troublesome. Can't we just find someone to buy this Sao? Why do we have to take such a big risk to sneak it? You think we haven't tried? That old woman treats this Sao like treasure. She won't sell it no matter what. It's just a pig. What's so special about it? I don't know. All right, let's hurry up. Okay. As they spoke, the two approached the Sao, extending their evil claws. Stop. A suddenly youthful voice rang out from behind them. The two turned around to see a blonde kid. Naruto couldn't help but jump out. He couldn't bear to watch the Sao being mistreated by the two. Naruto, you. Sasuke also stood up, but thought Naruto was being reckless. He shouldn't have jumped out so soon. Uncle Ryuei, someone is trying to do something to your Sao. Sasuke immediately shouted towards the house. The two root ninjas were instantly startled and tried to escape. Naruto stopped them. Leave it to me. A confident smile appeared on Naruto's face. He then crossed his hands in a seal. Multiple shadow, clone jutsu. In an instant, dozens of Narutos filled the pig pen. What the hell? The two root ninjas were shocked. Even for them, being able to create 2 or 3 shadow clones at once was already their limit. How could this 3-year-old kid summon so many? How much chakra does this kid have? However, they didn't have time to be shocked. Lights in the house had already turned on. Seeing this, the two became anxious and tried to escape. If they were caught, it would be a disaster. Uchiha Ryuei had great power in the security team, being Fugaku's right-hand man. If he caught them, things could escalate. We can't get caught. Absolutely not. This thought rose simultaneously in their minds. So, they immediately threw several shurikens and kunai. Bang, bang, bang. Instantly, many of Naruto's shadow clones disappeared. But there were still many left. Because they were too close, they couldn't unleash ninjutsu. And they weren't skilled in taijutsu in their panic. They were actually closed in by Naruto's shadow clones. Meanwhile, Sasuke, who didn't know when, had also gained several strands of thread in his hand, directly binding the two ninjas' bodies. This is bad. The two felt an ominous premonition. Immediately, dozens of shadow clones pinned them down. At this moment, the Sao was also awakened, looking terrified at the scene before her, and then let out a heart-wrenching scream. What is happening? Sleepy Lu Wei walked out and was immediately shocked by the situation in the pig pen, shaking off his sleepiness. Lu Wei, what's happening outside? At that moment, an old lady walked out from another room. She was Uchiha Lu Wei's mother. My pig. She saw the old mother pig curled up in a corner of the pig pen, trembling in fear, and became furious. Grabbing a stick from somewhere, she rushed straight towards the pig pen. Mom, don't be impulsive. Lu Wei quickly stopped her. Calm down. I'll handle this. Lu Wei hurriedly soothed his mother's emotions. Uncle Lu Wei, these two people sneaked into the pig pen, trying to do something bad to the old mother pig. And I stopped them. Hurry and take them to the guard team. Sasuke said quickly. Lu Wei stepped forward. And only then did Naruto release the shadow clones that were holding the two root ninjas. At the same time, Lu Wei immediately sealed their chakra. Sasuke also used the previous silk thread to tightly bind them. Root? Lu Wei naturally recognized their identities. What? They are from Root? Both Naruto and Sasuke were shocked, not expecting it to really be Root. See, I told you, Han's first law must be accurate. Naruto couldn't help but feel delighted, thinking that he was indeed clever and quick-witted. If it were Sasuke, these two perverts might have continued to evade capture. I didn't expect them to really be from Root. Sasuke murmured, thinking that this so-called first law seemed to have some merit. At this moment, Lu Wei's expression was extremely serious, not paying attention to Naruto and Sasuke's words. He felt deeply confused. Root? Why did they sneak into my pig pen in the middle of the night? Lu Wei recalled that during this time, his old mother pig had been screaming in the middle of the night. He had thought it was because of breeding and that the old mother pig was lonely at night, so he had ignored it. It seems, Root wouldn't really be that perverted, would they? Lu Wei suddenly felt a wave of nausea. What is your purpose for being here? Lu Wei questioned with a look of disgust. The two Root ninjas turned their heads away, showing no intention of speaking. Lu Wei did not ask again. Root ninjas were notoriously tight-lipped. There was no point in asking a few more times here. Sasuke, Naruto, you two go to the guard team and call a few duty officers over. Okay. Sasuke and Naruto immediately ran towards the guard team. My poor child. At this time, Lu Wei's mother was heartbroken, crouching next to the frightened old mother pig. Lu Wei, you must give me an explanation for this. Lu Wei's mother suddenly erupted, pointing the stick angrily at Lu Wei. Mom, don't forget, it was all thanks to Ahua's mother that I was able to raise you. In previous years, the clan's management had not been good, and your guard team's salary was not much. It was all thanks to Ahua that you could start a family. You can't be ungrateful. As she spoke, Lu Wei's mother began to cry. Ahua and its mother were all raised by my hard work. Everything you eat and use comes from its siblings and children, and now it has suffered such grievances. I feel heartbroken for it. Lu Wei also felt a bit guilty. Mom, don't worry. I will definitely give Ahua an explanation. Only then did Lu Wei's mother relent, crouching down to comfort the frightened Ahua. She gently murmured, it's okay, it's okay. After this litter, you can retire. Chapter 143, Rinnegan Guard Team. Fugako rushed over overnight. What is the situation? Lu Wei walked over with a very serious expression. They won't say anything. However, Lu Wei extended his hand, revealing a plastic bag containing 2 test tubes and needles. This is... Fugaku's brow furrowed tightly as he stared at the items in the bag, a bad premonition rising in his heart. After all, they are from Root. I can't use torture, Lu Wei said with some frustration. Fugako also wore a worried expression. Lu Wei was right. After all, they were people from Danzhou, and if they mishandled the situation, it could become troublesome. Forget it, you continue the interrogation, but don't use torture. I'll report this to the 4th Hokage first thing in the morning. After Orochimaru returned to the daimyo's mansion, he helped the new daimyo deal with the other 2 potential threats. Xiangling said that those 2 mysterious strong individuals had disappeared. After considering this for a long time, Orochimaru decided to return to his base first. With Xiangling around, some of the stubborn issues he had were resolved. Now, he had plenty of time to develop and learn ninjutsu. Additionally, he wanted to train several children he had found during this time. Each of them had tremendous talent. With careful training, they would definitely become a great asset in the future. Moreover, Xiangling's special physique was worth studying, and there was another. Orochimaru recalled the little brat he had locked up in the northern base. That little brat could unleash nearly 10 times the power when in a rage. At the same time, a special mark would appear on that little brat's body. Orochimaru referred to it as a cursed seal. He needed to go back and study it carefully. Orochimaru murmured to himself. However, first, he had to find a way to suppress that little brat's killing impulse. After confirming that the new daimyo had sent the experimental subject he requested to the base, he chose to leave. No matter how the new daimyo tried to keep him, Orochimaru remained unmoved. However, shortly after leaving the daimyo's mansion, Xiangling sensed those 2 powerful auras again, and they were getting closer. Lord Orochimaru, what should we do? Xiangling asked anxiously. At this moment, Orochimaru also felt the 2 powerful auras behind him, especially one of them, which was so powerful that it shocked even Orochimaru. You all go first, Orochimaru said. These children had taken him a lot of effort to find. He couldn't let them go easily. Although he sensed that those 2 auras were incredibly terrifying, Orochimaru was very confident in his escape methods. In the entire ninja world, there were probably very few who could keep him behind. Lord Orochimaru. The others were somewhat anxious but felt deeply moved. They didn't expect that in such a critical moment, Lord Orochimaru would let them leave first. They instantly held even more respect and loyalty for Orochimaru. Hurry and go, Orochimaru urged. He didn't like dragging things out. Yes. The others stopped talking and immediately continued to flee forward. Just as they had taken a few steps, 2 figures slowly walked out from behind Orochimaru. 1 man and 1 woman. Their faces were stern, with not a hint of emotional fluctuation. They were dressed in black cloaks with red clouds, giving off a cold aura. Who are you? Orochimaru asked warily, not daring to be careless. The young and beautiful woman seemed fine. Orochimaru sensed that her chakra was about the same level as his. But the man beside her, Orochimaru frowned tightly, as he sensed it was as if he were looking out at an endless ocean. This man, unfathomable. Orochimaru's heart tightened. He didn't expect the situation to be worse than he thought. Who are you? Orochimaru asked again. This time, the cold-faced man took a slow step forward. Akatsuki, Tendo Pain said faintly, his gaze deep and unwavering as he looked at Orochimaru. Akatsuki? Orochimaru frowned. It was the first time he had heard that name. However, at that moment, Orochimaru didn't ponder it further because his attention was firmly captured. Orochimaru then noticed Tendo Pain's eyes. Those were the legendary Rinnegan? A storm of shock surged within Orochimaru. The Rinnegan is said to belong to the Sage of 6 Paths. It was a legend, but now Orochimaru was witnessing it firsthand. Hiss Orochimaru's sleeve suddenly revealed a snake head, hissing and flicking its tongue, looking very hungry. Orochimaru also extended his tongue and gently licked his lips, his face filled with an insatiable greed. Tendo Pain watched him without any sign of emotion. I wonder if you two have something important to discuss with me? Orochimaru said ominously, his eyes fixed on Tendo Pain's Rinnegan without moving an inch. We invite you to join us, Tendo Pain said coldly. The icy tone didn't sound much like an invitation. However, Orochimaru didn't mind at all. Join Akatsuki? Interesting. As soon as he finished speaking, Orochimaru's body suddenly surged forward. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Tendo Pain. His snake-like hand lunged directly for Tendo Pain's Rinnegan. The Rinnegan is mine. Orochimaru's face twisted with excitement. His long tongue lashed around due to the tremendous force, saliva scattering everywhere. Yet Tendo Pain stood like a statue, showing no fear whatsoever. Seeing this, Orochimaru felt a surge of pride. It seemed this guy was all show and no substance. He couldn't even react to my sudden attack. Orochimaru felt a sense of contempt for Tendo Pain. At the same time, his pupils constricted as he looked at the Rinnegan, less than an inch away from his snake hand, his heart racing with excitement. The Rinnegan, the power of legend. At that moment, there were no Sharingan or armor in Orochimaru's mind. In his perception, there was nothing that could compare to the Rinnegan. Of course, that was because Orochimaru had yet to directly experience the might of the Emperor of Light. However, just as Orochimaru's snake hand was about to touch Tendo Pain, the latter slowly raised one hand, palm facing Orochimaru. Instantly, a powerful force erupted from Tendo Pain's body. Shinra Tensei, Chapter 144. Putting on clothes, S becomes A? The terrifying energy erupted instantly, sending Orochimaru flying. Orochimaru was thrown far away, spinning more than 10 times in the air before barely managing to stabilize himself. Is this the power of the Rinnegan? Orochimaru landed on the ground, slowly standing up, his face extremely serious. Yet his gaze toward Tendo Pain was still filled with greed and desire. However, this time he concealed all those emotions. The energy from just now was something he clearly sensed was beyond his capability to resist. At least, not at this moment did he possess the ability to defeat the other. He kept pondering the details of what had just happened. That guy repelled me in an instant, but it seemed he held back and did not harm me. That power felt strange, like pure repulsion. The power of the Rinnegan. Orochimaru's heart stirred with waves of excitement. Now, can we consider it? Tendo Pain slowly lowered his hand, his expression still as calm as ever. Even though he had just sent Orochimaru flying, it seemed like a trivial matter to him. Joining Akatsuki? What benefits would that bring me? Orochimaru retorted. Since the other party wanted to invite him, it seemed he wouldn't be in any immediate danger. We could provide you with relevant experimental materials. Additionally, you only need to occasionally comply with the tasks assigned by the organization, Tendo Pain said slowly. Experimental materials? Orochimaru muttered. On one hand, he indeed lacked experimental materials right now. Otherwise, he wouldn't have helped the daimyo of the land of tea. On the other hand, Orochimaru glanced longingly at Tendo Pain's Rinnegan. He subconsciously licked his lips, still unwilling to give up. At least, joining this so-called Akatsuki would give him another chance in the future. After some thought, Orochimaru finally nodded. All right. Tendo Pain's face showed no emotional fluctuations. This made Orochimaru feel a bit strange. Even the coldest of people would at least show some expression, right? The man before him felt almost lifeless to Orochimaru. Welcome to Akatsuki, Tendo Pain nodded, then took out a set of Akatsuki clothing and a ring. Orochimaru took them, looking at the ring, which had the character for empty engraved on it. I give you one day to take care of your matters. I will come to find you tomorrow. With that, Tendo Pain and Conan's figures vanished. Orochimaru looked at the clothing and the ring, falling into deep thought. Well, at least I have a powerful ally for now, Orochimaru murmured. After all, he had become a rogue ninja and was being hunted by Konoha. Having an organization as a backing would allow him some time to develop. With this in mind, Orochimaru put on the ring, which fit quite well. Then he donned a cloak, which also fit perfectly. Thus, Orochimaru headed in the direction where Xiangling and the others had fled. At this time, Uchiha had not caught up to Takariro. Damn, how fast is this woman running? I can't find her. Uchiha was quite speechless, thinking how fast Takariro must be running. He remembered that when he was looking for Bai before, he found her quickly in such a large area. Although there's some luck involved. Forget it. Uchiha hid. Although that woman had been somewhat annoying, she shouldn't be someone who would default on a debt. The land of tea borders the land of fire. Perhaps Takaruro has already entered the land of fire by now. He would look for her again when he returned to Konoha. Otherwise, if he chased into the land of fire, it would be troublesome if he ran into someone he knew. Plus, he would have to return to the land of thunder, which was too much hassle for a round trip. Therefore, Uchiha Han did not continue the pursuit. He turned and headed toward the land of frost. He hitched a ride with a merchant convoy, taking half a day to enter the land of frost. After another half day, he finally reached the border of the land of thunder. The geographical environment of the land of thunder was vastly different from that of the land of fire. Many places were crisscrossed with canyons, and the towering mountain peaks were shrouded in clouds, with faint rumbles of thunder echoing in the distance. The inspection in the land of thunder was naturally not as strict as that of the previous land of water. After a simple registration, the merchant convoy that Uchiha Han was in was allowed entry. As usual, after borrowing someone else's car, Uchiha Han left 200 ryo as fare and headed alone towards the direction of the hidden cloud village. This time, Uchiha Han didn't plan to enter as a ninja, mainly because it was troublesome. At his current age, wearing a forehead protector would be too conspicuous. With his unmatched looks, it would be too unsafe. So along the way, Uchiha Han was thinking about what identity would be good to use. He needed to fully leverage his advantages. Uchiha Han came up with a good idea, his eyes brightening. At the gate of the hidden cloud. "Hey kid, what are you doing in the hidden cloud? Where are your guardians?" The guard, a chunin, looked down at Uchiha Han and asked. Uchiha Han gently raised his right hand, placing it near his mouth, mimicking holding a microphone, while his other hand began to dance somewhat uncontrollably. "I have seen meteors fall to the ground, hey. I have seen the darkest desires, hey. I have felt the sting of a backstab, hey. I have undergone countless trials, hey. I have experienced sudden and drastic changes, hey. I understand that life is a theater. Hey, perhaps everything I have endured, hey, is all to meet you now, hey." The guards, listening, couldn't help but sway their bodies to the rhythm. "Kid, what are you doing?" Finally, one of the ninjas snapped back to reality from the rhythmic flow. "Can't you tell? I'm a ranner. Uchiha Han style, turned hip-hop." The others exchanged glances, a certain dark figure surfacing in their minds. "What are you doing in the hidden cloud village?" "Oh, I heard hip-hop is popular in the hidden cloud." "Oh, I specifically came to help promote hip-hop culture," Uchiha Han said while dancing. The corners of the guard's eyes twitched. After a moment, the leader covered his forehead helplessly. "All right, let's register you here." Uchiha Han's heart suddenly filled with joy. He succeeded. Chapter 145. Kakashi infiltrates the Leaf Village. Hokage's office. Minato had a troubled expression on his face once again. Minato's eyes twitched, unsure of what to say. Fugaku stood awkwardly in front of him. "So, it shouldn't be something with special preferences, right?" Minato asked. "I don't think so." Fugaku shook his head. He then took out a transparent bag containing test tubes and needles. Fugaku handed it to Minato. Minato looked at it, lost in thought. Fugaku continued. "I wonder if they are conducting some sort of experiment?" "Experiment?" Minato's body slightly trembled. It was known that the main reason Orochimaru defected was due to being discovered conducting human experiments. Since then, Konoha had become extremely strict about various experiments. "Are you saying that Root might be conducting some secret experiments?" Minato frowned. Nowadays, all experiments in Konoha, big or small, required the Hokage's approval, and Minato hadn't received any experimental requests or plans from Root. Thinking of this, Minato became worried. "This is just a guess on my part," Fugaku said. Although Fugaku said this, Minato still had a bad premonition in his heart. Moreover, upon further reflection, it seemed that Danzo had been unusually stable lately. Nothing like his usual style, especially since he was slowly being pressured to relinquish power. Furthermore, Orochimaru had also been part of Root and had done quite a bit for Danzo. It seemed that Danzo was behind those experiments Orochimaru conducted back then. Minato fell into deep thought, while Fugaku quietly stood beside him, not disturbing him. After a while, Minato slowly raised his head again. "All right, I will send someone to bring those two guys to the Umbu. I will get to the bottom of this. And as for Ryui's mother, I will give her a satisfactory answer." Fugaku nodded heavily, feeling somewhat touched. He didn't expect the fourth Hokage to care so much about Ryui's mother's feelings. So, Fugaku stepped back. Root. Outside the laboratory, several Root ninjas were anxiously pacing back and forth. "Those two useless fools. They actually got caught by the guard team." One of them said angrily. "What should we do? Should we report this to Lord Danzo?" The others asked in panic. "Damn it." The leader clenched his fists. "There's no other way. I'll go find Lord Danzo. You all stay put and don't make any moves. Also, the experiment is to be paused for now. Clean everything up. I'm worried they will come to investigate. After saying this, he immediately ran towards Danzo's office. The other few also quickly enter the laboratory. Danzo, upon learning of this, immediately flew into a rage. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Danzo was furious. It was already bad that the experiment had not progressed. Now you even managed to cause such a huge mess. What use do you have? The ninja reporting to him was half kneeling, head down, not daring to look up. Danzo calmed down. Getting angry now wouldn't help. He needed to quickly come up with a countermeasure. Get those things cleaned up immediately. We absolutely cannot let anyone find out. Back up all related experimental data and hand it to me. Then clean up the rest. Danzo immediately issued orders. It had to be quick. He knew that Fugako would likely inform Minato about this. Given Minato's character, he was probably already on high alert and might send someone to investigate him soon. But in reality, it wasn't immediate. At that moment, outside the root laboratory, a white-haired boy wearing a mask had already appeared. Although he was dressed in root attire, he looked notably cautious. He was Kakashi. Kakashi glanced around, then looked at the busy figures inside the laboratory. Kakashi straightened up, forcing himself to appear calm, and walked in. Lord Danzo said to collect the relevant experimental data and hand it over to him for safekeeping, Kakashi said. Okay, the others nodded, not thinking much of it. Since someone had gone to report to Lord Danzo, it was perfectly reasonable and normal for Lord Danzo to give this order. Kakashi quietly surveyed the surroundings. In this laboratory, there were large test tubes everywhere filled with various liquids. Small chunks of solid material were soaking inside. Kakashi wasn't sure what those things were. However, he still saw some things that shocked him greatly. In one of the test tubes, there was a pair of crimson 3-tomo Sharingan. Kakashi suppressed his shock and anger, forcing himself to appear normal. Right now, he had to safely take this information out. Hurry up, Lord Danzo said the Umbu might be coming soon, Kakashi urged. Okay, we'll be done soon, the others hurriedly said, quickly packing up stacks of documents. Also, that pair of Sharingan must be taken away. Kakashi pointed to the Sharingan soaking in the test tube and said, this. Upon hearing this, the others immediately stopped what they were doing. All their gazes instantly fell on Kakashi. Kakashi's body stiffened for a moment. Oh no, could it be that I've been exposed? Kakashi suddenly felt tense. He regretted being too reckless just now. The Sharingan was such an important item, and Danzo must have special arrangements for it. What he did might have already raised their suspicions. Kakashi became vigilant, his chakra quietly circulating in his body, ready for battle at any moment. Can we wrap in cloth? One person tentatively asked, as the previous containers had been taken away. Kakashi was taken aback and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be a question about how to store the Sharingan. Sure, Kakashi nodded. Soon, they handed over a large stack of organized documents and the Sharingan wrapped in cloth to Kakashi. In front of them, Kakashi stored these items into a special summoning scroll for storage. I'll go hand this over to Lord Danzo, Kakashi said, and immediately left the laboratory. Phew, the others sighed in relief. Thankfully, Lord Danzo did not blame them. Yes, they nodded. All right, the data has been backed up. Let's burn the rest. After saying that, they proceeded to destroy all the source files and data. At this moment, the person who had gone to report to Danzo walked in. You guys are pretty fast, huh? He smiled, not expecting these individuals to act so swiftly, which brought him a bit of comfort. Not bad, but where are the backed up data and files? Give them to me. Lord Danzo wants to keep them personally, he said. However, the few people who had just been wiping off dust suddenly stiffened in unison. Didn't someone already come to take them away? Chapter 146, Pursuing Kakashi. Didn't someone already come to take them away? The group exchanged glances, puzzled. Someone has been here already. The man suddenly felt something was wrong. He had gone to report to Lord Danzo, and Danzo had personally given him orders. How could someone have come here in advance? Not good. He immediately reacted. A bunch of fools. He rushed outside. Captain. The others quickly realized as well. Oh no, that person just now wasn't sent by Lord Danzo. They immediately chased after him. Soon, the entire root organization was mobilized, fully pursuing Kakashi. At this time, Danzo also learned of the news. He walked out, leaning on his cane with a dark expression. Lord Danzo, everyone quickly knelt down, especially the few responsible for the laboratory, their heads nearly touching the ground. Danzo coldly glanced at them. A bunch of useless trash. His tone seemed less angry than before, with only a stiff expression on his face. But because of that, it felt even more terrifying. They knew that Lord Danzo had reached the peak of his anger. Instantly, fear filled their hearts, and their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. That guy must not escape from the root. He must be captured. Danzo slammed his cane onto the ground, producing a few heavy sounds. Yes, the surrounding root ninjas responded in unison, their voices echoing throughout the root base. In an instant, the surrounding root ninjas rushed towards the main gate. At this moment, Kakashi had passed through several checkpoints, with only the last few barriers remaining before reaching the root's main gate. Kakashi felt a bit tense, but he understood that the closer it got to the end, the more he needed to relax and not be overly anxious. If he became too nervous and didn't adjust his mindset, he would easily show a flaw. That could ruin everything. Kakashi took a deep breath, calmed down, and walked toward the checkpoint ahead. Going on a mission. Kakashi took out a mission scroll from his waist to indicate. The two guards glanced over and let him pass without any suspicion. Kakashi nodded at the two and walked out. Stop him. At this moment, a very anxious voice came from behind. Kakashi raised an eyebrow and rushed out. What is going on? The two guards were momentarily stunned. However, seeing Kakashi suddenly burst out, they quickly reacted. Chase. The two immediately rushed towards Kakashi. Stop him. They shouted to the guards at the front checkpoint. The guards at the two front checkpoints hurried over, blocking Kakashi's path. Kakashi came to a halt. He was blocked both in front and behind. He had been discovered. Damn it. So close. Kakashi began to feel tense. If he got caught inside the root, it would be troublesome. He would probably suffer severely, if not worse. Hand over the items. One of the root ninjas stepped forward and said fiercely to Kakashi. Kakashi continuously scanned his surroundings. More and more people surrounded him. This was a bit troublesome. Kakashi placed the scroll containing the documents and Sharingan securely, and then took out a kunai from his bag. Seeing Kakashi's stance, everyone realized he would not voluntarily hand over anything. Altogether, suddenly, the surrounding root ninjas rushed towards Kakashi. Seeing the crowd rushing towards him, Kakashi felt a tightening in his chest. They were numerous. He needed to find a way to quickly find a breakthrough. Without hesitation, Kakashi quickly assessed the situation and immediately locked onto the direction of the root's main gate. SSSSSS. Suddenly, a faint blue light burst forth from his hands. Streams of crackling electricity enveloped his hands. At the same time, beneath the mask, his crimson Sharingan began to spin quietly. Raikiri. In an instant, Kakashi's body moved rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he dashed towards the root ninjas near the main gate. Lightning flashed. The terrifying power erupted instantly, shattering the armor of the dozen or so people standing closest to him. Their bodies were immediately sent flying. The previously impenetrable wall of people suddenly had a massive gap. Not good. Stop him. A special Jonin immediately shouted. Upon hearing this, the surrounding people rushed towards the gap, trying to fill it. However, under the enhancement of the Sharingan, Kakashi's reaction speed far exceeded theirs. Wind release. Wind bullet. A Jonin stepped forward, completing 5 hand seals in an instant. A massive wind bullet shot towards Kakashi. Feeling the terrifying aura approaching from behind, Kakashi frowned. Earth release. Earth flow wall. Kakashi immediately turned around and formed seals, causing a wall with a dog head to protrude from the ground beneath him, blocking the wind bullet infused with immense chakra. Boom! A tremendous sound instantly echoed throughout the entire root base. The energy from the wind bullet exploded, shaking the ceiling above and causing it to sway precariously. Boom! With a loud roar, the roof collapsed straight down. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, feeling a surge of joy in his heart. Just in time, Kakashi quickly stepped back, and the collapsing roof effectively separated him from the root ninjas inside. Without hesitation, Kakashi turned and ran. Inside, the root ninjas exchanged glances, especially the Jonin who had used wind release, his eyelids starting to twitch. It's over. It's over. It's over. At that moment, he was filled with fear and panic. His earlier wind bomb technique had inadvertently helped the enemy escape. Now, he was in serious trouble. He felt like crying without tears. At this moment, images of severe punishment from the root flashed through his mind. No. Chapter 147. Minato's Decisiveness. Surrounding Danzo. Extra update. Kakashi soon arrived at the Hokage's office. Minato and Fugaku had been waiting there for a long time. Kakashi, how is it? Minato asked. Minato-sensei. You see, Kakashi took out the summoning scroll and presented the experimental data and the wrapped Sharingan. This is their experimental data, which I managed to obtain before they cleaned up the damage. Minato took it and glanced at the top few pages, his expression changing instantly. These were all experimental data from Danzo's previous collaboration with Orochimaru. Further on were the experiments Danzo conducted privately, mainly focused on studying Hashirama's cells. Damn, I didn't expect Danzo to be doing this experiment too. Minato was very angry. Ever since Orochimaru's human experiments were exposed, the third Hokage had completely banned related experiments in Konoha. Who would have thought Danzo was also involved? However, Danzo wasn't as radical as Orochimaru. He started with animal cells as a carrier and hadn't progressed to human experiments yet. Of course, Minato estimated this was largely because Danzo couldn't match Orochimaru's pace. Minato rubbed his forehead. This matter would likely have to be reported to the third Hokage in advance. So, Minato was about to tell Kakashi to notify the third. However, at that moment, Kakashi handed over the wrapped Sharingan. What is this? Minato asked. Fugaku suddenly furrowed his brows, sensing a weak yet familiar aura from it. Kakashi paused, then looked at Fugaku. Lord Fugaku, please don't be too angry, Kakashi said, slowly unfolding the cloth. The Sharingan. Fugaku's pupils constricted. What? Minato was equally shocked. Danzo. Minato slammed his fist on the table in anger. Fugaku's expression gradually darkened. Although Shui had already mentioned it, he had prepared himself mentally. But seeing it with his own eyes still filled him with immense anger. Minato immediately searched through the stack of documents and indeed found the experimental data on the Sharingan. This Danzo is secretly collecting Sharingan. Minato's anger erupted. Damn! He slammed the papers onto the table. Then, Minato looked at Fugaku. I will definitely give you and the Uchiha clan an explanation for this. Minato placed his hand firmly on Fugaku's shoulder. Thank you, fourth Hokage. Fugaku replied. Then, Fugaku informed Minato about Shursue's situation as well. Who would have thought Danzo would be so lawless now? Minato's gaze turned steely. Although he had always had significant ideological conflicts with Danzo, he still respected the older generation of Danzo and the others. Constantly diminishing their power positions made Minato feel somewhat guilty. But now, he only regretted not being more decisive, not stripping Danzo of his powers sooner, and incorporating the root, which could have prevented this situation. Kakashi, immediately mobilize all the Umbu members in the village and surround the route. No one is allowed to escape. Minato decisively ordered, no longer hesitating. Yes. Kakashi immediately ran out. Fourth Hokage, I'll also bring in some elite members from the guard team. Fugaku said. Okay. Minato didn't refuse. After all, Danzo and the root had been entrenched in Konoha for a long time. Even with Minato and the entire Umbu, it wouldn't be easy to take them down in a short time. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Danzo could no longer contain his anger. Looking at the mass of root ninjas kneeling before him, he was furious. Ever since Orochimaru defected, he felt like nothing was going right. Experiments had shown no progress, and even his personal guard had been rescued. Attempting to extract some pig cells had also led to his guards being caught. Now, such important data could be so easily stolen. Who wouldn't be frustrated? Danzo took a deep breath, calming his anger. He paced back and forth, feeling incredibly anxious. Those materials were probably already on Minato's desk, along with that Sharingan. Minato would definitely not show mercy. That old man Sarutobi would surely not come forward to protect him now. Danzo began to contemplate, but no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't find any way to save himself. No, he couldn't just sit and wait for death. If caught by Minato, he might lose his power and status, or even be imprisoned. The more he thought, the colder he felt. In the end, he made a decision. Danzo's expression turned extremely grim. All of you, go to the root's main gate immediately. If anyone tries to break in, even if it costs you your lives, you must hold them back. Remember, no matter who it is, do not let them in. After saying that, Danzo hurriedly made his way to his office. Yes, everyone responded in unison. At that moment, Danzo suddenly turned back and glanced at the crowd, spotting two young figures. Kodo, F, come with me. Upon hearing this, the two turned and ran to Danzo's side. Soon, a large number of Umbu and guard members gathered outside the root's main gate. The third Hokage was also notified and rushed to the scene. Minato. The third Hokage's face was filled with disbelief. Danzo was after all his old teammate, and the bond between them was incredibly deep. Lord Third, look. Minato directly handed the documents to the third Hokage. The third Hokage reached out, trembling as he flipped through them. In truth, he already knew the outcome, but still refused to believe it. However, after just looking at 2 or 3 pages, he stopped flipping. I understand. The third Hokage said helplessly. His favorite disciple had defected because of this matter. Who would have thought this scene would play out again? This time, It was with his once closest comrade. Minato stepped forward and addressed the root members guarding the entrance. Danzo's actions are egregious and have seriously violated the village's regulations. I have dismissed all of Danzo's positions in the village. The root is no longer under Danzo's control, and you need not obey Danzo's orders any longer. Put down your weapons, and I could be lenient. The voice of Minato echoed throughout the entire entrance of the root. Ines, why does it feel like the holiday has started, but there aren't many recommendations? Chapter 148. Danzo's defection. Put down your weapons, and I can be lenient. Minato's voice echoed in the ears of every root ninja. Although the root could be said to be Danzo's personal guard, most of them had little contact with him. They merely obeyed orders, mixed with some fear. Therefore, upon hearing Minato's words, those with lower strength began to have thoughts of surrendering. After all, in their hearts, the village was the most important. I'm sorry, Lord Fourth, we were unaware. A Chunin put down his knife and stepped forward. Seeing this, the Chunins behind him also put down their weapons. They did not want to go against the village. Minato smiled slightly at this. You all, take them away first, Minato said. Subsequently, some Umbu stepped forward to take those people away. Now, at the entrance of the route, only a little over a dozen Jonin and special Jonin remained. They looked at each other, and their hearts began to waver. Compared to others, they were more loyal to Danzo. However, at this moment, Danzo had already done something harmful to the village. They had also stood on the opposite side of the village. What should they do? For a moment, they were filled with hesitation. Don't resist stubbornly. Danzo is no longer worthy of your following. Think of your family. They wouldn't want you to become criminals of the village. Minato's words echoed in everyone's ears again. After struggling in their hearts, they ultimately chose to put down their weapons. Only a few of Danzo's confidants remained. These people were all Jonin, and some were even close to elite Jonin level. I'm sorry, Lord Fourth. We only follow Lord Danzo's orders. The few said coldly, looking at their former comrades who had chosen to surrender, feeling an infinite sorrow in their hearts. Minato's gaze was deep as he stared at the few. To be honest, he felt a bit of respect for them. It was rare to remain steadfast in their beliefs at such a time, even if they were indeed on the side of evil. But if Uchiha knew Minato's thoughts, he would probably roll his eyes. Being a lackey for a tiger is unacceptable. Take them down, Minato said calmly. Immediately, a group of Umbu rushed up. With the assistance of the guards, soon, those stubborn root ninjas were subdued. However, even now, Danzo had not been seen, and Minato felt a bit worried. Is there any secret door in the route? Minato asked those who surrendered first. They shook their heads. These people did not hold high positions in the route, and even if there were secret doors, it would be hard for them to know given their status. Therefore, Minato looked at the last few subdued individuals. Upon seeing this, they turned their heads away. Seeing their resolute attitude, Minato sighed helplessly. Ibiki, you come and pry their mouths open. At this moment, a man with 2 long scars on his face stepped forward. He was Marino Ibiki. Although he was currently only a Chunin, he had a special talent for interrogating information and was specially recruited by Minato into the Umbu's interrogation department. Moreover, Minato valued him highly and intended to train him. Then, Marino Ibiki took one of them aside. The others enter the route. The goal is to capture Danzo alive. If there is fierce resistance at necessary moments, lethal force is permitted, Minato said coldly. Minato, you. Sarutobi Hiruzen's body suddenly shook. Lethal force? Wouldn't this? However, Minato immediately interrupted him. Lord Third, you should also understand that Konoha cannot allow another Orochimaru to appear. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent. When Orochimaru defected, facing Sarutobi Hiruzen personally leading the capture, was it really that easy for him to escape? Even with Danzo secretly assisting Orochimaru. At that time, if Sarutobi Hiruzen had been a bit more ruthless, he would have had the chance to kill Orochimaru. But looking at his most proud disciple, he just couldn't bring himself to do it. Even subconsciously, he still hoped that Orochimaru would defect and leave Konoha. However, as the 3rd Hokage, he couldn't face his inner desires. Now, it was such a similar scene. Moreover, although Orochimaru was gifted and powerful, his defection only added an extremely dangerous S-rank rogue ninja to Konoha. But Danzo was different. As a high-ranking member of Konoha during Sarutobi Hiruzen's administration, he could undoubtedly be considered the 2nd person in Konoha. Once he defected and joined opposing forces against Konoha, possessing various secrets of Konoha, it would pose a great threat to the village. The threat was incalculable. Of course, this was just the idea in Minato and the Third's minds. At this time, they had not realized the extent of Orochimaru's terror. I understand. However, I still hope to persuade Danzo one more time. If he is willing to confess, I hope, for my sake, he can be lenient. The third said helplessly, his face seeming to gain several more wrinkles in an instant. He felt as if he had aged a few years in an instant. He still couldn't bear to sever the bond with Danzo so easily. All right, Minato ultimately nodded. But he understood. He also knew that the third actually understood in his heart. Wanting Danzo to confess? That was simply a pipe dream. Minato was now worried that there was a secret door inside the root that would allow Danzo to escape. Danzo also knew the strengths and weaknesses of Konoha's barrier, so escaping from the village wouldn't be too difficult for him. Minato had also sent out many people outside to strengthen the patrols, preventing Danzo from escaping. At this moment, Uchiha Han, Itachi, and Tens were patrolling in Konoha. They had been temporarily dispatched by Minato. Danzo is probably about to defect, Uchiha Han murmured. As they had learned about the special situation today, Itachi instinctively frowned, very worried. If Danzo really escaped, it would definitely be a huge threat to Konoha, even greater than Orochimaru. After all, Danzo knew much more confidential information. Tens also had mixed feelings. After all, he had been raised by Danzo. If he really encountered Danzo, he must not hold back. Uchiha Han said solemnly. He had a bad premonition in his heart. Chapter 149. Unlock Flame Dragon Steed. Root. Lord Fourth. We have discovered a secret door. Danzo should have already escaped the root. An Umbu reported. Minato's expression instantly became more serious. Immediately search the entire village. Strengthen the barrier defenses, and absolutely must not let Danzo escape from Konoha. Minato said sternly. Yes. The Umbu and members of the guard immediately took action. Meanwhile, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, felt a chill in his heart. Now, Danzo's defection was almost a foregone conclusion. There was no chance of turning back. Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated again in his heart. He knew very well that once Danzo escaped, it would be a huge threat to Konoha and the Land of Fire. He had to stop it. However, every time he thought of those past scenes, Sarutobi Hizashi always found it hard to make up his mind. Sigh. Danzo was right. I am indeed too indecisive. At this moment, Uchiha Han and his two companions slowly turned into a small grove at the edge of the village. Hankuin, why are we searching further and further away? This place is so far from the root. Danzo shouldn't come here, right? Itachi said. This grove was almost in the completely opposite direction of the route. For Danzo, time was money. He must prioritize breaking the barrier and leaving the village, as that would be the most advantageous. The longer he stayed in the village, the higher the success rate of escaping would become. Uchiha Han's face stiffened for a moment. He came here just to take a nap and slack off. He wasn't interested in catching Danzo. Moreover, Uchiha Han wasn't sure if Danzo would use his Anaji now. If he did, it would be tough to deal with. So, Uchiha Han thought it was more comfortable to be lazy, mainly because he had been too tired these past few nights. Don't get me wrong, it's because I've been getting beaten up in the virtual battle room. Check my information panel. Name, Uchiha Han. Chakra, 2511, Shadow, 5000. Three Tails Chakra, 3000. Ninjutsu, 311. Taijutsu, 314. Jinjutsu, 281. Mastered Ninjutsu. Great Fireball Technique, Phoenix Fire Technique, Shadow Clone Technique, Violent Wind Palm, Great Breakthrough, Here's Not Technique, Nariku Sight Technique, Water Chaos Wave, Water Gun, Thunder Flow Blade, Bloodline Limit, Sharingan 1 Tomo, Unlock Armor, Flame Dragon Armor, Compatibility 54, Wind Eagle Armor, Compatibility 50, Black Rhino Armor, Compatibility 22, Earth Tiger Armor, Compatibility 6. Fortunately, the efforts of these days were not in vain. Soon, the compatibility of the Flame Dragon Armor rose to 54. Although it was much slower compared to before, he had been stuck at 50 for a long time. During this time, he had increased it by 4, which could be considered rapid progress. Moreover, after a few more tries, he might be able to increase the compatibility to 55. Uchiha Han estimated that by then, he might unlock something new. He felt a bit excited. So Hankuin, what should we do next? Itachi asked. Uchiha Han found a comfortable spot to lie down, the dense leaves above just right to block the sunlight. Wait for the rabbit. Uchiha Han said lightly and then closed his eyes. Hankuin, are you slacking off? Itachi and Tens leaned in closely to Uchiha Han's face. Uchiha Han raised his index finger and gently placed it on his lips, making a shushing gesture. Don't say out loud. Uchiha Han leisurely turned over. Itachi and Tens exchanged glances, somewhat helpless. So, they also sat down beside him. At this moment, Uchiha Han wasn't really sleeping. He still had one chance to enter the virtual battle room. He originally planned to use it up early in the morning, but was called out before he could finish. Just right, he could use the last chance during this break. If he was lucky, he might just increase the compatibility by 1. So, Uchiha Han closed his eyes and directly entered the virtual battle room. At the beginning, the flame dragon armor opposite him unleashed the ceiling slash. After so many days of battle, Uchiha Han was now able to dodge it skillfully. Ceiling slash, that terrifying sword light, which seemed to swallow heaven and earth, came slicing toward Uchiha Han. Following his previous experience, Uchiha Han skillfully mobilized all his chakra. Finally, the surrounding space's blockade was slightly broken. Uchiha Han's body sprang away like a rabbit, instantly leaping several meters away. Boom! As usual, a massive shockwave spread out, and the scorching hot breath penetrated the armor, hitting Uchiha Han's heart directly. However, after being roasted like this many times, Uchiha Han felt as if he was starting to become immune. Of course, that was just a feeling. Or perhaps it was a psychological self-comfort. That scorching sensation struck Uchiha Han's soul. But now, Uchiha Han dared not show the slightest sign of fatigue, because he knew that the next attack would be even harder to withstand. All previous battles had ended here. Under Uchiha Han's gaze, the flame dragon armor leaped into the air, reaching a height of over 10 meters. In an instant, a dazzling light completely enveloped Uchiha Han's vision. The flame dragon steed shot out a wave of light with the power to destroy the world. Boom! The ear-piercing roar instantly reached Uchiha Han's ears, and that terrifying energy rushed toward Uchiha Han's face. That wave of light not only had terrifying penetrating power, but also an extremely intense burning sensation. It was even comparable to the damage Uchiha Han had just received from the aftermath of the ceiling slash. However, this burning sensation was only about 1/10 of the power of the entire light wave. With so many previous failures as lessons, Uchiha Han had already injected all his chakra into the flame blade. Then, Uchiha Han immediately leaped and swung out, sending a massive blade of light toward the incoming wave of light. Of course, Uchiha Han's blade of light was naturally not comparable to the ceiling slash. It probably didn't even reach 1%, but this was already the strongest attack Uchiha Han could unleash. In the virtual battle room, he couldn't use any ninjutsu. Being able to mobilize chakra was already beyond his expectations. The blade of light clashed directly with the wave of light shot by the flame dragon steed. But it lasted only an instant. Uchiha Han's blade of light was instantly obliterated by that powerful shockwave. It didn't even reduce the power of that wave of light by a bit. Boom! Uchiha Han was suddenly engulfed in a dazzling light. Then, he retreated from the virtual battle room. Congratulations, host! Flame Dragon armor compatibility has surpassed 55. Unlock Flame Dragon Steed. Ines finally waited for the Flame Dragon Steed. Chapter 150. An unexpected encounter. Unlock Flame Dragon Steed. Uchiha Han's body jolted. He sat up straight in an instant. What's wrong? Hankuin? Tens and Itachi were taken aback, looking at Uchiha Han with confusion. It's nothing, just suddenly thought of something happy. Uchiha Han said sheepishly, but in his heart, a storm had already surged. Flame Dragon Steed. He had been waiting for it, and it finally arrived. Although it didn't appear many times in the series and didn't have particularly outstanding performances in the setting of the Armor Warrior universe, the Light Shadow Steed was also a form of armored beast. For example, in the movie, the Emperor Steed could transform into the Light Emperor Battle Dragon by passing through the Light Shadow. The other 5 armors should be able to do the same. Just right, it could fill the gap in Uchiha Han's summoned beasts. Actually, Uchiha Han had considered various summoning beasts before, such as the 3 great sage races, the Monkey Demon Clan, ninja cats, ninja dogs, etc. But Uchiha Han felt they were not quite suitable. Summoning armor and having another summoning beast standing beside him felt a bit out of place. But armored beasts were different. Naturally, they're the ones who can best cooperate with the armor. Moreover, unlike other summoned beasts for them, the concept of armor is quite new and unfamiliar. It will require a lot of time for Uchiha Han to adjust with them. However, the armor beast is naturally very familiar with the armor. Uchiha Han even feels that with the armor beast, his understanding of the armor can reach a new level. Another point is that the armor beast can communicate directly with Uchiha Han. Among all the summoned beasts, those that can speak human language are actually quite rare. Uchiha Han is very excited now and can't wait to summon the Flame Dragon Steed. However, suddenly summoning the Flame Dragon Steed now feels a bit strange. Uchiha Han thought for a moment and looked over at the side where Tenzo was. Hey, Tenzo, can you summon a toad now? Uchiha Han asked curiously. I can, but... Tenzo hesitated midway. But what? Uchiha Han asked. I can summon them, but they seem to be a bit busy lately. So I was told not to summon them for the time being, Tenzo said, scratching his head awkwardly. Uchiha Han sighed helplessly. He had originally wanted to take the opportunity to let Tenzo demonstrate a summoning, and he would also summon the Flame Dragon Steed in the process. That way, it would be very natural and smooth, and no one would find it strange. What could that group of toads be busy with? Uchiha Han found it a bit odd. In the original story, nothing had happened in Mayaboka Mountain, right? Why had they become busy during this time? However, at that moment, faint footsteps suddenly came from not far ahead. Uchiha Han and the others immediately became alert, suddenly standing up, not knowing when they had tightened a kunai in their hands. So it's you three, a shadowy voice came, and Uchiha Han and the others focused their eyes. They saw a man in a trench coat walking out from the jungle. Half of the man's face was wrapped in bandages. Who else could it be but Danzo? Behind him, there were two young boys, looking to be about the same age as Uchiha Han and the others. It was Yamanaka, F, and Aburame Shino. Danzo. Uchiha Han's heart jolted, thinking that he might be a bit unlucky to run into Danzo. This old schemer, and he just happened to run in the opposite direction. If he had the time, why hadn't he broken through the Konoha barrier long ago? However, in reality, if it were really like that, Danzo wouldn't have come all the way around. Ever since Shui was rescued by Uchiha Han and the others from the route, Danzo had felt a bit uneasy. So he had already made arrangements in several corners of Konoha ahead of time. The closer ones were all known to those en route. Although Danzo believed that those few trusted subordinates wouldn't easily betray him, the Umbu interrogation department was not to be underestimated. To be safe, Danzo came here, where the barrier gap was created by himself. Heh. Danzo allowed a series of eerie and creepy laughs, his eyes darkly looking at Uchiha Han and Itachi. Just right, I haven't settled the score with you for the previous incident. Today, I'll just take care of you. Whether it was due to being forced to defect, Danzo now seemed a bit deranged. Uchiha Han's heart tightened involuntarily. The current Danzo had become even more dangerous. In the past, Danzo had been somewhat restrained. Otherwise, back then en route, he could have recklessly killed them and Shui without caring about the consequences. Now, with Danzo's defection, he was no longer bound by the village's constraints and had become even more bloodthirsty and terrifying. Wind release, vacuum wave. Danzo immediately formed hand seals. His speed was incredibly fast. Even Uchiha Han felt ashamed. No wonder he was an old schemer for decades. Then, a terrifying stream of air rushed towards Uchiha Han and the others. The high-speed rotating air current carried an extremely terrifying cutting force. If it brushed against anyone, it would be light to have blood splattered everywhere. Wood release, wood block wall. Tenzo shouted loudly. Wooden planks instantly rose from beneath the three, blocking them solidly. Boom! With a loud sound, Tenzo's wooden block wall instantly shattered, but Danzo's vacuum wave was also blocked. Tenzo. Danzo's dark gaze slowly shifted to Tenzo. Don't forget, I raised you with my own hands. If it weren't for me, you would have died in Orochimaru's lab long ago. Danzo scolded angrily. I'm sorry, Lord Danzo, but I'm also a Konoha ninja. You have betrayed the will of fire, Tenzo said firmly, showing no signs of being influenced by Danzo. Danzo was right. But after so many years of brainwashing by Uchiha Han, he had gradually understood that Danzo had only valued his wood release. But upon discovering that his wood release was quite ordinary, he abandoned him. Therefore, Tenzo felt less and less belonging to Danzo. All right. I must have been blind to raise a white-eyed wolf like you, Danzo said furiously. Hearing Danzo's words, Tenzo felt somewhat hurt. But soon he shook off that feeling, because Danzo immediately released his terrifying killing intent. In the original story, Danzo was also close to taking the position of Hokage, so his strength goes without saying. Even without his Anaji, his power was above that of elite Jonin. Shino, take off your gloves and let's go together, Danzo said coldly. The reason he called on Aburame Shino was simply that he thought it would be faster, especially considering his current situation was very urgent. Aburame Shino nodded and took off his gloves, revealing a pair of purple-black hands. Just a glance at those hands made one feel they were filled with deadly poison. Chapter 151. Summoning Technique. Dream Taper, be careful, definitely don't let that guy touch you, Uchiha Han said gravely. Aburame Shino's ability was extremely terrifying. He harbored nano-level poisonous insects within him, which were countless times more horrifying than the other poisonous insects of the Aburame clan. Once someone else was infected by these insects, they would die due to cellular destruction. Moreover, the infection could occur simply by Aburame Shino touching the opponent's skin. At the same time, the infection speed was very fast. Once infected, there would be no chance for treatment. It was precisely because of his special ability that Danzo trained him to be his personal guard. Although Aburame Shino was still young and his strength was certainly not as powerful as when he was later reincarnated with Impure World Reincarnation, his terrifying poisonous insects were still very dangerous. Uchiha Han felt some concern. With Itachi and Tenzo's current strength, if they were infected, it might be life-threatening. Therefore, Uchiha Han immediately reminded them. Itachi and Tenzo nodded, their eyes tightly fixed on Aburame Shino's hands. Although they didn't know what it was, just a glance made them extremely vigilant. They each felt a thought arise in their hearts. They absolutely could not let him touch them. Without hesitation, Uchiha Han immediately summoned the Flame Dragon Armor. Flame Dragon Armor, merge. Even though Aburame Shino's poisonous insects were in nano level, they definitely couldn't penetrate the Flame Dragon Armor, which Uchiha Han was not worried about. Therefore, for Uchiha Han, the biggest threat remained Danzo. You two work together to take care of those two brats. As for Uchiha Han, there's probably no way for you to handle it, so I'll solve it myself. Danzo said. Immediately, Yamanaka, F, and Aburame Torian rushed out. You must be careful and watch out for that Yamanaka clan guy. Don't let them pull a fast one on you, Uchiha Han reminded worriedly. Don't worry. Itachi and Tenz nodded. Uchiha Han then charged towards Danzo. Given the current situation, it was definitely best for Uchiha Han to attract Danzo's full firepower alone. Although Yamanaka, F, and Aburame Torian might also be quite tricky, there was no better way. You brat, I still remember what happened last time. Danzo's expression immediately turned cold, and then he quickly formed hand seals. Wind release, wind scythe technique. Instantly, sharp gusts of wind surged towards Uchiha Han from all directions, like blades. Earth release, earth flow wall. Uchiha Han formed hand seals, and tall earthen walls immediately surrounded him. After unlocking the Earth Tiger armor, Uchiha Han also gained Earth Release Chakra, and as the most classic Earth Release technique, he naturally learned it right away. Bang, bang, bang. 3 violent sounds erupted. Danzo, being proficient in wind release, had a powerful attack. Uchiha Han's earthen walls were actually shattered by the wind release. Uchiha Han was greatly shocked. To be honest, Danzo didn't show any exceptionally strong combat ability in the original work. His only highlight was the battle with Sasuke. But at that time, Danzo relied heavily on the Sharingan to continuously use Izanagi. As for his actual strength level, it was not reflected at all. However, at this moment, Uchiha Han deeply felt that as the disciple of the second Hokage, a teammate of the third Hokage, a high-ranking member of Konoha, and the leader of Root, how could Danzo's strength be weak? Uchiha Han had underestimated him. Even if Danzo didn't rely on a Sharingan, his strength would still be above that of an elite Jonin, although he might have already slipped out of the shadow level strength. Uchiha Han leaped into the air, channeling all his chakra into the flame blade. The flame blade instantly emitted a dazzling light, as if it was burning fiercely. Slash! 2 massive blade beams instantly whistled out, wrapped in roaring flames. The momentum was overwhelming. Evoking fear, Danzo was startled. This blade beam from Uchiha Han shocked him. If he hadn't known in advance, he would never have imagined that this was something a 10-year-old brat could unleash. Damn it, such a genius, and yet I can't use him. A sense of regret and anger welled up within Danzo. Then, his expression turned fierce, and his gaze became filled with deep malice. He had already resorted to betraying Konoha. A genius like Uchiha Han only posed a threat to him without any benefit. Thus, Danzo's killing intent had long since arisen. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. Danzo's chakra instantly condensed. A massive wind sphere shot out. Uchiha Han's pupils trembled. This technique was one of Danzo's more powerful wind releases. The fact that Danzo used this technique indicated that he had already developed a killing intent. Uchiha Han couldn't help but feel worried. He quickly took a deep breath to calm his heart. Just right, it was also time to test his own strength, Uchiha Han thought. Fire release, great fire dragon technique. In his armored state, Uchiha Han's active fire release was even more powerful. Chakra directly condensed on the surface of the armor, and in an instant, several fire dragons coiled up, glaring at the oncoming vacuum great sphere. They charged forward. Boom! A massive shockwave erupted. Uchiha Han's fire dragons and Danzo's vacuum great sphere completely canceled each other out. Damn it! I didn't expect this brat to be so troublesome. Danzo covered his right arm, which was wrapped in bandages. Damn, if it weren't for this arm not being fully adapted, I wouldn't be so embarrassed. For Danzo, failing to inflict any substantial damage on Uchiha Han within 10 moves had already made him feel quite embarrassed. After all, Danzo had trained for so many years. While Uchiha Han was only 10 years old, Danzo had also been a genius in his youth. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been taken as a disciple by the second Hokage. However, compared to Uchiha Han, he felt inferior and far behind. I can't believe I've been pushed to this extent. Uchiha Han, I have to admit, your talent is something I've rarely encountered in all these years. With this sense of pride, go die. Danzo's face twisted. Then, blood suddenly appeared from his fingertips, which he pressed onto the palm of his other hand. Summoning Technique. Dream Eater. Chapter 152. The Flame Dragon Steed shows its might summoning technique. Dream Eater. Danzo shouted loudly, pressing his palm forward into the void. Instantly, a giant, elephant-like creature appeared before him. This was his summoning beast, the Dream Eater. Uchiha Han instinctively swallowed hard. Looking at the massive creature before him, he couldn't help but feel a bit flustered. The Dream Eater resembled an elephant, with a yellow body and two enormous tusks exuding a terrifying aura. Perhaps due to Danzo, the Dream Eater also had several bandaged areas on its body. In the original work, Danzo also summoned the Dream Eater to battle Sasuke. The Dream Eater's wind release. Great Windstorm was so powerful that even Sasuke in his Susanoo state had difficulty escaping. Its power was certainly formidable. It must not be underestimated. Otherwise, the one who suffers will definitely be me. Uchiha Han thought, quickly retreating several dozen steps to maintain a safe distance. However, Danzo would not have guessed Uchiha Han's thoughts. Dream Eater, suck him in. Following Danzo's command, the Dream Eater instantly opened its massive mouth. Boom! The sound of rushing air echoed throughout the small forest. A small tornado formed instantly, with Uchiha Han feeling an overwhelming pull, as if countless hands were pulling him from the Dream Eater's mouth. The powerful storm quickly engulfed Uchiha Han. Fire Release. Great Fire Dragon Technique. However, just as Uchiha Han unleashed a fire dragon, the immense gust of wind extinguished it in an instant. What the? This doesn't make sense. Why could Sasuke use Fire Release to injure it? Uchiha Han was greatly puzzled, but the situation was extremely urgent, and there was no time for him to think about how he fell short compared to Sasuke. There was no other way. Uchiha Han steeled his heart. It was just the opportunity to test the power of the Flame Dragon Steed. Don't let me down, Uchiha Han murmured. He then immediately rotated the button at his waist. At the same time, Uchiha Han also made the sign for the summoning technique. Summoning technique. Flame Dragon Steed. Instantly, a fire-red figure appeared beside Uchiha Han. Uchiha Han was slightly surprised. He remembered that the light shadow steed seemed to come flying from the horizon. Did I remember incorrectly? Uchiha Han murmured. What kind of summoning beast is this? Danzo's brows furrowed tightly, his gaze fixed intently on the Flame Dragon Steed. This little brat. Not only is this bloodline limit inexplicably powerful, but where did he even get a mysterious summoning beast? Danzo felt quite frustrated. He looked at the Flame Dragon Horse and could clearly sense the immense aura emanating from it. The form of the Flame Dragon Horse seemed quite strange to the people of this world, but matched perfectly with the armor. Therefore, accepting the premise that Uchiha Han possessed the armored bloodline limit, Danzo didn't think too much more about it. After all, the ninja world is vast, and it's not unusual for some mysterious summoning beasts to remain undiscovered. Even with a summoning beast, breaking my Dream Eater-S ninjutsu would be a wild dream. Danzo was confidently speaking halfway when his mouth dropped wide open. How was this possible? He looked incredulously at the scene before him. Just after Uchiha Han summoned the Flame Dragon Horse, it immediately emitted a powerful laser wave. With a loud boom, the massive laser shot straight into the mouth of the Dream Eater. Ugh! The Dream Eater let out a cry of pain and immediately closed its mouth, causing the wind release. Great Typhoon Technique it was using to come to an abrupt halt. Ugh! The Dream Eater rolled around in pain. The surrounding trees were instantly crushed by its massive body, sending dust flying. Dream Eater! Danzo couldn't believe it, watching his beloved summoning beast in such agony, feeling both shocked and anxious. Bang! The Dream Eater instantly turned into a puff of smoke, its gigantic body disappearing into the forest. The Dream Eater was severely injured and chose to dispel the summoning technique on its own. Damn it! Danzo clenched his fists tightly, unwilling to look at Uchiha Han. Now, even his summoning beast Dream Eater was helpless, and Danzo's own body hadn't recovered. He began to panic. Damn it, I was too careless this time. I didn't expect this little brat to be so troublesome. Danzo regretted deeply, thinking back to when Uchiha Han and Itachi invaded the root base. If he had been ruthless back then, he wouldn't be facing so many troubles now. There was no way around it. If he wasted any more time, Watergate and the others would soon come after him. Danzo was anxious in his heart. After all, he was still being hunted by the entire Konoha. So, Danzo immediately formed hand seals. Wind release, vacuum wave. Wind balls immediately shot toward Uchiha Han. Each wind ball contained terrifying energy filled with visible wind blades. Uchiha Han quickly swung his flame blade, slicing out several arcs of light to block the wind balls. When Uchiha Han looked again, Danzo had taken the opportunity to rush into the forest. This old man is hiding. If he can't beat me, he runs, huh? Uchiha Han gritted his teeth and said. Then, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he mockingly looked at Danzo's back. Now that I have the Flame Dragon Horse, let us see where you can run. At the same time, Uchiha Han glanced at Itachi and Tenzo not far away. At this moment, Itachi had already subdued Aburame Shino with Genjutsu. Only Kamizuki Izumo remained. Because Kamizuki Izumo had strong sensory abilities, he had been on guard against Itachi's Genjutsu from the very beginning and had not been controlled. However, even so, facing the combined attacks of Itachi and Tenzo, he quickly fell. Alright, you two take these two back to the 4th Hokage, but be careful not to touch that guy's skin. Uchiha Han specifically pointed at Aburame Shino, reminding Itachi and Tenzo. Han-kun, you're not going to chase after Danzo, are you? Itachi asked worriedly. After all, Danzo is an old powerhouse. Wouldn't it be too dangerous? Itachi wanted to persuade Uchiha Han, thinking that the best course of action now was to quickly notify the Umbu and the guards. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Uchiha Han still didn't dare to confirm whether Danzo had mastered Izanagi. However, he felt somewhat reluctant to let Danzo escape just like that. This old man has done so many wicked things in secret. He cannot be let go so easily. Thus, Uchiha Han mounted the Flame Dragon Horse and shot out like a blazing red light. Tenzo looked at the fiery tail and subconsciously murmured, so cool. Ines, handsome guys help push the book, please. Chapter 153 Izanagi, so cool. Tenzo murmured. Meanwhile, Itachi frowned. But seeing how fast Han-kun's summoning beast was, he thought that even if he couldn't defeat Danzo, he could still escape. Tenzo, let us go find the 4th Hokage and the others. All right. Itachi and Tenzo carefully bound Aburame Shino and Kamizuki Izumo. Of course, they were especially careful with Aburame Shino, making sure not to touch his skin. At this moment, Uchiha Han quickly caught up with Danzo. Danzo had already broken through the Konoha barrier and was just a few hundred meters outside the village. This thing can actually fly? Looking at Uchiha Han flying on the Flame Dragon Horse, Danzo was once again filled with shock. Soon, Uchiha Han's figure landed in front of Danzo, blocking his path. Lord Danzo, why do you look so flustered? Uchiha Han looked at Danzo's current disheveled appearance and felt quite pleased. First of all, in the original story, Danzo was also a villain, willing to go to any lengths for the position of Hokage. Then, under the guise of doing it for Konoha, he made it so that Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't do anything to him. Therefore, Uchiha Han didn't have a good impression of Danzo from the start. Moreover, Danzo had once sent Tenzo to assassinate him and secretly collected the Uchiha clan Sharingan, even extending his evil hands toward the old Sao of the Yagami family. Uchiha Han naturally wouldn't let Danzo go so easily if he had the chance. Originally, Uchiha Han thought he might not be Danzo's opponent, but now that he had the Flame Dragon Horse, he was no longer afraid of him. Besides, it seemed that Danzo's right arm had some issues. Uchiha Han noticed that Danzo's right hand seemed a bit sluggish every time he formed hand seals. Compared to his left hand, it wasn't as coordinated. Uchiha Han observed carefully and keenly noticed this point. It seemed that Danzo had likely already transplanted that arm. Uchiha Han concluded this after thinking carefully for a moment. According to the original story, Danzo's arm full of Sharingan was a gift from Orochimaru. Since Orochimaru had long since defected, Danzo's arm should now be the transplanted Sharingan arm. As for the Sharingan on it, initially, it wasn't explicitly pointed out in Shippuden. Everyone thought they were collected by Danzo on the night of the Uchiha massacre. In reality, it was revealed in Boruto that Danzo's Sharingan all came from Orochimaru's experimental subject, Shin. Therefore, Danzo likely had a high probability of having mastered Wood Release and Izanagi. However, Danzo might not have fully adapted yet. Anyway, now that he had the Flame Dragon Horse, if he wanted to escape, Danzo would definitely not be able to catch up to him. Moreover, Danzo didn't dare to chase him either. Thus, Uchiha Han was not worried at all now and was eager to have a fight with Danzo. Uchiha Han, I've already let you go once. And you dare to chase me again? Towanzo's tone remained as tough and sinister as ever. However, Uchiha Han knew that this guy was definitely more anxious than he was. Towanzo, you have committed countless evils. Today I, Uchiha Han, will act on behalf of heaven and take you down. Uchiha Han shouted loudly, with one hand on his hip, glaring at Towanzo. Oomph. Towanzo snorted coldly. Acting on behalf of heaven? What a naive little brat. Unavoidably, Towanzo's evaluation of Uchiha Han in his heart dropped significantly. However, even so, Towanzo did not want to waste time with Uchiha Han here. His most urgent task was to escape the land of fire. Back then, when Orochimaru defected, he had secretly helped quite a bit. Otherwise, Orochimaru wouldn't have been able to escape the land of fire so easily. But now he was on the same path, yet there was no one to help him. However, a problem arose. Uchiha Han's summoned beast was incredibly fast, easily catching up to him. There was no way to escape. So, Towanzo's expression turned sinister. Therefore, even though he didn't want to entangle with Uchiha Han, he had no choice but to kill him to escape. Thinking of this, a hint of resentment flashed in Towanzo's eyes. Little brat, you brought this upon yourself. Just as the words left his mouth, Towanzo immediately formed hand signs. Wood release, tree root explosion. Uchiha Han's brows furrowed instantly. He sensed a very powerful, yet familiar aura. This is wood release. Uchiha Han thought to himself. Towanzo had indeed transplanted that arm long ago. Now he could use wood release. Uchiha Han looked over and saw Towanzo's body suddenly appear in front of him. Then, Towanzo's right arm swelled up instantly, roots bursting out from the bandages. In less than a breath's time, it transformed into a giant tree. The giant tree's countless branches became soft and lunged at Uchiha Han, seemingly wanting to engulf him. A terrifying sense of crisis flashed through Uchiha Han's heart. If he got entangled by this tree, he might indeed face life-threatening danger. However, in his armored state, Uchiha Han's stats were already pushing towards the level of Kage. Towanzo was still not proficient in using the abilities of that right arm, so he was still a bit slower. Uchiha Han moved like a swallow, taking a step back, and his whole body immediately retreated dozens of meters, escaping the range of Towanzo's technique. Boom! With a loud explosion, when the branches of that giant tree converged, it immediately detonated violently. The spot where Towanzo had been standing moments ago created a massive pit nearly 10 meters deep. Fortunately, Uchiha Han had jumped far enough. Otherwise, he would have been caught in the blast. A suicidal attack? Uchiha Han thought of the attack methods of those terrorists he had seen in the news from his past life in the Middle East and Southeast Asia. However, Uchiha Han's brows furrowed even more, because as the smoke from the explosion cleared, Towanzo's body surprisingly appeared unscathed in the original position. It should be noted that Towanzo had been at the center of the explosion. Even the strongest ninja, after all, was just a mortal body and would be blown to bits. Uchiha Han's eyes fixed intently on Towanzo. His expression was extremely serious, though no one could see it beneath the armor. There's only one possibility. Uchiha Han took a deep breath and murmured, Izanagi. Chapter 154. The third Hokage takes over Izanagi. Uchiha Han's expression grew even more serious. He then looked at Towanzo's right arm. The previous use of wood release, tree root explosion had caused the bandages on his right arm to be completely shredded. There were a full 10 Sharingan on it. One of the Sharingan was closed. Every time Izanagi was used, it consumed all the chakra of one Sharingan. He didn't expect this old fox would actually know Izanagi. Uchiha Han felt a bit unfair. He was a genuine Uchiha and still didn't know Izanagi, while Towanzo, this old fox, had already learned it. When the third Hokage took control of the village, he gathered all the forbidden techniques from the major clans in Konoha into that sealing book. Uchiha Han guessed that Towanzo might have learned Izanagi from that. I didn't expect you could dodge, Towanzo said in surprise. At the same time, he felt quite regretful about wasting a Sharingan for nothing. After all, every pair of Sharingan was incredibly precious. 10 three-tomo Sharingan were not so easily obtained. Although they were artificially copied, they still had the abilities of three-tomo Sharingan. Originally, Towanzo had wanted to transplant a three-tomo Sharingan into his right eye. However, ever since he was controlled by Shirsue's Kotoame Tsukumi last time, he no longer wanted any three-tomo. He wanted Mangeki Sharingan. Therefore, the three-tomo Sharingan he had previously obtained was kept in the laboratory. Now, Towanzo felt a bit regretful. If he had known, he should have swapped one out first. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so passive now. Izanagi was indeed a heavenly skill, but now he couldn't even touch Uchiha Han. What use was it? He didn't expect to be helpless against a little brat. A sense of desolation rose in Tuanzo's heart. He never thought he would find himself in such a wretched state today. At this moment, a hint of despair slowly rose in Tuanzo's heart. He had already sensed the aura approaching him from behind. There were at least a dozen people, each with the strength of at least a special Jonin. Even with his Anaji, it would be difficult for him to escape the encirclement, not to mention the annoying little brat in front of him. Seeing this, Uchiha Han felt a surge of joy. Was Tuanzo planning to give up struggling? However, Uchiha Han did not let down his guard. But the next second, a look of joy suddenly appeared on Tuanzo's face. I didn't expect it to be that old man Sarutobi leading the team. Soon, a dozen figures appeared behind Tuanzo. Leading them was Sarutobi Hiruzen, followed by several elite Umbu. However, there was no sign of Minato. Lord Third, a bad premonition rose in Uchiha Han's heart. Minato and Fugaku were actually not there? What was going on? Honestly, with the previous incident of Orochimaru's defection as a lesson, Uchiha Han was worried that Sarutobi Hiruzen would not be able to deliver justice against his old comrade. Shao Han, leave this to me, you go back first. Sarutobi Hiruzen said to Uchiha Han. Lord Third, I can stay and help, Uchiha Han said, genuinely feeling uneasy. Then, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flashed with a hint of displeasure, which Uchiha Han keenly noticed. All right, Uchiha Han nodded, reluctantly departing on his flame dragon steed. What is that? Sarutobi Hiruzen then noticed the flame dragon steed, looking shocked as he glanced at Uchiha Han's receding figure. The other Umbu also looked up, curious. It seems to be that little brat's summoned beast, Tuanzo said coldly. With Uchiha Han gone, Tuanzo's expression became much steadier when facing Sarutobi Hiruzen. Or rather, he felt much more relaxed. He had always handled this old friend with great ease. This was a perfect opportunity. Tuanzo, why are you doing these things? The experiments on the first generation of cells, as well as other human experiments, have long been strictly prohibited, Sarutobi Hiruzen said angrily. Hiruzen, you must understand that power is the root of everything. Only by possessing sufficiently strong power can we better protect Konoha. Danzo spoke with righteous indignation, as if he had transformed into a generous and just hero. Danzo, were you secretly involved in Orochimaru's affairs back then? The third Hokage questioned. At that time, he found it strange that although Orochimaru was his disciple, he had no significant power in the village, yet he managed to conduct so many human experiments without his knowledge for so long. He was immersed in grief at that time and did not think much about it. Now it seems that Danzo was probably helping him in the shadows. That's right. Danzo nodded and admitted it directly. At this point, there was no point in lying. But Hiruzen, you must understand that everything I did was for Konoha. Shut up. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately interrupted him. You keep saying it's for Konoha, but look at what you've done. Orochimaru defected. You defected too. And what about the Sharingan you stole in secret? Is that also for Konoha? However, Danzo only sneered a few times. Hiruzen, don't forget that all these years, I've done so many things. Wasn't it all for you? Otherwise, do you think your position as Hokage is so glamorous? Danzo retorted, his tone not budging at all. However, he did not directly respond to Sarutobi Hiruzen's previous question. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent. Danzo was indeed right about this. Danzo and the existence of Root were there to carry out some tasks that he couldn't handle himself. If it weren't for Danzo's help, he wouldn't have managed Konoha so easily over the years. Go back, confess to Minato, and I will request him to be lenient. Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone softened. Go back. Hiruzen. Oh Hiruzen, you're still as naive as before. Now, that Minato has the power of the village. All that's left is me from Root. And he would love to take this opportunity to crush me, rather than be like you, an idle old man, even spending my life under surveillance. I might as well become a rogue ninja. Danzo scolded. Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his eyes, and after a while, slowly opened them. He took a deep breath. It seems there is nothing more to say. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly took out the Vajra Rod of the Monkey King transformation. On the other side, Minato and the ANBU were clearing Root's documents. Fourth Hokage, this is the list of spies sent by Root to various countries. Minato took it and looked. Inside was a casualty list marked in red. There were a large number of names. Yakushi no Nai, Kabuto, and S. Happy Valentine's Day to all the handsome guys. Chapter 155. Yajetsu Lu. I didn't expect Root to have so many spies placed in the 4 great countries. Minato murmured. Soon, his gaze fell on one of the names on the list. This Yakushi no Nai, I think I've heard of him. An AMBU member said. Yakushi no Nai was the former head of the orphanage. He reportedly served in Root at one time and had a title, the Walking Priestess. Minato nodded and then asked, "Are all the names on this list confirmed casualties?" The ANBU member shook his head. "No, some spies have been missing for a long time. Root wouldn't spend that much effort investigating them, so they're also treated as casualties." The ANBU member said. This information was obtained from the mouths of Root members. Minato found the method to lift the curse mark from the tongue using a sealing technique and remove the curse marks from those Root members. This allowed him to obtain a lot of intelligence about Root, organize this information, and once Root is restructured, use some manpower to see if we can find any survivors. Minato handed the list to him. Then he slowly looked in the direction where the third Hokage had gone. Just now, Itachi and Tens had come to inform them. Sarutobi Hiruzen promised he would bring Danzo back, allowing Minato to handle Root here, and then he chased after them. Although the third Hokage had practically issued a military order, Minato still felt worried. He always felt that it was somewhat unlikely for the third Hokage to bring Danzo back. Sigh. Minato sighed softly, unsure whether his previous decision was right or wrong. At this moment, in the land of lightning, Kumogakure, Uchiha Han found a place to stay and began wandering around streets. Uchiha Han's sole purpose for this trip was to rob. However, Uchiha Han also had a moral bottom line. He wouldn't just rob anyone. First of all, Uchiha Han's targets were those who had killed many members of the Uchiha clan on the battlefield. Secondly, those who had malicious intentions towards Konoha. Finally, those he simply found displeasing. For the first two categories, Uchiha Han was too lazy to carefully look through the relevant information, so he had no specific targets. He could only target the last category of people. This was the reason Uchiha Han was wandering outside. Being as handsome as he is, walking on the street would definitely attract most girls' attention. Given the brutish nature of those in Kumogakure, they would surely harbor animosity towards him. Uchiha Han, thought to himself that as long as the other party showed hostility towards him, he wouldn't have a psychological burden when taking action against them. However, the actual situation was quite different. Those women indeed glanced at him a few more times, and some even boldly threw him flirtatious looks. But it seemed those men didn't care at all. Groups of men occasionally squeezed each other's muscular arms, their eyes filled with envy. Uchiha Han felt speechless. At the same time, he was quite disappointed. What should I do? Uchiha Han was a bit troubled. He couldn't just go looking for trouble himself, right? That would make him feel guilty. Just as he was thinking, Uchiha Han suddenly felt like he bumped into something. Uchiha Han looked up and saw a dark-skinned man with a scar on his face, wearing a white tank top. The man was glaring fiercely at him. "Sorry, I didn't see you just now." Uchiha Hanapolugi said. He had indeed been distracted and hadn't noticed what was in front of him. "Oh, this little brat looks quite cute." A woman stepped out behind the man and said joyfully. Uchiha Han looked and saw that this woman was beautiful, with light brown straight hair tied into braids reaching her waist. Although the woman's expression was somewhat joyful, Uchiha Han still sensed an air of arrogance about her. What good is being cute? This brat wouldn't be able to withstand even one of my punches after eating for another 10 years. The man, upon hearing the woman's words, immediately said disdainfully. Uchiha Han heard this and rolled his eyes. However, the man happened to see Uchiha Han's expression and instantly became furious. "Little brat, what kind of expression is that?" The man's eyes turned fierce as he stepped forward, wanting to grab Uchiha Han by the collar and lift him up. However, the woman quickly reacted and hurriedly pulled the man back. "Yujetsu, what are you doing?" The woman seemed a bit angry, and sparks seemed to flicker in her brows. "Yujetsu." Uchiha Han noted down this name. "Just when I was worried about not finding a goal, I decided it would be you." However, Uchiha Han discovered a small problem. That is this guy's surname, Yayue. The Yayue clan is the most prominent family in the Hidden Cloud village. Unlike Konoha, where the strongest and the first are all self-proclaimed, the Yayue being the first in the Hidden Cloud is widely recognized. So far, all 4 generations of Reikage have come from the Yayue clan. Moreover, the B who formed an AV group with the Reikage also hails from the Yayue clan. Karabi is also from the Yayue clan. Therefore, if one were to sneak into the Yayue clan at night, there would still be a bit of risk involved. That little brat's expression just now was simply too annoying, Yayue said angrily, but upon seeing the woman subtly getting angry, his tone softened. Uchiha Han noticed that Yayue seemed to be somewhat afraid of this woman. However, Uchiha Han sensed that both of their chakra levels were only at the special Jonin level. Moreover, the man's chakra presence seemed to be even stronger. It seemed that this woman's identity and status should not be low. Uchiha Han thought, Uncle, I didn't mean it just now. Is it necessary to get so angry? Uchiha Han asked, his bright eyes looking so innocent. Who are you calling uncle? Lu was instantly even angrier. He was only 23. How did he become an uncle? Just because he looked a bit more mature? Lu gritted his teeth, but thinking of the woman beside him. His tightly clenched fist did not rise. Oomph. In the end, he snorted fiercely and walked past Uchiha Han. Little brother, next time try not to be so direct when you talk. The woman smiled gently at Uchiha Han, then left with Lu. Uchiha Han locked onto Lu's aura and quietly hid in the shadows. Ines, this is my first time accompanying my girlfriend shopping. I can only say, it was really exhausting. We agreed to shop for half a day, but ended up shopping for the whole day. Not a word type. Chapter 156. Do you like three-color dango? In the afternoon, Uchiha Han returned with Itachi and Tenzo. The third Hokage was dealing with Danzo's defection, and Minato was personally taking charge of the route. They had no further business. However, on the way back, Uchiha Han ran into Izumi. Uchiha Han's house happened to be on the way from Izumi to Itachi's house. So without thinking, Uchiha Han knew that Izumi was definitely going to find Itachi. Looking again, he saw that Izumi was holding a box, which Uchiha Han recognized as the packaging for three-color dango. Hankuin? Izumi, are you going to find Itachi? Izumi's face turned slightly red, and she nodded shyly. Uchiha Han suddenly smiled mischievously. Hankuin. Izumi looked at Uchiha Han's inexplicable smile, feeling a bit startled. She sensed that Uchiha Han probably wasn't thinking of anything good. Can I ask you something? Uchiha Han said. Do you like Itachi? Izumi's body suddenly shook. Hankuin. You. Izumi's face turned bright red, like a blooming red rose. Hankuin, how did you know? Izumi didn't continue to be coy and admitted generously. Of course, anyone could see that except for Itachi, that wouldn't block pretending not to notice. Uchiha Han said proudly. Oh, Hankuin seems to understand a lot, huh? That's for sure. Uchiha Han confidently patted his chest. Then Hankuin knows that Mina, Naoko, and Kuko all like you? Uchiha Han was taken aback. The names Izumi mentioned were all girls from the Uchiha clan around their age. Uchiha Han hadn't interacted with them at all. How would he know that these people actually liked him? I really don't know about this. Uchiha Han said awkwardly. Then why are you pretending to be so knowledgeable? Izumi covered her mouth and chuckled. Oomph. Uchiha Han pouted. All right, you should think about how to confess to Itachi. Hankuin. What? What confession? Izumi suddenly blushed and lowered her head. Confession. These two words had already appeared in her mind many times, but she had never thought about really doing it. Being pointed out by Uchiha Han, she naturally felt extremely shy. What are you shy about? Uchiha Han gently patted her shoulder. In the world of Hokage, most people mature early. It's common for people our age to date. Of course, it's a very innocent kind. For example, Asuma, who was pursuing Kurenai even before graduation. After graduation, under the arrangement of his father, they were placed in the same team, which ultimately allowed Asuma to successfully pursue Kurenai. But unfortunately, Asuma is still a bodyguard at the Fire Country Daimyo's mansion. Let me ask you one thing. Do you want to be with Itachi? Uchiha Han asked seriously, his expression solemn. Izumi looked into Uchiha Han's eyes, then nodded heavily. She dreamed of being with Itachi. Then that's it. Go confess. You know how sought after Itachi is in the clan? Only second to me. If you wait any longer, you might be snatched away by other girls. Uchiha Han said. Hearing Uchiha Han's words, Izumi's heart tightened. Her mind involuntarily conjured up images of Itachi hugging other girls intimately. No. Izumi quickly shook her head. She couldn't accept seeing Itachi with other girls. Hankuin, what should I do? Izumi asked pitifully. Uchiha smiled faintly. Isn't this simple? Just confess. Izumi's face turned red again. But if I confess like this, will Itachi agree? Besides, I don't even know if he likes me. Izumi said worriedly. If Itachi rejected her, then she wouldn't be able to visit him as often as now, and it would be awkward when they met. Uchiha Han thought for a moment and suddenly noticed the three-colored dango in Izumi's hand. He got an idea. So, Uchiha Han quietly leaned closer to Izumi's ear. You should say this. Izumi arrived at Itachi's house. Today, Fugaku was still dealing with the aftermath of Danzo's defection in the security team. Makoto was working at the Konoha hospital. Sasuke, who knows where he went to fight with Naruto again. So just right. Izumi and Itachi sat in the courtyard. Izumi, do you have a fever? Itachi looked at Izumi's face, unable to help but ask with concern. No. Izumi, who was lost in thought, suddenly snapped back to reality. She was still recalling what Uchiha Han had said earlier. Her cheeks were flushed and hot. Then why's your face so red? Itachi gently shoved a three-colored dango into his mouth as he asked. It's nothing. Maybe it's a bit hot today. Izumi awkwardly smiled, quickly taking a deep breath to calm her heart. All right. Itachi didn't ask further, but still felt a bit strange. It was clearly so cool today. He felt that Izumi today seemed a bit off. However, since the other party had no intention of speaking, Itachi wouldn't press further. He leaned back slightly, resting on his hands, closing his eyes to feel the cool breeze coming towards him. The gentle wind brushed against his cheeks, lifting his hair slightly. The few strands of hair on his forehead danced in the wind, occasionally bouncing on the tip of his high nose. Izumi's gaze was immediately drawn to it. At this moment, Uchiha Han's words echoed in her ears once again. Her gaze was fixed tightly on Itachi. At this time, Itachi picked up a dango and gently placed it in his mouth. Looking at the tricolored dango, Izumi took a deep breath and gathered her courage. This is it. If I don't succeed, I'll go back and give Kankuin a good scolding. At worst, I'll just have to be a bit thicker-skinned. She thought to herself, believing that if she was rejected, as long as she didn't show an awkward expression, Itachi wouldn't reject her. Finally, she made up her mind and gently moved closer to Itachi. What's wrong? Itachi looked at Izumi, who had suddenly leaned in, slightly startled. The dango he was chewing also came to a stop. Itachi, do you like tricolor dango? I do. Do you like me? Chapter 157. Kind-hearted Uchiha Han. Brother. At that moment, a childish voice suddenly rang out from outside the door. As soon as the words fell, Sasuke pushed the door open and ran in. He just happened to see the scene of Izumi and Itachi locking eyes. Instantly, he felt something was off. Sasuke, you're back? Itachi immediately stood up, looking slightly flustered. Brother, what are you two doing? Sasuke's expression turned a bit complicated as he scrutinized Itachi, then turned his wary gaze onto Izumi. He had never liked Izumi. Even though she was very nice to him, Sasuke always felt that this woman had ulterior motives. And no, we weren't doing anything. Izumi quickly stood up and waved her hands. But with her guilty expression, how could Sasuke not see through it? All right, Sasuke, let's go make dinner. Itachi quickly pulled Sasuke into the room. And even the usually calm Itachi felt incredibly awkward at this moment. Then Itachi, I'll head back first. Izumi lowered her head in disappointment, placed the remaining tricolored dango on the table, and fled like the wind. She knew that today a situation probably wouldn't yield any results. But at least, Itachi hadn't explicitly rejected her. Still, she felt very upset. Itachi watched the door, observing Izumi's quickly retreating figure, his eyes reflecting a swirl of emotions. It was unclear what he was thinking. Brother. Sasuke tugged at Itachi's sleeve forcefully, looking somewhat angry. Itachi then came back to his senses and quickly entered the kitchen with Sasuke. However, Itachi still quietly collected the box of tricolor dango from the table, handling it carefully. Land of Lightning, Cloud-Hidden Village. Night fell. Uchiha Han changed into a set of night gear and quietly infiltrated the territory of Yatsuki clan. In the afternoon, he had followed Yatsuki Lu to find his residence. The remaining time was spent gathering information about the Yatsuki clan. The fourth Raikage A and Killer B Generally Wound T returned to the clan territory. This was great news for Uchiha Han. The entire Yatsuki clan probably only had a few elite Jonin-level strong individuals. At most, their clan leader could barely reach the level of a Kage. If that was the case, Uchiha Han could easily come and go. However, he still needed to be careful. Like most ninjas, at this hour, everyone had finished eating and was preparing to rest. Few patrol teams remained outside. Uchiha Han easily made his way to the rooftop of Yatsuki Lu's house. Uchiha Han chuckled quietly, then summoned the Wind Eagle armor. Inside the house, after Yatsuki Lu finished tidying up, he planned to go to bed. Suddenly, he felt a gust of wind blowing against his face. Strange. Yatsuki Lu walked to the window and looked closely. The window was clearly closed. Where did the wind come from? Yatsuki Lu muttered in confusion, shaking his head, and turned back to go to bed. However, at the moment he turned around, he found someone sitting on his bed. The yellowish light cast on the figure, reflecting a dazzling glow. The blue and white armor was vividly reflected in Yatsuki Lu's pupils. Who are you? He immediately became alert, gripping a kunai tightly in his hand. Don't worry, I mean no harm. Uchiha Han said softly. I just want to borrow some money from you. Hearing this, Yatsuki Lu was instantly enraged. Damn it. How dare you ask for money from me? Yatsuki Lu felt deeply insulted, and his anger surged even higher. I'm a legitimate special jonin. You got the wrong person. Yatsuki Lu shouted, then tightened his grip on the kunai and charged forward, the powerful chakra within him immediately surging forth. However, that level of chakra was nothing more than a drizzle to Uchiha Han. With a mere thought, Uchiha Han's figure instantly vanished from a bed. Yatsuki Lu lunged at nothing. So fast, Yatsuki Lu was taken aback. He never expected that this suddenly appeared guy would be so quick. He himself was skilled in lightning release and came from a Yatsuki clan, having practiced the Lightning Kai secret technique since childhood. Although he was far from the level of the Raikage, he was still much faster than other ninjas of the same rank. In other words, this mysterious person in armor was at least Jonin level in terms of speed. And not just any Jonin. Oh no, Yatsuki Lu began to regret his earlier underestimation. He should have called for help immediately. Sure enough, the next second, Yatsuki Lu felt a tremendous force from behind his neck. Then, his vision went dark, and he fainted. Watching Yatsuki Lu's limp body, Uchiha Han couldn't help but curl his lip. TCH, weren't you so arrogant a moment ago? Had I known you were this weak, I wouldn't have summoned any armor. Uchiha Han muttered to himself. However, summoning the armor still had its advantages. At least his figure wouldn't raise suspicion. He was only here to earn a bit of quick cash. Unless necessary, he didn't want to take anyone's life. So Uchiha Han carefully searched Yatsuki Lu's body and also searched the room, finding a total of 4 million ryo. A special Jonin actually had so much money. Uchiha Han murmured. In fact, this amount of money wasn't that much, as it was mostly Yatsuki Lu's savings. But for Uchiha Han, to get so much loot in one night made him smile from ear to ear. This is a fast way to make money. What era is it now? Who still does traditional missions to earn money? Uchiha Han cheerfully counted the money and then looked at Yatsuki Lu, who was sprawled on the ground, unconscious. Sigh. Well, taking so much money from you, I feel a bit guilty. Uchiha Han said, while quickly stuffing all the money into his bag. Who told me I'm just too kind-hearted? Uchiha Han murmured, picking up Yatsuki Lu and tossing him onto the bed, then directly throwing the blanket over his face. This should keep him from catching a cold. No need to thank me too much. Uchiha Han muttered to himself. Then, Uchiha Han opened the window, leaped out, and his figure disappeared into the night. Midnight. Akiyu. Yue Lu suddenly sneezed, waking up from his stupor. Hiss, hiss, hiss. So cold. He instinctively curled up. Then, he glanced at the window. He saw that both windows were fully opened, and the cold wind was blowing in. Chapter 158. Revitalizing Hip-Hop Culture. We have no choice but to act. The next day, Uchiha Han continued to search for targets on the street, wandering around. At this moment, he saw someone ahead handing out flyers. Uchiha Han approached to take a closer look. The person was quite burly, with dark skin and wearing small sunglasses. He had 7 knives on him. Uchiha Han examined him closely and noticed an iron character on his right shoulder and a strange pattern on his left cheek, resembling bull horns. Uchiha Han immediately recognized the person's identity. The 8 Tails Jin Chiriki. Killer Bee. Yo, this stylish little brother. I see your outfit is trendy. Interested in coming to my concert? Killer Bee approached Uchiha Han in a rap tone, handing him a ticket. Yo, the incredibly handsome Killer Bee's debut concert. The ticket is only 1,000 ryo. Uchiha Han was taken aback. 1,000 ryo? So expensive? Uchiha Han felt a bit speechless, thinking to himself. Doesn't Killer Bee realize how his rap is rated? No wonder Uchiha Han saw Killer Bee fussing around for a long time without selling a single ticket. Yo, I say, uncle, this ticket is too expensive, right? Uchiha Han pouted, making rap gestures as he spoke. Killer Bee saw this and thought, a kindred spirit. Uncle, I'm quite curious about your skill level. Before Uchiha Han could wait for Killer Bee to respond, he began a question. Killer Bee, who had been a bit pleased, suddenly became a bit angry. Yo, rookie, let me show you what top-notch rap is. Killer Bee immediately took a step back, leaving himself enough space to perform. Then, he began his performance. Yo, 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 next, please watch my performance. After a simple 2 minutes, Uchiha Han felt like he had been waiting for ages. It must be said that Killer Bee's serious attempt at rap made Uchiha Han's evaluation of it nothing more than a pile of nonsense. He couldn't even force a rhyme. As for the lyrics, they were all meaningless chatter. Uchiha Han even felt they couldn't be called lyrics. Yo, 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 but were you shocked by my superb rap? Killer Bee stood proudly in front of Uchiha Han, looking down at him. Uncle, you being too flashy, right? Uchiha Han couldn't help but say. What did you say? Killer Bee immediately exploded with anger. It was the first time someone dared to say he sang poorly to his face. Even his brother never said that. Seeing Killer Bee's furious expression, Uchiha Han wasn't surprised. After all, he knew how much Killer Bee loved rap. It was strange if he didn't get angry when someone said that. Your level is far less than 1/10,000th of mine. Uchiha Han said calmly, his tone exuding a strong confidence. Killer Bee raised his eyebrows, and for some reason, a hint of respect arose in his heart. This guy might not be simple. Killer Bee didn't dare to underestimate him anymore and re-evaluated Uchiha Han with a serious expression. Then, please show us your strength. Killer Bee said earnestly. Cough, cough, cough. Uchiha Han shifted to the side, cleared his throat, and began his performance. Clothes and bags, I'll swap them for you. Don't act yet, just listen carefully. I admit I was drunk last night, but that wasn't TA strawberry, it was a mosquito bite. Although she sent me roses, I really didn't tea sleep with her. Just ordinary friends, really just ordinary friends. After more than a minute, Uchiha Han ended his performance. This song had been somewhat popular in his past life, leaving a deep impression on Uchiha Han. Although most of it was mocked, it could still easily crush Killer Bee's performance. This. Killer Bee was dumbfounded. He couldn't even muster a retort like he usually did. Sir, you are indeed a master. Killer Bee completely forgot about selling tickets and rushed to Uchiha Han's side. How is it? Uchiha Han asked proudly. Master's work is truly extraordinary. Seeing Killer Bee could talk normally, Uchiha Han was somewhat surprised. But then he thought it was normal. Killer Bee loved rap, so he usually spoke with a rap flavor. But now that he found he was much better than him, wouldn't it be a bit of showing off if he spoke like before? Anyone would feel embarrassed in that situation. I heard that hip-hop culture is thriving in the Cloud Village, but I didn't expect it to be so overrated. With such a low level, Uchiha Han pretended to be disappointed, shaking his head and sighing repeatedly. It's really disappointing. Revitalizing hip-hop culture. It seems we still have a long way to go. Uchiha Han slightly raised his head, and his small figure seemed to contain a tremendous and lofty momentum. Killer Bee was inspired. Zavitali hip-hop. Although he didn't know when hip-hop was popular, hearing the word revitalize, he immediately felt a heavy responsibility on his shoulders. What? Do you think this has anything to do with you? Uchiha Han asked dismissively. At this moment, he resembled an accomplished individual, melancholic yet possessing exceptional skills, with great ambitions but unable to fulfill them. Of course it does. Although Killer Bee was exceptionally talented and could be said to be one of the top few powerful figures in the current Cloud Village, in his heart, the importance of rap was immense. Besides training, rap was all he had left. I am well aware of my limited talent, so I hope you will generously teach me. I also want to make my own contribution to hip-hop culture. Killer Bee said seriously, no longer displaying his usual frivolity. Uchiha Han didn't rush to reply, but silently stared into Killer Bee's eyes. The latter's gaze was filled with sincerity. Given your earnestness, for the sake of the rap cause and hip-hop culture, I can teach you. However, it's not easy to obtain my true teachings. Uchiha Han said slowly. However, upon hearing that Uchiha Han was willing to teach him, Killer Bee immediately rejoiced. Next, I need to assess you for a while. First, I want to teach you for free. Every afternoon, I will wait for you here to teach you various techniques. And there will be a fee of 1,000 ryo per day. Uchiha Han said slowly. Why 1,000 ryo a day? Because Uchiha Han was disgusted by Killer Bee's 1,000 ryo ticket. He needed to milk him a bit. 1,000 ryo? Killer Bee was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. He thought this was too cheap. Uchiha Han saw him dazed for a moment and thought he was reluctant to part with the money. So, Uchiha Han stepped forward, tiptoed to pat Killer Bee's shoulder, and said with a serious face, Revitalize hip-hop culture, we are duty-bound. Chapter 159. The cautious Rakage AI. Upon hearing this, Killer Bee's body suddenly trembled. In an instant, he felt as if a raging fire ignited in his chest, and every cell in his body became incredibly excited. The last time he felt this passionate was when he successfully executed the lightning release, double lightning flash with his brother for the first time. Revitalize hip-hop culture. We are duty-bound. Killer Bee's expression suddenly became serious and solemn. At this moment, he seemed to feel the immense responsibility he bore. At the same time, in his eyes, the boy before him became incredibly tall and radiant. Indeed, one should not judge a person by their appearance. Killer Bee deeply understood the meaning of this saying this time. Still unaware of your name? Uchiha. Thus, during the following period, Killer Bee continuously sought advice from Uchiha Han. As Uchiha Han imparted more knowledge, Killer Bee's admiration for him grew even stronger. He finally realized that what he previously thought of as hip-hop was merely superficial. Therefore, in rap, rhyme is extremely important. Many rappers often forcefully piece together some nonsensical words just to rhyme. However, while rhyme is indeed important, it is just the surface. Rap is still music. Music naturally needs to touch the soul. While rhyming is good, if it can evoke resonance, then that is true music, true hip-hop culture. Uchiha Han. with his hands behind his back, paced back and forth like a teacher, shaking his head and nodding as he spoke. Got it. Killer Bee nodded heavily, suddenly enlightened. He then quickly jotted it down in his notebook, touching the soul, creating resonance. Next, Uchiha began to rack his brain, recalling the rappers he had seen while surfing the internet in his previous life. While scrolling through Douyin, he could still see many related variety shows. So, after these few days of learning, give me a freestyle. Uchiha lowered his head slightly, his eyes peeking out from above his sunglasses, looking at Killer Bee. All right. Killer Bee instantly became energized, quickly putting away his notebook and pen. Yo, yo, yo. Breakage office. Mabui slowly walked in, the sound of her high heels clicking against the floor, clearly reaching Raikage AI's ears. What has Killer Bee been doing recently? AI couldn't help but ask. He hadn't seen Killer Bee's figure for a few days. Lord Killer Bee has been learning rap with a kid, Mabui said, placing a stack of documents in front of AI. A kid? Learning rap? AI's brows furrowed tightly, anger clearly showing on his face. What is that kid's background? AI asked with some concern. Mabui shook her head. No information was found about him. Upon hearing this, AI's brows furrowed even tighter. No information? This is quite intriguing. AI lightly tapped his fingers on the table, beginning to ponder. Generally speaking, if it were a spy, they would have arranged a very reasonable identity in advance. At least, they wouldn't be easily exposed. Yet this kid's background is completely untraceable, which is rather perplexing. This kid shouldn't be a spy, right? AI thought, but immediately, he shook his head. Can't be so hasty. What if they play by their own rules, deliberately using this method to confuse me? That's also possible. In that case, keep an eye on him. If there are any unusual movements, arrest him immediately. The Raikage is always decisive in his actions. Understood. After speaking, Mabui withdrew. Land of Fire. Konoha Village. Danzo has defected. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen did not bring Danzo back. For this, the third Hokage felt incredibly guilty and went through a profound reflection, subsequently resigning from his position as the principal of the ninja school. Now, the third Hokage has completely lost his power. This means that in the future, apart from the empty title of third Hokage, he has no authority whatsoever. At the same time, due to the complete withdrawal of the third Hokage, both Tsunade and Mito Kazuma also chose to retire. They're not fools. The matter of Danzo's defection will undoubtedly have a significant impact on them. Even the third Hokage cannot escape blame. Their power will eventually be completely reclaimed by Minato. If they're smart now, they can still save face. Minato will not make things difficult for them and will ensure they can live out their later years in peace. Thus, the power transition in Konoha is completely finished. Accompanying this is the rising status of the Uchiha clan and the Nara clan. During this period, the faces of the Uchiha clan members clearly showed joy. Uchiha felt a myriad of emotions. You see, when he first arrived in this world, most people in the clan had dark expressions. Although they took good care of Uchiha, he could clearly feel the sorrow they carried. Especially Uchiha Fugaku. There shouldn't be any major events after this, right? Uchiha thought for a moment. Now, under his intervention, everything has completely deviated from the original plot. Uchiha also cannot fully determine what will happen next. Now that the Flame Dragon armor has been unlocked, he won't be at a disadvantage against Danzo. If it weren't for his Izanagi, I could even suppress him. Uchiha is very satisfied with his current strength. His innate talent is already outstanding. Even without the Sharingan, he is still stronger than an ordinary Jonin. With the Flame Dragon armor, he can now easily defeat some Kaga-level powerhouses. To reflect this more directly, Uchiha redefined the strength levels based on information from various forums in his previous life. Jonin are divided into Ordinary Jonin and Elite Jonin. Generally, 10 Ordinary Jonin might not even produce one Elite Jonin. As for Kaga-level powerhouses, they are classified into Strong Kage, Middle Kage, and Weak Kage. Above that is Super Kage. Then there is the Six Paths level. Note, looking at those who used to struggle together, some have taken off, and I feel so envious. It seems that recently, fanfiction has become incredibly popular. Chapter 160. Initial thoughts of the armor team in the combined state of the Flame Dragon armor. Uchiha roughly estimates that he should be able to match a Middle Kage. As for whether he can reach the Strong Kage level, Uchiha is still unsure, because he has not yet fought against a powerhouse of that level. He is still unclear about the extent of the gap between them. However, Kage-level powerhouses can practically walk sideways in the entire ninja world. Even among the 5 great nations, each ninja village might only have 2 or 3 individuals who can reach Kage level. Konoha has relatively more. Among the 2 living Hokages, The former Danzo barely reached weak Kage level. Jiraiya is undoubtedly Kage level. Tsunade herself definitely has Kage level strength, but due to her blood phobia, she cannot fight at all. In addition, Uchiha Fugaku surely possesses Kage level strength. His own power is already far beyond most elite Jonin. He is almost comparable to a weak Kage. Adding the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, he is undoubtedly a shadow-level powerhouse. As for whether he is a strong shadow or a mid-level shadow, it depends on the abilities of Fugaku's Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Then there's sure sway. Once the Heaven God is unleashed, even shadow-level powerhouses have no way to counter it. Back during the 5 Kage Summit, Danzo's transplanted eye allowed him to control Mifune without detection. Not to mention that Sure Sway himself is the one using it. Moreover, the other eye that Sure Sway entrusted to Itachi is even more powerful, capable of directly altering others' will and thoughts. Therefore, Uchiha Han finds it hard to understand how Sure Sway could let Danzo take one of his eyes. It can only be said that Sure Sway perhaps trusted Danzo too much. Calculating this way, Konoha can be said to have reached its peak in strength. Even if pain invades, it's likely that Naruto 1T need to enter Sage Mode. Konoha should be free from crisis now, just in time for a little adventure. With Danzo gone, another hidden danger of launching the Uchiha Massacre Crisis has been eliminated. Now, the only concern is Obito. In the original work, it was also Itachi who sought out Obito to help him complete the Massacre Night. Given the current situation, Uchiha Han feels that Obito probably 1T take any action. However, Uchiha Han thinks it's still necessary to be cautious. Therefore, the current goal needs to be more long-term. Akatsuki, Uchiha Han needs to find a way to restrain the Akatsuki organization. Additionally, Uchiha Han has also become interested in Tailed Beast Chakra during the Nine Tails incident, partly because of the original work as plot. He didn't want to steal Naruto's glory. Secondly, he was worried that the Emperor Armor Experience card might run out, and he wouldn't be able to suppress the Nine Tails anymore. Thirdly, if others sensed his Nine Tails chakra, his identity would definitely come under suspicion. For the still developing Uchiha Han, this is undoubtedly a very risky move. But now, Tailed Beast Chakra can help Uchiha Han condense clones, which can be used to carry other armors around the ninja world. This suddenly becomes very useful. Moreover, Uchiha Han's strength has also increased, and he no longer has as many concerns. Therefore, Uchiha Han now also wants to go after some tailed beasts. Of course, Uchiha Han only wants to absorb some of the tailed beast chakra. He doesn't intend to completely separate the tailed beast from their Jinchuriki like Akatsuki does, absorbing them into the outer path golem. But the question is, how should Uchiha Han absorb tailed beast chakra from the Jinchuriki? That is a problem. However, no matter what, as long as Uchiha Han wants to obtain tailed beast chakra, he will definitely come into conflict with the Akatsuki organization. In that case, I might as well create 4 clones, form an armor squad, and confront the Akatsuki organization. This way, I can prevent them from executing their plan to revive the 10 Tails, and I can also obtain tailed beast chakra in the process. Uchiha Han thought to himself, as it stands, the members of the Akatsuki organization, besides Nagato and Konin, should also include Kaku, Deidara, and Orochimaru. Meanwhile, Haiden, Kisame, and others joined after Itachi became part of the Akatsuki. Oh, and there's Zetsu and Obito. The difference between these two joining the Akatsuki is negligible. They will definitely be observing from shadows. Considering this, for armors against the current Akatsuki organization, although there is still a gap, it won't be too great. However, the compatibility of the other armors is somewhat low. Uchiha Han murmured. Since the Flame Dragon Steed was unlocked, Uchiha Han began to enhance the compatibility of the other 2 armors. Because the Wind Eagle armor has split, Uchiha Han can't enter training accordingly. Since that is the case, he will first enhance the compatibility of the Black Rhino armor and the Earth Tiger armor, aiming to raise the compatibility of the Black Rhino armor to 50% as soon as possible, and then for the Earth Tiger armor to 20% to unlock the Snow Mastiff armor. Uchiha Han has formulated the next plan. By then, with all 4 armors unlocked, the remaining 3 Tails of Chakra will just allow him to condense 3 clones. Hif. Uchiha Han's mind was already filled with visions. The Wind Eagle armor, Black Rhino armor, Earth Tiger armor, and Snow Mastiff armor stood on a high rock peak. The high-hanging sun cast its light, illuminating their armors with a brilliant glow. Each person exuded an incredibly powerful aura, making their opponents feel endless pressure. The 4 armors slowly lowered their heads, looking down on the densely packed ninjas below, whose legs were trembling. Who are you? The enemy ninja asked, shocked and terrified. The Wind Eagle armor slowly cast a glance at him. Armor. A simple word, yet it seemed to contain the momentum of heaven and earth. At the moment the Wind Eagle armor uttered the word armor, the world changed colors in an instant. The originally clear sky suddenly became overcast. Dark clouds seemed to settle over the heads of everyone below, making it hard for them to breathe. Armor? Obito, hiding in the distance and observing everything, murmured, his expression grave as he looked at the four distant figures that were small yet dazzling and impossible to look directly at, filled with shock. Nagato slowly opened his eyes, feeling the terrifying aura of the four, beginning to doubt himself for the first time. Compared to them, can I still be called a god? He began to feel somewhat downcast. Conan beside him noticed and was very worried but didn't say a word. Danzo clenched the kunai in his hand, staring at the four figures, his gaze fixed on the brilliantly shining armor. This is definitely not something a kunai can pierce. At this moment, that was the only thought in his mind, and he slowly relaxed his grip. The kunai clattered to the ground. I found out that someone went to read my old book, and I feel quite embarrassed. The data for that book was too terrible, so it was left unfinished. Since I marked it as completed, I can't modify it anymore. In fact, I still regret it a bit. I shouldn't have given up so early. I feel like if I wrote a bit more, the data might have improved. Everyone don't go read it. For every extra person who sees the last chapter, I feel an extra bit of guilt. Chapter 161, Lost Zabuza. At the border of the land of rivers and the land of fire. After Danzo escaped from Konoha, he fled southwest. Over the decades, Danzo has established several secret bases among the surrounding small countries through the development of Root. The land of rivers is the most concealed one. Of course, with Root being wiped out, this base will eventually be exposed. Danzo plans to rest for a while and take some money with him. Now, he has become a rogue ninja and is wanted by Konoha. If he doesn't have money, it will be quite difficult. Danzo couldn't help but feel very dejected. Yesterday, he was still the high and mighty leader of Root, a high-ranking official in Konoha, but today, he has fallen to such a state. Those guys are so foolish. Danzo thought about how his experiment was exposed because he went to retrieve a sow's cells, and he felt like 1,000 grass mud horses were galloping through his heart. After all, he was a Root ninja trained rigorously, yet he was captured by two little brats. Useless. A bunch of useless people. The experiment has made no progress at all. Even such a simple task of obtaining materials could go wrong. Danzo felt extremely frustrated. He thought it was much easier to collaborate with Orochimaru. He only needed to provide some materials to Orochimaru and give him some cover, and that was it. The key is Orochimaru's experimental results. Efficient and quick. Tuanzo's Sharingan arm and Hashirama cells were all created with the help of Orochimaru. Since Orochimaru defected, he has spent so much manpower and resources, but has made no progress at all. Tuanzo sighed heavily. At that moment, he suddenly thought of something. Hey, since I'm already a rogue ninja, why not go find Orochimaru? Tuanzo had a sudden inspiration. He thought this idea was quite good. Collaborating with Orochimaru was much more comfortable than dealing with the useless people in the Root. So, Tuanzo made up his mind, took the money, and set off to find Orochimaru's whereabouts. However, finding Orochimaru was not easy. After all, if he were easy to find, the Umbu would have already located him. Soon, Tuanzo found this abandoned base, rummaged through it, and managed to find several tens of thousands of Ryo. Tuanzo looked at it with some disdain. In the past, he wouldn't even glance at money that was lying at his feet. Times have changed. Tuanzo dejectedly put away the money and headed toward the daimyo's mansion in the land of rivers. This amount of money was still too little. He needed to think of a way to get more money. The daimyo's mansion was a good place. On the border between the land of water and the land of fire, and Kimimaro arrived in town to buy some daily necessities. At that moment, a tall man walked down the street, looking very conspicuous. He wore a Mist Village forehead protector, carried a sword on his back, and had a scar on his face, which made him look quite intimidating from a distance. That guy. Bai's gaze was fixed on the man. Very dangerous. Kimimaro carefully stared at the man and felt the immense and murderous chakra within him, causing his heart to tighten. This guy is terrifying. He is at least at the level of AJ Neen. His strength is probably not simple. We should avoid getting involved with such a dangerous person, Kimimaro said, holding tightly onto the items they bought and pulling Bai to leave. Bai glanced back at the man before following Kimimaro away. This kid has a pretty face. I can't tell if he is a boy or a girl. The man naturally noticed Bai and Kimimaro. He caught a glimpse of Bai's appearance and was momentarily stunned. He had never seen someone so beautiful. However, he didn't pay much attention to it, glancing up at the overcast sky, feeling very serious. He gripped the mission scroll tightly, feeling very conflicted. What I'm doing, is it right or wrong? He felt somewhat lost. After a while, he slowly lifted his foot and walked forward. A drop of blood slowly dripped from the tip of the long sword on his back. At that moment, a girl with reddish-brown hair approached. It was Terumi Mei. That guy, did you kill him? Terumi Mei naturally noticed the blood dripping from the man's foot, and her brows immediately furrowed. His expression turned extremely cold, completely devoid of the confusion from before. This is a mission issued by Lord Mizukage, so I must complete it. He spoke coldly, his tones sounding like an emotionless machine. Do you think they deserve to die? Terumi Mei questioned. I am a ninja. I only need to obey Lord Mizukage's orders. The man replied. A ninja? Oomph. Terumi Mei sneered. Being a ninja doesn't mean you lack your own feelings and thoughts. These people are innocent, and killing them brings no benefit to the village. Lord Mizukage's decisions are not always correct, Terumi Mei stated. However, she lowered her voice for the last sentence. After all, they were still within the borders of the Land of Water. If some ill-intentioned individuals overheard, it could cause significant trouble. However, the man remained unfazed, with no sign of emotion. Zabuza, think carefully. Do you think those people deserve to die? Do you think Lord Mizukage's orders are correct? After saying this, Terumi Mei turned and left directly. Once Terumi Mei completely disappeared from view, Zabuza relaxed his expression. He slowly lowered his head and looked at his palm. In that moment, he seemed to see a sea of corpses and blood, his palms covered in blood. Then, scenes of bloody images floated back into his mind. The severed heads, the innocent and tragic expressions on their faces, once again pierced Zabuza's heart. Over the years, he had killed too many people, and each face he had personally killed often reflected confusion and fear. But in the past 2 years, he had seen far too many innocent expressions. Those people seemed to be accusing Zabuza in their final moments. While Zabuza did not dare to agree with the assertion that Lord Mizukage's bloodline limits were evil, he also did not care, however, to make him personally kill those innocent people. Zabuza slowly clenched his fists, his gaze becoming clearer. They shouldn't have died. Chapter 162. Towanzo joins Akatsuki in the Land of Rivers, on a forest path outside of Inokuni, the Land of Hot Water village. Towanzo changed into a black trench coat and walked slowly along the road. Suddenly, he frowned. He sensed 2 powerful chakra signatures approaching him. They were coming for him. Towanzo immediately became alert. Minato? Hiruzen? No, their chakra signatures are not like this. Towanzo muttered. Better run first. No matter what, given the current situation, Towanzo felt it was best to be cautious and run away. However, just as Towanzo had run a short distance, a flurry of flying paper suddenly came at him. Towanzo stopped, quickly pulled out a kunai from his sleeve. Then, those flying papers slowly coalesced into the shape of a girl. The girl wore a black robe with red clouds, her expression cold, without a hint of emotional fluctuation. She was Conan. Who are you? Towanzo's heart surged with alarm. The girl before him emitted an extremely powerful chakra. Although it didn't feel much stronger than his own, this paper technique looked very strange. Then, a figure slowly emerged from behind. Orochimaru, it's you. Towanzo turned around in shock. A small snake slithered out from Orochimaru's sleeve, flicking its tongue. Long time no see, Towanzo. Orochimaru extended his long tongue and licked his lips, grinning ominously. At this point, Towanzo also noticed that Orochimaru was wearing the same outfit as the girl, black with red clouds. What are you up to? Have you started another secret organization? Towanzo asked. Although he remained cautious, he felt slightly more relaxed upon seeing Orochimaru. No. Orochimaru hurriedly denied it. I was just invited and joined the organization. Towanzo was startled. So it's not Orochimaru's organization. Orochimaru was invited to join. What kind of organization is this? Towanzo began to carefully scrutinize the cold girl before him. I, representing Akatsuki, invite you to join us. Conan said. Akatsuki? Towanzo muttered, feeling curious. An organization that can recruit Orochimaru must have individuals within it who are at least stronger than him. Even Danzo himself wouldn't dare claim he could defeat Orochimaru. Thus, Danzo was intrigued. If he could have a powerful organization as a backing, it would undoubtedly be very helpful for his rogue ninja career. However, the key point is that Danzo didn't really want to be dependent on others. For you, Danzo, joining Akatsuki is undoubtedly the best choice right now, and Orochimaru smiled ominously and continued. Our leader is far more powerful than you can imagine. Hearing this, Danzo began to carefully consider. Orochimaru was right. given the current situation, joining was undoubtedly the best choice. Wandering alone in the ninja world was quite uncomfortable. Danzo thought for a long time. Konan and Orochimaru also fell silent, waiting for him to make his final decision. Of course, if Danzo refused, they would definitely continue to persuade him. So what do I need to do? Danzo asked. The establishment of an organization naturally has its purposes. To join this organization and receive its protection, one must also make corresponding contributions. We will take on some missions. You just need to complete them. But don't worry. We will consider the difficulty, Konan said. In the early days of Akatsuki's establishment, they needed to accumulate initial capital. Therefore, they had to take on some more difficult missions from the major countries to earn substantial rewards. Only later did their focus shift to capturing tailed beasts. Just doing missions? Danzo murmured. With his strength, completing some S-rank missions would be a piece of cake. All right. Thus, Danzo agreed. Good. Konan nodded and then handed Danzo a set of Akatsuki clothing and a ring. The ring was engraved with a red character. However, I have a question, Danzo said. What question? Konan looked at him and asked. How did you find my whereabouts? Danzo's eyes fixed on Konan. He had been very cautious along the way, leaving no trace whatsoever. Otherwise, he would have definitely been caught by the Umbu. Yet, under these circumstances, they found him so quickly, which was quite incomprehensible to Danzo. Hey. Because there's someone in the organization who is good at gathering intelligence. Orochimaru smiled and answered for Konan. Good at gathering intelligence? Danzo was somewhat shocked. The ability to find his location so quickly and accurately was terrifying, wasn't it? Even the Umbu and Root combined probably couldn't do that. It seemed that this organization was even more mysterious and powerful than he had thought. Danzo murmured to himself, looking at the robe in his hands, and he no longer hesitated. He then put on the Akatsuki robe and wore the ring. Does this red character have any special meaning? Danzo asked, noticing that both Konan and Orochimaru also wore rings with different engravings. Orochimaru's was void and Konan's was white. It doesn't have any special meaning. The leader just thinks these characters look cool, Konan said coldly. The corner of Danzo's eye twitched. He suddenly felt that his recent decision might have been a bit rash. Then, under the guidance of Konan and Orochimaru, the three of them arrived at the Akatsuki's gathering place. Pain stood at the front, his figure concealed in darkness, with only a pair of swirling purple eyes visible. Just a simple glance could convey the terrifying pressure and aura contained within. Konan stood next to Pain. The others included Sasori, Kakazu, Haiden, Orochimaru, Danzo, and Zetsu. Pain looked at everyone. Next, pair up. Orochimaru and Danzo were responsible for the areas surrounding the Land of Fire. Zetsu would team up with Sasori. As for Kakazu, you will team up with Haiden. The group exchanged glances. Kakazu looked at Orochimaru and Danzo, his eyes filled with greed, like a hungry beast eyeing a delicious piece of meat. Chapter 163. The second clone, Black Rhino armor. Originally, Kakazu thought that his former teammates had been killed by him, so he was pleased to have one of the newcomers team up with him. He had secretly rejoiced for a while. However, these two ended up pairing together. But that's fine. There's still something to gain. Kakazu secretly glanced at his new teammate, Haiden, an S-rank rogue ninja from the Hidden Mist Village. Although his bounty wasn't as high as Orochimaru's or Danzo's, it still amounted to several million ryo. Kakazu then glanced at Zetsu. This guy, who knows where he came from, surprisingly had no bounty on the black market. Kakazu thought to himself. Every member of the Akatsuki, Kakazu had investigated on the black market. As for Zetsu, he only heard from the leader that he was from the Grass Village, but he couldn't find any related bounties. Sasori had a high bounty, but the wanted poster clearly showed a handsome young man, which didn't resemble this ugly creature on all fours at all. As for Orochimaru and Danzo, the Hidden Leaf Village in the Land of Fire was the richest, so their bounties were higher. As for the leader and Konan, Kakazu still hadn't found any information about them. He only knew that the Land of Rain seemed to be under the control of the leader and his group. As for that demigod, Hanzo the Salamander, there was no news at all. Kakazu didn't look at Pain or Konan anymore. His mind began to calculate how to take someone's head for the bounty. Konan's expression was cold, but her gaze quietly fell on Danzo. Between her brows, there seemed to be a hint of anger, but it was well hidden. After the disbandment, Danzo followed to a nearby base. I didn't expect you to have so many bases. Danzo carefully examined the base. Although it wasn't particularly large, it was quite good as a temporary base. How's that arm feel? Orochimaru asked, a trace of a smile always on his face, though it didn't come off as friendly. I'm not fully accustomed to it yet. Danzo replied. The few would release techniques feel quite awkward. The Sharingan is fine. Previously, during his battle with Uchiha Han, Danzo had used Wood Release, Tree Roots Explosion. This technique was extremely powerful, but the effect he produced was significantly inferior, mainly because the speed of this technique was a bit slow. Ideally, many giant tree branches should appear, surrounding the opponent without leaving any gaps, and then a violent explosion would occur. However, Uchiha Han easily dodged it. Is that so? Orochimaru nodded, then turned and went to the experimental table to start tinkering. I'll help you with it later, but I want to take someone from you, Orochimaru said with a meaningful smile. Take someone? Danzo was taken aback. He had just become a rogue ninja. The only two he wanted to take with him, Oil Woman Tsunade and Yamanaka Wind, had also fled in a panic due to the intervention of Uchiha Han and his group, so he didn't bring them along. Now, he had no one left. Hey, Orochimaru chuckled. Then, Danzo felt a faint sound of footsteps behind him. He turned around and saw a figure slowly emerging from the shadows. The light reflecting off their glasses was somewhat blinding. It's you. On the side of the Land of Lightning, Uchiha Han sensed that he was being watched. In the past few days, aside from teaching Killer Bee, he had not taken any action. During this time, Uchiha Han was also thinking about whether he could extract some tailed beast chakra from Killer Bee. However, he was unable to sense the chakra of the 8 tails within Killer Bee. There was no doubt that Killer Bee was the host of the 8 tails. It seemed that the sealing technique within him was very strong, or perhaps it was because he had nearly achieved perfect Jinchuriki status, allowing him to control the leakage of tailed beast chakra at will. This left Uchiha Han at a loss. It appeared that there was not much opportunity with the 8 tails. Uchiha Han thought to himself. First of all, Killer Bee was already strong in a perfect Jinchuriki, having almost effortlessly defeated Team Hawk before. So, Uchiha Han started to ponder. The Cloud Village had 2 tailed beasts. Aside from the 8 tails, the remaining one was the 2 tails Jinchuriki, who was the human named Yujito. In the anime, she did not have much screen time and was briefly mentioned. She was captured by the immortal duo, Kakuzu and Haiden. However, being from the same village, the relationship between Yujito and the 2 tails was also very good. Yujito herself was also a perfect Jinchuriki. Killer Bee had once said that the synergy between Yujito and the tailed beast was even above that of him and the 8 tails. Therefore, it was certain that Yujito's strength would not be weak either. The main reason for her defeat to the immortal duo was likely due to Haiden's bug-like ability. To be honest, if there was no intel with Haiden's ability, even someone from the Akatsuki might not be able to escape unscathed. Especially since the Cloud Village favored close combat. It was inevitable that there would be a few wounds. I need to find an opportunity to get close to Yujito, and if that doesn't work, I'll have to send another clone to the Rock Village and give it a try. Uchiha blid. He felt a bit regretful now. If he had known, he wouldn't have gotten involved with Killer Bee. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so easily targeted by the people of the Cloud Village. In these few days, he could have earned a few million Ryo. Now, not only was he unable to make money, but he also had no leads on tailed beast chakra, leaving him empty-handed. For nearly a month afterward, Uchiha Han was grinding in the virtual battle room of the Black Rhino armor. He finally raised the compatibility of the Black Rhino armor to 45%. Damn! Uchiha Han collapsed onto his bed. After working hard for over a month, he was still short by 5%. Although it seemed like a small amount, Uchiha Han knew that the difficulty of improvement would increase significantly from here on out. It was likely that even if he spent another month, he might not succeed in reaching 50%. Uchiha Han hesitated. The clone in the Land of Lightning still had no progress, but Uchiha Han was reluctant to leave. After all, he had established a relatively deep relationship with Killer Bee. If not, he could first condense the clone for the Black Rhino armor, and then work on improving the compatibility once he unlocked the Snow Mastiff armor. Uchiha Han was feeling conflicted. Stop hesitating. Uchiha Han slapped his forehead and made up his mind. After all, it was just a clone. If it was lost, it was lost. He would surely be able to obtain tailed beast chakra in the future. If Uchiha Han remembered correctly, after the Mist Village discovered that the 4th Mizukage was being controlled, the Blood Mist policy was lifted, and the 4th Mizukage should also be dead. Therefore, the 3 tails had become wild. Wild-tailed beasts, while very powerful, also made it easier to extract chakra. Uchiha Han was confident he could borrow some chakra again. So, Uchiha Han stopped hesitating and began to condense his second clone. Black Rhino Armor. Chapter 164 Invitation from the Daimyo S Mansion. Check my information panel. Name, Uchiha Han. Chakra, 2553. Shadow, 5000. 3 Tails Chakra, 3000. Ninjutsu, 331. Taijutsu, 334. Jinjutsu, 296. Mastered Ninjutsu. Great Fireball Technique, Phoenix Fire Technique, Shadow Clone Technique, Gale Palm, Great Breakthrough. Body Flicker Technique, Water Chaos Wave, Water Bullet, Lightning Blade. Bloodline Limit, Sharingan, 1 Tomo. Armor Unlocked. Flame Dragon Armor, Compatibility 55. Wind Eagle Armor, Compatibility 50. Black Rhino Armor, Compatibility 45. Earth Tiger Armor, Compatibility 6. The compatibility of the Black Rhino Armor reached 45%, and all skills except the Sealing Ultimate techniques were unlocked. All weapons were also unlocked. This meant that compared to the Wind Eagle Armor, there was actually not much difference. Of course, that 5% difference in compatibility would still cause some variance in the armor's enhancement effects. But overall, the Black Rhino Armor and the Wind Eagle Armor were now at the same level. The Three Tails Chakra remained at 3,000, which was about 3 million, just enough to condense 3 clones. Let us get started. Uchiha Han slowly closed his eyes and began to communicate with the water power within him. With the experience of condensing the Wind Eagle Armor, Uchiha Han was much more skilled this time. He used his own chakra to draw out the energy of the Black Rhino Armor, then drew upon the Three Tails Chakra within him. The Three Tails Chakra surrounded the outside, forming the shell of the clone, and then using his own chakra as a guide, injected the Black Rhino Armor into the clone. Soon, in less than half an hour, this clone was successfully condensed. Looking at the information panel again, the Three Tails Chakra was down to 2,000. Uchiha Han nodded in satisfaction. The next day, Uchiha Han sent the clone to the Rock Village. Shortly after, Itachi came over and took Uchiha Han to the Hokage building. Is there a new mission? Uchiha Han asked in confusion. At the same time, he thought that if Minato personally came to find them, it was probably some rather tricky task. Upon entering the Hokage's office, Tenzo and Kakashi had already been waiting for a while. Today, I called you all here mainly because there is a rather important mission, Minato said as he handed over a mission scroll. Do you remember the request from the daimyo to form the 12 Guardian Ninjas? Minato asked. Yes. A few of them nodded. At that time, Uchiha Han and the others almost got pulled into it by Minato. Fortunately, the daimyo was also worried about Konoha and did not let too many people from Konoha participate. After several months, the 12 Guardian Ninjas of the daimyo's mansion had been formed, and the daimyo was quite satisfied. So he held a banquet for various countries and organized an exchange meeting. Exchange meeting? Uchiha Han felt a bit strange. What does the daimyo mean? Does he think that after having the 12 Guardian Ninjas, he can become a bit arrogant? It should be known that all along, while the daimyo would have some personal guards, the military power of a country was held by the major ninja villages. And the Fire Country daimyo's ostentatious behavior. Uchiha Han felt it was hard to comment. This was a slippery slope that couldn't even be touched. The daimyos of several other major and minor countries were also on the invitation list, and the major ninja villages were likewise. We were also invited. After speaking, Minato took out an invitation and lightly tapped it with his fingers a few times. His brows furrowed slightly. How could he not see the implications behind this? This was not a good sign at all. To put it bluntly, if they did not handle this matter well, this exchange meeting could greatly change the landscape of the ninja world. If the 12 Guardian Ninja performed exceptionally well, other daimyos from different countries would likely have their own thoughts. Even if the daimyos trusted their villages, it would surely not be as good as cultivating their own ninjas. At that time, daimyos from various countries might demand to form their own Guardian Ninja squads. If the situation continued to develop, it might not just be a dozen people. Daimyos might gradually cultivate their own lower ninjas. By then, the current system of the ninja world would be greatly impacted. Once conflicts arose between the villages and the daimyos, war would likely sweep across the entire ninja world again. Moreover, this time it would not just be a war between a few countries, but a war between the entire ninja world, the daimyos, and the ninja villages. The scale would truly be a ninja world war. The thought of the bloodshed and carnage of war made Minato feel deeply pained. In fact, Minato understood in his heart that the cruelty of this world was largely due to the distorted system of ninjas. However, he felt helpless. All he could do was hope for the future, that an unparalleled individual would emerge to completely change this world. Therefore, your task is to represent Konoha at this exchange meeting. What? The Uchiha trio was taken aback. Kakashi, on the other hand, seemed not too surprised, likely having known or guessed it beforehand. Representing Konoha? Us? Isn't this a bit hasty? Uchiha Han felt that while his looks were unmatched, his identity was not quite suitable for attending such high-level meetings. After all, on the surface, he still looked like a child. Such an important meeting should be attended by middle-aged men in suits, right? This is a decision we have made after careful consideration, Minato said, looking at Uchiha Han. His gaze was gentle, but it also revealed a hint of firmness. Uchiha Han knew he could probably no longer avoid this. Your task is very simple. First, suppress the 12 Guardian Ninja. Do not let their handling of matters give the daimyos from other countries any unusual thoughts. Second, do not go too far. Leave some face for the daimyos. Minato said, after all, daimyos are still daimyos, and it would be unreasonable to make the other party lose face at such an important occasion. Understood. Kakashi immediately responded solemnly. Itachi and Tenzo straightened their bodies, looking very serious. Only Uchiha Han pouted and helplessly shrugged his small hands. Kakashi took the scroll. Then you can set off now. Yes. Chapter 165. Deidara and Kuratsuchi Kakashi-sensei. What level are the 12 Guardian Ninja? On the way, Itachi started to inquire about some important information regarding this mission. The 12 Guardian Ninja were undoubtedly the most crucial information to understand. Kakashi had naturally prepared in advance. Moreover, the mission scroll contained some important information. The 12 Guardian Ninja are 12 individuals. Each of them is at the level of Jonin, but they vary from special Jonin to elite Jonin. So, they are quite formidable. The Uchiha trio nodded. Despite their young age reaching the Jonin level, for most ninjas, becoming a Chunin is the end. Becoming a Jonin is extremely rare. In any country, Jonin are the elite among elites. Among these 12 individuals, only Asuma and the one from the Fire Temple, Dilu, have clear backgrounds. Kakashi continued. This Dilu hails from the Fire Temple, and according to the intelligence returned by Asuma, he does not have a particular bias toward the daimyos or Konoha. Asuma has a good relationship with him. As for the others, they all seem to be fervent supporters of the daimyos, and their gazes toward Asuma seem somewhat hostile. It seems Asuma is not having a good time in the daimyo's residence, Uchiha Han said. That's not entirely true. Kakashi closed the scroll. He knows that Asuma should gain a lot from this mission. Then, Kakashi continued discussing the banquet. On the surface, the daimyo is holding this banquet to celebrate his youngest daughter's full moon, but in reality, he wants to show off his power and flaunt in front of the other daimyos. The general process of the banquet should be quite simple. There should be an event similar to a martial arts duel in the middle of the banquet to showcase the strength of the 12 Guardian Ninja. Therefore, our goal is to defeat all the other 12 Guardian Ninja in this martial arts duel, Kakashi said slowly. At this point, Uchiha Han felt a bit confused. Didn't Minato say to leave some face for the daimyos? Defeating all of them, is that leaving face for the daimyos? But Kakashi-sensei, didn't Lord Fourth say to leave some face for the daimyos? Itachi naturally recalled Minato's instructions and asked in confusion. That's right. So what I mean is to defeat all the other 12 Guardian Ninja, Kakashi said. The others? Suddenly, Uchiha Han understood. The others do not include Asuma. Asuma is one of their own. What does that mean? Tenzo looked at the three of them, his face puzzled, as he did not quite understand. Kakashi smiled. It means to first take down the other 11, and then lose to Asuma. Uchiha Han explained. Kakashi nodded. I see. Only then did Tenzo realize. Tenzo, don't practice your wood release too much and turn yourself into a piece of wood, Uchiha Han said. In the land of Earth, Iwagakure. Boom. A tantôt explosion sounded. Instantly, a small mountain at the edge of the village was flattened. Bang. Anoki, who was correcting documents, slammed the papers on his desk in anger. Deidara. Anoki was so furious that even his beard seemed to float. Someone, Lord Tsuchikage. Outside the door, several ninjas rushed in immediately, looking very respectful. Now, immediately, bring that bastard Deidara to me, Anoki said angrily. Yes, the few responded, then rushed out immediately. At the edge of the village, at the edge of the small mountain that had just been blown to the ground, Deidara, with his yellow hair, was dancing with excitement. I did it! I did it! My art! Deidara shouted to the sky. At this moment, a petite figure walked out from behind a rock. The big eyes looking at Deidara were full of admiration. How about it, Kuratsuchi? Isn't my art amazing? Deidara smiled proudly at Kuratsuchi. At this time, Haida was only 4 or 5 years old and had just refined chakra for the first time not long ago. Seeing the terrifying explosion caused by Deidara, she naturally felt immense envy and admiration. Nisan is really amazing. Haida nodded repeatedly, her watery eyes sparkling with excitement. Deidara, Haito. A rough voice came from behind. Not good. Deidara frowned and immediately started to run. However, before he could take 2 steps, a giant rocky hand grabbed his ankle. Bang! Deidara fell face first to the ground with a heavy thud. Dad! Haida looked at the incredibly burly man walking towards her and began to feel a bit scared. Haida, why are you following Deidara and causing trouble? Huangta frowned and looked at Haitu with some displeasure. Dad, we weren't causing trouble. Nisan was showing me his powerful ninjutsu. Haida said excitedly. Exactly. This is my art. It's not trouble at all. Deidara's foot was tightly grasped by the rocky giant hand, making it impossible for him to stand up, let alone turn over. But even so, he would not allow others to insult his art. All right, art, enough already. Huangta glanced at his naive daughter, and didn't he want to scold Deidara too harshly in front of her? After all, if he lost his temper and Haida saw it, she might be scared of him in the future. Huangtu affectionately patted Haitu's little head. You go back first. Mama's made delicious food waiting for you at home. Okay. Haitu was still a child, and upon hearing that there was food, she immediately bounced back home. You brat, come with me to meet Lord Suchikich. After Haida left, Huangtu walked up to Deidara with a fierce expression. Huangtu lifted Deidara up. Huangtu was already huge and burly, while Deidara was only 10 years old. Compared to Huangtu, he looked like a little runt. You brat, just wait to be dealt with. Huangtu said fiercely. Uncle Huangtu, can you put me down? I'll go find the old man to apologize myself. Deidara began to struggle continuously, but it was of no use. After all, the gap between them in every aspect was too great. I don't believe you. Last time you tricked me and ran away, causing me to get scolded. This time, don't think you can play tricks. I promise, there won't be a next time. I don't believe you. Chapter 166. The daimyo's mansion in the Land of Fire because they were attending a banquet and had plenty of time. Minato specially arranged a carriage for Uchiha Han and the others. Therefore, the speed was not as fast as if they were traveling on their own. It took nearly half a day to reach the daimyo's mansion. The city where the daimyo's mansion was located was very prosperous and was not inferior to Konoha village. The group did not linger too much and went straight to the main gate of the daimyo's mansion. Kakashi handed the invitation letter to the guard. The guard took a look and respectfully invited them in. So it's the representatives from Konoha village. As soon as Uchiha Han and the others entered, a butler-like person came over. You must be Kakashi, right? That's right. Kakashi nodded. The butler's face was filled with joy and excitement. Kakashi's reputation as a genius was well known throughout the ninja world. Now, as a disciple of the fourth Hokage, even the butler of the daimyo's mansion dared not treat Kakashi with any neglect. Thus, the butler warmly led Uchiha Han and the others on a tour of the daimyo's mansion. As the ruler of a country, the luxury of the daimyo's mansion was naturally not something Konoha could compare to. The entire daimyo's mansion probably covered an area several times larger than that of a large family in Konoha. Moreover, it was adorned with many courtyards and water features, giving it a very classical and elegant appearance. After the tour, the butler took them to a resting place, a small courtyard with 4 independent rooms. The butler briefly reminded them of a few things and mentioned the evening banquet before leaving, as he still had important figures from other countries to attend to. Kakashi-sensei, should we go find Asuma first? Itachi said. After all, the banquet would start in the evening, and they needed to discuss the action plan with Asuma as soon as possible. Otherwise, if something went wrong during the banquet, it would not be good. Uchiha Han felt that Itachi's concerns were quite reasonable. However, Kakashi shook his head. No need, we can wait for him here. So, the 4 sat in the courtyard and drank tea. Sure enough, after a while, there was a knock at the door. Uchiha Han opened the door and saw that it was indeed Asuma. I didn't expect you guys to be sent here this time. Asuma looked at Uchiha Han and the others with slight surprise. Originally, Minato-sensei wanted to have either Lord Sandaime or Lord Jikka lead the team. However, they were tied up dealing with Danzo's defection. Kakashi said. In fact, Jikka was indeed too busy to attend. But Sandaime had been idle at home, and it was said that he had been holed up in his room, sleeping every day with a crystal ball in his arms. Sigh. Kakashi sighed softly. He thought about how painful Sandaime's situation must be now. All the bonds he had forged over the years had been mercilessly severed. Old man, Asuma felt a bit troubled at the thought of his father. A few years ago, during the Ninetales incident, his mother had sacrificed herself, and now, his father's closest comrade had also defected. His father had truly become a lonely man. Let's finish this mission first, and then I'll see if there's time to go back and visit him. Asuma slowly extinguished the cigarette he had in his mouth and said softly, Then, they entered the room. You should all be familiar with the general process of the banquet, so I won't go into detail. However, I'll mention the information about the other 11 people. Besides me, the strongest is definitely Dilu, who hails from the Fire Temple. The monks of the Fire Temple possess a special type of sage chakra that is very powerful. Moreover, he can use this to perform a very powerful technique. I'm not exactly sure of its power, but it's definitely not to be underestimated, so you all must be careful. Uchiha nodded, having read the original work, and guess what technique Asuma was referring to? It should be the arrival of the Thousand Hands. This ninjutsu was extremely powerful, and if it weren't for Kakuzu and Haiden's exceptional abilities, it would not have been so easy to take down Dilu. Asuma continued, then there are Beizi, Nanwu, Shidu, and Dongmao. They also lean towards our Hokage. These four have a separate title as the Four Lightning Ninja. It is said that they can jointly use a very powerful ninjutsu. But you don't need to worry about this for now. The competitions at this banquet will be in a one-on-one format, so their joint ninjutsu 1T be a concern. As for the rest of the people, most of them have some biases and are quite radical. They seem to have some hostility towards us Hokage supporters. Among them, there's one called Haima, who is a bit dangerous. As Asuma spoke, his brows instinctively furrowed. Have you already split into two factions? Kakashi asked with some surprise. Although he knew that there were conflicting views among the 12 Guardians of the Land of Fire, it was surprising that it had come to the surface so quickly. Asuma nodded. The group I mentioned earlier, the Earth and Land, along with the Lightning Release 4, actually belong to the Hokage faction, while the remaining 6 are the Radicals, who are more supportive of the daimyo. Even, I once unintentionally overheard them saying that the Hokage should be abolished and the daimyo should take over all military power. Hearing this, the others shuddered in shock. Uchiha Han was a bit calmer. In the anime, that Homa had once launched a plan to attack Konoha, reviving and controlling the Lightning Release for using the Earth Release, Ultimate Creation, Soil of the Dead. Then, he used the Lightning Release 4 to launch the combined ninjutsu. Lightning Release, Secret Technique, Lightning Dream, Thunderman. If this technique were successfully executed, the level of destruction would likely rival that of Pain's invasion. Of course, the drawback of this technique is obvious. It requires 4 people. Asuma had defeated one of them, thus resolving the crisis. The most dangerous among the radicals is that Homa. He is the strongest among the 6, proficient in Earth Release ninjutsu. If you encounter him, you must be careful. He is somewhat ruthless, and, given his hatred for Konoha, he may go all out against you. So be very cautious. Asuma repeatedly reminded them. Don't worry. Uchiha Han nodded. In the original work, Homa's performance was actually quite average. He ended up dying at Asuma's hands. So, Homa's strength was at most that of an elite J-nin. Damn, today when I returned to school, I happened to arrive at the high-speed rail station just as ticket check stopped. The taxi driver kept saying I could make it, and I forgot to change my ticket, losing over $70. Chapter 167. The two who are watching Homa's actual strength is really average. He could only pose some threat to Konoha because of that Earth Release, Ultimate Creation Soil of the Dead technique. Alright, Uchiha Han almost forgot. This guy seems to have sealed some Nine-Tails chakra into his son's body. Uchiha Han began to recall. The leakage of Nine-Tails chakra only occurs during the night of the Nine-Tails. This means Homa had already started plotting at that time. However, Uchiha Han remembered that when he summoned the Emperor armor, he only severed one of the Nine-Tails hands, causing chakra leakage. But that chakra quickly returned to the Jinchuriki's body, which is Kushina's body. At that time, Uchiha Han did not sense that this chakra was being stolen and sealed by outsiders. In the Emperor armor state, it is impossible for anyone to deceive him. Perhaps it was because of his intervention that things changed. Alright, you all get ready and don't underestimate your opponents. Asuma advised. He knew that the 4 people in front of him were rare geniuses, and that Uchiha Han and the others were still young. So they might be prone to underestimating their enemies. Don't worry, Kakashi said. As the leader of Uchiha Han and the others, he understood their personalities. None of them were the arrogant type. Among them, Itachi and Uchiha Han were particularly cautious, and their thinking far exceeded that of their peers. Tenzo, although not as smart as Uchiha Han and Itachi, was also very grounded and not the kind of frivolous or arrogant person. Kakashi naturally wouldn't worry about them. That's good. Asuma nodded. Alright, the daimyo will probably be looking for us, and staying away for too long could give them something to talk about. So I'll take my leave now. With that, Asuma left. You should also go back to your rooms to rest. We'll see how you perform tonight. Kakashi said to the 3 of them. Uchiha Han and the others nodded and returned to their respective rooms, outside the daimyo's residence, on a small mountain not far away. Here, one could see the entire view of the daimyo's residence. Danzo and Orochimaru stood on the mountain, gazing down at the daimyo's residence. Are you sure you want to take on this mission? Danzo frowned, seemingly worried. Of course, this is a mission issued by the leader, and it must be taken seriously. Orochimaru replied, still wearing that eerie smile. Huh. Danzo let out a deep breath. Then, he took out a scroll from his pocket. This scroll contained detailed information about the prominent figures attending this banquet. These were all gathered by that J-Bai. Danzo looked at the incredibly detailed information on it, feeling extremely shocked. Although Orochimaru had told him that J-Bai had a strong ability to gather intelligence, Danzo did not expect it to be this outrageous. It felt as if there were eyes everywhere in the ninja world. It's truly terrifying. Danzo couldn't help but be alarmed. Fortunately, this guy is on his side. Otherwise, having such an enemy would probably lead to sleepless nights. At this moment, Danzo suddenly realized that when he was en route, he had never discovered that such a person existed in the ninja world. He had thought that Root's intelligence-gathering ability was unparalleled, but unexpectedly, there are always those who are better. He felt a deep admiration for the Akatsuki organization. During the previous meeting, he could clearly sense that apart from J-Bai, the chakra presence of the others was not weaker than his own. And that leader was even more terrifying. Just revealing a pair of eyes made him feel a chill down his spine. The purple eyeballs had circles of patterns. It was obvious that they were not ordinary. Orochimaru, do you know the leader's background? Danzo couldn't help but ask curiously. Orochimaru shook his head. I don't know much about that. The only information I have is that they seem to secretly control the Land of Rain. Danzo's body shook. He had previously thought that he had heard the name Akatsuki somewhere, and now that Orochimaru mentioned it, he remembered that there had been quite a few new forces emerging in the Land of Rain, and he had collaborated with Hanzo to help eliminate various new forces in the country. Akatsuki was one of them. It shouldn't be that unfortunate, right? Danzo felt a bit anxious. However, Orochimaru suddenly smiled meaningfully. I advise you not to have any ideas about the leader. To put it bluntly, if the leader wanted to crush you, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Danzo's body suddenly trembled. He was, after all, an established strongman. Among the ninjas of the same generation, only Sarutobi Hiruzen could barely suppress him. To say that he was like an ant in front of the leader? But Danzo naturally knew Orochimaru's character. He wouldn't say such things lightly. Really? Is it that terrifying? Danzo paused and said. Naturally. Orochimaru nodded. Don't laugh at me. But when he invited me to join Akatsuki, I was foolish enough to make a move. Then Orochimaru extended a finger. Just one move, and I wasn't his opponent. Orochimaru couldn't help but recall that moment. Although the leader had merely deflected his attack at that time, Orochimaru was still able to feel the power of that technique. If the leader had used it to attack him, that technique filled with a sense of destruction would have instantly obliterated him. Hiss! Danzo instinctively gasped. He was well aware of Orochimaru's strength. Even Orochimaru said so. So Danzo completely understood. This leader is so powerful that he is no longer on the same level as them. To be honest, Danzo had always had great ambitions. At first, he had some crooked thoughts about the leader's eyes, but now it seems better to give up. Otherwise, by the time it comes to ambition, he might lose his life. It's better to think carefully about how to complete this mission tonight. Danzo murmured. The reward for this mission is extremely high. A full 9 million Ryo. This is almost the total reward for several S-rank missions. The tasks undertaken by the Akatsuki organization are all high-reward tasks that no one dares to take. Indeed, besides the absence of the Mist Village, the daimyos of the 5 great nations and the 4 great ninja villages have all come. There are already more than a dozen Nin-level ninjas present. Orochimaru said. A few daimyos from small countries have also arrived, such as the Land of River and the Land of Hot Water, and they should be arriving soon. Danzo looked at the information in the scroll and said, The daimyo of the Land of Hot Water? Orochimaru lowered his snake-like pupils and pondered for a moment. He slowly raised his head and smiled slightly. Got an idea? Danzo asked. Orochimaru nodded, then slowly walked down the mountaintop. Danzo was a bit puzzled, but still followed him. Chapter 168. The banquet, the Land of River Daimyo. As a bait time passed quickly, and the afternoon was gone. Just as the sun was setting, a maid rushed over to take Uchiha Han and the others to the banquet. The banquet was held with great pomp. The entire hall, already resplendent and dazzling, looked extremely magnificent. Inside the hall, there were nearly 40 or 50 tables on both sides, each with a seat for one person. After all, it was their own country's ninja village, so Uchiha Han and his companions were seated closest to the daimyo. Uchiha Han and the others quickly took their seats. The table was laid with nearly 7 or 8 dishes, along with a pot of fine wine and a plate of fruit. Each table had the same arrangement. Uchiha Han looked around. Aside from their group, the representatives, or J-Nin level individuals from other countries and ninja villages were the only ones allowed to sit. The other Chunin and Jinin who came along could only stand behind. It seems that no one from the Mist Village came. Uchiha Han observed carefully and found that only the daimyo of the Land of Water had brought a few ninjas, while the Mist Village had not sent anyone. This was also within Uchiha Han's expectations. After all, the Mist Village is still in chaos. Then, besides the 5 great nations, some small countries were also on the invitation list. Uchiha Han spotted the daimyo of the Land of Hot Water. If Uchiha Han remembered correctly, this guy seemed to be the young man who walked out of the daimyo's mansion when Uchiha Han and his companions completed the escort mission for Takiri Roro. He is also Takiri Roro's brother. So this kid has become a daimyo. Uchiha Han murmured, then withdrew his gaze. First, the daimyo's wife came forward with a full moon princess for a brief introduction. After all, this banquet was ostensibly to celebrate the full moon of the daimyo's daughter. Basically, it was just those guys toasting each other and flattering one another, and so on. Of course, in contrast, the ninjas appeared much more composed. Moreover, most ninjas had a faint look of sorrow on their faces. Many of the daimyos came out of curiosity about the 12 guardians of the ninja, and they had no political foresight, relying mostly on a few trusted retainers for advice. However, the ninjas who came were different. They were among the more outstanding talents in their respective ninja villages, and the village leaders must have informed them of the potential threats posed by this matter. Therefore, they had no mood to drink or eat. Before long, the daimyo of the Land of Fire set down his wine cup and chopsticks. He looked somewhat impatient. This time, he wanted to show off fiercely in front of the other daimyos. Recently, I had a sudden idea and gathered 12 powerful ninjas to form the 12 guardians of the ninja. The daimyo of the Land of Fire said slowly. But no matter how much he tried to remain calm, the pride on his face was hard to conceal. Then, he gently clapped his hands. 12 figures walked out one after another from behind the screen. The gazes of everyone present immediately focused on those 12 figures. Each of them wore a badge bearing the emblem of the Land of Fire at their waist. The faces of the ninjas from other villages turned serious. The strongest among those present were only J-Nin. Yet, the 12 guardians of the ninja had at least special J-Nin level strength. Moreover, although Asuma and the others might only be of average J-Nin level, they were young. Such talents, even among the other great ninja villages, would be hard to gather 12 individuals. The Land of Fire truly has a wealth of talent. The J-Nin from the rock village murmured softly, then took a small sip of wine. Then, the daimyo of the Land of Fire stood up. Today, taking this opportunity with so many powerful ninjas present, he smiled, and somehow a fan appeared in his hand, covering the lower half of his face. Perhaps he could no longer suppress the smile on his face, using it to shield himself. I would like to ask everyone to help assess the strength of my 12 guardians of the ninja. After saying this, he led the 12 people to the entrance of the hall. The 12 guardians of the ninja then descended from the hall and stood in the wide square in front of it. Each person was spaced about 5 or 6 meters apart, forming a straight line. Everyone else also followed out. The daimyo of the Land of Fire had also ordered chairs to be brought in advance. Looking at the 12 people standing solemnly with their hands behind their backs, Uchiha Han secretly rejoiced. Luckily, I didn't come earlier. It would have been too embarrassing. Uchiha Han thought. As powerful ninjas, they had no status in front of this group of daimyos. The 12 guardians of the ninja had completely become like bodyguards. Everyone took their seats. Does anyone wish to come up and try? The daimyo of the Land of Fire looked around and couldn't help but smile slightly, unable to suppress his pride. The J-Nin from the ninja villages did not move. However, the daimyos were very curious. Finally, the daimyo of the Land of River could no longer sit still. Looking quite excited, he glanced at a ninja beside him. That ninja was also his bodyguard, possessing special J-Nin strength. However, he was more experienced and stronger than an ordinary special J-Nin. Then I will take the lead, the daimyo of the Land of River said with a smile, and the ninja beside him stood up. This ninja from a Land of River had a very serious expression. He was in his 30s, but his talent was limited, and due to the poor resources in the Land of River, he had never become a true J-Nin. However, his strength was comparable to that of many ordinary J-Nin. Just pick one. The daimyo of the Land of Fire smiled and nodded. The ninja slowly scanned the crowd. He was very cautious in his heart. At the same time, he cherished this opportunity. As long as he wins one, the daimyo will be pleased, and perhaps he will be rewarded with a considerable amount of wealth and gain attention, which might be his chance to become a true J-Nin. He took a deep breath, and a determined light shone in his eyes. It will be him. He walked towards the Earthland because, among everyone present, he could not sense the monk's aura. The other 11, including Asma, did not hide their powerful presence. The ninja from the Land of Rivers, unsure about the strength of these 11, chose the monk who appeared to have the weakest aura. Good. The daimyo of the Land of Fire nodded. Then, the other 11 spread out, leaving enough space for the two on the ground. This guy doesn't know how to pick opponents, Uchiha murmured. He could see at a glance that this ninja from the Land of Rivers was an elite J-nin, close to the rank of J-nin. Although Dilu was young, he had already learned the secret techniques of the Fire Temple, and his strength was not something an ordinary J-nin could compare to. Chapter 169. Uchiha makes his appearance in less than 10 minutes. The special J-nin from the Land of Rivers was defeated, and it was a crushing defeat. Dilu didn't even use his welcome technique, Thousand Hands Kill. One can imagine how great the gap between the two was. The daimyo of the Land of Rivers did not look too displeased. He could clearly sense the sudden burst of momentum from that monk, which was significantly stronger than that of his guard. It was no surprise that the Land of Rivers was lacking in various aspects, and the strength of their ninjas was somewhat inferior. The daimyo of the Land of Rivers was originally just a laid-back person and did not care much about these things. Wow, I didn't expect this monk to be so powerful. On the edge of the square, many maidens and guards from the daimyo's mansion were watching. The daimyo had specially allowed them to observe. After all, this was a great opportunity to show off, and the more people watching, the better. The Land of Rivers was indeed too weak. Upon closer inspection, the monk was quite handsome. A few maidens began to fixate on Dilu's stern face, swooning. The daimyo of the Land of Fire was beaming with uncontainable joy. Is there any other ninja willing to come up and give it a try? He said slowly, glancing around. TCH. The daimyo of the Land of Lightning felt extremely displeased at his smug expression. Thus, he sent a J-nin from Kumogakure to challenge. In order to curb the arrogance of the daimyo of the Land of Fire, the daimyo of the Land of Lightning instructed that ninja to continue challenging Dilu. This time, the two exchanged blows back and forth, but in the end, Dilu still defeated his opponent without using his Thousand Hands Kill technique. However, Dilu was not in great shape either. He was exhausted, and his chakra was nearly depleted. Although it was a narrow victory, it still made everyone present feel Dilu's strength. Dilu, you should rest for now. Since Dilu was already worn out, the daimyo of the Land of Fire allowed him to take a break. Of course, the daimyo was very satisfied with Dilu's performance. He thought that when he returned, he would reward Dilu handsomely. Next, several J-nin challenged Dilu, and without exception, they all lost. In particular, one who challenged that monk suffered a rather miserable defeat. Subsequently, many daimyos stopped sending challengers, and the representatives from the various ninja villages wore worried expressions, their faces grave. The daimyo of the Land of Fire was laughing heartily, feeling very comfortable. Looking at the silent crowd, he felt even more pleased. There are so many of you here, and I only have 12 people. Everyone, don't be too modest. The daimyo of the Land of Fire continued. At this moment, the representative from Iwagakure suddenly looked towards Kakashi and the others. As the ninja village of the Land of Fire, shouldn't Konoha send someone to show their skills? Once this was said, all eyes instantly fell on Kakashi and his 3 companions. Yeah. Immediately, other daimyo and ninja village representatives echoed in agreement. Seeing this, Kakashi furrowed his brow. He then looked towards Uchiha, who was beside him. To be honest, after watching for a while, Kakashi had a rough understanding of the strength of the 12 guardians. Itachi and Tens could at most defeat 3 opponents before exhausting themselves. To better showcase Konoha's power, it seemed that Uchiha would have to step up. Uchiha felt somewhat speechless at Kakashi's intense gaze. Fine. Uchiha said helplessly. After all, this mission was quite important. Moreover, Kakashi said that this mission was rated as S rank and would yield a full reward of 1 million ryo. Kakashi also mentioned that he wouldn't take a cut this time. Whoever contributed more would take the larger share. Uchiha certainly wouldn't refuse. Thus, Uchiha walked to the front of the square. He scanned the area. Let us start with the weaker ones, Uchiha thought, and so he began with the weakest. Uchiha sensed the presence of a few people, starting with those nameless extras. This kid looks so young, and he is being sent to battle? The surrounding daimyo were quite astonished, mainly because Uchiha looked too young. In their understanding, a ninja's strength was usually tied to their age. Middle-aged ninjas appeared more reliable. However, the ninjas from the other villages frowned, their expressions serious as they scrutinized Uchiha, because right now, they found themselves unable to clearly sense this kid's chakra presence. What does this indicate? It indicates that this kid's strength might even be above theirs. But how could he possibly have J-Nin's strength at just over 10 years old? At most 11? They look towards Itachi and Tens, realizing that these two kids also possess strength comparable to elite J-Nin. Their shock deepened. The leading Kakashi was also a renowned genius in the ninja world, having become a J-Nin at 12 years old. Unexpectedly, Konoha had produced 3 such geniuses. Everyone from the various ninja villages felt immense envy and jealousy. Not to mention 3. Even finding one who could possess J-Nin's strength before the age of 15 would be a challenge. After the war, the various nations and ninja villages were recuperating. Places like Sunagakure and Iwagakure, which had relatively scarce resources, had not yet fully recovered. The new generation of ninjas was also mixed in quality. TCH, Konoha is really arrogant. The daimyo of the Land of Fire shot a displeased glance at Uchiha Han, thinking to himself that he would definitely let this kid taste some hardship later. Boom, boom, boom. Several massive fire dragons and fireballs erupted in succession, combined with Uchiha Han's ghostly speed and powerful taijutsu, quickly defeating one opponent. This person was of average strength, just at the level of an ordinary elite J-Nin. This kid is surprisingly strong. Several daimyo were quite astonished. Initially, they thought Konoha had sent this kid deliberately to appease the daimyo of the Land of Fire, but now it seemed that Konoha was indeed hiding dragons and crouching tigers. Damn it! The daimyo of the Land of Fire felt a surge of anger and quietly clenched his fists. Oof. After all, Riku is the weakest. If he loses, so be it. I still don't believe this kid can beat Hama. At this moment, the daimyo of the Land of Water had been watching Uchiha Han and suddenly had a strange smile on his face, with the corners of his mouth curving up at an unusual angle, almost forming a 45-degree angle with his nose. Hissed faintly. There seemed to be the sound of a venomous snake flicking its tongue, but the sound was so faint that no one present heard it. Chapter 170. The Arrogant Hama. Next, Uchiha Han easily defeated a few more opponents. Only the 4 from the lightning release, Hama and Asma, remained. Dilu, having already engaged in 2 intense battles, did not need to participate in the subsequent fights. The 4 from the lightning release were skilled in lightning techniques. Uchiha Han decided to use wind techniques, which just happened to counter them in terms of elemental properties. However, after all, they are 4 high-ranking ninjas, and such a wheel battle is also a huge consumption of chakra for Uchiha Han. After dealing with the 4 lightning ninjas, Uchiha Han turned his attention to Homa. Besides Asuma, this guy was the only one left. Asuma was very wary of him. In the original work, although he also planned an operation to destroy Konoha, his performance was indeed quite average. However, when it came to a real confrontation, Uchiha Han was still very cautious. This Homa, who could make Asuma so alert, naturally had his exceptional qualities. Kid, you're quite impressive, Homa said with a slight smile, but that smile was anything but friendly. Uchiha Han narrowed his eyes slightly. Studying Homa, he felt that Homa's demeanor was somewhat strange. How to put it? It gave him a vibe reminiscent of Orochimaru. Of course, he was definitely not comparable to Orochimaru. Thank you for the compliment, Uchiha Han smiled. Homa snorted coldly, slowly lifting his head, glancing at Uchiha Han with disdain written all over his face. You have the guts to challenge me, good. But unfortunately, you will soon regret this decision, Homa said, his tone filled with arrogance. Uchiha Han curled his lips. This guy, let us see how cocky you are in a moment. Originally, Uchiha Han didn't take this mission too seriously. However, since Homa was showing off to him, he couldn't tolerate it. He had to give him a severe blow. Homa was strong, considered the most powerful ninja among the 12 guardian ninja. The daimyo of the Land of Fire said to several other daimyo around him, his expression full of pride. Homa himself was highly favored, so the daimyo naturally helped to build up Homa's reputation. Indeed, just standing there, one could feel Homa's powerful aura. Not bad, not bad. He really feels impressive. Everyone echoed. Homa activated his chakra, forming a fierce momentum that pressed down on everyone. Those daimyo were just ordinary people, but their status was very noble. How could any ninja dare to unleash such strong pressure in front of them? Thus, feeling this kind of momentum for the first time, they thought that Homa was definitely a top-tier powerhouse. TSK. Flashy nonsense. The few stronger Jounin naturally saw through this. They looked down upon Homa greatly, and their evaluation of him dropped significantly. However, they were still very curious about Uchiha Han. Having won against so many people, even elite Jounin should have exhausted their chakra by now, right? Therefore, almost no one had any confidence in Uchiha Han. Kid, it's better to admit defeat early. In this situation, I want to make it too difficult for you. Homa's violent chakra continuously leaked out, and his aura reached a very formidable level, as very few would do this. Such posturing was meaningless in the eyes of most ninjas. Uchiha Han felt somewhat strange. Did this guy have a special purpose for consuming this chakra to create momentum? However, what this guy said was truly the standard villain line, Uchiha Han thought. Seeing Uchiha Han silent, Homa instinctively frowned. What? Are you scared to the point of not being able to speak? Hearing this, Uchiha Han immediately curled his lips. Then, Uchiha Han took out a summoning scroll. With a bang, a ninja sword appeared in his hand. Don't get me wrong, this is not one of the swords from the 7 ninja swordsmen. I would dare take it out in front of so many people. This sword was made for him by someone. The material was quite ordinary and completely incomparable to those 7 swords. Uchiha Han had learned quite a bit of swordsmanship from that elite jounin who tried to assassinate him in the mist. To teach Haku and Kimimaro, he had also learned a lot. While teaching, he was also improving himself. Now, Uchiha Han's swordsmanship was definitely not on par with the samurai from the Land of Iron, but it was already better than that of ordinary ninja practicing sword techniques. However, in terms of swordsmanship, Uchiha Han estimated that he had probably reached the level of the character Kazashi from the original work Shippuden. Perhaps he was still a bit short, but it didn't matter. Oh, you still practice swordsmanship? Homa raised an eyebrow, mainly because Uchiha Han had won against those guys without using a sword. This kid, could it be that he has some hidden skills? Homa couldn't help but retract some of his disdain. In this case, the strength of this kid before him might be somewhat difficult to gauge. I originally didn't want to use a sword, but who told you to talk so much? Uchiha Han said coldly, and then charged forward. Oof. Homa snorted coldly and immediately formed hand seals. Earth-style, earth flow spear. In an instant, spikes began to rise beneath his feet, forming a gigantic protrusion. Like a sharp lance, it shot straight towards Uchiha Han. Bang! Uchiha Han leaped and dodged easily. However, the spot where he originally stood was directly pierced by the earth flow spear, creating a hole that was 7 or 8 meters deep. Hiss! All the daimyo present couldn't help but gasp. If that had hit them, they would have probably been split in half. You dodged quite fast. Homa snorted coldly, and then immediately formed hand seals again. However, how could Uchiha Han give him another chance? In an instant, Uchiha Han's body began to shimmer, as if covered by a faint halo. The next second, 3 identical shadow clones appeared, each holding a ninja sword. TSK. Shadow clone? Homa was very dismissive. He thought to himself, this kid is still too young. Splitting into 3 shadow clones at once was quite a burden on chakra. Homa thought that Uchiha Han had already fought with those guys, and his chakra should be low. Using shadow clones like this was probably a desperate move. Thinking this, Homa smugly believed he had seen through Uchiha Han's intentions and started to sneer. Fine, I'll play with you and see how long your chakra can last. However, the next second, Homa's pupils suddenly contracted, because 3 sharp and cold blade lights suddenly attacked him. What? Homa immediately took a big step back, trying to dodge the 3 blade lights from Uchiha Han. But soon, Homa realized that these 3 blade lights perfectly blocked the space he could move to. Earth-style, earth flow wall. Homa immediately formed hand seals. 3 tall earth walls blocked his front. However, just when Homa thought he had blocked Uchiha Han as 3 blade lights and let out a sigh of relief, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. It felt as if a gust of wind was blowing from behind. Homa's body instantly froze, but soon he quickly reacted. Homa immediately turned around, simultaneously gripping a kunai tightly. He intended to use the kunai to block. However, how could Uchiha Han's sharp blade light be blocked by a mere kunai? Even if Danzo came, his kunai would only be shattered under the sharp blade. Achoo! At this moment, a masked man behind the daimyo of the Land of Water sneezed. Chapter 171. Surprise Attack. Orochimaru, the daimyo of the Land of Water, turned his head to look at him, his brow slightly furrowing. Sorry, the man said softly. This scene went unnoticed by anyone. Bang, bang, bang. 3 tearing sounds echoed throughout the square. The upper body of Hima was instantly torn apart by the blade's light. There were 3 deep wounds on his body. Fortunately, they were all on the edges, not hitting any vital points. Hiss! Every daimyo present gasped in shock. How frightening! The daimyo of the Land of Rivers was somewhat scared. He had always lived a life of luxury and had hardly managed his own country. He had never seen such a bloody scene. Although most daimyo were spoiled, someone like the daimyo of the Land of Rivers was very rare. Some of them even became somewhat excited at the sight of blood. Only the daimyo of the Land of Fire's face gradually became serious. He noticed that Hima seemed to be gradually falling into a disadvantage. Moreover, he found that Uchiha Han seemed to be very relaxed. In the square, Uchiha Han stood with his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent as he looked at the somewhat disheveled Hima. This little brat. Hima quickly glanced at the wounds on his body. He was extremely angry, but there was no time to glare at Uchiha Han, because Uchiha Han's 3 shadow clones were still surrounding him, watching him closely. Uchiha Han naturally wouldn't give Hima a moment to breathe. With a thought, the 3 shadow clones immediately charged towards Hima. The chakra of the shadow clones was minimal, and they couldn't use any ninjutsu. The 3 blade lights just released had almost exhausted the chakra of the shadow clones. Therefore, after Hima used 2 ninjutsu, the 3 shadow clones dissipated. Bang, bang, bang. However, the 3 shadow clones left behind a cloud of smoke. Hima immediately raised an eyebrow. He felt a surge of energy coming towards him. Oh no! Hima quickly formed hand signs, knowing that he was likely unable to dodge. However, even forming hand signs slowed his speed. Lightning flow blade. In an instant, the sizzling sound of electricity reached Hima's ears. Then, a huge blue light appeared before Hima. Boom! With a loud bang, Hima's body was instantly sent flying, crashing into a wall several meters away. Phew! Hima tasted blood in his throat, unwillingly glanced at Uchiha Han, then collapsed, losing consciousness. Uchiha Han slowly straightened up, with sizzling electricity still crackling on the blade of his long knife. Hiss! The daimyo of the Land of Fire was shocked by this scene, but at the same time, he became extremely angry. Damn it! The ninja I painstakingly trained can't even compare to a little brat from Konoha. He clenched his fists, slowly covering the lower half of his face with his fan, trying to hide his angry expression. He glanced at the subordinates beside him, signaling them, and several guards ran over to carry Hima away. Do you still want to continue the challenge? The daimyo asked slowly. To be honest, he was somewhat afraid that Uchiha Han could single-handedly defeat the entire 12 guardians of the Land of Fire. This was a slap in the face for him, especially in front of the daimyo of various countries and the representatives of ninja villages. Of course, I will continue. There is still one left. Uchiha Han smiled at the daimyo. However, Uchiha Han's innocent smile appeared quite annoying in the daimyo's eyes. Heh heh. The daimyo chuckled, not saying anything further. This only made his already pale face look even more ghastly. Uchiha Han naturally didn't care about this. It's your turn. Uchiha Han walked up to Asuma and smiled slightly. Not bad. Your strength indeed exceeded my expectations. However, if you want to defeat me, that's a bit wishful thinking. Asuma slowly put away the cigarette he had been holding in his mouth, which had not been lit. TCH, what a show-off. Uchiha Han felt a wave of disdain. Asuma was taking the opportunity to act tough. According to the plan, he was supposed to lose to Asuma. But now that Asuma was using this chance to show off, Uchiha Han felt a bit annoyed. Forget it, forget it. Uchiha Han thought to himself that it was better to complete the task and return to the village, not wanting to argue with Asuma. So, Uchiha Han raised his long knife and charged toward Asuma. Bang, bang, bang. Uchiha Han and Asuma clashed in close combat, and after several exchanges, it was hard to tell who had the upper hand. Then, the two distanced themselves and used several large-scale ninjutsu against each other. After that, it was close combat again. Bang! With a crisp metallic clash, Uchiha Han's grip loosened, and the long knife clattered to the ground. Then Uchiha Han clutched his chest, staggering back several steps. Then with a thud, he sat on the ground, one hand propped up on the floor. Damn, I didn't expect you to be so strong, Asuma. This time, I lost. Uchiha Han's face was filled with unwillingness, and then he gritted his teeth and returned to his seat. Although his acting was somewhat clumsy, the daimyo of the Land of Fire did not notice, feeling overjoyed. As expected, Asuma is reliable. He decided to reward Asuma handsomely when he returned. If it weren't for Asuma, this banquet would have really become a laughingstock for him. After that, not many people continued to challenge, and the banquet was nearing its end. Finally, the daimyo of the Land of Fire shook hands with the other daimyo one by one. Daimyo of the Land of Lightning, daimyo of the Land of Earth, daimyo of the Land of Wind, daimyo of the Land of Water. Soon, it was the turn of the daimyo of the Land of Hot Water. Thank you for attending my daughter's full moon banquet. The daimyo of the Land of Fire repeated the same words several times, a smile on his face. He saw the other party extend their hand and suddenly smiled. He frowned, feeling something strange. It seemed he heard some odd sound. His chapter 172, the independent battle group, hiding hiss. Suddenly, A sinister voice spread throughout the entire hall. Kakashi and the others immediately reacted, looking towards the daimyo of the land of fire and the daimyo of the land of hot water. They saw that a dozen snakes, bound together, emerged from the hand of the daimyo of the land of hot water. Boom! A blue light flashed. The daimyo of the land of fire was pushed back several steps. Asuma, tightly gripping his chakra knife, looked at the daimyo of the land of hot water with a serious expression. Hoo-hoo-hoo! The daimyo of the land of fire quickly got up and hurriedly shrank back, hiding. The four members of the Earth and Lightning squads immediately protected the daimyo. During Uchiha Han's previous battle with them, he hadn't used much force. At that moment, the entire hall was thrown into chaos, mainly because those daimyo were frightened and running around. Other ninjas from different villages cautiously protected their own daimyo, watching the daimyo of the land of hot water warily. Uchiha Han and the others also stood beside Asuma. This guy, Uchiha Han frowned, looking at the snake hand extended towards them, quickly guessing. The person before him was likely not the daimyo of the land of hot water at all. He was actually Orochimaru, disguised as the daimyo of the land of hot water using a transformation technique. In the original story, Orochimaru had used this ninjutsu to infiltrate the CH Nin exams. But why was Orochimaru here? Wasn't he supposed to have already joined the Akatsuki? Uchiha Han felt very puzzled. Who are you? Asuma shouted loudly. Upon seeing this, Orochimaru no longer hid his identity, slowly removing the human skin mask and clothes on his face. Orochimaru. Instantly, Asuma and Kakashi's bodies trembled violently. For them, Orochimaru was undoubtedly an extremely terrifying presence. The other ninjas from different villages also felt a chill in their hearts. Orochimaru. He was a well-known figure during the Third Great Ninja War. Now he had become an S-rank rogue ninja of Konoha with terrifying strength. There was no way this group of Jonin could compete with him. Therefore, the ninjas from other countries began to feel the urge to retreat. After all, it seemed that Orochimaru was after the Fire Country's daimyo. So what did it have to do with them? Why risk their lives to wade through this murky water? Thus, they cautiously moved towards the main hall's entrance. Long time no see, Kakashi Asuma, Orochimaru said with a sinister smile, his gaze fixed on Asuma and Kakashi. Asuma was the son of his teacher, so Orochimaru was naturally familiar with him. He didn't rush to attack. He seemed to enjoy the fear and terror of everyone around him. Kakashi and Asuma both began to sweat profusely. However, they would not take a step back. Let's go together, Kakashi said, and immediately rushed towards Orochimaru, his hands emitting intense blue light. Lightning Blade. Asuma, not to be outdone, immediately followed behind Kakashi. He opened his mouth, and thick, dark smoke erupted from it. Fire style, ash pile burning. Kakashi's lightning blade was incredibly fast, and in an instant, he was in front of Orochimaru. His Orochimaru still wore that pale smile. However, his body was as agile as a snake. With a slight movement, he dodged Kakashi's lightning blade. It is known that the lightning blade is already in a high-speed state, especially with the assistance of the Sharingan. Its speed reached an incredibly terrifying level. Yet even so, Orochimaru managed to evade it. Kakashi, with a shocked expression, passed by Orochimaru. At this moment, Orochimaru, looking at Kakashi's Sharingan, licked his lips with interest. Although I look down on your transplanted eyes, they would be just right for Danzo. Orochimaru smiled, and immediately a venomous snake coiled around his neck, then suddenly lunged towards Kakashi's Sharingan. However, at that moment, the thick ash smoke instantly enveloped Orochimaru, and the venomous snake that lunged out from his neck quickly retracted. Interesting. Orochimaru smiled, immediately sensing the energy contained in the ash smoke. If nothing unexpected happened, an explosion would occur soon. Orochimaru's body once again became as agile as a snake, and with a simple shift, he jumped out of the range of the ash smoke. Self-created ninjutsu? Quite interesting. Orochimaru smiled and gave a positive evaluation to his teacher's son. However, in his eyes, this ninjutsu still lacked a bit of meaning. Damn it. Kakashi immediately retreated back to Asuma's side. The two of them looked serious, unsure of what to do, just staring at Orochimaru. At that moment, a kunai suddenly appeared behind Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, Uchiha Han, catching a glimpse out of the corner of his eye, leaped and jumped behind Kakashi. Bang! Uchiha Han's long sword blocked the kunai. The sharp kunai and blade clashed violently, sparking. Uchiha Han and the others looked to see the opponent retracting the kunai and leaping back to the entrance of the main hall, then slowly removing his mask. Danzo! Uchiha Han raised an eyebrow. Kakashi and the others were also shocked. They didn't expect that the two of them would actually cooperate. Kakashi immediately felt a sense of dread. An S-rank rogue ninja was already incredibly tricky, and now another one had appeared. Moreover, these two were not ordinary S-rank rogue ninjas. They both possessed shadow-level strength, which was terrifying. What to do? Asuma began to sweat coldly, feeling a bit panicked. At this moment, Uchiha Han stood up straight, slowly sheathing the long sword at his waist. I'll handle Danzo, Kakashi-sensei. You focus on Orochimaru. Itachi, Tens, you also go help Kakashi-sensei. Uchiha Han said calmly, then walked slowly towards Danzo. Han-kun. Itachi looked at Uchiha Han with some concern, but then swallowed his words. He knew Uchiha Han would not take risks lightly. Uchiha Han's gaze was firm as he walked step by step. At the same time, it seemed that a flame appeared within his body, burning increasingly fiercely, and everyone present could almost feel that heart-burning heat wave like heavenly fire. Flamme Dragon Armor, Merge. Note, I've been struggling with writer's block recently. Some handsome guys have mentioned that what I've written recently is not interesting. Mainly, I'm unsure whether to write this next part of the plot, as I'm worried many people might not like it. After hesitating for a long time, since I need something from this plot, I decided to write it anyway. Chapter 173, Defeating Danzo Flame Dragon Armor, Merge. With Uchiha Han's low chant, the Flame Dragon Armor appeared in the main hall. What is that? The daimyos all looked at Uchiha Han's Flame Dragon Armor with shock, filled with curiosity. They could also feel the impressive aura emanating from the Flame Dragon Armor. However, they were just ordinary people and had no idea how powerful the force behind that aura was. Therefore, their focus was more on the armor itself. So cool. I need to find a craftsman to make one when I get back. The daimyo of the Land of Rivers thought, peeking out from behind the guards. Danzo squinted slightly, looking at Uchiha Han with a lot of anger in his eyes. This brat, to be honest, after the previous battle, Danzo felt somewhat overwhelmed against Uchiha Han. However, during this time, with Orochimaru's experimental assistance, his right arm had been significantly strengthened, and the power of his wood-release techniques had greatly increased. This gave Danzo a bit more confidence. However, looking at the armor on Uchiha Han, he still felt quite annoyed. If it weren't for this armor, with his means, he might have been able to gouge out Uchiha Han's eyes during the fight. Although it was only a one-tomo Sharingan, it could still be used as a consumable for Izanagi. Of course, Danzo had some personal grudges involved as well. Unfortunately, with the armor's protection, unless Danzo could completely defeat Uchiha Han and force him to remove the armor, it would be quite difficult for him to make a move. In that case, let this brat see what the former shadow of Konoha is capable of. Danzo's anger surged, and he began to channel the immense chakra within his body. Although he was nearing 60, under the nurturing of Hashirama cells, he had somewhat regained a youthful appearance. He quickly formed seals, his hand speed even faster than before. Sexy Sun God, a massive wind release. Vacuum Great Sphere instantly condensed and then whistled towards Uchiha Han. Uchiha Han frowned slightly. This time, the ninjutsu Danzo used seemed to be stronger than before. However, just those few extra points didn't make much of a difference to Uchiha Han. He tightened his grip on the flame blade and then swung it fiercely at the incoming Vacuum Great Sphere. A massive blade of fire instantly engulfed the vacuum orb. In just that moment, Danzo's vacuum orb disappeared completely. How is this possible? Danzo furrowed his brow tightly. With the enhancement of Hashirama's cells, his chakra supply was much more abundant than before, and the power of the jutsu he used was naturally stronger. But why did it seem that Uchiha Han was blocking with even more ease than last time? This little brat, has he gotten stronger during this time? Danzo was shocked. He knew that his own strength had significantly improved in a short period due to Orochimaru's modification of his right arm. Looking at Uchiha Han, this brat's talent is truly terrifying. Danzo began to feel a sense of fear. He felt that if this continued, Uchiha Han might very well become the next god of ninjas. No, he must be eliminated. Danzo was panicking. If Uchiha Han were to grow for another 2 or 3 years, he would probably be no match for him at all. Now that Danzo was already a rogue ninja from Konoha, he certainly could not accept anything that would enhance Konoha's strength. Thus, Danzo's gaze once again turned extremely fierce. His once proud wind shield seemed unable to pose much of a threat to Uchiha Han. Therefore, Danzo decided to use Wood Release. Wood Release, Exploding Gun Tree. A giant withered tree instantly sprouted from Danzo's right arm. The branches were chaotic, resembling rubber arms. Then, those flailing branches quickly converged. Uchiha Han immediately removed the fiery shuriken from his chest and threw it forward with great force. The fiery shuriken spun rapidly, its sharp blades cutting through the air, the piercing sound of airflow showcasing its immense power. What is this? Danzo frowned, feeling a slight tremor in his heart. He could clearly sense the fiery shuriken, spinning towards him at high speed, containing terrifying power. Like a bomb, its smooth exterior concealed destructive force. It cannot hit me. Danzo immediately channeled his chakra as guidance. And the giant tree that had grown from his right arm quickly spread its branches, forming a massive wooden shield. Boom! A loud noise erupted. Immediately, a powerful shockwave burst forth from Danzo's wooden shield. The terrifying aftershock spread throughout the entire hall, shaking it as if it might collapse. Even Orochimaru, who was fiercely battling Kakashi and the others nearby, instinctively glanced over. He was somewhat surprised that Uchiha Han had grown to such an impressive level in the time he hadn't seen him. Danzo was unharmed. However, the giant tree on his right arm shattered like gravel, turning into countless fragments scattered across the ground. Danzo gasped for breath, his face filled with shock. How is this possible? Danzo found it hard to accept, thinking that perhaps Uchiha Han had held back last time. In reality, since his last battle with Danzo, Uchiha Han had understood that defeating Danzo would not be simple. Therefore, he infused a large amount of chakra into this attack. But unexpectedly, Danzo's wooden shield was not as sturdy as Uchiha Han had imagined. A good opportunity. Uchiha Han's eyes lit up as he aimed at the momentarily distracted Danzo. He couldn't believe this old fox would make such a low-level mistake. After all, there is no time on the battlefield to calm your inner turmoil. Uchiha Han's fiery sword instantly transformed into a fiery bow. Then, Uchiha Han aimed at Danzo's right arm. In an instant, 9 sharp light arrows shot out. Not good. Danzo finally came to his senses. He tried to form hand seals immediately. However, the speed of the light arrows was much faster than that of the fiery shuriken. Surpassing the speed of sound, the explosive sound made Danzo's heart sink. Oh no, this guy is aiming for my Sharingan. Danzo realized that the trajectory of the light arrows was precisely towards the remaining 9 Sharingan on his arm. However, due to the sheer speed, he found it nearly impossible to dodge. Uft, uft, uft. The sound of 9 blades piercing flesh. Blood gushed from Danzo's right arm, splattering everywhere. Chapter 174. Violent Tsunade My Eyes. Danzo exclaimed in shock, quickly covering his other eye. But with 9 eyes, he didn't know which one to cover first. Hehe. Uchiha Han chuckled triumphantly, thinking this is what you get for poking into others' eyes for no reason. Danzo was furious, but with his 9 Sharingan gone, he couldn't use Izanagi anymore. Without this reliance, Danzo dared not continue fighting Uchiha Han. Gritting his teeth, Danzo immediately summoned blood to his palm. Summoning Jutsu, Dream Eater. The massive body of the Dream Eater appeared behind him. Wind release, Great Typhoon. The Dream Eater opened its mouth, and a huge tornado erupted from it. The immense suction instantly enveloped everyone in the hall. Protect the daimyo. Land and the 4, with lightning release, quickly shielded the daimyo, using their defensive jutsu to counter the powerful suction. Seeing this, Uchiha Han immediately formed hand seals. Fire release, Dragon Fire Technique. Based on the principle of elemental superiority, fire overcomes wind, combined with the enhancement of Uchiha Han's flame dragon armor. The simple dragon fire technique instantly possessed terrifying power close to that of a forbidden jutsu. The massive flames intertwined with the chaotic airflow. The tornado from the Dream Eater's mouth was instantly ignited. Realizing the danger, the Dream Eater quickly closed its mouth, and the storm abruptly ceased. Then, with a loud bang, the Dream Eater's enormous body vanished without a trace. Uchiha Han looked again, and Danzo's figure had long since disappeared. This old fox. A fire ignited in Uchiha Han's heart. He initially wanted to chase after him. After all, with a flame dragon steed, Danzo would definitely not be able to escape. However, Uchiha Han suspected a trap, because Danzo's performance today was even below his previous level. Uchiha Han found it puzzling. Before the fight started, Danzo seemed quite confident. Uchiha Han had prepared for a tough battle, but the result was too easy. Uchiha Han wondered if this old fox was deliberately trying to lure him into pursuing him. Considering this, Uchiha Han felt it was safer not to chase after Danzo. Sensing Danzo's fleeing aura, Orochimaru's expression turned cold. He was fighting for here, and Danzo lost one-on-one even faster than he did. No, he was not in a disadvantage yet. He still had a good chance of winning. However, Uchiha Han had now freed up his hands. Orochimaru had also felt the aftermath of the battle between Uchiha Han and Danzo, which was quite impressive. If he faced 5 opponents, he probably wouldn't have much chance of winning. TSK, TSK, TSK. I never thought I would have a day of mission failure. Orochimaru coldly mocked himself with a smile. Since he became a genin, he had never failed a mission. Even the first 2 missions he took on in the Akatsuki, he completed them perfectly. Unexpectedly, the first mission after teaming up with Danzo ended in complete failure. However, Orochimaru felt a bit regretful, thinking he should have taken it more seriously from the start. Forget it. Orochimaru sighed deeply. Then, his body twisted grotesquely, and moments later, it collapsed to the ground as if it had no bones. Kakashi cautiously approached to take a look. He found that only his skin was left on the ground. Orochimaru had escaped. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief and slowly said. Upon hearing this, the entire hall seemed to echo with heavy breaths. Asuma immediately ran to the side of the Fire Lord. My lord, are you all right? Asuma asked with concern. After all, he was still one of the 12 Guardian Ninja. I'm fine, I'm fine. The Lord steadied himself, forcing himself to calm down while gently fanning himself. Thanks to you all this time. The Lord looked gratefully at Asuma, Tsubaki, and the 4 lightning-released ninjas in front of him. The others had disappeared somewhere. As for Hama, he was injured by Uchiha Han and was still lying in the house unconscious. Asuma felt a surge of joy in his heart. This time, he would probably earn the Lord's trust. After all, he had saved his life. Seeing this outcome, Kakashi and the others also felt relieved. Outside the Lord's residence, Danzo fled and soon escaped into a forest. Damn, how is this kid so strong? Danzo leaned against a tree, panting. The more he thought about it along the way, the more something fell off. He felt that Uchiha Han's attacks didn't seem that powerful after all. Why did he lose so completely this time? Previously, Orochimaru had enhanced his right arm, and the Hashirama cells were activated more fully. How could this happen? Danzo was filled with confusion, unable to understand. He looked at his blood-stained right arm, where all 10 Sharingan were now gone. Damn! Danzo angrily pounded the tree trunk. Then, he looked back but didn't see that fiery figure. It seemed that the kid had not chased after him. Danzo breathed a sigh of relief. But this was also within his expectations. After all, Orochimaru was still there, and Uchiha Han would definitely stay to help Kakashi and the others. There would be no time to pursue him. He still had to thank Orochimaru for buying him time. With Orochimaru's abilities, escaping would definitely not be a problem. I should return to the base and wait for him. Danzo muttered, then hurriedly fled again. This mission ended successfully. The only problem was that the group from the land of Soup was assassinated by Orochimaru and his people. However, that was not something Uchiha Han needed to worry about. Asuma and Tsubaki, leading the close faction of the Hokage, gained the trust of the Lord. Meanwhile, the radical faction led by Hama was gradually marginalized. This made Minato very happy. Given the outstanding performance of Uchiha Han and the others, Minato increased the reward for this mission to 5 million. That meant 500,000 for each person without Kakashi's share. This made Uchiha Han feel quite pleased. On the way home, Uchiha Han was in high spirits. However, just as he turned a corner, a black hand suddenly appeared and pulled him inside. Tsunade, Lady Tsunade? Uchiha Han was a bit surprised, staring at the 2 white peaks in front of him. Who else could it be but Tsunade? Kid, help me with something. Tsunade's slightly flushed face leaned down, looking into Uchiha Han's eyes. As she got closer, Uchiha Han was hit by a strong smell of alcohol. It was clear that Tsunade had been drinking again. Help with what? Uchiha Han felt that what Tsunade meant by help probably wouldn't be anything good. Help or not. Tsunade's eyes narrowed slightly, and there seemed to be a hint of threat in her tone. Uchiha Han swallowed hard. Then a strong hand pressed down on his head, forcing him to nod. Just agree. Chapter 175, Ninja World Kill. Just agree. Tsunade smiled, then immediately pulled Uchiha Han out. Before long, they stopped. Uchiha Han saw that in front of them was a gambling house. He had a bad feeling. Then, Tsunade's face leaned in again. She smiled meaningfully and with ill intent. You should understand what I mean, right? I guess I should. However, Uchiha Han still felt a bit confused. Even if he opened his Sharingan, he couldn't see through it. He would have to ask Hinata about that. But, Lady Tsunade, mine is the Sharingan, not the Byakugan. I know. Tsunade transformed into a girl, only slightly taller than Uchiha Han, and pulled him inside. Once inside, Uchiha Han understood. Good heavens. So the Konoha gambling house also engages in such lowly tactics. Uchiha Han was greatly shocked. He could still understand the gambling houses in small towns outside. After all, there might not be many ninjas who entered those places in a year. But with so many ninjas in Konoha, these guys actually dared to cheat using chakra. Uchiha Han could only say that these guys were really bold. But upon further thought, apart from Tsunade, there probably wouldn't be many legitimate ninjas coming to the gambling house. Thus, with Uchiha Han's help, Tsunade successfully won back hundreds of thousands. This was already the total reward for an A-rank mission. Kid, these people in this gambling house are not honest. Are you interested in teaming up with me to deal with them? After coming out, Tsunade excitedly pulled Uchiha Han closer. In an instant, Uchiha Han was overwhelmed by the elasticity of her two ample peaks. For a moment, the pure and innocent Uchiha Han was a bit dazed. His head felt dizzy, although a strong smell of alcohol wafted from Tsunade's body, with his face directly in front of her white peaks. He still caught a faint scent of milk. It made one's imagination run wild and their heart race. Ahem, ahem. Uchiha Han turned his head away, forcing himself to break free from Tsunade's overwhelming presence, compelling himself not to be lost in the temptation before him. Uchiha Han really didn't want to help Tsunade do anything bad, although the gambling house cheated first, and he was on the side of justice. If word got out that he used his Sharingan to profit in a gambling house, wouldn't he be nailed to the pillar of shame? What? You don't want to? Tsunade's face instantly turned cold, her eyes fixed intently on Uchiha Han. The other hand had already clenched into a huge fist, seemingly ready to land a blow on Uchiha Han's head. Of course not. Uchiha Han quickly denied it. Then what do your hesitations mean? Tsunade questioned, her expression seeming to awaken from her drunken state. This made Uchiha Han's legs tremble even more. Gulp. Uchiha Han instinctively swallowed hard. If that fist fell, his handsome face would probably turn into a pig's head. Uchiha Han still had some image to maintain. My point is, I mainly feel that rolling dice and such, if there's no cheating involved, relies entirely on luck, which really lacks any technical skill, Uchiha Han stammered. No technical skill? Tsunade frowned slightly. Yes. Uchiha Han nodded repeatedly. Firstly, gambling is essentially a game, and something that relies entirely on luck is just too common and boring. A truly fun game should test strategy. Uchiha Han had an idea in his mind and immediately became confident. Then tell me, what game could be more exhilarating than dice? Tsunade asked curiously, while her tightly clenched fist slowly moved in front of Uchiha Han, as if to say that if he couldn't come up with something, that merciless iron fist would come crashing down. Uchiha Han swallowed hard. Tsunade-sama, give me a day to prepare. Come find me tomorrow morning, and I'll show you the most fun, addictive game in the world. Uchiha Han confidently patted his chest. Tsunade looked at him skeptically. She wasn't very convinced that there could be a game more interesting than dice. At least, not for her. Fine, I'll come find you tomorrow morning, she said, gently brushing her ponytail and taking a few steps away. Suddenly, she turned her head back and glanced at Uchiha Han out of the corner of her eye. If this new game of yours doesn't satisfy me, don't blame me for being rude. Tsunade's tone was very cold, and as she spoke, she squeezed her fist tightly. The cracking sound of her bones made Uchiha Han feel a chill run down his spine. What a terrifying, violent woman. Don't worry, Tsunade-sama, Uchiha Han immediately assured her. Uchiha Han didn't rush home, but instead went to a bathhouse. Sure enough, he found Jiraiya there. This old pervert hadn't left Konoha yet. You little brat. You scared away my inspiration, Jiraiya exclaimed angrily. Uchiha Han told him that there was a great opportunity tomorrow to bring him and Tsunade together. Although Jiraiya was a bit suspicious, he agreed to go to Uchiha Han's house in the morning. Next, Uchiha Han ran to find Itachi, Tenzo, and Izumi. He initially wanted to find Kakashi, but since Kakashi had returned to the Umbu and was busy with missions, Uchiha Han thought better of it. 7 people. That's barely enough, Uchiha Han murmured, then bought a bunch of blank cards and returned home. His skills seem to be like this. Oh no, that's not right. What is the effect of this card again? I can't remember. Or his skills again. Forget it. Just make something up. Hey, aren't there too few cards? 1, 2, 3, 11. No, it seems like there are a few extra. Uchiha Han tinkered all night. Finally, a brand new card game was born. On the table, a row of cards with the same back had different words on the front. Daimyo, Loyal Retainer, Rebel Ninja, and Spy. Another small stack had character portraits on the top half and text on the bottom half. That's right. This is the brand new game created by Uchiha Han. In fact, it's a well-known tabletop game from his previous life, Three Kingdoms Kill. Chapter 176. Tsunade obsessed with tabletop games. Early the next morning, Itachi, Izumi, and Tenzo were the first to arrive, followed by Jiraiya. Hey brat, where are all these? Jiraiya noticed the thick stack of cards on the table and asked curiously. This is the game we're going to play in a bit, Uchiha Han smiled. Itachi and the others also leaned in with curious expressions. A game? At this moment, Tsunade finally arrived. Bang! Uchiha Han's courtyard door was instantly smashed open with a punch. Creak. The weak door swayed gently, the creaking sound seemingly accusing it of being treated roughly. Tsunade paused there for a moment, her bosom heaving, drawing Jiraiya's gaze to the sight. Jiraiya's mouth dropped open, and his eyes nearly bulged out as he stared at the sight, drooling. Izumi looked at Tsunade's bosom, swallowing in shock, and then looked down, feeling inexplicably inferior. Hey brat, where's that new game you mentioned? Tsunade walked in and approached Jiraiya, who was still lost in the sight. Bang! Tsunade delivered a heavy punch. Ah! Jiraiya screamed, immediately covering his head. Uchiha Han smiled awkwardly, thinking to himself, indeed, there are very few upright gentlemen in this world who can keep their composure like me. Tsunade-sama, this is the new game I specially prepared for you. Uchiha Han quickly brought Tsunade to the table and picked up the cards to start explaining. Firstly, this game is different from traditional card games. The elements of gambling and luck are greatly reduced, while the elements of strategy are greatly increased. I believe this is a groundbreaking product, and it doesn't quite fit to call it a card game, so I call it tabletop game. Uchiha Han began to boast and promote his creation. Tsunade became impatient. Stop with the nonsense. Uchiha Han awkwardly smiled and had to stop. Ahem. Then let me introduce the rules of this game. Firstly, there are identity cards. In each game, there's only one daimyo card, along with several loyal retainer cards, rebel ninja cards, and spy cards. The daimyo and loyal retainers belong to one side, and their victory condition is to kill all rebel ninjas and spies. The rebel ninjas need to kill the daimyo to win, so the loyal retainers must protect the daimyo well. The spy is quite special. They need to kill everyone except themselves to win, including other spies. The identity cards are drawn in turn before the game starts, and the player who draws the daimyo identity must reveal their card, while others cannot indicate or imply their identity in any way. Therefore, players need to judge their opponent's identities based on their performances during the game. As they learned the identity rules, everyone seemed to envision a scene of deceitful and bloody conflict. Oh, this is getting interesting, Tsunade murmured, her eyes flashing with a glimmer. Next, we have character cards. Each character has their own skills and different health points. Some have 3 chakra points, while others have 4. Additionally, the player who draws the daimyo identity will get an extra chakra point. Uchiha Han took out the health point cards. Each card has 3 and 4 chakra points on the front and back respectively. This is the exclusive health point card for the daimyo. Uchiha Han took out one that has 4 and 5 chakra points on either side. Then, there are the hand cards. Each player draws 4 hand cards in turn at the beginning, starting with the daimyo, and then clockwise. When it's their turn, they draw 2 more cards. Hand cards also have different categories, each with different functions. Next, Uchiha Han spent a lot of time introducing the functions of various cards. Although the gameplay might be a bit complicated for them as newcomers to tabletop games, each of them felt a bit excited. Through Uchiha Han's introduction, they could sense that this new game was definitely interesting and thrilling. Even Tsunade started to feel a bit of anticipation at that moment. Finally, Uchiha Han clarified the basic rules and the effects of the cards. However, Izumi and Tenzu still seemed a bit confused and didn't fully understand. After all, it was still difficult to digest so much information all at once. How about this? Let's try a round first, and I will guide you to help everyone understand quickly. So, under Uchiha Han's guidance, they tried a round. After this round, everyone gradually became familiar with the game. Alright, let's officially start this round. First, draw identity cards. Oh yeah, I'm the daimyo. Tsunade excitedly raised her identity card, which had the 2 big characters daimyo written on it. In an instant, everyone had different thoughts. Half an hour later, Jiraiya, why? Tell me why? Aren't you my loyal retainer? Tsunade threw her card on the table in anger, glaring at Jiraiya. Hee. Actually, I'm a traitor ninja. Jiraiya scratched his head, feeling quite embarrassed. What? Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief. So, you were deliberately deceiving me when you helped me earlier? Hee. There's no helping it, it's just a game. Jiraiya quickly tried to calm her down, attempting to diffuse Tsunade's anger. No. Tsunade shook her head vigorously, her 2 ponytails hitting Jiraiya in the face. Alright. Next, they started another round. Tsunade got the traitor ninja card, while Tenzu got the daimyo card. After some competition, sorry you lost. Tsunade played her last kill against Tenzu, knowing that he had no dodge or other protection left. Tenzu looked at his hand, realizing he was out of options. Sigh. Tenzu sighed and lowered his head helplessly. Tsunade was excited. However, at that moment, Bingley Angwin, Jiraiya suddenly played a card. Jiraiya, what are you doing? Sorry. Actually, I'm not a traitor ninja. Jiraiya smiled. He's a spy. Jiraiya. In the end, Tsunade was eliminated by a joint effort from Tenzu and Jiraiya, with Jiraiya gaining the upper hand and eliminating Tenzu to achieve the final victory. Jiraiya. No, wait, let's go again. Again. Chapter 177. The third Emperor Armor Experience card after a month. Uchiha Han finally raised the compatibility of the Earth Tiger armor to 20%. Uchiha Han unlocked the last set of 5-element armor among the armors, Snow Mastiff armor. Finally, he unlocked the last set of armor. Uchiha Han sighed in relief. He checked his information panel. Name, Uchiha Han. Chakra, 2621. Shadow, 5000. Three Tails Chakra, 2000. Ninjutsu, 351. Taijutsu, 364. Jinjutsu, 316. Master Ninjutsu. Fireball Jutsu, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Shadow Clone Jutsu, Gale Palm, Great Breakthrough, This Is Not the Place Jutsu, Naraka's Sight Jutsu, Water Chaos Wave, Water Gun, Thunder Flowblade. Bloodline Limit, Sharingan 1 Tomo. Unlocked Armors, Flame Dragon Armor, Compatibility 55. Wind Eagle Armor, Compatibility 50. Black Rhino Armor, Compatibility 45. Earth Tiger Armor, Compatibility 20. Snow Mastiff Armor, Compatibility 1. His three-dimensional data hadn't increased significantly. Since deciding to use the Three Tails Chakra to condense clones, Uchiha Han hadn't absorbed any of that chakra. At that moment, a familiar mechanical voice suddenly echoed in Uchiha Han's mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking the 5-element armor. Congratulations to the host for receiving a special reward. 1 Emperor Armor Experience card. Note, for this experience, the summoned Emperor Armor's compatibility is 60%. Uchiha Han was instantly overjoyed, not expecting to receive an Emperor Armor Experience card. With the increase in his strength, the compatibility with the armor was continuously improving, allowing Uchiha Han to better understand the terrifying power of that Emperor Armor from the initial 2 experience cards. At first, Uchiha Han didn't have a clear understanding of power. During the Night of the Nine Tails, he could only sense that Minato's aura was much weaker than his own, and the same went for the Nine Tails. But at that time, Uchiha Han was still unclear about which level the Emperor Armor belonged to. He conservatively estimated it to be at the Super Shadow level. But now, Uchiha Han had a clearer understanding of power. That was definitely not a power that could be possessed by a Super Shadow. Even Madara wouldn't be able to. The Emperor Armor was definitely at the Sage of Six Paths level, or even above it. But the most terrifying part was that its compatibility was only 50%. And now, with this 60% compatibility experience card, Uchiha Han couldn't even imagine how powerful the Summon Emperor Armor would be. Uchiha Han's breathing became rapid. This card absolutely cannot be used lightly. To be honest, he felt quite regretful for using the second experience card against that half-human Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. But he didn't regret it. If he hadn't used it, Itachi might have faced a dire situation. Uchiha Han silently made up his mind. This experience card must be kept well and absolutely cannot be used lightly. Uchiha Han lay on his bed, beginning to think about what to do next. During this time, Tsunade kept calling him to play 3 Kingdoms Kill. And aside from virtual battles, his training had become a bit lax. However, it seemed that there hadn't been much action in the ninja world for a while. In the Hidden Cloud Village, the Wind Eagle Armor clone had basically blended in with Killer Bee, and the Raikage had gradually let down some of his guard. As for the Hidden Stone Village, there was a bit of trouble. The Black Rhino Armor clone encountered Deidara, and as a result, it was secretly monitored. So, there had been no progress regarding Tail Beast Chakra on both sides for the time being. Suddenly, Uchiha Han thought of Haku and Kimimaro at the border of the Land of Water. He wondered how those 2 kids were doing. Uchiha Han was somewhat worried. Mainly, there were just 2 of them. According to the usual style of Naruto, it would always be 3 people together, 2 boys and 1 girl. When they first formed the Genin team, Uchiha Han had never thought that the other teammate would be Tenzu. Traditionally, it should have been a girl. Who? Should I find a partner for Kimimaro and Haku? Uchiha Han began to ponder. Among the talented individuals in Naruto, those who were a bit younger than him, Uchiha Han couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. He wished he had found Mizuki back then. Hey, wait. Speaking of Mizuki, Uchiha Han suddenly remembered someone. The Eagle team in the original work. Besides Mizuki, there were also Jae-Go and Karen. Uchiha Han was not very sure about the exact location of Chonwoo, but he had a general idea of where Kei-Rin was. Kei-Rin had survived the destruction of a land of whirlpools and became a ninja in Kusagakure, also participating in the subsequent CH Nin exams and later defected to Orochimaru. Based on the timeline, Kei-Rin should currently be in Kusagakure. The village was not particularly strong, and there weren't many powerful ninjas inside. Uchiha could come and go freely. However, Uchiha was worried about that guy, Zetsu. He vaguely remembered that Zetsu seemed to have joined Akatsuki as a rogue ninja from Kusagakure. Behind Zetsu was Obito. Forget it. He would check it out when he had the chance. Uchiha was not in a hurry anyway. As for the present, Uchiha thought for a moment. He had already unlocked the 5 elements armor. The next should be the Emperor armor. To unlock the Emperor armor, it would definitely be linked to the compatibility with the previous 5 armors. Therefore, Uchiha planned to spend all his time improving the compatibility of the Snow Mastiff armor. Uchiha had already begun to envision his demeanor after completely unlocking the Emperor armor. With every gesture, he would embody the essence of heaven and earth. When Uchiha Madara saw this, he quickly retracted into his coffin, releasing the impure world reincarnation and retreating to the Pure Land. As for Kaguya Otsutsuki, if she broke free from her seal, he would immediately give her a 5 Saints killing move. That old man, Hagoromo, would definitely obediently hide away, staying safely in the Pure Land. Not to mention the entire ninja world. Even if the Otsutsuki clan deployed their entire army against him, they would only have to kneel down and beg for mercy, praying for him to spare their lives. Ha ha! Thinking of this, Uchiha couldn't help but burst into laughter. Uchiha! A somewhat rough female voice suddenly rang out, and then the door to the room was kicked open. Tsunade stood at the doorway. Come on, let's have another big match today. I don't believe we can't win even one round. Chapter 178. Unexpected visitor in the land of rain. Are you really going to let that guy Danzo go just like that? Konan furrowed her brow and asked Nagato, who looked pale. I did a bit of work before, as a slight punishment. Since he has returned alive, I'll spare him this time. Once he has served his purpose, I won't let him go again. Nagato said slowly. Did he hate Danzo? Of course he did, wishing he could slice him into 1,000 pieces. However, he knew that the cause of all this tragedy was not just one person or a group of people, but this damned world. Only peace could be the ultimate redemption. For this final goal, he could only temporarily set aside his hatred. Konan was not as broad-minded as Nagato. She had always been working hard to help Yahiko and Nagato realize their ideals. Therefore, her pursuit of this goal was not as intense as Nagato's. She now wished she could directly kill Danzo. But since Nagato had said so, she could only temporarily let Danzo go. Fine, Konan said softly. She understood that Nagato's words made a lot of sense, but the fire in her heart still could not be extinguished. In Orochimaru's base, Danzo's right arm had been removed. Orochimaru spent nearly a month repairing it. I don't have the Sharingan anymore, so there's nothing I can do. Orochimaru shrugged, looking somewhat helpless. The Sharingan on that arm came from one of his previous test subjects, Shin. Since he did not think much of these clone test subjects, he did not keep many Sharingan. And that test subject had escaped. Damn it! Danzo slammed his fist on the table, his wrinkled face twisted in extreme anger, looking somewhat terrifying. That little brat, Uchiha. If I don't take revenge, Danzo, swear I won't be human. Danzo roared. Orochimaru, seeing this, still wore his chilling smile. However, I've strengthened the Hashirama cells for you, so it should be much stronger than before. As he spoke, Orochimaru picked up the repaired and enhanced arm, ready to attach it to Danzo. Oof, you said the same last time, but I felt it was even worse than before. Danzo snorted coldly. Orochimaru quickly reassured him, hey, how could that be? Perhaps because the enhancement has increased the rejection reaction, making it impossible for you to exert your true power. Is that so? Danzo murmured, not feeling that Orochimaru would lie to him. Don't worry. This time I found a solution that can not only eliminate your rejection reaction, but also allow you to reattach your right arm as quickly as possible. Orochimaru said confidently. Upon hearing this, Danzo became somewhat curious. Then, Orochimaru attached the right arm to Danzo and gently clapped his hands. At that moment, a little girl with red hair walked in. Danzo squinted his eyes, surveying the little girl who had entered. Seeing her bright red hair, he couldn't help but ask, the Uzumaki clan? Orochimaru nodded. That's right, this little girl is a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. Then, Orochimaru glanced at Kei-Rin. Kei-Rin immediately understood and walked up to Danzo, extending her arm. On it were numerous bite marks, clearly visible and slowly fading, but due to the force used. Even after a long time, they could still be clearly seen. What does this mean? Danzo looked puzzled, staring at Orochimaru with a face full of questions. Her physique is very special. By biting her skin, Others can quickly recover from injuries and replenish chakra. Therefore, she can perfectly solve your right arm's rejection issue. Orochimaru said with a smile, gently moving next to K-Rin as if showcasing his proud work. Is that so? Danzo looked at K-Rin with suspicion. He had never heard of such a special ability. However, since Orochimaru had said so, Danzo gently took K-Rin's arm and bit down on a part without any bite marks. The moment his teeth touched K-Rin's skin, Danzo felt a gentle and powerful chakra flowing within him. Guided by this power, the chakra in his body immediately surged toward his right arm. Soon, Danzo felt his right arm completely merge with him, as if it were truly his own hand. I didn't expect it to be so magical. Danzo released his bite, astonished as he felt the strange changes within him. He looked at K-Rin and then at Orochimaru. Danzo couldn't help but admire Orochimaru, who always managed to find people with various unique abilities. How did you find this little girl? Orochimaru smiled, but did not answer the question. In fact, according to the original plan to defect, he was supposed to go to a base in the land of hot water. But because he encountered Uchiha Han in the cave, he changed direction and fled toward the land of grass, where he met K-Rin. That was why he brought K-Rin back. At dusk, the setting sun cast a soft and hazy glow, illuminating the entire Konoha. On the rooftop, the setting sun casts a long and narrow shadow of 3 figures. A tall man with spiky black hair and a black trench coat obscuring one eye with a slanted fringe. A blond boy with blue eyes and 2 small tufts of hair on his cheeks to the left, and another boy with longer spiky black hair to the right, whose cute appearance is contrasted by a somewhat aloof expression. The 2 children appear to be around 12 or 13 years old. As the 3 of them continuously look around, their expressions shift from confusion to puzzlement, ultimately settling on shock. The young man observes everything and realizes the current situation with immense astonishment. Meanwhile, the blond boy furrows his brow, watching the surrounding streets with a puzzled look. Strange. Why are the streets so narrow? Why do these houses look so old? Where's the lightning car? I don't see any lightning cars. His gaze slowly drifts to the distant Hokage rock, and he shudders, momentarily frozen in place. What the hell? Where's Dad's Hokage rock? Who dares to steal my thunder? No, wait. Why are there only 1, 2, 3, 4, only 4 Hokage rocks? Chapter 179. 3 from the future, huh? Uchiha Han, who is playing 3 Kingdoms Kill in the courtyard, suddenly jolts. What's happening? Uchiha Han furrows his brow. He suddenly feels a powerful and very familiar aura. It's not chakra. It's the energy of the world. The fire element, flame dragon armor. That is the aura of the flame dragon armor, identical to his own. However, compared to him, that aura is much weaker. Uchiha Han, it's your turn. Can you hurry it up? Tsunade urges impatiently from his side. So soon it's my turn? Uchiha Han quickly draws a card. In this round, he eliminates Silent with a silent explosion. Damn it, you rebel ninja. How dare you eliminate my loyal minister? Tsunade is furious. She draws a Lord card again. However, when Uchiha Han flips over Silent's identity card, 2 conspicuous characters appear. Spy. Silent you. Tsunade is shocked and even more furious. She has been tricked once again. Jiraiya tricked her. Uchiha Han tricked her. Itachi and Tens also tricked her. So she brought Silent over. Goodness, even Silent has tricked her. Can't people be a bit more sincere with each other? Tsunade feels like crying without tears. It's okay. Uchiha Han steps forward to comfort her. It's your turn next. Uchiha Han changes the subject and pulls out a Konoha destruction plan, requiring all players to play a kill card. Damn it. Tsunade looks at her hand, feeling unconvinced. Damn it. Why do I keep losing at this? Tsunade is speechless, wondering if her luck is that bad. It's fine, Tsunade. This can be compensated with strength and wisdom to make up for the lack of luck. Come on. Jiraiya encourages her. Oof. Tsunade rolls her eyes at him, thinking that Jiraiya is definitely gloating. Then her fists clench tightly. Seeing this, Jiraiya quickly dodges to the side in fright. All right, it's getting late, so we won't disturb you any longer. Tsunade says softly, her tone still somewhat unwilling and resentful. After saying that, she turns and strides away from Uchiha Han's courtyard. Silent quickly follows. We'll head back first then. Tens, Itachi, and the others also leave. Uchiha Han puts away the ninja world kill he created. Then, Uchiha Han walks to the courtyard, slightly tilting his head up, gazing into the distance towards the other side of the village. There's an aura like raging fire. The same flame dragon armor as his own. What on earth is going on? Uchiha Han is filled with shock and confusion. In this world, besides him, is there really someone else who can summon the flame dragon armor? Could it be that I'm not the only one who crossed over? Not the only one with a system? Uchiha Han's brain starts to operate rapidly. At the same time, Uchiha Han begins to run towards the direction from which the aura emanates. In a dim alley, three figures hide in the shadows. Suddenly, the black-haired boy jolts violently. Someone is coming. Moreover, he seems to have a similar bloodline aura in him, and it's much stronger than mine. Is it the flame dragon armor? Is it my father? The black-haired spiky boy says, his expression turning somewhat shocked. The man in black instinctively strokes his chin, his brow furrowing. Hearing the black-haired boy's words, he can guess the identity of the visitor. But precisely because of this, he becomes even more worried and anxious. Huh? Have we been discovered so quickly? The blond boy frowns. He feels they were perfectly hidden, even though several patrols passed by without noticing anything unusual. After all, with the Konoha barrier in place, patrols in the village are usually just to maintain order. Then, the blond boy turns to the man in the black trench coat and asks, Uncle Sasuke, what should we do? At this moment, if anyone else had heard this sentence, they would be incredibly surprised. Sasuke? It seems there are only two people in Konoha with this name. One is the father of the third Hokage, who has been dead for many years. As for the other, it is naturally Uchiha Sasuke. However, neither of them matches the identity of this man in the black trench coat. One has long been dead, and the other is just a 3-year-old brat. The man furrows his brow. He also senses the approaching aura. Why have we been discovered so quickly? He cannot understand. Soon, he notices the black-haired boy beside him. Is it because of Hina? He quickly guesses. Since that's the case, hiding is pointless. His mind races, contemplating the various consequences this situation might bring. Soon, he makes a decision. Let's wait for him to come here. The blond boy obviously pauses for a moment. But didn't the turtle say that if we come into contact with people from the past, it would have unpredictable effects on the future? The blond boy says. The black-haired boy beside him nods in agreement. He shares the same concern. Naruto, Hina, perhaps. He is the key to whether we can resolve the issue with Pushi. The man in black slowly says, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Hina, do you remember the fishing rod your father often used? The man suddenly asks the black-haired boy. Fishing rod. Hina thinks for a moment. He remembers his father liked to fish, but that fishing rod isn't an ordinary fishing rod. He hadn't paid much attention to it. Once, I saw your father use that rod, and it was exactly like Pushi's. When I first saw Pushi, I was a bit puzzled. His fishing rod had such a similar aura to your father's. Now, I might have guessed the reason. The man in black said slowly, looking in the direction of the familiar aura that was approaching, his gaze incredibly profound. Huh? What reason? Boruto looked at the man, curious as he noticed that the other party only spoke half of his thoughts. However, Hina lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Soon, a glimmer of clarity flashed in his eyes. He understood the meaning behind the man's words. But at the same time, he was still somewhat shocked. Uncle Sasuke, do you mean that my father's fishing rod actually comes from Pushi? Chapter 180, My Own Child, actually comes from Pushi? Hina exclaimed in shock. Regarding this speculation, he suddenly felt it might not be impossible. But if it were true, it would be quite astonishing. Huh? Boruto understood immediately upon hearing Hina's words. Then Uncle Sasuke, should we ask Uncle Han for help? Boruto asked. Sasuke fell into thought. Should they seek the help of Uchiha Han? That was a question. Although Sasuke estimated that Uchiha Han might be the key to defeating Pushi, should he tell Uchiha Han the truth? If he did, would it have any impact on the future? If he didn't, how could he make Uchiha Han stop Pushi? Sasuke estimated that with Uchiha Han's current strength, he was only at the Jonin level. How could he defeat Pushi? Just as Sasuke was contemplating, a figure appeared before them. Uchiha Han slowly stood up, cautiously surveying the three. With yellow hair, blue eyes, and 2 whisker-like marks on each cheek, he looked quite familiar. Uchiha Han looked at Sasuke, whose black hair and bangs covered one eye. It felt. Uchiha Han's gaze finally landed on Hina. Uchiha Han was startled. This was the first time he had seen someone who could rival him in appearance. Of course, the other party was definitely not as good as him, but he was still quite impressive. However, what puzzled Uchiha Han even more was that this guy actually bore a resemblance to him, about 60 to 70%. What the hell? Could it be that I have a twin brother? Uchiha Han was filled with confusion, but did not dare to let his guard down, because he could clearly sense that the guy had the same flame dragon armor within him. It was a resonance from the source. However, it was much weaker than his own. Uchiha Han instinctively frowned. Who exactly are you? Sasuke fell silent. He didn't know what to do. After all, he had never experienced such a situation before. Hina was also observing Uchiha Han. Is this what my father looked like when he was young? Hina was shocked. Uchiha Han at this moment looked to be about the same age as him, but he could clearly feel that the energy of the flame dragon armor within him was far inferior. No wonder he is my father. Hina felt a bit disappointed, but more so proud and honored to have such a powerful father. Meanwhile, Boruto was also curiously observing Uchiha Han. He didn't expect Uncle Han to be so handsome since childhood. Boruto felt a bit envious, wondering why he didn't look as good as Uncle Han and Hina. Uchiha Han sensed their gazes and immediately became alert. If you can't provide proof of your identity, I have reason to suspect you are spies from another country. Uchiha Han said coldly, drawing a kunai and appearing ready to charge at any moment. Boruto, Hina, you two should go first. Sasuke said worriedly, wanted to get the two to leave. After all, he wasn't sure how to explain the situation, and even if he did, would Uchiha Han believe him? That was a big question. However, Boruto was a bit worried. Although he felt that Uchiha Han was unlikely to be a match for Sasuke. They were in Konoha village. If the guard or Umbu were alerted, it could become troublesome. If those high-ranking officials noticed, it would be hard to explain. Let's leave first, Hina said calmly. Hina felt that since Uncle Sasuke had said so, he must have some assurance. At least, escaping safely should not be a problem. Thus, Hina hurriedly grabbed Boruto's hand and fled. At that moment, Uchiha Han's pupils shook and his tense body suddenly froze. Boruto, Hina. Uchiha Han recognized Boruto, as he had seen a bit of Boruto's story in his past life. Although it was overly sentimental, forcibly weakening Naruto and Sasuke, and the anime production team made a mess of it, the reputation was always poor. But due to the sentimentality of Naruto, Uchiha Han still watched some of it. Among them, there was a plot where Boruto and Sasuke traveled back to the past. Especially with Jiraiya added, it attracted many Naruto fans to watch. Uchiha Han was no exception. Therefore, he immediately understood. The three before him were Sasuke and Boruto, who had traveled back from the future. As for Hina, a different emotion suddenly rose in Uchiha Han's heart. Hina should be my child, right? No wonder I sensed the aura and energy of the flame dragon armor. Everything made sense now. Uchiha Han felt a sudden clarity in his heart. The 5-element armor of Kaini was summoned through the bloodline of the 5-element village. His own armor was granted by the system, but the bloodline must also possess the power to summon the corresponding armor. It was not surprising that his child could inherit it. But the coincidence of being named Hina and having the flame dragon armor. Uchiha Han wondered if all his children should possess the bloodline of the 5-element armor. Why did he only feel the energy of the flame dragon armor within Hina? After thinking it over, he found no clues. Uchiha Han decided not to dwell on it any further. But then, another doubt arose. According to Uchiha Han's remaining memories, Sasuke and Boruto traveled back just after Sasuke defected from Konoha. However, now, Sasuke and Naruto hadn't even started school yet. It was nearly 9 years earlier. Why is that? In fact, according to the original timeline, Pushi was originally planning to seize the Nine Tails at this time. The changes caused by Uchiha Han's appearance eliminated the error of their time travel being delayed. Well, actually, we are from a circus performance. At this moment, Sasuke finally thought of what to say, although cold sweat was still subtly forming on his forehead. He was always very calm and composed, but he would be very nervous in front of Uchiha Han. A circus. Uchiha Han chuckled, also pondering whether to expose Sasuke. After thinking it over, Uchiha Han decided to let it go. Sasuke had not revealed anything, and he guessed their identities so quickly. Wouldn't that be too absurd? A circus, huh? I see. But why did you let those two go first? Uchiha Han suddenly questioned. That was a response that a normal ninja should have. We were in a hurry to buy something, so I let them go first, Sasuke quickly explained. Uchiha Han nodded. Since he had guessed their identities, he wouldn't make things difficult for Sasuke. However, Konoha had not been stable during this time, so for safety's sake, I need to monitor you for a while. Chapter 181, Otsutsuki Kagaya. However, Konoha had not been stable during this time, so for safety's sake, I need to monitor you for a while, Uchiha Han said solemnly. Upon hearing this, Sasuke frowned. Monitor us? That's right. So, for the time being, you will probably have to stay at my place, Uchiha Han said. Sasuke's frown deepened. If he stayed at Uchiha Han's place, it would be easy to run into Itachi and the others. Since they were originally from another time, they needed to avoid too much contact with others, especially with someone as close as Itachi. All right then. In the end, Sasuke nodded. At this point, he was worried that if he refused again, it would seem very suspicious. He could only silently pray not to run into Itachi and the others during this time. The next morning, Sasuke sat in Uchiha Han's courtyard, looking confused. Itachi was curiously examining him. This guy feels oddly familiar. Sasuke was extremely nervous, and sweat started to bead on his forehead. He didn't dare to move a muscle. Then, Itachi began to scrutinize Boruto and Heinen. These two guys, why do I feel like they resemble Naruto and Hankuin? On the side, Tsunade wasn't thinking too much and was intently focused on her cards. Jiraiya, on the other hand, seemed to have a glimmer of something unusual in his eyes as he looked at Sasuke's face. Sasuke felt speechless. He thought to himself, don't these guys have missions to do? Why are they here playing Shinobi World Kill so early in the morning? By the way, has Shinobi World Kill already appeared at this time? Oh, Tsunade suddenly exclaimed excitedly. 5 layers of the Gate of Death. She placed a card next to her character card with a beaming face. 5 layers of the Gate of Death. Black Kill is ineffective. The effect is still quite powerful. At this point, Jiraiya's gaze returned to his hand, and he frowned slightly. Pass. Tsunade waved her hand with a smile. Not expecting her luck to be this good in the first round. This round is definitely mine. She felt extremely confident. In the next round, it was Heinen's turn. He played a card slowly. S-rank mission reward. Draw 2 cards. Then he played another S-rank mission reward. Draw 2 cards. Then he played another S-rank mission reward. Draw 2 cards. What the hell? Are you cheating? How can you draw 3 S-rank mission rewards in a row? Tsunade jumped up. She couldn't understand how someone could be this lucky. Hey. Luck. Heinen said sheepishly, scratching his head. Seeing this, Tsunade looked unconvinced. But there was nothing she could do, so she sat down. Heinen's turn wasn't over yet. He placed a card next to his character card. Kusanagi Sword. You can play multiple kills in one turn. Tsunade's eyes nearly bulged out, thinking how could this guy be so lucky? But it's fine. I have 5 layers of the Gate of Death. I don't believe this guy can have 5 red kills. The advantage is mine, Tsunade thought confidently. However, 1 minute later, Tsunade's eyes sparkled as she blinked pitifully at the others. However, even Shizen could only shake her head helplessly. Seeing this, Tsunade once again moved her character card, covering the little chakra she had left. You little brat. How do you happen to have 5 red kills? Tsunade was extremely frustrated. How could it be so coincidental? I didn't expect you to have no flashes at all. Heinen said awkwardly. Normally, he wouldn't play like this in the first round. But seeing that the others seemed to be novices, he played a bit more casually. But in the end, he still took Tsunade down. Damn it. Tsunade puffed up her cheeks angrily and questioned the others. Don't you have a single soldier food pill? Soldier food pill can restore a bit of chakra. At this moment, Jiraiya quietly pulled out a card from his hand, turning it to face Tsunade. The card was indeed a soldier food pill. I have it, but I'm a rogue ninja, Jiraiya said with a smirk. Tsunade's eye twitched, unable to hold back any longer, and she delivered a heavy punch. Jiraiya's cards scattered all over the ground as he hugged his head tightly. Damn it. Again. I refuse to believe I can't win a single round today. Tsunade rolled up her sleeves and said angrily. Sasuke sighed helplessly. He began to regret his decision from yesterday. Had he known, he should have avoided Uchiha Han. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been dragged here to play Shinobi World Kill all morning. He had more important things to do. If this continued to be delayed, it wouldn't just be Shinobi World Kill. The entire Shinobi world would be in chaos. Above Konoha, a man dressed entirely in white floated there. He wore white clothes, his skin was very pale, resembling a corpse, but his hair was a light blue color. Overall, he looked chilling. His eyes were actually Byakugan. In his hand, he held a red fishing rod. If someone saw this scene, they would surely be shocked. Not only because this man was floating in the sky, but more importantly, he had completely evaded Konoha's barrier. It should be noted that, even during Pain's invasion, he entered from within using summoning techniques. He slowly closed his eyes, seemingly feeling something intently. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes, which sparkled with excitement. The Nine Tails at this time is indeed weak. Nine Tails, I'm coming. Otsutsuki Kagaya's mouth curled up, revealing a strange and charming smile. The next second, his body disappeared. Whoosh! A cool breeze swept over Konoha, the wind carrying the faint sound of birds chirping. However, that cheerful bird song suddenly seemed to become hurried and panicked, as if encountering something terrifying. Ines, big things are coming, guys. You must study hard. I might be in trouble. Sob. Chapter 182. Are you? Uchiha Sasuke? Naruto, still fast asleep, suddenly shivered all over. Naruto rubbed his blurry eyes, looking confused. He glanced around and found nothing strange. So sleepy. Naruto mumbled, then flopped back down. continuing to sleep soundly. In Uchiha Han's courtyard, everyone was still in the heat of battle. Even Sasuke and the others gradually became immersed in the intense battle. It was Itachi's turn. Itachi thought for a moment and played a card, Thousand-Handed Tree. Thousand-Handed Tree. Each player must play a flash card. However, this was exactly the card that Sasuke did not have. Coincidentally, he had only a bit of chakra left. Flash. 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 Everyone played their cards. Only Sasuke was left, and everyone's eyes turned to him. Seeing Sasuke in a daze, they immediately understood that he could not play a card. Sasuke was somewhat speechless. Based on various previous actions, it was clear that both Itachi and he were rogue ninjas. Yet, as a result, this card had no effect on the daimyo and loyal subjects but took him out instead. Ni-san, Sasuke blurted out, wanting to blame Itachi. However, in the next second, he realized his mistake and instinctively covered his mouth. Boruto and Shinra looked bewildered. They were very surprised. They never expected that the usually calm and composed Uncle Sasuke would make such a low-level mistake. Itachi looked confused, staring at Sasuke. Ni-san? Is he calling me? A strange emotion surged in Itachi's heart. He felt that this Ni-san sounded very familiar. Not because of the voice, but because of the emotion and tone contained in those two words. It was like, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Sasuke quickly said, that was a slang insult from our side. I'm sorry, I lost control of my emotions in a moment of urgency. Sasuke kept apologizing. Oh. It's fine, Itachi said, but he still had some doubts in his heart. Hey, it really is a rogue ninja. Itachi, you killed him, draw 3 cards. Tsunade urged, as the death of a rogue ninja was extremely beneficial for her. She couldn't wait to win this game. Don't rush, Tsunade with me here. We will definitely win. Jiraiya quickly patted his chest and said, I don't believe it. It feels like you're helping me, so obviously, you must be an insider. I won't be fooled this time. Tsunade's face was full of self-satisfaction, believing she had seen through everything. Jiraiya had tricked her so many times. This time was probably no different. More than 10 minutes later, Tsunade finally succeeded in eliminating Jiraiya. Sigh. Tsunade, why don't you believe me? Can't there be a little more trust between people? Jiraiya said helplessly. You're still pretending. Tsunade naturally didn't believe him and stepped forward to flip Jiraiya's identity card. In an instant, Tsunade was petrified. The identity card she flipped over clearly had the words loyal subject written on it. How is this possible? Tsunade couldn't accept it. Not because she mistakenly eliminated Jiraiya, but because she was heartbroken over her hand. She still had 2 food pills in her hand. Soon it was noon. Everyone had to go home for lunch. The game was over here. After returning to the village. Although I've been hanging out in gambling houses and taverns, I still have a position at the Konoha hospital, Tsunade said. That's fine. I will continue my creation. Diligence leads to mastery. I can't delay my work. Jiraiya said, although he was also immersed in the thrill of strategizing in the ninja world. He had not sought inspiration for so long and missed the towering white peaks and their exquisite curves. Then I will go help in the security team. Itachi said. He had been pulled by Tsunade to play the ninja game and had not gone to the security team for a while. Itachi felt a bit embarrassed to face his father. I see. Then let's wait until everyone has time to play together again, Uchiha Han said. However, Tsunade didn't seem very satisfied. Han, can you make a few more of these things? Tsunade asked. Uchiha Han was a bit troubled. This thing didn't actually require much skill to make, but the gameplay needed innovation. However, this was his brainchild. Although he had borrowed ideas, Uchiha Han felt a bit embarrassed. Besides, can the actions of a traveler be called plagiarism? What's wrong? Is it difficult? Tsunade frowned slightly. No, I'm just preparing this. Please don't rush, Lady Tsunade. Uchiha Han smiled awkwardly and said, all right. Seeing this, Tsunade naturally wouldn't force Uchiha Han and turned to leave with Shizen. Then the others gradually left. Sasuke and the others helped Uchiha Han clean up. Boruto and Shinra ran into the house to start preparing lunch. After all, they were living in Uchiha Han's place. And if the food had to be personally made by Uchiha Han, that would be a bit inappropriate. As for Sasuke, he also couldn't cook. So, Uchiha Han and Sasuke sat in the yard. By the way, why did you call Itachi Ni-san just now? Uchiha Han suddenly asked. Sasuke's pupils shook, and he stiffened for a moment. I just said it was a slang term. I'm sorry. Sasuke quickly said, but a bad premonition rose in his heart. Slang? Are you from Litong? Uchiha Han smiled meaningfully. Litong? What place is that? Sasuke was taken aback. Litong. It sounded like a very beautiful place, and he felt that the people living there should be very pure. Sasuke didn't know why he suddenly thought this. Perhaps it was because these 2 words in this place had some special magic. Just as Sasuke was momentarily stunned, Uchiha Han's expression suddenly became serious and heavy, and he leaned in close to Sasuke. Uchiha Han's gaze was sharp like an eagle, making Sasuke feel a chill run down his spine. Uchiha Han paused and said heavily, "You are Uchiha Sasuke?" Chapter 183. Shock Minato, you are Uchiha Sasuke. As soon as these words were spoken, the air around seemed to freeze instantly. Sasuke's pupils shook violently again, and he instinctively swallowed hard. So he was guessed correctly. He was very shocked inside. Although he knew that Uchiha Han was very smart, such an imaginative guess, no matter how one looked at it, probably no one would believe it, right? Uchiha Sasuke? That Uchiha clans? Who is that? Sasuke began to play dumb. Uchiha Han, you smiled meaningfully. It's nothing, I was just saying it casually. Uchiha Han stood up and walked toward the kitchen. Did he already sense something? Sasuke murmured as he watched Uchiha Han's departing back. He couldn't believe that Uchiha Han had really just said it casually. Unconsciously, Sasuke frowned and lowered his head to start pondering. At night, Uchiha Han lay on his bed, beginning to think about the matters concerning Sasuke and the others. Their purpose in coming was to deal with Otsutsuki Kagaya. Kagaya's goal was to seize the Nine Tails within Naruto. Although the current strength of Konoha is far greater than that in the original world, facing Otsutsuki Kagaya, Minato would probably be at a loss. In the original story, the reason they could defeat Kagaya relied on the combined efforts of Boruto and Naruto. This does have a bit of a plot twist in it, but the key is, I don't know if it's because of my presence, but they came too early. Naruto doesn't even know how to use Rasengan yet. What should I do? Uchiha Han was quite troubled. Otsutsuki Kagaya, after all, is a member of the Otsutsuki clan with an unfathomable level of strength. His eyes are normally Byakugan, but can switch to the Rinnegan and Six-Tomo Rinnegan at will. His red, glowing fishing rod and basket can instantly absorb others' chakra. This is quite terrifying in battle. At the same time, he possesses a bloodline limit similar to Kagaya's, H-Rin. Unlike the naive Kagaya, Kagaya's battle experience is completely different. His application of his own abilities is also quite frightening. Honestly, if it weren't for plot reasons, Kagaya would probably be someone Sasuke and the others couldn't handle. Of course, this is also because Sasuke and Boruto has been ridiculously weakened. Is Uchiha Body Slam something a normal person could think of? Even Genin fights aren't this pathetic. Sigh. If it really comes down to it, I'll have to step in myself, Uchiha Han muttered. Then, Uchiha Han sat up. He needed to prepare for what was to come. Uchiha Han slowly closed his eyes and began to circulate the chakra within his body. Soon, the chakra of the three tails surged instantly. Before long, an identical clone was formed, just like the previous two clones. Due to the special chakra structure, it was basically hard to distinguish. This time, Uchiha Han did not inject armor energy into it. This clone had other uses. Uchiha Han calmed the surging chakra in his body and adjusted his breathing. I hope I won't need it, Uchiha Han muttered, and, at the same time, he recalled the clone. After the clone was formed, it could be recalled back into the body. As long as the chakra was not withdrawn, it could be summoned again immediately. After doing all this, Uchiha Han slowly lay down, closed his eyes, and entered a dream. Late at night, the Namake's household, ZZZ. Naruto was sprawled out on the bed, sound asleep. At this moment, a spatial rift suddenly appeared above his head. From the rift, several different auras emerged. A white figure stepped out of the rift. A little kid, just over 3 years old, Kagaya laughed loudly. He thought to himself, he couldn't win against a fully powered Naruto, but a 3-year-old Naruto could easily be subdued. Suddenly, Kagaya sensed a powerful aura behind him. Whoosh! A kunai shot straight at him. However, just as it was about to pierce Kagaya's flesh, his body instantly appeared several meters away. Hey, quite fast, huh? Kagaya murmured, a bit surprised by the speed of the man before him. Who are you? Minato carefully scrutinized Kagaya, feeling an immense shock in his heart. He could clearly sense that the grinning man in front of him had an unfathomable amount of chakra within him. Hey. Kagaya laughed, not answering Minato's question. Although Minato's speed truly surprised him, for someone who possessed the space-time ninjutsu of the bloodline limit, it was still not enough. His gaze remained fixed on the sleeping Naruto. The Nine Tails is his true target. Now, with Minato's sudden appearance, Kagaya planned to take Naruto to a safe place to absorb the Nine Tails chakra. Minato noticed Kagaya's gaze was fixed on Naruto and understood the other's intentions, feeling increasingly tense. Who exactly is this mysterious person, and why is he after the Nine Tails? Minato was shocked. Why have so many mysterious individuals appeared in the ninja world recently, all powerful, and all targeting the Nine Tails. Aren't there still 8-tailed beasts? Why not go after them? The situation was urgent, and Minato couldn't afford to think too much. His expression turned serious, and he gripped the kunai tighter. Flying Thunder God. Minato's body instantly appeared behind Kaguya, and the kunai pierced directly through Kaguya's body. What? Space-time ninjutsu? Kaguya was shocked, never expecting that this blonde youth would also possess space-time ninjutsu. After the previous Nine Tails incident, Minato had placed Flying Thunder God seals in every corner of his house. Bruce. With Naruto now being the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Minato had almost filled his room with Flying Thunder God seals. Damn it. Kaguya's body immediately flashed several meters away, activating Byakugan to see the flow of chakra within Minato. Is this space-time ninjutsu performed through some kind of seal? Kaguya was somewhat surprised. His own space-time ninjutsu, H-Rin, was derived from his bloodline limit, while the technique this guy used was entirely man-made. Even Kaguya couldn't help but admire this blonde youth for inventing such ninjutsu. However, Kaguya still wore that skin-deep smile. But this is of no use. Chapter 184. Naruto abducted, but this is of no use. Kaguya revealed a very sinister smile. Minato felt a tightness in his heart upon seeing this expression, sensing something was terribly wrong. Kaguya instantly appeared next to Naruto, and then a spatial rift opened beneath his feet. In just a moment, Kaguya took Naruto into the spatial rift. Naruto! Minato's pupils constricted, and the spatial rift disappeared in an instant. Minato! At that moment, Kushina rushed in. She saw the bed was empty, with no trace of Naruto. Kushina immediately panicked. Minato, what the hell is going on? Minato's face was also extremely anxious, his expression grave. A mysterious character appeared and took Naruto away. Minato said, "What?" Kushina couldn't believe it. Someone could actually take Naruto away right in front of Minato. His space-time ninjutsu is superior to mine. Moreover, that guy is Byakugan, Minato said, his eyes flickering as if deep in thought. Byakugan, then I'll go ask the Hyuga clan for clarification. Kushina still had that fiery temper. Minato quickly grabbed her. This guy probably has nothing to do with the Hyuga clan. Minato shook his head and said, because while the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan is powerful, it absolutely couldn't produce a man as strong as this one. Furthermore, if this matter gets out, it would not only cause unrest among the people of Konoha, but also potentially agitate the surrounding great nations. Kushina, go find Jiraiya-sensei and the others now, Minato said, handing a Flying Thunder God kunai to Kushina. Kushina understood Minato's intention and, without hesitation, rushed out. Then Minato's body immediately vanished from the room. Sasuke had been unable to sleep. It wasn't that he wasn't tired or didn't want to sleep. He just couldn't. Although according to that turtle, who sure would arrive a bit later than them, a whole day had passed, and they still hadn't found Naruto. All day, he had been held back by Uchiha Han, leaving him no time to search for Naruto. No, they must find Naruto quickly, otherwise it would be bad. Sasuke murmured. After thinking for a moment, he quietly got out of bed and left the room. He looked at Uchiha Han's room, and seeing that there was no movement, he felt relieved. Looking at the bright moon hanging in the night sky, Sasuke felt an inexplicable sense of unease. What if something happened? A bad premonition arose in Sasuke's heart. So he immediately headed towards Naruto's house. Just as Sasuke was closing the courtyard gate, Uchiha Han's room door gently opened. In a cave outside Konoha village, Naruto was already awake. However, he was tightly bound by ropes all over his body. Naruto's mouth was also stuffed with some sort of messy material. He felt a great panic, thinking, wasn't I just sleeping in bed? How'd I end up tied up in this cave in the blink of an eye? And who is this man in front of me, looking like a corpse in a morgue? His face had a creepy, forced smile. Naruto was extremely anxious, but the ropes binding him tightly left him helpless. Dad, Mom, Sasuke. Who can come and save me? Naruto cried out in his heart. Mainly because his mouth was blocked, he could only make muffled sounds. Pusher sat on a rock, crossing his legs, watching Naruto struggle in pain with great interest. Keep struggling? Pusher had a sarcastic smile. Seeing Naruto's miserable state brought him immense satisfaction. Just thinking about the helplessness he faced with Naruto before crossing over, and the current overwhelming difference felt so good. It's okay. Struggle a bit more. Maybe I can let you live a little longer. Pusher said slowly, since he hadn't seen Sasuke and the others following. He wasn't in a hurry. As for that pineapple-headed youth earlier, even if he had space ninjutsu, could he instantaneously find this place? However, just then, an incredibly terrifying aura suddenly emanated from behind him, accompanied by the sound of a raging wind. Damn it, A massive Rasengan smashed into Pushur's back in an instant. In an instant, the terrifying power exploded, sending a powerful shockwave that made the entire cave tremble. The material in Naruto's mouth was also blown away by this shockwave. "Dad!" Naruto exclaimed in delight, quickly shouting. "Naruto, don't worry, I'll save you back soon." Minato tightened his grip on the flying Thunder God Kunai, first reassuring Naruto, then warily observing Pushur. At this moment, Pushur had teleported a few meters away, feeling the injury on his back, and was immensely shocked. Even his strong physique didn't fare well after being hit by the Rasengan. His Rinnegan had turned red and could absorb or reflect ninjutsu and sage techniques. However, that didn't mean his physical body was immune to ninjutsu and sage techniques. He had truly not anticipated that Rasengan and hadn't reacted in time. How'd he do that? Pushur wondered. He had already roughly understood the principle of the yellow-haired youth's ninjutsu. It was achieved through a special mark for space jumping. Unlike his own shinjutsu, it couldn't freely traverse time and space. Therefore, Pushur had not anticipated that the opponent would be able to teleport directly behind him. Wait, the mark? Pushur suddenly thought of something and quickly sensed his back. Sure enough, there was a special chakra behind him. It was a mark. So that's how it is. He had already planted the mark on me while I was in the room? Pushur became even more vigilant. Although he didn't believe that an ordinary ninja without Otsutsuki blood or tailed beast chakra could pose any threat to him, he couldn't underestimate the opponent's terrifying combat thinking. In that case, I need to take this seriously. Let you feel the power of our Otsutsuki clan. In S, preparing to test the book title. I beg all the handsome guys to help me think of a more attractive title, within 15 characters including punctuation, and also help me see how to revise the introduction to make it more appealing. Chapter 185. Minato in a Dilemma. Let you feel the power of our Otsutsuki clan. Pushur's face became somewhat manic. Minato's heart felt like a heavy stone, filled with deep concern. Then, under Minato's shocked gaze, Pushur's eyes instantly transformed from Byakugan to Blue Rinnegan. That is, Minato instinctively swallowed hard. Could it be the legendary Rinnegan of the Sage of Six Paths? At this moment, even Minato felt an indescribable emotion rising in his heart. The Pushur before him emanated an even more terrifying oppressive force. Even compared to that masked man during the Nine Tails incident, he was like a firefly daring not to compete with the bright moon. However, even so, the flames of battle in Minato's heart did not diminish in the slightest. Hey. I originally didn't want to get involved with you, but since you insist on seeking death, then don't blame me. As long as I don't kill Naruto, it shouldn't affect his vessel. Pushur laughed maniacally, looking at Minato with a gaze full of mockery and ridicule. It seemed that in his eyes, Minato was just a little dog that could bring him some interest, and all he needed to do was to play with him a little. Seizing the opportunity while the opponent wasn't paying attention, Minato began to recall and analyze Pushur's abilities. The ability to tear through space for traversal was evidently a more powerful space-time ninjutsu. However, Minato had noticed earlier that the time for closing that space didn't seem instant. There was a buffer time. Minato referred to it as skill recovery time. Minato always said that no technique could be perfect. Every technique must have its flaws. However, there was a more troublesome factor at hand. This guy's eyes. If that truly is the legendary Rinnegan of the Sage of Six Paths, then what kind of power does it possess? Thinking of this, Minato became even more worried, his expression becoming extremely serious. Even when facing that masked man last time, he hadn't felt this tense. Oof. Seeing that Minato didn't show any signs of fear, Pushur couldn't help but feel displeased. So he snorted coldly, and his figure immediately dashed towards Minato. So fast, Mizukage raised an eyebrow and quickly drew a kunai infused with the Flying Thunder God technique, throwing it forcefully onto the ground to cover the entire cave. Immediately, Mizukage's body appeared on one of the kunai, nearly 10 meters away from his previous position. Pushur missed. This distance was not far for a quick-reacting ninja. However, Pushur's speed was incredibly fast, making it difficult to evade even for someone as agile as Mizukage. That was why Mizukage opted for the Flying Thunder God technique. For him now, this amount of chakra consumption was not a concern. Relying on these kunai, huh? Pushur sneered coldly, tilting his head slightly to the side, looking somewhat eerie. I see you have run out of chakra. How will you perform that broken ninjutsu now? Before his words fell, Pushur threw out his red fishing hook straight at Mizukage. Mizukage raised an eyebrow. He could clearly sense the terrifying aura emanating from the approaching hook, along with a powerful pulling force. It felt as if he had become a fish in Pushur's pond. Once hooked, escape would be impossible. I cannot get caught by that hook. Mizuki's felt an overwhelming sense of alertness and immediately used the Flying Thunder God to dodge. However, the red fish hook acted like a homing missile. Every time Mizuki used the Flying Thunder God to teleport, the hook would automatically change direction and continue flying towards him. This was not a solution. I must quickly bring Naruto back. While dodging, Mizuki observed Pooh and Naruto. Soon, Mizuki's expression became resolute, and powerful chakra began to gather in his palm. Flying Thunder God. Mizuki's body instantly appeared behind Pooh. The massive Rasengan emitted a sharp sound as it cut through the air. Mizuki slammed it towards Pooh's back. However, at that moment, a confident smirk appeared on Pooh's face, as if everything was under his control. His Rinnegan turned red, and suddenly 6 Tomo appeared beside his pupils. Then, his red fishing basket appeared precisely in the path of Mizuki's attack. Rasengan! Mizuki shouted, with the Rasengan just a centimeter away from Pooh's body. What is this? However, at that moment, an incredibly strong, pulling force emanated from Pooh's body. Mizuki felt as if his Rasengan had struck a mass of cotton, instantly losing its power. But it was also like hitting a steel door, unable to advance even an inch. His Rasengan was completely absorbed by the red fishing basket. Immediately afterward, the fishing rod lunged at Mizuki. Mizuki quickly snapped back to reality from his earlier shock and used the Flying Thunder God to teleport a few meters away. Hey. Bushi Shukud Pudli. His red fishing basket was specifically designed to absorb chakra from ninjutsu and sage techniques. The chakra he caught with the fishing hook was also absorbed through this basket. That was why he looked down on Mizuki, a ninja without special bloodline or tailed beast. As long as he remained vigilant, Mizuki could never harm him. What now? Do you still want to resist? Pooh floated slowly in midair, retracting his fishing rod while curiously sizing up Mizuki. Of course. However, his smiling face suddenly turned into a sinister expression. Even if you want to leave now, you won't be able to. Mizuki's eyes were fixed on Pooh, showing no signs of emotional change despite the sudden shift in Pooh's demeanor. His brain raced as he contemplated a strategy. The aura emitted by the fishing hook was extremely dangerous, somewhat reminiscent of the ninja Blade Samahata from the Mist Village. However, it was far more terrifying. If hooked, it could probably drain most of his chakra in an instant. That fishing basket seemed capable of absorbing ninjutsu or chakra. My attacks would hardly be effective. If I resort to taijutsu, I am not proficient in it. In close combat would likely make it difficult to dodge his fishing hook. What should I do? Mizuki felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. Then his gaze solidified. Since I can't attack, I can only try to relocate Naruto. Chapter 186. The powerful Pooh since I can't attack, I can only try to relocate Naruto. Mizuki made a decision in his heart. Faced with such a dangerous opponent, who harbored hostility towards Konoha, Mizuki initially wanted to eliminate him. But now realizing he might not be a match, he could only think of a way to retreat temporarily. There were still many powerful ninjas in the village. Jiraiya-sensei, the third Hokage, Uchiha Fugaku, and so on. However, escaping was definitely not an easy task. That guy's spacetime ninjutsu seemed to have no limitations, allowing him to traverse freely, unlike the Flying Thunder God, which required a personal mark as a coordinate for instant movement. There was no choice but to give it a try. Mizuki tightened his grip on the kunai, his eyes shining with determination. Oh, do you still want to resist? Pooh smiled with interest. He was indifferent to Mizuki's defiance. What difference did it make to him whether it was a dead ant or a living one? Meanwhile, his red Rinnegan slowly transformed back into Byakugan. There was no need for a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. I want to see how long you, this little fish, can flounder. Pooh scoffed, then once again thrust the red fishing rod towards Mizuki. The sharp fish hook emitted a deadly aura, sending chills down one's spine. In an instant, Mizuki's figure vanished from his spot. Did he teleport again? With the enhancement of Byakugan, Pooh's vision had no blind spots, and his eyes began to spin rapidly. Let me guess, which kunai will you appear next to? Pooh became somewhat excited, like a child playing whack-a-mole in an arcade. However, he possessed a coldness and ruthlessness that ordinary people did not have. Mizuki's figure appeared next to a kunai a few meters away, but Pooh was already prepared. The fishing rod shot towards Mizuki instantly. At the same time, to restrict Mizuki's movements, Pooh unleashed the immense chakra within him, creating a powerful oppressive force. The gravity in the entire cave seemed to double, but this did not affect Mizuki's movements. What truly impacted Mizuki was the chakra force contained within the oppressive aura Pooh emitted. It could disrupt the flow of chakra within Mizuki's body. At first, Mizuki felt that his chakra was being disturbed and thought he might have fallen under a jinjutsu. But as time passed, he realized this was not an illusion. The chakra that could crush him was directly and brutally pressing down on him. This was no longer the power a ninja could possess. At least, in Mizuki's many years of experience, he had never encountered such a terrifying technique. Gradually, as Pusher's oppressive force intensified, the flow of chakra within Mizuki's body slowed down more and more. This enemy, I'm afraid, can only be defeated by that Emperor of Light. Minato understood that he appeared very weak in front of this man, and probably only that Emperor of Light possessed the power to match him. Although he had never fought the Emperor of Light, just the aura he exuded during their conversation was quite intimidating. If that Emperor of Light locked onto him, that terrifying aura could probably freeze the chakra within him in an instant. He never expected to hold on for so long. It's quite interesting, Pusher muttered. To be honest, it was the first time he had unleashed his own imposing aura. Even before he crossed over, he had never used it. For one, he looked down on ordinary ninjas and didn't bother using it. For another, against Sasuke and Naruto, his imposing aura had little effect. However, as long as he could absorb the Nine Tails chakra, for him, Sasuke and Naruto would be no different from those ordinary ninjas. Just like a slightly stronger ant compared to a regular ant, but in the end it was still an ant. Thinking of this, Pusher couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Having played with you for so long, I'm a bit tired of it. Let's end it like this. A hint of impatience flashed across Pusher's face. As he spoke, he narrowed his eyes, and the aura emanating from him suddenly increased a notch. Normally, using chakra flows smoothly like water. In that moment, Minato felt that the chakra within him was turning into sludge. If this continued, it might even turn into concrete, gradually solidifying. I must break this situation quickly. Otherwise, this time it could really be dangerous. Minato felt a surge of anxiety. The level of danger this time was several times higher than during the Nine Tails attack. Thus, Minato gritted his teeth, and his eyes flashed with determination and resolve. Oh, want to take a gamble? Seeing this, Pusher smiled. He guessed Minato's thoughts. In an instant, Minato's body disappeared from his spot. At the same time, Pusher's lips curled up slightly, immediately blocking the red light fish basket behind him. Sure enough, a massive Rasengan appeared behind him, using the same trick again. It seems you're truly out of ideas. Ninja, it really is. However, his sarcastic words were abruptly cut off. Hiss! A piercing sound of airflow suddenly appeared in front of him. Pusher looked down and saw Minato's figure had somehow flashed over. That huge Rasengan had already slammed into his abdomen. Poof! The tremendous cutting force and impact shattered his abdomen into pieces, revealing a huge hole. Pusher immediately blasted back several meters, clutching his abdomen. Damn! Pusher's eyes widened, his face filled with shock. The one that appeared at first was a clone to confuse me? Pusher quickly understood. Minato had deliberately used a clone to distract his fish basket, while his true attack had taken the opportunity to break into his front. These kunai are really a nuisance. Pusher frowned at the scattered flying thunder god kunai on the ground. It was precisely because of these kunai that the blonde youth in front could move back and forth. However, just as he was furious, Minato's figure immediately flashed next to Naruto. Flying thunder god. In the blink of an eye, both of their bodies vanished into thin air. Pushier's gaz instant darkened. But just 2 seconds later, he returned to his nonchalant expression. Then, the chakra within him flowed, directly repairing the wound in his abdomen. Interesting. Chapter 187, Shocked Absolute. In Konoha Village, Sasuke happened to see Kushina's worried face. What happened? Sasuke was instantly alarmed and felt a surge of urgency. He couldn't help but start worrying. Pusher hadn't already obtained the Nine Tails chakra, had he? Moreover, once the tailed beast was extracted from the Jinchuriki would also die. At this moment, Kushina had not noticed Sasuke. She hurriedly found Jiraiya. Lord Jiraiya, what's wrong? Jiraiya rubbed his bleary eyes, yawning as he asked. Lord Jiraiya, Naruto has been captured, Kushina said anxiously. What? Jiraiya instantly woke up, his whole body shivering. What happened? Jiraiya quickly asked. Naruto was not only the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, but also extremely important to the village. For him, Naruto was even the child of his disciple. Although he often clashed with Uchiha Itachi, Jiraiya still cared deeply for Naruto. Minato has already gone to rescue Naruto. Also, this is what he gave me before he left. As Kushina spoke, she took out a flying thunder god kunai. Jiraiya took it and gripped it tightly in his hand. After the Nine Tails incident, Minato not only handled the village's affairs and took over the village's power, but also continued to train. He even made some improvements to the Flying Thunder God technique. As long as chakra was infused into the Flying Thunder God kunai, Minato could sense it no matter where he was. Jiraiya knew all this. Thus, he hurriedly infused chakra into the kunai. However, after a while, there was still no response. Minato, could something have happened? Kushina became even more anxious. Seeing this, Jiraiya quickly comforted her. Kushina, don't worry, you know how fast Minato is. He will definitely be fine. Although he said this, Jiraiya was also very worried. He infused chakra into the kunai, but received no response from Minato for a long time. This was definitely not a good sign. Moreover, someone who could take Naruto away right under Minato's nose was probably not an ordinary person. After the lessons from the Nine Tails incident, Minato had practically marked the entire house with Flying Thunder God seals. Yet even so, Naruto had still been abducted. Jiraiya found it hard to believe. Even he, who had always been extremely confident, didn't he dare to say he could successfully take Naruto away in a room full of Flying Thunder God seals. Not to mention escaping from Minato's pursuit while taking away a living person. Could it be that mysterious masked man from the Nine Tails Night? Jiraiya thought to himself. Although he wasn't in Konoha at the time, he heard Minato talk about it after returning. That was a guy with very strange space-time ninjutsu. If it was space-time ninjutsu, it could indeed be possible to abduct Naruto. At that moment, Sasuke was hiding his presence, quietly lurking in the shadows. Hearing the conversation between the two, he also understood the current situation. Damn, I didn't expect to delay the main matter. Sasuke felt a deep regret. He should have directly kept an eye on Naruto from the beginning. In his view, Pusher's strength mainly came from his two different Rinnegan, as well as that red light fish basket and red light fishing rod. Minato alone would definitely not be Pusher's match. This meant that Naruto was probably in grave danger now. No, I must find Naruto quickly. Sasuke steeled his resolve, and chakra surged into his brain, flowing into his eyes. The evening breeze blew through, gently lifting his side-swept bangs. A purple Rinnegan appeared eerily in the pitch-black night. Sasuke injected all the chakra in his body into the Rinnegan, causing the tomo beside the pupil to start spinning rapidly. He forcibly activated the Rinnegan to expand his perception range, trying to locate Naruto's whereabouts. The consumption of the Rinnegan was already immense, and now forcing it to the limit only added to the strain on his chakra. At that moment, it felt like a gentle breeze blew by. Along with the wind came two figures, Kushina and Jiraiya-sensei. Minato appeared before Jiraiya and Kushina, crouching and holding Naruto. Mom, perverted sage. Naruto quickly jumped down, crying with a face full of grievances and fear, before throwing himself into Kushina's arms. Kushina was also overwhelmed with joy, tightly hugging Naruto. It's okay, she comforted repeatedly. Minato, are you alright? Jiraiya gently patted Minato's shoulder, asking with concern. He could clearly sense that Minato's chakra seemed to be in a very stagnant state, like a pool of stagnant water. I'm fine, Minato said, but his tone uncontrollably weakened. Don't worry, I'll recover after resting for a while. Seeing this scene, Sasuke finally let out a sigh of relief. The rapidly spinning tomo gradually slowing down, and the purple Rinnegan quickly faded back to normal. The bangs blown up by the wind also seemed to lose weight and fell down. It's good that nothing happened. Sasuke breathed a long sigh of relief. Outside of Konoha village, suddenly a white arm burst out from the ground, followed by a head, a torso, and then the entire body emerged. It was White Zetsu. However, there was clearly intelligence in his eyes. Then, a completely black figure approached him, making it nearly impossible to identify any human features except for two eyes. The White Zetsu then merged with the black figure. He was Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu felt the information transmitted from White Zetsu, and the look of shock on his face grew stronger. That guy actually has an aura very similar to Mom's. A flame suddenly ignited in Black Zetsu's heart. This guy might have some connection to Mom. His aura and chakra are incredibly powerful, even rivaling that of a tailed beast. If it weren't for the fear of being discovered, White Zetsu could have gathered more information earlier. Black Zetsu murmured. He pondered for a moment, then slowly sank back into the ground. At the same time, White Zetsu released clusters of white spores that all drilled into the ground. Chapter 188. Obito's resolution at the Minato household. Kushina had gone to coax Naruto to sleep. Minato and Jiraiya sat together in the living room. Minato, what exactly is going on? Jiraiya asked, frowning. Minato calmed down and began to speak. It was a man with a pale face. His chakra feels much stronger than mine. More importantly, his eyes. They seem to have three forms. First Byakugan, then it changed to a blue Rinnegan, and finally, it appeared to transform into a red Rinnegan with Tomo. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's body jolted. Rinnegan? In an instant, he recalled his 3 disciples. Nagato also possessed the Rinnegan. However, he had regrettably received news a few years ago that those 3 children had already died. Is it really Rinnegan? Jiraiya asked seriously, his eyes fixed on Minato. Minato nodded heavily. If there really is a legendary sage of 6 paths, then that must be the Rinnegan. Jiraiya lowered his eyelids. Lost in thought, then he asked, you just said that his Rinnegan can change forms? Although he had seen the Rinnegan, due to Nagato, neither Nagato nor the legends of the Sage of 6 Paths mentioned anything about the Rinnegan being able to change forms. Yes, and it seems that with the change in his eyes, he also possesses some other abilities. Minato said solemnly. He could clearly feel that the opponent had not exerted much effort, treating their battle as if it were merely playing with a pet. Minato continued, his expression growing more worried. Also, he has a red fishing hook that moves in an extremely bizarre manner, seemingly capable of absorbing chakra, and a red glowing fishing basket that can absorb ninjutsu to extract chakra. My Rasengan was absorbed like that. What? Jiraiya swallowed hard. The ability to absorb chakra is incredibly terrifying. Among the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, the reason Samahata is the strongest sword is that it can absorb the enemy's chakra. In battle, even a tiny bit of chakra could pose a huge risk. Therefore, even elite Genin would carefully manage their chakra. Thus, the ability to absorb chakra is undoubtedly frightening. Lastly, he seems to have some kind of space-time ninjutsu. Minato added, what? Another space-time ninjutsu? Jiraiya was even more shocked, standing up directly from the sofa. Space-time ninjutsu is regarded as the most troublesome and the most difficult type of ninjutsu to learn among various types of ninjutsu. Therefore, space-time ninjutsu is extremely rare in the entire ninja world. Since the establishment of the 5 great ninja villages, it seems that only the second Hokage and Minato's Flying Thunder God have appeared. Especially Minato, who wielded Flying Thunder God, could easily toy with all enemies. Even when facing the AB combo from the Cloud Village alone, he could still maintain the upper hand. It can be said that Minato's current achievements are partly due to the powerful space-time ninjutsu. A mysterious person with space-time ninjutsu appeared on the night of the 9 Tails. And now another one comes. Jiraiya said helplessly, thinking that although the ninja world was not peaceful in the past, at least it wouldn't be like now, with mysterious, powerful enemies popping up from time to time. That's right. And this time, that man seems to have a higher level of space-time ninjutsu, directly tearing space to travel. Minato added, his expression growing more serious. Recalling the earlier scene, he still felt a lingering fear. This enemy is unprecedentedly powerful. Although he successfully rescued Naruto this time, what about next time? The enemy's target is clearly the 9 Tails within Naruto. This time, the opponent was careless, underestimating him, and he seized the opportunity to escape. But next time, if the opponent is on guard, there would be almost no chance of winning. For a moment, Minato was filled with worry. Don't worry, when the soldiers come, we will block the water. Now that I and Tsunade are in the village, along with the old man, when the time comes, can't we defeat them together? Jiraiya quickly reassured him. Minato nodded, smiling. But that smile was somewhat bitter. He actually wanted to say, even if we all work together, we might not be able to defeat them. In the Mist Village, has something happened in Konoha? Obito asked coldly. Zetsu's half-body emerged from the ground. A terrifying guy has arrived, and even the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, seems to be no match for him, Zetsu said. He had weighed some matters in his heart and decided not to share everything with Obito. Oh. A trace of emotional fluctuation appeared in Obito's voice. The 4th Hokage is not his opponent? Obito was quite shocked. During the 9 Tails attack, he had clearly felt Minato's tremendous strength. Although he was still very immature at the time, lacking in combat awareness and other aspects compared to Minato, even so, Minato could bridge the gap between himself and the Mangekyou Sharingan, which was terrifying. However, even so, Minato actually has an unbeatable opponent. Obito found it hard to accept. You must know that now, with the Mangekyou Sharingan, he was overflowing with confidence, believing he could run rampant in the ninja world without rivals. However, this suddenly emerged mysterious guy made Obito sense a hint of crisis. Who is this guy? Obito's gaze turned somewhat cold. I don't know. Zetsu shook his head, thinking that if he knew who the other party was, he wouldn't be here now. However, one thing is certain. This guy is also after the 9 Tails, and he seems to have a way to extract tailed beast chakra from the Jinchuriki, Zetsu said. What? Obito finally became genuinely nervous. Are you sure? He can extract tailed beast chakra? Can he prevent the chakra from dissipating? Obito quickly asked. So far, the entire ninja world can only seal tailed beasts within the Jinchuriki using sealing techniques. There are no other methods to store tailed beast chakra. Of course, there are very special cases like the brothers Kin and Jin, which involve a significant amount of luck. Therefore, Obito had not rushed to collect the tailed beasts, but had let Nagato develop his power first. But now, the situation was somewhat unfavorable. If that guy can really take away the tailed beast chakra and is stronger than himself, then even Nagato with the Rinnegan might not be able to secure a win. At that time, it would definitely affect the Moon Eye plan. Obito lowered his head, falling into deep thought. Zetsu said nothing, but he was also jumping with various thoughts. After a while, Obito finally raised his head. His gaze, reflected from under the mask, was so resolute and cold. Inform Nagato about this news and embellish it a bit. We must make Nagato implement the tailed beast capture plan as soon as possible. Chapter 189. Free food and drink. We must make Nagato implement the tailed beast capture plan as soon as possible. Obito immediately ordered. Zetsu nodded and then slowly sank into the ground. Obito sat in the position of Mizukage, turned around, and looked at the desolate night scene outside, feeling a bit of annoyance. Suddenly, he felt that this was rather meaningless. Obito muttered to himself, "Don't you think so?" He suddenly turned his head to ask Shui, who was standing aside. However, Shui had completely turned into a puppet, without any consciousness. How could he answer Obito? Obito stared at Shui's lifeless face for a long time, feeling more disgusted. Meaningless. He mumbled, then seemed somewhat displeased and stood up. He paced back and forth in the room a few times, then suddenly paused. Afterward, his figure became illusory, disappearing from the room. Early in the morning, the door to Uchiha Han's room was pushed open. Uchiha Han suddenly jolted awake, hurriedly covering himself tightly with the quilt. After seeing who had come, Uchiha Han said irritably, "Itachi, what are you doing here so early?" Itachi showed no surprise at Uchiha Han's attitude. However, looking at Uchiha Han's face, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. "Han-kun, why do you have such heavy dark circles? What did you do last night?" Uchiha Han paused for a moment and then hurriedly denied it. "What else could it be? Of course I was sleeping. Maybe I've been too tired lately. So the dark circles are a bit heavy. That's why I need to sleep well. So hurry up and get out." Uchiha Han was trying to kick him out. Itachi coming to find him so early definitely meant trouble. Plus, Itachi had clearly said yesterday that he was busy and wouldn't have time to come over. There's something wrong. Uchiha Han had a bad premonition in his heart, feeling he was about to be exploited again. I don't know what happened, but this morning I received orders that the village's security forces need to be strengthened several times, and now the guard team is a bit short on personnel. So my father asked me to find you, Itachi said. He was also somewhat puzzled. Even when Danzo defected earlier, Minato hadn't relied too heavily on the guard team's strength. However, this time, not only the guard team, but even the combined Umbu forces were almost fully mobilized. Moreover, he had learned that many who were out on missions had also been ordered to return to the village, although he wasn't quite sure what exactly had happened. Judging by the urgent mobilization of various parties, something terrible was definitely about to happen. "I won't do it." Uchiha Han directly turned over and buried his head under the blanket. However, the face hidden under the blanket had become very serious. He certainly knew what it was about. Pooh Shiur. It seems that Minato might not be Pooh Shiur's opponent either. Uchiha Han thought. "Han-kun, this is really urgent," Itachi said somewhat anxiously, his face serious. Only then did Uchiha Han reluctantly poke his head out, looking at Itachi's serious expression, and finally sighed helplessly. Fine, I got it. You go back first. I'll get ready and be at the guard team in 10 minutes. Seeing this, Itachi nodded and left. Uchiha Han slowly got dressed and walked out. He saw Sasuke and the others already sitting in the yard, leisurely drinking tea. "You're up so early?" Uchiha Han yawned as he walked over. He poured himself a small cup and took a few sips. "Well, since there's nothing to do," Sasuke said, seemingly emphasizing that there was nothing to do. "Oh, nothing to do?" Uchiha Han smiled meaningfully. Sasuke's heart trembled, his whole body tensed up, feeling that Uchiha Han's smile was quite eerie, thinking that this guy might be up to no good again. He couldn't help but regret saying so much just now. "What's wrong?" Sasuke forced himself to calm down and asked. Uchiha Han smiled and said slowly, "It's nothing. But if you have nothing to do, why not come help us at the guard team?" Sasuke's pupils clearly shook. He had many acquaintances in the guard team, and if he really went, he would probably be suspected by many. Just think about it. You guys are eating my food, using my stuff, living here, and not even giving me money. Helping me with this little task is very reasonable, right? Uchiha Han continued. This made Sasuke's eyelids twitch slightly. Sasuke thought, didn't you insist on monitoring us and making us live here? However, he also had to admit that Uchiha Han's words made a lot of sense. The courtyard suddenly fell silent. Sasuke did not speak, while Boruto and Heinen quietly drank their tea, occasionally glancing at Uchiha Han and Sasuke out of the corner of their eyes. After a while, Uchiha Han could only put on a helpless expression and sighed. He was just saying that on purpose. How could he really let Sasuke go to the guard team? When facing Fugaku, Itachi, Shursui, and so many close relatives, it would be even easier to be recognized. Uchiha Han slowly stood up and took out several bills from his bag. I might not come back today. There's not much food at home, so you can take this 1,000 ryo as today's meal money. Suddenly, Uchiha Han's gaze fell on Sasuke again. You probably won't need your money. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's body suddenly trembled. Boruto and Heinen didn't understand what this meant and were somewhat confused, but Sasuke immediately realized. Each bill had a unique serial number, and their money came from over 20 years later, basically all with new serial numbers that hadn't appeared yet. Uchiha Han didn't pay attention to Sasuke's expression, smiled, and then left for the guard team. So was I found out? Sasuke murmured as he watched his departing figure. After Uchiha Han left, Boruto and Heinen stared at the few bills on the table. Isn't it a bit wrong for us to eat and drink for free here? Boruto said, feeling a little embarrassed. Ahem. Sasuke paused and put away the bills. What's there to be embarrassed about? Han often ate and drank at our house for free before. Heinen nodded in agreement. It's not unusual for a son to spend his father's money. I'm not even an adult yet. Dad has the obligation to support me. Chapter 190, Naruto's first entry. It's not unusual for a son to spend his father's money. I'm not even an adult yet. Dad has the obligation to support me. Boruto was taken aback, thinking that what Heinen said was very reasonable. But he didn't have any justification for eating and drinking for free. However, suddenly, he thought of something and said to Heinen, but isn't Uncle Han also a minor now? Heinen was momentarily stunned. His dad is also a minor and still has to support him. Ahem. Heinen paused, pretending he hadn't heard, and continued drinking tea. However, Sasuke was not as calm as he seemed on the surface. He knew that Naruto had already gone through a crisis. Even though Minato had mobilized the entire village's defense forces, it posed no threat to a powerhouse of Pushi's level. The highest level combat power would render cannon fodder useless, no matter how many there were. You stay here, I'll go take a look. After thinking for a moment, Sasuke stood up and placed the previous bills on the table, keeping only 100 ryo for himself. No, Sasuke uncle, take us with you. Boruto quickly grabbed Sasuke's hand. No, Sasuke refused. He planned to protect Naruto in secret. If he brought Boruto and Heinen along, he would likely be easily discovered by Minato. With Minato's intelligence, it wouldn't be easy to fool him. Heinen roughly understood Sasuke's concerns, so he didn't ask Sasuke to take him along. All right, Boruto, us going there would probably just cause trouble. Heinen advised. Boruto could only shrug helplessly. To be honest, he knew he couldn't really help. It's just, he really wanted to know what his dad was like when he was young. The entire Konoha was feeling a bit tense at the moment. However, whether it was the Umbu or members of the guard team, most of them actually did not know what was happening. They were just responsible for carrying out orders from above. Lord Jiraiya. Several members of the guard team patrolling the streets saw Jiraiya with a serious expression. They quickly respected him with a bow. Jiraiya nodded, then waved his hand. I'm here. You can go patrol elsewhere. Jiraiya said. Yes. The few of them didn't think much and immediately left. Pervert Sage, where are we going? Naruto asked with some confusion. He thought, clearly, it was his dad who asked the pervert sage to protect him, so why was the pervert sage taking him out? Don't worry, the mysterious person I'm taking you to one to show up, Jiraiya said confidently, although his expression became somewhat lecherous. Naruto squinted at Jiraiya, especially when he saw the latter's lewd expression. A bad premonition rose in his heart. Here it is. Jiraiya stood with his hands on his hips and pointed to the sign above his head. Konoha Public Bathhouse. Why the bathhouse? Why is that mysterious person definitely not coming? Is he afraid of water? Or does he definitely not take baths? Naruto was very confused. Jiraiya smiled proudly. That mysterious person definitely won to enter the women's bath. Women's bath? Naruto was even more confused. He thought, what does it have to do with whether that mysterious person would enter the women's bath? Stop dawdling. Let's go. Jiraiya pulled Naruto in. Pervert Sage, is this your reason for absolute safety? By the women's bath, Naruto and Jiraiya displayed a ninja's quality, disguising themselves as stones around. The corner of Naruto's I couldn't help but twitch. He thought, no wonder the pervert sage said that mysterious person would definitely not come here. How is it? Jiraiya's mouth was already drooling, his eyes almost bulging out as he stared at the graceful white bodies in the bath. His eyes seemed to be shooting fire. Naruto was desperately trying to cover his eyes, but driven by curiosity, he still slightly opened a gap to take a peek. No. How can I do something like peeping? His mom had said that boys shouldn't look at girls without clothes. Memories of his mother's teachings filled Naruto with guilt. He tried to turn his gaze away, but for some reason, he felt some force compelling him to keep looking. That force seemed to come from his genes, making it hard for Naruto to resist. Pervert sage, what we're doing is wrong, Naruto said, as if trying to persuade Jiraiya to take him away. But he didn't really want to leave. And what's wrong with it? This is a special time. Your safety is more important. We can't worry about these small details. Jiraiya was fixated on the bath. Even though the steam was thick, they couldn't see anything crucial. But it was precisely this hazy feeling that made Jiraiya unable to stop, his imagination running wild. Suddenly, inspiration surged in his mind. Ha. I have inspiration again. Excitement spread across Jiraiya's face. However, at this moment, everything about it felt extremely lewd. Pervert sage. Naruto still couldn't cross that mental barrier. But the gap between his hands covering his eyes was unconsciously getting larger. Due to the steam rising from the bath, Naruto couldn't see the enticing scene inside at all. However, the vague curves and snow-white figures made Naruto's imagination run wild. Slowly, he began to sketch a delicate and graceful figure in his mind, along with a charming expression. The chakra within him seemed to start surging. The previously calm chakra now felt like it was stirring up a storm. Naruto found it impossible to control, as if his body was being hit by waves of intense impact. In that moment, a bold thought suddenly surged into Naruto's mind. Due to the previous exam, there are no drafts left, feeling terrible. The data over the past 2 days hasn't improved, coupled with a particularly bad performance in the final exam. I'm really at risk of failing, feeling especially anxious, and my state has been very poor these days. Chapter 191. Naruto is captured again. Now there should be no one to disturb me, right? Jiraiya thought smugly, not bothering to hide his greedy gaze. He thought to himself that he had boldly entered the women's bathhouse directly, and even if that little brat Uchiha wanted to come and catch him, he wouldn't dare to enter the women's bathhouse, right? Jiraiya was quite proud of his wisdom. However, just as he was fully engrossed in his appreciation, a powerful hand suddenly yanked his collar up. Jiraiya turned around in confusion. Tsunade. Jiraiya was so startled that he shivered all over. Seeing this, Naruto also came to his senses and instinctively moved aside. Jiraiya, you bastard. Tsunade's fists were clenched in anger, and she finally couldn't hold back any longer, unleashing a punch right on Jiraiya's face. Poof! A mouthful of blood shot out from Jiraiya's mouth, reaching a height of 1 or 2 meters. Naruto's pupils shook violently, and his entire body instantly tensed up, filled with fear. Tsunade. Jiraiya wanted to say something, but Tsunade had no time to listen. Naruto, come out with me. Tsunade said to Naruto, then grabbed Jiraiya's clothes and dragged him out of the bathhouse. Tsunade, can you be gentler? It hurts. Jiraiya quickly covered his head. Tsunade's face was filled with exasperation and anger as she threw Jiraiya at the entrance of the bathhouse. Minato asked you to protect Naruto, and you brought him here, right? Tsunade stood with her hands on her hips, glaring and questioning. Hey, I'm just fulfilling the task that Minato assigned to me, right? You think, in a place like the women's bathhouse, how could the enemy even think of it? This is undoubtedly the safest place. Jiraiya quickly spoke with righteous indignation. TCH, who do you think would believe your nonsense? Tsunade's anger did not diminish in the slightest. In fact, she became even more furious due to Jiraiya's excuses. Tsunade. Enough. Tsunade didn't want to argue with Jiraiya anymore. It was purely a waste of time. That little brat Uchiha was right. A rotten orange is just a rotten orange, and your lecherous habits are probably beyond saving. Tsunade said disdainfully. Hey, what does that little brat Uchiha know? Jiraiya suddenly became anxious, as if he had been greatly slandered. What do you mean lecherous? I'm clearly doing this for art, for creation. How can you say I'm so indecent? Jiraiya gritted his teeth, thinking that if Uchiha were in front of him, he would probably be unable to resist giving him a beating. This was a great insult to him, a great hero. TCH, art. With that time, you might as well honestly help Minato reinforce the barrier. Tsunade waved her hand and said. At that moment, Uchiha Han and Itachi happened to walk over. Yo, Lord Jiraiya, are you peeping at the women's bathhouse again? Uchiha Han couldn't help but mock when he saw Jiraiya being scolded by Tsunade. Little brat. Jiraiya instantly became furious, glaring at Uchiha Han through gritted teeth. You little brat, you actually came out to patrol today? Tsunade looked at Uchiha Han with some surprise. She was also aware of Uchiha Han's temperament. There's no choice. We were short on people, and I was dragged here to do the hard work. Uchiha Han said helplessly. Earlier, I ran into a patrol team that said this area was personally inspected by Lord Jiraiya, so they were told to search another area. I found it a bit strange, so I came over to take a look. As a result, it turned out that Lord Jiraiya just wanted to make it convenient for himself to peep. Uchiha Han said, at first, he thought someone was impersonating Jiraiya to deliberately mislead the patrol team to do something bad, which is why he rushed over with Itachi. Jiraiya. Tsunade was even angrier. She could no longer suppress the anger in her heart and stomped heavily in front of Jiraiya, and then delivered another heavy punch. At this time, can't you be a bit more obedient? However, Jiraiya, feeling wronged, covered his head and looked at Tsunade with longing. In fact, he had genuinely considered that the mysterious person wouldn't enter the women's bathhouse when he brought Naruto here. Of course, he was also looking for inspiration. You really make me furious. Tsunade looked at him with a "you are so frustrating" expression. However, the reason she was so angry also had a lot to do with her feeling helpless. Because of her blood phobia, she was unable to use her powerful strength and advanced medical skills. She felt powerless when the village was in crisis. She felt guilty and self-reproachful. I'm sorry. Jiraiya knew that Tsunade was really angry, and he also sensed the hint of disappointment and guilt in her. So he quickly apologized. Sigh. Tsunade shook her head and sighed. However, at that moment, a spatial rift suddenly appeared beside Naruto. Everyone's pupils shook. They instantly felt a powerful chakra aura emanating from that spatial rift. This aura was formidable enough to rival that of a tailed beast. Naruto, get away. Jiraiya reacted quickly and immediately lunged toward Naruto. Based on Minato's previous description, he was sure that this spatial rift was the mysterious person's ability. Sure enough, a white figure emerged from the spatial rift. Then, a red, glowing fishing hook quickly wrapped around Naruto, tightly binding him. Perverted sage, help me. Naruto shouted loudly, struggling constantly. But the fishing rod that bound him seemed to possess some kind of magic. The more he struggled, the tighter it became, making him feel increasingly unable to breathe. Naruto. Jiraiya was ultimately a step too slow and couldn't catch Naruto. This is bad. Everyone's hearts sank. Is this Pushi? Uchiha instead of Pushi? Who had emerged from the spatial rift, examining him closely. Pushi chuckled ominously. Then his figure flickered and instantly disappeared into the spatial rift, taking Naruto with him. Naruto. Jiraiya, who was closest to them, jumped in immediately. Because Pushi's ability to open and close the yellow springs was very brief, there was still some room for maneuvering for them. Not good. Uchiha Han, who was also relatively close to Naruto, jumped into the spatial rift as well. Hankuin, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Itachi rushed over with worried expressions, but they were a step too slow and couldn't catch up. However, just as the spatial rift was about to close, they seemed to catch a glimpse of a figure darting past. Chapter 192, Where's My Big Knife? Taking a day off, in the alternate space, everything around was a void. Puff, puff, puff. 3 sounds rang out in succession. Hey, little ghost, how did you get in here too? Jiraiya stood up and looked at Uchiha Han, who had jumped in after him. At that moment, he noticed that another person had followed Uchiha Han in. It's you, Jiraiya exclaimed in surprise. Uchiha Han stood up and turned around, only to find it was Sasuke. When did you come in? Uchiha Han was taken aback, considering he had just entered at the moment the spatial black hole closed. Now is not the time to discuss this. We need to save Naruto, Sasuke said urgently. The situation was extremely critical, and he didn't have time to explain. Jiraiya looked at him suspiciously. What is this guy's background? Why does he seem so worried about Naruto? But he was right. Saving Naruto was the most important thing right now. Jiraiya looked up and scanned the area. This place. He had never seen a scene like this before. Then he noticed a black hole above him that was continuously shrinking. Quick, chase after it. Sasuke immediately dashed forward, and Uchiha Han and Jiraiya followed suit. These little bugs are really annoying. Pushur frowned impatiently as he sensed the 3 following him. There's no helping it. His current abilities were still limited, and using the yellow spring Hirazaka had many flaws. However, once he absorbed the 9 Tails chakra, his overall strength would instantly rise to a new level. At that time, he would be able to use the yellow spring Hirazaka without transforming into the red Sharingan, and the activation and deactivation speed would be much faster, almost instantaneous. However, extracting the Nine-Tails chakra still required some steps. Pusher sensed the chakra within Naruto and found there was a seal. This seal wasn't difficult for him, but it would take some time to unravel. If someone interrupted him, it would affect his ability to break the seal. It seems like I can only deal with these bugs first, Pusher muttered. Through the yellow spring Hirazaka, Pusher traversed from the alternate space to a forest outside of Konoha. This place has a nice open area. Pusher smirked, revealing a sinister curve. This spot is just spacious enough. Let's see how you bugs escape. Pusher's face twisted into a cruel snarl. Woo woo woo. Naruto was tightly bound by the red light fishing rod, and it was getting tighter. Puff, puff, puff. Uchiha and the others jumped out of the alternate space one after another. Jiraiya fixed his gaze on Pusher, furrowing his brow. Who is this guy? What was that space just now? Is it his space-time ninjutsu? Jiraiya was shocked. He felt that the ability to create a space was beyond the realm of ninjutsu. Such power is truly unfathomable. But Jiraiya didn't have time to think about this now. His eyes were focused on Naruto, who was struggling in pain. His expression filled with worry. Uchiha was also very serious. Although he had mocked the part of Boruto involving Sasuke and Pusher in his past life, such as the famous Uchiha throw and Tsutsuki elbow strike, in reality, most of the criticisms were original plot lines by the TV group, and the original manga was much better. Moreover, Uchiha couldn't really understand it either. Both Tsutsuki Pusher and Tsutsuki Momoshiki seemed to have a feeling of plot armor. Logically, their displayed abilities shouldn't be this weak. Now, facing Tsutsuki Pusher and sensing the unfathomable aura from him, Uchiha finally realized just how powerful Pusher really was. I wonder if Sasuke and the others can win. Uchiha swallowed hard. In the original story, Tsutsuki Pusher and Tsutsuki Momoshiki were defeated by Boruto and Naruto's Rasengan. For Uchiha, following the original storyline would definitely be the safest bet. But for some reason, the current timeline had deviated and they had arrived many years earlier. Right now, Naruto couldn't even perform a Rasengan, let alone a beef ball. How will we fight? Can Minato and Boruto resonate and create a grandfather-grandson Rasengan? Uchiha had a sudden idea, but he quickly shook his head. Naruto and Boruto's chakra resonance was due to their shared bloodline. Even for a father and son, achieving such a condition was extremely rare. As for Minato, who was a generation apart, the probability of achieving chakra resonance would be astronomically low. Speaking of which, Minato and Boruto are not even here. Uchiha sighed helplessly, slowly reaching for his waist to draw his blade and prepare for battle. However, Uchiha suddenly found nothing. Looking down, he realized there was no sword at his waist. Huh, where's my knife? Where's my big knife? Uchiha's pupils widened in disbelief as he stared at his empty waist. He clearly remembered that everyone had been issued a ninja sword before the patrol, and he had always carried it with him. It couldn't have just vanished. At that moment, Sasuke noticed Uchiha's frantic searching and awkwardly shifted his gaze elsewhere. Uchiha caught a glimpse of Sasuke and immediately understood. He must have brought a knife, and it couldn't have been stolen or lost. Uchiha's gaze slowly shifted to Sasuke. I see. This guy must have used the heavenly hand power to switch places with my knife, right? Damn, Sasuke. It's bad enough that you're arrogant, but you also set me up. Once this is over, I'll find a reason to deal with you. No, just dealing with you won't be interesting enough. I want to strike at your heart. A wicked idea began to form in Uchiha's mind. He wanted to make sure that Sasuke witnessed some rather intimate interactions between Izumi and Itachi. Sasuke gulped, feeling a chilling sensation as he sensed Uchiha's gaze. This is bad. This guy's probably thinking of how to get back at me. Chapter 193. Arrogant Pusher, hee hee. No matter how many ants there are, what good are they? Pusher looked down at the three and couldn't help but smirk. At that moment, he caught sight of Uchiha. He sensed a powerful and terrifying energy within Uchiha. Although it wasn't as much chakra as his, the qualitative gap was enough to completely crush him. What is this little brat? He couldn't help but frown slightly. Pusher was quite shocked. You see, their Otsutsuki clan poses a dimensional crush on ninjas. And now, he felt that the energy within Uchiha actually surpassed his own. How could he not be shocked? Even with Naruto and Sasuke, who he found very tricky, he never felt this way. It was just that their chakra wasn't inferior to his, or their visual prowess could match his. For a moment, a bad premonition surged within Pusher. Just a little brat. What is there to be afraid of? Pushur encouraged himself inwardly, but he had already begun to be wary of Uchiha Han. Uchiha Han, you should escape. This is not something you can handle, Jiraiya said. He learned of Pushur's strength from Minato, so he naturally didn't think Uchiha Han could help much. Perverted old man, don't underestimate me, Uchiha Han said, and then a burst of flames instantly enveloped him. Immediately, Pushur's attention was fully drawn in. What the hell is this? Pushur was greatly shocked. Unlike others, what shocked Pushur immensely was the energy aura emitted by Uchiha Han. The scorching flames were not a transformation of chakra attributes, but more like the primordial power of heaven and earth. That was a world origin comparable to the chakra of the 10 tails. How is this possible? Pushur couldn't believe it, but he truly sensed it. Their Otsutsuki clan had plundered so many world origins. How could he perceive it wrong? Seeing Uchiha Han in armor, Jiraiya only frowned and didn't say anything more. At this moment, he could feel that Uchiha Han's current strength was probably close to the level of a Kage. While he was very shocked, he also felt that Uchiha Han should be able to help quite a bit. At the same time, Jiraiya suddenly had a kunai in his hand. It wasn't an ordinary kunai, but a specially made Flying Thunder God kunai by Minato. Jiraiya immediately injected chakra into the kunai, and it immediately emitted a faint glow. Whoosh! Minato's figure instantly appeared beside Jiraiya, and the kunai returned to Minato's hand. Dad, save me! Naruto shouted loudly as he saw Minato appear. Naruto, don't worry, we'll rescue you soon, Minato quickly said. His expression became very serious, staring intently at Pushur. At this moment, he suddenly caught sight of Sasuke out of the corner of his eye, feeling a bit confused. At the same time, as a ninja, he was also very alert, keeping his guard up. Don't worry, Fourth Hokage, he is my helper, Uchiha Han quickly said. Naruto's situation was very urgent, and they needed to work together. If they started to be wary of each other at this moment, their combat power would definitely be greatly reduced. They would then be even less of a match for Pushur. Sasuke quickly nodded. He was now even more convinced that Uchiha Han had guessed his identity. Okay, Minato nodded. Although he still had some doubts about where Uchiha Han found his helper, he realized that he found it very difficult to sense this person's aura, which indicated that this person's strength was probably on the same level as his own. However, he didn't have time to think about it now. Minato's gaze was fixed firmly on Pushur, and his brain began to work rapidly. At this time, he noticed the red light fishing rod that was binding Naruto. Using that fishing rod to bind Naruto is actually a good opportunity for us, Minato said, because to bind Naruto, Pushur could no longer use the fishhooks to absorb their chakra. Jiraiya nodded. His greatest concern was the other party's ability to actively absorb chakra. This did relieve him a bit. However, Sasuke beside him frowned. Minato, I'll distract him. You try to see if you can take Naruto away, Jiraiya said, and then immediately rushed forward. Be careful, Jiraiya-sensei, Minato said. Then we'll go help, Uchiha Han said, exchanging glances with Sasuke, and then also rushed forward. Toad oil bomb. Jiraiya formed hand seals and immediately spat out a puddle of oily substance. Bushi snorted coldly, stepping in the air to dodge to the side. However, at that moment, Sasuke suddenly appeared beside him and slashed down with his sword. With no choice, Pushur could only retreat. Jiraiya's toad oil bomb instantly drenched his entire body. The yellowish oil, mixed with some black stuff, made it look like he crawled out of a cesspit. Pushur frowned tightly, feeling extremely disgusted, but before he could react, a figure suddenly flashed before him. Uchiha Han gripped the flame knife engulfed in blazing fire and swung it down fiercely. Flame slash. A loud dragon roar instantly resonated through heaven and earth. A massive blade of endless flames rushed towards Pushur. Pushur's pupils constricted as he understood the terrifying power contained within. His heart trembled violently. Not good. He absolutely couldn't be hit. Pushur was horrified. This time, he was genuinely a bit panicked. All along, Pushur had not thought highly of these ninjas' attacks. After all, they were just weak chakras that could be easily absorbed, and those that couldn't be absorbed wouldn't cause much harm to his body. The reason was that their chakras were too weak unless they reached the level of Naruto and Sasuke. After all, they were the ones personally sent off by that old man, the Sage of Six Paths. But now, a new variable emerged, and that was Uchiha Han. Pushur could clearly sense the power contained in that blade ray. It was not chakra. It was a power similar to that which he had plundered from many world origins. In an instant, Pushur's white eyes transformed into blue Rinnegan. Chapter 194, Heavenly Hand Power Rinnegan. Pushur's body instantly gained a tremendous boost. previously surrounded by Jiraiya and Sasuke, blocking his escape route, but now, with just a thought, he instantly escaped the encirclement of the three. So fast, Jiraiya was immensely shocked, and upon closer inspection, it really was Rinnegan. Jiraiya was even more astonished. Does this person have any relation to Nagato? A terrifying suspicion arose in Jiraiya's heart. After all, from the distant legend of the Sage of Six Paths until he met Nagato, he had never heard of anyone possessing Rinnegan. And now, apart from Nagato, he actually saw another pair of Rinnegan. Coupled with the news of Nagato's death that Jiraiya received not long ago, it was hard not to connect the two. What is your relationship with Nagato? Jiraiya shouted loudly. Nagato? Pushur was taken aback for a moment, and then shook his head. He didn't directly answer Jiraiya's question. After all, in his eyes, the clamor of a bunch of ants was something he shouldn't bother with, as it would seem beneath him. However, it was precisely Pushur's demeanor that made Jiraiya feel that something was amiss, further confirming that this pair of Rinnegan had an undeniable connection with Nagato. Instantly, Jiraiya's expression became extremely serious and tense. He was determined to find out the cause of death of his three disciples from Pushur, a group of ants. Pushur hovered disdainfully above the three of them. Looking down at them, he pulled back the red light fishing rod, sealing Naruto's chakra tightly in his arms. This way, his red light fishing rod was freed up. Not good. The others immediately frowned. Woo woo woo. Naruto began to struggle constantly, but his chakra was sealed, and Pushur's power was incredibly strong. No matter how hard Naruto struggled, he didn't budge an inch. Go to hell. Pushur's expression became extremely manic, resembling the murderous psychopaths that Uchiha Han had seen in his past life. Whoosh! The red light fishing rod instantly darted towards the group like a swimming dragon. The sharp fishhook wrapped in red light was terrifyingly captivating. Everyone knew the horror of this fishing rod and scattered to dodge in an instant. Run, run! A bunch of filthy rats that only know how to scurry around. Pushur laughed wildly, feeling quite pleased as he watched Uchiha Han and the others constantly dodging. Suddenly, he felt a chill breeze blowing behind him. Bad news. A bad premonition rose in Pushur's heart. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sound of high-speed rotating air was so piercing. Pushur raised an eyebrow and immediately activated the red light fishing basket to block behind him. Whoosh! The sound of the rotating air immediately weakened and completely dissipated in less than a second. At this moment, Pushur had already retracted the fishing rod and suddenly turned around, swinging the fishhook behind him. Flying Thunder God, Minato, who had originally been behind Pushur, instantly appeared on the ground. A kunai was stuck at his feet. What's going on? Didn't I already clear his mark? Pushur was very puzzled. Previously, after sensing the mark left by Minato in his body, he had cleared it immediately. Although the Flying Thunder God mark was said to be unremovable ultimately, it was a use of chakra power. Even if it was clever, it was nothing in the face of Pushur's higher dimensional power. Suddenly, a glint of light flashed in Pushur's eyes as he thought of something. His gaze slowly moved to the Naruto he was holding. Could it be that this little brat has his mark? Pushi murmure. Just as he wanted to sense it carefully, a cold light suddenly flashed in front of him, revealing a sharp blade. Oomph. Pushur snorted coldly and immediately raised Naruto to block in front of him. Naruto hadn't reacted yet when he instantly saw a blinding flash of a blade, causing him to tense up all over. No! Naruto was so scared that he quickly closed his eyes. If not for his hands being tightly held by Pushur, he would have probably jumped in front to block it. Sasuke raised an eyebrow and immediately retracted his attack, stepping in the air to offset the inertia of the impact, retreating sharply over 10 meters. Whoosh! 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 3 shurikens instantly shot out. A mere trick, Pushur sneered contemptuously. The trajectory of the 3 shurikens was crystal clear and moving as slowly as a turtle in his eyes. He easily dodged by shifting his body slightly in midair. However, just as he dodged the shurikens, Sasuke's figure suddenly vanished, replaced by a rapidly spinning shuriken. Not good. Pushur's heart tightened, and he immediately gripped the fishing rod tightly, swinging it backward violently. Bang! The red light fishhook and Sasuke's Kusanagi sword instantly generated fierce sparks. At this moment, Sasuke's left eye had transformed into the Rinnegan, but it was cleverly obscured by his bangs. Otherwise, Jiraiya would have thought even more. Pushur's eyes turned cold as the fishhook suddenly turned like a snake, wrapping around the Kusanagi sword, then lunging fiercely at Sasuke. Sasuke's pupils shook. With a thought, he instantly exchanged positions with the earlier shuriken. This was the ability of his Rinnegan, Tench Ten. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Jiraiya was equally shocked upon witnessing this scene. However, he quickly suppressed that shock deep inside. After all, they had to race against time, leaving no room for any waste. At this moment, Uchiha Han's figure also leaped forward, suddenly appearing in front of Pu Shi. Slash! Another sharp attack accompanied by raging flames. Pu Shi did not dare to be careless against Uchiha Han's attack and hurriedly mobilized all his power to dodge. However, he still had to spare some attention to control Naruto, making it somewhat difficult. Yet, just as he thought he could dodge Uchiha Han's blade, he heard the sound of high-speed rotating air behind him again. Rasengan. Minato's body reappeared behind Pu Shi, and a massive Rasengan charged at him once more. Bang! To dodge Uchiha Han's blade, Pu Shi had no time to avoid Minato's attack. However, if he had to choose between the two, he would rather take a hit from a Rasengan than let Uchiha Han's blade touch him at all. So, Pu Shi dodged Uchiha Han's blade and was heavily struck in the lower abdomen by Minato's Rasengan. The tremendous impact surged throughout Pu Shi's body. Although it wasn't fatal to him, it still caused him to relax all over. The hand holding Naruto instantly lost strength. Chapter 195. Toad went just in that brief moment. His grip on Naruto loosened. Minato immediately activated the Flying Thunder God, teleporting behind Naruto and snatching him away. Dad, it's okay, Naruto. Minato held Naruto tightly and then used the Flying Thunder God to teleport to the ground, creating a considerable distance from Pu Shi. Soon, Pu Shi came to his senses, and the part that had just been shattered by Minato's Rasengan began to gradually recover. Really, annoying bugs. Pu Shi looked disgusted, and then his originally blue Rinnegan suddenly turned red. The six-pointed star slowly emerged, spinning beside his pupils. It looked incredibly eerie and sinister, exuding a terrifying aura like a hellish azura. Everyone's hearts trembled just by looking at Pu Shi's eyes. It felt as if they were experiencing a tremendous pressure from their bloodline genes. Of course, Uchiha Han felt nothing. Bad. Minato and the others were suddenly alarmed. They could clearly sense that the flow of chakra within them was becoming increasingly sluggish. Minato, you take Naruto back first, Jiraiya quickly said. Protecting Naruto and the Nine Tails is the most important thing. Teacher Jiraiya, what about you guys? Minato said with great concern. He had the Flying Thunder God, so escaping was not a problem. But it wouldn't be so simple for Jiraiya and the others to escape. Especially with him leaving, their combat power would be significantly reduced. It would be even harder to escape from Pu Shi's grasp. Don't worry, Minato, you take care of Naruto first, and then come back to support us, Jiraiya said. Minato nodded. After all, he had the Flying Thunder God, and the time for back and forth was extremely short. All right, so Minato immediately mobilized the chakra in his body, preparing to activate the Flying Thunder God technique. However, how could Pu Shi allow Minato to have his way? Want to run? No way. Pu Shi's body instantly vanished. Almost simultaneously, a black hole appeared beside Minato. A powerful force radiated from within. Not good. Minato furrowed his brow, feeling as if his chakra had momentarily solidified. But in that instant, he couldn't perform the Flying Thunder God technique. Minato's Flying Thunder God was indeed unrivaled in the ninja world. However, Pu Shi's space-time ability, the yellow springs of Biosaka, completely crushed the Flying Thunder God. This is a qualitative difference. This is bad. Jiraiya and Sasuke both felt a jolt in their pupils. But under Pu Shi's immense pressure, their movements and chakra were severely constrained. They couldn't react in time. At this moment, only Uchiha Han was unaffected. Flame Fist. Uchiha Han gathered his power in his right fist and struck fiercely towards Pu Shi. A massive fist-shaped flame roared forward. Pu Shi's pupils jolted. The fishing hook that was originally aimed at Minato had to retract. His body immediately slipped back into the alternate space of the yellow springs of Biosaka. Then, a black hole appeared on the other side, and Pu Shi's body reappeared. Damn, it seems I have to deal with this guy first. Pu Shi glared fiercely at Uchiha Han. All the other attacks posed little threat to him. Only Uchiha Han could truly harm him. If he got entangled with Jiraiya and Minato and was ambushed by Uchiha Han, it would be troublesome. Thus, Pu Shi planned to eliminate Uchiha Han first. Uchiha Han sensed Pu Shi's cold, sinister gaze fixed on him and immediately understood the other party's intentions. Not good. Uchiha Han felt a sense of foreboding. Although Pu Shi had been dodging his attacks earlier, Uchiha Han knew it wasn't, because Pu Shi was genuinely weaker than him. With the Rinnegan's enhancement, Otsutsuki Pu Shi, along with the two powerful artifacts, the red light fishing basket and fishing rod, was at least a super shadow or even a 6 paths level powerhouse. This had already surpassed the combat strength he could handle. Minato, run! Jiraiya shouted urgently, then immediately rushed to Uchiha Han's side. He also knew that Pusher's target had shifted to Uchiha Han, providing an opportunity for Minato to escape first. Be careful. Minato did not hesitate. He believed that with Jiraiya there, Uchiha Han should be safe for a short while. Thus, with a thought, Minato used the Flying Thunder God to disappear from his spot. Pusher saw Jiraiya and Sasuke surrounding Uchiha Han and sneered mockingly. Did I give you the illusion that you could resist me? Pusher's smile abruptly stopped, replaced by a sinister and resentful expression. The Rinnegan's Tomo in his eyes began to spin rapidly. Uchiha Han and the others held their breaths, not daring to be careless. His eyes, the spinning Tomo, is it an enhancement of his abilities? Jiraiya pondered, while also making a decision in his heart. No matter what, let's see if we can interrupt him, Jiraiya murmured, swiping his fingers, and a streak of blood appeared in his palm. Summoning technique. Poof! A cloud of smoke suddenly appeared, but it quickly dissipated. A massive figure appeared beneath Jiraiya and the others. Jiraiya, are you in trouble? The toad, Winta, holding a huge pipe, said slowly. It crossed its arms in front of its body, looking very majestic. Winta, this enemy is extremely powerful. We cannot be careless, Jiraiya said solemnly. At this moment, Winta looked at Pusher floating in the air, frowning. It could clearly sense that the power of the person before it was far beyond its own, even from such a distance. Just a few glances made it feel a wave of panic and confusion. For a moment, it felt as if a giant mountain was pressing down on it, making it hard to breathe. This guy, his aura is terrifying. It feels somewhat similar to when I faced the Great Toad Sage. Winta was shocked. It hadn't expected that the enemy Jiraiya encountered would be so formidable. Winta felt a bit flustered. It knew that it was quite a powerful figure in the entire Mount Myaboku. However, this time, the pressure it felt was even stronger than that of the Great Toad Sage. Even if Shinsaku and Shima, the two Toad Sages, came, they would also feel the pressure. Thus, when it timidly said to Jiraiya, Jiraiya, should we summon some more people? Tomorrow is the book title test. It must take off. Chapter 196, Shinra Tensei Jiraiya, should we summon some more people? Hearing Winta's words, Jiraiya was taken aback. Jiraiya thought for a moment. The principle of more people means more power made sense. He then pressed his palm into the air. Summoning technique. Bang bang. Two massive toads appeared beside Winta. The one on the left had a large bead hanging from its neck, with a character for loyalty engraved on it. It was Toadcho. The other was a blue-green toad, most notably carrying two massive swords on its back, looking very combat-ready. It was Toad Hero. The three massive bodies filled the entire open space. Toadcho and Toad Hero also sensed Pusher's unfathomable aura and naturally understood why they were summoned. Do you think calling two slightly larger ants will change the situation? Naive, Pusher said coldly, showing no regard for the three giant toads. For a powerhouse of his level, summoning beasts had little impact. Pusher's gaze turned cold, his eyes fixed tightly on Uchiha Han. In his view, the others were like ants, not worth his attention. Only Uchiha Han mattered. Pusher steeled himself, planning to quickly eliminate Uchiha Han before using the yellow springs of Biosaka to capture Naruto. Therefore, Pusher did not hesitate, and the Rinnegan's Tomo beside his pupil spun faster and faster. Whoosh! In an instant, Pusher's body vanished. Uchiha Han and the others merely caught a glimpse of a black hole fissure left behind, but it closed in an instant. So fast. Everyone was shocked. Pusher's speed in using the yellow springs of Biosaka had increased. In less than a breath, a pitch-black fissure appeared before Uchiha Han, and a red fishing hook shot straight towards him, radiating an eerie glow. Uchiha Han immediately raised the flame blade to block in front of him. However, the fishing hook, like a nimble snake, wrapped around once and then stabbed towards Uchiha Han's vital points. Everything happened too quickly. It had already surpassed Jiraiya's reaction speed. With the enhancement of the Rinnegan, Sasuke was able to see Pusher's movements clearly, but executing a corresponding action was still somewhat difficult. Fortunately, Uchiha Han's defense bought him some time. Amaterasu. Sasuke's eyes widened, and a shallow blood streak flowed from beneath his bangs that covered his Rinnegan. Black flames instantly ignited from Pusher's body. Pusher immediately retracted the red fishing hook and retreated. He frowned, watching the black flames on his body expand uncontrollably. This was the fire of Amaterasu, an unquenchable flame. However, for Pusher, this unextinguishable fire was merely a nuisance. Again with this, Pusher said somewhat irritably, and with a thought, The red glowing fish basket appeared before him, absorbing all the black flames from his body. This process took only 2 or 3 seconds. Upon closer inspection, everyone noticed that Pusher's clothes were still intact. Hiss! Jiraiya couldn't help but gasp. Even he felt an immense sense of dread from that black flame just now. Yet, such a powerful flame was so casually dispelled by Pusher. TCH. Pusher smirked, lightly brushing off his sleeve as if it were merely dust. Too weak, a bunch of ants. Even if they used all their strength, they couldn't harm me at all. Pusher's gaze turned cold again. Before his voice faded, his body instantly vanished once more. Soon after, Jiraiya and Sasuke were each hit by a powerful punch. Two. The two flew backward, tumbling off the giant toad. As Sasuke lost his balance, he quickly reacted, pulling out a kunai and throwing it at Pusher. Heavenly hand power. Sasuke's body exchanged places with the kunai, suddenly appearing right in front of Pusher. Bang! Sasuke's Kusanagi sword swung down rapidly, striking directly against Pusher's fishhook. At that moment, Jiraiya stood atop the giant toad's head. We're going to. Jiraiya seized the opportunity, quickly forming a Rasengan in his hand, and leaped forward to join Pusher. The 3 giant toads also pulled out their swords, stabbing towards Pusher. Pusher's Rinnegan spun rapidly, activating the yellow springs of Hirasaka once more. His body immediately dove into the black hole. At the same time, Sasuke pulled out a large handful of kunai from his bag and flung them in all directions. Hiss! A spatial crack appeared beside Uchiha Han. Sasuke activated his Rinnegan, significantly enhancing his sensing ability, and soon detected Pusher's presence. Heavenly hand power. Sasuke turned back to look at a kunai, flying towards Uchiha Han, activating his eye power and instantly swapping places with the kunai. Meanwhile, Uchiha Han certainly wouldn't be caught off guard. Bang! The flame blade clashed once more with Pusher's red glowing fishing rod. However, unlike before, this time, the flame blade directly engaged with the sharp fishhook. This brat's sword actually held its ground. Pusher was shocked. He knew very well the level of his red glowing fishing rod and basket. Even among the entire Tsutsuki clan, they were incredibly precious and powerful. The fact that Uchiha Han's flame blade could match them in a direct confrontation was astonishing to Pusher. However, Uchiha Han's strength was still far from Pusher's level. After just a few breaths, Uchiha Han was forced back by Pusher's tremendous power. Pusher then raised his right arm to block beside him. Bang! Sasuke's Kusanagi sword, with its fierce momentum, came to an abrupt halt, unable to advance even an inch. However, Sasuke withstood Pusher's pressure, temporarily diverting his attention. At the same time, Jiraiya and the 3 giant toads, along with Uchiha Han, all attacked Pusher fiercely. Rasengan, Flame Slash, and the formidable attacks from the 3 toads combined. For a moment, the world changed color. TCH, ants. Yet Pusher merely smiled disdainfully. He didn't know what he was holding in his hand, but he swallowed the red glowing fish basket. Instantly, an astonishing aura erupted. Shinra Tensei, Chapter 197. Pusher. Crane Sage form, Shinra Tensei. A powerful repulsive force instantly sent all of their attacks flying. Even Uchiha Han's flame slash was neutralized. Everyone retreated dozens of steps, gazing at the source of the terrifying aura, their hearts trembling. Originally, Pusher was a somewhat lean young man, but now his body had swollen. Pusher's arms transformed into 2 massive wings, and horn-like wings sprouted from his head, though part of them was incomplete. Most shocking to everyone was the eye that appeared on Pusher's forehead, a pair of golden Rinnegan. Clearly, Pusher's aura had become even more powerful. If before he had some caution towards Uchiha Han's attacks, now, to Pusher, there was not much difference between Uchiha Han and Jiraiya. The gap was simply too vast. Even if his armor's energy surpassed chakra, it still could not inflict damage on Pusher. However, Uchiha Han's strength was too weak. This level of damage was insignificant. Meanwhile, Minato had returned. That guy just swallowed his red glowing fish basket and transformed into this. Jiraiya quickly explained to Minato. Minato nodded, his expression becoming extremely serious. He could sense that Pusher's aura had sharply increased by more than 1 level. Has he gained any special abilities in this form? Minato asked. After all, every change in Pusher's eyes seemed to enhance his power. Just now, he used a technique that seemed to reflect all ninjutsu. Jiraiya said gravely. Reflecting ninjutsu? Minato murmured, tightening his grip on the flying thunder god kunai. At this moment, Sasuke also gripped his Kusanagi sword tightly. Pusher in this form was incredibly powerful. Sasuke felt a sense of worry rising within him. His own exhaustion and injuries had not fully recovered, and even with Minato and the others, it would be difficult to withstand Pusher's attacks. Well, since you little bugs enjoy playing so much, I'll play along, Pusher said coldly. In his current state, he could directly traverse space to capture Naruto. In this form, the enhanced yellow springs of Hirasaka far surpassed Minato's flying thunder god. However, Pusher was confident in his strength and did not believe these people could disrupt his plans. Additionally, he was infuriated by their previous actions, wanted to teach them a severe lesson. Killing them would be fine as long as Naruto remained unharmed. Then, the vessel for Peach would not be significantly affected. With that, Pusher's white eyes turned chillingly cold. In Crane's sage form, his Rinnegan fused onto his forehead, while his eyes returned to the state of white eyes. Everyone be careful, Minato immediately warned. However, just as his voice fell, a white figure suddenly appeared before him. So fast, Minato's pupils contracted, and he immediately activated chakra to use the flying thunder god, teleporting to the kunai he had previously left behind. However, Pusher's sensing ability at this moment was far beyond what it had been before. It was as if he knew Minato's landing point in advance. His body followed closely behind Minato's appearance. This was no longer just speed, it was also a form of spatial teleportation. In other words, in Crane Sage form, Pusher could teleport without using yellow springs of Hirasaka. This is bad. Jiraiya quickly noticed that Minato's flying thunder god couldn't escape from Pushi, and he became anxious. He had to find a way to control that guy's movement. So, Jiraiya charged forward with the toad. Then, he leaped and immediately formed hand seals. Earth-style, Yellow Spring Swamp. A massive swamp appeared beneath Pushi's feet. At the same time, a strong suction force came from below, as if there were hands pulling him down. Pushi frowned, and the attack that was about to reach Minato stopped. Minato took this opportunity to use Flying Thunder God to teleport several meters away. From a moment Pushi launched his attack until now, not even half a second had passed. Seeing that Jiraiya's Yellow Spring Swamp seemed to have an effect, Uchiha and Sasuke immediately launched their attacks. Flame Bow. In preparation for long-range combat, Uchiha had already transformed his Flame Blade into the Flame Bow form. Uchiha gathered all his strength and pulled the invisible bowstring to its maximum. Visible energy instantly gathered on his bowstring, and that tiny glow seemed to solidify into a sharp arrowhead. Take this arrow, Indra's arrow. Uchiha subconsciously shouted loudly, and suddenly released his right hand, and the light arrow shot out with a whoosh. This arrow contained terrifying power and was accompanied by fierce gusts of air, causing Pushi to raise an eyebrow instinctively. Although he was confident, he wasn't a masochist. He would naturally try to avoid any damage he could. In almost an instant, the light arrow shot towards his face. The overwhelming energy made Pushi's heart tremble. However, with the power of the Rinnegan on his forehead, he could almost instantly activate Yellow Spring Bayusaka. Thus, Pushi's body immediately shrank into the spatial rift created by Yellow Spring Bayusaka. Consequently, he dodged Uchiha light arrow. The arrow passed through and struck the trees behind. Boom! A massive explosion echoed through the heavens and the earth. Even Jiraiya couldn't help but swallow hard. This little brat. That arrow just now felt even more powerful than my Rasengan. Jiraiya was shocked. At this moment, Sasuke looked at the scene before him, his face showing no emotion. However, he soon seemed to become puzzled, turning to Uchiha. What was the name of that technique you just mentioned? Uchiha instinctively replied. Indra's arrow, why what? Uchiha suddenly realized. Indra's arrow. Sasuke nodded and didn't say anything more. However, his brow instinctively furrowed. At this moment, Uchiha became quite nervous. Indra's arrow was Sasuke's skill after he activated Susanoo. Did he just use it without permission? Would that raise any doubts in Sasuke's mind? Note, there will only be 2 updates from now on, as time is limited. I hope everyone understands. Chapitre 198. Jiraiya, Danger. After Pushi dodged Uchiha's arrow, he immediately used Yellow Spring Bayusaka and appeared behind Uchiha in an instant. His sharp claws lunged towards Uchiha with an incredibly fierce momentum. Knowing that Pushi was likely to use the opportunity to attack while in the alternate space created by Yellow Spring Bayusaka, Uchiha had already prepared for it. Thus, he quickly reacted, turning around and raising his flame blade in front of him. Bang! A crisp metallic clash rang out, echoing through the entire forest. Pushi retracted his claws and retreated sharply. He looked at Uchiha's flame blade with great curiosity. This kid's weapon can actually change forms at will, and its power is so immense, it definitely isn't something that could be created by a mere ant in this world. Could it be? Pushi's mind began to speculate. He became even more wary of Uchiha. If at first, he distinguished Naruto and Sasuke from others in the ninja world because they had a trace of the Otsutsuki bloodline in them, albeit very thin, it still far exceeded that of others. However, Uchiha gave him the impression that the strength of his bloodline was on par with that of the Otsutsuki clan, or even surpassed it. This shocked him immensely. Impossible! How could there be a bloodline stronger than the Otsutsuki clan? Pushi couldn't accept this thought in his heart. The Otsutsuki clan had fought across various worlds, always victorious, and they must stand at the pinnacle of all worlds. Understand, Pushi suddenly had an epiphany. This guy must also have the bloodline of our Otsutsuki clan, and the concentration of that bloodline is not inferior to mine. His bloodline must have mutated, and it's mutated in a good direction. It must be. Pushi's expression became frenzied again. He looked like a scientist who had finally solved a difficult problem after a lifetime of effort, excited like a madman. Has this guy gone mad? Uchiha looked at Pushi's inexplicable demeanor with confusion. He even began to recall if he had done anything to Pushi before. However, no matter how he thought about it, Uchiha only remembered using the flame blade to block his claws. It couldn't possibly drive someone to madness, right? This guy probably already had some major issues in his head. Uchiha thought to himself, instantly clearing his own responsibility. However, the smile on Pushi's face gradually faded, and then returned to his previous ferocity and ruthlessness. Even if he were to encounter a lost kin, it didn't matter. Anyone who dared to obstruct my plan must die. A cold glint flashed in Pushi's eyes, and his body instantly vanished from sight. Not good. Uchiha's pupils contracted, and he immediately amplified his sensory abilities, constantly observing his surroundings. However, Uchiha never discovered Pushi's figure. Strange. Although only an instant had passed, it was enough time for Pushi to launch several attacks. Thus, Uchiha felt puzzled that he hadn't noticed Pushi attacking him. At the same time, he had a bad premonition. Jiraiya. Suddenly, Toad Bunta shouted. Uchiha and the others turned to look. They saw that Jiraiya's chest had been pierced by a claw. Pushi's face slowly emerged from behind Jiraiya, filled with smugness. Hee. First, I'll take care of all the ants around. Pushi laughed ominously. His strategy remained unchanged. First, he would clear away the nuisances around him before going to eliminate the threats posed by Uchiha. If he had previously fought with a somewhat nonchalant attitude, now, in his sage mode, Pushi was fully unleashed. For Jiraiya and the others, the gap between them was like that of heaven and earth. Therefore, with just one move, he instantly took Jiraiya down. Jiraiya-sensei. Minato was incredibly anxious and rushed forward in an instant. Annoying, Pushi glanced at him with irritation, then instantly used Yellow Spring Bayusaka to escape. Puchi. A huge hole appeared in Jiraiya's chest, blood gushing out. Minato hurriedly rushed up to hold him. Jiraiya instinctively clutched his chest, his vision starting to blur immensely. Minato, remember to help me, cough cough. However, before Jiraiya could finish speaking, he lost consciousness, his head tilting to the side. Jiraiya-sensei. Minato's eyes grew slightly moist, his expression shifting from worry to anger. He gently placed his hand on Jiraiya's nose. Pausing for a few seconds, Minato's body instantly stiffened. Jiraiya-sensei, you should rest well for now. Minato said slowly, his tone very heavy. He lowered his head, completely unable to see his own expression. But Uchiha knew without thinking. Rest? You should rest well too. Suddenly, a mocking laughter came from behind Minato. Pushur's figure appeared silently once more. However, this time, Minato's reaction was incredibly quick, instantly using the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport a few meters away. Then, Minato immediately threw out more than a dozen prepared kunai surrounding Pushur. This guy's space-time ninjutsu is above mine, and it even feels like it has surpassed the realm of ninjutsu. However, like the mysterious person from before, I can only counterattack when he attacks me. But his space-time ninjutsu is truly unpredictable and elusive. I can't clearly sense his every landing point. His landings are almost random, and by the time I sense his presence, it might be too late to react to defend against his attack. What should I do? Minato's mind raced, feeling extremely anxious. This enemy is countless times more troublesome than any previous one. During the Nine-Tails attack, when facing the mysterious masked man for the first time, Minato could analyze the opponent's weaknesses in a very short time and quickly devise a corresponding strategy. One can imagine how terrifying Minato's combat talent is. But this time, the enemy's ability is simply too powerful, without absolute strength, relying on tactics to win is simply wishful thinking. Still thinking about how to defeat me, you ant? Chapter 199. Make your move. Still thinking about how to defeat me, you ant. However, at this moment, that mocking voice rang out from behind Minato once more. Minato instantly tensed up. Although he had been thinking, his gaze had remained fixed on Pooh Shiur, not daring to look away for a moment. Yet even so, he lost sight of Pooh Shiur's figure, and the voice came almost simultaneously. Before Minato could use the Flying Thunder God technique, he suddenly felt a warmth in his chest. A warm flow slowly soaked into his clothing. Minato looked down. He saw a blood-soaked claw piercing through his chest. In an instant, Minato felt all his strength drain away. Then, his vision began to blur. Fourth Hokage, Uchiha immediately rushed over. At the same time, Sasuke also dashed over from another side. However, Pooh Shiur had already used the Yellow Springs path to retreat into a different space. Sasuke hurriedly supported Minato to prevent him from falling to the ground. At this moment, Gamabunta also rushed over. Damn it! Uchiha angrily pounded his fist, filled with rage. You all take the fourth Hokage and Jiraiya back. Uchiha said to Gamabunta. What about you guys? Gamabunta asked, carefully cradling both Jiraiya and Minato. Don't worry, he shouldn't be able to break my armor. Uchiha said confidently, but in reality, he wasn't so sure. Although Uchiha had great confidence in the armor, its strength was definitely linked to his compatibility and power. Given his current compatibility and the overwhelming aura of Pooh Shiur, he truly didn't have much confidence. But he said this only to urge Gamabunta and the others to leave quickly. First, to save Minato and Jiraiya as soon as possible, and second, Uchiha planned to use his last trump card. However, Gamabunta and the other two were clearly still hesitant. They had seen Pooh Shiur's power with their own eyes. Even their usually confident selves knew that this time, they couldn't help much at all. But because of that, every missing person would make the situation worse. Enough with the nonsense. Hurry back and prioritize saving Minato and Jiraiya, Uchiha said anxiously. As soon as they heard about saving Minato and Jiraiya, the three frogs immediately reacted, looking at the two in a near-death state. The three frogs could only grit their teeth. However, if we want to use the reverse summoning technique, all three of us need to return, Gamabunta said worriedly. After all, they had all been summoned by Jiraiya's summoning beasts. To bring Jiraiya back to Mount Mayaboku, all three had to use the reverse summoning technique together. It's fine. You all hurry back to save Jiraiya and the fourth Hokage. Their current condition absolutely cannot be delayed any longer. Uchiha knew it. He would prefer if all three frogs left. That way, he wouldn't have to worry about exposing the Emperor armor. As for the remaining two on the field, one was Sasuke, and the other was Pooh Shiur. As for Pooh Shiur, did it need to be said? He summoned the Emperor armor. How could he have a way out? Dead people are the best at keeping secrets. As for Sasuke, well, he's from the future. Once I deal with Pooh Shiur, I could just kick him back, so what is there to worry about? Fine then, Gamabunta nodded, thinking that since Uchiha said so, he would no longer hesitate. Thus, the three frogs decisively used the reverse summoning technique, and along with Jiraiya and Minato, 5 figures immediately disappeared. Both the summoning technique and the reverse summoning technique are essentially space-time ninjutsu, and are almost instantaneous. At this moment, Pooh Shiur's body slowly floated in midair, only a dozen meters away from Uchiha and Sasuke. But whether it was a dozen meters or 100 meters, it made no difference to Pooh Shiur now. Both distances could be crossed with just a thought. After dealing with Jiraiya and Minato, especially the extremely annoying Minato, Pooh Shiur felt much better. Therefore, he didn't pay attention to the 3 frogs taking them away. After all, for him, those 2 insects were already heavily injured. Whether they lived or died wouldn't affect his plans to extract the Nine-Tails chakra. So, Pooh Shiur naturally felt indifferent. Now it's just you 2 left. Pooh Shiur's mouth curled up again. His transformed appearance was already incredibly sinister, and with this smile, it became even more chilling. Who do you think should be next? Pooh Shiur said with great interest, his face full of excitement and madness. It was as if there were not 2 people in front of him, but 2 delicious fat sheep. Uchiha and Sasuke immediately became alert, gripping their weapons tightly. The Kusanagi sword and the flame blade shone with a sharp luster under the sunlight. Especially the flame blade, from a distance, one could faintly feel flames burning. You think. Suddenly, Pooh Shiur's mocking voice came from behind Uchiha. You next. What do you think? Before the words fell, he immediately thrust out his incredibly sharp 5 claws, aimed straight at Uchiha's heart. Bang! The extreme speed, left Uchiha Han unable to react, but Pusher's claws couldn't penetrate his chest like before. How is that possible? Pusher looked on in disbelief as his claws failed to pierce through Uchiha Han's armor. Thus, Pusher immediately used the yellow spring Hirazaka to escape. Uchiha Han was also somewhat surprised. Although Pusher did not break his armor, he could still feel a tremendous pain coming from behind. This was unprecedented. It meant that Pusher's current form was capable of inflicting damage on his armor. I think it's your turn now, Uchiha Han said with a faint smile, suddenly speaking up. Hearing this, Pusher was momentarily stunned, then burst into loud laughter. Ridiculous. Although I can't deal with you for now, can I not deal with him? Before he finished speaking, Pusher's body instantly appeared behind Sasuke, his two gigantic wings resembling sharp blades, aimed directly at Sasuke. Heavenly hand power. Fortunately, Sasuke had prepared in advance, immediately swapping places with the kunai on the ground, dodging Pusher's attack. However, Sasuke's expression was very grim. He had very little chakra left, and it was extremely difficult to use heavenly hand power again. Han, I know you have a way, make your move. Chapter 200, Imperial Armor. Fusion. Han, I know you have a way, make your move. Sasuke said to Uchiha Han with a serious expression. He hesitated for a long time, but ultimately spoke up. He also knew that Uchiha Han had probably guessed his origins, and given the critical situation, he could only place his hope on Uchiha Han. This was their only hope. Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Uchiha Han was taken aback. Does he mean he knows I have other trump cards? Soon, Uchiha Han's confusion was resolved. After all, Sasuke came from the future. Given his rate of growth, it would be unreasonable for him not to have reached the peak of the ninja world by that time. The fact that Sasuke could be so certain indicated that in the future, they must know he was the summoner of the Emperor of Light. This was the only reasonable explanation. Oh, could it be that you think this little brat has any other trump cards? Pusher naturally heard Sasuke's words and couldn't help but laugh mockingly. He didn't believe that a teenager like Uchiha Han could pose any significant threat to him. He thought Sasuke might have reached a point of desperation. However, the more he thought this way, the more excited he felt. Well then, I will personally crush your hopes. Pusher's laughter became even more unrestrained. He mobilized all his chakra. The fish basket absorbed into his body emitted endless chakra. The overwhelming momentum instantly made the entire space seem to tremble. Then, his momentum continued to rise, and the surrounding air gradually solidified. Sasuke felt as if a giant mountain was pressing down on him, and the weight kept increasing. He was increasingly struggling to breathe. Finally, Pusher's momentum reached its peak. In an instant, Pusher's figure vanished once more. Uchiha Han only felt a gust of wind blowing past him. So fast, Uchiha Han didn't dare to hesitate, because along with the breath that brushed past his face, there was an incredibly terrifying power. Uchiha Han had a premonition that this strike could potentially shatter his armor. Use the Emperor Armor Experience card. Please confirm. Do you want to use the Emperor Armor Experience card? Confirm. Confirm. If I don't hurry, I might be finished. Uchiha Han was going crazy inside. He could feel that the dangerously powerful aura was about to pierce through his armor. Usage successful, accompanied by the system's prompt. A golden light erupted from within Uchiha Han. What is this? Pusher's claws were about to stab into Uchiha Han's armor, and this time, he was very confident he could pierce through. But his smile suddenly froze. He clearly sensed a terrifying aura emanating from Uchiha Han's body. That aura, which only revealed itself for a moment, already far surpassed his own. Boom! The blazing sun hung high, illuminating the world. The entire sky seemed to flicker suddenly. Emperor Armor. Fusion. The Flame Dragon armor on Uchiha Han automatically disassembled, replaced by the Golden Emperor armor. A massive shockwave instantly spread out, directly sending Pusher flying. Poof! Pusher spat out a mouthful of black blood. This was the first time he had received damage directly targeting his essence. Pusher quickly stabilized his body, then looked at the scene before him in astonishment. What is this? His face no longer held the previous nonchalance. Instead, it was replaced by endless seriousness. In an instant, Uchiha Han, who had seemed very weak to him, now appeared like a colossal entity. The gap in essence left him breathless. Uchiha Han felt a long-lost sense of power within himself and did not rush to strike. Instead, he slowly raised his head, his gaze coldly fixed on Pusher. Now, Uchiha Han had a clearer understanding of his power. With a compatibility of 60%, while it was only a 10% increase from the first two experience cards. The difference was like heaven and earth. To put it this way, without needing other unlocked items, Uchiha Han could now easily defeat 5 Emperor armors with 50% compatibility. His current strength completely surpassed that of the six paths. Why did this little brat's momentum suddenly increase so much? Pooh sure was puzzled, still unable to recover from his shock. This immense pressure felt as if it surpassed even the leader of their Otsutsuki clan. Such a heavenly-like oppression made him instinctively feel the urge to retreat. No matter how many times he had seen it, he would still be shocked. Sasuke's gaze was somewhat dazed as he stared blankly at Uchiha Han's figure. That golden figure had long been firmly imprinted in his mind. Memories of the past surged back at that moment. At this time, Uchiha Han also roughly understood the abilities possessed by the Emperor armor with 60% compatibility. His gaze instantly locked onto Pooh Sure. In that instant, Pooh Sure felt as if the surrounding space had solidified, and no matter how he struggled, he couldn't move. Damn it! Pooh Sure cursed inwardly, thinking that this little brat's momentum had risen to such a terrifying level. Just this pressure alone could instantly solidify the space around him. Pooh Sure immediately felt a sense of crisis, his entire body tensing up. He was a completely different person from the earlier carefree and nonchalant demeanor. Pooh Sure immediately gathered all his chakra, concentrating it at the golden rinnegan on his forehead, tried to use the yellow spring Hirazaka to escape. However, he found that even in his crane form, the nearly instantaneous yellow spring Hirazaka was still slower to activate than in his normal rinnegan state. This is bad. Unexpectedly, his momentum reached such a level that it could actually hinder the flow of chakra within me. Sweat instantly covered Pooh Sure's forehead. For the first time in his life, he felt fear. He could sense that the pressure emanating from Uchiha Han was continuously increasing, causing the flow of chakra within him to slow down even more. In the brief moment he was pondering this, the speed of his chakra operation decreased once again. Pooh Sure gritted his teeth and forced himself to operate, unleashing the yellow springs Hirazaka. A spatial rift appeared beneath his feet. Oof. Now you want to leave? No way. It's already over 200 chapters, so exciting. Chapter 201. The fearful Pooh Sure. Now you want to leave? No way. Pooh Sure's actions naturally did not escape Uchiha Han's eyes. At this moment, Uchiha Han looked at everything indifferently and coldly snorted. Then he slowly extended his hand and suddenly made a gripping motion in the void. In an instant, the spatial rift beneath Pooh Sure's feet disappeared. Pooh Sure's pupils shook. He had just breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he could escape a disaster. After all, as long as he entered the alternate space of the Yellow Springs Hirazaka, he could move freely. However, he never expected that Uchiha Han could forcibly close his Yellow Springs Hirazaka. Even when facing weaker ninjas, he could only collapse and absorb their ninjutsu, but could not fundamentally stop them from using it. Yet Uchiha Han could interrupt him forcefully even after he had already activated it. This kind of power must have crossed several ranks to possess. At this moment, Pooh Sure was left with endless fear in his heart. How is this possible? My Yellow Springs Hirazaka actually failed. His Yellow Springs Hirazaka, like Otsutsuki Kagaya's, belonged to the bloodline limit. Even among the entire Otsutsuki clan, it was considered quite powerful. Therefore, Pooh Sure was already trembling in fear at Uchiha Han's ability to forcibly interrupt him. Now, even if the clan leader of the Otsutsuki family came, it would not lessen his fear in the slightest. Gulp. Pooh Sure instinctively swallowed hard. His voice was so clear in the dead silence around him. Are you scared? Uchiha Han's voice, reinforced by the Emperor's armor, carried a certain authority and hoarseness. The sound, like a bell, reached Pooh Sure's ears, causing him to tremble all over. His Byakugan was now filled with fear. He could feel the pressure around him growing stronger. The flow of chakra within him was also slowing down, almost solidifying, just like when he dealt with Minato earlier. Seeing this, Uchiha Han coldly smiled, then waved the Aurora sword in his hand, casually unleashing a slash. Although Uchiha Han only waved lightly, as if he hadn't used much strength, the blade's aura possessed the power to engulf the heavens and the earth. The blade's aura, carrying an extremely terrifying momentum, swept down towards Pooh Sure. The speed of the blade's aura was so fast that even Minato, with his space-time ninjutsu, would not have time to activate Flying Thunder God to evade under such immense pressure. Pooh Sure, at this moment, was even more so. The space around him was already locked down by Uchiha Han's momentum, and his Yellow Springs Hirazaka had been sealed by Uchiha Han. What could he use to evade? Pooh Sure's pupils dilated as he watched the terrifying blade's aura coming towards him, trembling in his mind. Suddenly, his chest began to heave violently, and something seemed to surge from his lower abdomen, rising up and being expelled from his mouth. Boom! A loud sound. The power of the blade's aura was unleashed without reservation. The terrifying aftermath spread throughout the forest, even causing Sasuke to be pushed back several steps by the residual force. Just such a casual slash, just a residual force. Sasuke stabilized himself, shocked beyond belief as he looked at the golden figure suspended in midair. His eyes filled with fervor and longing. Oh, Uchiha Han was somewhat surprised. He now had a relatively clear understanding of his strength. Given the strength of Pushur he sensed, he should not be able to withstand this slash. However, after the blade's aura dissipated, although Pushur's body was somewhat disheveled, he was merely injured by the residual force, without any fundamental damage. Oh, is that the red light fish basket? Uchiha Han murmured. He sensed a familiar aura spreading around. If you remember correctly, it seemed to be the red light fish basket that Pushur had used to absorb ninjutsu earlier. Unexpectedly, Pushur was so willing to part with it. After all, besides his Rinnegan, the most powerful and precious items Pushur possessed were that red light fishing rod and red light fish basket. He did not expect Pushur to directly spit out the fish basket without hesitation to block the blade. However, Uchiha Han did not pay much attention. After all, how many red light fish baskets could Pushur have? For him, he could unleash dozens of attacks of that level in an instant. At this moment, Pushur's expression was extremely ugly. His heart was bleeding. Earlier, he sensed the terrifying momentum of Uchiha Han's blade aura, which was not something he could withstand. So he thought of spitting out that red light fish basket to block the damage. After all, due to the special material of the red light fishing rod and fish basket, almost no force could destroy it violently. That was why Pushur dared to bring it out. However, the result was far beyond his expectations. Uchiha Han's blade aura did indeed help him block the attack. However, the price was that his red light fish basket was directly shattered into pieces, completely dissipating between heaven and earth. How is this possible? My fish basket. Actually, it's just gone like that. Pushur could hardly believe what he was seeing. He could clearly sense that the aura of the fish basket had indeed completely disappeared. But this is too absurd. How could someone possess such immense power? However, Pushur, as an elite of the Otsutsuki clan, quickly calmed down. He had to accept this reality. Because the Sage Crane form was formed from the power he had absorbed from the red light fish basket and fishing rod. Now that the fish basket was gone, his external form had undergone some degeneration. The wings on both sides had significantly shrunk, and the double-winged horns on his head had also become much smaller. His claws were similarly less sharp than before. Besides the change in appearance, his various hidden attributes had also suffered a significant reduction. Whether it was chakra, strength, explosiveness, speed, etc., they were all far inferior to before. At most, he was only slightly stronger than his initial form. How could this guy be so powerful? Why didn't I encounter him when I came here decades later? Pushur was utterly baffled. He came to this world to seize the world's origin and complete the mission that Kagaya had not finished. His primary task was to seize the Nine-Tails chakra within Naruto. However, he faced the combined resistance of Sasuke and Naruto, and even he and Momoshiki were defeated. That was why he thought of crossing over to the past to seize the Nine-Tails chakra while Naruto had not yet grown up. However, he could not understand why such a powerful person would appear at this time. What on earth is going on? Chapter 202. Zenseal, what on earth is going on? But there is no time for Pushur to think now. Because the life and death crisis was right in front of him, what he needed to consider most now was how to survive. What should I do? How can I break the deadlock? Pushur's mind raced, constantly thinking of countermeasures. It was the first time he felt so tense. In the past, he had followed other clansmen, constantly plundering the world's origins, rampaging without care. He had never experienced anything like this before. Gulp! Pushur swallowed hard again, his face filled with fear. At this moment, he felt that time was passing extremely slowly, as if each day was a year. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. He didn't know if it was because of the Emperor's armor, but Uchiha Han felt his heart becoming somewhat indifferent. Originally filled with great resentment towards Pushur, he now looked at him with less anger, more indifference. It was as if someone on top of a cloud was looking down at ants on the ground. Forget it. Let us be more direct. Uchiha Han had thought of many ways to torment Pushur, but after considering it, he decided to end things quickly. There was no need to torture a pervert. Uchiha Han slowly raised his hand, and in an instant, it felt as if the momentum of the entire universe converged towards him. Suddenly, the winds and clouds changed color, and a strong aura of slaughter surged violently throughout the forest. Sasuke, standing on the ground, felt the fierce wind coming at him and instinctively raised his arm to shield his face. Just raising an arm could have such a powerful momentum. Sasuke struggled to open his eyes amidst the gusts, looking at the figure in midair that seemed to dominate the entire world. It was as if the whole world was listening to his command. Such immense power was truly unfathomable. Sasuke couldn't help but exclaim. Even with the power of Ine and having activated the Sharingan, he clearly felt his insignificance in front of this towering figure. Even at his peak, Sasuke did not dare to harbor a hint of provocation. Although he had always held himself in high regard and was proud, he felt no defiance in the face of the Emperor's armor. He understood that the strength of the two was worlds apart. Pushur began to struggle violently. He felt the gathering pressure around him, and his heart filled with more fear. Uchiha Han did not intentionally release his pressure. At first, he had some resentment towards Pushur, so when he locked his gaze on him, it carried some personal emotions. But at this moment, Uchiha Han had become the Emperor's armor. Every move, every thought carried the momentum of the universe. The entire world would obey his will. Thus, Uchiha Han's subconscious actions directly led to the space around Pushur being gradually sealed off by the will of the universe. However, since Uchiha Han was not doing this intentionally, the seal was not strong. Especially as Uchiha Han's heart began to grow increasingly indifferent, the resentment dissipated, and the anger in his gaze towards Pushur faded. This might be the influence of the natural power of the Emperor's armor. Although the compatibility had only increased by 10%, the power it possessed grew exponentially. For a moment, Uchiha Han struggled to stabilize his own mind. Fortunately, he was very perceptive and noticed this early on. Because of this, Uchiha Han worried that if he continued to drag things out, the Emperor's armor might have some irreversible effects on his state of mind. That would be quite troublesome. Uchiha Han thought. His gaze turned cold, and he instantly exerted force, tightly gripping the Aurora sword. The power of the universe, which had long been on standby, seemed to rush into the Aurora sword like soldiers receiving orders. The Aurora sword immediately burst forth with an incredibly dazzling light. Accompanying this light was a momentum capable of destroying the universe. However, this aura also contained boundless vitality and hope. A 60% compatibility, and he still couldn't use the ceiling-killing move? Uchiha Han felt puzzled. He had thought he would be able to unlock the ceiling-killing move. But it turned out he only gained the light Emperor Battle Dragon beyond the previous 50% compatibility, right? There's also the Zen Seal. Anyway, there's still plenty of time. He didn't know if he could get an experience card for the Emperor's armor next time, so he might as well try this skill. Uchiha Han murmured. Subsequently, the Aurora sword, which had been fully charged, suddenly dimmed, and the energy gathered inside slowly dissipated into the universe. Pushur naturally sensed this and was momentarily taken aback. However, he didn't think that Uchiha Han meant to let him go. Pushur was not naive enough to think that way. Regardless, this might be my only chance to escape. Pushur's eyes lit up. He also felt the restraining force around him weakening. Immediately, Pushur summoned all the remaining chakra in his body. Although he had lost the red light fish basket, the large amount of chakra he had previously accumulated was still there. Therefore, this power should not be underestimated. Seizing the opportunity while Uchiha Han was lost in thought, Pushur suddenly spread his chakra throughout his body, attempting to break free from the surrounding restraints. There's hope. Pushur felt that under his impact, the restraints had loosened quite a bit. He was overjoyed and began to frantically push against the surrounding constraints. Uchiha Han certainly noticed Pushur's small movements, but he didn't take them seriously. He was still feeling the information about casting the Zen Seal within him. Although this was directly given to him by the armor, and he could use it without learning, Uchiha Han still wanted to feel it and digest it himself. After several consecutive impacts, Pushur finally broke the surrounding space seal completely. Pushur couldn't stop laughing in his heart. He had thought he was doomed this time. But who knew that this guy suddenly seemed to be distracted? Pushur thought to himself, so young and yet so naive, even with such immense power. Lacking sufficient cunning in mind would lead to a great loss. When I go back and gather enough help from the clan, your power will become ours. The fear in Pushur's eyes had long since vanished, replaced by endless desire and ambition. At the same time, he concentrated his remaining chakra towards the Rinnegan on his forehead. Zuki no Reigen. A space crack appeared beneath his feet. Oh no, he is trying to escape. Sasuke naturally noticed this scene and immediately felt anxious and confused. If he let the other party escape during the spatial transit, it would be hard to catch him. At this moment, Uchiha Han slowly raised his head, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. So that is how it is. Uchiha Han suddenly understood and nodded. He had now completely mastered the Zen seal. Thus, Uchiha Han slowly raised both hands. Palms together. Zen seal. Chapter 203. The end of Pu Shi Zen seal. Uchiha Han brought his palms together. At this moment, the world stood still. Uchiha Han slowly looked around. Leaves hung suspended in the air, the wings of birds flapping froze. Looking at Pu Shi again, his face was frozen in a smug, greedy expression. Uchiha Han's gaze shifted down to the space crack beneath him. The aura emanating from it had also solidified. Oof, still trying to run? Uchiha Han sneered contemptuously. Although time had stopped, maintaining it would consume a great deal of energy. This consumption will gradually erode his mind. I need to hurry, Uchiha Han murmured. He originally wanted to observe the Emperor of Light's battle dragon a bit longer, but now he felt he was quickly approaching the limits of his mental endurance. The indifference to all things, the disregard for everything contained within this heavenly path made Uchiha Han very anxious. He was too weak now. If he were influenced, it would definitely lead to very serious consequences. Let's resolve it directly, Uchiha Han murmured, then immediately raised his arm, and the Aurora sword once again let out a loud sword cry. The surrounding energy of heaven and earth instantly converged and poured into the Aurora sword. Boom! The Aurora sword erupted with a dazzling light. Then, a light shadow appeared in front of the sword tip. It had a golden character written on it. Although he couldn't use the sealing-killing move of the Emperor's armor, the 5 small skills extracted could still be used. The metal of the 5 elements. The purification of metal. The Aurora sword shot out like a missile, piercing through the light shadow. Then, the power of metal condensed at the tip of the Aurora sword, forming a brilliant light sphere that instantly landed on Pu Shi. This light sphere sealed off all the space around Pu Shi. Even if Pu Shi could freely use the Yellow Springs Hirazaka now, his spatial jump would immediately fail. Moreover, given that time was currently frozen, how could Pu Shi have the strength to resist? After being sealed by the power of metal, the Aurora sword instantly struck Pu Shi's body. Poof! The Aurora sword penetrated Pu Shi in an instant, leaving a huge blood hole in his chest. At the same time, Uchiha Han released the Zen seal, and time resumed its normal flow. What exactly is happening? Pu Shi's pupils dilated as he slowly lowered his head to look at the blood hole in his chest. He couldn't understand how, just moments ago, he had cast the Yellow Springs Hirazaka and was about to escape, yet suddenly his chest was pierced. Was the opponent's speed really that fast? Obviously, Pu Shi would never find the answer, because his time was forever frozen at this moment. Soon, Pu Shi's vision blurred, and his crane form faded away, returning to his original appearance. The Rinnegan on his forehead disappeared, and his eyes turned back to the original Byakugan. The red light fishing rod he had swallowed also appeared in front of him. Then, Pu Shi completely lost consciousness. The Aurora sword passed through, but the remaining power of metal erupted, directly shattering Pu Shi's body into pieces. With the wind, it dissipated into the world. Uchiha Han's gaze fell on the red light fishing rod. Uchiha Han then gently raised his hand, and with a thought, an inexplicable force wrapped around the red light fishing rod, gently floating it into the palm of Uchiha Han's hand. I remember this thing can directly extract chakra. Even a Jinchuriki can penetrate the seal and extract tailed beast chakra directly. Uchiha Han felt delighted. He was initially worried about how to borrow some chakra from the Jinchuriki. But unexpectedly, Pu Shi had delivered equipment to him. Although he had just received the experience card and had not yet warmed it up, he used it again. But at least there was some gain. It was a consolation. At this moment, Sasuke was staring blankly at all of this. His expression still faintly showed the previous tension, anxiety, and worry. This speed is terrifying. Like Pu Shi, Sasuke was also amazed at Uchiha Han's speed. Mainly, the existence of a Zen seal that stopped time was simply beyond comprehension. How could they have anticipated it? I didn't expect that the troublesome Pu Shi would be so easily killed by Uchiha Han. Sasuke murmured, and a hint of loneliness flashed in his eyes. However, this trace of loneliness was quickly replaced by fighting spirit. It seems my ninja way is far from its end. The limits of a ninja are far from this. I still have a long way to go. Sasuke clenched his fists tightly, and a determined light flashed in his eyes. Uchiha Han put away the red light fishing rod and looked at Sasuke. Now that Pu Shi had been dealt with, the remaining issue was the aftermath. How should Sasuke and the others handle it? I think you should be able to handle the next matters well, right? Uchiha Han asked. At this moment, Uchiha Han's voice, under the enhancement of the Emperor's armor, was like a heavy bell, making one dare not show any disrespect. Sasuke nodded. That's good. Uchiha Han breathed a sigh of relief. Then his figure immediately disappeared. He was a bit anxious, mainly because he had a premonition that the pressure from the disintegration of the Emperor's armor this time would probably be dozens of times greater than before. Whether he could withstand it steadily was uncertain. At the very least, he needed to hurry home. Otherwise, rolling around in pain outside would be too embarrassing. At the border of the Land of Fire, Obito and Zetsu stood on a mountain peak, looking towards the direction of Konoha. Then, a white Zetsu emerged from the ground, transforming into a white spore that merged into Zetsu's body. How is it? Obito asked coldly, although his tone still revealed urgency. The Emperor of Light seems to have appeared. Zetsu said gravely. The Emperor of Light? Obito murmured. He had previously sensed this guy's aura from a distance. And with Zetsu's description, that power was indeed above his. The earlier guy who tried to seize the Nine-Tails chakra was dealt with by the Emperor of Light, Zetsu continued, feeling quite shocked, but also somewhat disappointed. However, he hit it well, not letting Obito notice any abnormalities. Dealt with? It seems that the relationship between this Emperor of Light and Konoha is probably not that simple. Obito murmured. Chapter 204, 3 Tomo Sharingan. Black Zetsu felt somewhat frustrated. He didn't expect that guy to just disappear like that. He had originally thought about getting closer to him to extract some information about his mother. It seems he was ultimately a step too late. But Zetsu was worried not only about this. He was even more concerned about that powerful Emperor of Light. He was well aware of the history of the entire ninja world. He knew all about the bloodlines and strong figures that had been born. However, this Emperor of Light seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, he had never heard of the armor bloodline limit associated with the Emperor of Light and Uchiha Han. He couldn't even sense his mother's bloodline and chakra from this bloodline limit. Most importantly, the Emperor of Light was excessively powerful. Even in his prime, Uchiha Madara would definitely not be his opponent. Black Zetsu began to worry that this suddenly emerged Emperor of Light would surely obstruct the Moon Eye Plan. If the Moon Eye Plan failed, then he would not be able to save his mother. I wonder if Uchiha Madara in the state of the Rinnegan could defeat this Emperor of Light. Black Zetsu silently thought. Although Uchiha Madara had activated the Rinnegan, he was already very old at that time and couldn't unleash the power of the Rinnegan. Therefore, Black Zetsu didn't know how strong Uchiha Madara would be after being revived and regaining the Rinnegan. But this was his only hope. Thinking of this, Black Zetsu felt that the plan needed to be expedited. Should I urge Nagato on my end? Heijuet tentatively asked. Obito lowered his head and pondered for a moment. After a long while, he slowly spoke. Of course we need to hurry. This time, the Emperor of Light has clearly sided with Konoha. His strength is so formidable that it is estimated that only by obtaining the chakra of the remaining 8-tailed beasts can we defeat him. So, let's have Nagato start the tailed beast capture plan immediately. Jun nodded, and then his whole body quickly sank into the ground. Obito gazed into the distance. The faint red sunset illuminating his tiger-striped mask, seemingly bringing some warmth to his face as well. Sigh. He let out a deep sigh, but soon, a look of determination and resolution surged in his eyes. Uchiha Han's house. Huh? Shinon suddenly raised an eyebrow. What's wrong, Shinon? Boruto asked, bored as he fiddled with the tea set on the table. Shinon shook his head. It's nothing. I just felt a familiar aura pass by. But it should be my mistake. Oh. Boruto leaned on the table, utterly bored. At this hour, how about we go eat some Ichiraka ramen? Boruto suggested. All right. Shinon nodded. So, the two of them left the yard. At this moment, Uchiha Han's figure suddenly appeared in the room. Who? Uchiha Han took a deep breath. He was about to disassemble. However, he knew that this time the pain from disassembly would probably be dozens of times more intense than the last time. Based on the experience from the previous 2 times, the pain of disassembly was definitely related to the compatibility with the summoned Emperor armor. It was also related to one's own strength. However, this 10% compatibility, the power enhanced by the Emperor armor, compared to the strength Uchiha Han had gained over the past few years, was like the difference between the stars and the light of fireflies. Therefore, the pain of disassembly was likely unimaginable. Because of this, Uchiha Han hesitated to disassemble for a long time. Hiss! Who? Hiss! Who? Uchiha Han continued to take deep breaths, adjusting his emotions. But no matter what, the experience card for the Emperor armor only had less than an hour left. Once the time was up, no matter how scared Uchiha Han was, the pain would engulf his whole body. Forget it. Pain is pain, whether it comes early or late. Uchiha Han took a deep breath. Then he focused his thoughts throughout his body. Disassemble. In an instant, the energy of the Emperor armor vanished without a trace. Accompanying it was an endless, bone-corroding pain. Just like before, every nerve in his body was transmitting pain. Uchiha Han felt as if he had been thrown into a pot of boiling oil. Although he had never experienced it, he believed that even enduring the 10 major tortures could not compare to the pain he was feeling now. It was truly more unbearable than death. But Uchiha Han knew that this pain would only last for a relatively short time. As long as he endured, his physical quality could be improved to some extent. So, no matter what, he had to grit his teeth and get through it. Only by enduring the hardships can one become superior. It hurt so much. Uchiha Han couldn't take it anymore. He lay down on the bed, tossing and turning, rolling around. This time, as he expected, the pain was dozens of times worse than before. I can't take it. I really can't take it anymore. I want to die. At this moment, Uchiha Han really wanted to smash his head against the wall. What peak of a ninja world, what beautiful future. He didn't want any of it now. He just wanted to be freed from this pain immediately. This was truly unbearable for any human. Every cell in Uchiha Han's body felt as if it was submerged in molten lava. At the same time, it felt like countless sharp swords were piercing through him, a severe pain sweeping through his entire body. Uchiha Han let out an incredibly tragic scream. That scream even shook the house. Fortunately, it was broad daylight, and there weren't many people in the surrounding houses, so no one heard his pig-like cries. Otherwise, others would probably rush to call the guards immediately. Then, a surge of chakra flooded into his brain, gathering in his eyes. Uchiha Han suddenly widened his eyes, blood seeping from the corners. It looked quite eerie. His eyes instantly transformed into the scarlet Sharingan, with a single tomo spinning rapidly. Almost a second later, the spinning speed gradually slowed down. If someone had been present at that moment, they would have been astonished at Uchiha Han's eyes, because next to the pupils of Uchiha Han, 3 tomo appeared. The 3 tomo Sharingan. Immediately, Uchiha Han's eyes glazed over. He closed his eyes and collapsed onto the bed. Chapter 205. Sasuke leaves in the late afternoon. Uchiha Han felt something on his face and slowly opened his eyes. He saw Boruto and Shinnan's faces close to him. "You're awake." A voice came from Sasuke's side. Uchiha Han sat up and remembered what had happened earlier. "How long was I unconscious?" Uchiha Han asked. It was often depicted in novels and TV shows that a fainting spell could last for months or even years. However, since they were still there yesterday, it shouldn't have been too long. Just less than half a day. Sasuke said. "Oh." Uchiha Han nodded, feeling somewhat relieved. If he had slept for too long, that wouldn't have been good. "Since you're awake, it's time for us to leave." Sasuke stood up and said. "Leave?" Uchiha Han was taken aback, but then thought it through. Since he had dealt with Pooh Sure, Naruto was no longer in danger, and they should leave. Subsequently, Uchiha Han followed the 3 of them to the yard. "By the way, aren't you going to erase our memories?" Uchiha Han asked with some concern. Although Sasuke's identity had not been exposed, how would Uchiha Han explain the situation regarding Pooh Sure being dealt with? That would be a bit troublesome. It would be best to erase everyone's memories directly. After all, only a few people like Minato knew about Pooh Sure's existence. Most people in the village were merely obeying the alert orders and were unaware of the truth. Sasuke hesitated a bit. He did have the means to erase memories. Moreover, it only required one person to perform the technique, and that person could spread the memory erasing technique to others, making it quite easy and convenient. But the key was that this technique consumed quite a bit of chakra. Moreover, Sasuke felt that his identity had not been exposed. Wait. Sasuke's eyes lit up as he slowly raised his head to look at Uchiha Han. Then, Sasuke began to circulate the chakra within his body, slowly flowing into his eyes. After that, Sasuke and Uchiha Han locked eyes. Uchiha Han's vision went dark, and he collapsed. Taking advantage of this time, Sasuke and the others quickly hid. After a dozen seconds, Uchiha Han regained consciousness and crawled up from the ground. "Seriously, I just woke up and you knocked me out again." Uchiha Han complained softly, then brushed off the dust on his clothes and walked into the house. As he crossed the door, Uchiha Han suddenly trembled. Wasn't it said that the memories would be erased? Why do I still remember? Uchiha Han quickly ran to the yard, looking around in an attempt to find the presence of Sasuke and the others. He thought to himself that perhaps Sasuke had just made a mistake and considered asking him to perform that Jinjutsu again. However, at that moment, Sasuke and the others had already reached a secluded area and opened a time-space travel portal. "Mr. Sasuke, weren't we supposed to erase their memories? Why does it seem like my dad is not affected at all?" Hina asked in confusion, while Boruto also curiously leaned in, ears perked up. Sasuke lowered his head and pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. I've already cast the memory-erasing Jinjutsu. I'm certain it has taken effect, but for some reason, my Jinjutsu seems not to have disrupted his chakra. It's as if there is a force preventing him from being affected by external influences. Boruto and Hina nodded, somewhat understanding. Since the memories weren't erased, are we just going to leave like this? Aren't we worried about the future impact? Boruto asked with some concern. It shouldn't be a problem, Sasuke replied. My Jinjutsu has taken effect. As he comes into contact with Jiraiya and Minato, this technique will spread to them, erasing their memories in turn, while also providing reasonable mental compensations. As for Han, I think just knowing the three of us shouldn't have too much of an impact on him. Upon hearing this, Boruto and Hina naturally had nothing more to say. The giant turtle of the time-space treasure left. The three returned to their own timeline. Wow, we're finally back. The three appeared on a rooftop, and Boruto quickly ran to the railing, stretching and feeling the refreshing breeze. This was the familiar feeling. Boruto immediately felt revitalized. Hina smiled at his demeanor and then shifted his gaze to the distant Hokage rock. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8 faces on the rock. Hina looked at the seventh one, a face that resembled his own quite a bit, with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Uchiha Han carefully sensed again and found no trace of Hina. This indicated that Sasuke and the others had indeed left. Forget it. Uchiha Han waved his hand and then returned to the house. Although he didn't know why his memories couldn't be erased, Sasuke had not revealed his identity in front of Minato and the others, so he could still manage to get by. He wondered how Minato and Jiraiya were doing. Uchiha Han recalled the scene of the two being pierced through the chest by a claw from Push and shuddered. That scene was truly bloody and terrifying. Fortunately, he had armor. Otherwise, he would have met the same fate as Minato and Jiraiya. Uchiha Han slowly opened his palm. A strange chakra flowed into his palm, gathering together. Then this chakra flowed out, forming a red light fishing rod. This was the red light fishing hook that Uchiha Han obtained from Push. This thing could be considered a piece of Six Paths ninja equipment, and it felt even stronger than the Six Paths ninja tools in the hands of the Gold and Silver Horns. But that was not what Uchiha Han was most concerned about. What he cared about most was the function and purpose of this fishing rod, extracting chakra. Like in the original story, if it weren't for the special seal placed on Naruto by Jiraiya and Minato, Naruto's Nine Tails chakra would have probably been extracted the moment he was captured. As for the other Jinchuriki, their sealing techniques weren't as strong as Naruto's. This red light fishing hook should be able to directly extract the tailed beast chakra from other Jinchuriki. Well, now that I have the tool to extract chakra, I still need to find a time to take the fishing rod out to give to my clone. It's a bit troublesome. Uchiha Han frowned, thinking that it was also troublesome to bring the clone back, and going out of the village was even more troublesome. Forget it. Maybe I should wait to condense another clone, then take this fishing rod out. Uchiha Han murmured. However, Uchiha Han was also somewhat worried. If the clone became weaker and this fishing rod fell into someone else's hands, it would be troublesome. Therefore, this fishing rod needed to be considered carefully. Chapter 206. Minato and Jiraiya in a coma soon. Uchiha Han went to the security team and explained the situation to Fugaku. He was vague, only stating that Minato and Jiraiya had been injured and fell into a coma. Subsequently, the higher-ups of Konoha held an emergency meeting. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was called in urgently. Now, everyone was extremely anxious about Minato's injury and coma, momentarily neglecting Uchiha Han. First, let's find a way to contact Myaboka Mountain, Hiruzen Sarutobi said. Due to Jiraiya's influence, Konoha had a special frog responsible for contacting Myaboka Mountain. When Jiraiya was out, Konoha communicated with him through this method. However, now that Minato was in charge, that contacting frog naturally fell under Minato's management. Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't know how to contact that frog now. Wait, Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes lit up. He remembered that Tenzo seemed to have signed a summoning contract with Myaboka Mountain. So, Hiruzen Sarutobi immediately brought people to find Tenzo. At this time, Tenzo and Itachi were in Uchiha Han's yard. The three were drinking tea. I wonder if the fourth Hokage's coma will give the third Hokage another chance to seize power. Uchiha Han said, crossing his legs and leisurely holding a teacup. Although he said this, he was not worried about this situation at all. After all, Danzo had already defected. And even if the third Hokage returned to power, it would be unrealistic to reverse the current trend in a short time, unless Minato remained in a coma. But how could that be possible? Uchiha Han chuckled self-deprecatingly. Just then, the yard's door was pushed open. Uchiha Han turned his head to see Hiruzen Sarutobi walking in with a grim expression. Seeing Hiruzen Sarutobi's dark face, Uchiha Han's heart sank, thinking that the old man might have heard what he just said. Uchiha Han quickly sat up straight, pretending to be nonchalant as he sipped his tea. Hiruzen Sarutobi entered with several umbu, casting a fleeting glance at Uchiha Han. Then he walked straight to Tenzo, third Hokage. Tenzo and Itachi both stood up and bowed. The third Hokage nodded. Tenzo, have you signed a summoning contract with Maiboka Mountain? Hiruzen Sarutobi asked directly. Yes. Tenzo nodded, hearing Hiruzen Sarutobi's words. Itachi and Uchiha Han immediately understood the purpose of his visit. Do you need me to contact Maiboka Mountain? Tenzo, not being foolish, naturally understood that Hiruzen Sarutobi was mostly here to contact Maiboka Mountain. Yes, I want to know the current situation of Minato and Jiraiya. At this moment, Kushina also rushed in. Kushina? Third Hokage. Kushina looked anxious. How is Minato? She asked urgently. Don't worry, once Tenzo contacts Maiboka Mountain, we will know Minato's situation. Hiruzen Sarutobi said softly, then gestured to Tenzo. Tianzong nodded, then immediately formed seals and pressed into the air. Summoning technique, accompanied by a puff of smoke. A huge toad appeared in Uchiha Han's courtyard. Toad Wawa. Tianzong was somewhat puzzled, thinking to himself, am I really this powerful now? I can actually summon such a big toad? Sarutobi Hiruzen had some impression of this toad. Uchiha Han was a bit worried. The size of Toad Wawa was still too large for his courtyard. After all, his courtyard was quite small, and suddenly having such a big creature come in. How could it bear it? Uchiha Han looked around with a pained expression and finally sighed helplessly. Just at the moment Toad Wawa landed and was in the same space as Uchiha Han, Toad Wawa suddenly shook its spirit. Then, it felt as if it had forgotten something. Strange. At this time, Kushina rushed forward and asked, what happened to Minato? Only then did Toad Wawa come back to its senses and quickly lowered its head to look at Kushina. Rest assured, Minato and Jiraiya are no longer in life-threatening danger. But I'm afraid they won't wake up for a short time. Kushina lowered her head, her eyes becoming moist again. However, hearing that Minato was not in danger, she let out a sigh of relief. She had been extremely worried and couldn't help but start to think about what she would do if something happened to Minato. Then, can I go see Minato? Kushina couldn't help but ask. This. Toad Wawa hesitated a bit. Normally, Maiboka Mountain does not allow others to enter. Even Tianzong and Minato had to obtain permission to enter after signing the summoning contract. I'll go back and ask. Toad Wawa thought for a moment. It felt that such a special situation should be allowed. However, it couldn't make the decision alone, so it would still go back to ask. Toad Wawa turned its head to Tianzong and said, in half an hour, summon me again with the summoning technique. Then, it transformed into a puff of smoke and returned to Maiboka Mountain. Just as Toad Wawa landed on Maiboka Mountain, the other toads suddenly trembled in spirit. Why does it feel like I suddenly forgot something? How did Jiraiya and Minato get hurt? Oh, it seems they teamed up to defeat a strong enemy, but in the end, they both got seriously injured. At Uchiha Han's home, Kushina was very anxious. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow and began to think. First, he let out a sigh of relief. Minato and Jiraiya were not in life-threatening danger, but they probably wouldn't wake up for a while. However, the village can't be without a Hokage for a day. With Minato absent, it would have a huge impact on the entire Konoha and even the Fire Country. It would inevitably attract the covetous eyes of other countries. It was not impossible for a war to break out because of this. Right now, to stabilize the situation among the nations, the urgent task was to secure the Hokage position. Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated over this point. To be honest, as the third Hokage, it wouldn't be impossible for him to temporarily take power, but when he thought of what Uchiha Han had said before, he felt a bit uncomfortable. Forget it. Let's see the specific situation of Minato and the others before making arrangements, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought. Chapter 207. Sarutobi Hiruzen's considerations soon after. Tianzong followed Toad Wawa's instructions and summoned it again half an hour later. This time, several other toads, along with Minato and Jiraiya, accompanied it. We have done our best to treat them. The next step depends on you, Sage Fukasaku said. Then, several toads left. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately sent people to take Minato and Jiraiya to the Konoha hospital. At the same time, he hurriedly asked Tsunade to come over. Lady Tsunade, can you save Minato? Kushina asked anxiously, looking at Tsunade with hope. Tsunade's medical skills were among the best in the entire ninja world. This was Kushina's last hope. Tsunade looked at this scene, her heart filled with mixed feelings. At that time, she had watched as Jiraiya and the others rushed into that spatial rift. Damn it! If I could overcome my fear of blood, I could have helped at that moment. Maybe Jiraiya and Minato wouldn't have been so severely injured. Tsunade felt a deep sense of guilt and clenched her fists unconsciously. At this moment, everyone's gaze in the hospital room was focused on Tsunade. Tsunade lowered her head and remained silent. After a while, she slowly walked to check on Jiraiya and Minato one by one. Sigh. Tsunade let out a helpless sigh. Seeing this, Kushina's hands drooped in disappointment. However, fortunately, Minato was ultimately not in life-threatening danger. The toads from Mayaboka Mountain were right. The injuries they sustained were indeed quite severe, but the physical injuries were not the main issue. Rather, the main reason they couldn't regain consciousness was that their chakra was almost completely drained. The residual chakra in their bodies was too little, and it would probably take a long time for them to recover on their own. Tsunade said heavily. So what should we do now? Kushina asked. If there was a way to help them recover their chakra, no matter how difficult, she would definitely do it without hesitation. Tsunade shook her head. Inputting external chakra won't help them recover. It might even disrupt the little chakra they have left, which could endanger their lives. So, all we can do now is wait. After this statement, Kushina could only silently walk to Minato's bedside, gazing at him tenderly. Sarutobi Hiruzen walked over, gently patted Kushina's shoulder. Wanted to say something, but in the end, he couldn't say anything. Let's go. Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Everyone understood Sarutobi Hiruzen's meaning, and all followed him out of the room, leaving only Kushina and Tsunade. In the land of rain, Xiaonan, what do you think of the information sent by Zetsu? Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki, handed the information in his hand to Xiaonan, who was beside him. Xiaonan looked at it and frowned. For such a long time, Zetsu's information has never had any issues, so it should be trustworthy. However, Xiaonan hesitated. But what? I think his understanding of strength is unclear, leading to a misjudgment of the enemy's information. If the opponent were really that strong, they wouldn't have been defeated by the people of Konoha, Xiaonan said. But in reality, she was still somewhat anxious. Although she said it, she valued Konoha's strength very much in her heart, especially their teacher, Jiraiya. However, Zetsu's information this time also mentioned that it seemed that guy had already been killed by Minato and Jiraiya. It seems that way, Pain murmured. His tone suggested he was deep in thought, but his expression was like a pool of dead water. Moreover, it seems that teacher Jiraiya and the others have also sustained serious injuries. Pain murmured, his tone seemingly carrying a hint of emotional fluctuation. No longer the cold and lifeless demeanor from before. So what should we do? Should we adopt Zetsu's suggestion? Xiaonan asked, although she was still somewhat worried about teacher Jiraiya's condition. However, some things should not be placed in the open right now, so as not to make Nagato uncomfortable. This is what she thought in her heart. Ju's words made a lot of sense. Suddenly, someone had begun to covet the tailed beast chakra, leading to a direct conflict with us. Previously, we had been developing the foundation of our organization and had not rushed to capture the tailed beasts. Partly because there was no method available in the ninja world to extract tailed beast chakra, so we were not in a hurry. But now, with competitors emerging, we should hurry up. If the other party also has organizational actions, it may become difficult for us to capture the tailed beasts if we delay, Pain said gravely. Thus, he ultimately made a decision. Gather everyone. The tailed beast capture plan will start ahead of schedule. Suddenly, a determined light shot from Pain's Rinnegan, and in that moment, it seemed as if his lifeless body came back to life. Yes, Conan replied, her gentle voice exceptionally firm, resonant and powerful. Additionally, have Ju investigate the ninja world carefully to find out where that mysterious guy came from, and whether he has any organizational power. This must be uncovered. Pain said, yes. Conan nodded heavily and then retreated into the darkness. The news of Minato's injury, despite the Umbu's efforts to keep it under wraps, eventually leaked. Soon, the daimyos of various countries had the corresponding documents in hand. In an instant, several forces emerged at the borders of the Land of Fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow as he looked at the various messages coming back from the borders. Sigh, he sighed helplessly. If this had happened before, he would have really wanted to take back power. However, since his retirement, Sarutobi Hiruzen found that instead of exhausting himself with various documents every day, it was better to fish and enjoy good food. Occasionally, he would use a crystal ball to look at beautiful scenes. Sarutobi Hiruzen assured that he only looked occasionally. After all, he was getting old, and his body couldn't handle too much. After pondering for a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen made a decision. He sat beside the makeshift desk in the Hokage's office, gently propping it up. Looking at the Hokage's seat next to him, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. Someone. He called out to the door. As soon as he finished speaking, an Umbu half-kneeled in front of him. Third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at him, paused, and slowly said, "Go and call Tsunade." Regarding this part, the ending is somewhat abrupt because I have indeed been quite busy lately, so I cut out some side stories. Let us see if I have time later to add them in another way. Chapter 208 Fifth Hokage Go and call Tsunade. Yes, the Umbu replied and immediately vanished. After a while, there was a knock on the office door. "Come in," Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Then, the door was pushed open, and Tsunade walked in. "Old man, what do you want me for?" Tsunade walked in and sat down directly, not at all reserved. "Tsunade, it's like this." Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression suddenly became very gentle. Like a kind elder, making people feel warm. Right now, Minato's situation is not good. After the news reached various countries, they have all begun to eye us warily, and they have even started to pressure the borders of the Land of Fire. The current situation for Konoha and the Land of Fire is not optimistic. Upon hearing these words, Tsunade instinctively frowned. How should I put it? She felt that the old man probably had no good intentions. "So, old man, what exactly do you want me here for?" Tsunade asked impatiently. She thought these matters should be the most concerning for the old man. Why did he still have time to find her? Ahem. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused, then continued. "Tsunade, you need to learn to see beyond the surface. What has caused Konoha and the Land of Fire to face such a crisis?" Tsunade still frowned, thinking, "Isn't it because Minato was injured and fell unconscious?" "Exactly." Sarutobi Hiruzen continued. "It is precisely because Minato is injured and unconscious that we must consider what his role is in Konoha." "Hokage." "Exactly. It is Minato's special identity as Hokage that has caused his unconsciousness to make other countries eye us warily. Therefore, to solve the current problem, there is actually a very simple and effective solution." Sarutobi Hiruzen deliberately elongated his last few words. Tsunade's frown deepened, and she instinctively leaned back away from Sarutobi Hiruzen. "What solution?" Tsunade blurted out. "The solution is to elect a new Hokage." For a moment, the air in the Hokage's office froze. Tsunade looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in confusion. She said somewhat speechlessly, "Why elect a new Hokage? Old man, aren't you here? You can take over temporarily, and when Minato wakes up, you can resign, right?" Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed softly, his face filled with exhaustion and helplessness. "Tsunade, you also know that I'm getting old and feeling overwhelmed, and in my current state, it will be difficult to deter other ninja villages. So, I'll just say it plainly. Right now, only you can take on the position of Hokage in Konoha." After saying this, Sarutobi Hiruzen stared intently at Tsunade, his eyes filled with hope and expectation. "Me?" Tsunade pointed at herself in surprise. To be honest, although she had a premonition that the old man probably had this intention when he called her over, she was still very surprised when she actually heard that she was to be made Hokage. But more than that, Tsunade felt a surge of anger, because Sarutobi Hiruzen's words reminded her of some past memories she was reluctant to recall. "Sister, I will definitely become Hokage in the future, just like Grandpa and the others. I don't want to die yet. I haven't become Hokage yet. I still have many things to do." Those two familiar faces, those two familiar voices, resurfaced in her mind, echoing in her ears. Tsunade's body began to tremble uncontrollably. Those black and white scenes floated in her mind like a movie. Heavy rain, blood, darkness. That tender sunshine, the lively and cheerful smile. That gentle and handsome, ruggedly charming face, the one she promised to spend her life with. Various emotions surged in Tsunade's heart. All those countless nights of tossing and turning that she had suppressed deep down were now coming back to her. Tsunade lowered her head, her hands starting to tremble uncontrollably. "Hokage." Tsunade sneered, her face devoid of color, extremely gloomy. "As for Hokage, whoever wants to be it can be. Anyway, I will not take that position." Tsunade lifted her head, her body no longer trembling, her eyes filled with unusual determination and decisiveness. After saying that, she stood up and walked straight out of the Hokage's office without looking back. Sigh. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched Tsunade's back, leaning back in his chair with a hint of loneliness. He understood Tsunade's difficulties. However, just as he had said, he was now old and frail, unable to exert the same deterrent effect as Minato on other countries. Moreover, after years of dealing with the Watergate issue, Sarutobi Hiruzen had to admit that his somewhat weak policies were indeed wrong all along. His character and consistent style were no longer sufficient to lead Konoha towards a better future. What Konoha needed now was not a leader like him, who was weak, but a resolute leader like Minato. Considering personal strength and background, Tsunade was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. As one of the legendary Sannin, the princess of the Senju clan, and his own direct disciple, no one was more fitting than her. Sighing, Sarutobi Hiruzen still would not give up easily. He thought carefully for a moment and then called for the guard outside. Lord Third, what is your command? Go and summon Kakashi. Yes. After a while, Kakashi arrived. At that time, Kakashi was still serving in the Umbu, and Sarutobi Hiruzen had temporarily taken over the duties of Hokage, so Kakashi naturally had to follow his orders. Lord Third, Kakashi's attitude was very respectful. However, even with the Umbu mask on, Sarutobi Hiruzen could see that Kakashi was somewhat worried. After all, his teacher was injured and unconscious, which was a huge blow to Kakashi. Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated. After all, Minato was still in a coma. Asking Kakashi to persuade Tsunade to take over as Hokage at this time felt a bit. However, given the current situation, only Kakashi and Tsunade could have a decent conversation. After much hesitation, Sarutobi Hiruzen reluctantly spoke. Kakashi, the situation around Konoha is not optimistic. So the most urgent task now is to elect a new Hokage. Kakashi was taken aback. He originally thought the third would temporarily take back control of the village, but he didn't expect it would be to select a new Hokage. However, considering that his teacher was still lying unconscious in bed, it made sense to elect a new Hokage under the circumstances. Kakashi still felt somewhat uncomfortable about it, but since Tsunade was unwilling and there were no other candidates, I hope you can take Tenzu and the others to persuade Tsunade to agree to take over as Hokage. Are you willing to complete this task? Chapter 209. Tsunade's Dilemma. Are you willing to complete this task? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. Kakashi lowered his head, and the expression under his mask was unknown. However, after a few seconds of silence, Kakashi finally nodded heavily. I will definitely complete this task. Although Kakashi felt a bit upset, he also understood that the current situation of the village was not optimistic. Only by electing a new Hokage could the village return to a stable development track. Therefore, he had to complete this task and get Tsunade to agree to become the fifth Hokage. Great! Sarutobi Hiruzen's troubled expression finally relaxed a bit, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Of course, you can also go find Tenzu and the others to complete this task together. They might be able to help. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued. Kakashi nodded and then left the Hokage office. After Kakashi left, he went straight to the Uchiha clan's home. As expected, Tenzu and Itachi were there. Kakashi-sensei? What brings you here? The three Uchiha looked at Kakashi with some confusion. Kakashi had hardly ever come to the Uchiha home. There's an important mission that came up suddenly. Kakashi sat down with a very serious expression. After leaving the Hokage building, he had changed out of his Umbu attire. Another mission? Tenzu immediately pouted, looking displeased. At the same time, he also felt a bit anxious. The Uchiha were not unaware of the current situation in the village, because Minato was injured and unconscious. It caused a series of uproars in the ninja world. The borders had already begun to act up. Some members of the guard had been reassigned. Therefore, Tenzu was worried that this mission would also send them to the borders. This mission is very important, so I hope you can help me with all your might. Kakashi's expression was extremely serious. The three Uchiha understood the severity of the situation. Kakashi-sensei, please tell us. Itachi said. So, Kakashi relayed Sarutobi Hiruzen's request to the three of them in detail. After listening, the three Uchiha fell into deep thought. To complete this task, first, we need to understand why Tsunade-sama is unwilling to take over as Hokage. Itachi said. To be honest, he was also a bit puzzled about why someone would refuse the position of Hokage. Thinking about the family's desire for this title and position made him feel even more strange. I've heard that it's because during the Ninja World War, Tsunade-sama's closest relatives died on the battlefield. Kakashi said. After all, he was several years older than Tenzu and the others, and his status in Konoha was not low, so he knew some information. However, he also knew that he didn't know the details. Actually, Tsunade-sama's refusal to take over as Hokage should have two reasons. Tenza hesitated for a long time before finally speaking. 2 reasons? Hankuen, do you know any insider information? Immediately, Itachi and the others focused their attention on Tenzu. Ahem. I also heard this when I was playing Ninja World Kill with Shizune and the others. It is said that Tsunade-sama had a younger brother who aspired to become Hokage since childhood. To encourage him, Tsunade-sama even gave him a necklace left by the first Hokage. But not long after, her younger brother died in battle. Additionally, Tsunade-sama had once promised her lifelong lover, who also had the dream of becoming Hokage. However, he ultimately died in the war, and it happened right in front of Tsunade-sama. Because of this, Tsunade-sama developed a fear of blood. Therefore, I think the first reason Tsunade-sama doesn't want to take over as Hokage is due to the loss of two close relatives, which has caused her to develop a resistance to the role of Hokage. The second reason is this fear of blood. Just imagine, if you were unable to exert your full strength due to some kind of illness, would you accept such a heavy burden? After hearing Tenzu's words, the others also realized the situation. Indeed, looking at it this way, persuading Tsunade-sama to take over as Hokage would be quite a challenge. Itachi said, however, the first reason is actually quite easy to resolve. Tenzu said confidently, "Oh, Han, why do you say that?" Kakashi asked, puzzled. Itachi and Tenzu also looked at Tenzu with curious expressions. Think about it. The two people that Tsunade-sama cared about so much both had dreams of becoming Hokage. Although their deaths caused Tsunade-sama to develop a resistance to the role, it also might make her want to fulfill their dreams, right? After Tenzu finished speaking, Kakashi and the others nodded in agreement. So, Tenzu continued, if we want Tsunade-sama to take over as Hokage, the key is to resolve her fear of blood. The others nodded in agreement. However, if the phobia of blood were that easy to treat, Lady Tsunade, as the best medical ninja in the ninja world, wouldn't have been troubled for so long, Itachi said with concern. That's right. However, the phobia of blood is different from other diseases. It's more of a psychological disorder. Uchiha Han added, even though Lady Tsunade is an excellent medical ninja, her expertise lies in treating physical ailments, and when it comes to psychological issues, she might be at a loss. But Han-kun, Itachi furrowed his brows, still not quite understanding. Even if you say all this, and it's all true, if Lady Tsunade is at a loss, then what good methods do we have? Kakashi and Tenzo also nodded in agreement. Uchiha Han had long anticipated that Itachi and the others would have such doubts, but he had already thought this through. Well, Uchiha Han smiled slightly, looking confident. The sage has his own clever plan. Oh no, I haven't studied at all for the party exam on Thursday. I completely forgot about it. Chapter 210, I might have a way in fact. Does Uchiha Han really have a clever plan? No. However, coincidentally, in his previous life, Uchiha Han had a friend who also had a similar condition. For example, some people have a fear of needles, while others faint at the sight of blood. These conditions are essentially the same as the phobia of blood. At that time, due to his good friend situation, Uchiha Han specifically researched the treatment methods for these psychological disorders. Currently, aside from medication, the most commonly used and effective method is exposure therapy. What is exposure therapy? The underlying assumption is that anxiety is maintained through avoidance of feared stimuli. And exposure involves actively engaging with the stimuli that trigger the patient's anxiety and maintaining that engagement until the patient realizes that the negative outcomes they anticipate do not occur. In simple terms, it involves helping the patient gradually adapt to the psychological stimulus. By incrementally increasing external stimuli, the patient can continuously adapt, ultimately achieving full adaptation and overcoming psychological fear. Of course, the premise for this is that the patient must actively cooperate with the treatment. Thus, Uchiha Han expressed his thoughts. Kakashi and the others exchanged glances, and their expressions clearly indicated uncertainty. Han-kun, can this really work? Itachi asked. Of course. When have I ever lied to you? Don't worry, this method is definitely effective. Uchiha Han confidently patted his chest and assured them. There was no other choice. After all, Kakashi and the others couldn't come up with any other useful methods, so they could only choose to trust Uchiha Han. So, following Uchiha Han's method, they carefully discussed it and then set off for Tsunade's residence. Konoha Hospital, Minato and Jiraiya were both placed in the best hospital rooms, with absolutely trustworthy people taking care of them. Of course, Minato had no shortage of caregivers. Kushina was almost by his side day and night. Kushina leaned by Minato's bedside, gently holding his somewhat cold hand, her eyes already red from crying. Naruto sat next to them, with his head down, silent, but his eyes were also already red. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Kushina straightened up, gently wiping her eyes. The hospital room door was pushed open, and Uchiha Mikoto walked in, holding Sasuke's hand. Mikoto carried a fruit basket in one hand, while Sasuke held a small flower basket in the other. Kushina. Mikoto walked over, looking at Kushina's haggard appearance, feeling a bit heartbroken. I'm Fine. Kushina forced a smile, accepting the fruit basket that Mikoto handed over. Then, Mikoto sat down next to Kushina, gently hugging her. Kushina leaned into Mikoto's embrace. Sasuke approached Naruto. Here. Sasuke handed him the flower basket. Thank you. Naruto looked up and took the flower basket. Their eyes met. They were silent for a moment. Sasuke turned his head away and walked to the bedside, his hands tucked in his pockets. His face still wore that aloof expression, but one could faintly see a hint of something unusual. Naruto placed the flower basket on the table, then hugged his knees, squatting there and looking very lonely. Sasuke glanced over, quietly watching Naruto's lonely silhouette. His face seemed to struggle for a long time before he finally walked over. Thank you, Naruto said. So, you guys plan to persuade me to become that Hokage? Tsunade waved the sake bottle in her hand, her cheeks slightly flushed, looking a bit tipsy. She looked at Uchiha Han and the others in front of her, suddenly finding it somewhat amusing. Lady Tsunade, the situation in the village is indeed not optimistic. And the only one who can bear this heavy responsibility is you. Kakashi earnestly tried to persuade her. However, Tsunade naturally wouldn't take these words to heart. Enough. Don't say any more. Whoever wants to be Hokage can take the position. Just don't bother me. Tsunade waved her hand impatiently, signaling them to leave and not disturb her drinking. At this moment, Uchiha Han stepped forward and spoke. Originally, Uchiha Han had thought about letting Kakashi approach it indirectly, allowing Tsunade to express her inner turmoil, but it seemed that there was no way around it now. So, Uchiha Han had to be straightforward. Lady Tsunade, I know you have a psychological resistance to becoming Hokage due to your brother and Lord Kato's reasons. But I believe that even if they had the chance to choose again, they still wouldn't give up on their goal of becoming Hokage. Uchiha Han said. To be honest, he felt a bit anxious. By directly mentioning the thorn in Tsunade's heart, Uchiha Han estimated that Tsunade would probably fly into a rage and might even beat him up while under the influence of alcohol. However, contrary to Uchiha Han's expectations, Tsunade merely frowned but did not take any action. She silently held onto the sake bottle. Seeing this, Uchiha Han braced himself and continued. Lady Tsunade, although their lives have ended, their will does not dissipate. For those of us still here, shouldn't we carry on their beliefs? We ninjas, or rather, we humans, have thrived due to the transmission of beliefs and spirits from generation to generation. So, Lady Tsunade, shouldn't you pass on the beliefs and will of your loved ones? Once Uchiha Han finished speaking, the entire room fell into a dead silence. The air felt completely stagnant. Tsunade's expression did not seem too good. Kakashi and the others turned their heads stiffly, looking at Uchiha Han with a mix of fear and sympathy. At this moment, they all had only one thought. It's over. Uchiha Han is in big trouble now. They were deeply aware of Tsunade's violent tendencies. Not to mention anything else, just during the time they played Ninja World Kill together, Jiraiya had taken quite a few hits from Tsunade. They had watched with bated breath. However, to everyone's surprise, Tsunade did not get angry. Her expression actually relaxed. Tsunade silently set down the sake bottle, and the redness on her face from the alcohol slowly faded away. After all, as a powerful ninja, she could easily dispel the effects of alcohol if she wanted to. Kid, persuading someone also requires skill. Your words don't move the heart at all. Tsunade shook her head, her expression seeming somewhat amused. Well, I really don't know how to speak well. Uchiha Han scratched his head awkwardly. I understand what you mean, but you should also know my situation. I don't want to be Hokage, and there's another very important reason. Right now, let alone being Hokage, I might not even have the qualifications to be a ninja. Tsunade said bitterly. Uchiha Han looked at Tsunade, his gaze filled with joy and determination. As long as Tsunade can subjectively accept the idea of being Hokage, the external resistance can be easily resolved. Regarding hemophobia, I think I might have a way. Chapter 211. Treating Tsunade regarding hemophobia, I think I might have a way. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's previously despondent eyes suddenly lit up. Are you serious? Tsunade was quite shocked. After all, if hemophobia could really be cured so easily, how could she, as the top medical ninja in the ninja world, have been troubled by it for so long? Lady Tsunade, you know I never brag. In all of Konoha, who doesn't know Uchiha Han? I'm known as the honest and reliable young man, so I wouldn't boast. Uchiha Han quickly patted his chest, looking confident. Really? Tsunade still couldn't quite believe it. Really? More real than pearls. Uchiha Han nodded heavily. Then, Tsunade's expression became extremely serious. This hemophobia had plagued her for so many years. She wanted to get rid of it at all times. If it weren't for her hemophobia, she wouldn't have been helpless during the crisis that Minato and Jiraiya faced before. If she could have helped back then, perhaps Jiraiya and the others wouldn't have been so severely injured. These days, Tsunade had been feeling very guilty. Every day, apart from visiting Jiraiya and Minato at the hospital, she spent the rest of her time drinking alone in her house. How do you plan to help me treat it? Tsunade asked. Uchiha Han smiled and stood tall. First, we need to understand that hemophobia is a psychological disorder. Therefore, this illness is difficult to treat with medication or medical ninjutsu like chakra. Tsunade nodded in agreement. Uchiha Han continued. Psychological disorders, on one hand, are often easier to treat than physical injuries because they don't rely on medication. But on the other hand, they are much harder to treat because they require overcoming one's own psychological barriers, which is almost impossible. So, to treat your hemophobia, my method is to make you face your fears directly. Tsunade was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. Face my fears? Tsunade didn't quite understand what Uchiha Han meant. That's right. Generally speaking, the most effective treatment for psychological disorders is to gradually expose the patient to stimuli, helping them adapt and overcome their fears, leading to recovery. Tsunade frowned slightly. She still didn't fully understand. However, she felt that what Uchiha Han said seemed reasonable. So what should I do? Uchiha Han smiled meaningfully. It's simple. Whatever you fear, we will make you face it. Tsunade paused for a moment and then blurted out, You mean blood? That's right, Uchiha Han nodded. First, we'll start from the most basic level. Uchiha Han rummaged through his bag. Blood has a very distinct characteristic, which is its color, so let's start with that. As he spoke, his hand that was rummaging through the bag stopped, because he had found what he was looking for. Lady Tsunade, please get ready. I'm coming. Tsunade closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She knew what she was about to face. 2 seconds later, Tsunade slowly exhaled and opened her eyes. Bring it on. As soon as she finished speaking, Uchiha Han pulled something out of his bag. At the same time, there was a piece of bright red paper. The color looked like a thick layer of fresh blood. To Tsunade, it transformed into a series of moving red monsters, twisted and disgusting. Tsunade's heart began to tremble, and her stomach churned. Ugh! Tsunade instinctively felt nauseous. Seeing this, Uchiha Han quickly put the red paper away. Lady Tsunade, are you okay? Several people rushed forward, asking with concern. At the same time, they were surprised that Tsunade's hemophobia was so severe that such a strong reaction occurred just from the color. I'm fine. Tsunade calmed her emotions and took a deep breath. Let's try again. Tsunade said. All right. Uchiha Han nodded and placed the red paper in front of her again. Just like that, the afternoon passed with back and forth about 10 to 20 times. Tsunade's reaction went from feeling nauseous at just a glance to gradually stabilizing, barely able to suppress her discomfort. It seems to have some effect, Tsunade said. She felt that after Uchiha Han's repeated stimulation, she indeed had developed some resistance. Not bad. The first stage went quite smoothly. Uchiha Han was also satisfied. Tsunade was more cooperative than he had expected, which made things much easier. Although they were only using the color red for stimulation, achieving noticeable results in just one afternoon was already impressive. After all, even if severe psychological disorders can be treated, it often takes years or even decades. This process is much longer than the treatment of most physical diseases. Then let's stop here for today. Uchiha Han put away the red paper and said slowly, Aren't we going to continue? Tsunade asked, feeling that she could still do a few more. Uchiha Han shook his head. Like medication, the treatment process should be gradual. It cannot be rushed, even if the effects are very noticeable. This process is also very mentally exhausting. Lady Tsunade, you need to rest and recuperate well. This will make the treatment more efficient and faster. That made some sense. Tsunade felt that her condition seemed to have improved slightly, and she began to trust Uchiha Han. Naturally, she wouldn't contradict him. All right, then let's continue tomorrow, Tsunade said. After that, Uchiha Han and the others left. I never expected that my hemophobia might really be cured. Tsunade couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. The hemophobia that had troubled her for so many years finally gave her a glimpse of hope for treatment. Now Tsunade felt much clearer. She glanced at the wine jug on the table, looked at it, and seemed to have made some kind of decision in her heart. Tsunade picked up the wine jug and threw it into the trash can. Chapter 212. I want water. Not really, after returning home. I'm a bit thirsty. I want water. Name, Uchiha Han. Chakra, 2691. Shadow, 5000. Three Tails Chakra, 2000. Ninjutsu, 373. Taijutsu, 399. Jinjutsu, 401. Mastering Ninjutsu. Great Fireball Technique, Phoenix Fire Technique, Shadow Clone Technique. Gale Palm, Great Breakthrough, Body Flicker Technique. Hell Viewing Technique, Water Chaos Wave, Water Gun, Thunder Stream Blade. Bloodline Limit, Sharingan 3 Tomo. Unlocking Armor, Flame Dragon Armor, Compatibility 55. Wind Eagle Armor, Compatibility 50. Black Rhino Armor, Compatibility 45. Earth Tiger Armor, Compatibility 20. Snow Mastiff Armor, Compatibility 6. Uchiha Han had a face full of confusion. He wondered what keywords he had triggered. After taking a sip of water, Uchiha Han lay down on the bed. Since the system had brought up the panel, he might as well take a look. It had been a long time since Uchiha Han had checked his attribute panel. During these days, Uchiha Han still endured beatings in the virtual battle room every day. Of course, it wasn't all just getting beaten. Through battles with various armors, Uchiha Han felt he had become more familiar with the armors. At the same time, his physical skills had also improved significantly. Most importantly, the compatibility of the Snow Mastiff armor had also increased considerably. During these days, he had mostly been fighting with the Snow Mastiff armor. As for the Earth Tiger armor, to be honest, Uchiha Han thought that among the 5 armors, the Earth Tiger armor was the ugliest. Of course, this was his personal aesthetic. Moreover, the Earth Tiger armor didn't perform impressively in the TV series either. Of course, a large part of this was not due to the armor itself, but rather the summoner's fault. But as the saying goes, first impressions are very important. Therefore, Uchiha Han subconsciously wasn't particularly fond of the Earth Tiger armor. He still preferred the Snow Mastiff armor. Besides the armor, Uchiha Han's chakra had also been improving during this time, albeit slowly. But he could already look down on his peers. Even a genius like Itachi was still a bit inferior to him. However, although the growth of chakra was not large, the Sharingan had greatly improved. It had directly upgraded from 1 Tomo to 3 Tomo. This also significantly increased his Jinjutsu value. But just thinking about the pain he experienced back then made Uchiha Han shiver. Just having 3 Tomo had already made Uchiha Han wish for death. He could hardly imagine how much pain was needed to unlock the Mangekyou. To be honest, Uchiha Han really didn't want to go through that again. How much pain must Obito and Itachi have endured to unlock their Mangekyou? Uchiha Han couldn't help but murmur. Perhaps, for someone like Uchiha Han who had lived in modern society for so long, the pain they endured was truly unimaginable and very hard to bear. By the way, Uchiha Han suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Now that his Sharingan had evolved to 3 Tomo, his Jinjutsu ability had greatly increased. This means Uchiha Han was originally still hesitating about how to proceed with Tsunade's treatment. Now, with sufficiently powerful Jinjutsu, it would be much easier. At that time, Uchiha Han planned to use his Jinjutsu to create a tailored illusion for Tsunade to help her overcome her fear of blood. However, while this sounded simple, executing it was quite complicated. Uchiha Han had not used Jinjutsu much, so this was also a significant challenge for him. Thus, Uchiha Han began to try to call upon the power of the Sharingan to construct a unique illusion. First, he circulated his chakra and directed it to his eyes to unleash the power of the Sharingan. Besides its application in physical skills, the Sharingan's most powerful ability lies in enhancing Jinjutsu. Therefore, the Jinjutsu capabilities of the Uchiha clan are much stronger than those of other clans. To better perform a Jinjutsu that satisfied him, Uchiha Han specifically retrieved the Jinjutsu scroll that Fugaku had given him, which contained insights from predecessors. Uchiha Han opened the scroll and read it carefully. Almost an entire night passed. Uchiha Han rubbed his eyes, feeling a bit tired, stretched, and then put away the scroll. He had gained some insights in his heart and had some ideas for constructing the Jinjutsu to treat Tsunade. Feeling that he was ready, Uchiha Han lay down. Night. The Wagakure. Hey, Beihai, are you sure this is more artistic than my art? Deidara followed closely behind Uchiha Han, full of curiosity, carefully searching to see if he had something hidden on him. Of course, your explosions that just go boom can't be called art. It's just too low end. Didn't I say before? For art, while power can improve the lower limit, what's most important is still its visual and spiritual impact and shock. And your explosions, aside from having decent power, what part of it qualifies as art? Facing Uchiha Han's questioning, the young Deidara subconsciously nodded. During this time, he had already been thoroughly impressed by Uchiha Han. Uchiha Han had also been a serious college student in his previous life, having taken courses related to art, and his theoretical knowledge quickly left Deidara in awe. After all, Deidara was still very young and was in a phase where he could be easily influenced by others. Uchiha Han then took the opportunity to give Deidara a little artistic shock. Uchiha Han brought Deidara to an open space at the edge of a Wagakure. Ahem. Just to clarify, due to time constraints, and since my artistic path does not lie here, the demonstration I'm doing for you this time is just a template for visual impact to show you. Uchiha Han said. Okay. Deidara nodded repeatedly, his big eyes sparkling with anticipation and curiosity. He could hardly wait to see what Uchiha Han meant by art in terms of visual impact. After a period of indoctrination from Uchiha Han, Deidara had begun to feel that the art he had previously insisted upon was indeed just empty power. That violent impact was far inferior to the shock on a spiritual level. He needed art with more impact. Note, the title test is over. The best title is Naruto. Now is the era of armor. To be honest, I don't really like this name. Chapter 213. Inspiration from fireworks then. Let me show you what real art is. Uchiha Han said with a smug smile. Then suddenly a summoning scroll appeared in his hand. Next, Uchiha Han pressed both hands down, and a huge box appeared in front of the two. This is what you call art, Beihai? Deidara quickly leaned in, frowning in confusion. That's right. Uchiha Han nodded. But how can a broken box be art? Are you kidding me, Beihai? Deidara circled the box a few times, but found nothing special about it. He. Uchiha Han's mouth curled up as he pushed Deidara away. You step back. Keep your distance. Uchiha Han pushed Deidara back more than 10 meters. All right, get ready to appreciate the art I bring to this world. Uchiha Han said excitedly. Then, under Deidara's curious gaze, Uchiha Han pulled out a kunai from his bag. Next, Uchiha Han infused chakra into the kunai, which instantly emitted a faint blue glow. Whoosh! Uchiha Han furrowed his brow and swiftly threw the kunai. The kunai shot forth like a released arrow, piercing into the box in an instant. Buzzing. The box immediately began to vibrate slightly. Deidara's gaze was fixed intently on it, and he could faintly sense a flow of chakra inside the box. It seemed that the kunai, just now, was used to transmit chakra. 3, 2, 1. Uchiha Han loudly counted down. Then the box suddenly shook violently. Whoosh! A piercing, sharp sound rang out. Following that, a fierce burst of fire shot out from the box, soaring into the sky. This is... Deidara's gaze followed the fire. Tilting his head back. Bang! The fire soared into the clouds, and when it reached its peak, it suddenly exploded. Instantly, it transformed into a colorful firework, illuminated against the pitch-black night sky. This is... Deidara's eyes widened. At this moment, his clear gaze was filled with the blooming fireworks in the sky, colorful and symmetrical. If it were just a pattern painted on paper, it might seem very ordinary. However, this firework illuminated against the night had a different kind of charm. Seeing Deidara's somewhat mesmerized expression, Uchiha Han also breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't expect this move to actually work. Uchiha Han felt a bit fortunate. When he used modern art theory to educate Deidara before, he had thought about how to show off a bit to impress him. Recently, he had accidentally discovered that there were no fireworks in the current Naruto world. Uchiha Han found it strange. Although he seemed to have never seen fireworks in the original work, the background of Naruto resembled the crossover between the modern and contemporary eras. Logically speaking, there should be fireworks, since this thing appeared quite a bit in games. But after Uchiha Han carefully investigated, whether it was in Awagikure, Kimogikure, or even Konoha, there were no fireworks at all. Thus, Uchiha Han speculated that perhaps during the time of Naruto, fireworks would only be invented after a certain period. Therefore, he carefully thought about the principle, combined with chakra guidance, and completed this special firework. Moreover, the effect looked very close to various modern fireworks. How about that? Uchiha Han patted Deidara's shoulder. At this moment, the fireworks in the night sky had also dissipated, leaving only a few faint traces. Deidara snapped back to reality, a sudden stir in his heart. What's wrong? Uchiha Han looked at him strangely. Brother Beihai, I finally understand. Deidara looked as if he had found the door to a new world, his face filled with excitement. Huh? Uchiha Han instinctively frowned. You understood the true meaning of art? MMM. Deidara nodded repeatedly, his eyes sparkling with immense excitement. I finally understand the shocking power you mentioned earlier, Brother Beihai. Originally, I thought my explosions, with their tremendous power, were the most shocking. Now I know I was a bit extreme. True art that can shock the heart should be beauty, whether violent or gentle. Art should primarily be about beauty. At this moment, Deidara felt as if he had cleared the clouds and faced the bright sunshine. I understand. I got it. This time, I really understand. I know how to improve my art now. Deidara excitedly jumped around, looking even more childlike. Yes, it's good that you understand. Although Uchiha Han was unclear about what Deidara suddenly understood, he still pretended to be profound nodding in appreciation with a teaching attitude. Brother Beihai, my inspiration is flowing like a spring. I'm going back immediately. I can't wait to improve my art. Before Deidara finished speaking, he dashed away in a flash. Uchiha Han looked at Deidara's suddenly vanished figure, feeling a sudden tightness in his heart. This guy better not create another big commotion. Uchiha Han felt a bit worried, mainly because the place he was currently staying was quite far from Deidara's home. Just thinking about the power of Deidara's clay explosions made Uchiha Han feel a bit scared. Should I wear armor to sleep these days? Uchiha Han thought while cleaning up the debris left by the fireworks. At this moment, not far away, a large and a small figure silently observed everything. This guy. The small body floating in the air looked at Uchiha Han, cleaning up the scene, and murmured. The voice was somewhat old and deep. That's right, it was Inoki. That little brat Deidara. How did he suddenly go crazy? What on earth did they talk about? Inoki couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. After all, Deidara held a very high status in his heart. Now, after the Great War, Iwagakire's strength was already greatly diminished, and among the new generation of ninjas, there were few outstanding ones. The only few with decent talent were Deidara and Kuratsuchi. Among these few, Deidara had the highest talent. Therefore, Inoki paid special attention to him. Kuratsuchi, keep an eye on this guy these days. Inoki said. The tall figure beside him quickly nodded. Yes. Chapter 214. Old Z leaves the village. Still being watched? While Uchiha Han was cleaning up the scene, he naturally sensed two presences spying from not far away. The armor enhanced his abilities, including a keen sense of perception. Even without activating his Sharingan, Uchiha Han's perception abilities were stronger than most sensory-type ninjas in a normal state. However, Uchiha Han could not determine who exactly was spying on him in the dark. He could only vaguely sense that the chakra signatures of these two were quite formidable. Uchiha Han was certain that these two were at least Genin level. They might even be elite Genin level. As for whether they were at the level of a Kage, Uchiha Han couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Currently, in Iwagakure, the only Kage-level powerhouse he could think of was Inoki. To be honest, aside from bloodline abilities like Senju and Uchiha, the limit that ordinary ninjas could reach was about that of Inoki. Uchiha Han wasn't quite sure about Inoki's strength. The terrifying power of dust release shouldn't be underestimated. Moreover, Inoki was likely stronger now than during the Fourth Great Ninja War, as he was younger. To be safe, Uchiha Han remained cautious, treating Inoki as a strong Kage-level figure. However, even if it were a mid-Kage, Uchiha Han didn't feel very confident about facing Inoki. If it were the Flame Dragon armor combined with the Flame Dragon steed, Uchiha Han wouldn't fear Inoki. However, with the Black Rhino armor, lacking the Light Shadow steed, and having a lower compatibility than the Wind Eagle armor, this clone's strength was naturally far inferior to the main body. But if I'm so honest, I shouldn't get targeted by Inoki, right? Uchiha Han thought. After Inoki returned to the office, he began to continue handling the remaining work for the day. During this time, the most significant matter was the news of the fourth Hokage, Minato, being injured. For a moment, several major countries around the Land of Fire showed some unusual movements. The Land of Earth was no exception. Even a few of the daimyo and their residences seemed to have some thoughts. Sigh, what a troublesome season. Inoki sighed softly. However, there was not a trace of worry on his face. On the contrary, there were several hints of uncontrollable amusement. Well, this is indeed a good opportunity. Inoki flipped through the documents and began to consider the feasibility of certain plans. With Orochimaru having defected, and Danzo also having defected, the fourth Hokage severely injured and unconscious, it seemed that the only remaining high-level combat power in Konoha was that old man Sarutobi. Thinking of this, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Naka's mouth. He was very clear about the character and style of his old rival. In this case, it was likely that the old guy would regain control of Konoha, which would be much easier to deal with than that Minato fellow. Then, Inoki seemed to think of something and quickly found a particularly encrypted document from another pile of papers. The seal on it came from the Land of Wind. Just as Inoki was looking at the words on it, deep in thought, the office door was suddenly pushed open. KT rushed in with a flustered expression. What is wrong, KT? Why are you so flustered at this late hour? Inoki glanced at him, not paying much attention, his mind fully focused on the document in his hand. Father, old G has left the village, KT said anxiously. What? Naka's anger instantly flared up, and he stood up, slamming his hand on the table. That old G, so stubborn. Damn it. Inoki was extremely furious. Thinking that old G chose this moment to pull such a stunt, KT, on the side, didn't speak, but internally he was rolling his eyes. You also have the nerve to call others stubborn. As for the conflict between his father and old G, KT naturally didn't want to say too much. Father, please calm down, KT said awkwardly. Oof. Noki snorted coldly, then sat down. This guy is really acting on impulse. Noki still wouldn't let old G off the hook verbally. After all, as a Jinchuriki, the value and strategic significance of a ninja village are self-evident. Father, this is a note left by old G. Then, KT handed over a yellowed piece of paper. Noki frowned as he took it. This guy's handwriting is still as ugly as ever. Noki seemed not to have clearly seen the contents on it, and spoke up. Then, the more he looked, the angrier he became. This guy, just leaving like that, and even leaving a note to scold me. It makes me so mad. Naki's anger intensified, and his sideburns bristled. Fine, anyway, this guy won't leave the land of Earth. So let him be, acting like some wandering monk. Huh? I want to see how long he can last outside. He'll probably end up begging to come back. Noki had already been feeling a surge of anger toward old G, and now seeing old G's words of insult, he couldn't hold back any longer. Now, he had even more important matters to attend to. If this plan succeeded, then their land of Earth and Awagakure could obtain a large amount of resources and even reverse Konoha's dominance. Thinking of this, a warm current surged in Naka's heart. If it really worked out, he would undoubtedly become the greatest Suchikage. This made the old bones of Noki feel a bit excited. All right, let old G go. Just send a few people to follow him secretly, and don't let him escape the land of Earth. Anyway, I estimate that this guy will come back on his own after he has had enough fun outside. After saying this, Noki waved his hand impatiently, signaling KT to leave. It's quite late. You should hurry back, Noki said. KT nodded, but still said with concern, Father, you should rest early too. Noki nodded, his gaze already completely absorbed in the document in his hand. Seeing this, KT said nothing more and quietly withdrew, gently closing the door. TSK. I didn't expect this generation's Kazekage to have a pretty good mind. These strategies are quite feasible. After reading the content, Noki nodded in satisfaction. However, even though Noki felt that the suggestions made by the Kazekage were highly feasible, the stakes were high, and he couldn't decide right away. Let's first see the attitude of the Cloud Village, Noki murmured, then picked up the other document. Chapter 215. The mushroom cloud over Awagakure dawn in Awagakure. The hazy sunlight had just emerged a bit, and the faint red morning glow gradually spread across the roofs of the village. Everything was so peaceful and serene. Most of the villagers were still in a half-dreaming state, with only a few patrolling ninjas walking around the streets early on. However, they were mostly yawning and exuding a lazy demeanor. Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise shattered the tranquility of Awagakure, accompanied by a piercing sound wave. A moderate tremor spread throughout the village, waking everyone from their sleepy days. What is going on? The patrolling ninjas, still dozing off, were startled and instinctively turned their heads to look in the direction of the sound and tremor. The direction of Deidara's house. Everyone immediately reacted and rushed over. I can't believe it. This kid Deidara has been quiet for so long, and now he is starting again? Sigh. It's really a headache. I thought this guy had finally settled down, but here we go again. Ever since Deidara started playing with clay, he has occasionally caused quite a stir in the village. Deidara was still young, playful, and didn't he know better, plus he was overconfident in his talent. Noki both loved and hated him. At this time, in the Tsuchikage's office, Noki, who had been dozing on the desk, was also awakened. What is going on? Noki rubbed his eyes, still a bit groggy. He had been thinking about the documents sent from the Cloud Village and the Sand Village all night without going home, so he simply rested directly in the office. Anyway, he had often done this over the years. Used to it, Noki gradually stood up and walked to the window. Taking a glance outside, he saw that the roof of a small earthen house had disappeared, and there were signs of damage from the explosion all around. Naka's pupils contracted, and he immediately woke up. He was very familiar with that house. It was Deidara's home. The key point is that his home is not far from Deidara's house. Deidara. Noki was a bit frantic, quickly tidying up his clothes and angrily flying out of the Tsuchikage building. Just as he flew outside, he suddenly noticed that the sky seemed a bit different. Noki looked up and saw a white-yellow cloud appearing above his head, shaped like a mushroom. Noki instinctively frowned, feeling something strange. After all, Deidara had never created such a strange thing before. Forget it. I won't think too much about it. Didala, this guy just settled down for a while, and now he's getting restless again. He must be properly disciplined. Various tortures targeting Didala have already appeared into Yimu's mind, continuously torturing him until he cries for mercy. Didala. The Yimu angrily rushed towards the center of the explosion's ruins. Woohoo! My art! It was a great success. At this moment, Dita La crawled out of the ruins, covered in dirt and dust. He didn't care at all about the mess around him or the dust on his body. Dita La's gaze was completely captivated by the white-yellow mushroom cloud above him. This was his first attempt. He had witnessed an art that was completely different from before. Dita La was extremely excited. Therefore, he didn't even notice Yimu flying towards him. Dita La. At this moment, Dita La finally heard the angry roar not far away. His pupils suddenly shook. He was all too familiar with that voice. Oh no! Dita La almost reflexively turned and ran. But with his small stature, no, although his body was probably about the same size as the Yimu's. With Dita La's short legs, how could he outrun the flying Yimu? Heavy stone technique. The Yimu immediately formed hand seals. Suddenly, several rocks floated out from the surrounding ruins, immediately surrounding him. He, Dita La, swallowed hard and turned to the Yimu, showing a naive smile he thought was innocent. Teacher, this time it was purely an accident. I couldn't control it well. And it just... Dita La scratched his head, saying sheepishly, accident. The Yimu floated in front of Dita La, his wrinkled face now even more twisted. Once or twice can be forgiven. You brat, how many times have you caused trouble in the past 6 months? The Yimu was furious. This. Dita La smiled awkwardly, but his eyes were not honest at all, constantly glancing around. He was looking for an opportunity to sneak away. At this moment, many villagers and patrolling ninjas surrounded them. Sure enough, it was Dita La again. Sigh, I thought he would finally settle down after more than half a month. But it seems I was overly optimistic. Exactly, playing with clay all day long. He'll never change. Uchiha Han stood aside and agreed with a nod. To be honest, Uchiha Han was also a bit shocked. Previously, he lived on the edge of the village and didn't feel Dita La as power. He had only recently moved here, and sure enough, he had tasted the power of this clay. Although he was harmed, it was truly terrifying and made it hard to sleep. No wonder in the original work, when Dita La was kidnapped into the Akatsuki organization, there weren't many Iwagakure villagers pursuing him. Similarly, it was because Dita La was not welcomed in the village that the young and impetuous Dita La was easily tricked into becoming a rogue ninja. It's quite a pity. However, Uchiha Han didn't mind. Sigh, I think it won't be easy to make Dita La settle down and turn over a new leaf. Exactly. Even Lord Tsuchikige's repeated punishments have had no effect. I think we're going to have a hard time settling down. Exactly. My body is already not good. If this continues, I'm afraid one day I'll be scared to death. It's time to consider moving. You've reminded me, if this goes on, who knows? One day my house might just get blown up. It's better to sell it now and move to a quieter place. Sounds good. You guys are quite thoughtful. Our streets are bustling and the housing prices are higher. We can make some money and settle down. Great idea. For a moment, the surrounding villagers began discussing selling their houses and moving. However, Uchiha Han was very disdainful of this. If you all want to move out, how many people would be willing to move in? Don't you think that maybe, even if the house is sold cheap, there might not be anyone who wants it? Ines, Desk made his thick-skinned, asking for a wave of support for love. Chapter 216. Capture and torture, you guys. Keep a close watch. Don't let anything go wrong. Also, remember, don't get caught. Wong tu repeatedly instructed. Standing in front of him were 2 young ninjas in their 20s. These 2 were taken out by Huang Tu, and they could be considered his disciples. Their talent in Iwagakure was quite good, and they had just recently become special jonin. Therefore, although these 2 treated Huang Tu with great respect, a hint of pride could still be seen in their expressions. Rest assured, teacher, how could something so small possibly go wrong? Ogawa Shinichi found it somewhat amusing. He was also a special jonin. Doing such a small task felt like overkill. How could there be a problem? Let us hope so. Huang Tu glanced at him. He knew what kind of personalities his 2 disciples had. But there was no choice. Today, Kurotu insisted that he take her shopping. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel at ease leaving it to these 2 guys. But he just couldn't find anyone else for the time being. Well then, I'll be off. Don't mess things up for me. Rest assured, teacher. Huang Tu hurriedly left. Kongwen, why did the teacher specifically want us to keep an eye on that kid? Ogawa Shinichi said, somewhat puzzled. He didn't dare to ask in front of Huang Tu earlier. How would I know? If you ask me, who should I ask? Ito Kongwen waved his hand, looking quite displeased. I was just saying, we are special jonin after all, yet we are sent to watch a little brat. The 2 began to complain. However, since it was a task assigned by their teacher, even if they were reluctant, they still had to carry it out honestly. Soon, they had hidden outside Uchiha Han's house. The 2 were lurking in the shadows, observing. TSK, This Dita is quite pitiful. Locked up in a small dark room again. Uchiha Han sighed while shaking his head, drinking tea. After Dita created a mushroom cloud, Mu was furious. Gave him a brief punishment with Earth style, and then locked him in the small dark room. Uchiha Han didn't know how long he would be locked up. However, Uchiha Han estimated it would take at least several days. It was impossible for it to be a month either. With Dita locked up, Uchiha Han figured he would be somewhat lonely for a while. But coincidentally, he could secretly do some things. Uchiha Han began to plan. After observing for some time, he had roughly figured out which areas of Iwagakure were wealthy and which were disliked. Generally speaking, those with bloodline limits were strong and naturally the richest group of people. At least, those prominent families definitely had a lot of resources. It was not something an ordinary jonin could compare to. The corners of Uchiha Han's mouth couldn't help but rise, revealing a somewhat charming smile that didn't quite match his 13-year-old youthful appearance. However, he needed to find a way to deal with the two guys outside. Uchiha Han naturally sensed the two outside. Although there had been people observing him in the shadows from time to time, most of them were just ordinary Chunin and Genin. This time, Uchiha Han could roughly sense that there should be two special Jonin-level individuals. It was likely related to the two figures that had been secretly observing him last night. He might have already caught the attention of the higher-ups in Iwagakure. This was becoming a bit troublesome. However, trouble is relative. If Uchiha Han wanted to, he could openly cause destruction within the village. If Noki took action, even if he couldn't win, escaping without injury would not be a problem. Right now, Noki could only reach a Kage level by using Dust Release. But being the leader of a village, he was not like Uchiha Han, who had nothing to lose. When the time came to make a full escape, Noki wouldn't risk the safety of the village to pursue him relentlessly. Still, for Uchiha Han, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, the two guys outside wouldn't think that way. Do you think teachers specially arranged for us to take on this mission for some deeper meaning? Ogawa Jiro suddenly said. Now that you mention it, it does seem that way. A little brat. Why would he go to such lengths to trouble us, two dignified Jonin? Ito nodded in agreement, omitting the special from special Jonin. Ogawa Shinichi lowered his head in thought for a moment, then suddenly raised his eyebrows, as if he had thought of something. I get it. What do you mean? Ogawa Shinichi paused, his expression suddenly becoming very serious, and a glint seemed to flash in the corner of his eye. There is only one truth. This little brat is definitely not an ordinary child. First of all, this kid just entered the village not long ago. A little brat who came to Iwagakure all alone and was able to rent such a large house. It's clear he is not simple. Therefore, his background is quite intriguing. If I'm not mistaken, this guy is probably a spy sent by another village, and teacher must have already gathered some evidence. But for him, capturing a spy isn't a big deal, but for us, it would be a significant accomplishment. This time we were promoted to Special Jonin, and there are some envious people saying it was due to the teacher's connections, so the teacher gave this achievement to us. At the same time, to avoid suspicion. Teacher couldn't say it outright. So, this mission is actually to capture this foreign spy. Shinichi raised his hand, gently pushing against the corner of his eye with his finger, confidently saying, with another flash of light in his eye, Sogasu-ni. Ito nodded, some understanding, although he felt a bit confused about the logic. He had always found Shinichi's deductions to be accurate, so he was still quite convinced. So what should we do? Ito asked. Do we even need to say? What should we do with the spy? Of course, we capture him and then interrogate him harshly. Ogawa Shinichi made a slapping gesture, his expression quite fierce. When night falls and he lets his guard down, we'll act. All right. Chapter 217. The thin veil of Earth Night quietly descended. Uchiha Han roamed around today, appearing aimless. But in reality, he was scouting the area in advance. After returning home, he began a plan. He had already selected a target, the Akakage clan. Their bloodline limit is explosion release. Iwagakure has a special ace team, the demolition team. This small team has shown tremendous destructive power in several wars and has a remarkable record. Most of the members of the demolition team come from this clan. If Uchiha Han guessed correctly, there was a guy named Shikari in the reincarnated army during the Fourth Great Ninja War, who should also be from this clan. However, although explosion release is incredibly powerful, not many in the Akakage clan can master it. Most clan members are only slightly stronger than civilian ninjas. As for the strongest current clan leader, he may not even possess the strength of an elite Jonin. This perfectly matches Uchiha Han's conditions, a large clan wealth, but average strength. To be safe and avoid the patrols of Iwagakure as much as possible, Uchiha Han planned his route carefully. However, Uchiha Han suddenly frowned. Uchiha Han tilted his head slightly, glancing at the ceiling with peripheral vision. What do these two guys want to do? Uchiha Han felt a bit puzzled. He vaguely sensed that these two seemed to be intentionally or unintentionally emitting a trace of chakra. It felt like they were ready to take action at any moment. Aren't they supposed to be monitoring me? Why do they seem like they're about to attack? Uchiha Han instinctively frowned, but to avoid alerting the two, he pretended to know nothing and lowered his head. Uchiha Han began to recall that although his background was somewhat suspicious, he had been behaving himself these days. Even if the people of Awagakure were not entirely at ease, they wouldn't be so reckless. With the current intelligence system in the ninja world, many merchants and travelers between the villages are not easy to verify. It's not that it can't be done, but it requires a lot of manpower and resources, which would not be worth the trouble. Therefore, for outsiders to those villages, if there's no solid evidence, there wouldn't be any excessive actions. Have I exposed something? Uchiha Han subconsciously recalled, but had no clue. Thus, Uchiha Han finished thinking about the remaining matters and went to bed early. Shinichi, it seems he has fallen asleep, Ito whispered while lying on the roof. The time has come. Ogawa Shinichi's lips curled slightly, and then he suddenly had a bundle of rope in his hands. He tugged on hard, making the rope taut. Let us go. After saying this, the two transformed into two shadows and quietly infiltrated Uchiha Han's room. Uchiha Han turned off the light and pretended to rest. Although the room was dark, the moonlight coming through the window barely allowed for visibility. Plus, as ninjas, this level of darkness wouldn't affect their actions. The two moved carefully, avoiding making any noise, and quietly approached Uchiha Han's bedside. They glanced at the bulging blanket, which roughly looked like a human shape. They exchanged glances and nodded, then immediately pounced. However, upon pouncing, the two discovered that the bed was actually empty. What is going on? The two were quite puzzled and suddenly had a bad premonition. Then, they felt something behind them. Just as they were about to turn their heads, everything in front of them went dark. Are they really trying to attack me? Uchiha Han felt somewhat surprised. He couldn't figure out where he had shown a flaw. It seems I must have exposed myself. Since that's the case, let's make a big score tonight. A glint of cunning and pride flashed in Uchiha Han's eyes. First, let us deal with these two clueless guys. At the same time, he reached out his hand towards the two who had fallen on the bed. Meanwhile, had quietly arrived outside Uchiha Han's room. I'm exhausted, sighed, dragging his somewhat weary body. Although his physical skills were quite good and his physical fitness was beyond doubt, he was indeed quite exhausted after spending a whole day shopping with his wife and daughter. As expected, shopping is a severe ordeal for any man. He wondered if those two guys, Shokawa and Ito, were seriously carrying out their tasks. Huang Tu murmured to himself. He was concerned that the two of them weren't taking it seriously, neglecting their duties, so he specifically came to check. Where are they? Huang Tu quietly circled around, but didn't find any trace of the two, which made him a bit puzzled. Soon, a surge of anger rose in his heart. These two guys are really unreliable. Just as Huang Tu was getting angry and preparing to go to the tavern to find them, the light in the room suddenly turned on. Huang Tu turned his head, and he suddenly had a strange feeling. So, he quietly approached and looked into the room. At that moment, Uchiha Han was stripping the two of them of their valuable belongings, storing them in a special summoning scroll. You've been wandering outside for so long. Aren't you going to show yourself? Uchiha Han suddenly said. Huang Tu outside the door was taken aback. The moment he entered the vicinity of the house, Uchiha Han sensed him. Due to the previous sudden attack by the two, Uchiha Han was even more certain that he had inadvertently exposed himself. Therefore, he stopped hiding. Bang! Huang Tu kicked open the door. Who the hell are you? How dare you attack us Iwagakure ninjas? Huang Tu questioned angrily, while feeling quite shocked inside. He was well aware that although those two disciples were a bit mischievous, their strength was indeed that of elite jonin. In contrast, Uchiha Han had no signs of having fought, which indicated that his strength was likely far above that of his two disciples. Thus, even though Uchiha Han appeared to be just a 13-year-old boy, Huang Tu became very cautious and serious. Uchiha Han snorted coldly, and then his gaze turned icy, causing the surging power within him to burst forth. Black Rhino armor, merge. 1 minute later, Huang Tu's body was sent flying, kicked several meters high. The blood he spat out drew a glaring crimson line against the dark night. Bang! Huang Tu's body crashed into the surrounding wall, and the immense impact instantly caused the wall to collapse. Huang Tu's body was also buried within it. Chapter 218. I almost lost my life just now. Uchiha Han walked out of the house and slowly stood up the meteor spear he held. Although his expression couldn't be seen under the armor, one could still feel the indifferent aura. Huang Tu's strength was at the elite jonin level. If he hadn't summoned the armor, he would likely have been unable to defeat Huang Tu with just his own strength. Therefore, without hesitation, Uchiha Han pulled out the armor. With the armor, the gap in combat power was instantly reversed. In front of Uchiha Han, Huang Tu was like a powerless chick, and before he could even cast a jutsu, he was swiftly defeated by Uchiha Han. However, this simple strike should not cause fatal harm. But lying down for a few weeks would be expected. Uchiha Han glanced at the ruins in the corner of the wall, thinking that he must have been thoroughly exposed now, and time was becoming quite urgent. While Anoki had not yet made a move, he needed to hurry and loot not. Uchiha Han thought for a moment, but couldn't come up with any elegant terms. Forget it, looting it is. After saying that, Uchiha Han transformed into a streak of black light and quickly flew towards the territory of the Hongyan clan. At this time, it was already quite late, and most people had basically fallen asleep. In today's ninja world, even the most prosperous Konoha had little in the way of entertainment activities, and the boring night was left with just sleep. Of course, there was still some entertainment activities for couples. However, at most, it would only last about 20 minutes. And after the exercise, it was still just sleep. Therefore, the concealed Uchiha Han easily entered the home of the Hongyan clan leader. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Hongyan clan leader was completely unaware that another person had entered his house. Suddenly, his wife let out a terrified scream. What? Is it that time already? The Hongyan clan leader smiled proudly, a look of extreme pride surging on his face as an inexplicable power coursed through him. No. Honey, look behind you. His wife gulped in terror. At that moment, her body stiffened entirely, freezing cold like iron. The Hongyan clan leader finally realized something was wrong and quickly half-kneeled, pulling up his pants. Clang! A cold blade suddenly appeared at his neck. The Hongyan clan leader's pupils, and his legs went weak. Gulp! The Hongyan clan leader instinctively swallowed hard, a wave of fear rising in his heart. Although he had just been immersed in ecstasy, his mind was adrift, and he had no defenses. He was still the clan leader and possessed considerable strength. To be able to silently infiltrate his room was not something ordinary ninjas could do. I don't know who you are. Have I offended you in any way? The Hongyan clan leader quickly said, his body still in a half-turned state, desperately trying to glance back to see who it was. Uchiha Han's meteor spear pressed another centimeter into his neck. Don't. We can talk about whatever you want, just don't use knives or guns. The Hongyan clan leader forced a smile on his face and quickly turned his head back. He was also afraid that if he looked back a little more, the cold blade on his neck would stab right in. Just thinking about that bloody scene made him shiver. At this moment, the Hongyan clan leader's wife hurriedly hugged the blanket, curling up at the head of the bed, her eyes still glimmering with a hint of allure after passion, mixed with terror, making her seem pitiful. However, it did not attract a single glance from Uchiha Han. Money. Uchiha Han coldly spat out a single word. The Hongyan clan leader's body trembled, and he quickly nodded repeatedly. Money? Yes. If you're in urgent need of money, I have some savings. Take as much as you want. The Hongyan clan leader said excitedly. At the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief. Initially, he was worried that he might be facing an enemy from the battlefield, but it turned out the other party only came for money. In that case, he shouldn't have too much to worry about regarding his life. Please wait a moment. I'll get it for you. The Hongyan clan leader raised both hands, indicating that he wouldn't make any sudden moves. Seeing that Uchiha Han did not refuse, he cautiously walked towards the bedside table. Then he squatted down, opened one of the drawers, and reached in as if he were getting his money. This is my little savings. The Hongyan clan leader turned around, holding a thick stack of cash in his hands, and they were all in the largest denominations. At first glance, there seemed to be several 100,000 ryo. It was only then that the Hongyan clan leader saw Uchiha Han's appearance. The black rhino armor was not very noticeable in the dark room, but the eyes were chilling. What is this thing? The Hongyan clan leader was very surprised. It was his first time seeing armor. However, he still managed to squeeze out a somewhat flattering smile and cautiously walked up to Uchiha Han. Please accept this, my lord. He presented the stack of cash with both hands in front of Uchiha Han. Just then, his body suddenly moved. His right hand shot out directly, holding a sharp kunai. It turned out that he had hidden a kunai beneath the stack of cash, waiting for the moment he got close to Uchiha Han to launch a counterattack. Unfortunately, such a small trick could hardly escape Uchiha Han's eyes. Bang! A crisp sound of metal clashing echoed. Uchiha Han didn't even dodge. The kunai stabbed into the chest of his black armor, leaving not even a scratch. On the contrary, the leader of the Hongyan clan suddenly let go, and the kunai clanged as it fell to the ground. The impact had shattered the skin of his right hand, causing blood to flow. What the hell? He quickly retreated a few steps, clutching his right hand, looking at Uchiha Han in terror. Don't be nervous. Uchiha Suden Lus Mi live. His smile made the Hanyin clan leader's hair stand on end, and his heart trembled. I just wanted you to see how my gun works, nothing else, Uchiha Han said. The Hanyin clan leader swallowed hard, feeling a wave of resentment. Is that what you meant? The gun was almost to my throat. Moreover, how do you explain that money? However, he did not voice his frantic thoughts. Since it was a misunderstanding, then my lord, the Hanyin clan leader smiled nervously. It is indeed a misunderstanding. Uchiha Han nodded, but his tone suddenly turned cold. However, what did that kunai stabbing me mean? Do you want to kill me? I almost lost my life just now. Chapter 219. A huge sum of money. I almost lost my life just now. Uchiha Han covered his chest with one hand, pretending to be extremely frightened, like a well-bred girl who had suffered great humiliation. The Hanyin clan leader began to sweat on his forehead. He thought to himself, how could he almost lose his life when his surprise attack didn't even break your armor? He understood that Uchiha Han's seemingly aggrieved demeanor was actually just a way to extort him. He just wanted to find a suitable excuse. However, as the proud leader of the Hanyin clan, how could he endure such behavior? My lord, there is no need for such tricks. The Hanyin clan leader calmed down, and he didn't know when he had drawn a long knife. This is the territory of our Hanyin clan. If you leave now, I can let this go. The Hanyin clan leader said, his eyes sharp. TCH. Uchiha Han snorted coldly. It seemed that this Hanyin clan leader was not very clever. No wonder the Hanyin clan had little performance in the original work. It was likely that under this leader's guidance, the Hanyin clan would soon decline in the coming years. Well, before they squandered their wealth, I might as well help them manage their assets to prevent waste. Let us just say I'm covering some medical expenses and mental damages. Don't force me to take action. Uchiha Han said coldly. He realized that this Hanyin clan leader was a stubborn guy. His earlier pretense was purely to find an opportunity to sneak attack him. Oof. He was so unaware of his own limitations. The Hanyin clan leader coldly snorted. Earlier, he had to comply because he was held at gunpoint. Now that he had created distance, he was confident in his strength one-on-one. In the entire Iwagakure, there were only a handful of people stronger than him. He certainly had the capital to be proud. However, what he didn't know was that standing in front of him, Uchiha Han could single-handedly take down all the Iwagakure ninjas except for Inoki. Of course, excluding tactics involving a sea of people. Since that is the case, don't think you can leave. The Hanyin clan leader coldly snorted, then gripped the long knife tightly, and his body instantly moved. His speed was incredibly fast. Even among elite Jainin, he was a top contender in terms of speed. However, even without activating the Sharingan, Uchiha Han could clearly see his movements in the state of armor fusion. The Hanyin clan leader's body appeared at Uchiha Han's side in the blink of an eye, raising the long knife in his hand, with chakra flowing along the blade. This technique was mastered by most sword-wielding ninjas, especially since he was also an elite Jainin. Although it couldn't compare to Asuma's chakra blade from the original work, it could still unleash several times the original blade's power. Before my blade that cuts through iron like mud, your lousy armor is as fragile as paper. The Hanyin clan leader was very confident. However, that confident smile quickly froze. Then, the expression on his face instantly turned to shock. His long knife heavily struck Uchiha Han's armored shoulder. However, contrary to his expectation of seeing Uchiha Han being sliced in half, the blade of his knife directly dented in. How is this possible? The Hanyin clan leader was incredibly shocked. He was well aware of the level of his swordsmanship. Even against the warriors from the Land of Iron, he would not be inferior. No armor from a Land of Iron could possibly remain unscathed, and yet his blade was damaged instead. You're attacking again, Uchiha Han stated, indicating that he hadn't made any aggressive moves. It was all the other party's doing. He was currently in self-defense. Asking for some medical expenses, and such was reasonable, right? Thinking of this, Uchiha Han smiled wickedly. Since that is the case, don't blame me. You brought this upon yourself. Saying that, Uchiha Han immediately raised the meteor gun, the tip of the gun spinning rapidly. A sharp stream of water swirling up from the gun's handle, gathering at the tip in an instant. The entire process took less than a breath. Before the Hanyin clan leader could react, Uchiha Han suddenly thrust forward, the tip of the gun piercing into his right shoulder without any resistance, like a blade slicing through tofu. Ah! The Hanyin clan leader's wife immediately screamed. Uchiha Han glanced at her with a sideways look, and she quickly covered her mouth. She feared that Uchiha Han might kill her in a fit of anger as well. Hand over the money. You know, hospitals are getting more and more corrupt these days. If I'm frightened like this, I probably need at least a few hundred to several million Ryo, or else I really might not recover. If I end up with some lingering illness, it won't be just a small amount of money. As Uchiha Han spoke, the pressure of the meteor gun increased. The Hongyan clan leader furrowed his brow even deeper, and the pain in his right shoulder intensified. Okay. My lord, please don't be angry. I'll give you all my money. The Hongyan clan leader repeatedly begged for mercy. At this moment, he had no more shock or confusion. All that remained was fear. And the only thought in his mind was to survive. Whatever Uchiha Han said now, he followed without hesitation. Thus, the Hongyan clan leader handed over all his and his clan's wealth, a total of 70 million Ryo in cash, obediently to Uchiha Han. After receiving the money, Uchiha Han left straight away. He still had several other targets. Damn, if it weren't in my own home, I wouldn't have to hold back my explosive techniques. How could I have suffered such humiliation today? As he spoke, he fiercely pounded the bedboard, and with a sudden force, he tugged at the wound on his right shoulder. Ouch. His wife next to him was also startled, but she instinctively stepped forward to embrace her husband. At the same time, hearing her husband's complaints, she had some grievances of her own. He only knew how to show off every day, and yet when he encountered an enemy, he was defeated in one move, still acting tough. So all your toughness is just in your mouth, huh? No wonder you're so soft. 10 minutes later, in Tsuchiki's office, Inoki finally finished his work for the day, stretched, and prepared to rest. At that moment, the office's door was suddenly pushed open. Tsuchiki-sama, the Akagane clan has been attacked by a mysterious person, the ninja said, panting heavily. It was clear that he had rushed over in a panic. What? Inoki immediately pressed his hands on the table, his face filled with shock. Someone actually dared to cause trouble in a bloodline limit clan? Inoki instinctively linked this incident to the recent international situation and couldn't help but frown. Go notify Kuratsuchi. Have him take the Umbu and surround the Akagane clan's territory. Inoki ordered. The man responded and immediately left. Then, Inoki flew out of the window and headed quickly towards the Akagane clan. At this moment, Uchiha Han had left the Akagane clan and arrived at another bloodline limit clan. The clan leader here was older and did not need to exercise at night, like the Akagane clan leader, to fall asleep. Of course, it was also possible that Uchiha Han arrived after the others had finished their exercise. This time, Uchiha Han didn't waste any words and directly pointed the meteor spear at the opponent's neck. Like the Akagane clan leader, this guy was not so obedient either. After a few small movements that were of no use, he was poked by Uchiha Han's meteor spear a couple of times and finally settled down. Thus, Uchiha Han earned another 60 million Ryo. At the same time, he also looted several ninjutsu scrolls, most of which were Earth-style techniques. Just right. After Uchiha Han unlocked the Earth Tiger armor, he had refined Earth Chakra. He didn't have many Earth-style ninjutsu. However, just as Uchiha Han was about to put away his loot, a group of people surrounded the house from outside. These guys reacted pretty quickly. Uchiha Han snorted coldly, but didn't care. In his armored state, his perception abilities were extremely sharp, with just a slight sense. He could tell the strength of the people outside. There were 2 Jonin levels, and the rest were all weaklings. Or rather, they were all weaklings. Uchiha Han stopped counting his loot and directly stuffed everything into the summoning scroll. He originally wanted to see if there were any powerful secret techniques among those scrolls. Uchiha Han picked up the meteor spear and slowly stepped out of the house. At this moment, nearly 10 clan members rushed into the courtyard. Uchiha Han didn't understand how they reacted so quickly. He hadn't seen that clan leader do anything to signal them. Forget it. Uchiha Han stopped thinking too much. It didn't matter. What kind of monster is this? A Chunin who looked only 17 or 18 swallowed hard and said with some fear. He looked at Uchiha Han, whose black armor shone like obsidian, and at that moment he seemed like an incredibly terrifying killing god in his eyes. Young people always like to overthink. If Uchiha Han knew what he was thinking, he would surely want to argue. I'm clearly a cultured and easygoing person. How could I be so fierce? Then, Uchiha Han waved the meteor spear, and a powerful and terrifying aura suddenly erupted. Although, like the flame dragon armor, it hadn't unlocked the sealing ultimate technique, Uchiha Han could still utilize self-created skills from the water source. Just like the flame dragon armor's flame slash. It simply combined chakra with the fire source, attaching it to the flame blade to unleash a terrifying blade light. Don't think that Uchiha Han often gets beaten in the virtual combat room. In reality, many times he was stuck at the compatibility bottleneck, which is why he would be defeated in just a few moves. Under normal circumstances, Uchiha Han had indeed exchanged many blows. In battle, Combined with Uchiha Han's innate combat talent, he could continuously master the power of the 5 elements. Uchiha Han slung the meteor spear behind him and then used the momentum to swing it fiercely. Accompanied by the rotation of the meteor spear, the water source erupted instantly. That fierce aura exploded like blades. The entire courtyard was filled with the sound of blades slicing through the air, unbearably sharp. But this was merely the surface damage. The gun's momentum, accompanied by the water source, also carried immense cutting power. In an instant, the courtyard was filled with blood and flesh. Although Uchiha Han didn't T-strike to kill, such a terrifying attack would still cause significant injuries to these people. All right, I have no intention of killing you. So take the hint and stop chasing me relentlessly. Uchiha Han warned in advance, then leaped with the meteor spear, transforming into a black streak of light that vanished into the night. Soon, Uchiha Han noticed that the Umbu of Awagakure had begun to mobilize. The 2 clan territories he had looted were already filled with patrolling ninjas. The number of patrolling ninjas on the village streets had also increased several times. Uchiha Han concealed himself and couldn't help but frown. Should he continue to loot? This was a question. Should he continue to loot, or continue to loot? Lost in thought, Uchiha Han had already reached another bloodline limit clan. However, while Uchiha Han was robbing the last one, the surrounding clans had also received news. After all, Uchiha Han's target was quite obvious. Money. Now, it was getting a bit tricky. Uchiha Han felt somewhat troubled. Although he knew he wasn't a good person, he was still a well-educated individual and felt a bit awkward without an excuse. Uchiha Han quietly concealed himself in the shadows, thought for a long time, and finally sighed. Forget it. It feels like Inoki should also be taking action. Earning over 100 million Ryo is already quite a fortune. Uchiha Han was still very satisfied with tonight's haul. Although he couldn't find any information about the 2 Jinchuriki in Awagakure this time, with so much money, it wasn't a waste of all his effort over the past few days. In fact, Uchiha Han didn't really want to spend more time getting close to the Jinchuriki. He might as well just loot, grab what he could, and slip away. It was quite comfortable to rake in a large amount of money in just one night. Uchiha Han was happily thinking this when suddenly, he sensed a faint chakra fluctuation behind him. This fluctuation felt weak on the surface, and even those without strong abilities would find it hard to detect. However, Uchiha Han could vaguely feel that this aura seemed to be intentionally hiding its chakra fluctuations. Moreover, Uchiha Han noticed that this aura was actually approaching him directly. It was as if it had discovered him. The newcomer was definitely not simple. Uchiha Han's mind instantly became tense as he carefully expanded his perception. As the opponent drew closer, he finally sensed clearly. Inoki. Chapter 221. Black Rhino Armor versus Dust Release. Inoki. Uchiha Han frowned. However, he had no intention of fleeing. Just right, I also want to see the gap between me and this old man. Ever since he felt the terrifying energy of the Emperor armor last time, Uchiha Han was uncertain about his own strength level. He thought that in armor mode, he should be at the level of a CH Nin. But that was just his estimation. He didn't know how big the gap was between a CH Nin and AJ Nin. He had never truly fought against AJ Nin level ninja. The Inoki from the 4th Great Ninja War was quite old, yet among the 5 Kage, he could almost be considered the strongest. Now, he would only be stronger than he was during the 4th War. Therefore, Uchiha Han was not confident that he could defeat him. He just wanted to use Inoki's hands to recognize the limits of his true strength. After all, the barefoot are not afraid of the shot. If he wanted to run, Inoki couldn't possibly leave Awagakure and personally pursue him. Thinking of this, Uchiha Han exerted some strength, gripped the meteor spear, and slowly walked out from the darkness. Just in time, a somewhat underdeveloped petite figure floated in front of him. Inoki's brows furrowed tightly. At this moment, Uchiha Han did not continue to conceal his aura. Therefore, Inoki could clearly sense the energy he was emitting. Who on earth is this guy? Inoki was both shocked and puzzled. Such a powerful aura, although not as strong as his, absolutely wouldn't belong to an unknown person in the ninja world. However, no matter how he searched through the information in his mind, he couldn't find a match. But that distinctly characteristic armor reminded Inoki of something. The newly emerged bloodline limit from Konohagakure seemed somewhat similar. Although Inoki had never seen it with his own eyes, he had gathered a lot of information. As for the source of the information, most of it was not from his own spies. Inoki did not dwell on it further. The most important thing right now was how to deal with this guy in the black armor. Inoki's face became very serious. He knew that the person in front of him was not much weaker than him. Who exactly are you? Why are you in Awagakure, plundering wealth? Inoki coldly questioned. At the same time, he had already begun to gather chakra secretly, ready to launch a surprise attack at any moment. However, Uchiha Han was not foolish and did not relax his guard at all. Don't talk nonsense. How can a dignified Suchikage slander others for no reason? Uchiha Han pretended to look wronged and said, "They were the ones who attacked first. Okay, I need some medical expenses. Isn't that reasonable?" Uchiha Han waved his hand. Inoki couldn't help but feel a bit angry, thinking how could this guy be so shameless? He had already gone to ask the leader of the Akatsuki clan about the ins and outs. Why pretend to be ignorant? Inoki's tone became even colder. "In that case, I must invite you to accompany me to the Umbu." As soon as the words fell, chakra surged out from Inoki's body. His aging body quickly formed hand seals. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Suddenly, cracks appeared beneath Uchiha Han's feet, and then a rock-formed Earth Dragon instantly lunged toward Uchiha Han. Uchiha Han jumped up sharply and then swung the meteor spear down, piercing heavily into the top of the Earth Dragon's head. Bang! With a loud noise. The Earth Dragon was instantly shattered. However, the massive rocks and dust scattered, temporarily obscuring Uchiha Han's vision. Uchiha Han's body fell under the influence of gravity. Just then, a towering stone figure suddenly formed behind him. The stone figure had a somewhat ferocious face, and its two massive, powerful arms began to move, smashing down toward Uchiha Han in the middle. If it were someone else, they would have no way to dodge and would be turned into paste in an instant. Fortunately, Uchiha Han, in armor mode, experienced significant enhancements in all aspects. Although his vision was obstructed, he still sensed the danger behind him at the first moment. Uchiha Han swung the meteor spear in his hand. The meteor spear once again summoned the water element within Uchiha Han. With the swing of the meteor spear, this water power formed a thick water sphere around Uchiha Han. The stone figure's palms struck the water sphere around Uchiha Han, instantly dissipating its force. Then with a thought, Uchiha Han's chakra surged wildly, propelling the water element out through the meteor spear. Bang! With a loud explosion, the water sphere instantly burst apart. That powerful force erupted explosively, instantly engulfing the stone figure. The stone figure was annihilated in an instant, reduced to ashes. To be honest, Inoki truly did not expect this. He was well aware of how strong his Earth Release ninjutsu was. Yet, the opponent was able to easily break it. This was undoubtedly a shadow-level powerhouse. Without a doubt, a shadow-level powerhouse. Regardless of which ninja village, a Jonin would absolutely be high-end combat power and wouldn't easily infiltrate foreign lands. Moreover, even among the 5 great ninja villages, apart from their respective Kage, it would be difficult to find a second shadow-level powerhouse. This guy. Inoki's heart became even more cautious and serious. He no longer hesitated, slowly extending his hand in front of him. His 2 palms formed a shape resembling a triangle. The dust had dispersed, and Uchiha Han naturally saw Inoki's gesture. With such a distinctive movement, how could he not recognize it? Dust release. Uchiha Han did not dare to be careless. The power of dust release was terrifying, with astonishing destructive capabilities. Uchiha Han was unsure whether his armor could withstand it. However, regardless of anything, dodging was definitely the priority. Only a fool would choose to withstand it bravely. Thus, Uchiha Han immediately activated the strength of all his muscles and began to dodge with all his might. Almost in an instant, a white cube shot out from the palm of Inoki's hand. Uchiha Han raised an eyebrow, and his body moved, narrowly avoiding the cube. That was close. Uchiha Han breathed a sigh of relief. But soon, he furrowed his brows. The terrifying aura emanating from that cube was something he sensed clearly. No wonder it's dust release. Chapter 222. Take a spear from me. No wonder it's dust release. Uchiha Han was quite shaken. This was the first time he faced such a terrifying ninjutsu directly. Uchiha Han had yet to experience the destructive power of something like the Rasengan. Uchiha Han tightened his grip on the meteor spear and couldn't help but feel nervous. He stared at Inoki, who was floating in midair, and with a push of his feet, charged forward. Since dust release is a powerful ninjutsu, Inoki would likely prefer to use it at range. So Uchiha Han planned to engage up close. Inoki naturally understood Uchiha Han's intentions and would not let him have his way. Dust release, original world severing technique. On the battlefield, Naka's hands converged in front of his chest, and a massive cube once again shot towards Uchiha Han. Uchiha Han leaped into the air, twisting his body to the side with all his might, narrowly avoiding the cube. However, at that moment, Inoki slightly shifted his hands to the side. The cube shot out also moved with his hands. Originally, Uchiha Han had dodged, allowing the cube to pass him by, but with this slight movement, it was now directly aimed at him. This is bad. Uchiha Han was alarmed. He had just leaped into the air, and his body had not yet stabilized, making it impossible for him to dodge effectively in that instant. With no other choice, he could only brace himself. Uchiha Han immediately wielded his meteor spear. Heavenly Wave Kill. Uchiha Han shouted, trying to rally himself. The meteor spear spun rapidly in his hands. As the spear tip and body flowed continuously, torrents of violent water surged forth from the void, instantly forming a massive wave centered around Uchiha Han. This technique was one he had comprehended himself. The application of the 5 elemental powers, mixed with chakra, essentially leaned more towards the realm of ninjutsu. Therefore, it was certainly far inferior to the ultimate sealing techniques of armored ninjutsu. However, its power was not any less than those of bloodline limit ninjutsu. The waves surged, enveloping Uchiha Han in an instant. At this moment, both fighters were suspended in midair. If one were to look up from the ground, they would see a roaring river suddenly appear in the air, the water flowing incredibly swiftly, grand in momentum. Naki's dust release struck this wave and was quickly dispersed by its force. Of course, the disintegration ability of dust release also caused it to touch the water flow and break down into air. From a microscopic perspective, it was directly decomposed into oxygen and hydrogen atoms. It was truly incredible that someone could perform such a powerful water release ninjutsu and summon such a terrifying wave in midair, where there was not even a hint of water. Noki was greatly shocked. Generally speaking, various elemental ninjutsu are limited by the terrain. A ninja's chakra is finite, and to perform such large-scale water release ninjutsu usually requires a river or ocean terrain. Yet, the area where Wagakure is located is surrounded by rocky mountains. Where would the water come from? Yet even so, Uchiha Han had directly summoned a surging river. Even the Mist Village, which excels in water release, would probably struggle to find another ninja capable of performing such large-scale water release ninjutsu in this terrain. Even the Mizukage would likely find it difficult to achieve, Noki thought. Thus, he became even more serious and grave, his already wrinkled face now furrowed deeper. At this moment, several members of the Umbu had gathered on the ground. A few elite Jonin-level ninjas also began to observe. Although they usually prided themselves on their powerful abilities, seeing even their own Tsuchikage struggling to gain the upper hand, they understood that they could not be of any help. In battles of this level, they could only act as bystanders. At this time, Uchiha Han continuously gathered the surrounding water flow. The waves surged fiercely, gaining momentum. As Uchiha Han swung the meteor spear, the water flow increased and the momentum grew stronger. The previously dry air, under the moisture of the waves, made those around feel as if they were at the seaside. Although most of them had never been to the coast, it did not hinder their imagination. The moonlight cast down, illuminating the rushing water. The waves surrounding Uchiha Han transformed into a silvery light band under the moonlight, adorning the monotonous, colorless night. However, such a scene did not evoke a sense of lingering beauty among everyone present. Instead, it heightened their tension. Even those standing on the ground, from a considerable distance away, could feel the terrifying momentum contained within the surging waves. It was as if every drop of water held the power to annihilate the world. They instinctively sought shelter in nearby cover, worried that the water flow in the air might come crashing down. They had a premonition that even a single drop could penetrate their flesh. Thus, everyone was filled with dread. Your strength is extraordinary, yet you still covet wealth. It's quite hard to understand. Noki shook his head and said, logically, for someone of their level, money should be considered trivial. After all, with their strength, they could easily obtain whatever they wanted. Uchiha Han curled his lips, thinking that it was easy for a well-fed person to not understand the hunger of a starving one. Besides, wasn't that Kakuzu from the Akatsuki organization also obsessed with money? What's the problem with that? As the saying goes, ninjas love wealth, and it's justified to acquire it. However, Uchiha Han still pretended to agree, nodding heavily. You're right, what you said makes a lot of sense. But first, take a spear from me. Uchiha Han quoted. This shout seemed not rough, but carried a majestic power that resonated deafeningly, causing everyone present to feel dazed. Naki's brow furrowed tightly, and all the chakra within him began to circulate without any hesitation. The rocks formed by chakra instantly blocked in front of him, protecting him securely. Like a small mountain, Uchiha Han raised an eyebrow, feeling the immense power within him, guiding it with his mind. Then, as his voice fell, Uchiha Han's right hand exerted force. driving his whole body, and the meteor spear shot forth in an instant. The surrounding waves began to surge wildly. Like a terrifying tsunami, they sought to engulf the entire world. In an instant, the originally dark night seemed to be shrouded in layers of tsunami haze, dark clouds pressing down, making it hard for everyone to breathe. Chapter 223. The Key to Victory. Uchiha Han stood atop the waves, slowly lowering his center of gravity, with the meteor spear pointing straight at Noki. The waves surged, and behind Uchiha Han, waves rose one after another, continuously rushing forward. At this moment, everyone held their breath, especially Noki, who clasped his hands tightly together, trying to make the rock shield in front of him even sturdier. He could feel that Uchiha Han's strike, which was continuously gathering power, was absolutely terrifying. Although Noki was very confident in his own strength, facing an enemy who might not be much weaker than himself, he could not afford to be careless about this all-out strike. If he were even slightly negligent, he might be in danger of losing his life. Since becoming Tsuchikage, he hadn't felt this way in many years. The last time he felt this sense of crisis was the last time, just as Noki involuntarily began to recall the past. Uchiha Han's body moved in an instant. Noki sensed it and immediately tensed up, focusing all his attention on infusing chakra into the front. Heavenly Wave Kill. Uchiha Han roared, and the surging waves around him became even more ferocious. It was as if a ferocious beast had opened its bloody maw and charged straight towards Noki. In just an instant, the meteor spear pierced before Noki. An incredibly turbulent water flow wrapped around the shaft of the meteor spear. At the same time, the water flow spun at high speed, containing terrifying impact and cutting power. Zizizizi. The spear tip and water flow struck against Naki's rock shield. The tip of the spear and the water flow spun rapidly, and cracks instantly appeared around the point of penetration, quickly spreading outward. Zizi. 2 seconds later. Bang! With a loud noise, the rock shield in front of Inoki instantly shattered. Oh my! The Tsuchikage rock mountain technique was actually shattered in one blow. This mysterious person is surprisingly strong to this extent. The ninjas below widened their eyes, unable to believe what they were witnessing. The most powerful ninja in their minds. The Tsuchikage, who could be said to be invincible in the ninja world, was actually at a disadvantage. Unheard of. Could the Tsuchikage really lose? At that moment, many people had this thought surge in their hearts. They didn't want to have this thought. However, the scene before them made it impossible not to worry. That terrifying aura truly made it impossible to muster any fighting spirit. No, look. At this moment, a sharp-eyed ninja suddenly shouted. His tone was no longer filled with the earlier disappointment and fear, but had turned to excitement. Uchiha Han's meteor spear pierced through Inoki's rock shield. However, at the moment the rock shattered, Uchiha Han saw Inoki hiding behind the rock. At this time, Inoki clasped his hands together, forming a triangular hand sign. Dust release. Limit boundary stripping technique. Uchiha Han raised his eyebrows. His heart trembled sharply. A massive beam of light erupted from Inoki's palms. Like the previous cube, it possessed terrifying destructive power. Moreover, the limit boundary stripping technique, as an upgraded version of the original boundary stripping technique, not only had an even more terrifying power, but also moved at a much faster speed. Unlike the previous original boundary stripping technique, which had a brief moment from when Inoki gathered it to when it impacted Uchiha Han, the limit boundary stripping technique was instantaneous, directly forming a beam of light. Everything it passed through was directly decomposed into atomic states. Furthermore, the explosion it produced was even more powerful. This was the strongest ninjutsu of the dust release. It was also the most powerful ninjutsu of Awagakure. Whether it was Inoki or the second Tsuchikage, they had killed countless strong enemies on the battlefield with their mastery of dust release. It could be said that it was the existence of dust release that led to Awagakure's current status. As one of the 5 great countries, its foundation was undeniable. The limit boundary stripping technique, in status, could rival Konoha's wood release. Uchiha Han's mind stirred, and the waves around him instantly condensed in front of him, forming a thick water wall. ZZ. Inoki's beam of light struck, and sparks erupted violently with the water wall. The flowing water was continuously decomposed by the dust release, but a steady stream of water kept condensing around Uchiha Han. Inoki's limit boundary stripping technique was thus continuously consumed by Uchiha Han. Soon, the beam of light dimmed. Damn it, Inoki said fiercely. At the same time, he was also immensely shocked. His dust release was incredibly powerful. In the past few decades, he had never missed except when facing that one existence. As long as he used dust release, any resistance from the opponent would be instantly decomposed and obliterated. Moreover, the limit boundary stripping technique, as an upgraded version of the original boundary stripping technique, had never encountered an opponent. Yet today, the other party had used some powerful ninjutsu to withstand his dust release. The limit boundary stripping technique was actually unable to penetrate the opponent's water flow. This was truly unacceptable for Inoki. In that case, let's see whose chakra reserves are greater. Inoki snorted coldly. With his extensive combat experience, he was not at a loss. Although he couldn't penetrate the opponent's defense, the opponent also had no way to solve his attack. Once he used dust release, the opponent could only dodge or defend with no chance to counterattack. As long as his chakra was sufficient, he could remain undefeated. The chakra consumed by dust release was enormous. However, the ninjutsu capable of resisting dust release would also be an unimaginable drain on the opponent. Inoki thought, as the third Tsuchikage, standing tall in the ninja world for many years, his chakra was needless to say. Although he was getting older, and his chakra was not as abundant as in his youth, Inoki could hear from Uchiha Han's voice that the other party was not very old, although he did not know why his strength was so terrifying. In terms of chakra volume, as long as he wasn't a Jinchuriki, the opponent could not possibly have more than him. On this point, Inoki was quite confident. Inoki was indeed correct. The chakra of the three-tailed beast within Uchiha Han was mostly used to form his clones, and the chakra possessed by the clones was even less than that of the main body. This was the greatest flaw of having two clones. Therefore, in the ensuing battle, the key to victory lay in the amount of chakra each of them possessed. Uchiha Han was also aware of this. A protracted battle was extremely unfavorable for him. Chapter 224, A Desperate Strike. A protracted battle was extremely unfavorable for him. Therefore, for Uchiha Han, a quick resolution was the best fighting strategy. But could it be resolved quickly? Just as Inoki had guessed, facing the dust release, Uchiha Han found it difficult to seize the opportunity to counterattack. However, once he fell into Inoki's rhythm, not only would he be unable to last until his chakra was exhausted, but he might also inadvertently fall prey to his dust release. Thinking of this, Uchiha Han furrowed his brows tightly. Look, I knew it. That Tsuchikage is the strongest. Unbeatable. The gloom on the faces of the rock ninjas below was swept away, and one by one, they began to cheer excitedly, as if they were cheering Inoki on. In the ninja world, no matter which ninja village it was, personal worship was somewhat serious. No one would question the absolute authority of the Kage. Most ninjas, even high-ranking ones, had a fervent admiration for the Kage. This was unavoidable. Although Uchiha Han, who had received 9 years of compulsory education, found this unacceptable, he could not change it for the time being, nor did he want to. Tsuchikage, go! Tsuchikage, go! The young Chunin were very excited, loudly cheering for Inoki. However, these voices falling into Inoki's ears made his old face flush. This is somewhat embarrassing. At this moment, the two clan leaders who had been robbed by Uchiha Han also rushed over. Seeing Uchiha Han at a disadvantage, they immediately felt a sense of relief. We must capture this damn guy. The leader of the Red Rock clan clenched his fists, his anger rising, because he realized he seemed to not be able to get it up. Earlier, at the moment when the flood was about to burst through the gate, he was suddenly frightened by Uchiha Han. In an instant, he went soft. Now he found he couldn't lift it up. Don't think too much. After all, I'm still injured. Once I recover, I will definitely be able to show my prowess again. The leader of the Red Rock clan covered his wounded right shoulder and instinctively inhaled sharply. Although he comforted himself like this, he couldn't help but feel a strong sense of worry. The leader of the Red Rock clan swallowed hard, instinctively looking down at the flat ground, which even had a slight depression. His wife gently held his arm, her delicate face still showing signs of shock. Her own strength was relatively weak, and facing such danger for the first time, it was impossible for her to act like the Red Rock clan leader. However, the Red Rock clan leader looked at his beloved and charming wife, and a strange anger began to stir in his heart. This feeling was peculiar, something he had never experienced before. Perhaps it was due to a certain part of him. At this moment, the battle between Uchiha Han and Inoki was becoming increasingly intense. Inoki continuously used dust release, alternating between the original world separation technique and the limit separation technique, completely restricting Uchiha Han's movements to only defending against his jutsu. Now, Uchiha Han had completely fallen into Inoki's rhythm. However, the two seemed to have developed a tacit understanding, both repeating their techniques without making any advances or retreats, as if they had fallen into a certain balance. On the surface, it appeared that Uchiha Han was indeed at a disadvantage. Damn, I didn't expect my stunning tsunami kill to be resolved like this. Uchiha Han felt a sense of reluctance. He hadn't unleashed his strongest power yet, and now he was forced to hold back and defend. It felt just as uncomfortable as being forced to stop during a critical moment. Uchiha Han wanted to vent his frustration. However, after several exchanges, Uchiha Han's chakra was visibly depleting. Of course, Inoki's consumption was also significant, as the power of dust release was immense, and naturally, the consumption was high. Both were feeling the strain. However, Uchiha Han's chakra was only at the level of a special jonin. Compared to Inoki, he was certainly lacking. After all, Uchiha Han was only 12 or 13 years old, and the age gap was evident. Although there were indeed many geniuses in various ninja villages, and some could become jonin at 12 or 13, they achieved this due to exceptional overall strength in taijutsu, jinjutsu, or ninjutsu. But their chakra levels were rarely on the same tier. The refinement of chakra is not only dependent on diligent training, but is also linked to age. Essentially, chakra is extracted from one's own cells, and this process is closely related to one's development. It increases with physical growth and diminishes with age. Even Kakashi, when he became a jonin, had less chakra than Uchiha Han does now. Therefore, Uchiha Han's chakra was about to run dry. No, I can't drag this out any longer. There's no time left. Uchiha Han began to feel anxious. He had hoped to wait for Inoki to show a weakness, considering the other party was older and not as physically capable. But unexpectedly, his chakra was the first to falter. Then let's make one last desperate attempt. Uchiha Han resolved himself. At this moment, a massive cube flew towards him from the air, which was Inoki's original world separation technique. Uchiha Han's eyes narrowed, and he no longer conserved chakra like before. He directly activated the power within him, and under the guidance of chakra, the surrounding waves surged violently once again. Although the surrounding waves were nearly half the size of before, their ferocity was even greater. Go! The rushing water instantly converged before Uchiha Han, and in the blink of an eye, a towering wave over 10 meters high rose up. The magnificent momentum seemed capable of drowning the entire Iwagakure. Bang! With a loud explosion, the cube of the original world separation technique shattered instantly, and the giant wave was also scattered into pieces. However, a large part of it was directly turned into water vapor by the residual force of the explosion. This guy's going all out. Seeing Uchiha Han disregard the consumption of chakra, Inoki could naturally guess his intentions. Inoki did not dare to be careless, and no longer cared about his own chakra consumption. He gathered all his chakra into his palms. He knew that after this strike, Uchiha Han would be left with no power to counterattack. What he needed to do was to withstand Uchiha Han's final desperate blow. Chapter 225, The Final Blow, Stunning Tsunami Kill. At this moment, the entire sky above Iwagakure seemed to be shrouded in a thick haze. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Inoki held his breath. He no longer had time to use dust release to interrupt Uchiha Han's buildup. He could only exert all his strength to defend. He could sense that the attack released by Uchiha Han, using up all his remaining strength, would be incredibly terrifying. Even he could not afford to be careless. In midair, the waves swirled, completely circling around Uchiha Han. Uchiha Han crouched down, holding the meteor spear sideways behind him, lowering his center of gravity like a cheetah poised to pounce on its prey. However, the power he contained was not something a mere beast could compare to. The surrounding space seemed to tremble under the force of the rushing water, as if it would shatter at any moment. Inoki held his breath, continuously gathering hard. Towering rocks before him, which were 4 to 5 times larger than the previous rock shield. Furthermore, their defensive power had increased geometrically. It could be said that in all the years since becoming the Tsuchikage, Inoki had never been this cautious and serious. The flow of time around them seemed to slow down significantly. But in reality, Uchiha Han's entire build-up process took less than a second. At this moment, the chakra and water essence within Uchiha Han had reached a peak. Suddenly, a glimmer flashed in Uchiha Han's eyes. Stunning tsunami kill, accompanied by Uchiha Han's loud shout. The surrounding water all converged, forming a colossal wave that engulfed the heavens and earth. The sky above Iwagakure was also filled with howling winds, and the dark clouds overhead suddenly began to pour down rain. Swish, swish, swish. The originally cool night had a sudden drop in temperature, making everyone present shiver involuntarily, instinctively curling up. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The fierce winds howled, their cries resembling the roars of ferocious beasts and demons, sending chills down people's spines. The air around them became incredibly humid and extremely cold, piercingly so. Coupled with the howling winds, it felt as if icy spikes were hitting everyone's faces. Whoosh! The giant wave surged. Finally, Uchiha Han's body moved. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Han's figure disappeared from his original spot. The surging giant wave rushed forward like a prehistoric beast, opening its massive jaws. An overwhelming momentum erupted suddenly, echoing throughout the heavens and earth. Everyone present felt as if a massive mountain was pressing down on their backs, making it hard to breathe. Those with stronger abilities felt slightly better. However, the Chunin among them, under this immense pressure, felt dizzy and their blood surging. Their bodies could hardly move. What powerful pressure, one person said with great difficulty, then suddenly collapsed to the ground with a thud. The cold rainwater instantly soaked him. Following that, the other weaker IWA shinobi also began to kneel down one by one. A few Jonin nearby saw this scene and instinctively wanted to check on their condition, only to find that moving was extremely difficult for them as well. With no other choice, they could only hope that Lord Suchikage would defeat the enemy soon. This thought was shared among them all. In this level of battle, they had no choice but to place their hopes on Noki. The weak had no power to resist in the face of cruel reality. This is the sorrow of this world. Bang! Finally, the giant wave crashed against the rock shield in front of Noki. The massive tsunami instantly swallowed Noki along with his rock shield. The rushing water continuously eroded the rock, and under the immense impact, cracks began to appear on the rock shield. Steady. Noki continued to circulate chakra, causing the surrounding rock shield to converge and directly envelop him, forming a hollow rock sphere. Noki gritted his teeth, increased his chakra output, sparing no effort, trying to repair the cracks that were spreading across the rock shield. Streams of resolute chakra spread over the rock shield, covering those cracks and sealing them. However, even with Naki's efforts, the speed of his repairs could not keep up with the speed at which the cracks were spreading. Nevertheless, there was still a noticeable effect. The rate at which the cracks spread visibly slowed down. At this rate, barring any accidents, it would take some time for the cracks to completely break through Naki's defenses. However, Uchiha Han's attack had yet to be unleashed. The real attack was still to come. Damn, this guy's attack is so strong. Noki was immensely shocked, although he had long been mentally prepared, knowing that Uchiha Han's desperate strike would be formidable. He did not expect that just the prelude to the attack would almost overwhelm him. Noki could clearly see that most of Uchiha Han's power in this final strike was concentrated in that spear. This towering wave was merely the momentum of the heavens and earth that Uchiha Han had stirred up. It was more a manifestation of momentum than an attack itself. Noki felt a chill in his heart. The usually confident him could not help but feel a hint of confusion. Could he really withstand the other party's final blow? Noki was genuinely a bit panicked. From the initial calmness, although there was some anger and confusion, he had never doubted his own strength. But now, feeling the terrifying momentum of Uchiha Han head-on, the unwavering belief in his heart began to waver slightly. Although it was just a moment, Noki knew that cracks had appeared in his mental state. This was incredibly fatal for any powerful ninja. Suddenly, a blue giant figure seemed to faintly appear before him. Huh, so I become my own inner demon? Noki chuckled self-deprecatingly in his heart. He found it somewhat ridiculous that he linked the current situation to that existence from back in the day. Although he admitted that the person in front of him was definitely not much weaker than himself, compared to that previous figure, there was still a significant gap. At that time, he had no power to resist at all. Even with the strength he had now, he was even more aware of how astonishing the disparity in strength was behind the sense of oppression he felt back then. This was far beyond what the person before him could compare to. The towering waves continued to churn. The surrounding momentum finally reached its peak. The waves suddenly parted in the middle, and Uchiha Han's figure abruptly appeared. A glimmer of cold light. Shocking wave slaughter. Chapter 226. Be obliterated beneath the dust escape. Shocking wave slaughter. This time, Uchiha Han's voice was incredibly resolute and resonant. These 5 words echoed throughout the entire rock-hidden village. Even many villagers who had been fast asleep were suddenly awakened by this voice. Did thunder? A villager suddenly sat up, as if the cold voice still echoed in his ears. Noki immediately circulated his chakra, gritting his teeth, and desperately solidified the rock sphere that enveloped him. This was all he could do now. Uchiha Han's eyes narrowed, radiating an incredibly sharp and cold brilliance. All the power in his body converged into the meteor spear. The surrounding waves retreated from the rock sphere, continuously condensing and compressing. In the blink of an eye, formed a transparent stream of water containing immense, terrifying power. This stream of water coiled around the body of the meteor spear like a dragon, and the spear tip refracted dazzling light under the water's cover. Like a lighthouse in the dark night, it suddenly appeared, making it feel incredibly glaring and impossible to look directly at. At this point, the power contained within the meteor spear had reached its peak. If it continued to gather strength, it would not only fail to increase its power, but would even cause the originally condensed force to begin to dissipate. Therefore, this was Uchiha Han's best opportunity. One thrust. Uchiha Han shook his right shoulder, and his entire body, along with the meteor spear, transformed into a streak of light. In an instant, it pierced the rock sphere. The tip of the meteor spear struck the rock. It paused for a moment. Zzz. In an instant, a dense array of cracks appeared, centered around the tip of the spear. In less than a breath, the cracks instantly spread throughout the entire rock sphere. Bang! With a loud bang, the rock sphere exploded instantly. In an instant, sand and stones flew everywhere, and the originally large chunks of rock were all shattered into fine gravel, even dust. However, Uchiha Han's meteor spear did not stop. The immense power contained within it did not diminish. Without the obstruction of the rock sphere, Uchiha Han's body, along with the meteor spear, continued to thrust inward. However, Noki was also prepared for this. Noki knew that his rock sphere could not possibly withstand Uchiha Han's desperate strike. Even if he had additionally applied Earth Release, super heavy rock technique to the rock sphere. His strength was not in defense, but in attack. The terrifying destructive power of Dust Release. Thus, from the beginning, he had expended a large amount of chakra to condense this rock sphere, just to buy time. The longer he could delay, the more time it would give Noki to prepare. In battles at their level, even a breath of time could determine many details. At this moment, Noki was already prepared, smiling confidently. Uchiha Han, breaking through the rock sphere, naturally saw Naka's smile and felt a bit nervous. However, the immense power coming from the meteor spear made Uchiha Han no longer think about other issues. In his mind, all he had was one will and thought, to thrust forward and break through everything. He now felt as if he had the power to pierce through the heavens. Earth Release, Rock Pillar Technique. With a loud shout from Noki, the dust that had been floating in the air around him all gathered together. This dust was made up of fragments from the explosion of his earlier rock sphere. Then, the remaining falling gravel seemed to be drawn by gravity, immediately changing direction and flying back, reuniting with the dust. In an instant, the dust and gravel coalesced into two tall rock giants, one on the left and one on the right, enclosing Uchiha Han in the middle. Naka's purpose in doing this was, of course, not to rely on these two rock giants to break through Uchiha Han's attack. He aimed to use these two rock giants to restrict Uchiha Han's movements. The reason for wanting to restrict Uchiha Han's movements was because Naka's palms once again formed a triangular hand sign in front of him. Dust Release, Limit Removal Technique. A dazzling beam of light instantly shot out from his palms. Accompanying this is a breath of brutal destruction. Bang! With a loud noise. The light column and the tip of the meteor gun violently collided together. To say so is somewhat inaccurate. To be precise, it was the layer of water surrounding the tip of the meteor gun that was battling with the light column. For a moment, the meteor gun couldn't advance an inch. Uchiha Han was naturally very shocked. This old guy really has some skill. Uchiha Han murmured. This strike contained all the power he had left. The power that erupted in an instant should at least have the might of a strong shadow. Unexpectedly, when fighting Noki, they were still evenly matched. It seems that Uchiha Han had somewhat overestimated himself. Of course, a large part of the reason lies with Noki. At this moment, Noki was much younger than during the Fourth Great Ninja War in the original work, and his combat power was naturally stronger. Even among shadow-level ninjas, Noki was in the upper echelon. To put it simply, aside from the Akatsuki organization lurking in the shadows and Abido, Noki could almost be considered the strongest in the entire ninja world. However, this does not mean that Noki is invincible. At least against Minato's Flying Thunder God, Noki would also find it very difficult to cope. Among these top-tier powerhouses, especially those extremely skilled in a certain field, if they do not encounter a clear restraining relationship, it is almost impossible to produce a significant victory or defeat. This is what maintains the balance between the five great nations. Even though various contradictions and disputes continue, they ultimately do not break this overall pattern, because although their strengths vary, they are still on the same level. Unless someone like Hashirama Senju or Madara Uchiha clearly exists on a different dimensional plane than others, that would change the entire pattern of the ninja world. Therefore, even in the original work, Minato knows the source of the hatred and suffering that constantly arises in this world. But he also does not have the power to change it. No matter who you are, if you dare to rampage in our Wagakure village, I will definitely not spare you. At this moment, Noki regained his confidence. The two fell into an evenly matched state. However, this was Uchiha Han's desperate last-ditch effort. In contrast, although Noki was also using all his strength to perform dust release, rending the limits technique, he was definitely more enduring than Uchiha Han. Soon, a few seconds later, Noki could clearly sense that Uchiha Han's power and momentum were weakening. The corner of Naka's mouth slightly lifted, revealing a very proud arc. Beat annihilated under the dust release. Noki shouted loudly, as if pronouncing Uchiha Han's death sentence. Just as his voice fell, he pushed his palms forward fiercely, continuing to exert force, and the chakra within him surged again, making the light column shot from his palm even more terrifying. Suddenly, Noki let out a miserable cry. Chapter 227, the end. Noki screamed, and the light column that had gathered in his palm instantly dissipated. He clutched his waist in pain. Damn it. Why'd I have to hurt my back at this moment? Naka's forehead began to sweat profusely. He felt extremely anxious. You must know that in battles of their level, any slight flaw could lead to fatal consequences. For example, right now, the advantage he was about to gain had suddenly vanished. Noki gritted his teeth in pain, wanting to immediately gather the dust release, rending the limits technique once more. However, that momentary change earlier caught Uchiha Han's attention. How could he waste such a good opportunity? In an instant, the enormous resistance in front of the meteor gun disappeared, although it was only for a moment. It was enough for Uchiha Han to turn the tide. Break for me, Uchiha Han shouted, once again mobilizing all his strength. As the meteor gun burst forth with dazzling light, the flowing water at the gun tip spinning rapidly, and the sound of high-speed friction with the air could be clearly heard. The gun shot out like a dragon. The swirling water seemed to transform into a majestic coiling dragon with an imposing aura, and the meteor gun seemed to carry the might to destroy the heavens and the earth. Bad. Naka's pupils trembled, and he could no longer care about the pain in his body. Although his back hurt like hell, if he couldn't block this shot in front of him, he would truly be dead. Dust release, rending the limits technique. Noki quickly activated it, once again gathering a huge light column in his palm. However, unlike the previous preparation, the dust release gathered in a panic this time was naturally not comparable to before. Break for me. However, at this moment, Uchiha Han's momentum had reached an unstoppable level. The dust release hastily gathered by Noki had not fully demonstrated its power. It only caused the meteor gun to pause for a few seconds before being pierced through. Of course, the terrifying power of the dust release still erupted, counteracting part of the momentum of this shot. However, even so, the power of Uchiha Han's shot was still blinding. The heavy rain falling from the sky seemed to become part of Uchiha Han's momentum. The wind howled. A glimmer of cold light suddenly appeared. Naka's pupils trembled, and his body instantly became stiff. He felt an intense sense of fear rising within him. A ninja, no matter how strong, is ultimately just a mortal. Except for a few individuals with extraordinary bloodlines, anyone pierced by a shot like that would have no chance of survival. Not good. A wave of fear of death surged within Noki. This was something he hadn't felt in a very long time. Am I finally getting old? In that moment, Naka's mind became very empty. The fear and anxiety that had been lingering in his heart were suddenly swept away by some force. In its place was a long-lost sense of calm and tranquility. Suddenly, a very familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar figure appeared before him due to the long passage of time. His master, the second Tsuchikage Mu. Then, the scene flashed by, showing his son Kuratsuchi, his granddaughter, and his disciples, the ninja villagers of Wagakure. No, I am the Tsuchikage. How can I give up? Even though my body is old, my spirit must not weaken. Noki suddenly opened his eyes, and a resolute brilliance flashed in his gaze. However, he did not suddenly unleash an explosion of power like protagonists in novels or comics. He simply reignited his fighting spirit. Block for me. Noki gritted his teeth and immediately used chakra as a medium to summon the two towering rock giants he had previously called forth. Bang! With a loud noise, the massive hands of the two rock giants came crashing down, firmly blocking in front of Noki. Then, their bodies followed closely behind, pressing tightly together to form a solid shield. Bang! The meteor gun instantly stabbed into the rock giant. Unlike the previous Dust release, the rock giants summoned by Earth release, Rock Golem technique had astonishing defense. In the original work, they were shown to be able to withstand Madara's 8 tails with Gar's shield. Thus, the 2 rock giants managed to withstand the attack for several breaths before being pierced and turning to dust, floating in the air. However, this time, the power of Uchiha Han shot was once again significantly reduced. Earth release, Earthquake Core. Anoki's eyes sharpened, and the dust from the previous 2 rock giants that had been shattered was once again drawn out, coalescing into a tall earthen wall that stood before him. However, its defensive power was far inferior to that of the rock giants. Bang! This time, the meteor spear advanced almost without pause. However, with each successive impact, the power of Uchiha Han's strike had already been significantly reduced. The momentum was nearly gone. The surrounding waves had calmed down, and the heavy rain in the sky had also entered a state where the thunder was loud, but the raindrops were few. As the saying goes, 1 burst of energy leads to a decline, and 3 leads to exhaustion. Uchiha Han's spear, continuously obstructed, had its momentum reduced, and naturally, its power was difficult to sustain. The waves flowing along the spear seemed to dim a few degrees, and overall, it no longer possessed the grandiose aura it once had. ZZZZ. Even so, this was still Uchiha Han's final full power strike. The speed remained incredibly fast. In an instant, he had lunged right in front of Anoki. At this moment, Anoki's palm once again coalesced into a cube. Dust release, original world separation technique. His chakra consumption was also quite massive. If he overexerted himself further, coupled with his already advanced age, it might pose a life-threatening risk to his body. Moreover, Anoki sensed that Uchiha Han's strike had already been greatly diminished in power, and he thought to himself that he should be able to block it with another original world separation technique. However, he did not expect that Uchiha Han's speed was still very fast, and his original world separation technique had not yet fully coalesced. Bang! With a loud noise, the meteor spear instantly pierced through the cube. The abilities of Dust Release and the meteor spear violently collided, instantly unleashing a terrifying wave of energy in all directions. Chapter 228, Leaving Iwagakure Boom. With a loud bang, the chakra of Uchiha Han and Anoki clashed violently, and an incredibly powerful wave of energy instantly filled Iwagakure. It was as if a giant rock had fallen into a water tank, creating enormous waves. The entire Iwagakure was shaken by this wave. At that moment, in a cave on the outskirts of Iwagakure, Deidara squatted on the ground, bored, doodling on the floor. How should I improve? Deidara's hands were drawing aimlessly on the ground, but his mind was filled with his own art. That earlier mushroom cloud made him feel that there was still much room for improvement in his art. Besides the power generated at the moment of the explosion, he could also change the shape to create a visually stunning effect. However, the one earlier from Beihai was truly beautiful. How did he do it? That previous mushroom cloud was something I accidentally created myself. I should have asked him for advice beforehand. Deidara couldn't help but let out a sigh of disappointment. He regretted not asking earlier. Now he was stuck here, not knowing when he could get out. That damn old man. Just thinking about the old man who locked him up made Deidara feel angry. Just then, the cave suddenly shook violently. Small fragments of rock and gravel fell from above. What's going on? An earthquake? Deidara suddenly stood up, bewildered, looking around. He ran to the cave entrance, which was blocked by an iron grate. Deidara looked around. Towering rocks surrounded him, and he could only see a small part of the village, with the view above blocked. What on earth happened? Deidara was very shocked. He could also sense the terrifying aura coming from above the village. One of the auras was all too familiar to him. It was his master Anoki's. Is the old man fighting someone? Has it escalated to this extent? Deidara was well aware of Anoki's strength. To be able to provoke such a powerful momentum from his master meant that the enemy was also an extremely powerful ninja. The commotion was so great. The old man should be fine, right? Deidara subconsciously felt a bit worried. Wait, with the scope of their battle being so wide, wouldn't it hurt Beihai? Deidara suddenly felt a tightness in his chest. In his impression, although he could sense chakra within Beihai, his strength should not be strong. If caught in the aftermath of such a battle, he would likely be seriously injured. It was even possible he could lose his life. I hope Beihai is okay. Otherwise, when I get out, I won't be able to find anyone to learn art from. Deidara began to pray for Uchiha Han in his heart. In his mind, Uchiha Han had clearly become his guiding light on the path of art. Therefore, Uchiha Han held a very important position in Deidara's heart. Boom! The residual energy surged forward, and a strong wind blew, making it difficult for Deidara to open his eyes. Damn, this aftershock is too strong. Deidara felt a great shock once again. He was still some distance away from the village, yet the residual force that reached here was still so powerful. One could imagine how astonishingly terrifying the power that erupted at the center of the battle was. Truly impressive. However, I believe that one day, my art will definitely surpass theirs. Deidara retreated back into the cave, where the wind was somewhat weaker. He clenched his fists, his face filled with confidence and determination. In his clear eyes, the unique longing of youth for the future shone brightly. Back at the center of the battlefield, the terrifying might had yet to completely dissipate, and the surrounding air seemed to have been completely shaken apart. The rock ninjas below were all blown away by this momentum. They lay scattered in corners, on rooftops, and various other places. Moreover, their bodies bore countless wounds that looked as if they had been cut by sharp blades. The surrounding houses had also been significantly damaged. However, long before Uchiha and Anoki began to engage, the villagers in the vicinity had already fled early, hiding in what they deemed to be safe areas. Therefore, there were no ordinary villagers injured nearby, only the group of rock ninjas who had been caught in the crossfire. A few strong jonin struggled to get up, immediately frowning. As soon as they moved, sharp pain shot through their wounds. However, their injuries were relatively light. At the start of the explosion, they reacted much faster than the others, immediately using ninjutsu to defend, although their defenses crumbled like paper before this residual wave. It was still better than the other chunin who had no resistance at all. The few of them looked around, and those chunin were mostly lying there unconscious. Whereas Lord Suchikage? The few of them looked up and saw a hazy aura lingering in the air, but there was no sign of a figure. They couldn't help but feel worried. Look over there. Suddenly, one sharp-eyed jonin spotted Anoki collapsed among the ruins nearby. Upon seeing this, the group hurriedly rushed over. Lord Suchikage! Lord Suchikage! They carefully helped Anoki up. Anoki groaned in pain. As he moved, a sharp pain shot through his waist. Hiss! Anoki couldn't help but take a sharp breath. The power of the explosion was still fresh in his mind. Where is that mysterious person? Anoki did not care about his injuries and was extremely anxious. He had just been knocked away and had no idea what the situation with Uchiha was. Anoki was mainly worried that if the opponent still had combat power, it would be disastrous. Among the several jonin, there was a sensory-type ninja who immediately began to sense the surroundings. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes. Lord Suchikage, I did not sense the opponent's aura. However, Anoki was still not at ease. For powerful beings at their level, it was too easy to hide. He immediately ordered a large number of people to search, leaving no corner of the village unchecked. Anoki shouted angrily, and in his urgency, he was reminded of his waist injury and quickly covered it. Yes, however, at this moment, Uchiha had already disappeared from Awagakure. Chapter 229. After developing quietly for so long, I can finally indulge. Cough, cough, cough. Uchiha's body appeared outside Awagakure. He leaned against a rock, hiding his figure. Damn, my chakra is completely drained, Uchiha said in shock. He had previously used the earth-shattering technique without reservation, gathering all his chakra. Fortunately, this was just a clone. Otherwise, exhausting all chakra would mean certain death. However, perhaps because this clone was formed using a large amount of the Three Tails chakra, it was very stable. So even though the clone's chakra was exhausted, it did not dissipate. He just didn't know if this chakra exhaustion would affect his recovery. Uchiha couldn't help but worry. Then, scenes from his previous battle with Anoki surfaced in his mind. Anoki's strength is truly terrifying, but I have a rough idea of his level now. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Uchiha's eyes. Previously, he thought Anoki had the strength of a strong Kage, but now it seemed a bit ambiguous. He should be below a strong Kage, but above a middle Kage, which means that in the current ninja world, the only one truly possessing strong Kage strength is probably Nagato. As for Obito, he is still too young. Only when he can skillfully use the Kimui technique will he have the strength of a strong Kage. This is undoubtedly great news for Uchiha. The compatibility of the Black Rhino armor is only 45%, so his strength is definitely below that of his true self. If Anoki hadn't suddenly hurt his waist, allowing him to seize the opportunity, he would have most likely lost half a move. All things considered, with the enhancement of the Flame Dragon Steed, he should at least be able to fight Anoki to a standstill. Looking at it this way, in the entire ninja world, apart from those few Kage, including Obito and Nagato, he could almost be considered invincible. Having realized this, Uchiha instantly felt a bit inflated. after developing quietly for so many years. I can finally indulge. Uchiha Han was incredibly excited. Now he could finally do as he pleased without having to be as cautious as before. Moreover, if several clones gather together, wouldn't that be a new team capable of matching the five Kage? Additionally, their cooperation would only be closer and more flawless than that of the five Kage during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Such power could probably contend against all members of the Akatsuki. If Nagato didn't intervene, even with the addition of pain, Uchiha Han was confident he could defeat them. Haha. Now I can go all out without worry. At this moment, Uchiha Han's face showed no signs of defeat. On the contrary, it was filled with excitement. In an instant, the fatigue caused by chakra exhaustion was swept away. A surge of energy seemed to rise from within him. Uchiha Han stood up and gradually moved away from Iwagakure. Although this trip to Iwagakure had its many regrets, at least he had obtained quite a bit of money. Over 100 million Ryo. Uchiha Han had never seen so much money. Damn, the head of a big family can actually have so much money. When he thought of the usually frugal Fugaku Uchiha possibly hiding a large sum of money in some secret compartment, he felt a bit depressed. If he had known, he wouldn't have been so polite to them. He had worked for the guard team for so long for free. He should have at least gotten some payment, right? Damn it. Thinking of this, Uchiha Han couldn't help but clench his fists in anger. Of course, he wasn't really angry. After all, he had seen and appreciated Fugaku's care for so many years. Uchiha Han was not an ungrateful person. A drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. Moreover, this was not just a drop of kindness. Huff huff. Uchiha Han took a few deep breaths to calm his mood. He continued walking. Next, he would head towards Konoha, hoping to find some information about Jinchuriki along the way. He had stayed in Iwagakure for so long, but found no news about the Five Tails Jinchuriki Han. It seemed he had left Iwagakure. Furthermore, he had heard that the Four Tails Jinchuriki had a big fight with Inoki recently, causing quite a bit of unpleasantness, and seemed to have also left the village. To this, Uchiha Han could only say that Iwagakure was quite careless. Jinchuriki could actually leave the village. Honestly, Uchiha Han was a bit confused about what Inoki and Iwagakure were thinking. Logically speaking, they should be well aware of the strength of Jinchuriki on the battlefield. It was comparable to nuclear weapons in his previous life. How could anyone let such a level of weapon leave their line of sight? However, the Jinchuriki probably hadn't left the land of Earth. Plus, since it wasn't a time of war, Inoki might have thought there wouldn't be any issues on his own territory. After all, those two Jinchuriki from Iwagakure had grown up and could utilize the power of the tailed beasts, making them formidable. There probably weren't many who could defeat them. So, Inoki might have felt there was no need to worry. But this couldn't be blamed on Inoki. After all, the existence of the Akatsuki organization was something no one in the ninja world could detect. Even the strongest Konoha had no news before the Akatsuki made their move. Uchiha Han clicked his tongue, but coincidentally, not being in the village made it more convenient for him to act. Uchiha Han felt a bit pleased. This way, it would be easier for him to move, and the resistance he faced would be much smaller. He could first inquire about the whereabouts of the Jinchuriki, and then return to Konoha, where he could extract chakra from that red fishing hook of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Not bad. Not bad. Uchiha Han thought happily. A few days later, the entire Iwagakure seemed to be shrouded in a layer of concealment, and the air felt heavy and oppressive. Inoki sat in his office, looking troubled, with half of his body wrapped in bandages. However, he didn't have the mood to care about his injuries now. At this time, Kuratsuchi walked in, but he kept his head down as if he had done something wrong. Inoki glanced at him with displeasure, clearly showing some anger. What is going on with the Kamizuru clan? Inoki asked coldly. This. Kuratsuchi stammered, seeming a bit afraid. What this? Stop being so wishy-washy and just speak. Inoki suddenly shouted in frustration. The recent data has been getting worse. My desk mate really wants to cry. But I should reflect on my own issues first. Chapter 230. Let's start the war. Yes. Huang Tu's body trembled, and he quickly nodded. The Uchiha clan has contacted several elders and other bloodline limit families these days, wanting to unite to impeach. Huang Tu didn't continue. Inoki lowered his eyelids, frowning deeply. The Uchiha clan can be considered the most powerful family in Iwagakure. The first Tsuchikage came from the Uchiha clan. Therefore, even if they do not possess a bloodline limit, they hold an important position in Iwagakure and even the entire land of Earth. It would be a lie to say they do not covet the position of Tsuchikage. However, Inoki had never left them any handle to use against him. But now it's different. Inoki is severely injured, and although he can recover after a period of rest, the Uchiha clan does not think so. Moreover, they are deliberately creating public opinion, exaggerating the recent battle among the villagers. Now the entire village is spreading rumors that Onoki was defeated by a mysterious person, causing heavy losses to several major bloodline limit families. For a time, the entire Iwagakure is in a state of panic. The villagers and ninjas, who once trusted Onoki immensely, are beginning to waver and feel confused. The absolute faith and admiration established for Onoki seem to show signs of collapse under the influence of certain people. This is not good news for Onoki. These guys really are persistent. Onoki slammed the table angrily. When he first took office as Tsuchikage, the Uchiha clan obstructed him in various ways. Onoki had to exert a lot of effort to suppress them. However, the Uchiha clan is a prestigious family with strong power, an indispensable force for Iwagakure. Therefore, the Uchiha clan has not been too reckless, and Onoki has not targeted or suppressed them excessively. However, these days, these guys have started to act up again. Onoki is no longer as young as he used to be. Back then, he was full of vigor, confident in his dust release, believing that the Uchiha clan could not stir up any storms. Now, he has aged, feeling somewhat powerless, and the previous battle has made him less confident than before. The current clan leader of the Uchiha clan is indeed a remarkable figure. Even Onoki has to admit that the opponent's talent and means are among the best in Iwagakure. Onoki's face was full of worry, and Huangta stood honestly beside him, not daring to breathe. After a while, Onoki slowly raised his eyes, his gaze landing on several documents on the table. After hesitating for a moment, Onoki reached out to open and read them. He breathed slowly, seemingly unable to make a decision. However, thinking of the current situation in the village, he found no better solution. Finally, Onoki made a decision. He quickly signed the documents. Huangtu, immediately send my response to Reikage and Kazekage. Huangtu, startled, hurriedly stepped forward to take the two confidential documents. He felt a mix of curiosity and nervousness. He guessed a little of what was happening. This is... Onoki glanced at him and then nodded heavily. Let's start the war. Onoki coldly uttered 3 words. Kanehagakure, Tsunade's house. Uchiha Han was sweating profusely, a faint flush appearing on his face after the exercise. He felt exhausted, as if all his strength had been drained. Uchiha Han slowly exhaled, sat down, and took a sip of tea to calm his emotions. At this moment, Tsunade, sitting beside him, suddenly opened her eyes wide. A look of panic appeared on her face, her cheeks flushed deeply. Tsunade's previously dazed eyes quickly regained clarity. How long did I hold on this time? Tsunade slowly stood up and walked to Uchiha Han's side, asking. Much better than before, almost an hour. Uchiha Han wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, these days, he had begun to cast illusions for Tsunade, allowing her to revisit the scene that triggered her hemophobia. Gradually building it up, he helped Tsunade adapt to her fear. At first, Tsunade could only hold on for a few seconds before her mind began to crumble. But with the comfort of everyone, she gradually gathered courage and began to face it calmly. Over these days, from a few seconds to a minute to over 10 minutes, and finally to an hour today, her progress has been rapid. The main reason is that Tsunade is willing to overcome this fear. She just couldn't find a suitable and effective method before, making her feel hopeless. But now, Uchiha Han's method has given her hope, naturally restoring her confidence. After all, Tsunade is one of the legendary 3. As long as there is a suitable method and with her own will, overcoming hemophobia is not difficult. Moreover, in the original story, Tsunade ultimately overcame her hemophobia largely due to her own inner strength. Of course, it was also because of Naruto. Knowing about her progress, a smile appeared on Tsunade's face. She wanted to cure her hemophobia more than anyone else. Now, she finally saw hope. She could truly free herself from hemophobia. At this moment, she carefully recalled the 2 faces that were incredibly familiar, yet had haunted her on countless nights in the past. This time, she would finally not be terrified like before. The faces that appeared in the previous nights were covered in blood, with terrifying expressions that scared her deeply. This time, those 2 faces were finally free of blood. Instead, they bore smiles. Cat Dan and SHZ looked at her with cheerful expressions. Suddenly, a warm current surged in Tsunade's heart. That long-lost feeling made her body soft all over. Dan. SHZ. Tsunade instinctively murmured. Suddenly, she clenched her fists tightly, opened her eyes, and a firm light flashed in her eyes. Then today's treatment will end here. Uchiha Han stood up and left. After all, it was getting late, and his body could no longer hold out. Not long after Uchiha Han left, Sarutobi Hiruzen entered with a pipe in his mouth, looking somewhat serious. Tsunade, what have you considered now? Chapter 231. Tsunade's Succession, the Fifth Hokage. Tsunade, what have you considered now? Sarutobi Hiruzen said solemnly. He felt very heavy-hearted, his face almost written with the word worry. Recently, the borders of the Land of Fire have been quite unstable, with undercurrents surging. He could feel it to some extent. This is not a good sign. Sarutobi Hiruzen has a bad premonition in his heart. His intuition tells him. This time, the situation may be a bit grim. Throughout the ninja world, especially among the major countries centered around the Land of Fire, there is a tendency of an impending storm. At this time, Konoha must have a strong leader. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, it will be difficult to respond. Sarutobi Hiruzen has already thought about it. If Tsunade still cannot succeed as Hokage, he will have to choose to step up temporarily himself. The position of Hokage is not something to be taken lightly. It's not a role just anyone can assume. Currently, the only one capable of succeeding is Tsunade. If Tsunade is not up to the task, even if Hiruzen Sarutobi is reluctant to return, he would have no choice but to step in himself rather than choose someone else. After hearing this, Tsunade's expression became somewhat complicated, and she lowered her head, not immediately answering Hiruzen's question. However, this time, her hesitation was different from before. Old man, do you really think I'm the most suitable person for this position? Tsunade asked seriously, raising her head. Hiruzen seemed to understand something, his lips curling into a gentle smile. Of course, he nodded emphatically. Tsunade smiled back. Then, I suppose I'll have to do my best. Tsunade placed her hands behind her back, suddenly revealing a smile like that of a young girl. She walked to the door and looked outside. At that moment, the sun was slowly setting, and the afterglow of the sunset shone on Tsunade's face as it passed through the courtyard. A gentle breeze blew, lifting her hair on both cheeks. The cool dusk unexpectedly made Tsunade feel somewhat warm. The hazy light reflected various scenes in the courtyard, shimmering beautifully. In a daze, Tsunade seemed to see two indistinct figures, one tall and one short. They appeared to be gazing at her, then broke into radiant smiles. Seeing this, Tsunade instinctively smiled back from the heart. It had been a long time since she had smiled like that. She couldn't even remember the last time she had smiled so genuinely. In her heart, a warm current surged, flowing through her veins. Tsunade felt as if her body had become a bit lighter. Everything around her became extraordinarily clear, and her senses sharpened. Her entire state of mind became ethereal, as if she were in a fairyland. However, in just a moment, Tsunade snapped back from this feeling. She opened her eyes again, and everything around her returned to normal. The two figures had vanished. Nevertheless, a smile slowly blossomed on Tsunade's face, like a rose blooming in the cold winter. I will definitely do well as Hokage. Tsunade clenched her fist as if holding something very precious. After a while, she slowly relaxed her hand. That is really great. Seeing Tsunade agree, Hiruzen was naturally overjoyed. His previous worries and concerns were significantly alleviated. Hiruzen walked over and gently patted Tsunade's shoulder, his eyes filled with satisfaction. After all, she was his disciple, and she was about to become Hokage. He felt very excited. Thank you, Tsunade, Hiruzen said earnestly. He understood what kind of person Tsunade was. Getting her to settle down as Hokage would require her to make significant sacrifices. Old man, why say all this? Tsunade chuckled. At this moment, she felt very relaxed, like a rainbow appearing after a storm has cleared. Besides, Konoha was also built by my grandfather and the others. Taking care of the village and its people is something I should do, right? Tsunade smiled. MHM. Hiruzen nodded with a smile. Thus, Konoha started to prepare for the fifth Hokage's succession ceremony in a hurry. At the same time, the news of Tsunade's succession spread throughout the ninja world. However, it seemed to be a bit late. Because, what? Hiruzen exclaimed in shock, slamming the documents he held onto the table. Damn it. Hyumoga-cure, Sunagakure. The Wagakure are actually pressuring our borders in unison. Are they trying to ignite war again? Hiruzen felt both shocked and furious. He had suspected that the other major countries would likely have some ulterior motives during this time. However, he did not expect them to take such a grandiose action. It is important to know that recklessly starting a war comes with enormous pressure and consequences that cannot be easily borne. What were the likes of Onoki thinking? Hiruzen was furious. He was not surprised by Reiki's hot temper, especially since he must have been harboring resentment over Hinata's incident. He could understand that Hyumoga was taking action. However, Onoki should not be such an irrational person, unless Onoki was sure that he could gain significant benefits from this war. Old man, what do we do now? Tsunade asked with some concern. We need to expedite your succession ceremony, Hiruzen said gravely. Thus, the next day, under the pressure of the impending conflict, Tsunade's Hokage succession ceremony was held. Although it was very rushed, there were no significant issues overall. Really, with just one day, I haven't even woven a sleeve for this outfit. An elderly woman sat in a room, stitching a garment and muttering, seemingly displeased. Perhaps out of frustration, she accidentally pricked her finger. Everything is going wrong. I won't do this anymore, the old woman said angrily, not knowing if she was just venting. Meanwhile, work had also begun on Hokage Rock. Really, this is so rushed. I haven't even perfected this model. The master sculptor began carving while complaining. His young apprentice, assisting nearby, saw his master's disgruntled expression and tried to comfort him. Master, I heard the situation at the borders is extremely urgent, so there is no point in rushing. However, the master shot him a glare. You knew, huh? Did you need to say that? I'm just casually saying a few words. I clearly understand the importance of this matter better than you. The apprentice smiled awkwardly and decided not to say anything more. Chapter 232. A New Ninja World War? Open my information panel. Name, Uchiha Han. Chakra, 2756. Shadow, 5000. Three Tails Chakra, 2000. Ninjutsu, 431. Taijutsu, 453. Jinjutsu, 511. Master Ninjutsu. Great Fireball Technique, Phoenix Fire Technique, Shadow Clone Technique, Gale Palm, Great Breakthrough. This place is not. Naruto-S Vision, Water Chaos Wave, Water Bullet, Lightning Flow Blade. Bloodline Limit, Sharingan 3 Tomo. Armor Unlocks, Flame Dragon Armor, Compatibility 55. Wind Eagle Armor, Compatibility 50. Black Rhino Armor, Compatibility 45. Earth Tiger Armor, Compatibility 22. Snow Mastiff Armor, Compatibility 8. During this time, continuously using Jinjutsu to heal Tsunade has greatly drained Uchiha Han's chakra, but it has also significantly improved his Jinjutsu abilities. With the Sharingan evolving to 3 Tomo, his Jinjutsu value had far surpassed both his Taijutsu and Ninjutsu values. It must be said that the Sharingan is indeed powerful. Uchiha Han lay on his bed, reflecting. Although Tsunade had actively cooperated in the recent applications of Jinjutsu, it had allowed Uchiha Han to make significant advancements. Uchiha Han roughly estimated that even a J-Nin might not be able to evade his Jinjutsu. Even shadow-level powerhouses would likely be affected to some extent. Uchiha Han began to look forward to the abilities of the Manjiki Sharingan. Abilities like Tsukuyami, Kimui, and Shursue's almost bug-like Kodoama Tsukumi, which were more prominently featured in the original work, could almost elevate a person to the level of shadow. This was most evident in Obito. With the armor fusion, I already possessed shadow-level strength. If I obtained the Manjiki, wouldn't that make me a definite super shadow? Uchiha Han's anticipation grew. Behind the Manjiki, there was also the eternal Manjiki and the Rinnegan. Moreover, the compatibility with the armor still had significant room for improvement, especially with the yet-to-be-unlocked Imperial armor. Uchiha Han had a lot of potential for growth. At the border of the Land of Fire, in a small village, nearly 20 IWA shinobi surrounded the village. Captain, should we continue the pursuit? One IWA shinobi asked. The team leader looked at the silent village, seemingly struggling with an internal conflict. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, "Pursue." With that, more than 20 figures immediately rushed into the village. Silence, desolation. But looking at the surroundings, it was clear that there had been human activity not long ago. It seemed that for some reason, everyone had suddenly hidden away. As for that reason, just yesterday, IWA Shinobi had officially launched an attack on the borders of Konoha. There were quite a few defensive ninjas at the border of the Land of Fire, but faced with the well-prepared IWA Shinobi, they were caught off guard and retreated repeatedly. The villagers in the border towns hadn't had time to evacuate. At this moment, some of the pursuing IWA Shinobi rushed in. The villagers had no choice but to hide. However, the reason the IWA Shinobi chased them here was largely due to the Konoha ninjas stationed at the border fleeing here. Normally, ninjas should protect these villagers. However, these Konoha ninjas had been out for a long time, and their discipline was already quite lax. Plus, seeing that they were about to be caught by IWA Shinobi, and their lives were on the line, they disregarded any principles. Hiding in the village provided a better chance of survival. Tick! The faucet in the kitchen was still dripping, echoing clearly in the silent house. An IWA Shinobi cautiously raised his head, carefully searching every corner around him. At that moment, two figures were curled up inside a kitchen cabinet. A mother tightly covered her child's mouth, afraid that the child would cry out in fear. However, she was also very scared. The two of them looked terrified, peering through the gap in the cabinet at the approaching IWA shinobi. The long knife in his hand occasionally reflected dazzling light, making the two even more frightened. At this moment, the ever-growing figure through the gap seemed to transform into a ferocious demon in their eyes. The IWA shinobi walked into the kitchen and glanced around. After confirming safety, he seemed to have some idea and put away his knife, gently pressing on his stomach a few times. Then, he began rummaging through the kitchen. He was a bit hungry. For the past few days, he had been eating soldier pills, and he was about to throw up. Having just entered the village, he wanted to find something good to eat. However, the villagers in the village were also living in poverty. The food was quite average. After searching, he found only a few plates of leftover vegetables. There was even a bit of meat. He muttered in disdain, but still found a pair of chopsticks, wiped them, and began to eat. Although it was just vegetables, it was much better than soldier pills. So, he quickly finished 2 plates of vegetables. Bang! He accidentally dropped the chopsticks on the floor. So, he bent down to pick them up. However, at that moment, his gaze inadvertently caught sight of the cabinet. The gap. Inside were 2 pairs of extremely terrified eyes. The IWA shinobi suddenly grinned, revealing a very sinister and cruel smile that sent chills down one's spine. 2 miserable screams instantly pierced through the silence of the village. Soon, the earlier IWA shinobi team leader rushed in with his men. What's going on? Did you find those Konoha ninjas? The IWA shinobi team leader rushed into the kitchen, looking vigilant, thinking he had discovered Konoha ninjas. But when he entered the kitchen, he found 2 bodies, one large and one small, lying in a pool of blood. Their faces were filled with terror, and their eyes were wide open. These villagers? The IWA shinobi team leader felt a surge of anger and was immensely shocked and furious. What are you doing? He questioned sharply. Captain, these 2 villagers suddenly rushed out to attack me, and in my panic, accidentally killed them. The IWA shinobi quickly wiped the blood from his hands and lowered his head to admit his mistake. You truly are. The IWA shinobi team leader was so angry he couldn't find words, glancing at the bodies in the pool of blood, feeling deeply pained. However, he couldn't do anything about it, so he walked out of the house. Chapter 233. Fugaku's worries in Konoha village. The situation at the border was urgent, and everyone was shrouded in a layer of gloom. In the past 2 days, teams of fully armed ninjas had been seen hurriedly leaving the village almost every few moments. Damn it, IWA, Kyomo, and Suna are simultaneously attacking our borders. It's clear they conspired together. Tsunade, with her fiery temper, looked at the various terrible news coming from the front lines, feeling a surge of anger. Smack! Tsunade slammed the battle report on the table in frustration. Sarutobi Hiruzen, sitting across from her, was startled, nearly dropping his pipe. Cough, cough. Tsunade, you need to calm down now. The more it is like this, the more you cannot lose your composure, Sarutobi Hiruzen advised. Now that Tsunade was the Hokage, as the leader, she had to ensure her emotions remained stable. Otherwise, in her anxiety, she might make wrong decisions that could cause immeasurable harm. I understand. Tsunade naturally knew her current identity was different from the past. She slowly sat down, took a few deep breaths, trying to calm her emotions. What should we do about this, old man? Tsunade asked. After all, she had just become Hokage, and she felt somewhat at a loss regarding many matters. Especially during this critical period, with war about to break out, she felt even more tense and at a loss. Sarutobi Hiruzen had naturally considered this situation, so he had been helping Tsunade handle various affairs these days. It was similar to when Minato first took office. However, this time, Tsunade faced a more severe situation. Currently, the Umbu had retained some basic defensive forces, while the rest had already been dispatched. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, among them, especially those from the route who were incorporated into the Umbu, were the first to be sent out. So next, we need to mobilize the power of the families in the village. However, historically, various families would often act against the village's orders for their own interests. Generally, ordinary families wouldn't dare to do so. During wartime, if some rebellious families dared to disobey orders, the village's higher-ups wouldn't show mercy. Next, we could only mobilize those family ninjas, but how to arrange it would need careful consideration. Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his eyelids and began to think. Different battlefields require different types of ninjas. Different countries have ninjas who excel in different ninjutsu. The various clans in Konoha village are quite comprehensive in terms of abilities and ninjutsu attributes, unlike those in other countries that have obvious characteristics. Therefore, Konoha has been able to maneuver through numerous wars in the past. For example, during previous wars, the Uchiha clan has always been a main force on the battlefield of the Land of Lightning. The Uchiha clan is skilled in wind release, which counters lightning, making them perfectly suited for the battlefield of the Land of Lightning. However, there are exceptions, such as the Uchiha clan itself. Logically, since fire release counters wind, the Uchiha clan should have been mainly deployed to the battlefield of the Land of Wind. Yet, in reality, the Uchiha clan has spent most of these years on the battlefield of the Land of Water. In the past, much of the Uchiha clan's dissatisfaction with the higher-ups largely stemmed from this situation. As for why the village arranged it this way, everyone is well aware. At this moment, outside the Hokage's office, Uchiha Fugaku stood at the door, hesitating for a long time, unable to knock. He knew the border situation was critical, and it was time for these prominent clans to step up. Originally, when Minato was around, the Uchiha clan's prestige and status had greatly improved, and the clan members lived more comfortably. However, now, the village was facing turmoil, Minato was in a coma, and the fifth Hokage had hurriedly taken office. It is worth noting that Tsunade is a descendant of the Senju clan, and she likely harbors some prejudice against the Uchiha clan. As a result, voices of concern began to emerge within the Uchiha clan again. This was not a good sign. Fugaku had to quickly suppress these voices. After all the effort to get the Uchiha clan back on track, he absolutely could not let it all go to waste. Taking a deep breath, Fugaku's eyes sharpened as he made up his mind and gently knocked on the door twice. "Come in," Tsunade's voice came from inside the office. Fugaku pushed the door open and walked in. "Fugaku, what is the matter?" Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, somewhat surprised. "Lord Third, Lord Fifth," Fugaku said respectfully. "I'm here regarding the current situation at the border." He stepped forward. "I would like to volunteer to lead a team to the battlefield for support." Both Hiruzen and Tsunade were slightly taken aback. In such major wars, some timid individuals would specifically hide away. Generally, the heads of prominent clans rarely go to the battlefield so early. Thus, both Tsunade and Hiruzen were somewhat surprised. However, Hiruzen quickly understood the reason. Cough, cough. Hiruzen shook off the ash from his pipe, his eyes flashing with keen insight. Seeing Hiruzen like this, Tsunade did not immediately answer Fugaku's question. Regarding the Uchiha clan, she certainly did not hold the same views as Hiruzen and Danzo. However, as a descendant of the Senju clan, she still harbored some prejudice. Noticing this, Fugaku couldn't help but feel a little nervous. But this was also within his expectations. He did not show any signs of anxiety on his face, maintaining a serious expression. After a moment, Hiruzen placed the pipe back in his mouth and slowly exhaled smoke. The office suddenly fell into silence. The atmosphere was subtly tense. Even Tsunade was unsure of what Hiruzen was really thinking. For a long time, influenced by the second Hokage, Hiruzen had conspired with Danzo to suppress the Uchiha clan both openly and secretly. However, over the years, Minato's management style was entirely different, allowing Hiruzen to see a more harmonious and stable Konoha. Hiruzen began to doubt the beliefs he had held onto for so long. Finally, he slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. "Fugaku, there's no need to be too anxious. It's not that serious yet. Just select some people from the clan to support." Hiruzen spoke slowly, his tone not harsh but rather gentle. Upon hearing this, the heavy stone in Fugaku's heart finally fell. He knew well the underlying meaning and attitude behind Hiruzen's words. Originally, seeing Tsunade still being influenced by Hiruzen, he had not held out much hope. Unexpectedly, this time, the third Hokage actually changed his long-standing hardline policy. "Thank you, Lord Third." Hiruzen nodded. "This time, let the Uchiha clan go to support the battlefield of the Land of Wind. There, you can better utilize your strengths." Chapter 234, Deployment. Uchiha Han was lying in the yard, basking in the sun comfortably. Tsunade's condition had stabilized, so he no longer needed to continuously cast Genjutsu for treatment and felt much more relaxed. After so many days of fatigue, he finally could have a good rest. Uchiha Han stretched lazily. Suddenly, a crow flew out from under the eaves, its hoarse voice somewhat eerie. Uchiha Han frowned, feeling a sudden bad premonition. He glanced over and saw it was just an ordinary crow, not the summoning raven of Itachi. Can it fly to the Uchiha household? Seriously. Uchiha Han subconsciously did not particularly like crows. Just as he was muttering, the gate of the yard was suddenly pushed open. "Uncle Fugaku?" Uchiha Han stood up, somewhat surprised. "Little Han." Fugaku walked in, with Itachi following behind him. Uchiha Han noticed that Fugaku's expression seemed somewhat serious and stern, unlike his usual gentle demeanor. Is there something going on? Uchiha Han asked, feeling puzzled. Fugaka sat down. After thinking for a moment, he did not beat around the bush and said directly, Little Han, the situation at the border of the Land of Fire is critical. Our Uchiha clan needs to send some elite members for support. Uchiha Han instinctively frowned. He immediately understood Fugaku's meaning. This meant he was going to the battlefield. Are you going to send me? Uchiha Han pointed at himself and asked. Fugaka nodded. Although the battlefield is dangerous, it is also a place for rapid honing. You and Itachi are the most outstanding young generation of our Uchiha clan. The battlefield is undoubtedly the best training for you. I believe with your strength, you will be able to return safely. Fugaku said earnestly, gently patting Uchiha Han's shoulder. Okay, Uchiha Han nodded. The battlefield wasn't particularly dangerous for him. Given his current strength, how many people in the ninja world could pose a life threat to him? However, Uchiha Han just found a hassle. It was much better to lie in the yard and soak up the sun. Since Fugaku had already spoken, he did not want to refuse. That's good. Fugaku nodded. That night, Fugaku returned home and entered his study. On the top shelf, there was an inconspicuous small compartment. Fugaku took out a key, opened it, and carefully retrieved a box from a small compartment. He gently wiped the dust off the box, and complex emotions surged in his eyes. After a long time, Fugaku carefully placed the box aside without opening it. I'll give this to Han when he returns. After locking it up, Fugaku left the study. The next morning, at the entrance of the Uchiha clan, the clan members preparing to head to the battlefield in the Land of Wind had gathered. This time, Uchiha Flowy would lead the team. Lu Wei, I'm counting on you this time, Fujitake said earnestly. After all, this dispute probably won't settle easily. With so many clansmen involved, he was genuinely worried, especially about Uchiha Han and Itachi. Don't worry, brother Fujitake, leave it to me. Lu Wei patted his chest confidently. War, although very dangerous, is also full of opportunities and achievements for them, especially for someone at Lu Wei's level. He still needed a bit more to firmly establish himself as the second-in-command of the Uchiha clan. Therefore, Fujitake specifically entrusted this mission to Lu Wei. Itachi. At that moment, Izumi rushed over anxiously, looking around for Itachi behind the assembled troops. Although she was about the same age as Uchiha Han and Itachi, she was shorter and appeared quite petite among the many ninjas heading to the battlefield. She was trying hard to tiptoe to catch a glimpse of Itachi, seemingly clutching something tightly in her hand. Uchiha Han yawned, having practiced seriously all night and not getting much sleep. He wasn't very interested in things like pre-war mobilizations. Oh, at that moment, Uchiha Han's keen eyes caught sight of a figure jumping around in the crowd. That is. After staring for a moment, Uchiha Han recognized the figure. Isn't that Izumi? He quickly understood and gently nudged Itachi with his elbow. Itachi, have you said goodbye to everyone? Uchiha Han smiled meaningfully. Itachi nodded. Before leaving home, he had already said a proper farewell to his mother, Sasuke. However, worried that Sasuke would cry, Mikoto stayed home to comfort him and didn't come to see him off. Are you sure? Uchiha Han frowned slightly. Seeing this, Itachi also furrowed his brow. Suddenly, a figure flashed in Itachi's mind. However, he shook his head, wondering what Uchiha Han suddenly meant by this. Look, is she looking for you? Uchiha Han pointed in Izumi's direction. Itachi looked over and immediately recognized Izumi, who was tiptoeing behind the crowd. Izumi? Itachi walked over. At that moment, Shursui also came over. That girl, is it Izumi? Uchiha Han often teased Itachi about Izumi, so Shursui had heard that name many times. Uchiha Han nodded. Ahem, let's not stare at them anymore. Shursui shyly averted his gaze. After a little while, Itachi returned. His face didn't seem to show any emotional turbulence. However, sharp-eyed Uchiha Han still noticed that Itachi seemed to have hidden something. Uchiha Han smiled and didn't point it out. Soon, the team was fully assembled and left the village under the watchful eyes of many clansmen. The departing ninjas were all very tense, but some were excited and thrilled, while others were fearful and worried. At the border of the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth, Uchiha Han had just returned from the Land of Earth. However, he had gathered some intelligence about the Four Tails Jinchuriki, Old Purple, and the Five Tails Jinchuriki Han. Along the way, he learned that a Wagakure had launched an attack. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Uchiha Han deliberately concealed his presence. Seriously, I don't remember any large-scale military activities in the original story. What is wrong with Inoki? Uchiha Han felt some confusion. But in reality, Inoki eventually agreed to unite with Sunagakure and Kumogakure to attack the Land of Fire. and Uchiha Han played a significant role in that. Chapter 235. The sin of lust ahead was a small village. Uchiha Han concealed his presence and quietly sneaked in. Suddenly, there was the presence of IWA shinobi. Uchiha Han's brows furrowed immediately. Generally speaking, in wars between ninjas, efforts are made to avoid involving ordinary civilians. Deliberately harming civilians would be strongly condemned internationally. Therefore, even in previous wars, they had tried hard to avoid involving civilians. Damn it, these guys can't be this ruthless, right? Uchiha Han felt a bad premonition rising in his heart, along with a surge of anger. Concealing his presence, Uchiha Han entered the village. "Captain, we caught these villagers." A fat IWA ninja threw a little girl to the ground. The little girl looked terrified, tears streaming down her face as she crawled to the other bound villagers. There were probably only 5 or 6 IWA ninjas, but they had surrounded about 10 villagers, all of whom were tied up. Fear was evident on their faces. Even the seemingly strong men were huddled up, for they were weak against powerful ninjutsu despite their physical strength. "Captain, what should we do with these?" one of the IWA ninjas asked. The leading squad leader glanced around the villagers, his gaze finally landing on a villager woman. The woman had a somewhat dark complexion, but her features were quite exquisite, and even beneath her simple clothing, her remarkable figure was apparent. Although she was nearly 30, she could still evoke lustful thoughts in many. For example, this IWA ninja squad leader. At this moment, his gaze was completely captivated by the villager woman. His wife back home was of average looks and aging quickly, which left him disinterested most of the time, but she could still barely meet his needs. However, after the recent surprise attack on the Land of Fire, he had been out for so long, and, being with a group of IWA ninjas, he had no face to resolve it himself. So he had been holding back his desires. The villager woman naturally sensed the ravenous gaze directed at her. She instinctively closed her legs and shrank back in fear, like a small white rabbit in a hand. But this only made the IWA ninja squad leader more impatient. Ahem, ahem. The IWA ninja squad leader coughed loudly twice. The others immediately understood. "Captain, isn't this a bit inappropriate?" One nearby IWA ninja showed a hesitant and troubled expression. Suddenly, the expressions of the surrounding IWA ninjas changed. They were all just ordinary chunin, while this squad leader was a well-established special jonin. It was said that if he accumulated a bit more military merit this time, he could be promoted to jonin. Therefore, upon hearing the chunin's words, they all felt a tremor in their hearts. Meanwhile, the villager woman slowly raised her head, her pitiful eyes shimmering with a glimmer of hope. "Oh!" The squad leader's brows furrowed tightly, his peripheral vision slowly glancing at him. "What is inappropriate?" The chunin swallowed hard, feeling a bit scared. "I didn't mean it like that." He waved his hands repeatedly. "All right, you'll be second later. Is that okay?" the squad leader said impatiently. Upon hearing this, the chunin's face instantly lit up with joy, revealing a lewd and flattering smile. "Thank you, Captain. Thank you, Captain." Immediately, the other IWA ninjas rolled their eyes in disdain. This guy really got lucky. They murmured in their hearts. After all, everyone wanted to get promoted sooner. Upon hearing this, the hope in the village woman's eyes was instantly extinguished. She had thought that the Nin was there to save her, but unexpectedly, they were all cut from the same cloth, a group of devils. Her heart fell into a dead silence. It didn't matter anymore. She felt hollow inside. Her husband had tried to resist when these rock shinobi first entered the village, only to be ruthlessly killed by them. So be it. She turned her head to the side, her gaze vacant. Her once tightly clamped legs lost all strength, and her hands covering her chest softened. The squad leader paid no attention to the crowd around him and lunged forward, extending his large, rough hands. The surrounding villagers turned their heads away, looking elsewhere, or simply closed their eyes. The rugged men, who were usually so imposing, shrank back, trembling and silent. "Let go of my mom." Suddenly, a small figure rushed in and knocked the rock shinobi to the ground. It was the little girl from before. She protected the village woman and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. However, her body trembled, although she tried hard to overcome her fear. Her physical reactions were difficult to control. "Oomph, you little brat, you're seeking death." The rock shinobi's brows furrowed, and a fierce look flashed across his greasy face. He then pulled out a kunai from his bag and aimed it directly at the girl. The little girl's pupils dilated, and she immediately shut her eyes in fear. Seeing her mother about to be violated, she instinctively rushed out. But in the end, she was just a weak little girl. No matter how brave she was, She was still terrified at this moment. The village woman's gaze remained dazed, but she instinctively hugged the little girl tightly. Bang! A crisp sound echoed. A tremendous force struck the rock shinobi's hand, causing the kunai to be knocked away. Who is it? He shouted angrily, turning his head. Who dared to ruin his good deed? Did they know how strong a special J-nin was? He hastily looked around, but saw no sign of movement. He immediately became alert, his brow furrowing. At that moment, he noticed that his hand was numb, and there was a cut bleeding. In that instant, he realized that the newcomer was likely not simple. Could it be a Konoha ninja? His pupils contracted, and he became even more vigilant. The other nin around him also drew their weapons, becoming defensive. Right here, just as they were scanning the surroundings without finding anyone, a mocking voice came from behind. The squad leader's pupils dilated, and his body trembled as he abruptly turned around. Before him stood a figure clad in cold black armor. Chapter 236, Exploding the Rock Shinobi. Saving the villagers, you. Who are you? The rock shinobi squad leader immediately retreated, pulling back over 10 meters. The ability to silently approach him from behind indicated that the opponent was definitely not weaker than himself. Moreover, that dark armor looked incredibly strange. They had not witnessed the battle between Uchiha Han and Noki. Those who were close had been injured and were still recovering in the village, while those further away had not seen Uchiha Han's appearance clearly. At this moment, the previously curled-up villagers all looked over, gazing at Uchiha Han's back with varied expressions. To actually attack these ordinary villagers, can you throw away the principles of a ninja? Uchiha Han said coldly. At the same time, a terrifying aura erupted, directly enveloping the several rock shinobi. Although Uchiha Han did not have much of a sense of belonging to the land of fire, he could not tolerate these guys committing such inhuman acts. Captain, what should we do? Several nin, gripping their kunai, began to tremble uncontrollably. They could feel the incredible pressure and naturally understood the opponent's strength. The rock shinobi squad leader scrutinized Uchiha Han's head. Although he found Uchiha Han's attire strange, he did not see a Konoha forehead protector, leading him to subconsciously think that Uchiha Han might not be a Konoha ninja. If you're not a Konoha ninja, I hope you won't meddle in our affairs. Our main force is not far from here, so please do not seek trouble. The rock shinobi squad leader's tone was still somewhat firm. However, he suddenly thought of something and quickly added, if you're interested in that village woman, we are also willing to share. You can enjoy her first. How about that? His tone softened. Don't view others through your filthy thoughts. Uchiha Han shouted angrily, his disgust for him deepening. How dare he think of him as that kind of dirty person? Upon hearing this, the rock shinobi squad leader's brow furrowed, and his heart tightened. He knew that the person before him was not easy to deal with, and that it would be best to avoid confrontation. However, their main force was not far away, so they were naturally confident. Since you refuse a toast and instead ask for punishment, then don't blame us for being rude. He snorted coldly and then pulled out another kunai, charging at Uchiha Han. His speed was incredibly fast, indeed top tier among special J-nin. However, he was facing Uchiha Han. Bang! Uchiha Han merely lifted his hand slightly, flicking his finger, and the kunai that came flying toward him was directly knocked away. How is this possible? The rock shinobi squad leader's pupils contracted as he quickly retreated 10 steps. It was understandable that his kunai had been knocked away when he was caught off guard. But this time he gripped it with all his strength, and the opponent casually flicked it away. How could he not be shocked? At this moment, he realized the immense gap in strength between them. He immediately reached into his bag. Oh, trying to send a signal? Uchiha Han understood what the other party was trying to do. It was merely to launch a flare for reinforcements. Although Uchiha Han was not afraid of them. If they came, they would just be cannon fodder. However, he did not want to alert too many people right now. With a thought, Uchiha Han's body instantly appeared in front of him. Puff! The meteor spear pierced through his chest in an instant. With a thud, the rock shinobi squad leader stiffly collapsed to the ground. Immediately, the other nin widened their eyes, involuntarily stepping back a few paces, staring in disbelief at the fallen corpse. In their eyes, the squad leader was incredibly powerful. After all, he was a special J-nin, even in the entire rock village. He was not to be underestimated. Yet, he was so easily pierced by someone with a single shot. Gulp. The sound of several people swallowing was unmistakable. Then, they immediately turned to run. However, in front of Uchiha Han, how could they escape? Uchiha Han's figure moved, instantly transforming into an afterimage. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A second later, Uchiha Han's body returned to its original position. The rock shinobi all collapsed to the ground, blood pouring from their chests. The meteor spear was also stained with a few drops of blood. Uchiha Han gently rubbed against the little captain's clothes, wiping off the bloodstains. At this moment, the villagers behind him all brightened their eyes. The gaze of the village woman, which had been hollow and dazed, gradually regained its spirit. The villagers stood up one after another and cautiously walked behind Uchiha Han. "Thank you for saving us, my lord. Thank you for saving us." Someone took the lead, and the villagers directly knelt down with a thud, repeatedly bowing their heads. "Everyone, please get up." Uchiha Han helped them up. At this time, the little girl widened her sparkling eyes, lively and spirited. There seemed to be a different glimmer in her eyes. "Big brother, you were so amazing just now." The little girl tiptoed carefully to Uchiha Han's side, looked up, and said with admiration, "Ha!" Uchiha Han smiled and gently patted her head. Then he said, "The main force of the rock ninja is not far from here. You should leave quickly." Uchiha Han said with some concern. Originally, he didn't have much dislike for them after staying in a Wagakure for a while. However, he didn't expect that this group could do such inhumane things. Although these few rock ninjas were probably among the very few, he couldn't guarantee that there weren't others. Therefore, Uchiha Han felt it was better for the villagers to leave as soon as possible. "But we don't know where to go," said an older villager. He should be one of the more reputable ones in the village. For these ordinary villagers, it was hard to easily abandon the village they had lived in their whole lives. Most of them, especially the women, had hardly ever left the village. Uchiha Han thought for a moment. "How about I take you to Konoha?" Uchiha Han said. Konoha? They were taken aback. As villagers of the Land of Fire, they all knew that Konoha was one of the most prosperous places in the Land of Fire, and also its strongest power. "Will Konoha take us in?" The old man said with some worry. "That definitely will," Uchiha Han said. The villagers were now extremely convinced of Uchiha Han, and upon hearing this, they didn't say anything further. Thus, under Uchiha Han's lead, more than 10 villagers set off towards Konoha. Chapter 237 Encounter Big Brother. "What is that thing on you? It looks so cool." Along the way, the little girl seemed very curious about Uchiha Han. "Ha ha ha, this is, let's say, a powerful ninjutsu," Uchiha Han replied with a smile. He originally wanted to say it was a bloodline limit, but these ordinary villagers probably wouldn't know what that was. "So amazing." The little girl's big eyes sparkled with endless admiration as she looked at Uchiha Han. Ninjutsu's effectiveness depends on the strength of the ninja, Uchiha Han said with a smile. Perhaps because the little girl was innocent and adorable, Uchiha Han was also happy to chat with her. As for the other villagers, it wasn't that Uchiha Han didn't want to talk to them, but they had a bit of awe towards him and didn't dare to come over. Only a child like the little girl, with her innocence, wouldn't have various worries. Uchiha Han gently patted her head while quietly circulating his chakra. Uchiha Han was taken aback. He was surprised to find that the chakra in his body was stirring a bit, as if resonating. Could it be? Uchiha Han had a guess in his heart. However, he was also puzzled. Logically speaking, the little girl shouldn't have extracted chakra yet. But the fact that she could resonate with the chakra in his body should be due to having water attribute chakra. That was the only explanation. Although ninjas generally cannot actively sense their chakra, otherwise, there would be no need for chakra test papers. Perhaps the chakra in Uchiha Han's body contained the power of armor, allowing him to sense similar energies. For example, the Black Rhino armor could sense water attribute chakra. After thinking for a moment, Uchiha Han suddenly smiled. "Little sister, do you want to become as strong as me?" Uchiha Han asked gently, like a big brother next door. Of course I do." The little girl nodded vigorously. In the past, she had heard various stories about ninjas and had always longed for that life. Plus, Uchiha Han's invincible demeanor earlier had deeply imprinted in her heart. "I want to be like Big Brother, so I can protect my mom from being bullied." The little girl clenched her fists, her big eyes shining with determination. Pure as only a child could be. This scene suddenly struck a soft spot in Uchiha Han's heart. "Ha ha, okay, I believe you can do it." Uchiha Han smiled and gave her a thumbs up. Uchiha Han took out a summoning scroll, which contained some basic water attribute ninjutsu. There are also some methods for refining chakra. It was perfect for the little girl. The little girl looked about 8 or 9 years old. At this age in Konoha, she would have already been studying at the ninja school for 2 years. It wasn't too late to start practicing now. Plus, starting to refine chakra at her age wouldn't harm her body. "Here, this is for you." The little girl was taken aback for a moment, then reached out her small hand to take the scroll. "What is this?" The little girl had never seen such a thing. "I think this can help you." Uchiha Han smiled and patted her head. He then stood up. "All right, let's continue on our way." The group stood up and began to move forward. The village woman came over, holding the little girl's hand. At this moment, The little girl's gaze was completely drawn to the scroll. However, they still had to hurry, so she suppressed her curiosity and carefully tucked the scroll away. She had a feeling that this scroll might change her life. They walked for nearly half a day again. Uchiha suddenly frovnid. Are we there? Uchiha Han smiled slightly. A large group of ninjas was rushing over not far ahead. Among them was the presence of his true self. Since that's the case, Uchiha Han thought for a moment, and now there was no need to meet his true self in front of so many people. Given his black rhino armor, they would probably become suspicious upon seeing it. Moreover, Uchiha Han didn't know how to handle it at that point. Ahem! Uchiha Han lightly cleared his throat, and the villagers behind him all stopped, looking puzzled. I'll take you to here, Uchiha Han said. This. The villagers instantly showed difficulty on their faces. They had barely traveled half the distance. What if they encountered danger on the way? They were just ordinary villagers without any ability to defend themselves. What would they do if danger struck? Uchiha Han certainly understood their worries. Don't worry, just ahead are the ninjas of Konoha. You can go directly to them. They will arrange everything properly for you, Uchiha Han said. Then he pointed his toes, and his figure immediately disappeared. This. The villagers looked at each other, at a loss for what to do. What should we do now? A few of the more timid villagers began to feel scared. The old man leaned on his cane, his expression also becoming quite worried, but he wasn't as panicked as the others. That adult just said that there are Konoha ninjas not far ahead. So why don't we go take a look? All right. So the many villagers cautiously continued walking forward. Perhaps due to the cruel appearance of the rock ninjas earlier, they felt a hint of fear towards ninjas, even Konoha's ninjas. The little girl looked around, trying to find Uchiha Han's figure. However, she was quickly pulled away by her mother. There's no choice. I wonder if I'll see that big brother again, from start to finish. She had never seen Uchiha Han's appearance, but listening to his voice, she imagined a gentle big brother next door in her mind. The little girl tightly clutched the scroll that Uchiha Han had given her, withdrew her gaze, and walked forward with her mother. Sunlight filtered through the dense leaves, casting dappled shadows on the little girl's face. Her petite body was suddenly elongated by the halo of light. Perhaps she could also become a good ninja in the future. Uchiha Han thought. Ines, I heard that Naruto is getting exciting. Is it true? I haven't watched it in a long time. Chapter 238. Sarutobi Shino Captain. We have spotted a group of villagers ahead. The Uchiha clansman, who was rushing forward, suddenly stopped. Villagers? Lu Wei frowned. How could a group of villagers suddenly appear in such a remote place at this time? Lu Wei had to be cautious. This was a special period, and he couldn't afford to be careless about any potential threats. You guys, come with me to take a look. Lu Wei called a few stronger chunin to follow him forward. The Uchiha clan members looked at each other, confused and at a loss. How could there be villagers here at this time? Itachi frowned, feeling it was very strange. Shursui beside him also sensed ahead. Uchiha Han naturally knew what was going on. He continued to carefully sense his surroundings. However, Uchiha Han's purpose was to find a suitable route to meet with his shadow clone. The sky was getting late, and it was likely they would have to set up camp nearby for the night. However, they might also travel through the night, as the situation was urgent. After a while, Lu Wei returned with a group of villagers behind him. Lu Wei hesitated for a long time, but finally sent 2 chunin to escort the villagers to Konoha. Afterwards, they continued towards the battlefield. As night fell, they found a relatively safe place to rest. While most people were sleeping, Uchiha Han concealed his presence and avoided the few who were on watch. After moving a considerable distance away, the clone slowly emerged from the darkness. Uchiha Han raised his hand, and the clone from Beihai transformed into a stream of light and entered his body. Then, Uchiha Han turned and left. After returning, Uchiha Han began to meditate while contemplating the next arrangements for his clone. Open my information panel. Name, Uchiha Han. Chakra, 2778. Shadow, 5000. Three Tails Chakra, 2000. Ninjutsu, 446. Taijutsu, 463. Jinjutsu, 520. Mastered Ninjutsu. Great Fireball Technique, Phoenix Fire Technique, Shadow Clone Technique, Gale Palm, Great Breakthrough, Non-Existence Technique, Naraka Realm Technique, Water Chaos Wave. Water Gun, Thunder Flow Blade. Bloodline Limit, Sharingan 3 Tomo. Unlocked Armor, Flame Dragon Armor, Compatibility 55. Wind Eagle Armor, Compatibility 50. Black Rhino Armor, Compatibility 45. Earth Tiger Armor, Compatibility 22. Snow Mastiff Armor, Compatibility 9. Uchiha Han retracted the clone into his body, and the Black Rhino Armor returned as well. After thinking for a moment, Uchiha Han decided to first raise the compatibility of the Black Rhino armor to 50, and then send it out to team up with the Easternwood clone to find the Jinchuriki. According to Uchiha Han's estimation, due to some of his reasons, the Akatsuki organization might implement their capture plan ahead of time, and if they encountered it, a single clone wouldn't be very stable. If they ran into pain, the chances of survival were slim. So, it would be safer to send out 2 clones together, and the efficiency would also be higher. After all, Uchiha Han didn't lack money now. He estimated that he wouldn't lack money for a long time. With previous savings, it was nearly 200 million. A huge sum. Uchiha Han, now, felt he had a chance to make it onto the Forbes Konoha Rich list. However, the more money he had, the more worried he felt. This couldn't let Kakuzu know, otherwise who knows how he would come after me, Uchiha Han thought. Then, he focused his mind. Uchiha Han once again entered the virtual combat room. This time, he aimed to increase the compatibility of the Black Rhino armor as quickly as possible. This time on the front lines, Uchiha Han didn't know how long it would last. However, the Black Rhino armor was only 5 away from reaching 50. It shouldn't take too much time. The next day before dawn, Lu Wei woke everyone up and immediately set off for the front lines. Soon, in less than half a day, they finally arrived at the front line of the Wind Country battlefield. Lu Wei went to coordinate with the person in charge here, and then someone led Uchiha Han and the others to their assigned accommodations. Small tents for each of them. About 3 or 4 people squeezed together. Uchiha Han, Itachi, and Shursui were assigned to the same area. After the 3 quickly tidied up, they strolled around the camp. Most of the ninjas here were ordinary ninjas and some from small clans. The only one with a significant identity was the overall commander, Sarutobi Shino, the son of the 3rd Hokage, Note 1. He previously served in the 3rd Hokage Zanbu, but later, with Minato's rise, Sarutobi Hizashi transferred him outside. Just as the war broke out, the Wind Country battlefield lacked strong individuals, especially an overall commander with both strength and intellect. Sarutobi Hizashi then transferred Shino over. However, overall, the defense forces on the Wind Country war front were still quite weak. Therefore, the support from the Uchiha clan was like a timely help. Originally, Sarutobi Shino had some prejudice against the Uchiha clan due to the influence of Sarutobi Hizashi and Danzo in his early years. At this moment, he genuinely felt delighted about the arrival of the Uchiha. After all, facing several waves of attacks from the Sand Ninjas, Shino felt increasingly overwhelmed. Moreover, he could sense that the Sand Ninjas seemed to be just testing the waters, not putting forth anything truly substantial. Great. With the support of the Uchiha clan, there should be nothing to worry about this time, Shino thought, taking out a somewhat wrinkled photo from his bag. It was obvious that he had flipped through this photo countless times. In the photo was a baby still in swaddling clothes, with a rosy, chubby little face, looking incredibly cute. It had been a long time since he returned to see Konohamaru, and he didn't know how tall he had grown now. At 2 years old, he should be able to walk by now, right? A happy smile appeared on Shino's face. Since the child was born, it has been nearly 2 years since I last returned to the village. I don't even know what Konohamaru looks like now. I wonder if he would still recognize me. With the support from the Uchiha clan, things should stabilize here, right? Shino thought, feeling a bit impatient to return to the village and reunite with his family. When his father moved him away from the village, it might have been partly to avoid suspicion, but it was also to train him. Therefore, he never doubted his father's arrangements. Shino carefully placed the photo into his bag, and the corners of his mouth instinctively lifted slightly. What kind of toy should he buy for Konohamaru when he returns to the village? What do 2-year-old kids usually play with? Note 1. Sarutobi Shino. The original work does not explicitly mention his name or deeds. There's a chapter that mentioned it briefly, but it was revised due to a bug. Chapter 239, Vanguard Team, Sandhidden Base. So, the reinforcements from Konoha have arrived? Ebizong looked worriedly at the ninja in front of him. Yes, sir. And, judging by the clan emblem, it seems to be from the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing the report, Ebizong's brow furrowed even tighter. He was well aware of the Uchiha clan's power. Their immensely powerful bloodline limit, the Sharingan, and the fire release talent that almost every Uchiha possesses. This could almost perfectly counter most of the Sand Ninjas, as most ninjas in Sunagakure specialize in wind release. You quickly pull out the ninjas skilled in water release from the troops and form a special team. Ebizong said, then seemed to remember something and added, also include those skilled in earth release. Although earth release does not counter fire release as effectively as water release, it can still significantly suppress the power of fire release. Moreover, in Sunagakure, ninjas proficient in water release are quite rare, while those skilled in earth release are much more common. By the way, who is leading the Uchiha clan this time? Ebizong asked. Although he knew that the Uchiha clan had been oppressed in Konoha, they still managed to produce many talented individuals. In the second and third Great Ninja Wars, several powerful ninjas emerged. Of course, some of them also perished. A figure with spiky hair suddenly flashed through Ebizong's mind. In an instant, the fear that had once enveloped him returned. He chuckled coldly, shook his head, and pushed away the fear in his heart. Fortunately, that guy is dead. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to stand here, coordinating the attack on the borders of the Land of Fire. This is still unclear, but it is certain that it is not the head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku. The Sand Ninja said, "That's good." Ebizong breathed a sigh of relief. If Fugaku were personally leading the team, it would indeed be very troublesome. As for the others, Ebizong did not take them seriously. However, Ebizong suddenly remembered something and pulled out a few documents. These are the talented ninjas from the Uchiha clan that they had gathered intel on. The earliest is Shursui, who has been famous for a long time and has a bit of a reputation in the ninja world. Then there's the new generation, Itachi and Uchiha Han. Itachi, the clan leader's son, is naturally talented, so that's not surprising. It's just, looking at the photo of Uchiha Han in the documents, Ebizong narrowed his eyes, instinctively frowning. How does this kid resemble the guy so much? The figure of that young man gradually emerged in his mind, slowly overlapping with Uchiha Han's face in the photo. Perhaps I'm overthinking it. It seems that Uchiha clan members all have this hairstyle. Ebizong shook his head and chuckled softly, thinking he was reading too much into it. After so many years, there was still some shadow in his heart. Armor. Is it some new bloodline limit? Ebizong scoffed lightly. The documents briefly described Uchiha Han's flame dragon armor, mainly mentioning its powerful defensive capabilities. However, Ebizong looked down on it. He didn't believe it could surpass his puppetry. The puppetry technique was invented by the genius second Kazekage of Sunagakure, which significantly enhanced the strength of Sunagakure and the Land of Wind. The Land of Wind was originally resource poor, which greatly limited Sunagakure's development. However, this puppetry technique allowed them to have the capital to compete with Konoha on barren land. The power of the puppetry technique is self-evident. In the previous ninja world wars, he and his sister Chiyo became famous in the ninja world thanks to their puppetry. However, since Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law both died at the hands of Konoha's White Fang, she had been in a state of depression for a long time. Even now, she was unwilling to make a comeback. Ebizong put away the documents and began to think. The Uchiha support this time is fierce and should not be underestimated. Relying solely on a few water and earth release ninjas to resist would certainly be wishful thinking. It can only be this way. Ebizong sighed helplessly. He immediately called for the puppeteer in the troops. Yes, the ninja left quickly. Puppeteers can transcend the limitations of chakra attributes. They can suppress the Uchiha clan's advantages to the greatest extent. Therefore, Ebizong planned to use these puppeteers for a surprise attack. Moreover, even though Sunagakure had been attempting to attack lately, they had not made any substantial moves. Ebizong had also been hiding his presence. Until now, the other side still did not know that he was the overall commander this time. Ebizong smiled with some pride. In the current Sunagakure, Ebizong could be considered the second in command among the upper echelons. Konoha would never expect that he would personally step in at the very beginning of the conflict. He could definitely take this opportunity to deliver an unexpected fatal blow to the other side. Ebizong began to imagine how, if he could annihilate the Uchiha clan support troops this time and achieve a great victory, his prestige in the village would surely reach its peak. Once this generation of Kazekage steps down, he would have a strong capital to compete for the position of Kazekage. After settling in briefly, Ryu Wei began to discuss strategies with Shino. So, the opposing commander has not shown himself yet. That's right. Shino nodded. Ryu Wei frowned, feeling that there was something suspicious about this. Then let's arrange them quickly. I'm worried that Sunagakure will take this opportunity to launch a surprise attack on us. Ryu Wei said. Shino nodded in agreement. However, we are currently lacking a vanguard team to scout Sunagakure's deployment. Shino said. Those puppeteers in Sunagakure are a bit tricky. Our previous vanguard teams have been intercepted by them several times, and we've never managed to gather any important intel from the other side. Ryu Wei nodded, thinking, such a vanguard team usually requires some sensory-type ninjas. However, it seems that there are not many here. In that case, I will choose a few people from the clan to form a vanguard team. With the support of the Sharingan, it should be much better. Ryu Wei said. This was exactly what Shino was thinking. Akio, a person lying in the tent, Uchiha Han, suddenly sneezed. Chapter 240. We can only use the other dimension god. Nanny? You want us to be the vanguard team? Uchiha Han furrowed his brows as he looked at Lu Wei. What's wrong? Lu Wei asked with a puzzled expression, thinking to himself, is there a problem? Ahem. It's nothing. Uchiha Han shook his head. The main reason was that Uchiha Han felt that the vanguard team shouldn't be his responsibility, as he wasn't a sensory-type ninja. Lu Wei mostly guessed Uchiha Han's thoughts and explained, since there are no sensory-type ninjas here, our Sharingan can play a significant role. Alright, Uchiha Han nodded. However, the fact that he had activated his 3-Tomo Sharingan was something that no one else knew. In the support team, there might be only a few with 3 Tomos, but there were quite a few with 2 Tomos, not to mention there was Shursui, who had a 3-Tomo Sharingan on the surface, but was actually a Kodoeme Tsukumi. Why was he being sent to the vanguard? Nevertheless, Uchiha Han didn't plan to pursue the matter further, although he usually preferred to be lazy and avoid trouble. This was a war, and he needed to contribute in some way. Besides, there was Itachi and Shursui. Lu Wei mentioned a few other names. As fellow clan members, even though they weren't familiar, Uchiha Han had heard their names. Okay, Itachi and Shursui nodded from the side. Soon, a few others arrived as well. After preparing, the group quietly infiltrated the Sand Village base. Along the way, with the presence of a Sharingan, Uchiha Han and the others easily broke through layer after layer of defenses surrounding the Sand Village base. However, they only used Genjutsu to eliminate those people, and it wouldn't be long before they were discovered. Therefore, time was limited. By this point, they had already snuck into the Sand's base. Tents appeared before their eyes. What should we do next? Itachi asked Shursui. In this team, Shursui was undoubtedly the strongest on the surface. Body flicker technique, 3-Tomo Sharingan. So everyone unanimously accepted Shursui as the leader. It's going much smoother than we expected, Shursui murmured. He felt it was strange that they could infiltrate such a military stronghold so easily. Uchiha Shursui sensed something was off, but to be able to directly enter the enemy's main camp, if they gave up now, they might not have such a good opportunity again. For a moment, Shursui fell into extreme conflict. Shursui-san? Itachi asked cautiously. I'm fine, I just feel that something is a bit off. Upon hearing Shursui's words, Itachi immediately caught on. Are you saying this might be a trap? Uchiha Han asked. Yes, Shursui nodded. Uchiha Han and Itachi had no experience on the battlefield. Even Itachi, when he was brought to the battlefield by Fugaku, only experienced the brutality of direct combat. They had never gone through a mission like this. Only Shursui had. Thus, Shursui was the first to notice that something was amiss. After his reminder, everyone quickly reacted. All along the way, they had easily controlled the few sand ninjas with Genjutsu. It was too easy, almost suspicious. Should we retreat? Itachi suggested. He was usually quite cautious. After Shursui's hint, he felt that this mission was likely to encounter traps deliberately set by the enemy. Shursui was still conflicted. The group fell silent, silently watching Shursui, waiting for him to make the final decision. Uchiha Han, however, was not anxious. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks were ineffective. Sand Village? Sorry, it's not that I'm targeting anyone, but I mean everyone in the Sand Village is trash. Forget it, let's retreat first. In the end, Shursui gave the order to retreat. So, the group carefully planned to leave. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Whoosh! Suddenly, shurikens shot out from all directions. The group's pupils widened in shock as they immediately drew their weapons to defend themselves. What the hell? Uchiha Han frowned, feeling very puzzled. He had sensed the surroundings earlier and detected no chakra presence. Could it be puppets? Uchiha Han murmured. If the enemy had puppets lurking nearby without activation, it was indeed possible they wouldn't have chakra signatures. Sure enough, soon, puppets appeared all around them. Everyone be careful. Shursui immediately went on guard. Facing a puppeteer, their advantages would be significantly reduced. Because puppets were lifeless, their Genjutsu couldn't be used at all. As for fire techniques, their lethality was actually average since most puppets were made of various metals. Not just Uchiha, any ninja facing puppets would find it quite tricky. The most effective method was to directly attack the puppeteer. However, Shursui realized he couldn't sense where the puppeteer controlling these puppets was. It seemed the enemy's strength was extraordinarily powerful. Shursui couldn't help but feel nervous, instinctively wanting to cover his eyes with his right hand. At that moment, dozens of sand ninjas gradually emerged around them. They held sharp weapons in their hands, their expressions a mix of excitement and cruelty, scanning Uchiha Han and the others like they were lambs ready for slaughter. Finally, the sand ninjas slowly parted to reveal a man with bandages wrapped around his head. Kisame. Oh, Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Han, Uchiha Itachi. Kisame recognized the three, and a look of joy instantly appeared on his face. These three were the most outstanding geniuses of the Uchiha clan, and he hadn't expected them to walk right into his trap. Ha ha! Kisame laughed excitedly. If he could eliminate Uchiha Han and the other two in one go, his military achievements would significantly increase. Shursui gripped his shuriken tightly. His palms and forehead starting to sweat. He naturally recognized Kisame and was aware of his strength. He was not someone he could easily defeat. It seemed he would have to use Kodoamitsu Tsukumi. Shursui murmured. Then, a determined glint flashed in his eyes. Chakra flowed, quickly gathering in his brain. Then, it surged into his two eyeballs. Uchiha Shursui's eyes instantly turned blood red, the three black tomo strikingly visible. Then, the three tomo in his eyes began to move and spin. Chapter 241. My strength no longer allows me to be low-key. With a flash, the scarlet eyes instantly emitted a terrifying blood-red light. Shursui felt a bit guilty. It was normal for Itachi and Uchiha Han, who were on their first mission, not to notice the enemy's trap. But he, being experienced, shouldn't have made such a rookie mistake. Shursui thought he needed to reflect on this. Now, having fallen into the enemy's trap, relying solely on the three Tomo Sharingan would probably not be enough to break out. However, the Kodoamitsu Tsukumi was ultimately too extraordinary, and he couldn't use it lightly. He thought to try to find an opportunity to use Kodoamitsu Tsukumi on Kisame. Shursui mused, while the three Tomo in his eyes continued to spin slowly. At this moment, Kisame was in a particularly good mood. He had anticipated that the Uchiha clan would come to provide support and had made corresponding preparations immediately. Pre-war intelligence gathering is extremely important. Previously, due to the puppet masters and the relatively weak presence of the Fire Nation here, the enemy was unable to infiltrate. Now that the Uchiha have arrived, they will definitely attempt to gather intelligence again. Therefore, he had the puppet masters set up an ambush of puppets nearby in advance. Although a few insignificant patrolling ninjas were sacrificed, it was definitely worth it compared to capturing Uchiha Han and others. With the appearance of Kaizoku, the other puppet masters also emerged from the shadows. Each of them held several nearly invisible threads in their hands. Shursui-san, we are surrounded. Itachi immediately activated his Sharingan. The others also revealed their Sharingan, holding kunai, vigilantly watching their surroundings, ready for battle. Of course, Uchiha Han also activated his own three Tomo. Itachi, out of the corner of his eye, noticed that Uchiha Han's eyes actually had three pitch-black Tomo, and he was taken aback. Han-kun, you have actually activated three Tomo. Itachi was incredibly shocked. It is known that activating the two Tomo at his age had already shaken the entire Uchiha clan. Unexpectedly, his peer Uchiha Han had quietly activated three Tomo. You know, I tend to be low-key. Uchiha Han smiled. Hearing Uchiha Han's words, Itachi suddenly felt a bit ashamed. All along, in the words of his father and clan members, he was the genius of the Uchiha clan, and this feeling peaked after he activated his two Tomo Sharingan. Others in the clan also favored him, with some even mentioning him as the future clan leader. Although Itachi wasn't one to show off. Seeing everyone like this made him somewhat happy. Because of Uchiha Han, many things from the original story had changed, leading to a series of chain reactions. And Itachi gradually became a normal teenager, not as obsessed as in the original story. Of course, since the Uchiha clan is still doing well, and Sasuke is also fine, if this balance is broken, Itachi's inner turmoil might erupt again like in the original story. Unexpectedly, Han-kun's talent is so high, far surpassing mine. Yet he can maintain such a low-key attitude. He truly is a role model for our generation. It seems I still lack disposition and need to learn from Han-kun, Itachi thought. Then, he stopped looking at Uchiha Han's eyes. There were more urgent matters at hand that didn't allow him to think about anything else. However, if Uchiha Han knew that Itachi truly believed in his low-key nature, he might not be able to help but laugh out loud. Would Uchiha Han be a low-key person? He had previously been cautious to avoid being targeted. Now that he had grown stronger, he was no longer afraid. In fact, Uchiha Han's mind was already contemplating whether he should show off later. Low-key? Sorry, my strength no longer allows me to be low-key. Uchiha Han's lips curled slightly, revealing a somewhat charming smile. At this moment, Kaizoku's gaze was drawn to Uchiha Han's eyes, completely ignoring Uchiha Han's expression. Three Tomo. That Uchiha Itachi also has two Tomo. The information I saw earlier mentioned that both of their Sharingan were only one Tomo. These two kids have such high talent. At such a young age, they've already improved to 2 tomo and 3 tomo. Kaizoku was extremely shocked. However, luckily, he was able to catch them all this time. Otherwise, their growth would undoubtedly bring endless trouble. Kaizoku felt a wave of relief and was proud of his foresight. Just then, a figure suddenly flashed in front of him. Oh, is it that hard to hold steady? Kaizoku's lips curled up slightly as he raised his hand, and his fingertips suddenly flickered, releasing several fine threads. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 2 puppets instantly appeared around them, and with a flick of their sleeves, 4 gleaming blades shot forward. Bang! Uchiha Shirazue's blade clashed with the 2 puppets. The power unleashed by the mechanical movements of the puppet made it difficult for him to defend. Uchiha Shirazue himself was only a J-nin. Coupled with his ghostly body flicker technique, he could reach the level of an elite J-nin. He was the momentary Shirazue. His talent was not inferior to Kakashi's, and they were of similar age. However, before the Third Great Ninja War ended, Shirazue had already established his reputation as the momentary Shirazue, but he was still young. In contrast, Kaizoku, as the second in command of Sunagakure, undoubtedly had strength that touched the level of a Kage. Of course, at most, it was only at the level of a weak Kage. But even so, Shirazue was no match for him. Shirazue braced himself and then used the momentum to retreat. His expression became extremely serious. The grip on his long knife tightened. No wonder he is one of the powerful puppet masters of Sunagakure. Shirazue murmured, then immediately began to think of a countermeasure in his heart. If he wanted to use the Jinjutsu of a Sharingan, it was best to get in close. Moreover, using Kodo Emitsukami now had many realities. At this distance, controlling the opponent, especially one stronger than himself, was even more difficult. Itachi, Han, can you two cover me? Shirazue said. He could only hope that Uchiha Han and the others could hold off the enemy's puppets. This way, he would have a full grasp of getting close to Kaizoku. Once Kodo Emitsukami was unleashed, he didn't believe he couldn't resolve the predicament. Okay. Itachi immediately stepped forward, his gaze firm. Shirazue nodded. He didn't think Uchiha Han would refuse, so he began to prepare for the next round of attacks. Suddenly, a strong hand gently patted his shoulder. There's no need to be so troublesome. Chapter 242. I alone can sweep through. There's no need to be so troublesome. Uchiha Han gently pressed down on Shirazue's shoulder, halting his movements. Han? Shirazue looked puzzled. Even Kaizoku and the others looked at Uchiha Han with a sense of confusion, wondering what this little brat meant. They didn't believe that this 13-year-old boy could stir up any waves. At this moment, wasn't he just asking for death? Or was it? The surrounding IWA ninja sneered, thinking that this little brat might have given up on resistance, realizing that whether he died early or late, it was still death, and wanted to end it quickly to avoid any physical suffering. Little brat, are you so eager to die? Watching Uchiha Han gradually walk a few steps closer to Shirazue, Kaizoku curled his lips, his face full of mockery. Han, stop messing around, come back. Shirazue said anxiously and nervously. Kaizoku was not even a match for him. Wouldn't Uchiha Han be simply sending himself to his death? The other Uchiha behind him also looked puzzled. Instead, Itachi simply frowned slightly. Itachi understood Uchiha Han very well. He knew that Uchiha Han would not be so reckless and foolish. Hankuin wouldn't act recklessly. Could it be that Hankuin has a strategy to defeat the enemy? A thought suddenly popped into Itachi's mind. Thus, a hint of anticipation appeared in his eyes as he looked at Uchiha Han. Don't worry, Shirazue. Uchiha Han turned to smile at Shirazue, signaling him not to worry. Seeing this, Shirazue also lowered his hand that was about to stop Uchiha Han. He didn't know why, but he felt that Uchiha Han seemed to have some kind of confidence. I asked, why do you have a bandage wrapped around your head? Uchiha Han looked at H-Zuki's head and said with some confusion. Upon hearing this, H-Zuki's eyes widened in anger. Why the bandage? It's just because of premature hair loss. He had started wrapping his head with bandages a long time ago, afraid of the strange looks from others. Therefore, he hated it the most when others commented on the bandage on his head. Did you lose your head? Or did you go and get some eyes transplanted like that guy from the Akatsuki? Uchiha Han widened his eyes, looking like a curious child. Stinky, little, ghost. H-Zuki was furious. Underneath the layers of bandages on his forehead, it seemed like something was about to explode. It felt as if, once the bandage broke, a volcano would erupt. However, Uchiha Han merely smiled disdainfully at the sight. Originally, I thought it was somewhat unnecessary to form this vanguard team, because I alone can sweep everything away. Uchiha Han's voice was firm, echoing in everyone's ears. At that moment, it seemed to carry a powerful authority. TCH, stinky brat. This is your first time on the battlefield, right? You may be invincible among your peers in the village, but this is the battlefield. How do you want to die? Zuki laughed disdainfully. Then his face revealed a cruel smile. He had seen many self-important genius ninjas. Some geniuses gradually grew strong on the battlefield and made a name for themselves. But more often, they perished before they could grow. Such things were all too common. Zuki had always looked down on these self-important geniuses, even feeling a bit disgusted by them. There were always some people who, relying on a bit of talent, acted without regard for hierarchy. Just like that previous Yakura, who, relying on her exceptional talent, had no sense of awe for herself. So Zuki simply found an opportunity to sell her out, and now he didn't even know where her body was. Uchiha Han, chuckled lightly, puffed out his chest, his eyes filled with indifference and disdain. He slowly walked forward, step by step. In an instant, a powerful sense of oppression enveloped everyone. This is... Zuki's gaze instantly shifted from disdain to shock. The aura radiating from Uchiha Han even made him feel a bit shaken. How is this possible? Zuki couldn't believe it. In front of him was just a little brat. Uchiha Han's expression was indifferent as he walked slowly, each step seeming to carry a terrifying might. Then, a fiery energy enveloped Uchiha Han. Flame dragon armor. This is... Zuki was startled, but in an instant, he recalled the information about the armor. At first, in his impression, armor should look like that worn by the warriors of the Iron Country. But the armor on Uchiha Han was clearly different from those lifeless objects. It seemed as if this armor itself carried an incredibly fierce power. Just the overwhelming aura made Zuki feel a bit breathless. Behind him, Shirzue was also extremely shocked. Such a powerful aura had far surpassed his own. He never expected Han to be this strong. Looking at that fiery silhouette and the terrifying might, Shirzue felt a storm rising in his heart. Han-kun, it was the same for Itachi. He then raised his hand, and a wave of fiery energy instantly erupted from his palm. With a bang, Zuki's two puppets were instantly reduced to ashes. What did you just say? I didn't hear clearly, Uchiha Han said. His tone sounded very casual, as if he didn't care at all. Gulp. In an instant, the sound of swallowing could be heard all around. Even Zuki's hands, controlling the puppets, trembled involuntarily. Those two puppets, while not his strongest trump card, had been painstakingly created with countless materials. Yet, they were so easily destroyed by Uchiha Han. Zuki couldn't believe his eyes. Gulp. Zuki's heart was filled with fear. However, he was a seasoned warrior. He wouldn't easily fall into fear and be unable to extricate himself. Soon, he adjusted his breathing, and several transparent threads appeared between his fingers. The summoning scroll unfolded. A somewhat frail puppet appeared before him. This was Zuki's strongest puppet. It was his confidence and capital to rival shadow-level powerhouses. Just this? It's as skinny as a bamboo pole. Uchiha Han coldly snorted in disdain. He gently raised his right hand, and the flame blade instantly appeared in his hand. The moment the flame blade appeared, everyone around felt as if they were engulfed in raging fire. Uchiha Han lowered his center of gravity slowly, then suddenly swung out a slash. In the vague distance, it seemed that a high-pitched dragon's roar echoed through the heavens and earth. Chapter 243. I alone can sweep everything away. To roar. A blade of burning flame instantly slashed out from the flame blade. The enormous blade, light, obliterated everything in its path. Zuki's strongest puppet was directly cut in half like paper. The flame spread, and in just 2 breaths, it was reduced to ashes. However, the blade light did not stop, continuing to slash towards Zuki. The sand shinobi beside Zuki's pupils constricted, and they all wanted to flee. However, the speed of the blade light was incredibly fast. They simply didn't have time to dodge. Even Zuki couldn't react in time. Earth-style rock wall. The group of Earth-style ninjas that Zuki had gathered earlier almost simultaneously performed hand seals. Then, a massive earthen wall instantly rose from beneath Zuki's feet. They were all at the level of Jonin or Special Jonin, and the ninjutsu they combined was naturally very impressive in terms of defense. The blade light struck down, hitting the thick rock wall. ZZZ. However, just 1 second later, cracks appeared on the rock wall. The moment the cracks appeared, they immediately spread in all directions, quickly filling the rock wall with dense cracks. Boom! With a loud bang, the rock wall instantly shattered into dust and debris. The blade light noticeably dimmed, but its power and speed remained terrifying. Not good. Uchiha was horrified. The previous Rockwall's defense had bought him enough time. But the problem was, he was a puppet master. His strongest trump card had already been destroyed by Uchiha with one blow. As for ninjutsu, he was not strong at all. If it weren't for his average talent in ninjutsu, how could he have chosen to specialize in puppet techniques? He was not like Chiyo. Although puppet masters were also quite popular in Sunigakure and had strong abilities, most people wouldn't consider specializing in puppet mastery unless they truly had a unique talent for it. Therefore, nearly all puppet masters had shockingly low proficiency in ninjutsu. After all, even a genius like Chiyo couldn't balance both ninjutsu and puppet techniques. Of course, Chiyo's puppet techniques had become so powerful that she could completely abandon ninjutsu. But Uchiha couldn't do that. In the current situation, his puppet has no place to be used at all. His strongest puppet, in the face of Uchiha's blade light, is even less useful than Earth Release. At this moment, Hai Laotsong suddenly felt a deep sense of regret. If he had focused on ninjutsu back then, perhaps he wouldn't be so helpless today. But unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. In the blink of an eye, the blade light was right in front of him. At this distance and speed, there was no chance left. Hai Laotsong's pupils dilated to the extreme, almost squeezing out all the white space. The blade light reflected in his pupils grew larger. Its brightness intensified, and the flames became more ferocious. Boom! A loud noise. The blade light finally fell. The powerful impact instantly tore Hai Laotsong's body to shreds, turning him into a mist of blood. Following that was the intense and violent fire. Like an unquenchable flame of divine retribution, it instantly ignited the surroundings. Hai Laotsong's blood mist was evaporated completely in an instant. The flame spread, engulfing all the rock ninjas around. Amidst the cries of pain, the rock ninjas fell one after another, ending up with the same fate as Hai Laotsong. Uchiha slowly straightened up. Watching this scene and listening to the screams, his heart did not waver too much. Before this, Uchiha had never killed anyone. In Konoha, he had been carrying out various tasks step by step. His understanding of the ninja world's cruelty was still based on the feelings he had seen in his past life. But what he could see from the original work was mostly focused on the protagonists and those villains. The great hatred and evil. However, it was not until he personally participated in the war that he realized the cruelty of this world. Or rather, the cruelty of the ninja world. Especially for those ordinary people. Under such a war, there was no difference from ants. The various rules that seemed to be established on the surface could still be easily trampled under the power. Uchiha began to understand Nagato's thoughts a little. War is cruel, but is peace really possible? In the world of Hokage, in just a few decades to hundreds of years since the establishment of various ninja villages, there have been 4 wars that almost affected the entire ninja world, not to mention various large and small local wars and conflicts. Furthermore, before the establishment of ninja villages, the major clans were also in constant warfare, accumulating grievances and clan hatreds. Even in his past life's world, he was lucky to be born in a stable and peaceful country. Although he wasn't rich, he lived without worry and didn't have to live in fear. However, looking at the entire world, war still hasn't stopped. Someone has made a rough statistic that throughout human history, there have only been 292 days without war. 292, in the context of all human history, is such a negligible number. If converted into an extreme, it would be 0. For a moment, Uchiha felt a bit melancholic, with an indescribable feeling spreading in his heart. Uchiha felt uncomfortable. He thought these things shouldn't be something he would consider. Previously, he had never thought about these issues. But this time on the battlefield, what he saw and heard made him somewhat confused. Hankoin, Itachi walked over, his face still showing shock that wouldn't dissipate. The terrifying power contained in that previous slash, the immense force it unleashed, left them all in awe. Itachi really didn't expect that Uchiha's armor had already become so powerful. The others behind him, including Shursui, were also dumbfounded. Especially Shursui. They had often trained together over the years. Shursui had even frequently taken on the role of a teacher for the two. But he never expected that Uchiha had grown to such an extent. He had already surpassed him. At this moment, Uchiha slowly put away the flame blade, then turned to look at Shursui. Shursui, should we continue deeper? Uchiha asked. This. Shursui looked around. The surrounding area was engulfed in raging flames, with one tent after another catching fire. They were in the midst of a sea of fire. The other sand ninjas were busy trying to extinguish the fire, leaving only a portion of the ninjas outside the flames, holding their weapons, looking at Uchiha Han with fear on their faces. This. Shursui glanced at the sand ninjas around. After Uchiha Han's slash, those sand ninjas were already filled with fear. After all, their commander Hai Laotsong had already died. Let's go for now, Shursui said. Although Hai Laotsong was dead, this was still the base of Sunagakure. Uchiha Han had just killed the surrounding sand ninjas. But there were countless sand ninjas left in the base. If they were entangled together, the overwhelming numerical disadvantage could quickly drown them. Since their commander was dead, as long as the main force came over, they could easily annihilate them. Therefore, Shursui decided to return to the base as quickly as possible and let Ryui and the others bring the main force to eliminate the sand ninjas. Okay, Uchiha Han nodded. Subsequently, everyone immediately rushed toward the Konoha base. Meanwhile, those sand ninjas, looking at Uchiha Han's back, still had the scene from just now lingering in their minds. Who would dare to chase after them? Sigh. The sand ninjas all withdrew their gazes and hurriedly joined others to extinguish the spreading fire. Otherwise, before the Konoha ninjas arrived, their base would be burned down. Fortunately, the fire that spread from Uchiha Han's flame slash was not truly unquenchable. It was just more intense and powerful than ordinary flames. With their numbers, they managed to control the fire before it spread too severely. However, their commander Hai Laotsong was dead, and the puppet masters and earth-release ninjas he had gathered had almost all perished under Uchiha Han's blade light. What to do now? Most of the surviving sand ninjas were relatively weak. The slightly stronger ones who could speak in a main force had basically been taken away by Hai Laotsong earlier. So, almost all of them were dead. This resulted in there being no one capable of taking charge now. I don't know. The person beside shrugged and shook his head. Then, everyone looked at each other, exchanging glances. They didn't know what to do. By the way, with Lord Hai Laotsong dead, those Konoha ninjas have gone back. And soon Konoha's main force will probably come attacking, right? Exactly. They can't possibly let such a good opportunity slip by. That's right. We can't withstand them at all. The puppet masters are almost completely wiped out, and our top combat power has suffered heavy losses. When the Konoha army arrives, we will undoubtedly perish. Everyone immediately panicked, anxiously like ants on a hot stove. How about we immediately go back to request support? One person suggested. Makes sense. I'll go back to the village to request support. One person smiled slyly and immediately rushed towards Sunagakure. However, he was quickly pulled back by several others. Everyone understood that Konoha's forces would probably arrive soon, and there was no time to seek reinforcements. By the time the support troops arrived, their bodies would have long since gone cold. How about we all just run away together? In this situation, we definitely can't win. Someone said. As one person spoke up, others quickly agreed. Almost everyone wanted to flee. The crowd exchanged looks, unsure. This decision was not one that everyone dared to make. To flee in the face of danger is a grave sin, and ninja's taboo. If it came to that, it would be serious trouble. So everyone remained hesitant, only talking about it. When it came to taking action, no one dared to be the first to run. The atmosphere dropped to freezing point. Silence lingered for a long time. Only the sound of sparks crackling in the surroundings could be heard. Damn it, I can't sit here any longer. If we keep this up, the Leaf Ninjas will arrive any moment, and then it will be the end for us. Since we're going to die anyway, it's better to die sooner than later. Finally, someone exploded with emotion. A certain gentleman spoke very accurately. We can't just die in silence. We must act. With someone taking the lead, the fear in the hearts of the others naturally lessens significantly. That's how people are. Thus, many sand ninjas quickly gathered their belongings and hurriedly fled towards Sunagakure. With so many of them, they didn't believe the village would really impose severe punishments on them. After all, the law does not punish the masses. At most, they would deal with the one who led the escape. Not far from where the Leaf and Sand were engaged in battle, Orochimaru and Danzo moved through the woods. I didn't expect the wind, thunder, and earth nations to unite against the Leaf. It's quite interesting, Orochimaru said, a sinister smile forming on his pale face. This was normal. Danzo's expression remained largely unchanged. He was an old hand at such matters. The Leaf's strength was significantly weakened, and with years having passed since the Third Great Ninja War, the nations had recovered and would certainly not miss such a good opportunity. Danzo coldly remarked. However, inside, he was not as calm as he appeared. With Minato injured and unconscious, the Hokage position couldn't be vacant for even a day. If he were still in the Leaf, wouldn't this be the perfect opportunity? Danzo felt deep regret. Why didn't he keep a low profile back then, not rush things? If he had, he would have had a great chance to compete for the 5th Hokage now. Instead, that brat Tsunade ended up benefiting. Thinking of this, Danzo felt a surge of anger and mixed emotions. Now, he was living under someone else's roof, obeying the orders of the Akatsuki leader. This feeling was quite uncomfortable for him, all because of those brats Uchiha Han and Uchiha Itachi, and that white-eyed wolf Uchiha Shursui. The Uchiha clan truly has no good people. Danzo thought viciously, his bandaged right hand clenched tightly. During this time, with Orochimaru's help, Hashirama's cells had adapted even better, and the power of his wood release had become even stronger. He also had Orochimaru's cloned Sharingan installed. Now, Danzo was incredibly confident in his abilities. He believed that if he encountered Uchiha Han again, he would definitely make him pay. No, only by killing them can he quell his hatred. At this moment, Danzo's hatred for Uchiha Han and his group had reached its peak. Alright, let us first capture the one-tail Jinchuriki, Orochimaru said with a sinister smile. Danzo retracted his thoughts and nodded. There was no way to change it now. He could only obediently carry out the tasks assigned by the leader. Chapter 245, The Pursuit of Shinju. Uchiha Han and the others returned to the base as quickly as possible. How is it? Did you find out about their troop deployment? Sarutobi Shinju asked. Shursui took a few breaths to calm down quickly and said, We fell into their trap. Hearing this, Sarutobi Shinju immediately became tense, a look of confusion on his face. Shursui quickly added, Their commander is Kairosai, leading a team of puppeteers, but they were all killed by Han. Shursui finished speaking rapidly. What? Kairosai? Sarutobi Shinju exclaimed in shock. Kairosai was one of the top 2 or 3 figures in Sunagakure and one of the strongest puppeteers. To mobilize him to the front lines at this time was unexpected. Compared to him, Sarutobi Shinju's status was much lower. You just said, they were all killed by Han. Shinju's face was filled with disbelief. Then he looked at Uchiha Han, who smiled slightly and nodded. This? Shinju couldn't believe it. Wasn't this kid only 13 years old? How could he kill Kairosai? Shursui. Ryui walked over, frowning. To be honest, he also didn't believe it. If it had been anyone else hearing Shursui's words, their first reaction would probably have been to suspect that Shursui was lying due to a failed mission. However, Ryui knew Shursui and the others well. Then, Ryui glanced at Itachi and Uchiha Han. Uncle Ryui, it's true, Itachi nodded. Hankuin's bloodline limit has become incredibly powerful. He shattered Kairosai's puppet with a single strike. Uchiha Han maintained a gentle smile, but in Ryui's eyes, it seemed like Uchiha Han was saying, That's right, I'm that strong. Shursui is right. That Kairosai and his puppeteers have indeed been killed, Uchiha Han said lightly, as if it were a trivial matter. Exactly. So, this is a perfect opportunity. The morale of Sunagakure's troops must be shaken. If we strike now, we can definitely break through. Shursui quickly said. Shinju pondered for a moment and then looked at Ryui. If what Shursui said was true, then this was indeed an excellent chance to annihilate the enemy forces. Moreover, facing a demoralized army, their losses could be minimized. Ryui nodded at Shinju. He chose to trust Uchiha Han and the others. All right, immediately send the order down, except for the necessary garrison ninjas. Everyone else will follow me to launch an attack on the Sunagakure base. Shinju commanded, and soon the ninjas in the entire base gathered quickly. What the hell? Kairosai could be killed by that kid? What is Lord Shinju thinking, believing such nonsense? Yeah, I could just say I killed the Kazekage and directly raid Sunagakure, taking the Wind Country in one go. After hearing this, they all shook their heads in disbelief. They didn't understand Shinju's decision. Although these voices were small, there were many of them. Naturally, Shinju and Ryui heard them clearly. Shinju felt a bit embarrassed and glanced at Ryui, seeing that the latter's expression was calm. He didn't say anything. Shinju's gaze suddenly turned cold as he scanned the room. The ninjas gradually fell silent. Everyone, strike at the fastest speed. We must capture the Sunagakure base. Then, the Mighty Leaf army charged out under the leadership of Shinju and Ryui, leaving only a small number of logistics personnel and garrison ninjas behind. Uchiha Han did not follow. He told Shursui and the others that he had exhausted too much chakra earlier and needed to rest, so he stayed behind. Uchiha Han felt that he had already killed Kaizoku and those puppet masters. He had put in so much effort, it was enough. If he had to deal with the remaining defeated soldiers himself, then Shino and the other Leaf ninjas would be too useless. Of course, the main reason was that Uchiha Han didn't want to move. Wasn't it nice to lie in the tent? Uchiha Han thought as he lay down. Soon, his consciousness entered the virtual battle room. Now, he had to quickly improve the compatibility of the Black Rhino armor. With Kaizoku dead, the fighting on the Wind Countryside might come to an end. By then, when he returned to the Leaf. He would have to find a way to send out his clones, which would be a hassle. Of course, with Kaizoka dead, Chiyo and the others might go crazy and desperately seek revenge for him. As for Chiyo, Uchiha Han felt. How should he put it? Although many people in his past life joked about swimsuit Chiyo, his favorite, he still felt that she was quite a pitiful person. Her son and daughter-in-law died in the war. Her only grandson defected from the village, and in the end became an enemy, dying at her hands. And in the end, Chiyo sacrificed her life to save Gaara. The ninja world is never short of pitiful people. However, everyone has blood on their hands to some extent. Hatred and killing intertwine in every person. He wondered what that old lady would think if she knew her brother died at his hands. Uchiha Han felt a mix of emotions. However, he did not regret it. In the past, he had been in a god's perspective. But now he was a leaf ninja, and Sunagakure was the enemy. Pitying the enemy? Sorry, he wasn't that saintly. Just, a scene suddenly flashed in Uchiha Han's mind. A refreshing beach. A lightly dressed Chiyo with her wrinkled face smiling and saying, "This summer, let this old body love you well." Uchiha Han got goosebumps all over. Ugh, that image was indeed a bit scary. He couldn't think about it. If he got scared, that would be bad. Uchiha Han slapped his head, shaking off that terrifying image. Battle, battle, black rhino armor, here I come. Soon, Shino and the others arrived at the Sunagakure base. At this moment, the burnt tents and scattered bodies, along with disordered shuriken battle flags, came into view. The sand ninjas must have escaped. Shino's eyes sharpened, and he immediately shouted, "The sand ninjas shouldn't have run too far. Pursue them immediately." Right now, this was the best opportunity. If they could kill those sand ninjas, the strength of the Wind Country would surely suffer a heavy loss. How could he let such a good opportunity slip by? Moreover, the defeated soldiers in a panic wouldn't take too much time and effort to chase down, and they wouldn't take too much damage either. Chapter 246. The death of Shino. The Leaf troops split into several teams and headed towards Sunagakure. Of course, they wouldn't go too deep. They just wanted to catch up and annihilate the scattered sand ninjas. Sarutobi Shino, Ryui, and Shirshue each led several teams. If they discovered any sand ninjas, they would signal with flares. At that time, they would gather as quickly as possible. Just like that, Shino led a team of ninjas and ran wildly in a certain direction for more than 10 minutes. At this moment, Shino suddenly sensed 2 chakra signatures ahead. Only 2. Shino instinctively frowned. However, he didn't think too much about it, assuming that in the chaos, some sand ninjas had scattered. So, he immediately accelerated and rushed over. Someone was charging towards them. Orochimaru frowned slightly. However, the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a sinister smile. Moreover, it seemed somewhat familiar. Danzo murmured. He also sensed a group of ninjas rushing towards them, and their speed had increased a bit. "What do you say?" Danzo asked, looking at Orochimaru. "No matter what, let us complete the leader's mission first." It must be said that whether in the Leaf or in the Akatsuki organization, Orochimaru's attitude towards tasks was extremely serious, unlike others. However, it seems they can't ignore it either. Danzo sneered. At this moment, Shino's figure had already rushed out from behind them. "Stop!" Shino shouted loudly, wanting to overwhelm the fleeing sand ninjas with his momentum. However, it was at this moment that he finally saw the 2 figures ahead. Black robes with red clouds. Both of them wore hats that obscure their faces. "Who are you?" Sarutobi Shino's heart tightened, and he immediately pulled out a kunai, looking warily at the 2 figures in front of him. The Leaf ninjas behind him also rushed over, all with extremely vigilant expressions. Orochimaru laughed sinisterly, slowly turning his head. A sudden cold wind blew, lifting the hat off Orochimaru's head, revealing his deathly pale face. "Oh, Orochimaru." Sarutobi Shino's face instantly filled with shock and fear. The shock was at how Orochimaru could be here. The fear was that this was Orochimaru, the S-rank rogue ninja of the Leaf. Long time no see, Shino. After all, they were old acquaintances, and Orochimaru still greeted him with a smile. However, to Shino it felt chilling, giving him goosebumps all over. "Long time no see, Shino." A somewhat hoarse voice came, and Shino looked over to see Danzo slowly turning around as well. Danzo." Shino's heart surged with waves of shock. The 2 major S-rank rogue ninjas of the Leaf were actually together. The previous attack on the Fire Country's daimyo had not spread, as the Leaf's higher-ups had specifically suppressed it, and Shino outside naturally didn't know about it. However, he was aware of Danzo's defection. Danzo still wore that cold expression, but there was a hint of displeasure. Perhaps it was because of Shino's attitude upon seeing him. Should he call him uncle? Shino instinctively swallowed hard. He felt extremely anxious. Originally, the Leaf had inexplicably suffered a joint attack from the three major countries. Now, at this time, the two major S-rank rogue ninjas had actually gathered together, which was another thunderbolt for the Leaf. However, Shino still noticed that the two seemed to be heading towards Sunagakure. Could it be they were going to defect to Sunagakure? Sarutobi Shino immediately had this thought. Although there are various regulations in the ninja world, such as major ninja villages not accepting rogue ninjas from other villages, secret transactions were not uncommon. Especially in times of war, who would care about that? If Orochimaru and Danzo teamed up in the Wind Country, then the recently gained upper hand in the situation would likely be reversed in an instant. Thinking of this, Shino's eyes sharpened, shooting out a determined gleam. They must be stopped. Shino knew he was no match for either of them. However, he was still confident that he could drag out a few rounds with them. Moreover, he had more than 10 Konohan ninjas behind him. There is strength in numbers. Send the signal flare immediately, Shino said to the ninja behind him. The ninja quickly took a signal flare from his bag. Whoosh! A sharp sound echoed through the sky. Now what do we do? Danzo glanced at Orochimaru. This is troublesome. Orochimaru squinted his eyes slightly, flicking his agile tongue back and forth over his lips. He seemed to exude an extremely cold, killing intent. Shino and the others felt that the temperature around them had dropped significantly. After all, he is the son of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo naturally understood that Orochimaru had developed murderous intent. However, his bond with Hiruzen was, so, facing Hiruzen's son, it was even more reason to kill him. Danzo's face instantly twisted together. A kunai suddenly appeared in his hand, and he forcefully threw it out. Danzo was not someone who would show mercy. Even if Shino was the son of Hiruzen, so what? The bond with Hiruzen? Nonsense. If he cared about that, he wouldn't have sent someone to assassinate Hiruzen in the original story. His obsession with power and the position of Hokage had reached a terrifying level. Now, his hatred for Hiruzen had also reached a profound depth. He had completely forgotten that if it weren't for Hiruzen's mercy earlier, he would not have been able to leave Konoha alive. Bang! Shino immediately defended himself, and, at the same time, he formed hand signs to release ninjutsu and counterattack. Although he knew Danzo was powerful, he was old after all. Sarutobi Shino still had the confidence to engage Danzo in battle. At least, he wouldn't be defeated in just a few rounds. TCH. Danzo snorted coldly, and then the bandages on his right hand began to swell. With a loud bang, the bandages exploded into fragments. Wood release, tree root explosion. In an instant, a gigantic dead tree suddenly appeared in the forest. Shino's pupils dilated to the limit as the tree seemed to claw at him, slowly swallowing his vision. Chapter 247, Pursuit of Uchiha, Flowing Might Bang. A loud noise echoed. A massive pit suddenly appeared in the center of the forest. Cough, cough, cough. Orochimaru's hat was shattered, and he stood a bit disheveled not far away. I say, could you give me a heads up before you self-destruct like that? What if I got caught in it? Orochimaru said. TCH. A puff of white smoke dissipated, revealing Danzo's body. He snorted coldly. Get caught in it? What a joke. I think even if the leader died so strongly, you wouldn't die. Danzo shot a glare at Orochimaru. Hit him. Orochimaru's lips curled slightly, smiling with some deep meaning. But is it really necessary to waste a Sharingan just to kill these few people? Orochimaru asked. The wood release, tree root explosion that Danzo just used was an incredibly terrifying explosion that could also consume the user. Each time it was used, it had to be paired with Danzo's Izanagi. Therefore, it consumed one Sharingan each time. I just want to take this opportunity to test its effectiveness, Danzo said. Since the assassination of the Fire Country's daimyo, Orochimaru had reinforced the fusion of Hashirama cells for him. He was still unclear about the extent of his current power. He was very satisfied with the results of this experiment. Besides, you have plenty of those clone Sharingan, right? Danzo said. Orochimaru was somewhat speechless. Although these copied Sharingan were not very valuable, they were indeed the most suitable for use as consumables for Izanagi. However, even if they were copies, they should not be wasted casually. So you don't feel bad about taking advantage of me. Orochimaru shot Danzo a few more glares. He thought that although Danzo had become his teammate now, he hadn't helped him much. On the contrary, he had cleaned up after Danzo several times. Moreover, during the assassination of the daimyo of the Fire Country, Danzo had abandoned him and fled alone. Orochimaru smiled coldly, making it hard to tell his emotions. Let's go capture the one-tail Jinchuriki first, Orochimaru said. He then dusted off his clothes and continued towards Sunagakure. A few minutes later, Shizune, Flowing Might, and other ninjas had rushed over. They only saw a huge pit left at the original location. What happened here? Looking at the flattened forest around them, everyone was filled with shock. Look! Suddenly, a ninja shouted. Everyone turned to follow the voice, only to see a hand exposed beneath the rocks at the bottom of the pit. They quickly ran over and moved the rocks aside. However, to their disappointment, there was no body as they had expected beneath the rocks. Only a severed hand. This is Lord Shino's hand. Suddenly, a ninja began to cry loudly. He pointed at the diagonal scar on the palm of the severed hand, saying it was the scar Lord Shino had left to save him earlier. Upon hearing this, everyone present fell into silence. Shino. Then, Flowing Might immediately dispatched people to search the area carefully. In the end, they only found a few severed hands and feet under the rocks. It was clear that the explosion had almost completely destroyed their bodies. Only a few remnants of limbs remained, making it almost impossible to identify them. It was likely that the ninjas led by Lord Shino had been completely wiped out. In the end, Shizune had no choice but to announce this painful fact. Damn it! Flowing Might clenched his fist tightly. Shino's death was devastating news for them. It would not only affect the battle situation, but also make Flowing Might worry about the third Hokage's attitude towards the Uchiha. Originally, the third Hokage, allowing them to support the battlefield in the Wind Country, represented a change in his attitude. However, with Shino's death, the third Hokage would surely blame them for their incompetence. By then, the previously improved attitude would likely drop back to freezing point. Thinking of this, Flowing Might became extremely anxious. This mission was a failure for him. The Uchiha clan had hoped to perform well in this war, striving to minimize losses during the next Konoha high-level reshuffle. However, Sarutobi Shino's death would undoubtedly implicate their Uchiha clan. Damn it, if I had known, I shouldn't have split up to chase. Flowing Might regretted deeply, or rather, they shouldn't have pursued so deeply from the start. Now, to salvage the situation as much as possible, they could only take revenge for Shino. Flowing Might's eyes sharpened, and he immediately made a decision in his heart. Shizune, Itachi, and you guys, come with me to pursue. Flowing Might fixed his gaze ahead. He never expected that Sunagakure would leave behind such a terrifying trap. Flowing Might was shocked, but no matter what, he had to avenge Shino. Otherwise, when they returned, the Uchiha clan might be forced back into the same predicament they faced before the fourth Hokage. This was something he could never accept. All right. A few people naturally understood the seriousness of the situation and immediately nodded, getting ready. The rest of you, clean up the battlefield and return to the base immediately. Be sure to be careful of the traps left by the sand hidden. Yes. After speaking, Lu Wei and the others rushed out at the fastest speed. Tap tap tap. Danzo and Orochimaru were walking slowly in the forest. Suddenly, Danzo sensed the chakra presence behind him. A few annoying bugs had followed them, which was quite troublesome. Danzo frowned, feeling a wave of irritation rise in his heart. He didn't know if it was because he had killed Shino, but he felt somewhat unsettled. He couldn't quite articulate what he was feeling inside. Oh, Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. He felt this chakra presence was very familiar. It seemed to be the Uchiha's presence. Danzo beside him nodded. And that guy Shursui. Danzo was certainly familiar with Shursui's chakra. Finally, several figures caught up. Stop! Lu Wei shouted loudly, looking at the two people in front of him. They were not from the Sand Hidden. This thought immediately arose in his mind, and he became even more vigilant. Thus, Danzo and Orochimaru slowly turned their heads. Because they weren't wearing hats, Lu Wei and the others immediately saw their faces clearly. Danzo, Orochimaru, everyone was shocked, especially Shursui and Itachi. They were not unfamiliar with Danzo. They had personally experienced Danzo's betrayal. Lu Wei's pupils trembled, and without a moment's hesitation, he shouted, "Retreat." With the order given, several figures immediately disappeared without a trace. Boring. Orochimaru licked his lips, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his mouth, looking still quite eerie. Let's go. They turned around and continued walking towards the Sand Hidden's direction. Chapter 248. Fourth Kazekage Raza what? Sarutobi Shino is dead. Uchiha Han looked shocked. What on earth happened? Didn't I kill almost all the powerful ones from the Sand Ninja? Uchiha Han quickly asked. He couldn't believe what Itachi had said. It was Orochimaru and Danzo. Itachi recounted everything to Uchiha Han in detail. Uchiha Han was very angry. Those two guys, Danzo and Orochimaru, truly heartless. Uchiha Han said indignantly. Although he had never liked the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, he had to admit that Hiruzen had devoted himself wholeheartedly to Danzo and Orochimaru. One could say that if Hiruzen hadn't shown mercy, Danzo and Orochimaru would not have been able to escape the village so easily. However, these two guys not only did not feel grateful, but also killed Hiruzen's son. This, Uchiha Han felt a bit sympathetic toward Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, one could say that Hiruzen brought this upon himself. After all, if he had been more resolute back then and not shown mercy, the two wouldn't have escaped the village. And naturally, today's tragedy wouldn't have occurred. However, this is somewhat good news for us. Uchiha Han murmured, "Hey, see Han." Lu Wei's expression was serious, and he immediately covered Uchiha Han's mouth while looking around. After confirming that there was no one eavesdropping, Lu Wei sighed in relief, lowering his guard and also removing his hand from Uchiha Han's mouth. "Don't be nervous, Uncle Lu Wei." Uchiha Han chuckled awkwardly, turning his face away in disgust and spitting. Although Uncle Lu Wei was already married, before he got married, his hands were definitely often helping him. Just thinking about that scene, and recalling how he had just covered his mouth, Uchiha Han felt a wave of nausea. "Xiao Han, you can't say such things. What if someone hears it, and it gets to the third Hokage's ears?" Lu Wei said very seriously. He understood what Uchiha Han meant. If Shino died because he fell into a trap set by the Sand Ninja while pursuing them, the third Hokage would definitely hold Uchiha Han and the others responsible. After all, if it weren't for Uchiha Han saying they had killed Kaizoku and the others, Shino wouldn't have ordered the pursuit. Even if it was indeed, as Uchiha Han said, and they had killed Kaizoku, the third Hokage's anger over Shino's death would still fall on them. However, since Shino died at the hands of Danzo and Orochimaru, the target of hatred would shift to them. The third Hokage might even regret and blame himself for showing mercy back then. In that case, the third Hokage's anger towards Uchiha Han and the others would be greatly reduced. But to be honest, no matter what, Uchiha Han didn't feel he should bear responsibility for this tragedy, only that it was somewhat due to his reasons. "So Uncle Lu Wei, what should we do next?" Uchiha Han asked. He wanted to know the next battle plan. "I have already sent someone to relay the message back to Konoha as quickly as possible. We will rest here for a few days and wait for the village's orders." Lu Wei said, "Okay." Uchiha Han nodded. However, a glimmer of unusual light flashed in his eyes. At this time, although Konoha had easily uprooted the sand hidden space, they did not pursue the scattering sand ninja due to Shino's death. Moreover, with the commander dead, their morale had significantly dropped. Fortunately, Lu Wei had been actively training and boosting their morale in the past few days. Meanwhile, the village quickly sent back orders for Uchiha Lu Wei to temporarily take charge of the battlefield in the Land of Wind. This surprised Uchiha Han and the others. They originally thought the third Hokage would somewhat vent his anger on them, but instead, Lu Wei was promoted. This left them all puzzled, but overall, it was not bad news. The Sand Hidden showed no intention of wanting to cease hostilities, indicating their reinforcements could arrive soon. Lu Wei sat in the command camp, frowning deeply. Being entrusted with such a heavy responsibility, he was quite nervous. After all, this was his first time being solely responsible for such a large battlefield, commanding thousands of ninjas. However, the village should quickly send someone to take over. He was merely temporary. Lu Wei furrowed his brow. Since he was now the commander, it was necessary to respond to the upcoming battle situation. Then, let's advance step by step and enter the territory of the Land of Wind. Lu Wei said, originally, due to the sudden attack from the Land of Wind, they had retreated over 10 miles. However, after the previous battle, with the Sand Hidden's defeat, they returned to the border. For various reasons, Lu Wei did not lead the army into the Sand Hidden's territory. But now, since the Sand Hidden showed no intention of stopping the war, it needed to continue. They should take the opportunity to further expand their advantage. Thus, the orders were quickly given. Numerous Konoha ninjas were also getting ready to cross the border between the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire. Sand Hidden Village. Damn, a bunch of useless fools. They actually dared to shamelessly come back. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, was incredibly furious and slammed the table. Just thinking about those guys who fled back from the front lines made him want to rush up and kill them. But there was no way. There were too many of them. If he really killed them, how would the Sand Hidden Village compete with Konoha? Damn it, Hebe Eyes is also useless. He set his own trap and got killed instead. What armor? Can it be as hard as my sand gold? Rasha roared. However, he lowered his voice. With Hebe Eye's death, Chiyo, who had been in seclusion, returned to the higher-ups of Sunagakure. Even as the Kazekage, Rasha did not dare to harbor any contempt for Chiyo. It's really frustrating. Rasha calmed his anger and sat down to contemplate the next battle situation. Without a doubt, they had fallen into an absolute disadvantage. Hebe Eyes was one of the top experts in Sunagakure, and he had actually died in battle. Who else in the village could take his place? None of his subordinates had anyone he could trust with enough strength. In the entire Sunagakure, apart from himself, there was probably only Chiyo left. Should he send Chiyo? Rasha hesitated. He was worried that if Chiyo came out victorious, her prestige in the village would naturally reach its peak, which might threaten his position as Kazekage. Rasha lowered his head, lost in hesitation and conflict. After a while, he finally slowly raised his head and spoke to the air in front of him. Yashimaru? Yes. A young man with sandy blonde hair suddenly appeared, kneeling in front of him. What is Gaara doing? Chapter 249, Itachi's Distress Huff. Uchiha slowly exhaled. He opened his eyes and walked out of the small tent. These days, their main force had crossed the border and advanced 10 kilometers into the Land of Wind. Further ahead, Ryui did not advance recklessly, worried about traps and ambushes inside. Instead, he sent out a vanguard team to continuously scout the situation. Check my information panel. Name, Uchiha Han. Chakra, 2820. Shadow, 5000. Three Tails Chakra, 3000. Ninjutsu, 469. Taijutsu, 491. Jinjutsu, 551. Master de Ninjutsu, Great Fireball Technique, Phoenix Fire Technique, Shadow Clone Technique. Gale Palm, Great Breakthrough, This Place Is Not, Hell Viewing Technique, Water Chaos Wave, Water Gun, Thunder Stream Blade. Bloodline Limit, Sharingan, 3 Tomo. Unlocked Armor, Flame Dragon Armor, Compatibility 55. Windhawk Armor, Compatibility 50. Black Rhino Armor, Compatibility 50. Earth Tiger Armor, Compatibility 22. Snow Mastiff Armor, Compatibility 9. Since the Black Rhino Armor was retracted, the Three Tails Chakra also returned to his body. Similarly, due to Uchiha Han's hard work during this time, the compatibility of the Black Rhino Armor finally rose to 50. This was his third armor to reach 50 compatibility after the Windhawk Armor. Now, he had a good chance. A glint flashed in Uchiha Han's eyes. However, he soon relaxed and planned to see Itachi and Shursui. As for reconstituting the Black Rhino Armor clone, that could wait. There were too many people around now. Hey Han. At that moment, Ryui happened to see Uchiha Han and quickly called out. What's up, Uncle Ryui? Uchiha Han walked over. I was just about to look for you. Ryui smiled and then looked Uchiha Han up and down with concern. How's your recovery? Ryui asked. During these days, Uchiha Han had said he needed to recuperate, specifically asking Ryui to set up a tent for him. In reality, Uchiha Han just wanted to be in the virtual battle room to avoid disturbances. This, I estimate, should maybe be about ready. Uchiha Han was reluctant to say he had fully recovered. He knew that if he said that, Ryui would definitely assign him a task immediately. Sure enough, I'm still not cut out to be a ninja. The system made the right choice for me. My personality is more suited to being an armored warrior, Uchiha Han thought. After all, the guy in the first armor, Sinan, was just as lazy, fishing for 3 days and drying nets for 2. But there's no other way. Who told me I still have no power or influence? All right, I still don't know you, kid. Ryui smirked and immediately pulled Uchiha Han over. Once Itachi comes back, you'll lead a small vanguard team to the front lines to scout. How about that? Ryui said. Okay. Uchiha Han could only agree reluctantly. Soon, Itachi and Shursui returned. However, Uchiha Han could clearly see that Itachi's face was filled with sorrow. What's wrong, Itachi? Uchiha Han asked. Itachi seemed a bit unstable, and Uchiha Han was somewhat worried. Han-kun, we passed several villages earlier, and most of the villagers have fled, but some villagers remained. When they saw us, they hurriedly knelt down and begged us not to kill them. Itachi lowered his head, seemingly not wanting Uchiha Han to see his pained expression. Is there really no way to avoid war? Why is there no peace? Itachi asked. Shursui, who was beside him, could only sigh. He did not have Itachi's high-level thoughts. He just wanted to take care of Konoha and his clan. So, he was also powerless regarding Itachi's distress. Ha ha ha. Uchiha Han suddenly laughed. Han-kun. Itachi and Shursui looked at Uchiha Han with puzzled expressions, wondering why he suddenly laughed and what he was laughing about. Itachi, have you ever thought that this problem is actually easy to solve? Uchiha Han put away his smile and said with a serious face. Easy to solve? Itachi furrowed his brow, looking confused. If it were really easy to solve, it wouldn't have troubled countless generations. Anti-war ideology has also appeared in the ninja world. Think about it. From the Warring States period to now, what was the longest period of peace? Do you know? Uchiha Han asked. The longest period of peace. Itachi began to ponder. After a while, he slowly spoke the answer. It was during the time of the first Hokage after Konoha was established. That's right. Uchiha Han nodded. Now think about it. Why did no war happen during that time? Moreover, the leaders of the 5 great nations could still sit at one table to discuss matters. Faced with Uchiha Han's question, Itachi fell into deep thought. Why? He was very clear about the feats of the first Hokage. He was a strong, kind, and peace-loving ninja. One could say that he changed the landscape of the ninja world from the Warring States period to now by his own strength. Uchiha Han smiled. He knew Itachi couldn't fail to understand. It's just that some things he might not dare to express actively. It's simple. Because of the absolute strength of the first Hokage that suppressed the ninja world. Uchiha Han said, absolute strength is the only possibility to guarantee peace. So in this regard, the first Hokage was actually wrong. Uchiha Han deliberately lowered his voice. If others heard this, the third Hokage would definitely drag him over and instill the will of fire into him. If it got serious, he might even be thrown into the umbu for heavy brainwashing. Political stance cannot waver. However, in front of Itachi and Shursui, saying these things is not a big problem. If all the tailed beasts had been in our Konoha's hands back then, there wouldn't have been so many shinobi world wars now. Therefore, the necessary military deterrence is the only path to achieve peace. After listening to Uchiha Han's words, Itachi felt unsettled and began to ponder carefully. Of course, this is just my personal opinion. Uchiha Han smiled, and the seriousness on his face instantly disappeared. Chapter 250, Gaara but Itachi. Uchiha Han suddenly changed his tone. What's wrong? Itachi asked. Don't you think it's a bit too early for you to be considering these things now? Uchiha Han said. Too early? Itachi was somewhat confused. Uchiha Han walked over and gently patted his shoulder. Some things, even if you come up with the answer, you still don't have the ability to execute it, and can only become someone else's pawn, acting according to someone else's will. So what you should do now is to accumulate strength and keep getting stronger. As for peace, Uchiha Han turned around, and the figure reflected in Itachi's eyes became a bit more profound. You can think about this when you become Hokage. After finishing his words, Uchiha Han turned around, facing away from Itachi. Becoming Hokage, Itachi murmured instinctively, looking at Uchiha Han's back, his eyes showing a bit more clarity. Uncle Liu Wei assigned me a task. I'll be leaving first. Uchiha Han waved his hand and left. Uchiha Han followed the designated route and searched ahead for a few kilometers, carefully looking for traps but found nothing. In the evening, he returned to the camp. After completing the mission, Uchiha Han returned to the small tent. When night fell, except for the patrolling ninja, everyone gradually began to rest. Uchiha Han started to reassemble the black rhino armor clone. It went smoothly. It took less than half an hour to complete. Moreover, it fully repaired the damage left from the previous battle with Inoki. At that time, the chakra of the black rhino armor clone was completely exhausted, and the subsequent recovery consumed the chakra of the 3 tails. If time dragged on, the black rhino armor clone might become increasingly unstable until it dissipated. Therefore, the clone hurried towards Uchiha Han's main body. Who? Uchiha Han calmed his breathing. Looking at the clone beside him, a glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes. Orochimaru, Danzo. He. According to the descriptions from Itachi and the others, both Danzo and Orochimaru were wearing Akatsuki organization uniforms. If Uchiha Han guessed correctly, their appearance in the Land of Wind should be for the one-tail Jinchuriki. The Akatsuki organization's plan to capture tail beasts has indeed been accelerated. Unfortunately, the Windhawk armor clone is still in the Land of Lightning, which is simply too far away to make it in time. Facing both Orochimaru and Danzo, relying solely on the Black Rhino armor clone is naturally insufficient. However, if the Earth Tiger armor is deployed, its combat power is not high. At most at the elite J-Nin level, it would not only be of little help, but could even be a hindrance. Of course, Uchiha Han is not saying the Earth Tiger armor is useless. He just means that the compatibility is too low right now. This is something he concluded after carefully comparing data. Back then, in the Fire Country feudal lord's residence, Uchiha Han checked the combat power data of both individuals. Orochimaru's stats are similar to Jiraiya's, but aside from ninjutsu, his taijutsu and genjutsu values are lower than Jiraiya's, and his chakra is also lower. But the overall difference is small. On the other hand, Danzo is clearly inferior to both Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Just looking at the stats, Jiraiya's average is around 950. Orochimaru is around 930 to 940. Danzo is only about 850. Moreover, his chakra is much lower. Danzo's chakra value is only over 5,000. But this is normal. Jiraiya and Orochimaru are in their prime, with their chakra at its peak. Danzo, on the other hand, is older and his chakra declines year by year. Being able to maintain over 6,000 at his age is already quite remarkable. Uchiha estimates that during Danzo's prime, his chakra should have been over 6,000 or 7,000. After all, Danzo has been able to maintain his position as Konoha's number 2 for so many years. After thinking for a long time, Uchiha finally made a decision. This time, both the main body and the clone will move out together. The clone, relying on a compatibility of only 45, was able to hold its ground against Inoki. Of course, considering Inoki's unexpected situations, at the very least, the clone should not be too much weaker than Inoki. The main body's compatibility is as high as 55. Plus, it has the Flame Dragon Steed. The combined combat power is incredibly high. Even if pain from the Six Paths came, Uchiha would not fear. Moreover, even if there were situations he couldn't handle, he could always ride the Flame Dragon Steed and escape. When it comes to fleeing, who in the entire shinobi world could catch up to him? He still has that confidence. However, he needs to find a good excuse, otherwise, Uncle Liu Wei definitely won't let him leave. Sunagakure. The young Gaara was playing alone in a sand pile, with a childlike innocence on his face. His delicate little hands gently patted the built-up mound of dirt, and he smiled in satisfaction. Gaara looked around, and suddenly found Temari and Kankuro standing in the shadows in the distance, looking at him with a face full of vigilance and disgust. Gaara's heart sank instantly, and his eyes suddenly became a bit wet. However, it wasn't the first time. Gaara tried hard to refocus his attention, and his small hands began to dig vigorously in the sand pile. In another shadow, Danzo and Orochimaru were closely watching him. This little brat is the one-tail Jinchuriki. Looking a bit pitiful, Orochimaru said in a cold tone, "As sons of the Hokage and fellow Jinchuriki, the fourth Kazekage's approach is undoubtedly the correct one. Jinchuriki should be the village's weapon. As for feelings, that would only bring countless troubles to the weapon." Danzo said he has never agreed with Naruto's treatment, but with Minato in power, he didn't dare to say anything. "When do we move?" Danzo asked. "Don't rush." Orochimaru smiled. "We need to find a way to avoid the fourth Kazekage Sandai. Otherwise, there will be many unnecessary troubles." Orochimaru turned around, his shadowy face gradually disappearing into the darkness. Danzo said nothing and followed him. "That's true. That thing is indeed quite troublesome. After all, in Sunagakure, there are more enemies than allies, and acting rashly is unwise." Danzo thought for a moment and continued, "However, Chiyo, that old guy has already gone to the front lines, right?" Orochimaru suddenly stopped, pondering something, and the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. "That's right. It seems like only the Kazekage is left in Sunagakure." Chapter 251. Chiyo's attack the next day. After several rounds of reconnaissance, the main force advanced another 2 kilometers into the Land of Wind. After several observations, they still did not see Sunagakure's troops. This is very unusual. In the command tent, Uchiha Liu Wei frowned deeply. He increasingly found it hard to grasp what was going on with Sunagakure. Logically, after so many days, they should have been able to deploy new troops for defense. Or, the ceasefire agreement should have already been placed on his desk. However, neither happened. They neither obstructed the defense nor chose to cease fire. Thus, their army could march into the Land of Wind as if it were uninhabited, and by that time, it would be too late for Sunagakure to stop them. This would undoubtedly cause immeasurable losses for the Land of Wind. If the situation continued like this, the destruction of a nation would not be impossible. Therefore, Liu Wei was even more puzzled about what Sunagakure was doing. Such a serious consequence was something the other side could not possibly overlook. Soon, a realization dawned on Liu Wei. Could it be that this group was deliberately trying to lure them in, while actually having set a trap waiting for them to take the bait? The more Liu Wei thought about it, the more he felt this was the case. This was the only possibility. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain Sunagakure's strange behavior. Hence, the Konoha troops, which were originally planning to advance further, were immediately halted by Liu Wei. They were to remain motionless. This was Liu Wei's order. Thus, they stayed in place for another 2 days. Seeing that there were no signs of the battle restarting, Uchiha began to have other thoughts. Sunagakure, in the 5 great countries, was basically the weakest. It was only because Kirigakure had gone through the Blood Mist era, with many clans exterminated and ninjas defecting, that the 2 villages were on the same level. It was also because Gaara had a significant role in the original work that Sunagakure's presence was strengthened. Now, with Kai's dead, only the strength of the 4th Kazekage, Raza, and Chiyo was worth noting. The Kazekage could not leave the village. So the worst-case scenario would be Chiyo personally go into the front lines. One Chiyo, not to mention Uchiha Han, even Shursui alone could easily take her down. Therefore, this battle was almost certain to be won. However, Luai did not think so. After all, Shursui's Kodoa Mitsukumi was something only Uchiha Han, this time traveler, was aware of. Night fell. Uchiha Han lay inside the tent. He could clearly hear the snoring coming from the surrounding tents. Given the current situation, whether he was there or not wouldn't make much of a difference. Uchiha Han murmured, then made a decision in his heart. He still needed to find Orochimaru and Danzo. Uchiha Han sat cross-legged and immediately mobilized the chakra in his body. Previously, when dealing with Pushi, Uchiha Han had already prepared a shadow clone, but he hadn't used it, since he didn't anticipate the situation with Minato and Jiraiya. There was no need to rely on the clone to conceal himself. This time, it happened to come in handy. Soon, the shadow clone was formed. It was also constructed using the chakra of the three tails. However, it did not have the energy of the armor infused, making its combat power comparable to that of the original in normal conditions, roughly at the Jonin level. Perform well these days. Uchiha Han smiled at the clone, encouraging it to be active, not to be lazy like himself. After all, a clone is just a tool. It wouldn't require his effort, and it could help Lu Wai record more achievements for him. So why not? Why did I only think of this method now? Uchiha Han couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. If he had thought of this idea earlier, he wouldn't have had to trouble himself with the patrol tasks in the past few days. Forget it. Uchiha Han patted his forehead and then carefully sensed the outside. After concealing his presence, Uchiha Han quietly left the camp, leaving behind the clone without armor energy in the tent. After moving away from the camp and confirming he wouldn't be discovered, Uchiha Han released the clone with the black rhino armor. Thus, the two of them rushed towards Sunagakure at the fastest speed. Their direction was a straight line from the camp to Sunagakure. However, at this moment, the camp was quietly falling into crisis on both sides. Chiyo, along with many sand ninjas, deliberately avoided the route directly from the Konoha camp to Sunagakure, circling around from the other two sides, attempting to surround the Konoha ninjas. To avoid detection, they had maintained a distance. Now, Chiyo was planning to close the encirclement. Lady Chiyo, shall we act now? A nearby ninja asked. Chiyo squinted her eyes, looking at the distant camp with its scattered lights, filled with anger. Her brother had died at the hands of Konoha. This grudge must be avenged. At the time, when Konoha's white fan committed suicide, she had lost the chance to take revenge for her son and daughter-in-law. Therefore, upon receiving the news of Kei's death, she immediately rushed over with her troops at the fastest speed. Uchiha Han. Chiyo muttered this name with malice. From the descriptions of the returning ninjas, and combined with other information, she quickly identified the person who killed Kei's. The genius ninja of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Han. She also had many doubts in her heart. After all, no matter how talented Uchiha Han was, he was ultimately just a 13-year-old kid. No matter how strong he was, he shouldn't have been able to kill Kei's. Therefore, Chiyo believed that it was likely that Konoha ninjas had used some underhanded means to secretly plot against Kei's. And those sand ninjas, being of low strength, had failed to detect the other party's tactics. But no matter what, Uchiha Han had already made it on Chiyo's kill list, and he was ranked first. In this regard, Chiyo wanted to face Uchiha Han and say, "Do you know what happened to the last person who ranked first on my kill list? His corpse has already rotted." However, if Uchiha Han really heard her say this, he would probably burst out laughing on the spot. The death of the White Fang had hardly spread in Konoha. This incident was not something glorious for the village or for Hitaki Tsukumo himself. Even the Uchiha clan, being such a prominent family, kept quiet about it. Except for that generation, very few people mentioned or understood it. But Uchiha Han was clear. The death of the White Fang had nothing to do with Chiyo. It was already deep into the night, and the autumn wind gradually carried a biting chill. Chiyo stopped thinking about Uchiha Han and refocused her gaze on the distant flickering lights. Close the net. Chapter 252. Mangeki Sharingan, close the net. Chiyo commanded. Immediately, the sand ninjas behind her shot out like arrows released from a bow. One of the ninjas released a signal flare. Thus, the sand ninjas who had been waiting on both sides of the Konoha camp rushed out together. What's going on? The Konoha ninja on night watch was startled by the sound of the signal flare. Someone fired a signal flare, it seems. Not ours. Not ours. Then it could be. Not good. Sand ninjas are launching a surprise attack. Several Konoha ninjas were alarmed and immediately ran to report to Uchiha Lu Wai. Soon, the entire camp lit up. It was not just the lights of Konoha, but also a large area of fire that the sand ninjas had released. Fortunately, Lu Wei had been cautious beforehand. The sand ninjas were still several miles away, and even at full sprint, there was enough time for the Konoha ninjas to react. Therefore, by the time the sand ninjas reached the camp, most of the Konoha ninjas were already prepared for battle. Maki, you go and hold that Uchiha Ryuei down, Chiyo said to the person behind her. Maki is a trusted jonin under Chiyo. Although he just became a jonin a few years ago, he has high talent, and Chiyo has invested a lot of resources in him. In the currently talent-depleted Sunagakure, Maki is considered an upper-middle level jonin. Therefore, Chiyo asked him to hold Ryuei down. All right. Maki nodded without hesitation. He did not hesitate at all because he knew he wouldn't be Ryuei's match. However, to be honest, he felt that he could hold down Uchiha without too much trouble. He also knew what Chiyo wanted to do, which was to kill that kid named Uchiha Kansas. It shouldn't take too long. So, Maki immediately rushed towards Ryuei with a few others. In an instant, the camp was filled with the sounds of flames and blades, accompanied by screams and wails. Blood mixed with the cold autumn wind, dyeing the desolate night under the moonlight with a thick layer of blood mist. Soon, Chiyo found Uchiha Kansas. At this moment, Uchiha Kan's shadow clone was standing together with Itachi, resisting the endless sand shinobi around them. Finally found you. A fierce look appeared on Chiyo's face as her gaze fixed tightly on Uchiha Kansas. At the same time, she glanced at Itachi next to him. Chiyo knew that the death of HZ was witnessed by this kid. Perfect, I'll kill him along with you, to accompany my brother in death, Chiyo said viciously, then opened her hands, her fingertips shining with several thin lines under the moonlight. The cold gleam of the blades sent chills down one's spine. Itachi's heart trembled. He had basic information on Chiyo and instantly recognized her. It's Chiyo. Is she here specifically for revenge on HC? Itachi murmured. With Chiyo's status, she directly bypassed Uncle Ryuei and headed straight for them, undoubtedly wanting to avenge HC. This clearly meant that Chiyo's target was Uchiha Kansas. Realizing this, Itachi couldn't help but feel anxious. I don't know how well Kankuin's injuries have healed. I absolutely cannot let Kankuin get hurt. Itachi's eyes were filled with determination. If it weren't for Uchiha Kan's intervention earlier, they would have probably fallen into HZ's hands. The injuries Uchiha Kan sustained because of this made Itachi feel somewhat guilty. But if Uchiha Kan knew, he could only pat his head and say, "You're overthinking it." Seeing Itachi still unwilling to back down, Chiyo couldn't help but find it a bit amusing. Immediately, her wrinkled face twisted into a fierce expression. All of you die. Chiyo suddenly pulled her hands. Puppet Master, Manipulation Blade. In an instant, Itachi heard the sound of mechanical gears rotating from all directions. Uchiha Kan was only a shadow clone, and without armor energy, it was difficult for him to react quickly against Chiyo, who possessed shadow-level strength. Two puppets suddenly lunged towards Uchiha Kan and Itachi. Bang! The two of them immediately drew kunai to defend, and sparks flew as they clashed with the blades of the puppets. The strength of the puppets was formidable. At least for the current Uchiha Kan and Itachi, it was somewhat strenuous to handle. The gap between ordinary Jonin and shadow level, even if it's just weak shadow level, is like the difference between clouds and mud. Moreover, Chiyo's puppets were not limited to just these two. Chiyo's gaze sharpened, and with a fierce tug of her fingers, two more puppets flew out from behind her. Not good. Uchiha Kan and Itachi were startled. They were already struggling with the two puppets, and now two more were coming. Their eyes instantly turned crimson. 3-Tomo Sharingan. 2-Tomo Sharingan. It was actually the 3-Tomo Sharingan and 2-Tomo Sharingan. In all her years, Chiyo had never seen such talented Uchiha. Seeing their eyes, Chiyo had to admit their high talent. At the same time, she felt a bit envious. Why can they produce so many geniuses from just one family in Konoha? In contrast, in Sunagakure, it was hard to find even one exceptionally talented young ninja. But, what use is talent? Regardless, you all have to die here today. Whether it was because Chiyo felt she could finally avenge her brother, or because she was about to torture two geniuses, a perverted excitement appeared on her face. However, she was also fully aware of the danger she faced. She knew the power of the Sharingan all too well. Just a pair of 3-Tomo could give an ordinary ninja the strength of a Jonin. Therefore, Chiyo would not underestimate Uchiha Kan and Itachi. Plus, she knew that Maki would definitely not be a match for Uchiha Ryuei, so she wanted to resolve this quickly. So, Chiyo took a deep breath, her expression returning to its usual seriousness. Then, she suddenly pulled her hands, crossing them over her withered chest. Secret technique. White secret technique. Chikamatsu's 10 puppets. This is Chiyo's most powerful puppet technique. 10 fingers, each controlling a puppet, bringing the puppet technique to its peak. One machine against 1,000. In the last Ninja World War, Uchiha single-handedly captured a city using this secret technique. 10 white figures instantly surrounded Uchiha, Kan, and Itachi. Uchiha's gaze slowly fell on Uchiha, Kansas die. Accompany my brother in death, she shouted, and then the 10 puppets revealed different weapons and charged at Uchiha, Kansas. The two immediately defended, using fire release ninjutsu one after another. However, two could not withstand 10 puppets. Even with the Sharingan, they couldn't bridge the gap. The two quickly fell into a disadvantage. Bang! The majority of the puppet's firepower was focused on Uchiha, Kansas. Uchiha, Kan's kunai was quickly knocked away, and his entire body was pushed back by the tremendous impact, losing balance. Poof! A blade instantly pierced through Uchiha, Kan's body, and then another puppet swallowed Uchiha, Kan's body. Kikon! Itachi's pupils trembled as he looked at this scene in disbelief. Then, the puppet that had swallowed Uchiha began to swell violently, bright lights bursting forth from within. Bang! A loud explosion filled Itachi's ears, and the dazzling flames continuously danced in his pupils. Clang! Blood streamed from the corners of Itachi's eyes, and two pitch-black tomo spun rapidly. The tomo vanished, replaced by an eerie black spiral shuriken pattern. Chapter 253, Kankoin is dead. Kikon! Itachi slightly lowered his head, letting the blood from the corners of his eyes run down his cheeks and drip onto the ground. The eerie light in his eyes emitted an incomparably sinister and terrifying aura, like a devil dancing in hell. Even Uchiha, at this moment, felt as if she had fallen into hell. A powerful, cold aura surrounded her, rendering her immobile. It was as if some indescribably terrifying existence had set its sights on her. Uchiha swallowed hard, her hands controlling the 10 puppets, already stiff and frozen. Her gaze was involuntarily drawn to Itachi's eyes. However, the more she looked, the more terrified she became. The less she wanted to meet Itachi's gaze directly. The more she felt as if a pair of powerful hands were gripping her neck, preventing her from averting her eyes. What on earth is this? Is this really the Sharingan? Uchiha murmured, her heart already filled with fear. The existence of the kaleidoscope Sharingan was known by very few people in the entire ninja world. After all, within the Uchiha clan, perhaps only the clan leader Fugaku knew that the Sharingan could evolve further before awakening the kaleidoscope. As for the outsiders, they knew even less. Itachi slowly raised his head, the blood at the corner of his eye scattering in the cold wind and splattering on the ends of his hair, coupled with Itachi's somewhat emaciated figure. Illuminated by the moonlight under the night sky, he looked even more eerie. Finally, Itachi opened his eyes again, revealing those scarlet and enchanting kaleidoscope Sharingan. As his eyes opened once more, an immense power emanated from them with startling clarity. Chiyo's heart tightened, and she was finally able to control her stiff body. Immediately, she commanded the 10 puppets to charge at Itachi. Amaterasu, a pitch-black flame ignited instantly. 10 white puppets were completely engulfed in the flames. Chiyo controlled the puppets with chakra threads, so she could naturally sense the terrifying nature of the flames on the puppets. No, this kid suddenly seems like a different person. Chiyo steeled herself and tightened the threads between her fingers. After all, puppets are lifeless and do not feel pain. Otherwise, they would have collapsed and screamed the moment they were hit by Amaterasu. As long as the puppets hadn't been completely burned by Amaterasu, they could still make some attacks. Thus, under Chiyo's control, several puppets continued to attack Itachi. At this moment, Chiyo immediately turned and fled. Retreat! Chiyo shouted, and her figure vanished. Maki was left dumbfounded. What's going on with Lady Chiyo? He looked like a loyal subject ready to fight to the death, wondering why the Lord had retreated first. However, despite all the confusion in his heart, Maki immediately obeyed and turned to flee. The other sand ninjas saw this and also retreated. Ryui furrowed his brows, looking puzzled at the retreating sand ninjas. He then turned his head towards Itachi's direction. He had just sensed that Chiyo had run from that direction. This meant that while Chiyo had taken advantage of his battle with Maki, she had secretly circled around to attack Itachi. Not good. Uchiha Ryui finally realized. Chiyo's target was clearly aimed at Uchiha, Kansas. She was out for revenge for her brother. This is bad. This is bad. Ryui hurriedly ran over, continuously blaming himself as he slapped his forehead. If something really happened to Uchiha, Kan, and Itachi, how would he explain it to Fugaku? He had been full of confidence before they set out. Before long, Ryui arrived with a few people. There he saw Itachi half kneeling in the small pit left by the explosion, his head bowed. Blood, whether tears or something else, was staining his clothes and hair. The moonlight was hazy, and they were a bit far away, so they couldn't see clearly. Itachi. Ryui rushed over and hugged Itachi tightly. After carefully checking, Ryui found that other than excessive chakra exhaustion causing some weakness, Itachi had no other injuries. This relieved Ryui. Itachi, what happened? Ryui asked anxiously. However, Itachi still kept his eyes tightly shut, not speaking, seemingly lost in some immense pain. Ryui looked around. There were scattered corpses lying around, mostly killed by Chiyo. However, Ryui did not find Uchiha-kan's body. Suddenly, he began to feel anxious. Logically, Uchiha-kan should have been with Itachi. Could it be? A terrifying thought rose in Ryui's heart. Could it be Littlekin was captured by Chiyo? At once, Ryui became extremely anxious, quickly lifting Itachi's head. Itachi, where's Kan? Was he captured by that old hag Chiyo? Ryui stood up quickly, intending to lead people to pursue Chiyo, but suddenly his sleeve was grabbed. Ryui froze, looking down. Itachi had lifted his head, slowly opening his eyes, which were filled with blood. However, they were not the red of the Sharingan, but just ordinary eyes. The reason they looked red was that his eye sockets were filled with scarlet blood. Itachi. Ryui's heart trembled. A sense of foreboding rose within him. Kan couldn't possibly be. Itachi's blood-stained lips slowly parted. Kansas is dead. What? Ryui's eyes widened. His face instantly filled with terror and disbelief. At this moment, Uchiha-kan, who was traversing the desert, sneezed. The desert nights were truly cold. He felt like he was coming down with a cold. Chapter 254. The One-Tail Capture Plan. No bad ending. Soon, Uchiha-kan arrived at Sunagakure with a shadow clone. The barrier of Sunagakure was far inferior compared to Konoha's. The barrier of Kirigakure was much stronger. However, it seemed that Sunagakure did not have anyone particularly skilled in barrier techniques. Therefore, Uchiha-kan and his clone concealed their presence slightly and quietly entered Sunagakure. Orochimaru and Danzo were likely targeting the One-Tail. Considering the time, Gaara should have already become the One-Tail Jinchuri. After entering Sunagakure, Uchiha-kan noticed that although the atmosphere in the village was somewhat tense and oppressive, the internal defense forces were not strong. Therefore, there shouldn't have been any disturbances in the village. Gaara should also be safe for the time being. However, Uchiha-kan was unsure when Orochimaru and the others would make their move. He still needed to hurry and find Gaara. If Orochimaru managed to capture him, Uchiha-kan would not be able to share in the One-Tail's chakra. Gaara, being the son of the Kazekage, would be relatively easy to find. Uchiha-kan and his clone concealed themselves outside Gaara's house while continuously sensing their surroundings, hoping to locate Orochimaru and Danzo's presence. At this moment, in broad daylight, the dry air made Uchiha-kan feel somewhat stifled. In comparison, Konoha's environmental conditions were much better. Unlike the Land of Wind, where it was cold at night and hot and dry during the day, Uchiha-kan felt he didn't want to stay in such an environment for even a day. It might be better to just beat up Gaara and make him behave, then he could return to the village. This thought arose in Uchiha-kan's mind. He thought it was feasible. If he could resolve the issues with Orochimaru and Danzo smoothly, he might consider giving a try. However, after carefully sensing, Uchiha-kan did not detect Orochimaru and Danzo's whereabouts. It shouldn't be. These two guys. Uchiha-kan began to feel puzzled. Did Orochimaru and the others not scout the village before trying to capture someone? Just as Uchiha-kan was contemplating this, suddenly, an explosion echoed throughout Sunagakure. What's going on? Did Deidara attack Sunagakure? Perhaps it was because he had spent too long in Iwagakure. Uchiha-kan had developed a reflexive fear of Deidara. However, he soon smiled gently. How is that possible? That kid Deidara is probably still being held by Inoki. However, that explosion sounded like anything but a small commotion. Especially during this special period, Uchiha-han felt there was something fishy going on. You go take a look. Thus, Uchiha-han sent his black rhino armor clone to investigate. He himself continued to keep an eye on Gaara. The clone wasted no time and rushed straight towards the center of the explosion. What happened? Similarly, the explosion sound reached Raza in the Wind Shadow office. A sand ninja outside immediately ran in and half knelt on the ground. Raza asked, what happened outside? Where did the explosion come from? The sand ninja was momentarily speechless, paused, shook his head, and said, I reported to Lord Wind Shadow and have already sent someone to check. Raza was not satisfied with his answer. So, Raza sat back down and closed his eyes. Chakra circulated. Somewhere in Sunagakure, The gravel on the ground suddenly gathered upwards with anti-gravity, and then an eyeball emerged from the gravel. The eyeball looked around and flew towards the explosion site. This was Raza's eye of sand. Soon, it arrived at the center of the explosion, a large pit. The surrounding buildings had been blown to ruins. The eye of sand was observing everything and transmitting the images back to Raza. Just then, a shadow of black and red flashed by. Then, a tremendous force struck down, instantly shattering the eye of sand into tiny grains of sand. Raza in the office suddenly opened his eyes wide, feeling a wave of panic, instinctively clutching his chest. "Who is it?" Raza gasped, gently patting his chest. The ability to evade his eye of sand and silently destroy, it indicated that the opponent's strength was definitely not weak. Could it be that those guys from Konoha have infiltrated the village? How dare they make such a big commotion so brazenly, completely disregarding me? Raza's anger surged, and he immediately burst out the door, stepping on a sand cloud and quickly flying towards the explosion site. Meanwhile, the Black Rhino armor clone had also secretly observed this scene. They directly crushed Raza's eye of sand, but wouldn't he doing so attract Raza's attention? Uchiha Han's clone watched the figure slowly walking into the ruins, feeling quite puzzled. Why was Orochimaru here? Shouldn't their target be the one-tailed Jinchuriki, Gaara? Strange. Wasn't he, Orochimaru, supposed to be with Danzo? So then the Uchiha Han understood. This was a strategy to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Although Sunagakure was currently weak, it was still one of the 5 great ninja villages. If they wanted to abduct Gaara, it would inevitably alarm Raza and the others. At that time, surrounded by elite Umbun ninjas from Sunagakure, it would be somewhat difficult for Orochimaru and his group to complete their mission. Therefore, Orochimaru deliberately created such a large commotion to draw most of Sunagakure's attention. In other words, Danzo should currently be prepared around Gaara. The clone and the main body shared information in real time. So, Uchiha Han's main body immediately became vigilant. Concealing his presence, he focused entirely on Gaara. At this moment, as more and more Sunagakure ninjas rushed over due to the explosion, Gaara merely glanced up before continuing to play with his sand. Suddenly, a shadow completely blocked the sunlight above his head. Huh? Gaara looked up in confusion. He saw a man wrapped in bandages standing in front of him, with many wrinkles on his face, looking somewhat old. However, his eyes showed no kindness. Instead, they were extremely gloomy. This startled Gaara. "Why you? Who are you?" Gaara stammered, instinctively backing away. "Heh." Danzo chuckled ominously. Perhaps due to spending too much time with Orochimaru, Danzo, who usually disliked smiling, began to mimic Orochimaru's skin-deep smile, looking quite eerie and terrifying. "I'm here to capture you." After saying this, Danzo raised his hand, and branches suddenly shot out from his sleeves, reaching out towards Gaara menacingly. Chapter 255, Rematch with Danzo, taking a day off tomorrow, bang. Just as Gaara looked at the tree-like, dry branches in horror, a sharp blade suddenly cut through the air. The piercing sound surrounded him instantly. Flame spear. A wave of scorching heat rushed towards him. Gaara's pupils constricted as he watched a beautiful, fiery red trajectory pass before his eyes, seemingly stirring something within him. A very faint ripple, like a drop of water falling into the ocean, creating a tiny wave. However, if it encounters a storm, that little ripple might eventually stir up a raging tide in the ocean. This is... Danzo raised an eyebrow and instinctively retreated several steps. He felt a familiar scorching, fiery aura. Uchiha Han. Danzo turned to look in the direction the flame spear had returned from. There, on the rooftop, Uchiha Han had already summoned the flame dragon armor, having plunged the flame spear back into his chest. His tall figure stood like a towering mountain, the bright yet slightly scorching sunlight reflecting off his armor, casting a mesmerizing halo. Uchiha Han's shadow was elongated by the sunlight, perfectly overshadowing Danzo beneath it. For a moment, Danzo suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of pressure from Uchiha Han, leaving him momentarily dazed. However, soon, only endless rage remained in his eyes. "Long time no see, Danzo," Uchiha Han said with a hint of mocking in his smile. This only fueled Danzo's anger further, with steam seemingly escaping from his nostrils. He had initially thought to complete the mission and then see if there was an opportunity to find you. But I didn't expect you to deliver yourself right to my door today. Danzo's lips curled up slightly, and his wide Akatsuki robe suddenly puffed up, like a balloon being inflated. Bang! Danzo's robe exploded instantly, pieces of fabric scattering in the wind. Danzo covered the bandage on his right arm, staring intently at Uchiha Han, grinning. However, Uchiha Han was somewhat astonished. Danzo actually blew his own clothes off? Doesn't he know the first rule of the Akatsuki? Undressing means death. Oomph. Uchiha Han snorted coldly, a fierce look appearing in his eyes. He had long disliked Danzo. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he had already formed a deep enmity with Danzo. Plus, Danzo's treatment of Itachi, and having incited Tenzo to attack him in the past. There were likely even more schemes behind scenes. Did you kill Sarutobi Shinji? Uchiha Han questioned sharply. He had later visited the place where Shinji died. That large pit resembled the marks left by the rude explosion Danzo had used before. Thus, Uchiha Han's first reaction was that it was Danzo's doing. That's right. I killed that brat, so what? Danzo raised an eyebrow, snorting coldly before continuing. When did your Uchiha clan become so close with the Sarutobi clan? Tuan Zhang's words were filled with disdain, but more so with mockery. After all, it was Tuan Zong and Sarutobi Hiruzen who initially targeted the Uchiha clan. The Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan had always been very hostile towards the Uchiha clan. The small and large frictions had hardly ever stopped. So what? No matter what happened before, he would have plenty of time to settle scores with the third Hokage in the future. Although he had only met Sarutobi Shino a few times, Uchiha Han had no ill feelings towards him. Moreover, he was now a leaf ninja. Right now, he was on a battlefield. Therefore, Sarutobi Shino was his comrade. What is wrong with avenging a comrade? Especially against Tuan Zong, whom Uchiha Han had always despised. Hey. Want to take revenge? I think you should go accompany him. Tuan Zhang's eyes widened, bloodshot, and his expression turned extremely ferocious. Sexy son brother. Tuan Zong suddenly spat, and a massive vacuum ball shot towards Uchiha Han. Bang! Uchiha Han didn't even tilt his head, raised the flame blade, and effortlessly deflected Tuan Zhang's vacuum ball. Boom! The deflected vacuum ball struck a nearby house. In an instant, the house collapsed into ruins. Damn it, this little brat seems to have gotten stronger again. Tuan Zong frowned. However, the main force of Sunagakure had already been attracted away by Orochimaru. So I still have some time, Tuan Zong murmured. Although he said he still had time, aside from dealing with Uchiha Han, he also needed to take Gaara away. So, in reality, he was still in a very urgent situation. Thus, Tuan Zong steeled his heart and directly unwrapped the bandage on his right arm. There were a full 10 Sharingan on it. His originally pale arm, under the contrast of the crimson eyes, looked even more terrifying. Tuan Zong did not hesitate and charged directly at Uchiha Han, while at the same time, massive branches began to sprout from his right arm. Wood release, tree root explosion. However, before Tuan Zong could reach him, Uchiha Han raised the flame blade. You didn't think I would let you run this time after not using my full power last time, did you? Uchiha Han snorted coldly, and in the blink of an eye, the flame blade lit up with flames dancing on the blade. Slash! Uchiha Han floated, and a fiery blade like a dragon instantly roared out. Tuan Zhang's pupils trembled, and the branches that were originally clawing at him suddenly gathered together to form a wooden shield in front of him. Boom! The fire dragon instantly engulfed Tuan Zong. The flames spread, igniting the dry sand and gravel around. Gaara was secretly hiding behind a pillar in the distance, timidly peeking out, watching the scene with a sparkle in his eyes. The blazing flames filled his entire vision, deeply imprinting in his heart. Bang! A puff of smoke appeared. Tuan Zhang's body reappeared unscathed in the previous position. However, he was still in a state of shredded clothing. Damn it, this little brat is even stronger than before. Tuan Zong muttered in disbelief. During this time, although the compatibility with the flame dragon armor had not improved, his own strength was still steadily increasing. Moreover, previously, Uchiha Han had fought Tuan Zong quite easily. Tuan Zhang's heart had already begun to waver. He originally thought that with his greatly increased strength, he could definitely take down Uchiha Han, but Tuan Zong glanced at Gaara out of the corner of his eye, feeling extremely conflicted. Chapter 256, The Humiliation of Tuan Zong. Tuan Zong glanced at Gaara out of the corner of his eye, feeling extremely conflicted. Let's give it a try. So, Tuan Zong immediately charged towards Gaara, shooting out curved branches from his right arm. Gaara's eyes widened, wanting to dodge, but in the face of Tuan Zhang's speed, he couldn't react at all. Help! Gaara was tightly bound by the branches, instinctively letting out a moan. In order to silence Gaara, Tuan Zong delivered a heavy blow, instantly knocking Gaara unconscious. Then Tuan Zong wanted to escape immediately. Ha! Uchiha Han huklid lightly. Want to run? Is that possible? Uchiha Han gently flicked his right hand forward, and a red fishing rod instantly shot towards Gaara. In an instant, before Tuanzong could react, the red hook struck the branches that were binding Gaara. A somewhat eerie red light flashed. Tuanzong felt that the chakra in his right arm seemed to be draining away, and then the branches that had grown from his right arm gradually disappeared. The fishing rod became soft, wrapping around Gaara and pulling him back into Uchiha Han's hand. What is this? Tuanzong looked at the red hook in Uchiha Han's hand in shock. He clearly sensed that his chakra had seemingly been absorbed by that thing. Uchiha Han ignored Tuanzong and focused entirely on Gaara. At this moment, Gaara had not yet darkened. His little face was chubby, and his sleeping appearance was somewhat cute. In the original work, Gaara was also quite popular. Therefore, Uchiha Han hesitated about how to deal with him. If he absorbed all of the One-Tail's chakra, the tailed beast would be extracted from the Jinchuriki, and Gaara would undoubtedly die. But after all, this was wartime, and they were in an adversarial relationship with Sunagakure. He didn't need to be soft-hearted. Sigh. Forget it. At worst, I'll just pin Raza down at the table later and make him sign the surrender agreement. Uchiha Han sighed as the hook slowly sank into Gaara's body. TSK. Sunagakure's sealing techniques are really terrible. Uchiha Han couldn't help but exclaim. Compared to Konoha, the sealing techniques of other countries were a significant step behind, and Kumo and Kiri had received some sealing techniques from the land of whirlpools back then, so they had made considerable improvements in this regard. Therefore, in the original work, it was mentioned that Raza often suppressed the rampaging Shikaku. Regardless of how much of that was true, didn't it just indicate that their sealing techniques were inadequate, leading to Shikaku rampaging often? Like before, when Deidara first captured Naruto, it was because Naruto's sealing technique delayed some time, and Gaara had no such worries at all. That bit of sealing was almost the same as having none. Inside Gaara, Shikaku also felt the powerful suction. What's going on? Shikaku suddenly sat up, looking around in astonishment at the pitch-black surroundings. In an instant, a red light flashed. What is that? A powerful attractive force erupted from the red light, like a terrifying vortex. Accompanied by Shikaku's somewhat miserable groan, its chakra was split into two parts. The larger portion was absorbed by the red fishing hook. Only a small part remained. This little remaining chakra was enough for Gaara to survive. Moreover, although this chakra was not as good as before, it was still quite a lot, enough for Gaara to perform tailed beast transformation. After the Akatsuki organization, they probably wouldn't target Gaara anymore, and this bit of one-tail chakra might even allow Gaara to improve his strength further. Then, Uchiha Han gently placed Gaara on the ground. The chakra of One Tail had been obtained, and next. It was time to kill you. Uchiha Han's eyes became ruthless. At this moment, Tuanzong had already taken the opportunity to escape while Uchiha Han was absorbing the One Tail chakra. However, could Tuanzong really escape? Is that possible? Flame Dragon Steed. With a whoosh, a fiery red light fell from the sky, like heavenly fire descending into the mortal realm. Uchiha Han lightly tapped his toes and mounted the Flame Dragon Steed. Whoosh! The Flame Dragon Steed transformed into a streak of red light once again. At this moment, Danzo had just escaped from Sunagakure according to the planned route. He leaned against a rock, gasping for breath, glancing back with lingering fear. He didn't expect that little brat to be so strong. The Hashirama cells in my body have been enhanced, and I'm still no match for him. Danzo muttered in fear. He couldn't accept it, but now, he could only flee in defeat. He was a guy who valued his life greatly. Just then, he suddenly felt a scorching presence rapidly approaching from behind. Oh no, that little brat is chasing me. Danzo took off running. However, how could two legs outrun something that could fly? So, Danzo immediately formed hand seals. Summoning Jutsu. Dream Taper. He summoned his summoning beast once again. The Dream Taper opened its mouth wide, creating a massive tornado. Bang bang bang. Uchiha Han, riding the Flame Dragon Steed, shot out two high-speed condensed energy blasts. They instantly hit the Dream Taper's mouth. Woo! The Dream Taper let out two painful howls, rolled on the ground a few times, and then vanished in a puff of smoke. Danzo, where do you think you're running? Uchiha Han shouted loudly. He then leaped off the Flame Dragon Steed, doing a front flip and landing directly in front of Danzo. Uchiha Han slowly turned around to face Danzo. Sweat instantly beaded on Danzo's forehead. Kid, do you want to kill me? Then you'll pay an extremely painful price. Danzo roared angrily, trying to scare Uchiha Han. However, it seemed a bit too late to say that now. An extremely painful price? You mean wasting a few minutes of my time? That's true after all. My time is extremely valuable. Danzo's face instantly darkened. Not only was he unable to win, but he was also being insulted by the opponent. So, Danzo steeled his resolve. Since there's no way to escape, he might as well fight to the death. Suddenly, Danzo unleashed all of his abilities. Various wind release jutsu were unleashed, mixed with several powerful wood release techniques. However, none of them caused any damage to Uchiha Han. Enough already. Have you had your fun? Uchiha Han said, a bit annoyed. Fun? Danzo felt like a man who had exhausted all his strength, finally erupting, only for the woman below to lightly say, why haven't you come in yet? Would release, root burial. Danzo couldn't take it anymore and directly activated self-detonation mode. Chapter 257, Danzo, D. Root burial. As the words fell, a terrifying explosion erupted. It completely shattered the surrounding sand, rocks, and earth. Once the dust settled, only a massive pit nearly 10 meters deep remained. As the white smoke dissipated, Danzo's body once again appeared unscathed at the original spot. However, another Sharingan on his right arm had closed. Danzo looked up and saw the leisurely figure not far away, instantly gritting his teeth in anger. Damn it, Danzo cursed. Root burial was almost his most powerful jutsu, and after the enhancement from the Hashirama cells within him, its power had increased significantly. But even so, he couldn't harm Uchiha Han at all. Why is that? Danzo couldn't understand. Why was Uchiha Han's speed so incredibly fast? Every time he approached, Han could jump out of the explosion's range in an instant. Even if he was caught in the explosion, the residual force couldn't penetrate his armor. This was a reality that Danzo could not accept. Danzo felt an immense sense of urgency. Now he couldn't run, couldn't fight back, and he only had a few Sharingan left. If he ran out, wouldn't he be at the mercy of others? So, Danzo could only try to buy time, switching from offense to defense. He could only hope that Orochimaru would arrive soon to help him. Seeing that Danzo had begun to defend, Uchiha Han could naturally guess his intentions. However, even if Orochimaru came, Uchiha Han wasn't afraid. After all, his clone had been secretly following Orochimaru. It would still be 2 against 2. Forget it, I don't have time to waste with you. Uchiha Han shouted loudly. He still needed to find Raza and resolve the war here quickly. Uchiha Han raised the flame blade high, pouring all his chakra into it. Zing! The flame blade ignited. The blade was enveloped in blazing flames. Uchiha Han positioned the flame blade in front of him, crouching down to lower his center of gravity. He slowly moved the flame blade behind his back, and then suddenly swung it forward. Flames surged, accompanied by a devastating blade light that howled forth. The flames leaped and gradually condensed into a fire dragon. Danzo's eyes widened. Then, that fire dragon instantly transformed into a sky full of flames. Bang! The blade light fell. The wooden shield formed by branches and vines in front of Danzo was instantly shattered by the blade light. Puffed. The blade light struck Danzo's body. A deep gash appeared on his chest. His body seemed to show signs of breaking in half. But just then, his body was once again enveloped in white smoke. At the same time, another Sharingan on his right arm closed. However, Uchiha Han's attack was not yet over. The sea of flames tightly surrounded Danzo for hundreds of meters. Like an unquenchable heavenly sin fire, it instantly turned into a sea of flames. Danzo was once again surrounded by fire. Danzo used water release, tried to extinguish the raging flames around him. However, the little water he spat out not only failed to weaken the flames, but instead made them burn even more fiercely. Danzo used all his strength. Unfortunately, he had already consumed a lot of chakra earlier, and using Izanagi would also be a significant burden. Danzo was already extremely weak. Let me see. Uchiha Han sat on a rock, propping his head up with one hand, watching Danzo struggle in the flames. His gaze lingered on Danzo's right arm. Counting, there were 7 Sharingan left. Plus the one transplanted in Danzo's right eye, there were only 8 Sharingan remaining. In other words, Danzo only had 8 chances left. Uchiha Han shook his head and chuckled softly. Then, Uchiha Han commanded the Flame Dragon Steed to continuously fire powerful energy waves at Danzo. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Waves of light crossed the sea of fire, and the terrifying energy struck Danzo, bursting forth with immense power. Danzo, caught in these waves of light, consumed Izanagi time and time again. Soon, even the Sharingan in his right eye closed. He could no longer use Izanagi. At this moment, Danzo's heart sank to the bottom. However, after dodging several times, he finally escaped the encirclement of flames. But what good was that? Danzo continuously looked in the direction of Sunagakure. He had never wished for Orochimaru's appearance so much. Yet no matter how much he strained his eyes, he could not sense Orochimaru's presence. Danzo's body suddenly grew stiff, twitching a few times as if stimulated by something. Uchiha Han instinctively frowned, wondering what kind of trick the old hidden Danzo was up to now. I am, after all, the first shadow of Konoha. How can I be insulted like this by a little brat who hasn't even fully grown hair yet? Danzo roared, his eyes almost popping out from excitement. Shadow. Uchiha Han scoffed, thinking that this old schemer really knows how to flatter himself. It's truly dark. As for the shadow, I think I'll pass. After all, Danzo is ultimately an extremely selfish guy. Everything he says is for the benefit of the village. But looking at the entire Hokage history, if it weren't for Danzo, a lot of things could have been avoided. Both Konoha and the ninja world would be better off. Uchiha Han stood up, raised his flame blade, wanted to end Danzo with one strike. However, at that moment, Danzo pressed one hand firmly against his chest. Inner force symbols sealing technique. Danzo shouted. Suddenly, his body swelled instantly, and visible blood vessels appeared beneath his skin. Boom! With a loud bang, Danzo's body exploded and blood shot out in all directions. Then, the inner force symbols sealing within Danzo transformed into a spherical shape, expanding rapidly and devouring everything around it. Soon, this massive black sphere expanded right in front of Uchiha Han. TCH. Uchiha Han snorted coldly, his tone filled with disdain. Uchiha Han slowly lifted his foot and took a step back. The expansion of the black sphere just stopped. Boom! With a loud explosion, the black sphere detonated. Everything that had been devoured by the inner force symbols sealing was obliterated. Uchiha Han looked at the void in front of him, feeling the dry wind blowing against his face. The desolate and hoarse sound of the wind reached his ears, and Uchiha Han seemed to vaguely hear some unwilling cries. TCH. Uchiha Han walked to the center of the explosion, the place where Danzo had previously stood. Uchiha Han was about to drop his pants and show Danzo his weapon, to compare who really hadn't fully grown hair. However, he then realized that he was still wearing armor. At that moment, Uchiha Han suddenly looked up at a rock in front of him. How long are you going to hide? Chapter 258. The Power of Technology? How long are you going to hide? Uchiha Han murmured softly, his expression shifting from mockery to coldness. Orochimaru slowly walked out, still wearing that somewhat eerie smile. Long time no see, Orochimaru said, his gaze fixed on the flame dragon armor on Uchiha Han, filled with a burning desire. Long time no see, Orochimaru. Uchiha Han said coldly. Orochimaru had arrived a few minutes earlier. However, he concealed his presence and did not come to help Danzo. Uchiha Han sensed his existence through the black rhino armor clone. This surprised Uchiha Han. After all, Orochimaru was currently Danzo's ally. It was quite intriguing that Orochimaru chose to stand by and do nothing. I didn't expect your growth to be so astonishing. Orochimaru extended his long, flexible tongue and licked his lips. His gaze swept over Uchiha Han's flame dragon armor, like a thirsty man seeing a naked beauty. So, Uchiha Han appeared somewhat indifferent. After all, Danzo was dead, and he still had the black rhino armor clone, so it would be easy to crush Orochimaru. Of course, if he truly wanted to kill Orochimaru, Uchiha Han didn't have much confidence. After all, Orochimaru's life-saving and resurrection techniques were numerous and quite troublesome. Therefore, Uchiha Han didn't want to completely antagonize Orochimaru. However, what worried Uchiha Han was that Orochimaru was certainly eyeing him now. Being targeted by someone like him was quite uncomfortable. Fortunately, Uchiha Han's strength had grown now. Otherwise, he would definitely be restless. Do you want to make a move against me? Uchiha Han sneered it. Of course not. Orochimaru chuckled, trying to present himself as harmless. But his face, when he smiled, it only made him seem more sinister and terrifying. I just think your armor's bloodline limit is very powerful, Orochimaru said, subconsciously licking his lips again, his eyes fixated on Uchiha Han. Hey. Uchiha Han chuckled and said, I think you have something even more powerful than a bloodline limit. Orochimaru was taken aback. He didn't expect Uchiha Han to say that. At the same time, he frowned, thinking, what could be more powerful than this bloodline limit? How come I don't know? What do you mean? Orochimaru asked in confusion. Bloodline limits are innate and hard to change later. However, technology can greatly make up for innate gaps and even surpass them. Orochimaru's eyelids twitched slightly. He thought Uchiha Han would say something shocking, but it turned out to be this. Cough, cough. Seeing Orochimaru's expression, Uchiha Han felt a bit awkward. Technology, Orochimaru murmured. Although Uchiha Han's words were straightforward, Orochimaru still grasped the key information. He roughly understood what Uchiha Han was talking about, because over the years, he had also been conducting various experiments, especially on the first Hokage's cells and various special physiques. However, all of this was based on existing bloodline limits and physiques. He could only transfer this power to others. He couldn't create it. Therefore, Orochimaru still didn't quite understand Uchiha Han's meaning. Could it be Uchiha Han wants to cooperate with me to develop his bloodline limit? Orochimaru thought to himself. The more he thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. Although Uchiha Han was a bloodline limit holder, this was a brand new bloodline limit that had appeared for the first time, and he must have many things he didn't understand. Therefore, he definitely needed someone like himself, a research-oriented talent, to help him. Orochimaru nodded and then smiled knowingly. Han-kun, do you want to cooperate with me? Orochimaru forced out what he thought was a friendly smile, even changing how he addressed Uchiha Han to Han-kun. Cooperation? Uchiha Han frowned, feeling a bit alert. It's not easy to feel at ease cooperating with someone like Orochimaru. However, it's not impossible. Uchiha Han began to ponder. He felt somewhat hesitant. It could be possible, but upon careful thought, it seemed there was no real necessity. Does he need Orochimaru right now? Uchiha Han asked himself. Aside from the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, for which he currently couldn't find a solution, Orochimaru didn't have much help for Uchiha Han now. Moreover, Orochimaru was still a member of Akatsuki. Sorry, I don't have that idea for now, Uchiha Han said slowly. Orochimaru's eerie smile instantly froze. He thought Uchiha Han wanted to cooperate with him. However, if he were to withdraw from Akatsuki, I might consider it. Uchiha Han continued, then smiled meaningfully at Orochimaru. However, Uchiha Han's words surprised Orochimaru greatly. Akatsuki. The mention of these three words truly shocked Orochimaru. How did this guy know about the existence of Akatsuki? Even he had never heard of the Akatsuki organization before his defection. Nor did he know that there were such powerful leaders in the ninja world. How did Uchiha Han, this little brat, know about it? There's something wrong. This kid probably isn't as simple as he thinks. Orochimaru shivered. He thought that Uchiha Han was not only talented and possessed a powerful bloodline limit, but he probably also had some unknown background and hidden cards. For a moment, Orochimaru became wary. How do you know about the Akatsuki organization? Orochimaru asked with a serious expression, his thoughts no longer lingering on the flame dragon armor. You don't need to worry about that. Uchiha Han smiled, showing no intention of explaining anything. However, Orochimaru's expression grew even more cautious. Seeing this, Uchiha Han slowly took a few steps forward. Do you want the armor? Uchiha Han said softly. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's pupils shook. Want it? Isn't that a rhetorical question? The strength displayed by Uchiha Han made Orochimaru feel that this armor's bloodline limit might even surpass the Sharingan. How could he not want it? What do you mean? Orochimaru took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, and asked seriously. Do you remember what I said earlier? Let's try the power of technology. After saying that, Uchiha Han bypassed Orochimaru and walked straight towards Sunagakure. If you're interested, you can contact me after you leave the Akatsuki. Chapter 259. Raza, what is your identity? If you're interested, you can contact me after you leave the Akatsuki. After saying that, Uchiha Han leaped and transformed into a red streak of light, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Orochimaru looked at the fleeting figure, his eyes flashing with unusual fluctuations. Technology, armor, bloodline limit. It sounds quite interesting, Orochimaru murmured. Sunagakure. Raza covered his injured right hand and returned to the Kazekage's office. Damn it. How did Orochimaru suddenly come here? Didn't he already become a rogue ninja from Konoha? Logically speaking, we wouldn't be allies, but we shouldn't be enemies either. I hope it's not what I'm thinking. Raza thought with some worry. Kazekage-sama. At that moment, Yashimaru appeared in front of him. Is Gaara okay? Raza asked anxiously. He was worried that Orochimaru was using a diversion tactic and that the real target was Gaara, because he had clearly felt that Orochimaru was intentionally stalling for time. Yet even so, the various traps set by Orochimaru made it impossible for Raza and the others to escape quickly. Raza himself had even been injured. Gaara is fine, but Yashimaru didn't continue, his expression very hesitant. But what? Hurry up and say it. Raza was already filled with anger, and seeing Yashimaru hesitating made him even more furious. But Gaara seems very weak, and he collapsed beside a sand pile, with signs of a fierce battle nearby. Yashimaru said quickly, What? Raza instantly jumped up, his panic evident on his face. Then, Raza immediately stepped on the flying sand and left. Damn it, that damned Orochimaru. Raza was filled with immense anger. He didn't expect Gaara to be in trouble after all. He just hoped that the one-tailed Shikaku was still inside Gaara. And this group of guys, they are truly useless. Raza glanced at the group of sand ninjas outside the Kazekage building, and a wave of anger rose in his heart. It was precisely this group of useless people who allowed Orochimaru to set so many traps right under their noses. And then there was the situation on the front lines. After Ai's death, so many sand ninjas just fled back. If this gets out in the ninja world, what will happen to our Sunagakure, and how will I, as the Kazekage, face it? It seems that the village needs to reform. If this continues, how will Sunagakure maintain its standing among the 5 great nations? At this moment, Raza had already reached home. Father, Temari and Kankuro were cautiously hiding at the door of Gaara's room. Seeing Raza return, they hurried over. Raza hugged the 2 siblings and then walked straight inside. Gaara was still fast asleep at this time, so he was just sleeping. Raza checked, and while Gaara's breath was steady, he appeared somewhat weak. This was because Gaara's chakra had decreased significantly. However, Raza didn't mind this. He immediately checked the seal of the tailed beast. Oh no! Raza's brows suddenly furrowed. There were indeed signs of the seal being damaged. However, Raza soon breathed a sigh of relief, because he sensed the chakra of the one tail inside Gaara. Phew, luckily. However, Raza also felt something strange. The one tail's chakra seemed to be unusually docile, especially given that the seal had been damaged. Logically, the one tail should have gone berserk by now. Forget it. Raza didn't think too much about it. The fact that he could sense the presence of the one tail meant that there should be no major issues. It was likely that the one tail had also been beaten up, causing its aura to become weak. Raza quickly reinforced Gaara's seal. However, at that moment, he suddenly felt a very powerful aura rapidly approaching him. Just a moment ago, Orochimaru left, and now another guy has come. Raza furrowed his brows. He could sense that this newcomer was also someone not to be underestimated. That terrifying aura made him want to retreat. Raza immediately flew out of the window, hovering in the air. At this time, a flame stopped in front of him. Raza looked at the flame-like armor and felt it seemed somewhat familiar. Armor? Uchiha Han. Uchiha Han's armor had been revealed several times in the ninja world, especially in Konoha, where many people had seen it. Therefore, the intelligence agencies of the major countries had basically collected the appearance characteristics of the flame dragon armor. Plus, with the earlier incident of Ai's death, Raza paid special attention to Uchiha Han's information. Raza crossed his arms over his chest and looked at Uchiha Han with a serious expression. Originally, he thought Ai's death was somewhat suspicious, but now, facing Uchiha Han and sensing his aura, Raza understood. It was no surprise that Ai's died at Uchiha Han's hands. He didn't expect Konoha to truly have such talents. Merely a 13-year-old boy already possessed strength comparable to his own. Raza said, however, there was an air of superiority in his tone. Perhaps he thought that Uchiha Han was young, and even though he could sense his impressive aura, Raza still didn't feel that the other party could defeat him. After all, he was the Kazekage. Orochimaru was one thing, with his strange methods that could catch him off guard. But Uchiha Han was ultimately just a rising star. Could he really defeat him in Sunagakure? Ridiculous. It was getting late, so I'll speak frankly. Uchiha Han's tone was somewhat urgent. After all, he was used to going to bed early and waking up early. Nothing was more important than his sleep. Let's cease fire. You Sandhidden, honestly submit a letter of surrender and sign a ceasefire agreement. Do you understand? Uchiha Han said. Although his tone was somewhat indifferent, it was exceptionally firm, carrying a commanding tone. This immediately infuriated Raza. What identity do you have to speak to me like that? A ceasefire? Ridiculous. Raza thought that this little brat Uchiha Han had probably become extremely arrogant after killing Zuki. This punk really didn't know the sky's height and the earth's depth. Today, you came to my doorstep, just in time for me to take revenge for Zuki. Raza's eyes instantly filled with a fierce glare as he slowly raised his hands. A huge mass of sand quickly gathered around him, swirling around his body. Chapter 260. Raza's Miserable Defeat TCH. Uchiha Han snorted coldly. In the original work, Raza only showed his abilities during the Edo Tensei, and he was only on par with Gaara. To be honest, Uchiha Han found him quite average. He was probably only slightly stronger than Danzo. Magnet Release. Sand Gold Spear. Countless golden sand grains coalesced around Raza. Guided by his chakra, the sand gold rapidly condensed, forming a huge, sharp drill that continuously thrust towards Uchiha Han at high speed. Uchiha Han raised his flame blade and swung it forward violently. A massive flame burst forth in an instant. The blade's aura swept through, shaking the heavens and the earth. Raza's pupils trembled. Previously, he had only felt the overwhelming chakra aura emanating from Uchiha Han, which was almost on the same level as his own. However, The terrifying might contained within Uchiha Han's flame slash far exceeded what he could withstand. How is this possible? Raza gritted his teeth, using all his strength to push forward into the void. The massive sand gold spear began to spin even faster. Bang! With a loud bang, the sand gold spear instantly shattered into pieces. However, Uchiha Han's flame slash seemed unaffected, still rushing towards Raza with ferocious momentum. My god, that armored guy is amazing. Handoru and Kankuro, hiding in a house, couldn't help but exclaim as they watched this scene. Exactly, and Kankuro's gaze was fixed firmly on Uchiha Han, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he eagerly examined the flame dragon armor. That armor is really cool. He instinctively spoke out. Suddenly, he cried out in pain, clutching his head. Sis, why did you hit me? Kankuro looked at Handoru in confusion. Handoru shot him a fierce glare, looking at him as if he were disappointment. Why did I hit you? Can't you see that person is fighting with Dad? Why are you still looking at how handsome the enemy is? Handoru said angrily. Oh. Kankuro lowered his head and didn't say anything more. He knew Handoru was right. But Kankuro's eyes secretly glanced at the fiery red figure, and his heart still burned with excitement. It's really so cool. In that moment, Kankuro suddenly felt that the puppets he had always liked had become dull and uninteresting. Those lifeless things were not as good as a single hair from that armor. But if my puppet could also have such armor, wouldn't that be cool too? A spark quietly ignited in Kankuro's heart. However, he didn't know if it could break ground and sprout, or how long it would take to grow strong. Magnet release, sand gold burial. Faced with the overwhelming momentum approaching him, Raza could only use his most powerful ninjutsu. Chakra surged throughout his body, forming substantial gas that surrounded him, looking incredibly grand. This ninjutsu was powerful and had strong sealing effects. Raza had also relied on this ninjutsu to suppress Shikaku's rampage. In the Fourth Great Ninja War in the original work, Raza used this ninjutsu to shock the ninja allied forces, causing Gaara to have a headache. Compared to Gaara's sandstorm burial, Raza's sand gold was denser and heavier, and its power was much stronger. However, it lacked some flexibility. Raza possessed magnet release, so he could avoid this issue well. Gaara couldn't, so he had always preferred to use ordinary sand. Both had their advantages and disadvantages. Look, that's Dad's sand gold burial. Handoru was very excited, her face full of joy as she looked at Raza's figure in the sky, filled with admiration. Among the siblings, Handoru admired her father the most. Of course, perhaps it was also because Raza doted on her as his daughter. Raza would always lovingly pat her head, looking at her rosy little face, and say, Handoru, you look more and more like your mother. At the same time, a hint of melancholy would flash in Raza's eyes. Because of this, Handoru also harbored some resentment towards Gaara. If it weren't for Gaara, their mother wouldn't have died. But can this be blamed on Gaara? Handoru had never thought about this issue. She was still young. How could a child understand these things? They could only untangle the simplest causal relationships in their minds, accumulating the most direct resentment. Dad, go for it. Handoru began cheering for Raza. However, in reality, her voice couldn't reach Raza's ears at all. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The flame dragon steed suddenly flew out from behind Uchiha Han, directly shooting out two terrifying light waves. Then, Uchiha Han gathered half of his chakra onto the flame blade. The blade instantly ignited with a whoosh. Slash! Uchiha Han swung his knife fiercely. The blade's aura seemed to possess the might to pierce through the heavens and the earth. The rushing flames entwined with the blade's aura, condensing into a massive dragon soaring high. Flames soared as the dragon roared. This! Raza looked at the terrifying blade aura rushing towards him. The bone-piercing, heart-searing flames, the heart-shaking fire dragon, all made his heart tremble. At this moment, he deeply sensed the power gap between him and Uchiha Han. This was already a level he could not reach. Powerful, powerful, incredibly terrifyingly powerful. Raza gritted his teeth, forcefully suppressing the fear in his heart. Sand gold burial. The surrounding sand gold surged violently. The entire sky above the sand-hidden village seemed to be enveloped in a golden ocean. In the desert environment of the sand-hidden village, Raza could summon even more sand gold, making it even more powerful. Yet, even so, Raza had already lost hope. He knew he couldn't win. Boom! A loud explosion echoed throughout the sand-hidden village. The terrifying shockwave erupted, shaking the entire sand-hidden village. Puff! The sand gold that filled the air fell like rain, hitting the ground and finally turning into ordinary sand grains. This, Pandoru looked nervously at the sky. However, the dense falling sand gold completely obscured her vision, making it impossible to see the earlier two figures. This made Pandoru very anxious. Uchiha Han could clearly sense the previous pressure emanating from Raza. That aura far surpassed her father's sand gold funeral. Gulp. In the dead silence of the air, a sound of swallowing broke through. Raza's pupils were wide open, his face filled with terror. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the blade resting against his neck. Chapter 261, the sharp blade pressed tightly against his throat brought both a chilling and burning sensation, increasing Raza's fear. Uchiha Han slightly turned her head, glancing at him with the corner of her eye. Change your mind now? Uchiha Han said. Her tone was neither warm nor cold, which made Raza's skin crawl even more. Raza instinctively swallowed, but remained silent. A truce? Raza felt an intense inner conflict. If he truly made this decision, his prestige in Sunagakure would plummet in an instant. Moreover, Konoha would definitely take advantage of the situation, unwilling to let go without taking a significant piece from him. But the blade was already at his throat. Seeing this, Uchiha Han grew somewhat impatient. Why is this guy hesitating? Uchiha Han glanced at the Wind Shadow building, then directly grabbed Raza and charged forward. Hey? Raza raised an eyebrow, not having reacted in time before his head slammed against the outer wall of the Wind Shadow building. Father. Seeing the scene, Temari was filled with concern and immediately ran out of the house towards the Wind Shadow building. Kankuro, upon witnessing this, could only follow. At this moment, a dozen or so J-nin from Sunagakure were gathered in the Wind Shadow's office, warily staring at Uchiha Han. Don't be nervous. I'm just asking your Wind Shadow to write a few words, Uchiha Han said with a smile. However, the Sand Ninjas did not feel that Uchiha Han meant any harm. Uchiha Han forcefully pressed Raza's head onto the desk. Earlier, she had released her pressure, temporarily sealing Raza's chakra. To Uchiha Han, Raza now resembled nothing more than a little chick. Let go of Lord Wind Shadow. Seeing this, a young J-nin immediately shouted angrily. In his mind, Wind Shadow Raza was the person he respected the most. Yet now, the Wind Shadow was being pressed onto the desk, right in front of him. How could he accept this? His heart was instantly filled with rage. Uchiha Han frowned and slowly turned her gaze towards that guy. Her eyes turned cold. In an instant, the temperature in the entire office seemed to drop significantly. Many people instinctively shivered. Everyone became tense. Glancing at the J-nin who had just spoken, filled with anger, they thought to themselves, did you not see that even the Wind Shadow is being pressed down with one hand? Why did you jump out? The J-nin swallowed hard, feeling the surrounding gazes, and slightly lowered his head. Uchiha snorted coldly. Then, her other hand suddenly moved to her chest, ready to unleash a fire needle. This action made everyone take a few steps back. They felt a powerful wave emanating from Uchiha Han's chest. If that fire needle was launched, none of them would be able to withstand it. Wait! Suddenly, Raza shouted loudly, quickly stopping Uchiha Han's action. Don't attack them. The truce agreement, right? I'll write it immediately. In an instant, Raza's tone gradually became subdued, losing the sharpness from before. It seemed as if he had aged significantly in a moment. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Han gently released her grip. Raza slowly stood up, glancing around at the Sand Ninjas. All right, then don't dawdle. Hurry up and write. Uchiha Han urged. Her commanding tone resembled that of a former landowner urging his slaves to pick cotton. Raza felt incredibly unwilling. He was the Wind Shadow, but with no way to resist. As the fish on the chopping board, what choice did he have? Thus, Raza could only choose to bow his head. With a helpless sigh, Raza intended to sit in the chair to start writing. However, the chair was suddenly pulled away by Uchiha Han and placed under him. Uchiha Han crossed her legs and looked at him. What are you staring at? Hurry up and write. A flash of malice crossed Raza's eyes, but quickly faded. After all, he could conceal his emotions well, being in such a position. Immediately, Raza took out paper and pen, quickly starting to write. At this moment, the surrounding Sand Ninjas did not dare to breathe. Watching the scene, they felt immense humiliation. Even Lord Wind Shadow had to lower his voice in front of someone else. Such a great humiliation. Where would the face of Sunagakure go? But what could they do? If even the Wind Shadow was not a match, they were even more useless. Raza felt a heavy weight in his heart. He sensed tremendous humiliation, and the hand holding the pen trembled involuntarily. But Raza gritted his teeth and still finished writing a letter of surrender. I'm done. Raza took a deep breath and handed the letter of surrender to Uchiha Han. Uchiha Han nodded, took it, and glanced at it. Then she became furious. Uchiha Han threw the letter of surrender back at Raza's face. What the hell is this you wrote? Just a bunch of empty words. Feelings. Feelings. That's what's most important. Uchiha Han was enraged. An emotionless letter of surrender couldn't even be called a letter of surrender. I can't see any sincerity in this. How can I believe you genuinely want to surrender? Upon hearing this, Raza lowered his head, his face darkened, and he instinctively clenched his fists. At the same time, he silently grumbled in his heart. Who the hell surrenders sincerely? Isn't it all a forced choice out of desperation? However, Raza slowly relaxed his clenched hand, carefully took the letter of surrender off his face. Then I'll revise it again, Raza said softly, his attitude becoming respectful. Seeing this, the surrounding sand ninjas felt even more suffocated, especially the earlier Jainin, who began to feel guilty. At that moment, Uchiha Han had clearly been provoked by him and was about to strike. Lord Wind's shadow had to compromise to save him. Thinking of this, he clenched his fists, quietly raised his head, filled with anger, and stared at Uchiha Han, who was sitting in the Wind Shadow's seat with her legs crossed. 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west. Do not bully the young and poor. He vowed to wash away today's humiliation in the future. After a while, all right, let's revise it. Uchiha Han looked at the revised letter of surrender and finally nodded reluctantly. Chapter 262, all right, this will do. Uchiha Han placed the letter of surrender on the desk. Then she stood up from the chair and stretched. I must say, this Shadow's chair is indeed comfortable. Uchiha Han stood by the window, turning her back to Raza and the others. Suddenly, she turned her head, her eyes flashing with a sharp glint. Revise it well. Tomorrow, this letter of surrender must be presented to the Hokage. Otherwise, Uchiha Han did not finish her sentence, leaping out of the Wind Shadow building. Then, a red flow of light flashed by. The flame dragon steed landed right beneath Uchiha Han. Thus, Uchiha Han rode the flame dragon steed and instantly disappeared from everyone's view. This speed is way too fast, Luo Sha murmured. However, he soon breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, this disaster was sent away. Lord Wind Shadow, are you all right? The surrounding sand ninjas hurriedly approached, concerned. I'm fine. Luo Sha waved his hand, pulled the chair back, and sat down. However, Luo Sha felt a bit uncomfortable. Ahem. Can you give me a new chair tomorrow? Yes. Soon, Uchiha Han flew over the Konoha camp. However, from a distance, Uchiha Han noticed that the atmosphere below seemed a bit off. Moreover, there were signs of battle damage. Oh no, Uchiha Han realized. His clone was dead. But Itachi and the others didn't know it was his clone. That means Itachi and the others definitely think he is dead now. Damn it. I need to hurry back, or Konoha will put up a monument for me in the Martyrs' Cemetery. Uchiha Han did not want to see that scene. So, Uchiha Han sped up and dove down toward the camp. What is that? Someone was the first to spot Uchiha Han. However, they could only see a mass of red light. Boom. The flame dragon steed dove down at high speed and then instantly stabilized, hovering 10 centimeters above the ground. Little Han? A Uchiha clansman recognized Uchiha Han when he saw the flame dragon armor. Weren't you already? Uchiha Han smiled, then immediately released the armor. I'll go explain to Uncle Lu Wei and the others. Uchiha Han awkwardly smiled and, seeing the surrounding ninjas closing in, quickly ran into the command tent. Uncle Lu Wei, Uchiha Han shouted loudly. At this moment, Uchiha Lu Wei, who was looking at the map with a worried expression, suddenly looked up. How could he not recognize that voice? Little Han? Lu Wei raised his head and, seeing the beaming Uchiha Han, rubbed his eyes in disbelief. What on earth is going on? Itachi said Uchiha Han awkwardly scratched his head. To be honest, he didn't expect that old hag Chiyo would crazily attack their base directly. He lost his clone. That was a full 1,000? Chakra. Han-kun. At this moment, Itachi rushed in with an anxious expression. He must have heard the news of Uchiha Han's return from those people earlier. Jo, Itachi. Uchiha Han beamed a bright smile. Itachi looked at Uchiha Han's face, momentarily stunned, with tears shimmering in his eyes. Han-kun, what on earth is going on? Itachi smiled through his tears, wiping away the moisture from the corners of his eyes. Exactly. You better explain to me clearly what happened. Lu Wei quickly asked, curiosity written all over his face. Uchiha Han smiled and then said, actually, that was my clone. Clone? Both of them were taken aback. If it were a shadow clone, Itachi would naturally be able to tell. Ahem. I used some rather special methods to create that clone, which is why Itachi didn't notice. Uchiha Han explained. I see. Itachi nodded. He still had some doubts in his heart, but he didn't press further about what kind of clone it was. As long as Han-kun is fine, that's good. Eh? Lu Wei suddenly frowned. If Uchiha Han left the clone of the camp, then where did he go for the whole day and night? You brat, honestly explain. What were you doing for that entire day? Lu Wei questioned. He thought Uchiha Han was too restless, running around alone. This is a war. It's not in the village. If something happens, what will we do? Ahem. I want to do something big. Itachi, Uncle Lu Wei. You need to be mentally prepared. Don't get scared by me. Uchiha Han said mysteriously. What is it? Hurry up and say. Where did you pick up this nagging bad habit? Lu Wei shot Uchiha Han an annoyed glare. I want to take revenge for Uncle Shino. Uchiha Han said. What? The two exclaimed in unison. Uchiha Han smiled proudly and nodded. Danzo has already been killed by me. The two were left in shock for a long time. Danzo? That is an S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha. Moreover, he was with Orochimaru. You brat, are you not joking with me? Lu Wei couldn't believe it. Of course not. Uncle Lu Wei, when have I ever joked about such important matters? Uchiha Han said seriously. Seeing this, Lu Wei finally accepted the fact. But it was just too shocking. Lu Wei clutched his chest, feeling like his heart was about to jump out. He quickly sat down in a chair. Oh right, there's one more thing. I went and beat up the 4th Kazekage, so I expect the Sand Village's surrender letter will be delivered tomorrow morning. Uchiha Han said casually. Oh, you beat up the 4th Kazekage. Lu Wei mumbled, still immersed in the shock of Uchiha Han killing Danzo, not really paying attention to what Uchiha Han said. What did you say? You beat up the 4th Kazekage? Lu Wei suddenly stood up. His eyes widened, and the shock on his face deepened. Yeah, that's right. The 4th Kazekage didn't seem very strong, and it seemed like he was also tricked by Orochimaru. Uchiha Han said. Lu Wei's face suddenly fell. What do you mean the 4th didn't seem very strong? He felt that Uchiha Han was deliberately showing off. However, he couldn't say anything, which was quite frustrating. All right, it's getting late. I'm going back to sleep now. Uchiha Han yawned, waved his hand, and left. Lu Wei wanted to call Uchiha Han back, but before he could, Uchiha Han had already vanished. Lu Wei actually wanted to tell Uchiha Han that since they thought Uchiha Han had died in battle, the tent had already been arranged for someone else. This meant that Uchiha Han now had no place to sleep. Chapter 263. The heart of the Divine Mountain, there was no choice. In the end, Uchiha Han had to squeeze into a small tent with Itachi to sleep. For some reason, that night, Uchiha Han quickly fell into a deep sleep. His consciousness sank into the deepest part. In a daze, Uchiha Han found that his consciousness had entered a gray, misty space. Where's this? Uchiha Han was a bit confused. This was his first encounter with such a situation. Suddenly, Uchiha Han noticed 5 bright lights appearing in front of him. Red, green, blue, yellow, and white. 5 colored light spots. Uchiha Han cautiously walked forward. The 5 lights gradually became clearer. Upon closer inspection, 5 figures appeared beneath the bright lights. Flame Dragon armor, Wind Eagle armor, Black Rhino armor, Earth Tiger armor, Snow Mastiff armor. 5 suits of armor stood tall, their gazes all fixed on Uchiha Han. Uchiha Han cautiously approached. However, just as he was about to reach out and touch them to see if they were real, the 5 suits of armor instantly turned to dust and dissipated before him. What the hell is going on? Uchiha Han was bewildered, unable to make sense of it. He looked around in confusion. Everything around him was a gray, chaotic void. Suddenly, a white figure appeared before him again. Uchiha Han focused his gaze. It was an old man with a white beard and white hair, dressed in plain white robes. This is Kamiyama Shinsha. Uchiha Han was taken aback. In the original work, Kamiyama Shinsha was a thought projection of the true Emperor armor, a collective consciousness of all the descendants of the 5 elemental bloodlines. The summoner of the armor warriors would enter the virtual battle chamber and receive guidance from Kamiyama Shinsha to enhance their own strength. Finally, I have met you. Kamiyama Shinsha said slowly with a gentle and kind smile. His voice was subtle yet resonant, striking directly at Uchiha Han's mind, causing him to shiver. Hello. Uchiha Han responded somewhat awkwardly. The next morning, Uchiha Han slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in them. Congratulations. Host has unlocked training of the Emperor armor. Uchiha Han let out a long sigh of relief. Finally able to unlock the Emperor armor. This time, the training for the Emperor armor was different from the previous 5 armors. First, a basic condition must be met. The compatibility of all 5 armors must be raised to 60%. This would unlock the final seal's ultimate move. However, this time, unlike the previous training, based on the communication with Kamiyama Shinsha throughout the night, Uchiha Han learned that what he needed to improve now was the basics. Beyond the armor's own abilities, the most important factor was the strength of the summoner. The most direct aspect was Uchiha Han's taijutsu. This was indeed his weakest area. Despite his overall stats being decent, he was skilled in ninjutsu, having mastered quite a bit of it. But what about taijutsu? Aside from his physical fitness steadily improving, his combat skills were mostly taught by Shursui. In comparison, his proficiency in taijutsu appeared rather weak. The upcoming training would need to focus on enhancing this aspect. Meanwhile, the conditions for using the virtual battle chamber had also changed. Previously, he could only enter 3 times a day. But now there were no restrictions on the number of uses, because Uchiha Han now needed to undergo long-term, sustained training. The next phase of training would primarily revolve around simple taijutsu combat training to enhance the armor's compatibility. For example, the Southern Fist learned by Hua Nan in the original work. Uchiha Han couldn't help but frown. This would require a lot of time. But did he have so much time now, balancing the village's tasks with the special training for the armor? The only way was to frequently use shadow clones. Uchiha Han began to think. If he were to secretly enter seclusion, he would need to separate the flame dragon armor to avoid being detected by the village and those around him. In that case, soon, Uchiha Han made a decision in his heart. Meanwhile, the Sand Ninjas sent a representative to Liu Yue to submit a letter of surrender. They were also somewhat anxious, hoping Liu Yu could send someone to deliver the letter to the Hokage as quickly as possible. The next day, Konoha immediately sent a representative to the border to meet with Chiyo and sign a ceasefire agreement. Chiyo's expression along the way was very gloomy. It seemed she did not fully agree. However, under the pressure of Lo Sha's tough stance, she had no room to refuse. Yet, what angered Chiyo the most was being sent to sign the ceasefire agreement. When she returned to the village, she feared that much of the anger from the Sand Village would fall on her. Lo Sha, Chiyo clenched her teeth, her eyes filled with resentment. However, she also learned the truth that Uchiha Han was not dead and understood just how powerful he had become. Revenge. It seemed hopeless. Surprisingly for Lo Sha, Konoha did not make unreasonable demands. They even proposed friendly diplomatic relations. This puzzled him, but upon further thought, after the 4th Hokage's incident, it was likely that Konoha was still under the control of the 3rd Hokage, and his way of handling things was indeed normal. The battlefield in the Land of Wind had ended, and Konoha also had more strength to support the other 2 battlefields. In a short time, the pressure on Iwagakure and Kyomogakure increased significantly. Inoki quickly chose to cease fire. After all, the reason Inoki chose to go to war was different from that of the Sand and Cloud villages. The latter 2 were more eager to take advantage of Konoha's turmoil to bite off a piece of flesh. But Inoki's aim was different. He just wanted to use the war to divert internal conflicts within a village. However, now that his injuries had mostly healed, he was able to spare some effort to deal with the unruly Kamishiro clan. Therefore, upon seeing the Sand Village surrender, Inoki knew that this war had no suspense left. He promptly chose to surrender as well, focusing on dealing with those unruly individuals. Upon receiving this news, Reikage was furious. The Sand and Iwa villages were truly a bunch of spineless cowards. They surrendered so quickly. Mabu stood beside him, also looking worried. Reikage, why don't we choose to cease fire as well? Chapter 264, War Hero, Uchiha Han this time. The joint attack on Konoha by the 3 nations ended rapidly in an extremely bizarre time frame. Whether it was Konoha or the Wind, Earth, and Thunder nations, most people were still somewhat bewildered. They had fought inexplicably and ended just as inexplicably. However, regardless of who instigated the war or ended it, the underlying reason ultimately came down to a certain individual. The war, which lasted for over half a month, finally concluded with the signing of a ceasefire agreement between Kyomogakure and Konoha. Uchiha Han and the others quickly returned to Konoha, this time among the 3 battlefields. Only the one in the Land of Wind was genuinely fought and achieved a great victory. Therefore, Uchiha Han and his group received a warm welcome from the villagers of Konoha. Liu Wei walked at the forefront, feeling the villagers' enthusiasm, his face unable to hide a brilliant smile. Tsunade and Sarutobi Hiruzen led a group of Konoha's high-ranking officials, joyfully welcoming them. However, Uchiha Han noticed that Sarutobi Hiruzen's face seemed somewhat gloomy. Nevertheless, Uchiha Han did not pay much attention to it. He only wanted to increase the compatibility of the armor as soon as possible and unlock the Emperor armor. That was the most important thing. Konoha held a grand feast to celebrate the victory of the war. However, Uchiha Han was not particularly interested. Still, as the greatest contributor to this war, Uchiha Han naturally became the focus of the banquet. In no time, the heads of various clans came over with wine cups, their faces filled with smiles. Xiaohan, we didn't expect you to have such strength at such a young age. Even the fourth Kazekage is no match for you, which truly astonishes us. Several heads of mid-level clans kept complimenting. Uchiha Han simply smiled and nodded, then casually responded with a few words. Xiaohan, do you have a girl you like? Let me tell you, my little daughter is about your age, and she has decent talent. I estimate she should be able to become a chunin in the next couple of years. How about, get away. Don't you know what your daughter looks like? Xiaohan, don't listen to him. Let me tell you, my second brother's little daughter is about the same age, and although her talent isn't exceptional, her looks are undeniable. And most importantly, at such a young age, she is already quite impressive. That person had a lewd smile on his face, and his right hand couldn't help but gesture in front of him. Uchiha Han glanced over, and based on his gesture, it seemed to be about a C-cup size. Ahem. Well, I haven't really thought about these things yet. Uchiha Han waved his hand, looking quite embarrassed. Hey, you can't say that. You might be a bit young now, but in a couple of years you'll understand. It's good to cultivate feelings now, right? That's right, that's right. Xiaohan, you're already so strong. It's time to enjoy life a bit. The clan leaders surrounded Uchiha Han tightly. Uchiha Han's eyes twitched constantly. For a moment, he felt completely at a loss. Even when facing powerful figures like Inoki and Rasha, he had never been this flustered. Can someone come save me? Uchiha Han couldn't help but shout in his heart. Ahem. At this moment, a calm voice rang out. Fugaku slowly walked over. Everyone, please make way. Fugaku stepped over the crowd and came to Uchiha Han's side. Xiaohan, the Hokage wants to see you. Uchiha Han nodded and followed Fugaku away from the crowd. Standing in front of Tsunade, Fugaku then stepped back. Yo, little brat, long time no see. Tsunade's cheeks were slightly flushed, looking like a ripe apple, making one want to take a bite. Lady Tsunade, Uchiha Han greeted. Sit down. Tsunade gestured for Uchiha Han to take a seat. What level of strength have you reached now? Tsunade asked curiously. It's average. I was just lucky to win against Rasha. Uchiha Han smiled and replied. You little brat, I didn't expect you to be modest. Tsunade chuckled. Since Uchiha Han didn't want to reveal too much, she didn't press further. Compared to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tsunade trusted Uchiha Han a bit more. This time, it's thanks to you. Tsunade suddenly said, her tone becoming somewhat serious. I'm also a Konoha ninja. There is no need for thanks, Lady Tsunade. Uchiha Han quickly replied. Ha ha ha, you little brat. Tsunade laughed heartily and then took a big gulp of her drink. It was clear that she was in a very good mood. These days, the war had left her exhausted, both physically and mentally. Finally, she could take a breather. Uchiha Han looked around and noticed that Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to have disappeared. Normally, he shouldn't be absent in such a situation. Although he was somewhat confused, Uchiha Han didn't dwell on it. Tsunade also pulled Uchiha Han to drink with her. Since Uchiha Han was still underage, he technically shouldn't be drinking. However, as the greatest contributor to this war, he was exceptionally allowed to drink tonight. Perhaps for this reason, Tsunade was even more spirited in pouring drinks for Uchiha Han. Lady Tsunade, I can't take it anymore. Darn it, darn it. This was the first time Uchiha Han's body had drunk alcohol, and he had no resistance, quickly becoming tipsy. However, seeing Uchiha Han like this made Tsunade even more excited. She forcefully shoved the bottle to Uchiha Han's lips. Tsunade was also drunk. I can't. It will break. Uchiha Han moaned. A pitch-black graveyard. Compared to the dazzling noise of the banquet, this place was eerily silent. Sarutobi Hiruzen was rarely seen without his pipe. He stood before a brand-new tombstone, looking desolate. Shino. Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured. He reached out to touch the name on the stone. However, he suddenly stopped. Immediately, a look of resentment filled Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. That little brat Uchiha Han is so strong. Why didn't he follow Shino's actions? If Uchiha Han had been there, Shino wouldn't have died. And that group of Uchiha, I generously let them go to the Wind Country battlefield. Yet Shino had to face Danzo alone. Uchiha. Oh, Uchiha, you truly cannot be trusted. If I had known back then, I shouldn't have been so soft-hearted. Sarutobi Hiruzen said fiercely. Then, he turned to look in the direction of the banquet. Although it was far away, the dazzling and grand light still shone in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. Creak! Sarutobi Hiruzen clenched his fists, his eyes filled with resentment. Chapter 265, Father's Kaleidoscope. Uchiha Han's reputation quickly spread throughout Konoha, the land of fire, and the entire ninja world. Even the reclusive Kirigakure had heard about Uchiha Han's achievements. They were all shocked. The esteemed Kazekage was actually defeated by a 13-year-old Uchiha. In the past, they wouldn't have dared to even think about this. At the same time, news of Inoki battling a mysterious armored figure and being heavily injured also spread. Upon comparison, they felt that although Uchiha Han and that mysterious armored figure were clearly different, they shared many similar traits. For a time, the powerful bloodline limit of armor spread throughout the ninja world. During this period, Sarutobi Hiruzen also came to find Uchiha Han to inquire about the mysterious figure who fought Inoki. Uchiha Han shook his head, knowing nothing. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't ask further. After all, the Light Emperor had previously said that he was looking for descendants with their bloodline in the ninja world. Since he could help Uchiha Han awaken his bloodline limit, it wouldn't be strange to find other descendants as well. To handle various post-war tasks, the Umbu and the security team had been quite busy during this time. Itachi and Shursui were still busy in the security team, while Tenzo was assigned by Tsunade to her direct Umbu. Additionally, Tsunade thought the name the third Hokage gave him was too ugly, so she changed it. From now on, Tenzo would be called Yamato. However, at this moment, Fugaku unexpectedly found time to come to Uchiha Han. Uncle Fugaku? Uchiha Han was a bit surprised. After all, the security team was quite busy now. Fugaku's expression was somewhat serious, which made Uchiha Han even more curious. Xiao Han, I came today for something very important. Let's go inside and talk. Uchiha Han nodded, closed the gate of the yard, and led Fugaku into the house. I'm here today mainly to give you something that your father left behind, Fugaku said, carefully placing a small box on the table. Father's things? Uchiha Han raised an eyebrow. His gaze fell on the box. He felt that there seemed to be a strong aura emanating from this box. Moreover, this aura felt somewhat cold. However, it gave Uchiha Han a sense of connection to his bloodline. What is this? Uchiha Han asked, but in reality, he already had a guess in his heart. That cold aura is very familiar. It's the Sharingan. However, the strength of that aura is definitely not something that a 3-tomo Sharingan could possess. In other words, a Manjiki Sharingan? No way. My old man actually awakened a Manjiki? Uchiha Han couldn't believe it. Although he had heard from his uncles over the years that his father was exceptionally talented, among the entire Uchiha clan, those with exceptional talent were not few. But those who could awaken the Manjiki Sharingan were extremely rare. Moreover, each of them had significant roles in the original story. If anyone had the Manjiki Sharingan, his old man shouldn't have died so easily, right? Uchiha Han thought to himself. Xiao Han, do you know to what extent the Sharingan can evolve? Uchiha Fugaku asked. Of course, how could Uchiha Han not know? From 1 tomo to 3 tomo, then to the Manjiki Sharingan, eternal Manjiki Sharingan, and finally evolving into the Rinnegan. However, Uchiha Han still honestly replied, evolve? Isn't it just from 1 tomo to 3 tomo? Uchiha Han looked puzzled, as if his expression was asking Fugaku why he suddenly asked such a simple question. Hey. Fugaku chuckled meaningfully. Wrong. Fugaku shook his head. In fact, 3 tomo is not the end point of the Sharingan. What? Uchiha Han made a very surprised expression. Above 3 tomo, there is actually a brand new form, the Manjiki Sharingan. Uchiha Han's mouth dropped open in shock. Seeing Uchiha Han's reaction, Fugaku felt inexplicably that the guy's expression was a bit exaggerated. However, he didn't think too much about it. If others knew, they would probably be so shocked that their jaws would drop to the ground. Your father possesses such eyes, Fugaku said solemnly, pushing a box in front of Uchiha Han. This, Uchiha Han was stunned, not expecting his old man to actually have the Manjiki Sharingan. How did he send it? Did he just awaken the Manjiki and then lose it? That would be such a pity. You are young and have already awakened 3 tomo. In the future, there is a high probability that you will be able to awaken the Manjiki. Your father's eyes might help you. Fugaku said seriously, then stood up. Xiao Han, you must take good care of this. It is the only thing your father left behind. Fugaku's words were very melancholic. Uchiha Han's expression became serious as he nodded heavily. Don't worry, Uncle Fugaku. I will definitely take good care of Dad's Sharingan. Uchiha Han said firmly. Fugaku nodded, then left. The Manjiki Sharingan. Uchiha Han looked at the box, feeling a mix of emotions. He took a deep breath and slowly opened the box. Suddenly, a pair of scarlet eyes appeared before Uchiha Han. A powerful mental force struck Uchiha Han with great impact. After a few seconds, Uchiha Han barely adapted to the pressure and saw the pattern in the eyes. It was a diamond-shaped pattern of the Manjiki Sharingan. It really is the Manjiki Sharingan. Uchiha murmured. If it's father and son, the blood relationship is no less than that of brothers. This should solve his eternal Manjiki Sharingan problem, right? Uchiha Han thought to himself. However, he wasn't certain in his heart. After leaving the courtyard, Fugaku paused for a moment. He slowly raised his head and looked at the bright sunshine overhead. He let out a long breath, feeling much more relaxed. It was as if a heavy shackled weight had suddenly been lifted. Fugaku turned back and glanced at Uchiha Han's small courtyard. Although the scene he saw at that time was very blurry, that figure was most likely Xiao Han, which meant that the future of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku turned back and walked towards the security team. He still had a lot of work to do and needed to hurry. Otherwise, he might have to work late into the night. Chapter 266. Board Game House. The aftershocks of the war gradually subsided. Konoha was slowly returning to its former life. Sarutobi Hiruzen returned to his fishing pond after assisting Tsunade for a while, fishing every day. However, his fishing rod was no longer as peaceful as before. Tsunade gradually adapted to her duties as Hokage. With the help of Narashikaku and Shizun, she was no longer as flustered as before. Plus, she had more free time. Every few days, she would come to Uchiha Han's place, dragging him to play Ninja World Kill with her. Uchiha Han was quite troubled by this. He still needed to train. Where'd he find time to play this with Tsunade? Uchiha Han was planning to raise the compatibility of the Flame Dragon armor to 60% first, then create a clone of the Flame Dragon armor to replace him in the village. This way, he could quietly focus on his training. However, the current progress was slower than Uchiha Han had imagined. Uchiha Han, hurry up. Tsunade urged Uchiha Han to play his card. Got it. Uchiha Han reluctantly played a Leaf Destruction card. Tsunade's eyes widened, and her mouth fell open in shock. Just then, the card in her hand had neither a kill nor a dodge. She had thought she was safe with a defense card, but Uchiha Han pulled this on her. Tsunade unwillingly covered her last chakra. Eliminated. Faced with Tsunade's occasional harassment, Uchiha Han thought to himself that this wouldn't do. He had to come up with a solution. How about opening a board game house? Uchiha Han suddenly thought. Coincidentally, he had money now, and it wouldn't be difficult to rent a storefront in Konoha to open a board game house. First, it could give him a suitable reason to keep Tsunade away. Second, it could promote his Ninja World Kill to Konoha and even the entire Ninja World. Without further ado, that night, Uchiha Han went out to investigate. He found a storefront just outside the Uchiha clan's territory, directly facing the commercial street of Konoha. The location was quite good. Moreover, the storefront was quite large, covering several hundred square meters. The owner was a member of the Uchiha clan, and when he saw that the visitor was Uchiha Han, he was so excited that he could hardly speak. There was no help for it. Uchiha Han was now a war hero and very popular throughout Konoha. He was even hailed as a once-in-a-thousand-years genius in the Uchiha clan. After Uchiha Han signed his name, the owner happily offered the lowest price. Uchiha Han was also very satisfied. After all, signing his name was a casual thing, and he could save a large sum of money, so why not? The next morning, Uchiha Han brought Yamato over. What, you want me to do the decoration? Yamato looked incredulous. He was a full-fledged wood-release user, not a decorator. What nonsense! Uchiha Han frovnid, and he pulled out a large stack of cash from his bag. Here. Yamato stared at the stack of cash, momentarily stunned. Ahem. Just this once. Yamato quickly stuffed the bills into his pocket with lightning speed. Following Uchiha Han's instructions, he brought a lot of green plants into the house. Then, he rearranged the layout and did some simple decoration. See, isn't this looking good? I think you could turn this into a side business. Uchiha Han said with a grin. Get lost. Yamato felt quite displeased. He thought this was an insult to him. After all, he was determined to become a powerful person like the first Hokage. All right, I still need to go train at Mayaboka Mountain. I'm leaving. Yamato waved his hand and left. Since Minato and Jiraiya fell into a coma, Yamato became the only communication bridge between Konoha and Mayaboka Mountain. Additionally, since Yamato's strength had reached a considerable level, the two great sages decided to teach him sage techniques in advance. However, Yamato was not Naruto, and he did not have the luck of a protagonist. Up until now, his progress in sage training was still very slow. Then you should go train. Uchiha Han nodded. Next, it was time to recruit staff. Uchiha Han took out the flyers he had prepared in advance and posted them in areas with heavy foot traffic. To recruit enough people quickly, Uchiha Han was generous and offered salaries higher than the average salary of Konoha civilians. Before long, Uchiha Han had recruited enough personnel and also conducted training for them. He also prepared dozens of sets of Ninja World killing games, but they would not be sold for now. Soon, the board game CAF opened. Tsunade frequently dragged people there, creating a strong promotional effect. In no time, Ninja world killing became all the rage in Konoha. To prevent people from getting bored quickly, Uchiha consecutively launched games like Werewolf, Ludo, and Ninja World Monopoly, among others. Faced with these novel, interesting, and fun board games, most people had no resistance and became fascinated. The board game CAF completely became the hottest place in Konoha. Even the long-standing taverns and casinos were significantly impacted. Finally, I can train in peace. Uchiha sat cross-legged on the bed and let out a long sigh. Although he had been busy for a while, it ensured that he wouldn't be easily disturbed in the future. He needed to raise the compatibility of the Flame Dragon armor to 60% as soon as possible, so that when he created a clone, he wouldn't have to worry about being detected by others. Uchiha murmured. Additionally, he hadn't recalled the clone of the Black Rhino armor yet. Instead, he had given the red fishhook to it and sent it to meet up with the Wind Eagle armor clone. Now, the Akatsuki organization had already implemented the tailed beast capture plan in advance. Uchiha had to find a way to sabotage it. Meanwhile, he also wanted to conveniently gather some tailed beast chakra. Ahem, I assure you, I'm just gathering a little on the side. After all, if those Jinchuriki are captured by the Akatsuki and have their tailed beasts extracted, they will lose their lives. Uchiha's actions are actually saving their lives. Collecting some protection fees isn't unreasonable, right? Note, I've seen some people asking if this has been abandoned. Although the data has been declining this past month and the audience has decreased significantly, I am still writing. There won't be any interruptions. Chapter 267. Underlying Currents, the Land of Rain. Danzo is dead, and so is Kiba. Now we have a sudden shortage of manpower. Conan said with some concern. They had implemented the tailed beast capture plan early this time, but right from the start, they suffered huge personnel losses. This left her with a headache. Let Zetsu handle this. Have him look for any strong rogue ninjas from the 5 great nations that we can recruit. Nagato's voice was somewhat weak as he spoke. If it really comes down to it, we'll have to step in ourselves. Nagato coughed twice and continued. No way. Conan said nervously. With your current condition, what if you encounter danger after leaving the Land of Rain? Although Nagato controlled the 6 paths of pain and was incredibly powerful, he had a significant weakness. His original body was extremely fragile. Once someone got close to him, it would almost certainly mean death. In the original story, when pain invaded, Conan was right beside Nagato as his bodyguard. Just how fragile was Nagato's body? His entire body was filled with black tubes, making it almost impossible to move. Moreover, he was emaciated and incredibly weak. Even the red hair of the Uzumaki clan had turned snow white due to the power of the Rinnegan. Even after being reincarnated through the impure world reincarnation, Nagato, who was supposed to be free of pain and had infinite chakra, still needed Itachi's support. He could barely remain standing and releasing skills. It was only after he was fully controlled by Tobi that Nagato gained the ability to act freely. The Land of Rain was currently their stronghold, and the inside had been transformed into a tight fortress. Plus, with Nagato's Rain Tiger Free technique, he could detect any outsiders entering the Land of Rain immediately. Thus, Nagato's original body was quite safe there. But once he left, it would come with significant risks. This was something Conan did not want to see, even if the risk factor was low. I know, Nagato said slowly. Let's have Zetsu gather information for now, especially. Nagato seemed to suddenly remember something. That mysterious armored man who fought against Inoki. One Uchiha and one mysterious black armored figure. Both are not to be underestimated, especially the latter, who could match Inoki, is definitely not simple. If we can recruit him into the Akatsuki, it would be a tremendous boost for us. Conan nodded in agreement. I'll have Zetsu focus on investigating that. By the way, I heard about a special guy recently. Conan suddenly recalled. A special guy? Nagato asked with mild curiosity. If Conan found him special, he probably wouldn't be simple. I heard he has an immortal body. Conan said gravely. An immortal body? Is there really such a thing? Nagato was not very convinced. After all, the unparalleled power granted to him by his Rinnegan could not achieve immortality. On the contrary, it accelerated his life's decline. Even the legendary sage of 6 paths died due to the passage of time, right? However, that said, but this matter wouldn't be without foundation. Conan, take Kakuzu with you to check it out. If it really is an immortal body, then it would be a perfect match for that troublesome guy Kakuzu. An immortal body should be able to avoid being stabbed in the back by that guy. Nagato murmured. Both Kiba and several of Kakuzu's earlier teammates had been stabbed to death by Kakuzu without exception. Nagato felt quite helpless. The Akatsuki organization had high demands, and it wasn't easy to fill the manpower gap. Conan nodded. Okay. The Land of Water. Kirigakure. What? Oh, Say that again. Genma stood up in shock, his face full of disbelief. Genma, it's true, I'm not joking, Ao said with a serious expression. At the same time, he was also very shocked internally. How is that possible? Terumi, Mei beside him, was also stunned by this explosive news. Yuanshi slowly sat down, his eyes filled with confusion. But soon, his gaze regained its previous sharpness and depth. No wonder Lord Shui Ying's temperament had changed drastically in recent years, stubbornly acting as if he were a different person. Yuanshi thought of the various unexpected actions taken by Guju Shirtsong over the years and finally understood. Yuanshi, what should we do next? Qing asked anxiously. Let me think carefully first. Yuanshi signaled for Qing not to panic. Such a big matter must not be acted upon hastily. Can you find out who used illusion techniques to control Lord Shui Ying? Yuanshi asked after pondering for a moment. Qing shook his head. Logically speaking, to control someone for a long time, the caster cannot be too far away. However, I carefully observed the surroundings with my Byakugan and searched the village thoroughly, but found no suspicious traces, Qing said. Yuanshi contemplated for a while and suddenly asked Terumi Mei, have you found the whereabouts of Kakashi and Momochi Zabuza yet? Terumi Mei shook her head. Their strength is not below mine, and with the ninja swords, it would be very easy for them to leave the Land of Water. Our manpower outside the Land of Water is already very limited, making it difficult to find them, Terumi Mei said helplessly. Recently, Zabuza and Kakashi had defected one after another, taking with them the decapitation blade and the sword of the mist, which was undoubtedly another major blow to Kirigakure. Along with the disappearance of the 4 ninja swords after the fall of the Kirigakure clan, now, only the twin blade of place remained in the hands of Kirigakure. Sigh. Since we can't find them, let's not worry about it. The defection of the 7 ninja swordsmen is, in a way, good news for us. Yuanshi said slowly. If the 7 ninja swordsmen hadn't defected, they would definitely be Lord Shui Ying's trusted subordinates, and the possibility of them being turned would be very low. Plus, their strength is considerable, and the ninja swords are powerful, so they cannot be underestimated. After defecting, it can relieve a lot of their pressure. So, Qing, Terumi Mei, you two should not spread this matter for now. Keep a close watch on Lord Shui Ying's movements in secret, and then quietly contact the remaining families. Do you understand? Terumi Mei and Qing both nodded heavily. They understood the importance of the situation now. In the Shui Ying's office, Obito was sitting with his legs crossed on the chair. However, he seemed a bit worried, as if he had been noticed by that guy. Ju, who had half of his body protruding from the floor, said, forget it. I've been in Kirigakure for so long. I've had enough fun. Obito stood up and stretched his waist. What about him? Ju glanced at the wooden-like shirt song beside him. Anyway, since the tailed beast capture plan has been advanced, let's just absorb the 3 tails for now. Chapter 268, Pain's Invasion, 1. At the border of the Land of Water. Outside a small wooden house, sat a man whose lower face and neck were wrapped in bandages. He was sharpening a stone axe. Zabuza, big brother. Haku walked out from the house, followed by Kimimaro. Zabuza stopped his movements, stood up, and looked at Haku with some confusion. What's wrong? Haku walked over. We're planning to find Brother Domu. It's been so long, and he still hasn't come back, Haku said with some worry. Upon hearing this, Zabuza's expression inevitably became a bit desolate. Are they going to leave? In the end, I still have to go live that wandering life. All right. Zabuza silently put down the axe and picked up the decapitation blade, standing beside him. He turned to leave. Haku looked puzzled. Big brother Zabuza, what are you going to do? Don't you want to come with us? Haku quickly blocked Zabuza's way and asked. Together. Suddenly, Zabuza felt warmth in his heart. It turned out he had been overthinking. But Zabuza still hesitated. Over these days, he had heard a lot about that person named Domu from Haku and Kimimaro. Zabuza was also curious. However, he was worried that the other party would not accept him. But what? Big brother Zabuza, you don't have to worry. Brother Domu is a good person and definitely one to make things difficult for you. Haku smiled sweetly, like a rose blooming in early spring. For a moment, Zabuza was lost in thought, captivated by Haku's words. Haku is right, big brother Zabuza should come with us. Kimimaro also stepped forward and said. Seeing this, Zabuza did not refuse and nodded. Thus, the 3 of them tidied up a bit and set off towards the direction where Uchiha Han had left. A year later, checking my information panel. Name, Uchiha Han. Chakra, 4031, Shadow, 5000. 3 Tails Chakra, 1000. 1 Tails Chakra. 2 Tails Chakra. 4 Tails Chakra. 5 Tails Chakra. Ninja Technique, 591. Taijutsu, 662. Jinjutsu. 611. Mastered ninja techniques. Great fireball technique, phoenix fire technique, shadow clone technique, gale palm, great breakthrough, here's not technique, Nariku's technique, water wave, water bullets, thunder stream blade, bloodline limit, Sharingan, 3 Tomo. Unlocked armor, flame dragon armor, compatibility 60. Wind eagle armor, compatibility 50. Black rhinoceros armor, compatibility 50. Earth tiger armor, compatibility 50. Snow mastiff armor, compatibility 50. After a year of hard work, Uchiha had raised the compatibility of the Flame Dragon armor to 60 and the compatibility of the Earth Tiger armor and Snow Mastiff armor to 50. This progress was faster than Uchiha had expected. During this time, the training had focused on armored combat techniques. This was the most basic training. However, it also allowed Uchiha's taijutsu to advance by leaps and bounds. His progress was enormous. However, reaching 60 compatibility for all armors would still take some time. Uchiha murmured. Now, he had already condensed the Flame Dragon armor separately. He had secretly opened a hidden room to practice inside. Meanwhile, the Wind Eagle armor clone and Black Rhinoceros armor clone outside had already used the red fish hooks to save several Jinchuriki. He also took the opportunity to obtain the chakra of the 2 tails, 4 tails, and 5 tails. Although it was not much, it was a drop in the bucket for the tailed beasts. It was enough for Uchiha to digest. Because the red fish hook could only absorb chakra and could not store it for long, the clones had to sneak back periodically to return the chakra to the main body. The special nature of the clones caused them to be unable to store or absorb excess tailed beast chakra. In fact, Pushi's 2 treasures had clear divisions of labor. The red fish hook was responsible for absorbing chakra, while the red fish basket was used to store the chakra absorbed by the hook. Thinking of this, Uchiha felt a bit regretful. The red fish basket had been completely obliterated under the attack of the Emperor armor. I'm exhausted. Maybe I should take a break today. Uchiha murmured, stretching lazily as he walked out of the hidden room. He retracted the Flame Dragon armor clone back into his body. Uchiha headed straight to his game room, which was crowded with people. Uchiha nodded in satisfaction. Yo, Han. At that moment, someone called out from behind. Uchiha turned around and saw it was Yamato. What brings you here? Uchiha Oktoviv. Have you mastered Sage Technique yet? Uchiha asked directly. Sure. Yamato looked tense and quickly gestured for Uchiha to lower his voice. There are so many people here, don't shout so loud. Yamato rolled his eyes at Uchiha. Okay, my bad. Uchiha leaned closer to Yamato's ear. So, have you mastered it? Yamato's lips curled up slightly. Almost. Uchiha was a bit surprised. Almost. Looks like Yamato is doing well. Uchiha thought to himself, if Yamato really mastered Sage Mode, then he could handle things during Pain's invasion? Uchiha grinned mischievously. Seeing Uchiha's expression, Yamato frowned, thinking that this guy was probably up to no good again. Ah, you have fun, I'm heading back. Uchiha yawned and started walking home. After wandering around, it was time to go back and continue training. Uchiha reassembled his Flame Dragon armor clone, then returned to the secret room to continue training in the virtual combat room. Outside Konoha village, the 6 paths of Pain stood on a high cliff. Gazing down at Konoha village, the autumn wind blew coldly, lifting their robes slightly, revealing their pale arms. They looked like corpses, sending chills down one's spine. Let's begin. A sound wave resonated in their minds simultaneously. Following that, the 6 of them leaped off the cliff. In an instant, the previously clear sky was shrouded in a layer of gray haze. However, no one in the bustling Konoha village paid any attention. Chapter 269, Pain's Invasion 2 at the Fugaka household. Sasuke and Naruto were playing together in the yard. Flame Dragon armor. Combine. Naruto once again strapped the Flame Dragon armor to his wrist, repeatedly shouting the lines with enthusiasm. The entire afternoon, Naruto had basically wasted on the summoning device. Since Minato fell unconscious, Uchiha had specially found someone to make a new summoning device for Naruto to comfort him. Now, Naruto was much more cheerful. Kushina also encouraged Naruto to come play at Sasuke's place often. Hey, Sasuke rested his chin on his hand, looking at Naruto with a cold expression. You've been playing all afternoon. Aren't you bored yet? Sasuke asked coldly, thinking that after playing for so long, it was finally his turn. Bored? Naruto frowned. Why would I be bored? Naruto was confused. He then shook his wrist with the shiny summoning device. To Sasuke, it looked like Naruto was showing off. But the naive Naruto had no such intention. Sasuke couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed, then suddenly turned his head and walked into the house. I'm going to get something to drink. Naruto looked puzzled. He noticed that Sasuke seemed a bit unhappy. However, He didn't quite understand why Sasuke was angry. Looking down at the summoning device on his wrist, Naruto suddenly realized. So Sasuke doesn't like the summoning device, huh? I thought he liked Hanji's armor, just like me. Naruto murmured in surprise. He had initially planned to let Sasuke play with it for a while, but now he decided against it. Since Sasuke didn't like it, he would just put it away and play at home later. As Naruto spoke, he took off the summoning device and stored it away. When Sasuke returned, he was holding 2 cups of orange juice. Sasuke was slightly taken aback. He noticed that the summoning device on Naruto's wrist was gone. What happened? Naruto, where's the summoning device? Sasuke handed Naruto the orange juice and asked. Oh, I put away. Naruto took it and drank it all in one go. Huh. Naruto wiped the remaining orange juice from the corner of his mouth in satisfaction. Why did you put it away? Sasuke frowned. Oh, you said you didn't like it. So, when did I say I didn't like it? You idiot. Sasuke shouted. Being shouted at by Sasuke, Naruto was momentarily stunned. Then why were you angry earlier? Naruto suddenly realized. If that's the case, Sasuke must like Hanji's armor just like him. I knew it. Sasuke isn't a girl. How could he not like it? Then, Naruto understood the reason for Sasuke's anger. It was probably because he had been playing for so long, and Sasuke hadn't had a turn yet. Speaking of which, it seemed like Sasuke hadn't played with the summoning device at all. Naruto suddenly thought, so, Sasuke, do you want to play for a while? Naruto quickly took out the summoning device again. Sasuke's eyes lit up. However, he didn't immediately show too much excitement. Sasuke slightly turned his head away, pretending to be aloof, stealing glances every now and then. Ahem. Since that's the case, I guess I'll reluctantly. Sasuke said as he slowly reached out his hand. He was trying to slow down his movements to avoid showing how eager he was. However, inside, Sasuke was extremely excited. His heart was racing, and even with his efforts to control himself, his outstretched hand trembled slightly. Finally, Sasuke could no longer contain his excitement. His fingers were getting closer to the blazing summoning device. Sasuke's breath became more and more hurried. Finally, it was getting closer. Sasuke's fingertips could almost feel the scorching aura. But in reality, this summoning device was just an ordinary toy. Finally, Sasuke's palm gently fell toward the summoning device, just a hair's breadth away from grabbing it. A smile finally broke out on Sasuke's face. However, at that moment, the ground shook violently. Naruto lost his balance and fell to the ground. The summoning device also fell to the ground. Seeing this, Sasuke was about to bend down to pick it up when the tremors intensified. He lost control of his body and fell to the ground as well. What is going on? Is there an earthquake? Naruto looked confused. Sasuke, should we go hide inside? Naruto said instinctively. You idiot. During an earthquake, you should run to an open area. Sasuke was truly speechless. How can Naruto say something so stupid? Oh, sorry, I forgot. Naruto said awkwardly, getting up and picking up the summoning device. The sudden earthquake left both of them baffled. Naruto instinctively stored the summoning device carefully, fearing that if it fell again or got hit by something, it would be bad. He completely forgot that he was supposed to give the summoning device to Sasuke. Hey! Sasuke saw Naruto putting the summoning device away and immediately got anxious. Didn't you say you were going to let me play? Why did you put it away again? However, just then, 2 black and red figures suddenly leaped down from the sky, landing on the rooftop. Who were those people? The 2 were stunned for a moment. Naruto! Sasuke! Run! Fugaku and Itachi rushed over with anxious expressions. At the same time, several teams of security members followed behind them. Upon seeing this, Sasuke and Naruto immediately ran towards the outside of the courtyard. How ridiculous! Devapath Pain said coldly, then slowly raised his arm. Wood style, 1,000 pillars wood wall. Yamato also quickly arrived, slamming his palms onto the ground. A solid wooden wall immediately rose behind Sasuke and Naruto. Seeing this, Devapath slowly lowered his arm. Itachi, take Naruto and Sasuke and leave immediately. Fugaku said urgently. Father, Itachi hesitated. He could sense the aura emanating from Devapath. It was unfathomable, especially those Rinnegan eyes. Just one glance made Itachi feel as if his mind was sinking into darkness. Terrifying. This kind of enemy. His target is Naruto. He absolutely cannot succeed. Fugaku said sternly. Understood. Itachi nodded heavily. Father, be careful. After saying this, Itachi immediately pulled Sasuke and Naruto in the opposite direction to escape. Devapath watched this scene without any apparent fluctuation in his heart. His imposing yet somewhat lifeless gaze remained fixed on the fleeing Naruto. After a while, until Naruto's figure completely disappeared, Devapath Pain slowly shifted his gaze to Fugaku and the others at his feet. Let us first clean up these ants. Devapath Pain once again slowly raised his hand. In an instant, a terrifying wave of energy emanated from his body. Fugaku's brow furrowed, his expression serious. The Crimson Sharingan, with 3 tomos beside the pupils, began to rotate slowly. Chapter 270, Pain's Invasion 3. This guy. Fugaku looked at Devapath with immense gravity. He gripped the kunai in his hand tighter. He sensed the terrifying might radiating from Devapath. The power of this attack was likely unimaginable. Therefore, he couldn't let the opponent gather strength. Strike first. Everyone attack, Fugaku commanded. Immediately, more than a dozen security team members rushed forward together. Foolish, Devapath scoffed disdainfully. At the same time, the Hell Path leaped down, maintaining a safe distance from Devapath. At this moment, the security team members pulled out their kunai and surrounded Devapath from all directions, stabbing towards him. Universal Pool. A massive repulsive force erupted from Devapath's body, forming a huge spherical area. Bang, bang, bang. Everyone's bodies were instantly sent flying, and the immense impact shattered their internal organs. Puffed. Many of the weaker members directly spat out blood and fainted. The surrounding buildings also turned into ruins in an instant. Damn it, what kind of ninjutsu is this? It's so bizarre. Fugaku was extremely shocked. Even under the 3-tomo Sharingan, he could not discern the opponent's techniques at all. This ninjutsu was very special, not something the Sharingan could copy. He could only see the general flow of the opponent's chakra. However, something seemed off about the chakra flow of this guy. Fugaku's expression grew serious as he focused on Devapath's body. He realized that the chakra flowing within the opponent was different from that of ordinary people. Normally, the chakra in a ninja's body flows through the meridians to various parts of the body. However, Fugaku discovered that the chakra within this guy was dispersed, primarily concentrated in several specific areas on his body. This was illogical. Fugaku's expression became even more grave and worried. Then he looked around. Many security team members lay among the ruins, some unconscious, some struggling. Only he and Yamato still had combat capability. At this moment, in the center of the village, the various giant summoned beasts summoned by the animal path were wreaking havoc on the streets. The first arriving ninjas were of average strength and had almost no ability to resist against the attacks of the animal path and the Azura path. Kakashi quickly arrived with a team of Umbu members. Seeing the various summoned beasts on the street, a 3-headed dog, a chameleon. Kakashi was very shocked. It was his first time seeing such summoned beasts. Immediately, Kakashi's gaze fell on the animal path and Azura path before him. That outfit, it's Akatsuki. Over the past year, Akatsuki had carried out several tailed beast capture plans, although most of them ended in failure. Their powerful strength and mysterious background had drawn significant attention from high-ranking officials of various nations. Konoha had naturally gathered relevant intelligence. After all, Akatsuki's goal was very clear: tailed beasts and Jinchuriki. And Konoha had the 9 tails Jinchuriki, so they were definitely among the targets. However, Kakashi didn't expect them to arrive so quickly. Moreover, they dared to directly attack Konoha. Kakashi carefully observed the animal path before him. With orange long hair and several black protrusions sticking out of his face, as if something had been directly embedded into it. This animal path was not the later one with the purple flower, but rather the original ninja from the F-Ma clan. In the original work, this F-Ma clan's animal path was destroyed by Jiraiya, and a new animal path was remade using purple flowers. Lightning Blade. Kakashi did not hesitate and immediately activated his Sharingan, using Lightning Blade right away. Zzz. The harsh sound of electricity crackled continuously. The animal path reacted incredibly quickly, immediately pressing down in the air. Summoning technique. A cloud of smoke appeared. A gigantic crab appeared before the animal path. Water style, bubble wave. Instantly, a massive bubble beam was shot from the crab's mouth. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, immediately leaping into the air, and the crackling electricity in his hand dissipated. If he got hit by that bubble beam, the electricity would conduct through his body, which would be disastrous. At that moment, Kakashi suddenly thought that it would be great if Lightning Blade could become a ranged ninjutsu. That way, he wouldn't have to worry about the opponent's water style accidentally injuring him. Earth style, earth flow wall. Kakashi steadied himself and immediately pressed his palms against the ground. A massive earthen wall rose up in front of him, blocking the incoming bubbles. Roar. Suddenly, a huge black shadow loomed over Kakashi's head. Not good. Kakashi immediately retreated. Upon focusing, he saw it was the three-headed hellhound. Each head was baring its teeth, looking extremely ferocious. Damn it! Kakashi immediately performed the summoning technique. Parker and the other dogs were momentarily stunned when they saw the hellhound before them. We're all dogs, so why are you so big? Kakashi, are you serious? Parker said with a frown, rolling his eyes at Kakashi. What are you thinking? Quickly go find Naruto. You must protect him. Kakashi said anxiously. Understood. Parker and the other dogs immediately breathed a sigh of relief and then vanished in a flash. Roar. The hellhound roared again, and then another head protruded beside its existing heads. After moving a few times, another ferocious head emerged. Kakashi's pupils contracted. Cough, cough, cough. Fugaku covered his right arm, looking somewhat disheveled. Uncle Fugaku, are you okay? Yamato asked. Compared to Fugaku, Yamato's style was still quite powerful defensively, so his injuries were much lighter. I'm fine. Fugaku shook his head. His gaze was fixed tightly on the face of Pain. The latter's expression remained unchanged from beginning to end. This guy. Fugaku gritted his teeth and steeled his resolve. There's no choice but to use that. Fugaku instinctively covered his eyes. Yamato, go to Itachi's side and protect Naruto, Fugaku said. Yamato was taken aback. But Fugaku interrupted him. Their target is Naruto. And I have a trump card. Don't underestimate me as the Uchiha clan leader. Fugaku forced out a confident smile. Well, okay then. Yamato hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded. He knew Fugaku wasn't reckless. So, Yamato finally left. Oh, seeing this, Pain became somewhat curious. At this moment, he chose to resist alone. Does he have any backup? Pain remained expressionless. Even if he had a backup, so what? Enter still just ants. Heh. Fugaku slowly straightened up, covering his eyes. Blood began to trickle from the corners of his eyes. Suddenly, Fugaku opened his eyes wide, and three Tomo began to spin rapidly, forming a strange pattern. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Chapter 271. Fugaku's Kaleidoscope. One-word God. This is the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Pain murmured, his eyes narrowing slightly. Nagato also knew about the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, but his understanding was limited. Yet even so, to think he could defeat me? Ridiculous. Without Yamato's would release for defense. Pain could easily destroy the surrounding buildings without needing to consider the cooldown of Shinra Tensei. Universal pull. Pain slowly raised his hand, palm upright. Instantly, a massive gravitational force enveloped Fugaku. However, to Pain's astonishment, Fugaku bizarrely evaded it. Watching Fugaku's movements, it seemed he had reacted in advance, dodging the area Pain intended to pull him into. What is happening? Pain began to feel puzzled, because he sensed that Fugaku seemed to be able to predict his attacks. Pain raised his hand and used Universal Pull several more times. Yet, each time, Fugaku was able to jump out of the area just before being pulled in. Pain lowered his hand, his emotionless eyes slowly looking at Fugaku, resting on his eerie eyes. The Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Could it be his Kaleidoscope Sharingan? Pain murmured. Who? Fugaku was panting heavily, the breath from his mouth and nose forming a mist. His movements were incredibly fast, and the range of the technique was vast. Even relying on one-word God, he could only barely evade. Fugaku felt a slight ache in his left eye, and blood began to seep from the corners. One-word God. This is Fugaku's kaleidoscope ability. With his left eye, he can foresee his situation just a short time into the future. This time frame can extend up to 5 minutes. In other words, with his left eye, Fugaku can sense everything about himself within the next 5 minutes. This is extremely terrifying in battle. Fugaku can make preemptive judgments based on what he foresees. Thus, he could evade Pain's universal pull several times. However, this also drained a significant amount of his chakra and ocular power. His body was starting to feel overwhelmed. The pattern in Fugaku's left eye continued to spin, and the blood seeping from the corner of his eye increased. Damn it, Fugaku kept trying to foresee further into the future, attempting to find a flaw to break Pain. But within 5 minutes, all he could see was himself being pinned to the ruins by several black rods. What to do? Sweat was forming on Fugaku's forehead. He initially thought that with the ability of one-word God, he could defeat the opponent. However, he didn't expect the opponent to be so powerful. Even with the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, he was at a loss. Fugaku's kaleidoscope was inherently powerful, but it wasn't inclined towards enhancing attack, so it couldn't directly elevate his fighting level. This more supportive ability often played a greater role at other times. Thus, facing Pain's overwhelming power, one-word God could only buy Fugaku some time. But Fugaku's stamina was continuously being drained. If nothing unexpected happened, he would ultimately die at Pain's hands. There's no choice but to buy time, hoping that something might change later. Fugaku murmured. Right now, he had no other options. So, Fugaku could only foresee situations within 1 minute or even shorter time frames. The further ahead he tried to foresee, the more chakra and ocular power it required. He had to conserve it to last a bit longer. At this moment, the Hell Realm slowly stood back beside Pain. Fugaku's brow furrowed. Through one word God, he saw the abilities of the Hell Realm. He would be controlled by the Hell Realm, and then a bizarre king of hell would appear behind him. Damn, what the hell is that thing? Fugaku steeled himself and immediately retreated, creating a distance of several dozen meters. At this distance, he should not be controlled by that guy. Moreover, the further away he was, the better he could evade Pain's universal pull. However, the Hell Realm speed was also incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of Fugaku. So fast, Fugaku's pupils jolted. He immediately pulled out several shuriken from his bag and shot them out. Then, fire release. Great fireball technique. Although it wasn't as powerful as Uchiha Madara's in the original work, the power Fugaku unleashed was not to be underestimated. For a moment, the Hell Realm could only evade the attack. However, just as Fugaku was about to breathe a sigh of relief, his left eye suddenly saw a horrifying scene. Oh no! Fugaku was alarmed. At the same time, he realized that Pain's body had somehow appeared behind him. He was holding a pitch-black iron rod. Universalpul. Pain raised his hand, and the powerful gravitational force instantly enveloped Fugaku. There was no time to react. Fugaku immediately formed hand seals, wanting to use ninjutsu to counter the attack. But in just an instant, before he could complete his hand seals, his body lost balance. At the same time, in the face of that immense gravitational force, Fugaku couldn't react at all. It felt like falling from a great height, that sensation of weightlessness. Oh no! Fugaku's kaleidoscope began to fade, returning to normal eyes. The previous battle had drained too much of his ocular power. Although Fugaku awakened his kaleidoscope when Itachi was born, over the years, his ocular power had increased significantly. Even now, Fugaku had yet to master the power of Susanoo, because for so many years, he had hardly ever actively used the kaleidoscope. He knew that the power of the kaleidoscope would gradually lead to his blindness. It's over. Fugaku's hands dropped, and he had lost all hope. He had seen too many times in one word God how he would die. In the end, he still couldn't escape, could he? Fugaku couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. Familiar faces kept flashing through his mind. Mikoto, Itachi, Sasuke, Xiaohan. Suddenly, he seemed to see a blazing light flashing across the horizon. A fiery meteor fell from the sky, and the flames transformed into colorful halos under the sunlight. It looked dreamlike. It is said that people can see strange things when they are close to death. Fugaku murmured. Chapter 272, Super Shinra Tensei, Flame Slash. Suddenly, a loud and clear voice came from the sky. Fugaku's body shook. This voice. Fugaku suddenly raised his head. His eyes regained clarity. A blade of flame descended from the sky, carrying an overwhelming momentum. The Deva path immediately gave up casting the universal pull. Fugaku's body fell to the ground with a whoosh. Shinra Tensei. The Deva path raised both hands in front of him. The flames fell. The blade of light was blocked by Shinra Tensei. However, the residual flames still landed around the Deva path. In an instant, sparks ignited like they encountered dry grass. With a bang, it instantly turned into a sea of fire, engulfing the Deva path. Bang! A fiery red figure descended from the sky, landing in front of Fugaku. Uncle Fugaku, you go first, leave this to me. Uchiha Han turned her head and said slowly. Xiaohan, this guy, is very strong. Fugaku covered his bleeding eyes, feeling very weak. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, Uchiha Han said. However, Fugaku still felt uneasy. After all, even with the Manjiki Sharingan, he was no match for the Deva path. Not to mention, there were two of them. The other guy's abilities were also incredibly bizarre. At this moment, Tsunade also jumped down and stood beside Uchiha Han. Fugaku clan leader, you go first, leave this to me, Tsunade said. Seeing Tsunade arrive, Fugaku felt somewhat relieved. All right then. Fugaku finally nodded. He then left with his injured body. The Deva Path Pain watched this scene without stopping them. It's just that. Too much time has already been wasted. The Deva Path murmured. After all, his purpose in coming here was to capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto, Uzumaki. Who are you? Tsunade questioned sharply. Pain. The Six Paths of Pain. I'm a god. The Deva Path replied coldly. At the same time, the other 5 figures of the 6 paths appeared behind him at some point. Pain, Tsunade murmured. Naturally, she looked down on the so-called god that Pain spoke of. However, The power he displayed was indeed terrifying. That outfit belongs to the Akatsuki organization. Tsunade knew this. However, the current information indicated that the members of the Akatsuki were all rogue ninjas from various major ninja villages. Yet the 6 people in front of her were very unfamiliar but possessed incredibly bizarre abilities. This left Tsunade extremely shocked. The battle between the Deva Path and Fugaku had nearly destroyed the surroundings of the Uchiha clan. Meanwhile, the other 4 of the 6 Paths of Pain were wreaking havoc in Konoha. Tsunade was filled with rage. Why attack Konoha? Tsunade questioned again. What is the point of discussing these things in the face of absolute power? Just like you big nations casually invading our small country. The Deva Path replied coldly. At the same time, he found Tsunade's words quite laughable. He did not want to answer. Just like when the 3 great nations provoked war in the Land of Rain. They also wanted to know why they were attacked. But would the people of the 3 great nations care about them? What are you talking about? We in Konoha are also victims of war. We also long for peace. How could we casually invade other countries and provoke war? Tsunade retorted. Ridiculous. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, there was finally a hint of anger in the Deva Path's cold tone. You Konoha, as the beneficiaries and instigators of war, can now claim to be victims. It is truly shameless. You only immerse yourselves in the pleasure of seizing benefits from war, and you do not understand the pain that war brings. The killer will eventually be killed. How can those who do not know pain understand what true peace is? The Deva Path was angry. Or rather, Nagato was angry. Originally, his attack on Konoha was just to capture the 9 tails and vent the anger he had accumulated in his heart for many years. However, hearing Tsunade's arrogant attitude, showing no reflection on the crimes Konoha committed during the war, while still pretending to be a victim, only fueled Nagato's anger. Whether it was the war a year ago or the 3rd Great Ninja War, although all countries suffered heavy losses, the ultimate winners were Konoha and the Land of Fire. Victims? Clearly, they were the winners and beneficiaries of the war. Truly foolish. Ridiculous. The Deva Path slowly turned around. Meanwhile, the other 5 figures of the 6 Paths of Pain leaped away directly. Originally, Nagato held a bit of respect for Tsunade, his teacher's former companion. But now it seemed that not everyone could possess the vision and wisdom of Jiraiya-sensei. However, even Jiraiya-sensei was ultimately wrong. Those who do not understand pain cannot know true peace. The Deva Path said. Then his body slowly floated up. Wait, pain! Tsunade shouted. However, the Deva Path ignored her and rose higher and higher. Oh no! Tsunade has no idea what pain is going to do, but Uchiha Han definitely knows. Don't provoke him. Tsunade! Uchiha Han felt speechless. It was also his fault for forgetting this point. In the original work, it was like this. Upon learning that Naruto was in Maiboka Mountain, the Deva Path felt that staying in Konoha was a waste of time. As a result, after an ineffective exchange with Tsunade, Nagato became enraged. That's when he recklessly used Super Shinra Tensei. He shouldn't have let Tsunade talk earlier. Uchiha Han felt anxious. Although the compatibility of the Flame Dragon armor had reached 60%, unlocking the Final Seal's ultimate technique, facing Super Shinra Tensei, Uchiha Han wasn't very confident. The Deva Path Pain might only have shadow-level strength. However, the Super Shinra Tensei released with the combined energy of the 6 paths was definitely not less than that of Super Shadow level. No, he must be stopped. Uchiha Han's heart tightened. Lady Tsunade, the jutsu he's about to release is likely to have a vast area and extremely strong lethality. Uchiha Han said to Tsunade. Tsunade nodded. She could also feel that the Deva Path seemed to be brewing some powerful move. All right, I will immediately summon the slug to disperse around the village. Tsunade said. On one hand, the damage caused by the 6 paths of pain earlier had also injured many ninjas and civilians. Uchiha Han looked up at the Deva Path Pain, who was becoming smaller in the sky. He must be stopped. Chapter 273, Demon Sealing Slash. He must be stopped. After saying that, Uchiha Han summoned the Flame Dragon Steed and flew directly towards the Deva Path Pain. However, at this moment, the Deva Path had already stopped high in the sky. He slowly glanced down, looking down at the entire Konoha like a god. Feel the pain, experience the pain, accept the pain, understand the pain. Those who do not know pain will never know what peace is. Finally, a flash of determination appeared in the eyes of Nagato, the Deva Path. Similarly, the other 5 paths beside Konin instantly collapsed. Nagato. Konin looked at the distant figure in the high sky, which was already beyond the reach of the naked eye. Then she glanced at the disguised tree behind her. Her eyes were filled with worry. However, She also knew that once Nagato made up his mind about something, no amount of persuasion would change it. She could only silently support him from behind. Soon, Conan walked into the paper tree. "Shinra Tensei!" Deva Path shouted loudly. A terrifying momentum erupted from his body in an instant. Centered around him, the energy filled with brutality and tearing transformed into an ever-expanding spherical space. Oh no! Uchiha Han felt a tremor in his heart upon seeing this. Faced with the terrifying jutsu of Shinra Tensei, even he felt uncertain about whether he could withstand it. It wasn't worth taking the hit. If I couldn't withstand it, it would be over. Uchiha Han thought to himself, and immediately turned to flee. After all, with Yamato around, the reconstruction of Konoha wouldn't be a big problem. Besides, Yamato's strength now was significantly greater than in the original story. The technique of 3 rooms and 2 halls might even be stronger. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Han's figure disappeared into the sky. Meanwhile, the people below all looked up, gazing at the dazzling light above. "What is that?" they said in a daze. A few seconds later, Shinra Tensei finally landed on the ground. The terrifying aura exploded. The crowd wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. There was nowhere to hide. Shinra Tensei enveloped the entire Konoha. The densely packed houses were as fragile as paste. In front of Shinra Tensei, they were obliterated in an instant. Streets, trees, houses, and various buildings were all annihilated. Many people died directly under the impact of Shinra Tensei. Not even a complete corpse could be seen. Cough, cough, cough. Tsunade crawled out from the ruins, her figure somewhat disheveled. She looked around. The once prosperous and lively Konoha had turned into a wasteland in an instant. Tsunade felt an immense pain in her heart. Suddenly, she thought of the earlier self-introduction of Pain's 6 paths. Is he a god? Such a powerful attack could indeed only be done by a god. Is he really a god? Tsunade murmured, feeling a bit lost. Lady Tsunade. At this moment, a slug crawled onto her shoulder. Immediately send out your clones to help treat the villagers, Tsunade said anxiously. Okay. The slug replied softly, then split into numerous slugs and spread out to help. Tsunade raised her head, constantly searching for that figure. Lady Tsunade. At that moment, Uchiha Han flew over on the flame dragon horse. You go help treat the villagers first. I'll handle that guy. Uchiha Han said, then flew off on the flame dragon horse. That brat. Tsunade watched his back. Uchiha Han flew in the air, looking down at the tragic state of Konoha, feeling a bit desolate. It's okay. Anyway, once Nagato uses the reanimation jutsu, these people can be revived. As for the village, Yamato is here. While thinking this, Uchiha Han noticed the trace of Devapath pain. He immediately rushed over. At this moment, Devapath, who had just released Shinra Tensei, was still somewhat weak. Upon seeing Uchiha Han flying over in the blink of an eye, Devapath couldn't help but furrow his brow. He could sense the aura emitted by Uchiha Han. Although it was somewhat restrained, it was definitely not to be underestimated. With the other 5 paths absent and unable to cooperate, Devapath's power was greatly diminished. However, the power of the Rinnegan still allowed him to look down on everything. Do you wish to challenge a god? Devapath lightly brushed off the dust on his clothes and stood tall, appearing extremely majestic. His cold face and indifferent gaze could make some weak-willed people instinctively kneel and submit. The power of the Rinnegan was evident. A god? Just you? Uchiha Han jumped down from the flame dragon horse, snorting disdainfully. You're just a puppet controlled by someone else, and you dare to call yourself a god? Isn't that the most ridiculous thing? As soon as Uchiha Han's words fell, Devapath Pain's body shook violently. Outside Konoha, Nagato, connected to the 6 paths of pain, also felt a jolt. He was extremely shocked. This guy, does he know something? But Nagato immediately shook his head. How could that be possible? Who besides Conan would know about this? At this moment, facing only Devapath Pain, Uchiha Han felt no significant pressure. After using Shinra Tensei, Devapath was at most at the level of a shadow. With just Shinra Tensei and Universal Pull, Uchiha Han truly wasn't afraid of Devapath Pain. Uchiha Han slowly raised the flame blade, and with a swish, flames ignited on the blade and his arms. In an instant, the flames surged. Behind Uchiha Han, a giant fire dragon began to take shape. Devapath's brow tightened. The scorching wave was merely a buildup, yet the overwhelming momentum made him tremble. If the strike came down, even he had no confidence in being able to withstand it. At this moment, Devapath Pain had already entered a weakened state. Uchiha Han felt it was time to use his ceiling-killing technique directly. The flames surrounding him burned even more fiercely. Uchiha Han gently twisted the knob on his belt. Ceiling slash. The light and shadow sticker appeared in front of him. Uchiha Han lightly tapped the light and shadow sticker with the flame blade. In an instant, the sticker transformed into dots of light, merging into the flame blade. The flame blade instantly erupted with dazzling red light. The ceiling/sticker of the flame blade, slaying evil and expelling monsters, melting in the flames, disappearing at dawn. In a moment, Devapath suddenly found that the space around him seemed to have solidified, rendering him completely unable to move. What's happening? Devapath was extremely shocked. Finally, he began to panic. The flames continuously rising behind Uchiha Han, like the wrath of heaven and hellfire, shook his spirit. Shinra Tensei, Chapter 274, Nagato Shinra Tensei. Devapath Pain immediately wanted to resist. However, he suddenly realized that not only was his body and the surrounding space sealed, but even the chakra within him was solidified. Those black rods couldn't even transmit Nagato's chakra. How was that possible? However, there was no time for Nagato to be shocked. The flames surged, and the scorching wave turned the entire world into a realm of fire. A massive phantom resembling a dragon slowly rose behind Uchiha Han. Uchiha Han took a deep breath and then directly swung his sword horizontally. Ceiling slash. A sword light that pierced through heaven and earth suddenly burst forth. At the same time, the raging flames enveloped the sword light, creating an extremely terrifying shockwave. The overwhelming momentum made Devapath involuntarily entertain thoughts of giving up. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the howling blade of light slashed down onto the body of Devapath Pain. The Sealing Ultimate Technique, Sealing Demon Slash. It inherently possessed powerful sealing capabilities. Uchiha Han did not really want to destroy Yahiko's body. So, with a single slash, Devapath Pain's Rinnegan instantly dissipated, returning to normal eyes. However, the eyes were incredibly dull, lacking any vitality. Then, the black rods within Devapath Pain's body instantly turned to nothingness. However, Uchiha Han was quick and had already pulled out a black rod in advance. Deva, no. It should be Yahiko. Yahiko's body fell heavily to the ground. At the same time, Nagato slowly opened his eyes. What's wrong? Conan asked worriedly beside him. She also sensed that Nagato's aura had suddenly become chaotic. That guy's probably coming, Nagato murmured. However, his tone was neither anxious nor fearful. There was a sense of special calmness. Nagato, Conan murmured, becoming even more worried. But in the end, she did not say anything more. Uchiha Han held the black rod. The black rod was used to channel Nagato's chakra into the bodies of the 6 paths of pain. Similarly, Uchiha Han could also sense and trace Nagato's position through the black rod. Over there, Uchiha Han followed the sense chakra. In the woods at the edge of the village, there was a relatively tall tree. Uchiha Han picked up Yahiko's body and flew directly over on the flame dragon horse. Soon, Uchiha Han landed and placed Yahiko's body aside. Looking at the large tree in front of him, Uchiha Han immediately recognized that it was formed by Conan's paper jutsu. He still had some memory of this. Uchiha Han raised his hand and gently rubbed the blade of the flame knife, instantly igniting a fierce fire. Uchiha Han slashed down fiercely. In an instant, the flames fell, quickly burning a hole. At this moment, the flames rapidly spread in all directions. Just then, the tree protruded layers of paper like fish scales, which then fluttered in the air. The ashes burned by the flames fell down. Uchiha Han did not pay attention to this. His gaze fixed directly on the 2 figures in the tree hollow. Nagato, Conan. Although Nagato looked weak and emaciated, truly just skin and bones, there was not a trace of panic on his face. At this moment, Nagato could still be so composed, which made Uchiha Han somewhat admire him. Beside him, Conan looked nervous, instinctively standing in front of Nagato. Uchiha Han slowly walked in. It seems you're not as simple as I thought, Nagato said slowly. The speed of this battle was very fast. Konoha had not even gathered their information yet. But this person in front of him had consciously used the black rod to track him down. Moreover, Uchiha Han's earlier words further confirmed to Nagato that this guy seemed to know something. Do you know how many innocent villagers your Shinra Tensei has killed? Uchiha Han asked lightly, putting away the flame knife. Countless. Nagato coldly spat out 4 words. What I do is to let them personally feel pain. Only by understanding pain can they know what true peace is. Moreover, were those villagers truly innocent? Nagato suddenly sneered, slowly raising his head, his snow-white hair looking quite desolate. Although they did not directly participate in the war, when you returned victorious, those villagers joyfully welcomed you. Wasn't that also an affirmation of war? In the end, they are also supporters of war. None of them are innocent. It's just that this time, they have changed from the winning side of the war to the victim's side. Uchiha Han fell silent. Nagato's words actually had no issues. The first 3 Shinobi World Wars, although officially stated that Konoha was passively defending, in reality, Uchiha Han would not delve into how deep the waters were. But those villagers, including ninjas, their thoughts could easily be controlled and used by the higher-ups. Through incitement, the lower levels could easily develop the thoughts and beliefs that the higher-ups wanted, whether in the ninja world or... But what is the point of what you are doing? Is the real problem with them? What you're doing merely passes the pain on to them, Uchiha Han continued. Nagato's head lowered again, as if mocking Uchiha Han's question. Then, he suddenly raised his head. That's right, I want them to feel pain. Only then can they understand peace. Nagato shouted. A powerful force seemed to burst forth from his weak body. Peace? How do you intend to achieve peace? Uchiha Han asked. Speaking of this topic, Nagato's eyes suddenly lit up. I think you should also know that I am collecting the power of tailed beasts as the most powerful weapon, independent of the 5 great countries, to achieve peace through the deterrence of the tailed beasts. Nagato raised his head, his gaze deep, looking directly at Uchiha Han. His face was full of determination. Do you really think this can achieve peace? Uchiha Han asked. Of course, Nagato nodded. Peace? Uchiha Han pondered, feeling somewhat melancholic. Can peace really be achieved? Just take the world of the previous life as an example. Achieving peace is almost a false proposition. The ninja world is similar, and Nagato's ideology actually uses absolute force as deterrence. Isn't that the peace of the Naruto and Sasuke era later? There will never be permanent peace in this world. Human greed and desire cannot be completely eradicated. As long as there are people, there will be contradictions and frictions. With more people, these contradictions and frictions will evolve into war. Permanent peace is impossible. What is the point of temporary peace? Uchiha Han said. Chapter 275 The Truth. What is the point of temporary peace? Uchiha Han said. Nagato fell silent. Uchiha Han actually denied his ideology, which made him somewhat unwilling. However, he felt that Uchiha Han's words did seem to have some reason. But, moreover, collecting tailed beasts as weapons is, in itself, a deception. Uchiha Han suddenly said sharply. Deception? What do you mean? Nagato frowned. Uchiha Han thought for a long time. At this point, he no longer needed to worry about being cautious of Obito. Some insider information, although difficult to explain, Uchiha Han could now directly say it. He now had strength and did not need to explain. This story must start from your eyes. Uchiha Han walked straight up to Nagato. Konan wanted to stop him, but Nagato gestured for her to step aside. It's fine. If he really wants to make a move, we can't stop him now anyway, Nagato said. Seeing this, Konan moved aside. Although she said that, Konan remained very alert, watching Uchiha Han closely. Uchiha Han glanced at Konan, exquisite yet aloof. She definitely had the demeanor of a mature woman. In the previous life of Naruto, Uchiha Han's favorite was Konan, Tsunade, and Meiterumi. Unfortunately, if he had come a decade earlier, he would definitely have won over her and Tsunade. Konan couldn't see the expression on Uchiha Han's face beneath the armor, but her sixth sense told her that there was something off about the way Uchiha Han looked at her. Uchiha Han glanced at her and then withdrew his gaze. Your eyes are the legendary Rinnegan. I know that. So do you know how these eyes came to be? Nagato was taken aback. How they come to be? In his impression, these eyes do not belong to you. Not mine. Nagato frowned, feeling that Uchiha Han was talking nonsense. The Rinnegan belongs to the Sage of 6 Paths and requires the bloodline of the Sage to awaken. This condition is extremely stringent. In fact, only one person has met this condition. That is Uchiha Madara. To this, Nagato sneered. No logic at all. Uchiha Han continued. By the time Uchiha Madara awakened the Rinnegan, he was already too old, and his body could no longer handle the power of the Rinnegan. However, he was unwilling to die just like that. He had a special plan that he had not executed. Therefore, he secretly had his eyes transplanted into the young you. Because you have the Uzumaki clan's bloodline, which can barely adapt to the immense burden of the Rinnegan. At the same time, he also set up various backups, secretly observing your every move, and at critical junctures, made you into the person they wanted. In the end, through your hands, he would perform the Rinnegan technique, Rinne Tensei, to resurrect Uchiha Madara. After finishing, the surroundings fell into dead silence. Nagato furrowed his brows tightly. You mean, my every move has been under Uchiha Madara's watchful eye? That's right. Uchiha Han nodded. You can think carefully about who has interacted with you before and after you began using the power of the Rinnegan. Do I even need to think? The masked guy suddenly appeared in Nagato's mind. He had always thought that guy was Uchiha Madara. That guy also claimed to be Uchiha Madara. Then, scenes from the past resurfaced in his mind. Nagato also sensed something strange. You might want to think carefully about your companion's death. Isn't it a bit odd? Uchiha Han continued. Nagato kept recalling. At that time, they had fallen into a trap set by Danzo and Hanzo of the Salamander. Later, he discovered that others in the organization had died mysteriously. However, at that time, he was still immersed in immense pain and did not delve deeper into it. If that's the case, Nagato truly felt that there had been a hidden hand pushing everything behind his back all along. After a long time, Nagato slowly raised his head. Who exactly are you? How do you know all this? Uchiha Han smiled gently, turned his body, raised his hand, tapped his forehead, and then pointed at Nagato. I'm just a passing armored warrior. An armored warrior. Nagato murmured. Moreover, there's something very important. Uchiha Han suddenly said seriously. Nagato raised his head and listened carefully. You've been deceived. Collecting tailed beasts as weapons. This matter, someone must have been hinting at you from the shadows, right? Nagato nodded. Indeed, it was that Uchiha Madara who had intentionally or unintentionally hinted at him. Gathering 9 tailed beasts cannot achieve the peace you speak of. This is merely a part of Uchiha Madara's plan, just using you to achieve it. Nagato bowed his head in silence. At this moment, his mind was a bit chaotic. Had he been used by others all these years? He found it hard to accept. That's all I have to say. You should think carefully. Also, the guy behind you should know about today's events, so take care of yourself. Uchiha Han said no more. Nagato was also a pitiful person, due to his interference. He prevented Nagato from making the most controversial mistake, killing his master. He decided to help a little. However, in the end, this was his own matter. No ties or relations. Uchiha Han felt it was inappropriate to interfere too much. You all can leave. Of course, you can take your companion's corpse with you. As for the other 5, I have to take them back for accountability. Uchiha Han said. After all, it wouldn't make sense to let go of the mastermind behind the destruction of Konoha. There had to be some explanation, right? Thank you. Nagato, of course, was no fool. After Uchiha Han's hints, he naturally understood many things. However, he still insisted on his own beliefs regarding peace. Then, Nagato suddenly clasped his hands together, and the chakra within him began to circulate. Nagato, you. Konan beside him looked anxious. Uchiha Han raised an eyebrow. What is? Rinne Tensei. In an instant, a large portion of chakra was instantly drained from Nagato's body. Not only chakra, but also his life force. It's fine, Konan. Just some ordinary people with little chakra. It won't consume much. Nagato became even weaker. However, he did not die directly as he did in the original storyline. Chapter 276. Rinne Tensei. It's fine, Konan. Just some ordinary people with little chakra. It won't consume much. If following the trajectory of the original story. During Pain's invasion, many civilians and ninjas died in Konoha. The more capable ninjas mostly died at the hands of Pain's 6 paths. For instance, Kakashi and Shizun. Not to mention many more Anbu ninjas. Meanwhile, civilians suffered heavy losses under the Super Shinra Tensei. Rinne Tensei is indeed a bit of a bug in the original story. Obito resurrected Uchiha Madara without dying. Fortunately, this time, Uchiha Han and the others arrived in time, and the Deva path was entangled. The casualties were mostly due to the final Super Shinra Tensei, and most of them were civilians. Although the numbers were large, their combined chakra might not even match that of a shadow-level powerhouse. So Nagato did not die. He was also clear about this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used it. Konoha Village. The rescue team worked hard to search for villagers, and stretchers were carried to the temporary medical points. A disaster. Thick layers of gloom enveloped the sky above Konoha, making it hard for everyone to breathe. And beneath the ruins, there were many villagers. The air was filled with silence and desolation. A gentle breeze blew by, bringing a cool touch. Suddenly, the layer of gloom in the sky gradually dissipated, and beams of bright light broke through the overcast clouds and fell down. Finally, Konoha returned to the sunlight. Among the ruins, those deceased civilians and ninjas miraculously came back to life. They looked around in disbelief. The ninjas who were searching around also looked at this scene in astonishment. What was going on? Tsunade looked at all this with a serious expression, and suddenly, she had a premonition and glanced into the distance. Is it that kid Uchiha Han? Tsunade murmured. It seems that kid has dealt with the enemy. At this moment, everyone walked out in unison, raised their heads, and looked at the bright sunlight falling from above. The long-lost warmth made the people, who were still in sorrow, feel a slight warmth in their hearts. At that moment, a figure as radiant as the sun streaked across the sky. Moments later, it flew over. Little ghost. Not bad. Tsunade hurriedly waved her hands, a bright smile blooming on her face. Uchiha Han jumped down from the flame dragon steed and walked up to Tsunade. That. Uchiha Han smiled. At this time, many villagers and ninjas came from all directions. They surrounded Uchiha Han, each face filled with the joy of having survived a disaster. Uchiha Han had specially brought back the remaining 5 corpses. Here they are. Uchiha Han threw the corpses on the ground. Tsunade glanced over and suddenly frowned. Why isn't that guy here? But soon after, Tsunade's frown relaxed. At this time, it was important to reassure the villagers. The remaining questions could wait until later. Good. Tsunade janli pata Uchiha fans shulde. Ouch! Tsunade quickly withdrew her hand, looking at the hard armor on Uchiha Han's shoulder. She had noticed earlier, and now it hurt a bit when she patted it. Seeing the corpses on the ground, the villagers cheered, their eyes filled with admiration for Uchiha Han. At this moment, Sasuke and Naruto also arrived. Han and I. So cool. Naruto exclaimed excitedly. Although Sasuke still had a somewhat proud expression, there was a hint of admiration in his eyes as well. Haha. Uchiha Han smiled and ruffled Naruto's hair. Naruto took the opportunity to touch the flame dragon armor on Uchiha Han. Are you okay, Hankuin? Itachi walked over concerned. Don't worry. Dealing with these enemies is still easy for me. Uchiha Han smiled proudly. Of course, he did this to reassure everyone. Although Konoha had been completely destroyed in the wake of the Super Shinra Tensei, there were ultimately no casualties. Moreover, there was a special surprise. It was uncertain whether it was due to Nagato's wide-ranging technique, but even the long unconscious Minato and Jiraiya showed signs of chakra recovery. It was as if a tender sprout had suddenly emerged from the parched earth. After checking, Tsunade was also pleased. The chakra within Minato and Jiraiya was beginning to recover, and the next treatment could commence. Tsunade placed 2 slugs on their bodies. With the slug's assistance, they should wake up in no time. This could be considered a blessing in disguise. After this incident, Uchiha Han's prestige in the village reached its peak. Though only 14 or 15 years old, he commanded respect from many. Uchiha Han was also bestowed the title of hero. The days that followed began the reconstruction of Konoha. With Uchiha Han's strong recommendation, Yamato took on the role of the main force in the reconstruction without fail. Would release 3 rooms and 2 halls technique. Yamato pressed his hands firmly on the ground, and in an instant, a tall building rose from the earth. Phew! Yamato wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a long sigh. Turning back to look at the row of houses behind him, he felt a great sense of satisfaction. Although he was initially reluctant, seeing the grateful and happy villagers as well as the wooden houses filled him with pride. Keep it up, Yamato encouraged himself. Completing the reconstruction would still take a considerable amount of time. Uchiha Han's house was also set up, and he secretly gathered a shadow clone. The main body continued to train stealthily in the virtual combat room. As for the Akatsuki organization and Obito, after this incident, it was likely that unexpected conflicts would erupt prematurely. However, Uchiha Han did not intend to intervene. Nagato's matter could be handled by Jiraiya. As for Obito, Uchiha Han shook his head. Obito's ideology was even more extreme than Nagato's, and it wouldn't be easy to persuade him back. Love was indeed something that could easily lead one to downfall. Moreover, with Kagaya Black Zetsu around, even if Obito were to awaken, he would probably not be able to escape easily. Therefore, the best way was still to enhance his own strength. With sufficient power, even if Kagaya Tsutsuki were to resurrect, he would be able to handle it. At that time, would there still be a need to consider these matters? Thus, Uchiha Han continued to focus on his training. Chapter 277, The 5 Kage Summit in the Land of Water. Uchiha Han was visiting the feudal lord's mansion. The compatibility of the Earth Tiger armor and Snow Mastiff armor had already approached 60%, coupled with the fact that Nagato had already learned the truth. He had also obtained a considerable amount of Tailed Beast Chakra. It was time to return the Black Rhino armor and Wind Eagle armor to Konoha. Passing through the Land of Water, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar face. Previously, when the feudal lord of the Land of Fire hosted a banquet inviting leaders from other countries, Orochimaru and Danzo had killed and impersonated the feudal lord of the Land of Water. The only one left with the bloodline of the feudal lord in the entire Land of Water was Takiri-Ro. Her brothers had all died in the struggle for the title. Therefore, Takiri-Ro returned to the Land of Water to inherit the title of feudal lord. This matter had received quite a bit of criticism in the ninja world at the time. When Takiri-Ro saw Uchiha Han, she smiled happily. Money. The first thing Uchiha Han did was extend his hand with a serious expression. Takiri Ro's smile instantly froze. Oomph. She pouted, coldly snorting, and then had someone bring out 2 million Ryo. Is this enough? Do you want me to give you a little more? Takiri's puffed up appearance looked quite cute. Ha ha ha. Uchiha Han counted the money and had to admit that Takiri Ro was indeed wealthy. So generous. No need, this is enough. Uchiha Han smiled. Oomph. Takiri Ro rolled her eyes at him, thinking that this guy really hadn't changed at all. Money grubber. However, she found him quite cute. Takiri Ro's cheeks flushed a bit. Hey, do you want to rest for a couple of days at the feudal lord's mansion? Takiri Ro clasped her hands together, lowering her head and speaking softly. Her little heart was pounding. While speaking, she occasionally stole glances at Uchiha Han's face. Uchiha Han was now 14 or 15 years old. He had basically grown up, standing nearly 1.8 meters tall, with deep-set eyes, a high nose, and sharp eyebrows. As he aged, his face gradually became more defined. Coupled with his tall and well-proportioned body, Uchiha Han's looks could be said to be on par with his strength at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Whether it was infatuated young girls or mature women, seeing Uchiha Han's handsome appearance made them unable to resist their hearts fluttering. That 1 TB necessary. Uchiha Han refused while putting the money away. Takiri Ro's face immediately fell. Are you very busy? Takiri Ro asked. She thought that staying for 2 days wouldn't delay him too much anyway. After all, it's just 2 days. And the Land of Water has a lot of fun things. Last time I interrupted you while you were enjoying the hot springs as compensation. I'll take you to the best hot spring in our country, which is only available to those of the feudal lord's bloodline. Takiri Ro said, blinking her big, watery eyes. Looking hopeful. Hot springs. Uchiha Han muttered while stroking his chin. It's not impossible. However, I have a few friends. Upon seeing this, Takiri Luo immediately nodded. No problem, your friends are my friends. Let's all go together. Takiri Luo wouldn't miss this opportunity and quickly said. Uchiha Han's friends refer to the black rhinoceros armor clone outside the daimyo's mansion, as well as Jumaro, Bai, and Zabuza, who found him a year ago. Thus, Uchiha Han and the others took a break. Why do we have to be separated for bathing? And why is a girl like you coming into my pool? Uchiha Han looked at Takiri Luo walking into the hot spring, looking completely bewildered. As for the black rhinoceros armor clone and the 3 of them, they were arranged by Takiri Luo to another hot spring pool. Ahem. Their side is the men's pool, and this is a mixed bath. Takiri Luo's face was flushed, resembling a ripe apple, making one unable to resist wanting to take a bite. Uchiha Han wasn't a fool either. Although he really wanted to get up and run to the hot spring pool with the black rhinoceros armor clone, he thought better of it. It's still all because I'm too charming, Uchiha Han helplessly thought. He was also quite troubled. Hey, Domu, can I ask you something? Takiri Luo squatted down in the hot spring, seemingly trying to cover her body as much as possible. The hot spring water had already reached her lower lip. What? Uchiha Han turned his gaze to the other side. Even though it was a mixed bath and there was steamy mist, the faintly visible scene was still somewhat inappropriate for a young man like Uchiha Han. What do you think of me? Takiri Luo's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, speaking timidly and shyly. I think. Konoha Village. Hokage's temporary office. Tsunade frowned as she looked at the documents in her hand. What is it? Sarutobi Hiruzen walked in and asked. The Reikage said that his Jinchuriki brother is missing, and it's likely related to the Akatsuki organization. Additionally, over the past year, the Akatsuki organization has been rampant, having attacked nearly all Jinchuriki. So the Reikage wants to hold a 5 Kage summit to discuss plans to deal with the Akatsuki organization. Tsunade said. A 5 Kage summit. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered. The other 3 countries are fine, with minimal losses. The main issue is that the Reikage is very anxious now, especially after learning that Konoha was invaded by the Akatsuki organization, which is why he immediately sent someone to contact us. Once both sides reach a consensus, the other 3 countries will likely agree to participate in this 5 Kage summit. The Akatsuki organization is indeed somewhat rampant and powerful, and they cannot be allowed to develop any further. Sarutobi Hiruzen said solemnly. So, old man, this 5 Kage summit. Tsunade looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. All right, then I'll send someone to reply. After saying that, Tsunade sat down to begin writing the letter. By the way, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly said. What is it? Tsunade raised her head. If you're to participate in this 5 Kage summit besides Shizen, you need to bring another guard. Sarutobi Hiruzen said slowly. All right. However, Tsunade quickly made a choice in her mind regarding this person. Do you have someone in mind? Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed Tsunade's expression and instinctively frowned. asking. Tsunade nodded. It won't be Uchiha Han, will it? Tsunade nodded heavily. Immediately, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned cold. The hand holding the pipe also tensed up. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen ultimately didn't say anything more. All right. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned and left. Watching this scene, Tsunade's eyes slightly narrowed. There were hints of unusual fluctuations in her eyes. She roughly understood her teacher's current thoughts about Uchiha Han, but she felt it was ultimately just prejudice. Chapter 278, Naba, Land of Rain. Due to using the Rinnegan technique, Nagato was very weak. He would not be able to create new pain bodies for a short period of time. Are you ready? Nagato asked. Almost. Konan nodded. Nagato sighed deeply. The once large organization now only had a few of them left. Most members had perished during the capture of the tailed beasts. Some died at the hands of various ninja villages, while others fell to those two armored beings, which were Uchiha Han's two clones. Only Orochimaru's whereabouts were unknown. Nagato suspected that this guy had long since defected. And now, the only ones left were the two of them, as well as the masked man Uchiha Obito and Zetsu. Nagato could now confirm that these two were in cahoots. Suddenly, the surrounding space became a bit chaotic. The two immediately tensed up. He's coming. As the two looked on with serious expressions, the masked man slowly appeared before them. It seems you are planning to betray the Akatsuki organization's principles, Obito said coldly. At this moment, he was actually taking the initiative. No, the original intention of the Akatsuki organization has never changed, which is to change the world and create peace. It's just that I realized I was deceived and used. Nagato glared at the masked man. Hiv. Obito laughed disdainfully. His indifferent voice was filled with mockery. In that case, I can only take back this pair of Rinnegan. Land of Fire. In a quiet laboratory, Orochimaru smiled as he led Uchiha Han inside. Of course, this was the Flame Dragon armor clone. 4 huge test tubes were filled with liquids of different colors. The liquid inside was very murky, but one could barely see that there seemed to be something inside. According to what you said, combining the 4 elements of fire, wind, water, and earth. Orochimaru walked to a button and pressed it. Zzz. Suddenly, the liquid in the test tube instantly disappeared. 4 armors appeared in the test tube. They were Naba, Toadad, Chinamere, and Cool Levi. The shapes of the armors were strictly manufactured according to the blueprints you provided. How do you feel? Orochimaru proudly showcased his results. Not bad. Uchiha nodded in satisfaction. At the same time, he was also very surprised. After all, this kind of technology, Orochimaru completed perfectly in just a year. One could only say, as expected of Einstein. What about the summoning device? Uchiha Han asked. Here. Orochimaru handed the Naba summoning device to Uchiha Han. The summoning device was also made according to the blueprints Uchiha Han provided. One must say, Uchiha Han's memory was truly impressive, as what he drew was almost identical to that in the original work. For now, only this one has been made. Orochimaru said, don't be fooled by the fact that the shapes of the armors are made. In reality, apart from Naba, the other 3 armors are just shells. The natural energy has not yet been infused into the armors. Naba is Orochimaru's first experiment. Then let me try. Uchiha Han mimicked the pose of General Mu. Flame of Naba, devour the power of the blazing flames. Then, Uchiha Han inserted the key into the belt. Fusion. In an instant, like a raging fire, it ignited with a whoosh. The lava armor merged. Uchiha Han looked around and gently clenched his fist, feeling the power within him. How is it? Orochimaru immediately leaned closer. Without a doubt, the one most concerned about the power of the lava armor right now was Orochimaru, as it was the result of his hard work and research for a long time. Not bad, Uchiha Han murmured, then suddenly threw a punch at the wall. A fiery fist-shaped blaze shot out, leaving a small charred pit on the wall. If it were purely about power, it was already quite good. However, for me, it hasn't improved much. Uchiha Han retracted his fist and said slowly. After all, his own strength was already close to that of an elite jonin. Moreover, this armor was somewhat unstable. If the summoner's strength wasn't strong enough, it likely wouldn't last long. Uchiha Han added. Orochimaru's face darkened a bit upon hearing this. Seeing this, Uchiha Han continued. However, I can clearly sense the natural energy within the armor, which means the armor's development has been quite successful. Uchiha Han smiled and gently patted Orochimaru's shoulder. Orochimaru's face then returned to its previous smile, although it still looked somewhat eerie. How about this? Should I find someone to give it a try? What do you think? Uchiha Han asked. How about I directly ask Karen and the others to give it a try? Orochimaru suggested. After all, he had quite a few trusted subordinates. Uchiha Han was aware of this as well. At that moment, Uchiha Han was somewhat surprised. After all, in the original story, Orochimaru finding these subordinates was a later development. Perhaps it was due to his own reasons. Alright then, let them come and test it out. After saying this, Uchiha Han handed the belt and key to Orochimaru. Good luck. Uchiha Han then left. Orochimaru placed the key and belt on the platform and began to think about how to improve it. Come out, you guys, Orochimaru said. Then Kabuto, Suigetsu, and Karen stealthily walked out. Lord Orochimaru, can I give this armor a try? Suigetsu volunteered. They had naturally heard the earlier conversation between Orochimaru and Uchiha Han. Orochimaru glanced at him, and Suigetsu immediately shivered all over. He instinctively shrank his head and quickly covered his mouth, regretting his earlier impulsiveness. Kabuto, do you want to give it a try? Orochimaru looked at Kabuto. Surprisingly, Kabuto shook his head. During this time, Orochimaru had been immersed in the research of the armor, while the previous research on the impure world reincarnation technique had been set aside. However, Kabuto took over that task and focused entirely on it, so he naturally wouldn't be interested in anything else. In that case, let Suigetsu try first, Orochimaru said slowly. Suigetsu was immediately overjoyed. He quickly ran excitedly in front of Orochimaru and directly picked up the belt and key. Orochimaru watched this scene without saying anything. Suigetsu was full of excitement. He had seen Uchiha Han's earlier actions clearly and quickly imitated them. Lava of flames. Devour the power of the raging flames. Suigetsu inserted the key into the belt. He mimicked Uchiha Han's actions, staring straight ahead, but the key was inserted crookedly. Ahem. Suigetsu felt a bit embarrassed and quickly corrected himself. His movements were not even 1,000th as elegant as Uchiha Han's. Chapter 279, Journey to the Land of Iron. In the early morning, Uchiha Han was lying in bed with his upper body bare. His right hand was digging at the dirt in the corner of his eye, which had accumulated while he was sleeping. Uchiha Han felt that it was inappropriate to leave this stuff in his eye, but it was also unreasonable to deal with it roughly. Therefore, he dug quite elegantly. Ah, that Takiri girl is quite troublesome. Uchiha Han thought about the matters regarding the Wind Eagle armor clone, feeling somewhat irritated. In fact, it wasn't that he couldn't consider it. He was almost 15 after all. After all, he was Uchiha. Once the ninja world stabilized, he would strengthen the Uchiha clan. Who else could do it but him? Uchiha Han turned over and got out of bed. While getting dressed, he glanced at his current information panel. Name, Uchiha Han. Chakra, 4211, Shadow, 5000. Three Tails Chakra, 1000. One Tail Chakra. Two Tails Chakra. Four Tails Chakra. Five Tails Chakra. Jutsu, 633. Taijutsu, 691. Jinjutsu, 664. Master Jutsu, Fireball Jutsu, Phoenix Fire Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu, Gale Palm, Great Breakthrough. Technique of Non-Existence, Naraka Path Technique, Water Wave, Water Bullets, Lightning Flow Blade. Bloodline Limit, Sharingan 3 Tomo. Unlocked Armors, Flame Dragon Armor, 60 Compatibility. Wind Eagle Armor, 50 Compatibility. Black Rhino Armor, 50 Compatibility. Earth Tiger Armor, 59 Compatibility. Snow Mastiff Armor, 58 Compatibility. The compatibility of the Earth Tiger Armor and the Snow Mastiff Armor had both reached 59. Once the Wind Eagle Armor and Black Rhino Armor clones returned, it would likely reach 60. Then he could send out the Earth Tiger Armor and Snow Mastiff Armor clones. Hon-kun. At that moment, Yamato walked in. You brat. Can you knock? Uchiha Han glared at him fiercely. Oh, I'll definitely do it next time, Yamato replied. What's the matter? Uchiha Han asked. Lady Tsunade wants us to go over. Us? The Hokage's temporary office? 5 Kage Summit? Uchiha Han frowned. But then again, in the original story, the 5 Kage Summit was held after Pain's invasion to discuss how to deal with the Akatsuki organization and Sasuke. According to Uchiha Han's estimation, that killer bee guy should be fine. He was probably taking this opportunity to sneak out and have fun. The Raikage thought he had been captured by the Akatsuki, which was why he was so anxious. Yes, the 5 Kage Summit, because Shizune has to stay behind to treat the patients. I plan to have you two serve as the bodyguards for the summit. How about that? Tsunade said, looking at the two. We will ensure the mission's success. Yamato was a bit excited. After all, being the Hokage's personal bodyguard was a tremendous honor for him. However, Uchiha Han wasn't keen on it. This was definitely going to be a troublesome matter. Besides, Sasuke was still just a little kid now, and the Akatsuki organization posed no real threat. Plus, there was no Master of Dreams, Kabuto, to use the impure world reincarnation. What was there to worry about? Yamato should be fine going alone. Uchiha Han, don't even think about slipping away. Tsunade glared at Uchiha Han. All right. Uchiha Han helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Tsunade's attitude was surprisingly firm, and Uchiha Han didn't know what to say. All right, you two go back and get ready. We'll head to the Land of Iron together tomorrow morning. Yes. The next morning, Uchiha Han and Yamato set out with Tsunade towards the Land of Iron. Hey, Uchiha Han, I see your summoning beast is pretty fast. Why don't we take a ride? Tsunade said with a mischievous smile, resting her hand on Uchiha Han's shoulder. Lady Tsunade, that might be a bit difficult for me. Uchiha Han chuckled awkwardly. Are you kidding? That fire dragon horse is just for anyone to ride? Besides, where would 3 people sit? Oof, so stingy. Tsunade snorted and quickened her pace. In a land of rain, waves surged over the water surface. The incessant rain intensified under the force of the fierce wind. A masked man stood on the water, tightly gripping something in his hand, blood continuously spilling from his palm. Surrounding him, the water was stained with layers of blood, suggesting a fierce battle had taken place. What about those two? At that moment, Zetsu walked over, his gaze falling on the masked man's clenched fist. The Rinnegan has been retrieved, and that guy Nagato is now a useless wreck. No need to waste time on him. The masked man said coldly. True, Zetsu murmured. He continued with some concern, but now, with only 6-tailed beasts captured and the Akatsuki disbanded, the major ninja villages are on high alert. It will be difficult to capture the remaining tailed beasts. However, the masked man just snorted. Then let us directly start a war and force them to hand over the tailed beasts. War? Zetsu was taken aback. Anyway, we have the Rinnegan now. And with the tailed beast chakra we've extracted before, we can create a large number of white Zetsu. Starting a war will be more than enough, the masked man continued. But Zetsu was very worried. He knew very well the level of these mass-produced white Zetsu. They weren't top-tier combat power. Against the elite of the 5 great ninja villages, just relying on him and Obito wouldn't be enough to face them. By the way, don't we have a friend? His technique might help us, the masked man said slowly. Zetsu paused for a moment before understanding who he was referring to. You mean Kabuto? A year ago, due to the tailed beast capture plan being forced ahead, Obito and Zetsu worried about being unprepared and that the plan might not go as intended. Thus, they began to pay attention to other potential ninjas. Kabuto entered Obito's sights this way, according to Zetsu's intelligence. Kabuto was following Orochimaru and was improving a technique called Edo Tensei, which could revive the dead and control their thoughts and actions. All right, I'll go contact him, Zetsu said, and his figure disappeared. Chapter 280, The Gathering of the 5 Kage. A day later, Uchiha Han and his group arrived in the Land of Iron. With the warm hospitality of a Land of Iron, they temporarily settled down. As an absolutely neutral country in the ninja world, it was chosen to hold the 5 Kage Summit here. Uchiha Han found a famous forging master and commissioned him to create a better sword. Although the power of his armor was already quite strong, having a suitable sword was also excellent. The previous ninja swords he obtained were powerful, but ultimately not suitable for Uchiha Han. The master looked at the blueprints provided by Uchiha Han and said to come back in 2 days to pick it up. Uchiha Han then gave him a deposit. Back at their lodging, Lady Tsunade, maybe you shouldn't drink anymore. The 5 Kage Summit is tomorrow. Yamato was advising Tsunade. Cough, cough. You're right, Tsunade said helplessly as she put down the sake flask. Although she had a penchant for alcohol, she also understood the importance of the summit and couldn't let anything go wrong. At that moment, Uchiha Han happened to return. Oh, you're back? Tsunade raised an eyebrow and looked at him. The 5 Kage Summit starts tomorrow, and we still have a day, so why don't we have some fun? Tsunade smiled and said, What should we play? Uchiha Han asked. Tsunade pulled out a deck of playing cards from her bag. Come on, let's play big name. The next day, the 5 Kage Summit commenced. The 5 Kage took their seats one after another, similar to those in the original story. However, because it was held nearly 10 years earlier, a few of the bodyguards were different from the original. Inoki brought Kuratsuchi and Akatsuchi. Reikage AI brought Mabui and Darui. The 2 people brought by Raza were completely unfamiliar to Uchiha Han, but it seemed one of them was Maki. As for the Mist Village, they sent Yagura. A year ago, Ao discovered that the Mizukage was being controlled. After Obito realized he had been exposed, he extracted the 3 tails and left the Mist Village. Yagura died because the tailed beast was extracted. Although he didn't take the position of Mizukage, the Mist Village was now under his control. His 2 bodyguards were Meitarumi and Ao. Meitarumi kept her gaze fixed on Uchiha Han, making him feel a bit embarrassed and shift his gaze elsewhere. During the meeting, Reikage was the most agitated, eager to immediately unite the 5 great nations to eradicate the Akatsuki. Reikage, calm down for a moment. Inoki, the most senior among the 5 Kage present, said in a mature tone. The Akatsuki has become a malignant tumor in the ninja world. If we don't eliminate them early, it will only lead to endless troubles. Reikage shouted angrily. Inoki understood this too. Previously, someone from the Akatsuki had attempted to capture Otsutsuki and Han, but they were stopped by the suddenly appearing mysterious armor. However, Inoki felt that the guy's intentions were not pure. The Akatsuki is indeed mysterious and powerful, but precisely because of this, we should discuss carefully. If we act rashly, it will only make us more passive, Inoki said. As far as I know, all Jinchuriki have already suffered attacks from the Akatsuki, right? They have failed, and certainly 1T give up easily. Plus, with Pain's invasion of Konoha failing, the Akatsuki has also suffered losses. We should take this opportunity to wipe them out completely. Otherwise, once they recover, it won't be so easy to eliminate them, Reikage argued. Reikage's points were not without merit, but Inoki knew that Reikage was anxious mainly because of Killer Bee's disappearance. Inoki wanted to take this opportunity to annoy him. After the 3 countries attacked Konoha and failed to cooperate, they had developed some hostility towards each other. All right, both of you. Mifune stepped forward to stop the escalating argument. Both men gave Mifune some face and sat back down without speaking further. The other 3, what are your thoughts on the current situation? Mifune looked towards Tsunade and the others. Hokage, didn't your Konoha just suffer an invasion from the Akatsuki? I heard the entire village was destroyed. Reikage said. The news of Pain's invasion had spread throughout the ninja world. Konoha's direct destruction shocked everyone who heard it. Indeed, the leader of the Akatsuki possesses unfathomable strength and used a terrifying jutsu to destroy the entire Konoha, Tsunade said slowly. Mentioning this made her feel heavy-hearted. However, that jutsu also had significant aftereffects. After the leader of the Akatsuki used it, he was defeated by Uchiha Han. This intelligence is known to everyone. However, hearing Tsunade say in person was still quite shocking. Immediately, everyone's gaze fell on Uchiha Han. Inoki narrowed his eyes slightly, carefully examining Uchiha Han. He had also received some information about Uchiha Han's flame dragon armor. It felt very similar to the armor he had fought against. Beside him, Terumi Mei's beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity as she secretly observed Uchiha Han. After just a few glances, her face turned flushed. Ahem. Being stared at by so many people made Uchiha Han feel a bit awkward. Without Sasuke and Danzo, the 5 Kage summit proceeded quite smoothly overall. The 5 great nations had a unified stance on how to deal with the Akatsuki organization. However, some people were quite firm in their attitudes, while others felt that caution was necessary. Therefore, they could never reach a consensus on when to take military action against the Akatsuki. At this moment, a somewhat mocking and comical voice suddenly rang out. Instantly, everyone became alert. Hiss! A crack in space appeared, and a masked man wearing an Akatsuki cloak sat down at the table. Everyone immediately retreated dozens of steps. Mifune immediately drew the sword at his waist, looking on guard. At the same time, a group of samurai from the land of iron rushed in. Who are you? Mifune questioned sternly. The suddenly appearing figure made everyone's hearts tighten. That is, space-time ninjutsu? Who am I? He. The masked man laughed coldly. Weren't you discussing how to deal with me? Everyone raised their eyebrows. So, he is the leader behind the Akatsuki organization. Since that's the case, I won't waste time with you. Hand over the tailed beast voluntarily, and I can consider not making things difficult for you. Otherwise, Obito's gaze instantly turned cold, and the eyes under the mask seemed to drop the temperature in the entire conference room by several degrees. Chapter 281. The 4th Great Ninja War begins. Bluster. Loza snorted disdainfully and pushed both hands forward. The sand on the ground instantly condensed into a sharp spear and shot towards the masked man. The speed was incredibly fast. Hiss! The masked man's eyes revealed a massive vortex, instantly absorbing Loza's attack. Loza looked at this scene in disbelief. His ninjutsu was actually resolved so easily, everyone's pupils widened. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Immediately, Inoki also released Dust Release. The masked man's body instantly became intangible and evaded. Seeing this, everyone frowned even tighter. Loza's earlier attack was manageable for the Kage present, but Inoki's Dust Release was a different story. However, even so, the opponent's strange ability could still easily evade it. It was truly bizarre. Everyone dared not be careless and stared at the masked man with utmost vigilance. So, hand over the tailed beasts honestly. The masked man's body became solid again, hanging his legs over the table, with a look of indifference and disdain. You're dreaming. Raikage stepped forward angrily and shouted, "Hurry up and release my brother. Otherwise, I will immediately send someone to wipe out your Akatsuki organization." Raikage said sternly. Uchiha Han looked at Raikage and felt. Although Raikage was hot-tempered in the original story, he shouldn't be this reckless. Of course. Perhaps it was just that Raikage's role in the original story didn't showcase this side. Stubborn. Obito snorted coldly. Even if you are powerful, you are ultimately just one person, and with those few members, there are only a handful of you. Where does your confidence come from to dare to contend with the 5 great nations? Anoki asked in confusion. He felt that it was quite strange for the masked man to be so confident. I have an army of 100,000 white Zetsu. So dealing with your 5 great nations' armies is naturally not a problem. The masked man sneered and said, 100,000 white Zetsu. During the previous operation to capture the tailed beasts, white Zetsu had made an appearance, and the various nations had some corresponding intelligence. Although their strength was average, they were indeed quite tricky. 100,000. That number is probably quite alarming. 100,000 white Zetsu. Uchiha Han silently pondered. The 100,000 white Zetsu Obito created during the 4th Great Ninja War were mostly produced using Hashirama cells. Aside from their excellent disguise abilities, they were not particularly useful. Generally speaking, a Chunin could handle them. However, some of the white Zetsu were indeed formidable. The one with more screen time in the original story was Obito. But if Uchiha Han guessed correctly, that batch of white Zetsu should be the ones created by the Outer Path Golem, which is the Ten Tails' original body. They were produced when Kagaya cast the infinite Tsukuyami. Obito inadvertently discovered them from the Outer Path Golem after awakening the Rinnegan. No, it seems that Black Zetsu made Obito believe that both White Zetsu and Black Zetsu were created by him. Yes, 100,000. The masked man nodded. However, you still seem unwilling to hand over the Jinchuriki. Since that is the case, I hereby announce, the 4th Great Ninja War begins. In an instant, the entire conference room fell into silence. Everyone was shocked, their mouths opening subconsciously, and their expressions were somewhat dazed. Then, we'll meet on the battlefield. The masked man chuckled lightly, seemingly very confident about the upcoming war, then became intangible and disappeared from the conference room. Everyone snapped back to their senses from the shock and returned to their seats. Everyone, what do you think? Mifune asked. He has declared war, so naturally, we can only respond with all our might. However, this guy is really too arrogant. Raikage slammed his fist on the table angrily. 100,000 white Zetsu. Will there really be that many? Beside him, Loza still wore a stern expression, arms crossed over his chest, looking somewhat inexplicably arrogant and in need of a beating. You don't believe it? Tsunade frowned, looking at Loza. I'm just expressing doubt, Loza said coldly. However, his gaze seemed to intentionally or unintentionally avoid the direction of Uchiha Han. Just the Deva path among the 6 paths of pain could unleash a jutsu that would destroy the entire Konoha. You shouldn't underestimate the strength of the Akatsuki organization. Wind Shadow. Tsunade shot him a glance and said, of course, I won't underestimate the Akatsuki organization, but even if there are 100,000 white Zetsu, do we really need the 5 great nations to join forces? Isn't that a bit of overkill? Loza said. Immediately, all the others focused their attention on Loza. Sunagakure only has one-tailed beast, and originally, Orochimaru and Danzo had acted, but they were intercepted by Uchiha Han. Therefore, compared to other countries, the Wind Country has been the least harmed by the Akatsuki organization. As a result, everyone felt that Loza had not yet realized the true strength of the Akatsuki organization. Wind Shadow, the strength of the Akatsuki organization is beyond doubt. Anoki spoke up. The masked man from earlier had incredibly bizarre methods. And if a fight were to break out, there probably wouldn't be many here who could handle it. Especially, Noki looked at Rasha. Judging solely by their aura, Rasha and the original master were definitely the weakest among the 5 Kage. Ahem. I know that, of course. Rasha felt a bit embarrassed. No one opposed this, and with the sudden appearance of the masked man earlier, everyone quickly reached a consensus. The ninja allied forces are officially formed. By the way, at this moment, Noki suddenly remembered something and slowly turned his gaze towards Uchiha Han behind Tsunade. In addition to the Akatsuki organization, several mysterious individuals have emerged in the ninja world this past year, Noki said in a low voice. The Wind Eagle armor and the Black Rhino armor have also been revealed during confrontations with the Akatsuki organization over the past year. Immediately, everyone's gaze fell on Uchiha Han. Uchiha Han's armor should be the same as theirs, belonging to the same bloodline limit. Noki said, his eyes becoming a bit sharp. Ahem. I'm not too sure about that, since I've honestly been staying in Konoha this past year and haven't gone out. Uchiha Han waved his hand and said, looking indifferent. Really? Naki's eyes narrowed, and his expression seemed not too good. What? Are you doubting Uchiha Han? When you lost to that black armor, Uchiha Han was still in Konoha playing poker with me. Tsunade stood up, banging the table, and said to Noki very rudely. Chapter 282. The meeting ends, war begins, however. That doesn't mean Uchiha Han has no connection to those two guys. After all, the sudden emergence of such a special bloodline limit in the ninja world inevitably makes people associate them together. Noki said coldly, so what? Just because they have the same bloodline limit doesn't mean anything. Tsunade said angrily, glaring at Noki, showing no sign of backing down. Uchiha Han, standing behind Tsunade, felt a little warmth in his heart at this scene. Although Tsunade had squeezed him like a juicer before, she would still support him at critical moments. Uchiha Han felt a bit touched. Noki slowly leaned back in his chair, saying no more. However, his gaze remained fixed on Uchiha Han. So, what do you all think about these armors? Noki said. It seemed that he did not intend to let the matter of the Black Rhino armor go easily. This. Rasha instinctively glanced at Uchiha Han. He still felt lingering fear from that terrifying might. To be honest, he thought it was quite embarrassing to lose to this little brat Uchiha Han. But knowing that Noki also suffered a huge loss at the hands of that black armor, Rasha felt much better. However, those two armors did not show hostility towards us, and now that we have the Akatsuki organization, we don't need to create a new enemy for ourselves, right? The original master said slowly. Right. Tsunade nodded in agreement. No hostility? Then why did he attack our Wagakure? Noki questioned. This. I think you should consider your own problems, the Raikage said, crossing his arms, speaking coldly. You. Noki immediately frowned, so angry that his beard was bristling. All right, both of you, be a little more civil. Mitsuba stepped in again to mediate. Our discussion this time is about the Akatsuki organization. As for the armor matter, let's discuss it later. Mitsuba said. Tsunade and the others nodded. Seeing this, Noki said no more. The meeting continued until evening. Finally, it ended. Tsunade stretched and returned to the room. Uchiha Han, Yamato, come and play poker with us. Uchiha Han, Yamato, what's wrong? Do you have any objections? Tsunade looked at them in confusion. No, let us play. Uchiha Han waved his hands repeatedly, saying, in a quiet and dim cave. Did you give him everything? The masked man said slowly. Yes, I did. Zetsu emerged halfway from the ground and nodded. Additionally, he previously collected quite a few ninja corpses with Orochimaru, and I gave him the corpses of Kakuzu and the others as well. With that technique, our power will be even stronger. Zetsu said excitedly. Obito nodded, but his tone didn't seem very happy. However, if we had killed Nagato earlier through the Edo Tensei, we could have had another powerful ally. Zetsu suddenly said. Obito slowly turned his head, his gaze becoming very cold. I just mentioned it casually. Zetsu instinctively shrank back. My decisions don't need your input. Obito snorted coldly. Why spare Nagato? Obito had considered this issue as well. At that time, although Nagato used the Rinne rebirth technique, which was a huge drain, the power of the Rinnegan should not be underestimated. Therefore, Obito initially targeted Konan to force Nagato to hand over the Rinnegan. After obtaining the Rinnegan, Konan took the opportunity to break free from his control and used her paper jutsu. Then she took Nagato away. Konan's paper transformation technique is indeed very strong. However, in the original work, the 600 billion explosive tags that countered Obito were actually all transformed from her paper jutsu, which took a lot of time to prepare in advance. After Nagato and Konan returned from Konoha, it wasn't too long before Obito launched a surprise attack, giving them no time to prepare at all. At that time, Obito didn't suffer any damage. If he wanted to chase, he could definitely have wiped them out. Zetsu also noticed this, so he was quite puzzled. At the same time, he felt a strange suspicion arise. That previous comment was probably not just casual talk. Obito slowly stood up and walked to the cave entrance. The hazy light hit his spiral mask, reflecting a few blurry glimmers. In the dead silence of the desolate cave, everything seemed a bit lonely and bleak. Obito stood at the entrance for a while, and Zetsu followed him. Zetsu stuck his head out, looking around as if curious about what Obito was watching outside. Obito glanced at him coldly. What's wrong? Are you in a bad mood? Zetsu leaned beside Obito, asking with concern. However, his voice, like that of a duck, was simply unpleasant to hear and only made one feel annoyed. Not all. Obito didn't want to bother with him, but for some reason, he still coldly replied. Then he shifted slightly to the side. Don't worry, we have an army of 100,000 white Zetsu, plus the cooperation of Kabuto. This time, we will definitely be able to gather all 9-tailed beasts. Zetsu said excitedly, even pulling his hands out of his Akatsuki robe in excitement. Kabuto, Obito murmured. He slowly lowered his head, seemingly lost in thought. What's wrong? Is there a problem with Kabuto? Zetsu asked, a bit confused, seeing Obito's expression. How much do you know about Kabuto's intel? Obito asked. He is a trusted subordinate of Orochimaru. What's wrong? Absolute revealed the intelligence he had gathered. He thought to himself, Yashidu was sent by Obito to make contact with him. Could it be that Obito is suspicious of something now? Why do you think Yashidu wants to cooperate with us? Obito asked. Why? At that time, he said that after the war, he would provide the experimental materials he needed. After all, those experiments he conducts are certainly not tolerated by the 5 great nations. Absolute said. Obito chuckled lightly, his tone seemingly playful and contemptuous. He slowly sat at the cave entrance, watching the sunset that painted the sky red like a line. However, I feel that this reason seems insufficient. Chapter 283. 8 Extremes Fist. After returning to Konoha, Tsunade immediately arranged matters regarding the Ninja Alliance. Uchiha Han found an opportunity to retrieve the 2 clones. Meanwhile, Kimimaro and the others had already been assigned outside of Konoha. A few days later, Uchiha Han finally increased the compatibility of the Earth Tiger armor and Snow Mastiff armor to 60%, and then condensed the 2 clones. The 4th Great Ninja War finally began, but it wasn't as urgent as in the original work. According to the discussions from the 5 Kage Summit, each ninja village would first send a portion of their elite to lead the main army to the battlefield, while another portion of elites would protect the feudal lords of each country. The 5 Kage would temporarily remain in the rear command. At the same time, to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, each major ninja village also needed to send people to separate and protect the Jinchuriki. Uchiha Han was not sure how Tsunade would arrange him. Anyway, Uchiha Han had already decided. His main body would continue to hide and secretly cultivate, letting the Flame Dragon armor clone handle everything. Now that the Ninja World War had begun, Obito had also obtained the Rinnegan. His strength would likely rise to another level, probably reaching the Super Kage level. Relying solely on the Flame Dragon armor, it might be a 50-50 chance or perhaps a 40-60 chance. Uchiha Han was 6. However, with Black Zetsu around, if he were to resurrect Uchiha Madara, that would be a bit troublesome. Moreover, the worst-case scenario would be the resurrection of Kagaya Otsutsuki. That would be on the level of the Sage of 6 Paths currently. The 5 armors combined would not be a match. Only the Emperor armor could break the deadlock. Therefore, unlocking the Emperor armor was the most important task at hand. After all, in the early stages of the war, the situation was not so intense, and the Flame Dragon armor clone was already sufficient to cope. In a virtual combat room, the Earth Tiger armor had the strongest explosive power among the 5 armors. Next, I will teach you the 8 Extremes Fist, said the kind-hearted Shinshan Shinja, stroking his long white beard with a smile. He then rolled up his long sleeves and demonstrated in front of Uchiha Han. The 8 Extremes Fist generates power from the heels, moves at the waist, and transmits through the fingertips, thus having immense explosive power and rich combat characteristics. As he demonstrated the techniques, although it appeared to be merely a physical combat skill, each punch and step from Shinshan Shinja carried an imposing momentum that could shake the earth. The flowing momentum of the mountain collapse far exceeded mere physical strength. In the entire void, there was still a powerful energy being drawn. Under Shinshan Shinja's movements, a formidable might erupted. This was no longer martial arts. It was not just kung fu. It was more like martial mastery, resembling the powers seen in the martial arts films Uchiha Han had watched in his past life, where one could walk on roofs and punch through rocks. Uchiha Han watched the set of punches demonstrated by Shinshan Shinja, feeling the momentum of heaven and earth he was invoking. It is no exaggeration to say that even the most skilled in taijutsu, Might Guy, when opening the 8 gates, could not replicate Shinshan Shinja's earlier techniques. Shinshan Shinja was terrifying. However, this was not the first time Uchiha Han had felt Shinshan Shinja's strength. Previously, he had only taught the gentler Tai Chi. Uchiha Han could sense the soft and profound essence of that like water. But experiencing such a fierce explosive attack was still a first for him. Finally, Shunshan Shinja slowly retracted his fist and took a deep breath, exhaling a breath of turbid air. With literature, Tai Chi brings peace to the world. With martial arts, 8 Extremes stabilizes the universe. This is the 8 Extremes fist, Shunshan Shinja said slowly. Uchiha Han nodded. Then, Shunshan Shinja began to teach the 8 Extremes fist. Just as Uchiha Han thought, this was not merely the physical martial arts of his past life, but a technique that could truly invoke the power of heaven and earth. Simple moves contained incredibly terrifying energy. If Uchiha Han could master it, combined with the power of the armor, it would reach a very terrifying level. This level of energy could strike at the very essence of the world. To master world-class power in this world, only Otsutsuki could do so. Uchiha Han felt a surge of excitement. Although Tai Chi was also powerful, after learning it, Uchiha Han felt that the balance of yin and yang, being more inclined to borrowing strength to strike, was not very suitable for him. After all, Uchiha Han was still young and impetuous, preferring simpler and more brutal techniques. The 8 Extremes fist was exactly in line with Uchiha Han's intentions. Pull, straight and strike. Uchiha Han mimicked Shunshan Shinja's movements with each technique. First, he practiced the form, then refined the spirit. However, after training here with Shunshan Shinja for so long, Uchiha Han quickly became familiar with the basic techniques of the 8 Extremes fist. He grasped the key points of the movements. Next came the most core and important parts, the intent and spirit of the fist. These were quite ethereal and required personal comprehension. This was the most time-consuming part, but once understood, subsequent improvements would come naturally. At this moment, Shunshan Shinja suddenly vanished. Uchiha Han found himself in a stone forest. Surrounding him were dense stone pillars. Each pillar was as thick as 7 or 8 people could embrace and soared into the clouds. Uchiha Han looked up and could not see the top. He then returned his gaze to the front. The patterns on each stone pillar were clearly visible. Uchiha Han reached out and gently touched one. A wave of icy sensation reached his palm. Then let's try my 8 Extremes fist, Uchiha Han murmured. Finally, he raised his right arm, muscles tensed, using his waist and abdomen to drive the power of his right arm, and swung a punch forcefully. This punch could break through rock. However, in reality, the stone pillar did not budge at all. Uchiha Han felt a bit embarrassed, because this training was different from before. Uchiha Han could not mobilize his chakra now. This punch was entirely the power of his physical body. Hiss! I can't even break it. Uchiha Han was somewhat surprised. Although he knew he couldn't reach Shunshan Shinja's level, he thought he could at least reach 1/10. 1/10 should easily break this stone pillar, right? It seems I overestimated myself. Uchiha Han murmured. He then closed his eyes, breathing slowly and steadily, carefully sensing the power within his body, as well as the flow of air in the external environment. The great power contained in the void between heaven and earth. 8 Extremes fist. Fist intent. Form. Spirit. An S. The Naruto mobile game has been around for many years, and the main character finally has an S-rank form, which is quite exciting. However, with Hiroshi at the helm, it feels like the underworld team won't be able to escape. Chapter 284. Worried Asuma, the war has begun. Although this war has almost affected the entire ninja world, even the neutral country of Iron has chosen to participate in the fight against the same enemy, the Akatsuki. However, the daimyos protected by ninjas from various countries have not been affected at all. On the contrary, in order to unify the protection of the daimyos and save manpower, the daimyos of the 5 great nations have been arranged together. They gathered together, appearing quite cheerful. Is this the tabletop game that has recently become popular in your Konoha village? The 5 daimyos gathered around, looking at the Ninja World kill placed on the table. This was specially brought by Konoha ninjas, fearing they would get bored. The tabletop game has gradually spread to other places in the Land of Fire, and the daimyos have heard about it. However, this is the first time seeing it. Come on, tell us how to play this. The daimyo of the Land of Fire immediately called over Asuma beside him, thinking that Asuma is from Konoha. However, Asuma hasn't been back for years. Sir, this has also become popular in the past year, and I have been by your side without returning to Konoha, so I don't know how to play either. Asuma said with a slight twitch at the corner of his eye, feeling a bit bitter. He still holds great respect for the daimyos. You don't even know how to play this. The daimyo of the Land of Fire shot him a glance. Immediately, he waved his hand, signaling to go outside and find a few Konoha ninjas who know how to play. Yes. Asuma nodded and turned to leave the room. However, when he turned around, his face fell, looking a bit displeased. Haha, everyone, don't worry, I'll find a few players right away. The daimyo of the Land of Fire said with a smile, fanning himself, clearly acting like a host. Soon, a few ordinary jonin from Konoha entered and patiently began to teach. Outside the room, Uchiha Han leaned against the wall yawning. The Flame Dragon armor clone was sent here by Tsunade to protect the daimyo. Ahem, I'm sorry about your brother. Uchiha Han said to Asuma. What are you apologizing for? This isn't your fault. Asuma waved his hands repeatedly. Besides, you killed Danzo and avenged my brother. I should be thanking you. Hearing Asuma say this, Uchiha Han felt much better. Although he didn't think it was his problem, he and Asuma had a good relationship and had collaborated a few times. Ahem. By the way, there's something I want to ask you for help with. Asuma's face suddenly turned a bit red, seeming a bit embarrassed, and his speech became somewhat shy. What is it? You say, looking at him with some confusion. Asuma is usually quite straightforward. When did he become so shy? It's just that. Can you help me find out where Kurenai is? Asuma asked, blushing. Kurenai? Uchiha Han frowned slightly, recalling. Well, I'm not really sure. However, she's probably at the front lines. Uchiha Han said. He vaguely remembered that Kurenai seemed to be applying to become a jonin recently, but she didn't have any outstanding talents or achievements. Therefore, to be promoted to jonin, she would need to achieve merit in battle. Thus, Uchiha Han estimated that Kurenai was most likely at the front lines. The front lines. Asuma gently pinched the corner of his mouth with his cigarette and then hung his head, his face full of worry. War, the front lines. The danger level is the highest. Moreover, Kurenai is skilled in Genjutsu, which is difficult to utilize in the chaotic environment of war. Kurenai's physical skills are weak, and her ninjutsu is average, giving her no advantage in battle. Asuma is naturally very worried. Han, I'm a bit worried about Kurenai's safety. Asuma said somewhat shyly. However, Asuma is now an adult and doesn't shy away from such matters anymore. Just say it. Uchiha Han patted his shoulder. It's just that. Can you find a way to get Lord Hokage to transfer me to the front lines? Asuma said. Transfer you to the front lines? This. Uchiha Han felt a bit troubled. After all, Asuma is currently one of the 12 Guardian Ninja, a trusted person beside the daimyo. Even if Tsunade wanted to transfer Asuma to the front lines, she would have to consult the daimyo first. Moreover, from his observations over the past 2 days, although that daimyo is quite arrogant, he still trusts and relies heavily on Asuma. It seems unrealistic to let the daimyo allow Asuma to go to the front lines. Well, I think that's probably not very realistic. After all, the daimyo probably won't let you go. Uchiha Han said. That's true. With Emma and the others having left, the 12 Guardian Ninja have already lost their meaning. Asuma sighed a bit dejected. Now, he feels that being one of the 12 Guardian Ninja is pointless. Especially recently, when the group led by Emma had a fierce conflict with them. They even fought heavily. In the end, Emma and the others left the 12 Guardian Ninja. This means that there are only about 5 or 6 of them left in the 12 Guardian Ninja now. But because of this, the daimyo is even less likely to let Asuma leave. Emma. Uchiha Han frowned instantly upon hearing Asuma's words. Uchiha Han lowered his eyes and thought for a moment. In that case, Asuma, find an opportunity to sneak away and go directly to the frontline troops. Uchiha Han said. Asuma raised his head, looking confused. What about here? I'll handle things here. You don't need to worry. Uchiha Han patted his shoulder. Han. Asuma lifted his head, looking at Uchiha Han with gratitude in his eyes. All right, hurry up and pack your things. Uchiha Han said. Therefore, Asuma no longer thought too much about it. After all, Kurenai is the most important. Not long after, Asuma seized the opportunity to sneak away. Subsequently, Uchiha Han used the transformation jutsu to change into Asuma's appearance. Uchiha Han walked into the room. Asuma, why are you lingering outside for so long? The daimyo of the Land of Fire said, somewhat displeased. After playing a few rounds, the daimyos basically understood how to play. By the way, I have a question. The daimyo of the Land of Fire gestured for Uchiha Han to come over. Uchiha Han walked over. You see, these characters are all ninjas like Tsunade and Sarutobi Hiruzen. But why aren't we included? Not only the daimyo of the Land of Fire, but the other daimyos also turned their gazes towards Uchiha Han's face. Uchiha Han felt a wave of speechlessness. He thought to himself, you bunch of useless people should take a look in the mirror. Besides having a good birth and being a daimyo, what else are you good for? How can you shamelessly ask me why your characters aren't included? However, there was not a hint of anger on Uchiha Han's face. I think if your noble image were to be drawn on such game cards, it would indeed be a disgrace to your image. The noble identity of a daimyo cannot be casually used by others, Uchiha Han said. The faces of the daimyos finally showed smiles, and they nodded in agreement. Indeed, that's right. Chapter 285, Baiju's Disguise Technique. Helpless Coalition as night fell. The daimyos were still enthusiastically playing Ninja World Kill inside the house. They had just started, full of novelty, enjoying themselves immensely. Uchiha Han had now transformed into Asuma's appearance, needing to protect him closely. Uchiha Han quietly yawned. He was a bit tired. Being a bodyguard was indeed dull and exhausting. Asuma, the daimyo of the land of fire, suddenly called him. Uchiha Han walked over. I'm a bit thirsty. Go give me a glass of juice. Yes. Uchiha Han went outside. These daimyos were really lazy, wanting juice. Where am I supposed to find juice in this remote place? Uchiha Han kept complaining after stepping out of the house. This place was very secluded, but it was precisely because of this that the daimyos were moved here for protection. Uchiha Han thought for a moment and headed towards the forest. Get some fruit. However, at this moment, several eerie eyes suddenly appeared in the jungle outside the daimyo's house. On the battlefield, Darui led the first unit, entangled with numerous Baiju. Lightning release. Darui's hands instantly burst forth with a lightning dragon intertwined with electric currents. It shot out, instantly defeating several Baiju in front of him. TCH, though there are indeed many Baiju, they are too weak. After clearing the Baiju around him, Darui couldn't help but feel somewhat dismissive. It was really hard to muster any interest. Darui stretched and yawned, then looked at the others. In the face of Baiju's attacks, only the weaker Chunin would be overwhelmed. Most ninjas could handle it. It seemed this war wasn't as serious as he thought. Just as Darui was contemplating this, suddenly, a scream came from behind. Oh, Heya, why did you attack me? A ninja shouted, clutching his chest. The ninja in front of him, named Heya, was gripping a blood-soaked kunai tightly. Huh, wasn't I right here? When did I attack you? A confused voice came from the other side. Then, that person hurried over. In an instant, everyone turned pale. What? What's going on? Two identical Heyas. Darui saw this and rushed over. Darui was extremely shocked. But immediately, he swung his sword at the Heya holding the kunai. Bang! That Heya fell instantly, transforming into the form of Baiju. So it's this thing? Darui's pupils contracted. He didn't expect that this seemingly weak Baiju would have such abilities. It could actually change into someone else's appearance. The most critical part was that he couldn't tell which was real and which was fake. If it weren't for the previous Baiju attacking first, Darui wouldn't have acted so quickly. At this time, there were more and more exclamations from the troops. More and more people discovered that another identical version of themselves had appeared around them. Darui's brows furrowed, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Retreat immediately, Darui ordered. In this situation, continuing to fight was no longer possible. While retreating, they had to keep an eye on those who had been copied by Baiju. After all, they couldn't tell which was the real one. They could only watch both. Trust me, I'm the real one. Bullshit. He's the one transformed by Baiju. I'm the real one. Such conversations were incessantly heard throughout the camp. Darui's expression was also grim. He had specifically sent sensory-type ninjas from his unit to check, but they couldn't discern it either. Damn it, how can we fight like this? Darui angrily pounded his thigh. At the command center, similar situations arose in every unit. Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, and others also wore worried expressions. The Byakugan and Sharingan can't see through Baiju's disguise. What should we do? Yamanaka Inoichi asked anxiously. Shikaku frowned, sinking into thought. What about the 5 Kages? Ate walked over to ask. Inoichi shook his head. The Kages also couldn't come up with a countermeasure for the time being. Now, the entire command center fell into dead silence. Damn, I didn't expect Baiju to have such troublesome abilities, Aoi said angrily. Now that all major units of the coalition had encountered this situation, no one dared to act rashly. If the enemy attacked at this moment, the coalition would likely suffer heavy losses. Therefore, our top priority is to quickly find a way to see through Baiju's disguise. Shikaku said. Uchiha Han, carrying several wild fruits, had just returned when he heard a scream from inside the daimyo's house. Not good. Uchiha Han immediately rushed over. He saw bloodstains around the house, but no guarding ninjas. Other ninjas in the camp also rushed over after hearing the noise. Uchiha Han dashed into the house and saw several ninjas with kunai attacking the daimyos. Earth release, earth flow wall. Uchiha Han pressed his palms against the ground. Immediately, a massive earth wall rose beneath the daimyo's feet, separating them. Uchiha Han drew the sword forged in the land of iron and slowly walked over. This is Uchiha then saw the faces of several people. They were the guards from before. However, Uchiha noticed that there was no anger or spirit in their eyes. They were dead. Could it be that they were reanimated? Uchiha was greatly shocked. Then, those ninjas all charged towards Uchiha. Uchiha raised his long blade. Block slash. A few slashes later, these ninjas fell instantly, their bodies turning into a puddle of mud. This is Uchiha squatted down to observe closely. It's not reanimation. So hot. It's only April. How hot will it be during summer? I still have to do military training during the summer. Speechless. Chapter 286. The Revived Shinobu. It's not reanimation. Reanimated ninjas cannot be killed. They can only be sealed away. Uchiha frowned. But clearly, these ninjas have been killed and then revived and controlled through some technique. Suddenly, Uchiha remembered what Asuma had said before. In the original work, besides reanimation, there was a low-tier version of a similar technique. Earth Release. Ultimate Creation. Soil of the Dead. It also revives the dead. However, once killed, it cannot regenerate like reanimation. Heya, Uchiha murmured. You all protect the daimyos. I'll go check outside. Uchiha said to the arriving ninjas, then immediately walked out. Heya was among the few ninjas who had been killed not long ago and couldn't control from a distance like Orochimaru. So, Heya must be nearby. What did that guy Heya say? Obito coldly asked Ju. Ju paused for a moment. According to his request, I collected quite a few corpses for him. However, compared to the batch I gave to Do, they were considerably weaker. But because they are weaker, there are fewer of them, so there should be more. Ju said, finding corpses is really easy for Ju. But it seems you want to look for those famous ones. Ju said quietly, what about the battlefield over there? Obito's tone seemed a bit angry. He said he'd already sent some to the nearby battlefield, and as soon as things were done, he would immediately go to support other battlefields. Ju added, Obito snorted coldly, very displeased. Let's see what this so-called ultimate creation is all about first. If it's useful, we can keep it. If it's useless, then this guy doesn't need to be kept. Obito said coldly. It seems that in his eyes, Ma is just an ant that can be discarded. Life and death are all in his hands. Fine. Ju nodded, agreeing with Obito's words. At this moment, everyone on each battlefield was on high alert, watching the people around them warily. Because of the presence of White Zetsu. 2nd Division. Captain. At this moment, a ninja rushed into Kakashi's tent in a panic. Kakashi is the captain of the 2nd Division. Kakashi instinctively became alert as he looked at the rushing ninja. What's wrong? Kakashi asked. A group of ninjas has appeared in front of the camp. Ninjas? Kakashi frowned instantly. At this time, there hadn't been any news of reinforcements, right? Who could it be? Could it be members of the Akatsuki organization? Kakashi immediately rushed out. Soon, Kakashi saw the ninjas walking towards the camp. Others also received the news and gathered over. The others were not allowed to move and maintain the previous strategy. Kakashi quickly signaled the surrounding ninjas to stop. After all, White Zetsu was still mixed in among them. Kakashi focused his gaze. Those people had cracks on their faces, and their skin had a muddy yellow hue. They looked like they were made of mud. That is, Kakashi frowned, carefully looking at those faces. Then, Kakashi's face was instantly filled with shock. That is, Shino? Kakashi looked incredulously at the figure at the front, who was none other than the deceased Sarutobi Shino. Kakashi really couldn't believe his eyes. Likewise, others in the division recognized the identities of the other figures. Isn't that Teacher Rikyu? He clearly died in battle 2 years ago. That one is Kyoyama, who also died last year. Kakashi's expression became very serious. Listening to the discussions of others, Kakashi understood that these people were all deceased. This means they were resurrected by some kind of technique. Immediately notify the command center. Kakashi shouted. Soon, the command center received the news, and the 5 Kage also got informed. Everyone was extremely shocked. Tsunade even specifically sent someone to notify Sarutobi Hiruzen. Upon receiving the news, Sarutobi Hiruzen was very excited. He immediately set off to the battlefield of Kakashi's 1st Division. The battlefield of the 1st Division was relatively close to the Land of Fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly arrived. When he saw Shino's figure, his eyes couldn't help but become a bit moist. 3rd Hokage. What should we do now? Kakashi had already sustained some injuries at this point. The ninjas in the division also had to be on guard against White Zetsu mixed in. So Kakashi faced off against Shino and the others alone. However, Kakashi noticed that these few were likely all at the level of J-Nin in their lifetime, and Shino was even stronger. But their eyes were very hollow. devoid of any spirit like dull puppets. Otherwise, Kakashi alone wouldn't be able to hold them off for so long. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned tightly. He also noticed that Shino's eyes were very hollow, clearly indicating that he was a puppet without thought. Damn it! A surge of anger ignited within him. His son died young, and now he was being controlled by this forbidden technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen could hardly bear it. He instinctively clenched his fists. But, after all, that was his son. He hesitated a bit. Third Hokage, Kakashi asked from his side. Let's first deal with the others around him. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, then rushed forward. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also a seasoned powerhouse. Teaming up with Kakashi to deal with a few mindless J-nin was quite easy. After 2 minutes, those J-nin turned into a puddle of mud. It seems like some kind of earth-release ninjutsu, Kakashi said. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't speak. His gaze was completely on Shino. Seeing this, Kakashi also intentionally quieted down. At this moment, Shino, like a puppet that received orders, mechanically attacked the two. Helpless, Sarutobi Hiruzen had to temporarily use a sealing technique to immobilize his actions. Finally, Shino calmed down. However, his face still looked a bit twisted, and his eyes were lifeless. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at him with a complex expression, then sighed softly. Shino. Sarutobi Hiruzen cautiously walked up to him, his eyes filled with tenderness, and subconsciously reached out his hand. Kakashi behind him wanted to remind Sarutobi Hiruzen to be careful, but as the words were about to come out, he swallowed them back. However, just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to touch Shino's face, cracks suddenly appeared on Shino's body. Zzz. The cracks quickly spread all over. Shino's body shattered, turning into a puddle of mud. Shino. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils contracted, and he squatted down, trembling hands cradling the puddle of mud. Chapter 287. Unexpected and Ma. A few minutes earlier, Uchiha confounding Ma, who was hiding not far away. It really is you. Uchiha Kan's eyes turned somewhat fierce as he looked at Hima. Long time no see, Asuma. Hima smiled playfully, looking at Uchiha Kansas. Uchiha Kan had now used a transformation technique to take on Asuma's appearance. Uchiha Kan didn't want to waste words with Hima. He directly drew out the long knife from his waist. Seeing this, Hima's expression darkened. Huh, then don't blame me for being rude, Hima said coldly. Immediately, the soil beneath his feet gathered, transforming into 2 ninjas. Earth Release, Ultimate Creation, Soil of the Dead. Uchiha Kan roughly estimated that these 2 ninjas were also at the level of J-nin in their lifetime. If it were a year ago, without summoning armor, facing 3 J-nin level enemies would have been quite tricky for Uchiha Kansas. But now, after training for so long with the Shimiyama heart, the most obvious improvement was in physical techniques. Uchiha Kan tightened his grip on the long knife. His body shot out like an arrow released from a bow. So fast, Hima was immediately horrified. Before he could react, 2 cold flashes passed before his eyes. Instantly, the 2 ninjas around him turned into a puddle of mud. Hima's pupils contracted, and his body froze instantly. He immediately circulated all his chakra, wanting to release ninjutsu to resist Uchiha Kan's attack. However, this year's training had brought Uchiha Kan's physical prowess to a terrifying level. Even with just pure physical strength, it was already enough to crush Kamaha. Therefore, Uchiha Han's speed was so fast that Kamaha couldn't evade at all. Zing! Another cold flash swept by. Kamaha's pupils instantly dilated. Then, the expression on his face stiffened. A warm flow of blood began to stream down his neck. Blood erupted forth. Thud! Kamaha's body fell straight down. The expression on his face remained frozen in shock. Of course, his inability to close his eyes also seemed filled with unwillingness. However, all of this was insignificant to Uchiha Han. This knife is not bad. Uchiha Han glanced at his reflection on the blade and nodded in satisfaction. Uchiha Han lifted Kamaha's clothing, wiped the blood off the blade, and then sheathed the knife before leaving. After Uchiha Han returned and reassured several feudal lords, he received news for the command center. The issue of white Zetsu was indeed quite serious. Uchiha Han had also forgotten about this matter. In the original story, it was ultimately Naruto who solved this major problem. But now, Naruto had just entered the Ninja Academy. However, the natural sensing ability of the armor should be able to see through white Zetsu's disguise, Uchiha Han murmured. After all, he had previously detected white Zetsu's presence. After the armor combined, the sensing ability was greatly enhanced. Moreover, as an embodiment of the natural laws, the armor could easily see through white Zetsu's disguise. Thus, The main body in Konoha immediately dispatched the Earth Tiger armor and Snow Mastiff armor clones to the battlefield. On the other side, Obito was somewhat angry. This Kamehameha is truly useless. What a waste of materials. If I had known, I might as well have given everything to that guy Orochimaru. Beside him, White Zetsu also nodded in agreement. Forget it. Let Orochimaru act immediately. Obito slowly stood up, adjusted his collar, and properly positioned the mask on his face. Good. Zetsu nodded and then sank into the ground. Obito let out a long breath. These people, after all, are still untrustworthy. It seems I have to take matters into my own hands. Under the mask, a sharp gaze like a blade shot out. He vanished. Second unit. After Shino disappeared, Kakashi immediately reported to the command center. Hiruzen Sarutobi felt somewhat sad. However, since he was already on the battlefield, he decided to stay and assist Kakashi. But looking at those identical ninjas, Hiruzen frowned. He couldn't tell the difference either. Lord Third, we can't find any flaws in the copies made by White Zetsu. If this continues, we will be very passive in this war. Kakashi couldn't help but worry. What about the command center? What strategy have the 5 Kage come up with? Hiruzen asked. Kakashi shook his head. Captain, not good. A large group of White Zetsu is charging towards us. At this moment, a series of panicked cries erupted from the camp. Kakashi and Hiruzen immediately rushed out of the camp. Looking into the distance, indeed, a vast expanse of white creatures was rushing towards them. Damn, so many. Kakashi frowned tightly. If it had been earlier, it would have been fine. But now that White Zetsu has infiltrated the troops, once a chaotic battle breaks out, they have to defend against the White Zetsu attacking from the front while also guarding against those around them who might be disguised as White Zetsu. How can we fight? There's no other way. Kakashi immediately stood up and shouted to the people behind him. So those who have been disguised by White Zetsu, stay in place and supervise each other. If you notice the other person moving, you are allowed to attack. The rest, follow me to fight. Then, Kakashi took the lead and charged out. Hiruzen closely followed. In the entire unit, only about a quarter to a fifth of the people noticed the White Zetsu disguises. Kakashi's arrangement at least allowed the unit to temporarily exert maximum combat power. Raikiri, Kakashi instantly transformed into a blue flash, cutting a huge gap through the White Zetsu army. That Crimson Sharingan emitted an extraordinarily enchanting light. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Hiruzen also refused to back down. Although he was older and his body was not as robust as in his youth, his strength still far surpassed that of Kakashi, the elite Genin. In an instant, he unleashed several different elemental ninjutsu, each with tremendous power. He shattered a large number of White Zetsu. However, there were simply too many White Zetsu. It was as if a continuous stream of termites was pouring out from a hole. Relying solely on the 2 of them, they would eventually be exhausted and overwhelmed. Fortunately, Kakashi's temporary decision allowed the main force to exert combat power and hold back the White Zetsu army for now. Meanwhile, in the camp, those ninjas looked at the chaotic battle in front of them and couldn't help but feel worried. At the same time, they glanced at the identical individuals beside them and felt even more indignant. If it weren't for White Zetsu disguising themselves as them, they could be fighting alongside their comrades now. They kept their cool. If they couldn't hold back and acted recklessly, they would definitely be mistaken for White Zetsu and then besieged. Chapter 288. Uchiha Han's assistants, the Ninja Coalition's ninjas, fearing being mistaken for White Zetsu, dared not act recklessly. However, the White Zetsu had no such concerns about being misidentified. After all, they were the ones in disguise. Taking advantage of some people's attention being drawn to the battle ahead, some White Zetsu in disguise could no longer hold back and launched the first sneak attack. In an instant, the camp erupted with screams. Damn! Kakashi and Hiruzen naturally noticed the situation behind them. However, it was difficult for them to spare hands to deal with those White Zetsu in the camp. What to do? Kakashi felt a surge of urgency. If this continued, in less than half an hour, their second unit would likely be completely overwhelmed here. Of course, those with stronger abilities like Kakashi could break free from the White Zetsu. But what about the others? Would they just watch as they died at the hands of these White Zetsu? Soon, cries of agony began to echo across the battlefield. More and more ninjas were knocked down by White Zetsu, blood flowing freely. Everyone, retreat immediately, Kakashi shouted loudly. Given the current situation, retreating was the only way to preserve combat power and reduce casualties as much as possible. Thus, under the cover of Kakashi and Hiruzen, the main force began to withdraw steadily. The previous camp could only be temporarily abandoned. However, At this moment, the dense mass of white Zetsu suddenly halted their advance. Then, they slowly parted from the middle to create a path. Kakashi and Hiruzen furrowed their brows, watching intently. That is, several figures slowly emerged from the white Zetsu army. They wore different forehead protectors. Some were from the mist, some from the sand, and naturally, some were from Konoha. Kakashi and Hiruzen's pupils shook. Their faces were filled with horror. Those figures each emitted an aura close to that of elite Jonin. These were the powerful individuals resurrected by Orochimaru's Edo Tensei. This is a bit troublesome. Hiruzen's expression became extremely serious. Although he is a true powerhouse of the facing the siege of so many elite Jonin, it will be difficult for him to escape. Kakashi is currently only at the level of an elite Jonin himself, so the two of them are instantly at a disadvantage against these opponents. However, just then, a deafening roar echoed through the sky, like the roar of a tiger or the howl of a dragon. Following that, a massive silver blade of light descended from the heavens. Boom! A loud sound erupted, and a violent shock wave burst forth from the blade of light. The army of white Zetsu was shattered like tofu, instantly crushed and disintegrated. The blade of light fell, its terrifying might akin to that of a great mountain, instantly cleaving down upon the few reincarnated individuals. Zzz, their bodies were instantly torn apart. Kakashi and Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly retreated several steps to barely avoid the horrific aura unleashed by the blade of light. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt the overwhelming pressure and was shocked. Even he, if caught at the center of that blade of light, would likely meet a fate of being reduced to ashes. Who is it? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up and scanned the surroundings, trying to find the source of the blade of light. At that moment, the few individuals who had been shattered by the blade of light reformed once again. What kind of technique is this? Kakashi's shock was hard to quell. Just then, a white figure descended from the sky, landing directly in front of Kakashi. Snow Mastiff armor. This is Kakashi, and Sarutobi Hiruzen stared intently at the figure before them, scrutinizing it closely. This is the reanimation jutsu. You should know well, third Hokage. Uchiha said, his back to them. He did not turn around, but slowly raised the thunder axe in his hand. Reanimation jutsu. This is a forbidden technique developed by the second Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils contracted. He had seen most of these forbidden techniques, and he had a deep impression of the reanimation jutsu. After all, this technique is somewhat against the principles of humanity. No wonder. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression grew more serious. However, he didn't have time to investigate who was behind the use of the reanimation jutsu. Uchiha said nothing more, his gaze fixed on a few individuals who had reassembled ahead. Uchiha gently turned the knob at his waist. Thunder cutting. A massive shadow of light appeared before him. Uchiha raised the thunder axe and lightly tapped the shadow of light. Thunder cutting technique. Break evil, eliminate malice. Cut through like mud. Chaos dispersed. The shadow of light instantly transformed into countless particles of light, merging into the thunder axe in Uchiha hand. The thunder axe emitted a dazzling glow. At the same time, the air around them began to swirl chaotically, continuously converging towards Uchiha. This is the gazes of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Kakashi were instantly drawn to it. They could also feel that within the dazzling thunder axe, there seemed to be an incredibly powerful force coalescing. Once this power erupted, it would surely be earth-shattering. Thunder cutting. Uchiha and he brought the axe down heavily. The terrifying energy erupted instantly. This strike shattered the surrounding space. The few reincarnated ninjas froze in place, as if some overwhelming force had tightly bound them in place. Boom! A loud noise rang out. The thunder cutting struck them instantly. Their bodies turned to dust. However, this time, unlike before, they did not reassemble again. Thunder cutting. Seeding killing technique. Directly sending them back to the Pure Land. Huh. Uchiha let out a long breath, then turned to look at the two. Kakashi and Sarutobi Hiruzen had serious expressions, fully alert. It's fine, don't worry. I'm not your enemy. Otherwise, that axe just now would have hit you, and you wouldn't have been able to escape. Uchiha said. Kakashi and Sarutobi Hiruzen did not refute. Thank you for your assistance, my lord. Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Uchiha directly bypassed Sarutobi Hiruzen, ignoring him. The disguises of these white Zetsu are indeed troublesome, but I can help you find them out. Uchiha said as he walked into the main force. Earlier, many people had taken advantage of the chaos to escape into the retreating forces. Uchiha glanced around, then moved his body. He transformed into a gust of wind. 2 seconds later, Uchiha Han's figure returned to the original spot, but now there were more than 10 ninjas at his feet. Uchiha Han struck down. These people instantly transformed into white Zetsu. Chapter 289. Protect Naruto. Seeing the white Zetsu being dealt with, joy spread across everyone's faces. Great. Finally, we've gotten rid of these disgusting things. Everyone cheered. Even Kakashi and Sarutobi Hiruzen looked delighted. Thank you for your assistance, my lord. Sarutobi Hiruzen approached Uchiha Han with a serious and solemn expression. Enough. I still need to go to other forces. Uchiha Han waved his hand and leaped away. A white streak of light flashing past, instantly disappearing. Everyone looked up at the streak of light left in the sky, their emotions complex. Even the 5 Kage were helpless against the white Zetsu's disguise technique. But this mysterious armor was able to see through it at a glance. Moreover, the previous earth-shattering blade of light, the power of which was terrifying, was unheard of. Perhaps even the 5 Kage couldn't compare. Thus, with the speed of the light shadow steed, the earth tiger armor, and the snow mastiff armor clone, they quickly helped the ninja coalition resolve the white Zetsu's disguise technique. The 5 Kage looked at the reports coming back from the command center, each with their own thoughts. Why did 2 more armors suddenly appear? Inoki frowned. His previous battle with the Black Rhino armor had left him with no good feelings about armors, only a deep-seated aversion. Regardless, they did help us a lot this time. Tsunade said, glancing at Inoki. These armors must be in cahoots. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so coincidental, would it? And helping us? I bet they have some ulterior motives. Inoki said coldly. Suddenly, he looked at Tsunade, his eyes narrowing slightly. As for that Uchiha Han from your village, I estimate he is also one of them. Hokage-sama, you should also send someone to investigate this guy carefully. Tsunade was immediately angry, slamming her hand on the table. Inoki, we don't need you to manage our village's affairs. Tsunade scolded harshly. Her temper was already quite fiery, and seeing Inoki daring to point fingers at her made it hard for her to stay calm. Cough, cough. Mitsuba stood up, acting as a peacemaker. Our top priority is to deal with the Akatsuki organization, not these armors. Inoki and Tsunade both sat back down. They still had to give Mitsuba some face. Moreover, the Hokage was right. So far, these armors had not shown any hostility and had even helped us. We should also show goodwill. Perhaps we can draw a powerful ally. Yuansher said slowly. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Even the 2 behind Inoki, Akatsuchi and Kuratsuchi, were nodding repeatedly. Inoki shot them a sidelong glance. According to the intelligence received from the command center, the 2 armors, 1 yellow and 1 white, are even stronger than the previous black and blue armors. Luo Sha looked at the information in his hand and murmured. Tsunade also nodded in agreement. That's right. Uchiha Han probably isn't a match for these 2 guys either. However, as soon as Tsunade said this, the expression on Luo Sha's face instantly froze. Luo Sha felt a bit awkward. He couldn't even beat Uchiha Han. He really wanted to slap himself. Why bring this up? Since the disguise technique of White Zetsu has been resolved, the subsequent war should go relatively smoothly. Mitsuba said. However, at this moment, the Reikage, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly stood up. But there is one problem. Everyone's gaze turned to the Reikage. Where are the Akatsuki members? And that masked man still hasn't appeared. Upon hearing this, everyone thought the same and frowned. It has been so many days, and they have been entangled with White Zetsu, yet they haven't seen a single member of the Akatsuki organization. A few Akatsuki members died at Uchiha Han's hands, and the 5 great nations have not received any news. I think that masked man is probably plotting something in the shadows, Inoki said while stroking his chin. Then, he raised an eyebrow, realizing something. Can you guarantee the safety of the Jinchuriki? Inoki asked. Everyone looked at each other and finally nodded. Although the masked man said he would use war to force us to hand over the tailed beasts, he might also take the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the Jinchuriki while our main forces are on the battlefield. Inoki said seriously. Everyone nodded in agreement. Among them, only a few people, including Yuan Shi, did not have to worry, because their village's Jinchuriki are already gone. The 2-tailed beasts have likely fallen into the hands of the Akatsuki organization. Tsunade thought for a moment and decided to strengthen the protection around Naruto. Hokage-sama, why don't we send more people to protect Gaara and Naruto? Luo Sha said to Tsunade beside him. Before the war started, Luo Sha and Tsunade discussed and decided to bring Naruto and Gaara to the same place for protection. Luo Sha was well aware of his village's strength. They had suffered heavy losses in the last war and could no longer spare enough powerful ninjas to protect Gaara. Exactly. Tsunade nodded. Konoha Village. View my information panel. Name, Uchiha Han. Chakra. 4619. Shadow. 5000. Three Tails Chakra. 1000. One Tail Chakra. Two Tails Chakra. Four Tails Chakra. Five Tails Chakra. Ninjutsu. 691. Taijutsu. 791. Jinjutsu. 701. Mastered Ninjutsu. Great Fireball Technique, Phoenix Fire Technique, Shadow Clone Technique, Gale Palm, Great Breakthrough, Non-Place Technique, Hell Viewing Technique, Water Chaos Wave, Water Bullet, Lightning Flow Blade. Bloodline Limit, Sharingan 3 Tomo. Unlocked Armors, Flame Dragon Armor, Compatibility 60. Wind Eagle Armor, Compatibility 56. Black Rhino Armor, Compatibility 56. Earth Tiger Armor, Compatibility 60. Snow Mastiff Armor, Compatibility 60. 56. Uchiha Han let out a long breath, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. However, he soon furrowed his brows. Just earlier, his clone received a command from Tsunade to hurry and protect Naruto. But right now, all three clones have already been sent out. The Flame Dragon Armor clone still has to disguise itself as a Suma and can't break free. If I had known, I wouldn't have helped the Suma with this task. After all, that technique of his is quite weak, and I should be able to handle it on my own. Uchiha Han murmured. Sigh, forget it. I'll just send the Snow Mastiff Armor clone over directly, Uchiha Han said. Chapter 290, Naruto. I want to merge with the armor too. Since it has come to this point, it doesn't seem matter whether I hide my armor identity or not. 5 armor clones are already enough for him to stand at the peak of the ninja world. Moreover, there's also the soon-to-be unlocked Emperor Armor. Emperor Armor. Just thinking about the power he felt during the 3 previous experience cards made Uchiha Han's heart heat up. The Wind Eagle Armor and Black Rhino Armor are only 4 compatibility away. He will soon be able to permanently unlock the Emperor Armor. By then, hey. A lecherous smile appeared on Uchiha Han's face. Train. Uchiha Han gathered his spirit and continued to immerse himself in the virtual combat room, returning to the place where he had fought countless days and nights with the God Mountain Heartbreaker. The border between the land of fire and the land of wind. A remote, small courtyard. The courtyard is heavily guarded, with more than 10 Sand Ninja and Konoha Ninja stationed. At the forefront are several Jonin from Konoha and Sunagakure. Inside the courtyard, Naruto and Gaara are lying on a stone table. How is it? Cool, right? Naruto proudly showcased the Flame Dragon Armor summoning device in his hand. Gaara, on the other hand, stared wide-eyed, completely captivated by the summoning device. I'm telling you, the Flame Dragon Armor that Brother Han transforms into is so cool. Naruto couldn't help but jump onto the stone table, then imitated Uchiha Han's posture, gently spinning at his waist. Blazing sword. Naruto reached out to grab the air in front of him and then struck a fighting pose. Flame Dragon Armor. Gaara also learned from Naruto that what he saw that day was Uchiha Han's Flame Dragon Armor. So, looking at Naruto's appearance, he recalled the figure that was etched in his mind that day, as hot as the flames, like a brilliant shooting star suddenly streaking across the pitch-black night sky. Gaara came back to his senses, focusing on Naruto in front of him. Can I borrow this summoning device to take a look? Gaara asked cautiously. After all, he had never had friends. But seeing Naruto so lively and enthusiastic warmed his heart, causing him to inadvertently say this. Of course, Naruto beamed a bright smile and handed over the summoning device. For a moment, Gaara was stunned. Naruto's smile instantly reflected in his heart. In that moment, it was as if a warm flame had burst forth in the cold winter amidst wind and snow. Gaara's pupils reflected Naruto's smiling face. Thank you, Gaara said softly as he took the summoning device. How is it? Cool, right? Naruto excitedly asked. Gaara nodded. Heh. Naruto laughed as he watched Gaara playing with the summoning device. Suddenly, a prickly, proud face floated into his mind. Speaking of which, it seems that Sasuke hasn't touched the summoning device yet. Naruto said. Sasuke? Is he your friend? Gaara asked. TCH, that guy is really annoying. Yes, not a friend at all. Naruto instantly frowned. Annoying? Then next time I see him, I'll definitely help you teach him a lesson. Gaara said. His business, although still a bit immature, still carried a hint of ruthlessness in his tone. No. Naruto quickly waved his hands and shook his head. That guy's just a little full of himself, but he's actually not bad. Naruto said. He could tell that Gaara was not joking earlier. He didn't want Gaara to actually fight Sasuke. All right. Gaara nodded, seeming to understand, although he wasn't quite sure what kind of relationship this was. Then, Gaara shifted all his focus to the summoning device. The two were having a great time. They were really enjoying themselves. At that moment, A hoarse voice suddenly echoed through the courtyard. A figure, blurred like a vortex, slowly appeared in front of Naruto and Gaara. Who are you? The two's pupils contracted, instinctively shrinking back. Long time no see, Naruto. The masked man said slowly. You know me? Naruto looked confused. He was certain he had never seen this guy before. Of course, when you were just born, I held you even before your father did. A hint of amusement laced the masked man's voice. At that moment, the outside ninjas also heard the commotion and rushed in. However, the masked man merely glanced at them. Then his body suddenly appeared in front of them. Kamui. A powerful suction instantly enveloped everyone. There was nothing left. This fear filled Naruto and Gaara's eyes. The masked man gently adjusted the vortex mask on his face and then turned around, slowly walking towards Naruto and Gaara. Gulp! Naruto and Gaara instinctively swallowed. What do you want to do? Naruto kept adjusting his breathing, trying to calm himself as much as possible. Hey. Of course, to capture you. Before he finished speaking, the masked man's body instantly appeared in front of the two. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto immediately formed hand seals. The vast chakra of the Uzumaki clan erupted instantly. Countless Naruto clones filled the entire courtyard in an instant. Child's play. The masked man scoffed coldly. Fire style, exploding wind dance. He immediately unleashed his ninjutsu. A violent wind, carrying fierce flames, swept through the entire courtyard. Bang! Naruto's shadow clones disappeared one after another. Soon, only the three of them remained in the courtyard. Naruto gasped for breath. His only move was completely ineffective. Now he was at a loss. So, are you still going to resist? The masked man looked at Naruto with interest, not in a hurry at all. After all, what kind of storm could two kids who barely knew any ninjutsu stir up? Even if they were Jinchuriki. What to do? Naruto's mind raced. Suddenly, he caught sight of the summoning device tightly clenched in Gaara's hand. Naruto quickly took it. Brother Han said that the power of the heart is the strongest. Communicating with nature with your heart and resonating can summon armor with the power of the heavenly path. Naruto took a deep breath, his eyes shining with determination. Oh, the masked man sneered upon seeing this. Could it be that you can summon an armor for me? Looking at the summoning device, the masked man said mockingly. He directly sat down on the stone table, propping his head up with his hand, watching him with interest. Naruto snorted coldly. Then, he pressed the summoning device against his wrist. Flame dragon armor. Merge. In an instant, the entire courtyard suddenly shook violently. Naruto was taken aback. Could it be that he was really going to merge with the armor? Chapter 291. The first battle with Obito, what is this? The masked man steadied himself and quickly looked around. This fluctuation was not caused by Naruto at all. Then, a yellow stream of light descended from the sky, standing upright in front of Naruto. Earth Tiger armor. Another armor? The masked man frowned instantly. This is... Naruto's eyes widened as he looked at the Earth Tiger armor, filled with excitement and curiosity. Gaara beside him felt the same. Uchiha Han looked at the masked man, gently rotating the knob at his waist. Earth-shattering blade. It seems that you armors are sincerely going against me. The masked man said coldly. The Akatsuki organization's previous tailed beast capture operations were also disrupted by the Black Rhino armor and Windhawk armor. Then let me see what abilities you armors have. The masked man snorted coldly. A strange light reflected from the hole in his left eye. That was the Rinnegan. Is this your confidence? Uchiha Han chuckled lightly. Indeed, the Rinnegan was incredibly powerful. However, given Obito's current condition, how much power could he exert from the Rinnegan? Moreover, his armor compatibility had already reached 60%. He wasn't afraid of him at all. Immediately, Uchiha Han decided to take the initiative. He swung the earth-shattering blade forward fiercely. The ground instantly erupted with sharp, massive spikes. Each earthen spike was as tall as an adult. In the blink of an eye, it had already spread to Obito's feet. Swoosh! Under the effect of Kamui, Obito's body instantly became blurred. The spreading earth spikes passed directly through his body. TSK. This phasing ability is indeed a bit of a bug. It seems I can only attack when he does. Uchiha Han pondered. That said, controlling the timing was still quite difficult. Minato was also able to defeat Obito and break his phasing technique because he had the Flying Thunder God, another bug-level ninjutsu. As for Uchiha Han's eyes brightened. Although he didn't have the Flying Thunder God, he had other methods. What a terrifying attack. Obito chuckled sarcastically. Then his body moved. In an instant, the masked man appeared in front of Uchiha Han. He threw a punch. His fist transformed into a massive wooden spike, bursting forth with terrifying penetrating power. If this punch landed on flesh, the exploding wooden spike would likely cause blood to splatter everywhere instantly. Bang! With a loud bang, Uchiha Han blocked the masked man's attack with the earth-shattering blade held horizontally in front of him. A massive amount of chakra gathered at the masked man's fingertip. Thanks to the earth-shattering blade's obstruction, the wooden spikes could not explode, and the accumulated chakra was also blocked at the point of contact between the fist and the blade. Oomph. The masked man snorted coldly. Although his attack was easily blocked, he showed no surprise. The masked man's eyes sharpened. Kamui, phasing. Then, the chakra accumulated at his fingertip erupted instantly. A terrifying momentum shook the entire courtyard violently. The shockwave rolled like a sea of clouds. Gaara and Naruto were directly blown against the courtyard wall. Uchiha Han was also pushed back a few steps, but he wasn't seriously harmed. The masked man stepped back a few paces, creating distance. He gazed at the armor on Uchiha Han, which reflected dazzling light under the sunlight. The masked man knew that his opponent's physical defense was nearly maxed out. It would be very difficult to violently break through that defense. So he decided to try a different tactic. The masked man quickly formed a hand seal. Fire style, grand fireball technique. A massive fireball shot out from his mouth, instantly filling the courtyard with a scorching heat. Uchiha Han immediately plunged his earth splitter sword into the ground. A tall earthen wall rose up from beneath his feet in an instant. The grand fireball collided with the earthen wall, and the powerful flames explosively spread out to both sides. However, Uchiha Han was unharmed behind the wall. It's my turn now. Uchiha Han quickly lifted the earth splitter sword and charged out. In an instant, he closed the distance to the masked man's face. So fast, the masked man's pupil shook. He never expected Uchiha Han's speed to reach such a level that even he almost couldn't react in time. But it was only almost. Just as the earth splitter sword was about to strike his mask, the entire body of the masked man suddenly became intangible. The earth splitter sword cleaved down to the ground. Oomph. The masked man snorted coldly and stepped forward. His intangible body passed right through Uchiha Han. Then he became solid. Kamui. A terrifying, fierce suction force erupted from his right eye like a vortex. Uchiha Han's body began to twist under the influence of this powerful suction. This Kamui is indeed quite formidable. Uchiha Han frowned. He didn't expect Obito's Kamui to pose a threat to his armor. Uchiha Han had been very confident in the defensive power of his armor. However, upon personally experiencing the terrifying twisting force of Kamui, he realized that his armor seemed somewhat unstable in the face of it. If he let Obito suck him in without resistance, his armor might really disintegrate. But how could Uchiha Han not resist? Uchiha Han's mind moved, and the five elements power within him began to operate rapidly. Earth element power. With the immense chakra within him as a guide, a thick barrier formed beneath his feet in an instant, isolating Uchiha Han from the masked man. At this moment, Uchiha Han's mouth curled up slightly. In fact, with his reaction speed, it would be very easy for him to dodge Obito's Kamui range. The reason Uchiha Han deliberately exposed this flaw was naturally to lure Obito into becoming tangible. He wanted to seize this opportunity. Earth Tiger. With a whoosh, a yellow streak of light instantly appeared on the masked man. It was the Earth Tiger. Then the Earth Tiger condensed a massive energy sphere in its mouth, with energy gathering from all around. Oh no! The masked man raised his eyebrows, sensing the terrifying aura that suddenly appeared behind him. It was a trap. Chapter 292. The white mask. The masked man now understood that Uchiha Han must have intentionally exposed this flaw to make himself tangible. However, it was too late for him to turn intangible. Boom! A terrifying wave of light shot out from the Earth Tiger, landing squarely on the masked man's body. Ah! The masked man let out a scream. Then, his right eye activated Kamui again. The masked man's body became intangible and disappeared in the distorted space. Are you guys okay? Uchiha Han hurriedly ran over to Naruto and Gaara. Naruto and Gaara slowly stood up with pained expressions. They had been knocked unconscious in the corner by the shockwave from the masked man. Naruto rubbed his eyes and then fixed his gaze on Uchiha Han. Is that Brother Han? Naruto asked cautiously. How did you recognize me? Uchiha Han smiled, then released the Earth Tiger armor. Brother Han, it really is you. Naruto exclaimed excitedly and dashed into Uchiha Han's embrace. I just recognized your voice. It seemed like Brother Han's. Naruto looked up with a happy face. Gaara, standing nearby, also widened his eyes and cautiously approached. Brother Han, why does your armor look different from the Flame Dragon armor? Naruto quickly asked. This armor, isn't the only kind. Uchiha Han smiled. All right. Uchiha Han stood up, cutting off Naruto's further questioning. You two continue to play. I'll arrange for someone to protect you shortly. Uchiha Han said, then summoned the Earth Tiger again, vanishing in a streak of yellow light. After receiving the news, Tsunade immediately sent more personnel to protect the two. Everyone, that masked man really did sneakily target the Jinchuriki. Tsunade solemnly informed the other 5 Kage and the 3 ships. Everyone instantly fell into a brief silence. Wait a minute. Are you saying Uchiha Han drove away that mysterious masked man? Inoki squinted at Tsunade, questioning her with a tone that seemed less than favorable. What? Is that not acceptable? Tsunade also couldn't stand this old man. That mysterious masked man's abilities are extremely bizarre. Even I am at a loss. Do you think a teenager can defeat him? That's a joke. Inoki snorted coldly. He certainly didn't believe it. How is that not possible? Didn't you also fail to defeat that black armor? Tsunade slammed her hand on the table again. Inoki was momentarily speechless. It was hard to refute that statement. What the Hokage said does make sense. The Raikage nodded. His mood improved a lot, because just a moment ago, the Cloud Village had found Killer Bee. It turned out that Killer Bee had used his 8 Tails clones to confuse the Akatsuki members. In reality, Killer Bee had taken this opportunity to sneak out of the village. He had been enjoying himself outside for quite some time. Only when he discovered that the 4th Great Ninja War had broken out did he feel a bit guilty and sneak back into the Cloud Village. The Raikage was angry, but also relieved. Now, he had the time and mood to tease Inoki. Speaking of which, Suchikage, why do I feel like you keep projecting your personal emotions onto a teenager? It wouldn't be because you lost to that black armor and therefore have a strong aversion to Uchiha Han, who has a similar armor, would it? The Raikage crossed his arms, looking like he was enjoying the drama. Meanwhile, Raza also saw the opportunity to speak. I think Uchiha Han's armor might not be weaker than that black armor. So, it's not impossible for him to drive away that mysterious masked man. Raza said slowly. Upon hearing Raza's words, Inoki immediately became angry. Wind Shadow, don't artificially elevate his strength just because you lost to that brat. Inoki said coldly. Raza's face turned red immediately. His intention had been seen through by Inoki. Raza felt a bit embarrassed. After all, he was someone who could sit in the position of Wind Shadow. So he naturally had thick skin. He cleared his throat twice and returned to normal. All right, everyone, Sanbei said with a worried expression, unable to help but stand up as a peacemaker again. They had clearly already formed the ninja allied forces. Couldn't they negotiate peacefully? As a long-standing neutral country, Sam seems to be a bit out of touch with reality. Fine, I'll temporarily believe that Uchiha Han managed to repel the mysterious masked man. Left with no choice, Inoki had to make concessions. However, he still looked down on it in his heart. It was one thing for a black-armored figure to stand against him. But how could a teenager possibly be above him? Do you think you're the reincarnation of Uchiha Madara? Inoki thought about it, and decided he would find an opportunity to deal with this later. He had to vent his anger at these 2 individuals, one in black armor and the other a blue giant with crimson eyes. They could be considered the most detestable people in his life. Coincidentally, Uchiha Han had intricate connections with these 2. Inoki snapped back to reality and focused his gaze ahead. In that case, the Akatsuki organization was no longer to be feared. He ordered all units to accelerate and completely wipe out the White Zetsu army. Everyone nodded in agreement. Huff, huff, huff. Obito slumped on a stone chair, a pained expression on his face. He held the shattered pieces of the vortex mask in his left hand. Zetsu stood beside him, a mix of shock and worry on his face. He did not expect that Obito, possessing the Rinnegan, could suffer such a significant loss at the hands of that mysterious armored figure. He didn't anticipate that this armor would be so troublesome. I was too careless. Obito slowly raised his head, his right hand covering his torn chest. One black, one blue, and now another yellow and white armor appeared. Moreover, each one was formidable. That yellow armor even dared to challenge me. Obito's eyes were filled with a fierce glint, feeling extremely frustrated. Why are all these armors popping up to oppose him? Immediately have Orochimaru bring forth the Edo Tensei army. Obito said fiercely, tossing the fragments of the vortex mask aside. All right, I'll go urge him. Zetsu quickly replied, his body swiftly sinking into the ground. Wait, Obito suddenly called out to him. Zetsu paused and looked at Obito. Obito slowly stood up and walked over to a few clothing racks behind him, if they could still be called clothing racks. Obito took off his tattered Akatsuki cloak and changed into a black and purple outfit. Then he put on a white vortex mask. Obito slowly turned around, his gaze sharp and piercing like an eagle, shooting out from beneath the mask. Have that guy brought back with Edo Tensei as well. Chapter 293. Edo Tensei Army. With the white Zetsu's camouflage technique resolved, the various major forces continued to advance. And the few Edo Tensei ninjas that Kakashi encountered earlier were not taken seriously by anyone. The five Kage began to lower their guard. At Tsunade's suggestion, the five Kage, along with Samb and their respective bodyguards, began to play a game of killing in the ninja world. Cough, cough. I think this ISNT too good. Yuan Shi coughed a few times, the corner of his eye twitching. Roll, roll, roll. You only say it ISNT good when you're about to run out of health. Tsunade said irritably, then immediately pulled out a kill card and threw it directly in front of him. Yuan Shi's old face stiffened instantly. Cough, cough. Yuan Shi glanced at Terumi Mei beside him, since he only had a little chakra left and couldn't dodge. Terumi Mei shook her head helplessly. Sigh. Yuan Shi sighed helplessly and flipped over his identity card. He. So he is a rogue ninja. Tsunade exclaimed joyfully, quickly placing her hand on the stack of cards. Yuan Shi's expression was not good. He was actually the first to be eliminated. Truly disheartening. Yuan Shi cursed and walked out. Get some fresh air. Continue. Tsunade said, beaming. She now had the best equipment cards and health on the field, giving her the highest chance of winning. Therefore, Tsunade was particularly excited at this moment. However, at that moment, the command center suddenly received news. Everyone frowned and immediately put down their cards. What? So many Edo Tensei ninjas. Everyone was shocked. In an instant, the atmosphere in the room dropped to an all-time low. Yuan Shi also returned to his seat, looking distressed. He never expected there would be so many. Noki was somewhat surprised. On the front lines, various forces encountered a large number of Edo Tensei ninjas. Moreover, many of them were once famous ninjas in the ninja world. What did the command center say? According to the intelligence analysis from the front lines, these Edo Tensei ninjas cannot be killed with conventional attacks, so it is recommended to use sealing techniques. Then immediately mobilize all sealing squads to rush to the battlefield with full force. The five Kage quickly made a decision. The command center also issued orders to all locations. Various battlefields. Is it the Akatsuki organization? That guy in yellow looks a bit familiar. Seems like Teacher Moon. In an instant, the various forces encountered the Edo Tensei army, erupting in waves of exclamations. There was excitement and joy, but also fear. First Division battlefield. On a stone pillar, three fierce figures slowly appeared above. Everyone was embroiled in a chaotic battle with the Edo Tensei ninjas in front of them. Fortunately, those Edo Tensei ninjas were not particularly strong, and soon fell into a disadvantage against the overwhelming numbers. Look at the forehead protectors, they all seem to be from one unit. Indeed, but their clothing can still be clearly distinguished as coming from different villages. So, did they form a coalition? This was somewhat unexpected. The three standing on the stone pillar looked down at the ninja coalition below with great interest. The three had very different appearances and builds. One was a long-haired, muscular man, appearing rugged and bold. The second was a man completely wrapped in bandages, with slender limbs. Lastly, there was a man without eyebrows, sporting a mustache. At this moment, the ninja coalition below finally noticed the three figures. That is, Yukitsu raised his head, carefully scrutinizing the three figures. His gaze finally landed on the man entirely wrapped in bandages. That is, the second Tsuchikage Lord M. Yukitsu could not calm the shock within him. But more than that, it was fear. He never expected that even the second Tsuchikage had been brought back with Edo Tensei. Yukitsu muttered to himself. Then he looked at the two people beside him. Who are the two people next to you? Do any of you recognize them? Yukitsu asked the ninjas behind him. Everyone stared for a long time before a few voices hesitantly came through. It seems like it's Lord Third Reikage. That one without eyebrows seems to be Lord Second Mizukage. Several mist and cloud ninjas confirmed repeatedly before saying. Upon hearing this, Yukitsu's heart sank. These three individuals were all once powerful figures in the ninja world. He was definitely most familiar with the reputation of his own Tsuchikage, but the other two were equally renowned. Quickly notify the command center and the five Kage. Yukitsu hurriedly told the ninja responsible for communication. Understood. Virtual combat room. Uchiha-han had been battling with Shin Uchiha day and night. Tired but happy, because Uchiha-han knew that his compatibility was increasing. With a compatibility of 60%, the Imperial armor can be unlocked. Anyone would be excited and unable to sleep, right? Shinshan Shinja calmed down and took a deep breath. Uchiha-han also settled down, adjusting his fluctuating breathing. With a thought, Uchiha-han exited the virtual combat room. He checked his information panel. Name, Uchiha-han. Chakra, 4711, Shadow, 5000. Three Tails Chakra, 1000. One Tail Chakra. Two Tails Chakra. Four Tails Chakra. Five Tails Chakra. Ninjutsu, 703. Taijutsu, 798. Jinjutsu, 713. Master Ninjutsu. Great Fireball Technique, Phoenix Fire Technique, Shadow Clone Technique, Gale Palm, Great Breakthrough. This place is not Naraka Path Technique, Water Chaos Wave, Water Bullets, Lightning Flow Blade. Bloodline Limit, Sharingan, 3 Tomo. Unlock Armor, Flame Dragon Armor, 60 Compatibility. Wind Eagle Armor, 59 Compatibility. Black Rhino Armor, 59 Compatibility. Earth Tiger Armor, 60 Compatibility. Snow Mastiff Armor, 60. The compatibility of the Wind Eagle Armor and Black Rhino Armor has reached 59. Uchiha Han couldn't help but feel extremely excited. Calm down, calm down. Uchiha Han chanted to himself, trying to cool down. If nothing goes wrong, tomorrow he would be able to unlock the Imperial Armor. Excitement and thrill shone in Uchiha Han's eyes, impossible to hide. Chapter 294, The Solitary Legend, Uchiha Madara. On the battlefield of the 4th Division, Fugaku, as the captain, led Itachi, Yamato, and other ninjas to fight against the army of Edo Tensei. Their opponents were members of the Akatsuki organization who were resurrected through Edo Tensei: Scorpion, Kisame Hashigaki, Haiden, Kakazu, Danzo, and Tenzo. It was quite tricky. Fugaku frowned tightly. His Sharingan slowly spun into a kaleidoscope. It's been a long time, Fugaku clan leader. Danzo slowly walked forward, his gaze fixed tightly on Uchiha, Fugaku's eyes. I didn't expect to be given such a big opening right away. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Danzo's expression suddenly became somewhat frenzied. However, it quickly turned despondent. What a pity. Now that I'm dead, this kaleidoscope is of no use. Fugaku stared at him, his expression extremely serious. Although he possessed the kaleidoscope, he dared not let his guard down against Danzo. Moreover, there were other Akatsuki members behind Danzo. Each of them had extremely powerful and bizarre abilities. Lord Danzo, we will let you rest in peace. At this moment, Yamato stepped forward, his face solemn. Shameless. Danzo looked at Yamato and sneered disdainfully. Have you grown wings after a few years? What a joke. Danzo seemed a little angry. He immediately released a massive vacuum sphere. Wind style, vacuum great sphere. Boom. A huge wooden wall shot up from the ground. Danzo's vacuum sphere appeared so insignificant in front of this wooden wall. What? Danzo was suddenly shocked. He didn't expect Yamato's would release to have improved to this extent. Dust flew up. After it dissipated, Yamato slowly opened his eyes. He saw 2 dark shadows at the corners of his eyes. At the same time, Itachi stood beside Yamato, suddenly opening his eyes, the scarlet kaleidoscope emitting an eerie glow. I didn't expect even Lord Mu to be resurrected through Edo Tensei. The Akatsuki organization is truly despicable. I must teach them a good lesson. Inoki angrily slammed his hand on the table. The second Tsuchikage Mu was someone Inoki held in the highest respect. Inoki planned to head to the front lines. Everyone, I will take my leave. After saying that, Inoki walked out of the room. At this moment, Gama also said to Terumi, May beside him, you should go with Lord Tsuchikage. Okay. Terumi May nodded and turned to leave. In the pitch-black cave, Yakushi Kabuto sensed the battlefield in all directions. A slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. What a pleasant surprise. Behind him stood a massive coffin, which exuded a strong aura. However, since they're urging, let's surprise them a bit earlier. I hope they won't be too angry then. Yakushi Kabuto smiled sinisterly, then formed hand seals, and the giant coffin sank into the ground. Oh dear, this is going to be fun. Yakushi Kabuto watched the dark chessboard in front of him with excitement. He then picked up a chess piece from the side and gently placed it in the center of the chessboard. I didn't expect this war to end in my hands. How thrilling, Yakushi Kabuto murmured. The ninja allied forces fell into chaos once again. Fortunately, the sealing team arrived in time at various battlefields. Under the unified command of the command center, they steadily sealed one Edo Tensei ninja after another. Hoof, hoof, hoof. Inoki was panting heavily, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Inoki, you are getting old. Mu floated in midair, looking down at Inoki on the ground. Seeing his most proud disciple age and weaken with the passage of time, Mu felt somewhat melancholic. But at the same time, he also felt a sense of pride. Proud that Inoki's performance far exceeded his expectations. In such an aging body, he could still unleash power not weaker than his own. Moreover, he had developed his own unique insights into dust release. Indeed, entrusting the village to you was an incredibly wise decision. Mu said slowly, "Thank you for the compliment." Inoki took a deep breath and slowly floated up. "However, Lord Mu, this time I must seal you myself." Determination shone in Inoki's eyes. "Good, then don't let me down," Mu said with satisfaction. At this moment, with the cooperation of Inoki and Terumi Mei, they barely managed to control the second Mizukichi. However, the third Reikage side was a bit tricky. The Edo Tensei body is immortal and unkillable. With infinite chakra, the other ninjas cannot use rotational tactics to exhaust him. However, at that moment, the second Tsuchikage Mu suddenly shuddered. Mu's eyes instantly lost their brilliance. "This is..." Inoki frowned, thinking what kind of change had occurred this time. He didn't dare to be careless and immediately released dust release. Boom! The position of the second Tsuchikage was instantly obliterated. However, Mu's body had long since disappeared from its original place. Similarly, the third Reikage also jumped back. The two figures appeared on that stone pillar. Their eyes had both turned pitch black. What is going on? Everyone frowned, looking at this scene with confusion. Although they didn't know what had happened, they all had a premonition. What was going to happen next would definitely not be simple. First, seal the second Mizukichi. Terumi Mei said, "No matter what, it's better to eliminate one person first." Yes, the sealing team rushed up and quickly sealed the controlled second Mizukichi. Summoning technique. With blank eyes and a dazed expression, he pointed to the ground. Summoning technique. A huge coffin slowly emerged from behind him. This is... Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the coffin. Without a doubt, the being inside this coffin was even more powerful than the three deceased Kages. But these three Kages were already at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Who could be stronger than them? Bang! The coffin lid was instantly kicked away. As the dust settled, a figure walked out of the coffin. Edo Tensei? The figure made a somewhat puzzled sound, seeming quite surprised. What is Nagato doing? Then, he let out a voice that seemed somewhat angry. As the dust cleared, his figure was finally fully revealed to the allied shinobi forces. "Who is this guy? Do you know him?" "No, I don't think I've seen him before." "I don't know either, but looking at his armor, it seems like it's from the Warring States period." The crowd murmured. However, no one could name this person. Yet, Naka's gaze was firmly fixed on that figure, his face filled with shock. That is... Terumi Mei and Ao quickly asked, "Lord Tsuchikage, do you know this guy?" However, Noki was already in a state of immense shock, his body stiffening. Sweat poured from his forehead, instantly soaking his collar, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. "He is Uchiha Madara." As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings fell into dead silence. Terumi Mei and Ao's faces turned as shocked and fearful as Naka's. The legendary solitary figure, Uchiha Madara. It was quite interesting that he wore a unified forehead protector. Uchiha Madara, with a proud expression on his face, crossed his arms and casually scanned the crowd below. Then, he looked at the two people beside him. "You, hiding behind like a rat, who are you?" My body moved a bit stiffly. A voice came from within. "Since I'm hiding in the dark, I wouldn't speak even if you asked, my lord. But, are you satisfied with my ninjutsu? After all, the Edo Tensei body puts you in your prime." The voice sounded somewhat excited. However, upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara glanced at him, his gaze filled with disdain and indifference. "Have you ever seen me in my prime?" "No. So please let me witness the power of the Uchiha legend." Uchiha Madara turned his head, looking down at the allied shinobi forces. Then he leaped down. "All right." Uchiha Madara cracked his knuckles, stretched his joints, and slowly stepped forward. "Just me, brothers, charge." Someone shouted and rushed out. Then, the entire allied shinobi forces surged toward Uchiha Madara. One person, 10,000 people. Virtual combat room. If they don't move, I won't move. If they move slightly, I'll be the first to arrive. The latter strikes first, the former punches first. If they are calm, I am chaotic. If they are chaotic, I am calm. Use chaos and stillness. Use stillness and chaos. Be mindful in thought. Do not let the form be lost. If intent is lost, victory is not guaranteed. Elbows close to ribs, hands close to heart. Rise like a steel file, fall like a hook. Intent emanates, spirit follows. After an unknown amount of time, Uchiha Han's consciousness gradually regained clarity from the chaos. He let out a long breath. Looking around again, it was a void. However, Uchiha Han could feel that both his spirit and body had undergone great changes. This change made his perception of the world more profound. He felt a closer connection with the natural world. This feeling, is it the unity of man and nature? Strange, where is the God Mountain Heartmaster? Uchiha Han looked around, but did not find the figure of the Heartmaster. So strange. In the past, when I fell into enlightenment, the Heartmaster would always wait for me here. But this time it was different. Forget it. Since he isn't here, I won't practice today. Uchiha Han murmured, then closed his eyes and exited the virtual combat room. However, at that moment, a mechanical voice sounded in Uchiha Han's ear. Congratulations, host, for increasing the compatibility of the 5-element armor to 60%. Successfully unlocked. Emperor's armor. 60%? Uchiha Han was taken aback. So that's it. Then, Uchiha Han realized that the system had just indicated the successful unlocking of the Emperor's armor, not some trial for it. Check my information panel. Name, Uchiha Han. Chakra, 4724, Shadow 5000. 3 Tails Chakra, 1000. 1 Tail Chakra. 2 Tails Chakra. 4 Tails Chakra. 5 Tails Chakra. Ninjutsu, 709. Taijutsu, 811. Jinjutsu, 719. Master Ninjutsu, Fireball Jutsu, Phoenix Fire Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu, Gale Palm, Great Breakthrough. This place is not Jutsu. Nariku's Vision, Water Chaos Wave, Water Bullets, Lightning Flow Blade. Bloodline Limit, Sharingan, 3 Tomo. Unlocked Armors, Flame Dragon Armor, Compatibility 60%. Wind Eagle Armor, Compatibility 60%. Black Rhino Armor, Compatibility 60%. Earth Tiger Armor, Compatibility 60%. Snow Mastiff Armor, Compatibility 60%. Emperor's Armor, Compatibility 1%. 1% compatibility for the Emperor's Armor. Uchiha Han's pupils trembled, and in an instant, he was filled with extreme excitement. It felt as if he were floating in the clouds. That most wonderful excitement and pleasure flooded his entire body. 14 years. I finally unlocked the Emperor's Armor. Uchiha Han got up and kicked open the door. The dazzling sunlight directly illuminated Uchiha Han. Uchiha Han took a deep breath. Then he stretched. Let me feel the power of the Emperor's Armor. Uchiha Han murmured. Then, with a thought, an indescribable aura of energy appeared within him, giving him an incredibly majestic and powerful feeling, as if a mortal were facing the might of the heavenly way. Emperor's Armor. Merge! Uchiha Han shouted. Boom! In an instant, Uchiha Han seemed to hear a rumble. It came from all directions from the entire world. It felt as if all things in the universe were resonating in harmony for him, like soldiers celebrating the ascension of an emperor. In that moment, Uchiha Han felt a surge of energy flooding in from all around, instantly filling his body. In the blink of an eye, every cell in his body was infused with a powerful force. The heavens and earth stirred with winds and clouds. The sun became extremely intense at a certain moment, blinding like the light produced at the moment of an explosion. The energies of heaven and earth converged. Sunlight swept over Uchiha Han's body. A majestic golden armor, like that of an emperor, attached itself to Uchiha Han. Emperor's Armor. Merge. Chapter 296. Heavenly Barrier shocks the stars. Emperor's Armor. Merge. This omnipotent power once again filled his body. It was such a long-lost feeling. Uchiha Han felt incredibly excited. He quickly took a deep breath to calm himself down. Then he silently felt the power within him. As Uchiha Han had anticipated, the current Emperor's Armor was much weaker than the previous experience card. A compatibility of 1% compared to 50% was not simply a 50-fold difference. It should be closer to a difference of 2 to the 50th power. Therefore, Uchiha Han was initially worried that the Emperor's Armor with 1% compatibility would be much weaker than the Flame Dragon Armor with 60% compatibility. However, Uchiha Han soon realized that his worries were unfounded. Although there was a 59% difference in compatibility, the Emperor's Armor was ultimately still the Emperor's Armor. It was on a higher level than the 5 Elements Armor. This was a qualitative difference, not something that a multiplicative increase in strength could compensate for. The Emperor's Armor encompassed the power of all things, while the power of the 5 Elements Armor was merely one of the many contained within it. Thus, even with a 1% compatibility, the Emperor's Armor was still above the 5 Flame Dragon Armors. Crack! Uchiha Han clenched his fists. The vast and mighty power within him surged, seeking an outlet. Uchiha Han slowly raised his head. Under the bright sunlight, the sky was clear, like a spotlight. It shone down on Uchiha Han. Looking towards the battlefield, Uchiha Han seemed to sense the waves of varying strengths. Because of my arrival, so many changes have occurred in the ninja world. The 4th Great Ninja War has also been advanced, and Naruto and Sasuke have not yet grown. Then this time, it can only be me who becomes the savior of this world, Uchiha Han murmured. He then stepped forward. Yet, with this light step, Uchiha Han's body instantly vanished. On the front lines of the battlefield, Uchiha Madara's gaze was indifferent, with countless bodies of the ninja alliance lying beneath him. Looking at the disheveled Inoki and others not far away, Uchiha Madara slowly spoke. Ninja these days really are getting weaker. His tone was full of disdain and indifference, embodying the disregard and coldness of a high-ranking individual towards the weak. This was quite normal. After all, he was Uchiha Madara. Besides Senju Hashirama, who else did he ever take seriously? Then, Uchiha Madara scanned the surroundings. Although countless bodies lay beneath him, the number of ninja alliance members was simply too great. Too many ants can indeed be quite bothersome, Uchiha Madara said somewhat impatiently. Although the body of the reincarnated is an infinite chakra body, it still requires a lot of time to kill everyone. Such monotonous, one-sided slaughter did not interest Uchiha Madara much. Then, let's solve this all at once, Uchiha Madara said coldly, tightening his grip, raising his index and middle fingers. The Rinnegan instantly emitted a soul-stirring aura. At the same time, the chakra within Uchiha Madara erupted, forming substantial streams of energy that blew his armor and hair into a wild dance. This is... Inoki's brows furrowed, and his heart instantly sank. He sensed the terrifying aura emanating from Uchiha Madara. This must be an incredibly powerful technique. However, after several seconds, there was still no movement. Inoki couldn't help but feel puzzled. At the same time, his unease deepened. But just a moment later, Inoki sensed something was amiss. It seemed that something was appearing above him. Inoki looked up. In an instant, his expression froze, and his body became completely rigid. Soon, everyone else also looked up. It can't be real, a ninja murmured with a vacant gaze, his eyes unfocused. At that moment, he couldn't even muster the emotion of fear. Clang! The kunai in his hand fell to the ground. How can we fight now? This is no longer the power of a human, right? At once, the morale of the entire ninja alliance plummeted. They couldn't even summon a thought of resistance. The clouds above suddenly parted as if something heavy had struck from above. A massive shadow instantly enveloped the entire battlefield, making it hard for everyone to breathe. The clouds gradually dispersed, revealing a gigantic meteorite from within. Inoki's dazed gaze suddenly refocused, with determination flickering in his eyes. Now he was the Tsuchikage. He was no longer the trembling little boy who stood before Uchiha Madara. Behind him was the entire ninja alliance. He had to shoulder the responsibilities of being one of the 5 Kage. If he lost confidence, how could this war be fought? How could they win? He couldn't fall here. Lightweight rock technique. Inoki immediately flew up, his palms thrusting upward with all his might against the bottom of the meteorite. The lightweight rock technique can significantly reduce the weight of an object. However, this was still a meteorite. No matter how much it was lightened, it was still beyond human capability to contend with. Several dark veins bulged on Inoki's wrinkled face as he exerted all his strength. However, the gigantic meteorite showed no signs of being affected by Inoki's utmost effort. Earth release, stone pillar. Gritting his teeth, Inoki slammed both palms on the ground. His chakra spilled forth, and 4 massive stone pillars rose from beneath his feet, supporting the meteorite. Seeing this, many of the ninjas, whose legs had turned to jelly, regained clarity. Looking at the figure beneath the meteorite, everyone felt a tremor in their hearts. They regained their fighting spirit and began to cast ninjutsu to resist. Finally, with everyone's efforts, the enormous meteorite noticeably slowed its descent. Inoki felt a surge of joy in his heart. At last, they had managed to hold off the meteorite. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Although the shadow above them covered them all, it ultimately stopped, no longer advancing. A sense of joy at having survived a disaster appeared on everyone's faces, as if they had already achieved victory in the war. Uchiha Madara chuckled lightly, a playful smile appearing on his face. You little balancing scale. So how will you handle this second one? Above the clouds, atop the massive meteorite, another even larger meteorite suddenly plummeted down. Bang! The smile on Naka's face instantly froze. Then, the hands he had raised above his head seemed to be struck by a heavy blow. An indescribable immense force came from above. Not only that, but the countless stone pillars created by Inoki and the other ninjas also instantly appeared with numerous cracks. Boom! A loud noise echoed. The meteorite, which had been held in place, suddenly fell at an incredible speed. The tremendous impact engulfed everyone. The entire battlefield was instantly flattened. Chapter 297. The Worried Command Center Boom. In the battlefield of the 3rd Unit, Deidara, riding on his clay owl, happily released clay birds and clay spiders down below. Wherever he went, explosions erupted. Perhaps due to Uchiha Han's influence, Deidara did not leave the village as he did in the original story. Since Noki was defeated by Uchiha Han, he had devoted himself wholeheartedly to the war and maintaining his prestige. Deidara was left in a corner of the village without further supervision, which allowed him to unleash his explosive talents without restraint. The third unit had the fewest ninjas among the several units. So, Noki transferred Deidara over. After all, his explosions had extraordinary effects in war, and Deidara could finally showcase his abilities. These past few days, he had been tirelessly creating clay bombs day and night. He had lost count of how many clay birds and clay spiders he had stockpiled. This kid was indeed quite impressive. A group of ninjas in the back stood watching Deidara's solo performance. As each small white point fell, fierce explosions erupted on the ground. The White Zetsu army suffered heavy losses under Deidara's explosions. Similarly, the reanimated army of the dirt had no particularly strong ninjas. Moreover, they did not have any ninjas with aerial capabilities. Faced with Deidara flying high on his clay owl, they were helpless. This kid is really annoying. Can someone take him down for me? The reanimated ninjas, constantly crushed and then reformed, angrily shouted. They kept getting blown up, then revived, only to be blown up again. Although the dirt reanimation made them immortal, they could not withstand the impact of the explosions. As a result, they couldn't launch any attacks. I can't take it anymore. I don't want to be revived anymore. Just blow me up already. Some began to break down. After struggling to be revived once, they had hoped to enjoy themselves, but instead, they were tortured like this. It would have been better not to be revived. These guys seemed to be unable to endure the torment. Meanwhile, the Ninja Alliance watched the spectacle with glee. There was no way around it. Deidara's explosion range was too vast. If they rushed in, they would also be indiscriminately attacked. Plus, with Deidara alone relying on countless clay bombs, he had trapped the White Zetsu army and the reanimated ninjas. They were quite pleased to be idle. Woo! Deidara, riding on his clay owl, wore an excited smile. At this moment, he felt incredibly pleased. The last time he felt this way was when he secretly blew up a bunker with his brother from the North Sea. At this time, the command center had already learned of the situation on the desert battlefield. Ao walked gravely to Kakuzu. He never expected that even the legendary Uchiha Madara had been reanimated. This guy's strength is truly terrifying. Ao couldn't help but exclaim. Then, seeing Kakuzu with a worried frown lost in thought, Ao asked, "What should we do now? How do we deal with this Uchiha Madara?" Kakuzu pondered for a long time and finally could only shake his head helplessly, letting out a deep sigh as he said, "I don't know." However, the other 5 Kage have already gone to confront him. Uchiha Madara can only be left to the 5 Kage. At that moment, Kakuzu suddenly thought of something and sharply turned to Yamashiro Kai. "Kai, have you found the traces of those 2 armors?" Yamashiro Kai shook his head and said no. Earlier, Uchiha Han's 2 clones helped them resolve White Zetsu's disguise technique. Then they immediately disappeared. Kakuzu immediately instructed Yamashiro Kai to keep an eye on their traces. However, unfortunately, the traces of the armors were not something they could sense. "Are there any problems with those 2 armors?" Ao asked, somewhat puzzled. Although he also felt that the 2 who suddenly appeared to help them and then suddenly disappeared were very mysterious. Why was Kakuzu placing so much importance on them at this time? Shouldn't all their energy be focused on how to defeat Uchiha Madara? No. Kakuzu shook his head. "I just feel that even with the combined efforts of the 5 Kage, the legendary Uchiha Madara would not have a particularly high chance of winning. Moreover, let's not forget that the masked man behind the Akatsuki organization has yet to appear on the front lines." Upon hearing this, Ao frowned. "You underestimate the 5 Kage too much, don't you? Even if it's Uchiha Madara, facing the combined forces of the 5 Kage, he probably wouldn't gain any advantage, right?" Kakuzu shook his head. Slowly, he took out a document. "This is an urgent report sent by the Uchiha clan leader. It states that Uchiha Madara possesses the legendary 3rd power, Susanoo." Susanoo? Ao furrowed his brows in confusion and took the document to read. Suddenly, his exposed pupil trembled violently. This is too abnormal." Ao couldn't believe it. Kakuzu slowly patted his shoulder. At such a time, clan leader Fugaku wouldn't joke about this. Kakuzu said helplessly. He also hoped that this wasn't true. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku had records of Susanoo within the clan. However, since very few had activated it before, the only detailed record was of Uchiha Madara. Therefore, Fugaku also didn't know how Susanoo was activated. Otherwise, he would have tried to activate it a long time ago. However, If Fugaku had been able to use his Sharingan a few times over the years, he might have already been able to activate it. Looking at the document's brief description of Susanoo, terrifying attack power, terrifying defense power, which could almost nullify all ninjutsu attacks. Ao lost confidence in an instant. I also informed the 5 Kage about the situation, hoping they could be more cautious. Kakuza murmured. He pondered for a moment, then slowly raised his head, his eyes shining with a glimmer of brilliance. However, I suddenly feel that the armors that appeared out of nowhere might. Chapter 298. The gathering of the 5 Kage, the debris, slowly gathered and transformed back into the form of Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara still held his arms crossed, looking indifferently at the chaos below. There were a few stubborn ants. Uchiha Madara said lightly. Suddenly, he raised an eyebrow, but then relaxed again. More ants have come. But what use is that? Uchiha Madara glanced over. As the dust slowly settled, Naka's small figure struggled to rise. Beside him, Terumi Noki and others also stood up one after another, their faces and bodies covered in wounds and injuries, looking extremely disheveled. In the entire battlefield, only a few of them survived beneath the 2 meteorites. Looking at everything around them, Inoki and the others felt a sense of desolation. The gap was indeed too great. Inoki slowly raised his head and looked at the figure standing high on the stone pillar in the distance, feeling somewhat lost. Could he really defeat Uchiha Madara? Suchikage. Tsunade seemed to want to say something. However, Inoki did not let her speak. You all go first. Huang Tu and Tsunade were taken aback. You have no resistance against Uchiha Madara, Inoki said. Tsunade and Huang Tu clenched their fists unwillingly. Inoki was right. They were indeed too weak in front of Uchiha Madara. Moreover, even Inoki was not his opponent. You're right, you all should go back, that Suchikage said. At this moment, Reikage, Tsunade, Gunma, and Rashi rushed over. We'll take it from here, Tsunade said. Tsunade, you all retreat first, Gunma also spoke. Thus, Tsunade and Huang Tu cautiously left. Interesting, Uchiha Madara squinted his eyes, observing the 5 people below with great interest. Uchiha Madara is too powerful. Everyone must be careful, Inoki said solemnly. We know. However, Inoki, don't be too pessimistic. After all, we are the 5 Kage. Tsunade and Reikage had already begun to move their joints, looking somewhat excited. Inoki couldn't help but smile slightly. Yes, we're the 5 Kage. At that moment, the fighting spirit that had been dormant in Inoki reignited. Haha, Gunma beside him laughed. He originally had no intention of becoming the Mizukage. It seems that I have to solidify my position as Mizukage when I return. Otherwise, it would be somewhat anticlimactic. Gunma stroked his beard and smiled. After all, he was already the actual controller of the Mist Village. Having the title of Mizukage was inconsequential. Very well. Inoki slowly floated back up, just slightly higher than Reikage. Let Uchiha Madara see the power of the 5 Kage. At that moment, Inoki regained his confidence. In this atmosphere, the 5 of them felt a long-lost surge of blood and passion. This moment made them feel as if they had returned to their youthful days of fervor. The 5 of them emitted sharp gazes. At this moment, they were no longer the high-ranking figures from before, casting aside their previous airs, resembling 5 warriors fighting desperately. TCH. Uchiha Madara sneered disdainfully upon seeing this. The 5 Kage? Uchiha Madara looked down on them. In the past, among the first generation of the 5 Kage, except for Hashirama Senju, the other 4 were merely ants in his eyes. Even the later second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, was the same. The 5 Kage, just a few slightly larger ants. But to Uchiha Madara, there was no difference. With a single step, he could easily crush them. Very well. I'll play with you for a while, stretch my muscles. Uchiha Madara stepped out and leaped down from the stone pillar. Madara, since you're dead, don't interfere in the affairs of the living. Tsunade shouted. TCH, dead? Living? Uchiha Madara smirked slightly. In a moment, it will be hard to say who is dead and who is alive. Everyone must be careful. This enemy is not to be underestimated. Do not hold back or conceal your strengths. Inoki said gravely. Understood. The other 4 nodded. Then, everyone's chakra began to circulate rapidly. Reikage's body was surrounded by intertwining currents of electricity, like snakes coiling around him. Rashi had golden sand rising from his feet, swirling around him. Genma's serpent-shaped staff thrust down, and a stream of water appeared out of nowhere, wrapping around him. Tsunade focused her mind, circulating chakra, and several thick black lines appeared on her face. Inoki held his hands, his body becoming as light as paper, floating in midair. The 5 Kage, Uchiha Madara straightened his body, his gaze sweeping over the 5 who were ready to strike. Oomph. Don't disappoint me. At this moment, the 5 Kage moved. Tsunade charged forward first, a massive force gathering on her right fist. Reikige's right hand was tightly clenched, crackling with electricity flowing through it. The two attacked Uchiha Madara from left and right. It was foreseeable that if this punch landed, it could almost destroy a small mountain. Similarly, Inoki gathered both hands in front of him. Dust release. Gamar raised his staff, and the stream of water rapidly spun, transforming into a huge water dragon that surged toward Uchiha Madara with overwhelming force. TCH, Uchiha Madara sneered, looking at the four approaching him with extreme disdain. These tricks are nothing. Uchiha Madara only needed to make a slight move to know the limits of the 5 Kage. Just when Uchiha Madara planned to retreat and dodge the attacks, something suddenly grabbed his ankle. Uchiha Madara looked down and saw two giant sand arms emerging from the ground, gripping his foot. It was Rashi's sand. It turned out that the previous overwhelming attack from the four was to attract Uchiha Madara's attention. Then, they took the opportunity for Rashi to control Uchiha Madara's movements, allowing their attacks to have a greater chance of succeeding. The 5 Kage were overjoyed. Indeed, even against a powerful enemy like Uchiha Madara, under their combined efforts, he could only fail. TCH, do you think this little trick can control me? The smirk on Uchiha Madara's face vanished, replaced by his usual indifference and coldness. Just as the attacks from the 4 Kage were about to hit, Uchiha Madara suddenly raised his hand. Then, blue skeletal structures appeared around him. Susanoo First Form. Chapter 299. Despair of the 5 Kage Susanoo First Form. The skeletal structure enveloping Uchiha Madara glinted as his eyes sharpened. Instantly, a giant skeletal hand formed and directly struck back the 4 Kage. Is this the legendary Susanoo? Tsunade murmured as she watched the blue skeletal structure forming around Uchiha Madara. If it weren't for the intelligence provided by Fugaku, she wouldn't have known that the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit could possess such powerful abilities. No wonder someone like Uchiha Madara could arise. The 5 Kage frowned. Although Susanoo's defensive power was remarkable, it wasn't he that they had no chance to break through his defense. Reikage said while rolling up his sleeves, looking ready for a fight. All right, Tsunade nodded. Among the 5 Kage, in terms of pure offensive power, Tsunade, Reikage, and Inoki were definitely the strongest. So even without much discussion, the 5 had already made their decision in their hearts. Tsunade, Reikage, and Inoki would take the lead in the offensive, while Rashi and Gunma would focus on restricting Uchiha Madara's movements and diverting his attention. 3 attackers and 2 supporters. The 5 Kage charged forward once again. After a fierce battle, Inoki's dust release successfully created a breach in the Susanoo. Meanwhile, Reikage and Tsunade managed to shatter the skeleton. After all, it was only the first form of Susanoo, which was indeed insufficient against ninja of the Kage level. Uchiha Madara stepped back, lightly brushing off the dust from his body, as if he had just cleaned a room. Don't say we're 5 against 1. That were taking advantage of numbers. Rashi still stood with his arms crossed, maintaining his cold demeanor. Oh, that's true. Uchiha Madara raised an eyebrow and looked at Rashi with interest. Rashi instinctively shivered. After all, you're the 5 Kage. Uchiha Madara murmured, then formed hand seals. He directly created 24 wood clones. At the same time, both Uchiha Madara's main body and the wood clones unleashed the second form of Susanoo, a half-body blue skeletal giant. No, it was 25 half-body blue skeletal giants. Now, it truly was 5 against 1. Uchiha Madara stood on a rock, looking down at the 5. The 5 looked at this scene and instinctively swallowed hard. They had exerted a lot of effort just to barely break Uchiha Madara's skeleton before. The blue skeleton, this time, was clearly much stronger than the previous one. Moreover, the situation had changed from 5 against 1 to 1 against 5. This, a hint of despair, rose in the hearts of the 5 almost simultaneously. Then, more than 20 clones unleashed a massive fire release, surrounding the 5 completely. Jingo was the one among them who excelled at water release. However, even with all his might and chakra, facing this overwhelming sea of flames was ultimately futile. Yet, the more desperate thing was not the flames that were consuming them. Wood release, Flower Tree World. In the sea of fire, a vast forest strangely appeared, enveloping the 5. At the same time, many beautiful flowers bloomed on the giant trees. A fragrant scent spread amidst the raging flames. Why does Madara have wood release? Tsunade exclaimed in disbelief. However, after a while, the 5 noticed their limbs becoming weak and their minds gradually fading. This pollen is problematic, but it was too late for them to realize. They knelt on the ground, supporting themselves with their hands. Chakra rushed through their bodies at high speed, trying to counteract the effects of the pollen. Damn it. I never expected that after all these years, facing Uchiha Madara again, I would still feel this powerless. Inoki felt an overwhelming sense of confusion. Memories of the first time he witnessed Uchiha Madara's power flooded back to his mind. That deep sense of helplessness. But unexpectedly, this time, that feeling enveloped him once again. At that moment, a stone suddenly rolled out of the sea of fire and landed at his feet. Inoki instinctively picked up the stone. This small stone remained unchanged even amidst the raging flames. In a daze, Inoki recalled memories of the past. It was when he was young. The will of stone. A few seconds later, Inoki's hand that held the stone suddenly tightened. When he opened his eyes again, the previous look of confusion had vanished. His gaze regained its former determination. In fact, there was a confidence he had never had before. Inoki slowly stood up, raising both hands. The chakra within him surged once more. Dust release. Limit removal technique. Inoki raised his hand, aiming at the enormous trees surrounding them. A terrifying aura coalesced in his palm. This time, Inoki had reclaimed the original will of stone. The intense firelight illuminated his wrinkled face. However, it appeared so resolute and powerful. Within his small stature, it was as if he held immense strength. On the massive vines, Uchiha Madara sat, propping himself up and looking down. When he saw Inoki stand up again, he was slightly surprised. This little guy, he does have something, although not much. Uchiha Madara murmured. Although he still did not take Inoki seriously, he gave him a very high valuation. After all, in the entire ninja world, there was only that man who could make him take notice. What a pity, you're already dead. The entire ninja world seemed to have become quite boring. This world is not interesting at all. Uchiha Madara felt a sense of melancholy. Memories of that familiar face surfaced in his mind. Leaves danced in the wind. Uchiha Madara plucked a leaf, which had a hole in its center. He slowly held the leaf up to his eyes, looking through the hole. He once was like this. However, what he saw back then was a village full of vitality and prosperity. And now, everywhere his gaze fell, there was only an endless sea of flames. Immediately, Uchiha Madara clenched his fist and threw the leaf away. The leaf drifted slowly, eventually landing in the sea of fire, turning to ashes in an instant. Hashirama, it turns out you were wrong after all. After your death, the wars in the ninja world have never ceased, and the scale of the wars has even become larger. I'm the one who is right. However, at that moment, Uchiha Madara seemed to sense something and suddenly looked in a certain direction. Tremendous Tsunami Slash. Chapter 300. Masked Man? Obito? Tremendous Tsunami Slash. At that moment, a shout echoed across the heavens and the earth. At the same time, a surging wave descended from the sky. Like the collapse of heaven itself, the vast tide fell, extinguishing the sea of fire created by Uchiha Madara in an instant. Uchiha Madara stood up, raised his head, and gazed at the several auras he sensed. 5 more people. Who could it be? Uchiha Madara couldn't help but feel curious. The 5 auras he sensed were each not inferior to the 5 Kage. In fact, they were much stronger than Jengo and Rashi. It should be noted that the 5 Kage already stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Yet suddenly, 5 even more powerful individuals appeared. Even Uchiha Madara couldn't help but feel curious. Likewise, Inoki, who had originally planned to unleash the dust release, limit removal technique with all his might, stopped. The massive waves extinguished the sea of fire completely. The flowers on the trees were also scattered by the impact of the waves. The pollen that filled the air was dispersed. As a result, Tsunade and the others barely regained some strength and struggled to rise. What is happening? The 5 looked around in confusion. However, Inoki looked up. The voice from earlier and this technique felt somewhat familiar. It's that guy. 5 figures descended from the sky, landing in front of the 5 Kage. It was Uchiha Kan's 5 armored clones. Uchiha Kan, Tsunade exclaimed anxiously, looking at the flame dragon armor. Don't worry, Lady Tsunade. The flame dragon armor turned around and said to her, indicating that she need not worry too much. Leave Uchiha Madara to me. Without waiting for Tsunade to respond, the 5 armored figures leaped directly toward Uchiha Madara. They looked at the backs of the 5 armored figures, and the 5 shadows suddenly had serious expressions. Can they defeat Uchiha Obito? Yuan asked. Perhaps it's possible, Inoki said slowly. At this moment, on the battlefield of the 1st Division, Kakashi and the others had almost cleared the White Zetsu army. At the same time, Uchiha Fugaku led a group of Uchiha clan elites to support them. Itachi and Shursui were among them. They had successfully sealed the Akatsuki members brought back by Edo Tensei, and then split into two groups to support other battlefields. Yamato went to another team. However, just as they were about to clear the white Zetsu army, an unexpected change occurred. A vague voice slowly approached from behind the white Zetsu army. That is, Kakashi and the others furrowed their brows. As the person gradually drew closer, his figure became clearer. A white mask. Masked man? Kakashi thought, is that guy from Akatsuki? Why has he suddenly changed his mask? However, at that moment, Kakashi suddenly felt that his Sharingan was behaving strangely. Masked man, the white Zetsu army and the Edo Tensei army are about to be cleared. Your momentum is gone. It's best to surrender early. Kakashi shouted loudly. Momentum gone? Surrender? The masked man couldn't help but sneer, as if he had heard a joke. Don't celebrate too early. The masked man clasped his hands together and formed a seal. Summoning technique. Outer path, Gedo statue. Suddenly, an enormous chakra began to gather behind him. This, Kakashi and the others instantly furrowed their brows tightly. How powerful will this summon being be? Boom! A huge sound echoed as an immense body rose from behind a masked man. Outer path, Gedo statue. It was a humanoid creature with a tree trunk body. Colossal in size. Everyone looked up, gazing at the Gedo statue, their hearts filled with fear. In front of the huge Gedo statue, the Ninja Alliance resembled a swarm of ants. There were many of them, but with a single stomp from the Gedo statue, countless casualties would occur. Roar! The Gedo statue let out a furious roar. The terrifying sound wave was deafening, causing everyone to instinctively cover their ears. At this moment, the command center was also filled with worry. The masked man finally appeared on the battlefield. But how should they deal with this suddenly summoned creature? Kakuzu, what should we do now? Ao asked. Kakuzu furrowed his brows, starting to devise a strategy. He then had Yamamoto relay his words to everyone. Everyone use Earth Style and Water Style to restrict the Gedo statue's movements. Kakuzu formulated the strategy. The Ninja Alliance immediately executed it. Although the ninjutsu they unleashed seemed minuscule compared to the Gedo statue, their numbers were not to be underestimated. Water and earth combined like concrete. Merging Water Style and Earth Style, then using Fire Style or Wind Style ninjutsu to solidify it quickly. In this way, the massive Gedo statue would be restricted in its movements. The Ninja Alliance continued to unleash ninjutsu in a steady stream. Kakashi and the others planned to attack the masked man. After all, the Gedo statue was summoned by him. To catch the thief, first catch the king. As long as the masked man was subdued, both the Gedo statue and this war could be completely ended. Let's go together. Fugaka charged forward first. After all, among those present, the third Hokage was elderly, while Itachi and Kakashi were relatively young. Seeing this, Kakashi and the others followed closely behind. The masked man, wearing a mask, showed no visible signs of emotion. He gently took the fan from his back in his hand. First, I'll deal with you, then capture the remaining tailed beasts. The masked man's voice was quite ruthless. Of course, he was also merciless in his actions. Kamui. His body instantly appeared behind Uchiha Fugaku, then raised a fan in his hand and struck down heavily. Don't be fooled by the lack of flair in this attack compared to other ninjutsu. This fan itself is an incredibly powerful artifact. Coupled with the masked man's terrifying strength, if it truly struck Fugaku, it would likely cause severe internal damage. Amaterasu. Not far away, Itachi immediately widened his right eye, blood flowing down from the corner. Pitch-black flames instantly ignited on the masked man's outstretched right hand. The masked man had no choice but to retreat. Is that the flames of Amaterasu? The masked man muttered. Then, his right eye activated the Manjiki Sharingan. Kamui. It absorbed all the burning black flames on his right hand. That is, Kakashi was incredibly shocked upon seeing this scene. That is, Kamui. Why does he also have Kamui? Then Kakashi saw the Manjiki pattern in the masked man's right eye. That is, Obito SI. Chapter 301. Shirsue's confidence, that is. Obito SI. It can't be wrong. Kakashi was instantly stunned, his mind going blank. The pattern of the Manjiki was exactly the same as his. But, didn't Obito die under the rocks back then? Could it be? Kakashi's gaze turned cold. In other words, this guy dug out the Sharingan from the corpse of the deceased Obito. Instantly, an unquenchable rage surged in Kakashi's heart. His once most trusted comrade and partner had their eyes taken from their corpse. No one could accept that. Kakashi clenched his fists, fury threatening to erupt from his eyes. Fugaku also stepped back, his expression extremely grave. This guy has space-time ninjutsu is truly bizarre, Fugaku murmured. The three-tomo Sharingan slowly rotated, transforming into the Mangeki pattern. Kodoamitsu Tsukimi, faced with such a powerful enemy, he could not afford to hold back even a little. Fugaku, what are you? Sarutobi Hiruzen. Seeing the change in Fugaku's eyes, couldn't he help but be greatly shocked. Yes, Lord Third, my Sharingan has also evolved into Mangeki. Fugaku nodded and said. With Fugaku's affirmation, Sarutobi Hiruzen was even more shocked, unable to calm down for a long time. He didn't expect Fugaku to be so deeply hidden. At this moment, Shursui beside them had an extremely grave expression, seemingly struggling with something. If there are 5 shadows on Madara's side, there shouldn't be any problems, right? Shursui was uncertain. He also couldn't be sure if the 5 shadows could defeat Uchiha Madara. His Kodoamitsu Tsukimi can forcibly rewrite a person's will. However, it would consume almost all of his ocular power, so it could only be used once. This one chance must be used cautiously. After all, Madara was ultimately just brought back by Edo Tensei. The mastermind of this war was still the Masked Man. As long as they successfully subdued the Masked Man, they could end this war. Soon, Shursui figured it out in his heart. He had made up his mind. So, Shursui slowly stepped forward. Clan leader, Lord Third. Everyone's gaze suddenly focused on Shursui. Can you help me cover so I can get close to him? I have a way to deal with him. Shursui said. At the same time, his three-tomo Sharingan began to spin, and it surprisingly transformed into a kaleidoscope pattern. Shursui, Fugaku was taken aback. He didn't expect that among the younger generation, Shursui had also awakened the kaleidoscope Sharingan. With this, along with Itachi and himself, the Uchiha clan now possessed 3 pairs of kaleidoscope Sharingan. Similarly, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was nearby, was equally shocked. At first, he could barely accept 1 pair of kaleidoscope Sharingan. But then Fugaku awakened another pair. Now, another one had appeared. Hiruzen was momentarily at a loss for words, feeling a mix of emotions. It turned out that not only Fugaku had hidden his power deeply, but the entire Uchiha clan was very well concealed. Hiruzen couldn't help but think of Uchiha Bido. That kid often hung out with Itachi and Shursui. Could he also be hiding some trump card? Alright, then please assist me in covering for Shursui, Lord Third. Fugaku looked at Hiruzen. At this moment, Hiruzen could only nod. After all, he didn't understand the capabilities of the kaleidoscope. Perhaps Shursui really had the ability to defeat that Masked Man. Fugaku knew that each person's kaleidoscope had different abilities. Shursui's confident demeanor likely indicated he was certain of victory. Thus, Fugaku had no doubts. Have you finished discussing? The Masked Man coldly watched the group, not far away. He was very confident. Where did your eyes come from? Kakashi stepped forward to question. Everyone was momentarily stunned, thinking why Kakashi would suddenly ask this. However, Itachi soon noticed that the kaleidoscope pattern in the Masked Man's left eye seam. Kakashi removed his eye patch. That eerie kaleidoscope was exposed to everyone. It was identical to the Masked Man's pattern. Itachi and Shursui were confused, not knowing the origin of Kakashi's Sharingan. This is Obito's eye. Only then did Fugaku and Hiruzen realize that the kaleidoscope patterns of the Masked Man and Kakashi were exactly the same. Could it be? A disbelieving thought flashed through both of their minds. Impossible. I saw Obito crushed under the rubble. Kakashi naturally understood their thoughts. The Masked Man couldn't possibly be Obito. In that situation, Obito would have had no chance of survival. Moreover, even if Obito had survived, why wouldn't he come to find them? Why wouldn't he return to Konoha? It was even more impossible for him to become the mastermind behind the Akatsuki organization and start a war that swept through the entire ninja world. Who am I? What significance does this question hold? The Masked Man gently raised his hand to adjust the mask on his face. Then, he slowly tightened his grip on the fan. I am no one, and I have no interest in being anyone. What I care about is only completing the Eye of the Moon plan. This world has long lost its value, leaving only pain. Compared to this war, all the past, all the future, and all existence are meaningless. Obito said. He spread his arms, his robes fluttering in the strong wind. Everyone furrowed their brows, their expressions becoming more serious. The Eye of the Moon plan? Could it be that this Masked Man is waging war not just to capture the tailed beasts? Itachi pondered. Meanwhile, Shursui began to feel a sense of worry. This guy is too dangerous. He must be dealt with quickly. Then, he said to Kakashi about the eyes when I control him. We will have plenty of time to figure it out. All right. Kakashi nodded. Immediately, Kakashi rushed forward. Seeing this, Fugaku, Hiruzen, and Itachi followed closely behind. Fire style, Dragon Flame Song. Fugaku was the first to unleash a fire technique. Several massive fire dragons immediately lunged toward the masked man. Sarutobi Hiruzen then threw a gigantic shuriken, forming hand seals, causing the shuriken to split into 5 shadow clones. Faced with the overwhelming attacks, the masked man showed no intention of dodging. He slowly raised the fan in his hand, blocking it in front of him. Uchiha rebound. Fugaku and Hiruzen's attacks struck the fan, but seemed to sink into a quagmire. The chakra contained within was instantly absorbed by the fan. 1 second later, that chakra gathered on the surface of the fan and then erupted violently. Boom! A terrifying chakra shot out from the fan. Chapter 302, The Gathering of 5 Armors. Armor. What bloodline limit is this? Uchiha Madara looked at the 5 figures rushing toward him, feeling a bit puzzled. He could sense that the power emitted by those 5 figures indeed surpassed that of the 5 Kages. Moreover, he had a strange feeling that the power contained within these armors seemed different from his own. Well, with Hashirama not here, these guys should pique my interest a little. Uchiha Madara's mouth curled up slightly, and he charged directly at the 5 armors. Madara, don't just rush in and attack, the flame dragon armor quickly said. Uchiha Madara was taken aback and stopped. Madara? It was the first time he had heard someone call him that. Kid, what do you mean by that? Uchiha Madara noticed that the voice coming from the armor sounded quite youthful, probably around 17 or 18 years old, and he was a bit shocked. When he was 17 or 18, he didn't have such a powerful presence. Unconsciously, Uchiha Madara's attitude became much more serious. Cough, cough. I'm also of the Uchiha clan. After all, we are still relatives. Uchiha Bito said. Uchiha clan? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara immediately sneered disdainfully. Back then, when he wanted to lead his clan away from Konoha, not a single person was willing to follow him. Since then, the Uchiha clan had been branded as traitors in his heart. He had no feelings left for the Uchiha clan. If you're trying to gain my favor with this, then you might be disappointed. Uchiha Madara's gaze gradually became cold, and chakra began to flow slowly over his hands. No, no, no. Uchiha Bito quickly said, I just want to talk to you. Talk. Uchiha Madara frowned, thinking what could this kid possibly have to discuss with him? Don't waste my time. Just as he finished speaking, Uchiha Madara clenched his fist and charged forward. Uchiha Bito quickly raised a defense. At the same time, the other 4 armors rushed in as well. Bang, bang, bang. Each punch from Uchiha Madara was incredibly powerful, and his speed was astonishingly fast. Moreover, each attack targeted vital points. If it were a year ago, Uchiha Bito would have likely been defeated in less than 10 moves. However, after training for a year in the virtual combat room with Shinju, Uchiha Bito's taijutsu had undergone a qualitative leap. Not bad. Uchiha Madara retreated a bit and said, the taijutsu of these guys before him was indeed extraordinary. Even in a 5-on-1 situation, he found it somewhat difficult to cope. Madara, can we talk properly? Uchiha Bito asked again. He wanted to tell Uchiha Madara the truth. After all, whether it was a Bito or Uchiha Madara, they both ultimately aimed to realize the Eye of the Moon plan. However, this month's Eye plan is just a scam from beginning to end. Uchiha Han really wants to save Uchiha Madara. After working hard for decades, in the end, it all amounts to nothing, becoming the biggest clown in Hokage. It's truly tragic. However, Uchiha Madara had no intention of listening to Uchiha Han's words. There's nothing to discuss, Uchiha Madara said coldly. Immediately, the chakra within him erupted. Blue skeletal structures began to gather around him. Then, the chakra solidified again based on the skeletons. A blue giant rose up from the ground. The third form of Susanoo. Then the chakra on the blue giant condensed again, forming a set of armor. The blue giant wielded twin swords, and wings appeared on its back. It looked like a divine warrior. The towering figure shot up into the sky, leaving the 5 Kage on the ground stunned. The 5 Kage widened their eyes, unable to describe the shock they felt. At this moment, they truly felt the gap between themselves and Uchiha Madara. Ants. No longer just a metaphor. In Uchiha Madara's eyes, they were truly ants. Is this still human? Tsunade murmured instinctively. She suddenly thought about how her grandfather managed to defeat such a powerful enemy. This was far beyond their understanding. With such an enemy, do we still have a chance? Rasha murmured. At this moment, his confidence was completely shattered. Uchiha Madara's strength was no longer on the same level as theirs. The pride of being the Wind Shadow was completely crushed. However, facing the final form of Susanoo, Uchiha Han was not too surprised. After all, he had been mentally prepared for this. Indeed, so big. Uchiha Han looked at the towering Susanoo and couldn't help but admire it. However, Uchiha Han felt no fear. The 5 elements armor, with only a 50% compatibility, could already possess the strength of a strong shadow. So what about 60% compatibility? Wouldn't that be a sure super shadow? Moreover, there were 5 of them. No matter what, facing Uchiha Madara, it shouldn't be that easy to fall into a disadvantage, right? Uchiha Han conservatively estimated in his heart. Little brat, didn't you want to talk with me? If you can break my Susanoo, then I might consider it. Uchiha Madara said with a slight smirk, somewhat playfully. After being in a fake death under Senja Hashirama for decades, it had indeed been too boring. Although today's situation was somewhat unexpected, at least it allowed Uchiha Madara to feel a bit of fun. He crossed his arms and looked down at the 5 armors beneath him. As for the 5 Kage, he no longer cared. This is what you said, Uchiha Han replied. Then, the 5 armors charged directly forward. The 5 figures transformed into 5 different colored streams of light. The complete Susanoo was probably not something ordinary attacks could break through. Then let's just unleash our ultimate moves and try it. Uchiha Han made a decision in his heart. Thus, the 5 armors simultaneously rotated the knobs on their belts. Demon Sealing Slash, Wind Piercing Thrust, Raging Waterfall Stab, Earth Splitting Slash, Thunder Shred. 5 ultimate techniques were unleashed simultaneously. The energy between heaven and earth surged instantly. Centered around the 5 armors, it transformed into violent tornadoes of thunder. The world changed color, and fierce winds howled. Dark clouds enveloped everyone. This aura is terrifying. The 5 Kage on the ground covered their faces with their hands against the howling winds, squinting to see the 5 figures in the sky. Unexpectedly, these guys could unleash such astonishing power. Inoki couldn't help but exclaim. He thought back to before, when that black armor was only able to contend with him, and now it had become so powerful. Similarly, Rasha was equally shocked by the aura emitted by the flame dragon armor. It turned out this little brat had kept some tricks up his sleeve. Rasha couldn't help but feel fortunate for having chosen to bow down at the right time. Quite interesting. Watching the 5 figures gathering power, Uchiha Madara felt a surge of excitement. It had been a long time since he encountered an enemy of this level. Although not as good as Hashirama, as an appetizer, it was sufficient. Uchiha Madara mobilized all his chakra, and Susanoo immediately drew its long blade from its waist. However, at that moment, Uchiha Madara's eyes suddenly became hollow. In an instant, the enormous Susanoo transformed into specks of light and dissipated. Uchiha Madara's body also fell to the ground. What happened? The 5 Kage frowned, greatly puzzled. Uchiha Han was also very confused. Chapter 303, Impure World Reincarnation. Released just a few seconds later, Uchiha Madara's eyes regained their clarity. Want to control me? How ridiculous. Uchiha Madara sneered twice. Just a moment ago, his mind had been invaded. Someone was trying to control him. Who could it be? Without a doubt, it was the one controlling the Impure World Reincarnation. In a dark cave. Damn, this guy actually can't be controlled. Kabuto was very shocked. The Impure World Reincarnation technique, after years of research by him and Orochimaru, had nearly reached perfection. He thought it was foolproof, but unexpectedly, Uchiha Madara could break free from the control of Impure World Reincarnation. Could it be that the Impure World Reincarnation technique still has flaws? Kabuto fell into deep thought, trying to figure out what went wrong. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound of dripping water echoed in the cave. At the same time, a figure slowly approached Kabuto from behind. It's not a problem with the technique. Kabuto looked up to see the pale face in front of him. Lord Orochimaru, why are you here? What if that guy Zetsu finds out? It doesn't matter. The war has already reached this stage, and besides, Uchiha Madara has also broken free from control. I'm sorry. I couldn't complete the task you assigned. Kabuto lowered his head, feeling somewhat guilty. It's not your fault. Orochimaru slowly walked forward and gently patted Kabuto's shoulder. Lord Orochimaru, you just said it's not a problem with the technique. Then why couldn't I control Uchiha Madara, even after concentrating all my thoughts? Kabuto asked in confusion. It's simple, because Uchiha Madara is too powerful. To be honest, I underestimated Uchiha Madara's strength. If I had known, I wouldn't have taken the risk of letting you complete this task. Orochimaru said. From the very beginning, Kabuto's cooperation was under Orochimaru's instructions. Initially, Orochimaru only intended for Kabuto to feign compliance. Then, during the war, he would control the Impure World Reincarnation Army to counterattack Zetsu. In this way, after the war, he could also use this to shed his identity as a traitor and even have the opportunity to deepen cooperation with Uchiha Han. When Zetsu brought Uchiha Madara's body, Orochimaru was overjoyed at that time. He also changed his mind. He wanted to control Uchiha Madara at the most critical moment to defeat the masked man. thus making him the greatest contributor to this war. Although Orochimaru did not care much for these fame and fortune. However, once the plan succeeds, his collaboration with Uchiha Han will certainly receive strong support. Therefore, Orochimaru did not hesitate at all. However, he was overly confident in his modified impure world reincarnation technique and underestimated Uchiha Madara's strength. Lord Orochimaru, what shall we do next? Asked Kabuto Yakushi. Let's watch the changes unfold. Besides, our partner is not as simple as he seems, Orochimaru said meaningfully, with a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eerie eyes. He then turned and walked towards the cave entrance. Release the impure world reincarnation technique. Yes. Immediately, Kabuto began forming hand seals. Impure world reincarnation, release. In an instant, on every battlefield, whether the impure world reincarnation ninjas were still fighting or had already been sealed, they all began to dissipate, their souls drifting from their impure world reincarnated bodies into the sky, returning to the Pure Land. What is happening? The ninja coalition was puzzled. However, they could understand that the impure world reincarnation technique had likely been released. As for the reason behind it, they had no idea. Similarly, Madara was also affected by the release of the impure world reincarnation technique. His impure world reincarnated body emitted a glow, and a beam of light descended from the sky, attempting to draw his soul upward. Is the impure world reincarnation technique released? The five Kages were overjoyed. This meant that Uchiha Madara, the enemy they had been helpless against, would finally disappear. However, Uchiha Han knew that this had no effect on Madara. Uchiha Madara, feeling the changes in his body, was not at all anxious. He glanced at the five Kages, naturally noticing the uncontrollable joy on their faces. Thus, he found it somewhat amusing. Seeing the playful expression on Uchiha Madara's face, the five Kages couldn't help but feel puzzled, especially Tsunade, who had a bad premonition in her heart. The impure world reincarnation technique. Truly detestable. Only that annoying guy would think of such a technique, Uchiha Madara murmured, then slowly clasped his hands together. Tell the user, forbidden techniques should not be abused. As soon as he finished speaking, an overwhelming chakra erupted from within him. Impure world reincarnation, release. In an instant, the beam of light descending from above disappeared. The force trying to pull Uchiha Madara's soul also vanished in an instant. Madara's previously dispersed body became solid again. The five Kages were horrified. They had thought they could finally deal with Madara, only to realize they had rejoiced too soon. Uchiha Madara slowly stood up, but this time he did not pay attention to the shocked looks of the five Kages. Instead, he stared fixedly at the 5 pieces of armor descending. Ahem, Madara, didn't you just say that as long as we can break your Susanoo, you'll agree to talk to me properly? Uchiha Han said. He had already thought about how to phrase it in his mind. He needed to make Uchiha Madara understand the Black Zetsu scheme without being too blunt. Otherwise, Madara would surely become suspicious of him. TCH. You didn't break it, Madara replied with a dismissive smile. Besides, I said I would consider it. Chapter 304. The 5 Armored Battle with Madara. Besides, I said I would consider it. Uchiha Madara slowly raised his head, looking at the flame dragon armor. His gaze was resolute yet sinister. I've considered it, and that is, I don't want to waste time talking to you. As soon as he finished speaking, his complete body, Susanoo, once again soared into the sky. Damn! Uchiha Han couldn't help but curse, thinking how stubborn Uchiha Madara was. But in reality, Madara was not being stubborn. He simply did not regard anyone except Senju Hashirama. To Madara, communicating with others was purely a waste of time. Moreover, since Madara was currently in his impure world reincarnated body, he did not intend to waste any more time. Let's resolve this once and for all, Uchiha Madara said coldly. He wondered what was going on with Obito and Nagato. Such a perfect plan had a flaw. He needed to find a way to correct the plan quickly. Therefore, Uchiha Madara decided to take care of this group of people in front of him at once. It's time to end this after playing around for so long, Uchiha Madara said indifferently. Immediately, the giant Susanoo drew its long sword from its waist and slashed down fiercely in front of him. The terrifying blade cut through the air, as if the sky itself was about to be torn apart. It seems I can only take you down first. The 5 pieces of armor shot straight into the sky again, using their sealing ultimate technique once more. Sealing slash, wind-piercing thrust, raging waterfall stab, earth-shattering slash, thundercleave, the 5 sealing ultimate techniques. Uchiha Han held nothing back. A terrifying turbulence erupted between heaven and earth. At the same time, a powerful force locked onto Uchiha Madara. They actually solidified the space around me. Uchiha Madara was startled by the changes around him. He hadn't expected the 5 pieces of armor to possess such capabilities. Alright then, let me see how much these ninjas of this era can compare to me and Hashirama. Uchiha Madara roared, and immediately, the giant wings of Susanoo began to flap. The armor like feathers stood upright, wrapping Susanoo's body like a giant cocoon. Susanoo's defense was incredibly powerful. Even Senju Hashirama could only barely break through it with his true 1,000 hands. Uchiha Madara was naturally extremely confident. However, when the 5 sealing ultimate techniques were unleashed, Uchiha Madara truly felt the terrifying nature of those 5 energies. The fierce onslaught was enough to destroy the heavens and exterminate the earth. They're actually this strong. Uchiha Madara was shocked. He had thought he had placed enough importance on the 5 pieces of armor, but unexpectedly they were so powerful. Proud as he was, Uchiha Madara had to take this seriously at this moment. His expression grew grave. A strong eye power erupted from his eyes, swirling with the powerful chakra from within him. Flowing toward the armor on Susanoo, the already formidable Susanoo began to emit faint blue light, looking extraordinarily mystical. Slash! Uchiha Han shouted loudly. The 5 sealing ultimate techniques shot out, instantly striking Susanoo. 6 terrifying energies collided violently. Zzz. A crack appeared on Susanoo's massive wings. Not good. Uchiha Madara felt a sense of foreboding. However, he could not change things at this moment. The crack on Susanoo rapidly spread, and finally, with a bang, the wings shattered in an instant. A massive shockwave erupted in all directions. The 5 Kages immediately used all their strength to resist. However, they were still knocked back several hundred meters. The 2, Anoki and Rashi, who were slightly weaker, were directly blown away and fainted. Tsunade hurriedly rushed forward to heal them. It seems I really underestimated you. The wings transformed into countless blue light dots, scattering around. Yet Uchiha's face showed no sign of tension or fear. On the contrary, he became extremely excited and frenzied. Then, I should also use my full power. Uchiha Madara clenched his hands together, and the vast chakra within him immediately surged out, forming powerful waves of energy that blew his hair and armor upwards. In an instant, his pupils trembled. An invisible eye power instantly condensed. Heavenly Star. Uchiha Madara extended one hand, and a black energy sphere appeared in his palm. It then rapidly flew towards the 5 armored figures. Heavenly Star, Uchiha confront. This ninjutsu was extremely powerful, especially against those strong-tailed beasts, possessing a strong sealing effect. It's important to know that the moon in the ninja world was formed by the Sage of 6 Paths to seal Kagaya using the Heavenly Star technique. Even a simplified version should not be underestimated. Uchiha was momentarily at a loss. When he faced Nagato's Pain, he had directly killed him before he could recover. Pain hadn't even had the chance to perform this technique. The black energy sphere approached the 5 armored figures while simultaneously radiating a powerful attraction. The ground instantly cracked open, and huge slabs of rock flew up, getting absorbed by the black energy sphere. The 5 armored figures also felt that powerful pulling force, as if countless hands were pulling them. Once sucked in, their movements would be completely restricted, and these clones might even perish here. Uchiha did not hesitate and immediately rotated the knob at his waist. The other 4 armored figures did the same. Flame Dragon Steed, Black Rhino Steed, Wind Eagle Steed, Earth Tiger Steed, Snow Mastiff Steed. The 5 armored figures immediately mounted their respective light shadow steeds. Boom! The light shadow steeds erupted with a strong wave of energy and rushed in the opposite direction of the black energy sphere. The immense attraction of the black energy sphere clashed with the powerful pulling force of the light shadow steeds. 2 opposing forces began to pull against each other. The black energy sphere continuously absorbed the rocks and soil from the ground, growing larger. Its mass kept increasing, and so did its gravitational pull. Charge! Uchiha gritted his teeth and mobilized all the power within the armor. The light shadow steeds suddenly erupted with dazzling light. Finally, after a standoff of several seconds, the Wind Eagle Steed broke free from the gravitational pull of the Heavenly Star and shot out like an arrow. After all, among the 5 armors, the Wind Eagle armor was the fastest. It was no surprise that it took the lead. Then, the other 4 armors followed suit and broke free from the gravitational range. They actually escaped the attraction of the Heavenly Star? What a surprise! Uchiha Madara muttered. He then slowly lowered his hand, and the Heavenly Star, which had been continuously condensing in the sky, came to a halt. However, the eye power in Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan was still condensing and operating. Chapter 305. Wheel Tomb. Edge of the Abyss. You are 5 people. It's like taking advantage of the few. Uchiha Madara murmured. Suddenly, his Rinnegan trembled violently. The 5 armored figures immediately became tense. However, after a few seconds, Uchiha can notice that there seemed to be no changes. What does this mean? Uchiha can looked around in confusion, thinking that he had indeed sensed Uchiha Madara's eye power operating at high speed. He must have used some powerful ocular technique. Could it be an illusion? Uchiha can immediately activated all his chakra. However, he did not detect any abnormalities. The essence of an illusion is to interfere with the enemy's chakra. No, in the original work, the Rinnegan doesn't seem to have used any illusion techniques. Uchiha can thought. At the same time, he began to recall the ocular techniques of the Rinnegan. However, just at that moment, the black rhino armor suddenly took a heavy hit. Bang! With a loud noise, the black rhino armor was sent flying. What happened? The other 4 armors immediately retreated several steps. The black rhino armor gradually stabilized its posture and stood up. It did not suffer any significant damage, as the black rhino armor was also quite strong in defense among the 5 armors. Oh, its defense is surprisingly superior to that of an ordinary person. Uchiha Madara stood still, admiring the black rhino armor. How did he launch that attack just now? Uchiha was somewhat shocked. He had been completely focused on Uchiha Madara, not daring to blink. He had not noticed any movements from Uchiha Madara at all. What on earth is happening? Uchiha was puzzled. TSK. I could only separate a shadow. Uchiha Madara muttered helplessly. As expected, the power of the Edo Tensei body is ultimately too inferior. No, it should be said that the power of the Rinnegan is too extraordinary. Uchiha Madara gently lowered his hand from in front of the Rinnegan, a hint of pride showing on his face, accompanied by a hint of indifference. After all, such extraordinary power is in his hands. If it were someone else, they would have probably become overly complacent. However, Uchiha Madara would not let himself be carried away by pride. He had come this far through countless efforts. He still had a plan that he must complete. It's time to end this farce, Uchiha Madara said softly. Then, the Rinnegan erupted with a powerful eye power once again. Bang! Another loud noise erupted, and the snow mastiff armor was unexpectedly sent flying. However, the snow mastiff armor also had very strong defense and suffered no significant damage. TSK. These armors have quite impressive defenses. Uchiha Madara murmured. I remember now. Uchiha can finally recall the technique Madara had used. This was a Rinnegan technique that only Uchiha Madara had ever used. Wheel Tomb. Edge of the Abyss. This was a world that only those with the Rinnegan could enter. In this world, the shadows produced could neither be seen nor sensed by those without 6 paths power. Physical attacks were ineffective against the shadows, while the shadows could harm people in the real world. These shadow clones had abilities almost equal to those of the Rinnegan user and could perform techniques that the main body was proficient in, just like shadow clones. Moreover, only those with the Rinnegan could see the shadows. Only those with 6 paths chakra could sense them. Without a doubt, Uchiha and his clones could definitely not see the shadows. But could they sense them? According to the descriptions in the original work, only Naruto, who possessed 6 paths chakra, could sense them. And the 6 paths chakra. Could the power of Deva Path within the armor do it? Uchiha then closed his eyes and calmed his mind. It was as if he stood on the surface of water, sending ripples outward from his center. Time stood still. With his eyes closed, everything around him was chaotic. However, just for a moment, Uchiha began to sense the surrounding things gradually becoming clearer. Black Rhino armor, Wind Eagle armor, Earth Tiger armor, Snow Mastiff armor, and Madara. No, that was Madara's shadow. Uchiha suddenly open his eyes. The shadow of Madara stood not far in front of him, and his palm was gathering a powerful chakra, striking towards him. As expected, delving into the armor's perception allowed him to discover Wheel Tomb, Edge of the Abyss. Uchiha thought. Ultimately, the 6 paths chakra is the most primordial power of this world. The power that the armor possesses is also the power of the heavenly path's origin. It exists on the same level as the 6 paths chakra, the 10 tails, and the Otsutsuki, and may even be 1 level higher. Therefore, it is reasonable that it can perceive the shadow of the Wheel Grave and the Edge Hell. Uchiha immediately retreated several steps. Then he swung his flame blade forward with a fierce slash. A blade of light, at least 10 meters wide, instantly cut through the air. The flames wrapped within it emitted an incredibly terrifying aura. Shinra Tensei. Uchiha Madara immediately raised his arm and used Shinra Tensei to block Uchiha's blade light. However, after Shinra Tensei dissipated, A portion of the blade's momentum still remained, forcing Madara back. Uchiha Madara was quite shocked. How was this guy able to perceive my shadow? Madara didn't understand why, but he knew that relying solely on a shadow to deal with the several armors in front of him would be quite challenging. He never expected that decades later, the ninja world could produce individuals not weaker than him and Hashirama. Uchiha Madara said appreciatively. Even he had not realized that the 5 figures in front of him were actually just clones. Madara, can we have a proper talk? Uchiha Han said again. He swore this would definitely be the last time. The address also changed from Lord Madara to just Madara. If Uchiha Madara still refused to communicate, Uchiha Han would not try to force it anymore. However, Uchiha Madara seemed not to have heard Uchiha Han's words and was slightly frowning. As expected, the power of the Rinnegan used in Edo Tensei is too limited. It seems I need to find Nagato and Obito as soon as possible. Chapter 306. Obito in a disadvantageous position, fire style. Dragon Flame Song. Fugaku pointed a finger in front of his mouth, instantly unleashing several fire dragons. Fire style, exploding wind dance. The masked man was not to be outdone, immediately releasing a fierce airflow, enveloping the flames in a storm vortex. The two jutsu collided instantly. At that moment, Sarutobi Hisashi rushed to the masked man's other side, tightly gripping the diamond rod, transformed by the Monkey King. Then, Sarutobi Hisashi suddenly threw the diamond rod at the masked man. He then clasped his hands together to form a seal. Diamond Prison. In an instant, the diamond rod split into several clones, surrounding the masked man from all directions. This is Sarutobi Hisashi's most powerful sealing technique. Once the enemy is bound, there is no chance of escape. A prison as hard as diamond cannot be broken. Experience the humiliation of defeat within the diamond prison. Sarutobi Hisashi couldn't help but feel a bit proud. At this distance, the masked man would definitely not be able to escape. TSK. A faint chuckle came from under the mask, filled with disdain. The masked man tightened his grip on the fan and blocked it in front of him. Even the diamond rods attacking from all directions stopped mid-air. Monkey King, Sarutobi Hisashi shouted. The surrounding diamond rod clones instantly vanished, and from the remaining diamond rod, a hand suddenly reached out towards the masked man. TSK. Still holding back, the masked man muttered in surprise. However, seeing the hand about to touch him, he immediately activated intangibility. There was no choice. At this distance, he couldn't respond in any other way. Now facing the siege of several people and caught in a wheel battle, the masked man would avoid using Kimui if possible. After all, his ocular power was also limited. However, just as he retreated and released the intangibility, Fugaku appeared beside him like a phantom. Nanny? The masked man's pupils trembled. When did this guy appear here? Thinking back to his previous encounter with Fugaku, the masked man increasingly felt that this guy seemed to be able to predict his moves. Fugaku tightly gripped a kunai and directly lunged at the masked man. The masked man instinctively raised the fan to block. Bang! The kunai pierced the fan, instantly creating a shower of sparks. Amaterasu. Seeing this, Itachi immediately unleashed the flames of Amaterasu. The pitch-black flames instantly ignited on the white mask. The masked man forcefully pushed Fugaku away and then took a large step back. Creak! The flames of Amaterasu are incredibly fierce and cannot be extinguished. Once they spread to the flesh, it would bring excruciating pain. Bang! The mask split under the high temperature and fell to the ground. Everyone stopped, their gazes all focused on the masked man's face. Everyone wanted to know who was beneath the mask. However, when they saw the face exposed to the air, no one recognized it. It was as if it belonged to someone they had never seen before. Only Kakashi seemed to be somewhat moved, lost in thought. He stared intently at that face. In his mind, a youthful, sunny smile gradually surfaced. The two faces began to overlap. How is this possible? Kakashi said in a daze. Although the appearance had changed significantly, Kakashi was still certain that the man beneath the mask was Obito. But why is it Obito? The others quickly noticed Kakashi's unusual reaction. Kakashi, do you know him? Sarutobi Hisashi asked. Kakashi came back to his senses, barely suppressing the turmoil in his heart. He might be Obito. Kakashi hesitated, adding a might to his statement. He couldn't accept this fact, but he knew that the mastermind behind the Akatsuki organization, the instigator of the Fourth Great Ninja War, was his once most trusted comrade, Uchiha Obito. Obito! Sarutobi Hisashi and Fugaku raised their eyebrows. Their faces instantly filled with shock. Then, the two turned their heads again to scrutinize the masked man closely. No, it should be Uchiha Obito. Itachi was also taken aback. Obito seems to be the owner of Kakashi-sensei's Sharingan, and I heard he was once Kakashi-sensei's teammate. But didn't he die in the Third Great Ninja War? He gave a Sharingan to Kakashi-sensei just before he died. I am no one, Obito said coldly, lifting his head and lightly waving in front of him, perhaps trying to brush away the remnants of Amaterasu's scent. Why are you so fixated on my identity? What's the point? I am no one, and I don't want to become anyone. I just want the Moon Eye plan to be completed, and that is enough. As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Obito instantly charged over. He raised his palm, and a long, thin wooden spike protruded sharply from his palm. Fire style, Phoenix Fire technique. Shirzue immediately released a ninjutsu attack. However, Obito instantly became intangible, directly passing through the Phoenix Fire. First, take him down, then confirm his identity later, Fugaka said, and then began to channel all his chakra and ocular power. The Manjiki Sharingan continued to activate, and blood began to seep from the corners of his eyes. But right now, Fugaka didn't have time to worry about these things. The others also used all their strength to engage in a fierce battle with Uchiha Obito. Meanwhile, Shirzue was continuously searching for an opportunity. Facing the siege of several people, Uchiha Obito finally began to feel fatigued. Everyone present possessed the strength of a Kage, along with 3.5 pairs of Manjiki Sharingan. In contrast, while Obito had a Rinnegan, it was newly implanted, and aside from receiving that immense eye power, he still couldn't master the Rinnegan's techniques. After a series of battles, he gradually fell into a disadvantage. Damn it! Obito sensed that the situation was turning increasingly unfavorable for him and began to think deeply. He had initially believed that with Kabuto's Edo Tensei technique, he could significantly distract the Ninja Alliance. But now it seemed that resurrected, useless ninjas were still useless. Moreover, he had no idea where that guy Zetsu had run off to. It seemed he still needed to rely on Madara's power. Obito muttered. Chapter 307. Don't be a god. It seemed he still needed to rely on Madara's power, Obito murmured. According to the original plan, he intended to use the Akatsuki organization to collect all 9-tailed beasts and then cast the infinite Tsukuyami. However, there were only the chakra of the 3 tails and 6 tails in the outer path golem, and the remaining chakra from a few tailed beasts was barely enough for anything. It couldn't even allow the outer path golem to evolve into the 10 tails. Has Madara still not resolved his side? Obito frowned. Logically, even if all 5 Kage gathered, it shouldn't take this long for Uchiha Madara to be delayed. He should have come to support him long ago. Damn, Obito cursed inwardly. However, Fugaku and the others would not give Obito any chance to catch his breath. Even as blood flowed more and more from his eyes, Fugaku did not stop his attack. However, Fugaku also felt that his eye power was draining faster. He noticed that his vision seemed to be gradually blurring. Has there already been a sign so soon? The Manjiki Sharingan was incredibly powerful, but it also had a significant drawback. That was, with continuous use, the eye power consumed by the Sharingan would increase, leading to gradual blindness. Fugaku knew this. As the head of the Uchiha clan, he was aware of some secrets. In the original work, many things passed down from the Uchiha clan were destroyed and lost during the night of the clan's massacre. I can't think about that now. Fugaku accelerated the operation of his eye power and began to utilize the one-word divine technique. He wanted to extend the time of foresight from the original 10 seconds, extending to 1 minute, then to 3 minutes. But because of this, the blood flowing from the corners of his eyes increased. It was as if 2 rivers of blood were flowing down his face. Father, Itachi, standing nearby, looked worried. This is not the time to say such things. We need to find a way to create an opportunity for Shirzue. Fugaku quickly said. At this moment, there was no time to care about these things. Yes, Itachi had always been an excellent ninja, both in strength and temperament. So, he stopped saying more and focused on cooperating with the others to attack Obito. Among the group, only Kakashi appeared somewhat distracted. Is that really Obito? But why? Kakashi released Jutsu while keeping his gaze fixed on Obito's face. Memories of the past resurfaced in his mind, especially during the Third Great Ninja War, when Obito was pinned under a massive rock. I've thought for a long time and finally know what to give you. Don't worry, it's not something useless. I won't give you my Sharingan. No matter what the people in the village say, you are an amazing Jonin. That youthful, innocent voice echoed in his ears again. But the scene before him instantly shattered his memories. Kakashi. Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed that Kakashi was still somewhat unsettled and wanted to persuade him. It's fine, third Hokage. Kakashi immediately replied. Then he tightened his grip on the kunai in his hand. First, let's capture him, and we can talk about the rest later. Kakashi said, then immediately charged forward. He understood that the Obito now was no longer the Obito he once knew. Only by defeating him could he find out what had happened over the years. Roar! The outer path golem, under the attacks of the Ninja Alliance, became as if it were stuck in a swamp, unable to move. Thus, the outer path golem became extremely ferocious. However, the outer path golem was merely the shell of the 10 tails. With only the chakra of the 3 tails and 6 tails, it was not even 1/10 of the 10 tails. In the original work, without Madara and Obito's control, the complete 10 tails was also limited in its movements under the attacks of the Ninja Alliance. Let alone now. It was just a shell. Bang! Obito positioned his fan in front of him, blocking the fire-style Fire Dragon Flame bullet released by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha rebound. The massive chakra rebounded out, displaying terrifying power. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen was prepared for this move and had already retreated to a safe distance. Who? The group temporarily halted, panting for breath. After fighting for so long, everyone's chakra was nearly depleted. Likewise, Uchiha Obito was not doing well either. Even with Hashirama's cells, his chakra was almost exhausted. Moreover, more critically, his eye power was also running low. It was probably only enough for him to perform a few more phasing techniques. Damn it! Obito glanced at the outer path golem trapped in the swamp, feeling somewhat unwilling, and clenched his fists. Everyone, let's push harder. Sarutobi Hiruzen encouraged everyone. Meanwhile, Fugaku covered his left eye and slowly stood up. The corners of his mouth subtly curled up in a barely noticeable arc. Fugaku slowly lowered his hand, tightly closed his left eye, and it seemed that the blood from the corners of his eyes had stopped flowing. Great! Fugaku murmured to himself. He finally saw the scene several minutes later through the one-word divine technique in his left eye. Thus, according to what he saw with his left eye, Fugaku immediately charged out again. Here we go again, Obito murmured, then flipped his palm, and a massive black rod pierced out from his palm. To reduce chakra consumption, Obito planned to use the black rod to suppress and disrupt the opponent's chakra. This black rod was imbued with the outer path's power of the Rinnegan, which in the original work could suppress the 8 tails and 9 tails. So, Obito charged forward as well. The two engaged in close combat. The seemingly ordinary black rod was exceptionally hard, and after just 2 exchanges, it shattered Fugaku's kunai directly. However, every time Obito aimed the black rod at Fugaku's vital points, Fugaku always managed to narrowly avoid it. Damn it, Obito couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. While he was fighting Fugaku, the others weren't idle. In movies and comics, those who went up one by one to fight were merely for the sake of visual clarity. In a real battle, who would engage in a one-on-one fight? Sarutobi Hiruzen leaped up with his Vajra staff and smashed it down towards Obito's head. On the other side, Itachi and Kakashi had also blocked off 2 other directions for Obito, leaving him nowhere to dodge. Seeing this, Obito had no choice but to use phasing once again. His eye power was consumed once more. However, just then, Fugaku in front of him suddenly leaped down. Huh? Obito was somewhat astonished. However, before he could react, a figure suddenly darted in front of him. Obito did not dodge, as he was still in a phasing state, immune to all attacks. However, Obito overlooked one issue. His phasing allowed part of his body to enter the Kamui space, making physical attacks ineffective. But Jinjutsu was different. The figure in front of him was sure sway. A crimson light flashed. Kotoamitsu Tsukimi. Chapter 308. Subduing Obito Kotoamitsu Tsukimi. The power of the Manjiki Sharingan erupted completely. The eerie red light was absorbed into Obito's eyes. An inexplicable force surged within Obito. Suddenly, memories flooded back to him. Kakashi, Green. Every little moment from the past. Fractured images slowly came together, the cracks smoothed out. I will always be watching you, Obito. That smile etched in his heart reappeared before him. The gentle and lovely girl seemed to stand right in front of him again. Rin. Obito instinctively reached out his hand. However, the girl seemed not to see him at all, passing straight through his body. Obito was stunned. Soon after, he suddenly clutched his head, as if a bomb were exploding in his brain, causing him unbearable pain. Ah! Obito let out a painful scream. Sarutobi Hiruzen, seeing this, immediately pulled out the diamond rod of the Monkey King transformation. Diamond prison. In an instant, Obito was trapped by the split diamond rod. However, Obito was still in immense pain, unable to resist at all. What happened to him? Fugaku looked at Shursui and asked. At that moment, Shursui was covering his eyes. Blood flowed from the corners of his eyes down his entire face. Itachi quickly stepped forward to support Shursui. Shursui-san, are you okay? I'm fine, Shursui replied. But using so much ocular power at once will probably require some time to recover. Then, Shursui slowly walked in front of Fugaku. My Koto Amatsukami can forcibly change a person's will. What I implanted was the will to protect Konoha. The reason he is in so much pain now, I believe, is because the ocular power within him is clashing with my ocular power. The group frowned, but there's no need to worry too much, even if he has a Rinnegan. His ocular power has already been greatly depleted by us, and my ocular power is very abundant, so he cannot resist now, Shursui said. Everyone nodded in agreement. Even with a Rinnegan, he couldn't withstand such consumption after the previous battle. After all, this Rinnegan was not originally Obito's. Logically speaking, a Rinnegan should be immune to the Genjutsu of the Mangekyou Sharingan. However, the Rinnegan Obito had was Madara's, which he had transplanted and could not even use the Rinnegan's powers like Nagato. Plus, with his ocular power nearly depleted, it was naturally impossible for him to resist Shursui's Koto Amatsukami. Then, let's wait until he recovers before we ask him, Fugaku said, slowly putting away his kunai. The nearby outer path golem, having its master controlled, naturally quieted down. Everyone was panting, looking at the battlefield, feeling a bit desolate. Even though they responded in a timely manner, many lives were still lost. After all, this is war. I wonder how the 5 Kage are doing? Fugaku was somewhat worried about Uchiha Madara, but for now, he still couldn't be sure if Obito could be controlled by Shursui. So he couldn't feel at ease and had to stay here for the time being. After all, being a Kage, there shouldn't be any problems, right? Fugaku said. However, for some reason, he always felt a bit uneasy in his heart. His Izanami could only foresee his own future, not what was happening with the 5 Kage, unless he used the ocular technique in his other eye. The Izanami in his other eye had no limitations on its precognitive effects. But there was a major problem. He couldn't actively foresee, nor could he control the range of his foresight. Since awakening the Mangekyou Sharingan, he had only foreseen twice. The first time was when Sasuke was born. He saw an image. The entire Uchiha clan was shrouded in a blood-colored night. Itachi, wielding a long sword, caused the entire Uchiha clan to bleed profusely, while the young Sasuke awakened his Sharingan at that moment. At that time, he couldn't sleep day or night. However, not long after, he passively activated his Izanami again. This time, the image he saw was completely opposite. The Uchiha clan was harmonious, thriving even more in Konoha. And on the Hokage building, a man dressed in the robes of the 6 Hokage stood on the roof, looking out over the entire Konoha. Fugaku couldn't see the man's face clearly, but he saw one eye. The Mangekyou Sharingan. He memorized the pattern of that Mangekyou Sharingan. Now, Itachi and Shursui had also awakened their Mangekyou Sharingan, but the patterns didn't match. Suddenly, Fugaku remembered that Kakashi also had a Mangekyou. But upon closer inspection, the patterns also didn't match. From his perspective, it should be Uchiha Kansas, the Hokage of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku felt very excited. Every time he thought of that scene, he couldn't help but feel thrilled. At that moment, in a dark corner of the battlefield, a shadow slowly emerged, looking at Obito trapped in the diamond prison. TSK, TSK, TSK. I didn't expect Obito to be subdued so quickly. As expected, the Eye of the Moon plan still relies on Madara to be realized. I should inform Madara of the situation first, Black Zetsu murmured, then vanished into the ground. Next, he hurried towards Uchiha Madara's direction at top speed. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara was engaged in a fierce battle with 5 armored figures. Uchiha Madara was a body resurrected by Edo Tensei. Although his chakra was limitless and he was immortal, it also limited the power of his Rinnegan. Compared to before, it greatly weakened his strength. If he weren't able to barely use the Rinnegan's powers, he would likely have been sent back to the Pure Land by the sealing techniques of the 5 armored figures. Black Zetsu? Uchiha Madara sensed Black Zetsu's presence. After a while, Black Zetsu emerged from beneath Uchiha Madara's feet. Lord Madara. Black Zetsu's demeanor was extremely respectful. Then, Black Zetsu relayed Obito's situation to Uchiha Madara in detail. Trash. After hearing this, Uchiha Madara coldly spat out 2 words. That kid Nagato is the same, truly disappointing. Uchiha Madara murmured. After pondering for a moment, he turned to look at Black Zetsu. His eyes were filled with coldness. Since that kid is of no use now, let's proceed according to the original plan. Use the Rinnegan's Samsara technique to resurrect me. The Eye of the Moon plan ultimately needs me to realize it. Uchiha Madara said coldly, but in his eyes, A glimmer of eager expectation shone. Black Zetsu nodded, then immediately sank back into the ground. However, the corners of his mouth suddenly curled up slightly. Uchiha Madara did not notice this scene. Chapter 309. It doesn't matter. I will take action. Black Zetsu left. Uchiha Madara twisted his fists, staring intently at the 5 armored figures in front of him. Your strength has already earned my recognition. It's quite surprising that such geniuses could be born in this era. I'm afraid you haven't fully grown yet. Given another 10 years, you might surpass me and Hashirama. Unfortunately, I won't give you that time, Uchiha Madara said slowly. As soon as Black Zetsu controls Abido to perform the reincarnation of Heaven's Birth technique, he will be revived. At that time, he'll be able to restore his peak combat power, rather than his broken and inferior reanimated body. Arrogant. We are the ones currently in the lead, Uchiha Han said, refusing to concede. To be honest, Madara's strength exceeded Uchiha Han's expectations. He had thought Madara's power was at the peak of the Kage level. However, after this confrontation, Uchiha Han realized that even in his reanimated form, Madara already possessed strength at the peak of the Kage level. It seemed that Uchiha Madara had already touched the realm of the Sage of Six Paths. After all, the chakra of the Six Paths is essentially a conglomerate of changes in elemental properties: fire, water, wind, lightning, earth, and both yin and yang release. The Sharingan itself contains yin chakra, while Hashirama's body contains yang chakra. The combination of the two allows the Manjiki Sharingan to evolve into the Rinnegan. The Rinnegan itself belongs to the level of the Six Paths. However, even with the Sage's eyes, Uchiha Madara still lacked the Sage's body. Once he gathers all 9-tailed beasts, Uchiha Madara can completely become the second Sage of Six Paths. Unfortunately, under Uchiha Han's control, the Akatsuki's plan to capture the tailed beasts has completely failed. Instead, Uchiha Han has gathered the chakra of 7-tailed beasts, except for the 6 tails and 8 tails chakra. He even secretly obtained a bit of the 9 tails chakra. Previously, when the seal in Naruto's body loosened, Uchiha Han took the opportunity to extract a little bit during the reinforcement. Just a little bit. Arrogant? Uchiha Madara chuckled lightly. Ridiculous. The Rinnegan produced by reanimation is less than 1/10 of a true Rinnegan. Otherwise, how could your 5 people stop me? Uchiha Madara remained extremely proud, but in reality, there was a bit of exaggeration in his words. The 5 armored bodies in front of him, although not as strong as he was at his peak, were not too weak either. At this moment, Uchiha Han's main body found Orochimaru. In the laboratory, Orochimaru showed Uchiha Han his latest research results. Tornado armor. Looking at the green armor that carried a whirlwind, Uchiha Han nodded in satisfaction. Since unlocking the Emperor's armor, Uchiha Han's perception ability has risen to a new level. He could clearly sense the natural energy within the tornado armor. Although it couldn't compare to the 5 elements armor, it was already taking shape. Just based on the power of this armor, it surpassed some Jonin. If combined with the summoner's own strength, it could rival Kage level power as well. Moreover, as Orochimaru continues to advance his experiments, the armor's abilities will certainly continue to enhance. At that time, these 4 sets of armor will represent 4 Kage level peak powerhouses. Uchiha Han admired Orochimaru, truly living up to his reputation. How are the other 2 sets of armor prepared? Uchiha Han asked. Orochimaru carefully put away the completed tornado armor key. The energy for the howling armor has been collected, but the energy for the steep armor is still being gathered. So, it may take some time to complete these 2 sets of armor, Orochimaru said. In response, Uchiha Han simply nodded. He wasn't particularly concerned about when these 4 sets of armor would be completed. What he truly cared about was another aspect. I have a question. How do you plan to use these 4 sets of armor? Uchiha Han asked, his gaze fixed intently on Orochimaru. Orochimaru showed no signs of avoiding Uchiha Han's gaze. Smiling slightly, it will certainly be left to you, Han-kun. I just need you to help provide some experimental materials. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Han nodded in satisfaction. With his current strength, he wasn't afraid of any tricks Orochimaru might play. By the way, Han-kun, there's something that might require your intervention. Orochimaru then informed Uchiha Han about the reanimation issue. Goodness, I was wondering how there could be reanimations. Turns out it's that guy Orochimaru pulling strings behind the scenes. Uchiha Han maintained a calm demeanor on the surface. I see. Uchiha Han pretended to nod. I'm very sorry, Han-kun. Orochimaru slightly bowed in apology. But now that it's come to this, talking about it is useless. Uchiha Han didn't want to blame him for anything. The remaining reanimated army hadn't caused much of a stir. In the original story, Kabuto had spent a considerable amount of time traveling across the ninja world to gather so many strong fighters. This time, it was hastily collected by White Zetsu, and aside from the members familiar to the Akatsuki, there were only a few well-known Kage. Therefore, compared to the original story, the pressure on the ninja coalition this time was much less. As for Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Han felt that even if he wasn't reanimated with Black Zetsu around, he would eventually be revived using the reincarnation of Heaven's Birth technique. The reincarnation of Heaven's Birth. Oh no, Uchiha Han forgot about that. So Han-kun, this Uchiha Madara is quite troublesome. What are your plans? Orochimaru frowned and said. He had a deep understanding of the Sharingan. Just the Manjiki Sharingan alone had immense power. And Uchiha Madara possessed the legendary Rinnegan. Wasn't that the same as the leader of the Akatsuki? Remembering the feeling of helplessness when facing the leader, Orochimaru couldn't help but feel a bit of dread. However, Han-kun should. Uchiha Han turned and walked towards the base's entrance. It doesn't matter. I will take action. Chapter 310. Reincarnation of Heaven's Birth, Revive. I'm sorry. Obito calmed down and said slowly. His gaze turned to Kakashi, filled with guilt. Kakashi stepped forward. Obito, is it really you? Obito nodded. But what is going on? If you didn't die, why didn't you come back to find us? Kakashi was extremely shocked, directly grasping the adamantine cage that trapped Obito, questioning him hoarsely. Heh. Obito sneered twice. Then he slowly began to speak. After the Third Shinobi World War ended, I didn't die. I was saved by Uchiha Madara. He trained me and constantly instilled his ideology in me, wanting me to inherit his will. At first, I only thought about returning to Konoha, until I witnessed you kill Rin. As soon as these words were spoken, Kakashi's body trembled violently. Rin? In an instant, that bloody and tragic scene surged back into his mind. That beautiful and sorrowful smile seemed to appear before him once again. Obito, Kakashi didn't know how to explain, feeling somewhat at a loss. But the fact was indeed true. He had personally killed Rin. The people next to Shursui and others immediately became tense. Shursui thought that Obito should have had his will altered by Kotoe Tsukumi. So why did it still feel like he harbored great resentment towards Kakashi? Could it be that Kotoe Tsukumi had failed? No need to explain. I know. This is not your fault. Obito slowly lifted his head. His expression on his face looked somewhat painful. Later, I roughly guessed that this was what Madara had deliberately designed, to make me recognize his ideology and become the successor of his will. It's truly ridiculous. I actually used the exact same method to turn Nagato into what he is today. Obito suddenly felt like a complete clown. Obito. Kakashi's expression was extremely complicated. Not knowing what else to say, the anger that had filled him had completely dissipated. Obito didn't want to say anything more either. He felt deeply guilty inside. What he'd done over the years. He had even summoned the Nine Tails to destroy Konoha, almost putting Sensei Minato and Kushina in a dire situation. Fortunately, he had not caused irreparable consequences. Obito closed his eyes. He didn't want to resist anything anymore. He couldn't help but suddenly recall that he had once fought to become Hokage. Rin had supported him a lot. I will always watch over you, Obito. Obito's emotions calmed down. Do as you wish, I don't mind anymore. After all, I have caused such great harm to Konoha and the ninja world. No matter how you deal with me, I have no complaints. Obito said slowly. Fugaku sighed helplessly, then looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi. He was also very worried about Obito's situation. After all, he was a member of the Uchiha clan. But Obito had committed such a grave mistake. He had no authority to judge. Third Hokage, look, Fugaku said cautiously, wanting to see what Hiruzen Sarutobi's attitude was. Kakashi also quickly looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi, his eyes filled with hope, hoping that the third Hokage would not impose too severe punishment. Kakashi felt that Obito's transformation was largely due to his own reasons. Hiruzen Sarutobi furrowed his brows tightly. To be honest, he felt no sympathy for Obito, only disgust. To turn the ninja world upside down for a woman. Such a person was truly extreme. He couldn't understand. Sigh. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed. Everyone present was from the Uchiha clan, and Kakashi had countless connections with Obito. If Hiruzen Sarutobi chose to execute Obito on the spot, they would definitely intervene. This matter was no longer just a Konoha issue. So, it would be better to hand Obito over to the 5 Kage for judgment. Hiruzen Sarutobi said. Fugaku nodded in agreement. TSK. Judgment? At this moment, a hoarse voice suddenly sounded. Everyone immediately became alert. A dark shadow suddenly emerged from somewhere, directly passing through the adamantine prison and crawling onto Obito's body. Obito, You actually dared to betray Lord Madara, Kagaya said. However, there was no hint of anger in his tone. Obito's expression suddenly turned extremely panicked. What are you going to do? Obito wanted to struggle, but his body was locked by the adamantine prison. What am I going to do? Of course, I'm going to execute Lord Madara's plan. Kagaya cackled. At this moment, Fugaku and others rushed forward, wanting to drag Kagaya away. However, Kagaya had already completely fused with half of Obito's body. This is bad. Quick, stop him. He wants to resurrect Uchiha Madara. Obito shouted. He had already understood what Kagaya wanted to do. He had already failed for the Eye of the Moon plan. He was a useless person now, but the Rinnegan was still with him. Kagaya wanted to control him to use the Rinne rebirth technique to resurrect Uchiha Madara. What? Resurrect Uchiha Madara? Everyone was suddenly shocked. Resurrect? How to resurrect? However, they had no time to dwell on this issue. The most urgent matter was to stop that dark figure. Damn it, my adamantine prison actually can't stop its actions. Hiruzen Sarutobi said in shock. What on earth is this thing? Everyone felt a bit flustered. Looking at Obito, whose half-body was controlled by Kagaya, they were at a loss for a moment. They couldn't attack, otherwise they would hurt Obito as well. Quick, kill me. We absolutely cannot let it succeed. Obito shouted hoarsely. They absolutely could not allow Uchiha Madara to be resurrected. He had already made too many mistakes. He could not continue to help Madara. However, Kagaya had already occupied his body. His consciousness was slowly becoming hazy. Obito, Kakashi was extremely anxious. Back then, he had also killed Rin with his own hands for the sake of the greater good. Now, was he going to watch his comrade die without saving him? It has to be this way. Hiruzen Sarutobi stepped forward, hands tightly clenched together. He had no concerns like Kakashi and the others. On the contrary, killing Obito aligned with Hiruzen Sarutobi's intentions. Saru, Hiruzen Sarutobi shouted, and then several powerful arms extended from the adamantine prison to control Obito's limbs. However, it was already too late. Obito's eyes lost their luster. His hands instantly clenched together. The remaining power of the Rinnegan burst forth in an instant. Rinne Rebirth Technique. Chapter 311. You really disappoint me, Obito. Rinne Rebirth Technique. Meanwhile, on the other side, Uchiha Madara underwent a tremendous change. The originally impure reincarnation body was emitting wisps of steam. Then, the visible cracks on his body gradually stitched back together under the effect of the steam. The scars completely disappeared. At this moment, Uchiha Madara had shed his impure reincarnation body. Now he was truly reborn. Now I am in my peak state. Uchiha Madara felt the surging vitality within him, and a rare look of excitement and pride appeared on his face. He extended his hand and tightly clenched it into a fist. Stepping forward, he glanced around with a disdainful look. Finally, his gaze landed on the Flame Dragon armor, because all along, only the Flame Dragon armor clone had been talking to him. Rinne Rebirth Technique. Resurrected? Uchiha stared at him, gripping the flame blade tightly. For some reason, he inexplicably felt a sense of pressure. But it shouldn't be. After Uchiha Madara was resurrected, his aura felt much more vibrant. Yet his imposing manner seemed to have weakened. Uchiha was puzzled, but he remained tense, not daring to let his guard down. Even though Uchiha felt that they had the upper hand now, but facing Uchiha Madara, the most imposing figure in Naruto, undoubtedly, among all the villains, Uchiha Madara was the one with the most charisma. What? Do you still want to resist? Uchiha Madara looked at the 5 armored figures gripping their weapons and chuckled lightly. A mere grain of sand, not even half of my worth. However, as soon as the words fell, Uchiha Madara's eyes suddenly shattered. What happened? The Rinnegan shattered. TSK. It seems I need to retrieve my Rinnegan. Uchiha Madara muttered. He then slowly stood up and looked towards Obito's direction. Huh. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly sensed the presence of 5 armored clones. It felt somewhat familiar. Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes and carefully examined the 5 armors again. This aura seems to be the chakra of tailed beasts. Uchiha Madara's eyes lit up. Previously, Black Zetsu mentioned that the tailed beast capture plan was disrupted by these armored figures. So it turns out you guys are also after the chakra of the tailed beasts. Uchiha Madara chuckled softly. He was originally thinking of capturing the remaining 7 tailed beasts himself, finding it troublesome. But now, 1 tail, 2 tails, 4 tails, 5 tails, 7 tails, 8 tails, 9 tails. I didn't expect there would be so much tailed beast chakra. Uchiha Madara was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect these few had collected so many tailed beasts. The 5 armored clones were all condensed from tailed beast chakra, because Uchiha Han extracted more and more tailed beast chakra. The 5 newly condensed clones had most of the tailed beast chakra injected into them. With this, the 5 clones would be more stable and less detectable. This guy. Uchiha Han frowned, thinking that Madara was actually eyeing the tailed beast chakra inside his body. However, with Madara's strength, wanting to defeat the combined efforts of the 5 armors was simply a pipe dream. Umph. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, and then leaped up, flying towards Obito's direction. Go to get the Rinnegan? Uchiha Han murmured as he watched Madara's back. Then, Uchiha Han turned his head to look at the 5 Kage behind him. Aside from Tsunade, who was already quite resilient, the other 4 Kage were seriously injured. Lady Tsunade, you should go heal first. I'll handle it here. Immediately, the 5 armors rode the light shadow steeds and chased after him. I really didn't expect these armors to be so strong. Yuan Sure, supported by Tsunade, struggled to stand upright and sighed. After all, the 5 of them teamed up but were so easily defeated by Uchiha Madara. However, Tsunade was still reminiscing about what Uchiha Han had just said. Me? Obito. Kakashi looked at the barely breathing Obito on the ground, filled with sorrow. I'm sorry. Obito's voice was incredibly weak, as if he had exhausted all his strength just to utter those 2 words. He had already nearly depleted all his ocular power, and forcibly using the Rinnegan's innate technique further drained his life force. His life now was like a faint flame, needing just a slight blow to extinguish it instantly. The others were also somewhat at a loss. Madara has really been resurrected? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked gravely. For him, compared to Madara, Obito's life seemed so insignificant. Yes. Obito's voice grew weaker. His eyes became hazy. His vision blurred more and more. Gradually, he suddenly saw one girl. That figure, in countless nights, made his soul yearn. Rin, I'm coming to be with you now. However, that girl slowly pushed him away, her face still blooming with a smile like a rose. Obito, hang in there. However, just as a surge of flame erupted in Obito's heart, a terrifying aura descended from the sky. Kakashi. Fugaku hurriedly stepped forward and pulled Kakashi back. The crowd suddenly retreated several steps. Long time no see, Obito. A mature and authoritative voice slowly sounded. As the dust cleared, Uchiha Madara's figure gradually came into view. He is. The crowd instinctively swallowed hard. The aura emitted by that figure made it hard for them to breathe. Plus, they had just experienced a fierce battle, with little chakra left and still bearing injuries. If this person attacked now, they probably wouldn't last 5 rounds combined. Madara. Obito's eyes were filled with fear, his voice weak and trembling. You have truly disappointed me. Madara muttered. The tailed beast capture plan failed. Having only captured 2 tailed beasts, and combined with his performance in this Ninja World War, Uchiha Madara was extremely disappointed in Obito. He simply was not worthy of the training Madara had given him. Immediately, a hint of ruthlessness flashed across Madara's face, and he suddenly grabbed downwards. Obito let out a painful scream. The crowd's hearts trembled. Kakashi rushed out in an instant. Kakashi. Sarutobi Hiruzen hurriedly stepped forward to hold him back. TSK. Uchiha Madara slowly stood up, his bloodied hand gently pressing on his left eye. Lord Madara, this is the remaining eye. Black Zetsu handed over another Rinnegan. Madara took it and pressed it on his right eye. After sitting on the bus for the whole afternoon, it's still raining today. Happy May Day to everyone. Chapter 312, 10 Tails. Uchiha Madara slowly opened his eyes, gently clenched his hands, feeling the powerful ocular power flowing through his eyes. A trace of excitement appeared on his face. This power has returned to my hands. Only I can unleash the greatest power of the Rinnegan. Uchiha Madara slowly raised his head, his gaze disdainful and cold, sweeping over the crowd. Fugaku and the others instinctively shuddered, and even Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly felt a hint of fear in his heart. You are Madara? Fugaku forced himself to calm down, his gaze fixed tightly on Uchiha Madara. Manjiki Sharingan. Looking at Fugaku's eyes, Uchiha Madara murmured with interest. Then, he saw Itachi and Shursue's Sharingan and couldn't help but be surprised. I didn't expect that in this generation of Uchiha, 3 pairs of Manjiki would appear. It should be noted that even during the Warring States period, with so many geniuses emerging, there were only he and his brother Izuna who awakened the Manjiki Sharingan in the entire Uchiha clan. But unfortunately, the power of the Manjiki Sharingan does not even compare to me, Uchiha Madara said contemptuously. He then turned his head to look at the outer path golem. Only the chakra of the 3 tails and 6 tails? Uchiha Madara couldn't help but frown, but then thought of something, his brow relaxed. The tailed beast chakra within those guys is just right. At this moment, Uchiha Madara raised his head. He saw 5 streaks of light falling from the sky. It was the 5 armors. Hankuin, Itachi exclaimed upon seeing the flame dragon armor. Isn T Hankuin, supposed to be protecting the daimyo? Why did he suddenly run to the front lines? At the same time, Itachi also noticed the other 4 armors. What is going on? The crowd was also confused. Just in time, Uchiha Madara smiled lightly, flexed his wrist, and appeared ready to take action. Seeing this, Uchiha Han and the 5 armors also stood ready, prepared for battle. Trying to persuade Uchiha Madara with words was definitely futile. Since Uchiha Madara is not planning to listen to Uchiha Han, he can only seal him first. Uchiha Madara immediately raised his hand, and the outer path golem, which had already fallen silent, instantly became violent again. Then, Uchiha Madara leaped onto the top of the outer path golem's head. This amount of chakra is not enough for him to evolve into the 10 tails, but the power of absorbing tailed beast chakra is still very strong. Uchiha Madara murmured, then clenched his hands together. In an instant, the chakra within Uchiha Madara erupted, forming a substantial airflow. Next, the outer path golem beneath his feet seemed to be stimulated, becoming even more frenzied. Roar! The outer path golem let out a series of angry roars. The massive sound waves forced the ninja allied forces to retreat, covering their ears. Uchiha Madara's gaze fell once again on the 5 armored bodies. Then the corners of his mouth subtly lifted. If he were to capture the tailed beasts all at once, it would be somewhat troublesome, but the dispersed tailed beast chakra within you could be easily absorbed back. Uchiha Madara murmured. Immediately, the outer path golem beneath him suddenly erupted again. With a loud bang, it instantly stood up from the enormous swamp. Then, 5 massive wooden arms burst forth from its surface, flying toward the 5 armored bodies. This is bad. Uchiha Han realized Madara was trying to extract the tailed beast chakra from the clones. Uchiha Han felt that things were not looking good. The outer path golem evolves into the complete 10 tails by relying on the chakra of 9-tailed beasts. Although Uchiha Han was unsure if the scattered tailed beast chakra within him could help the outer path golem evolve, he absolutely could not let Madara succeed. Immediately, the 5 armored bodies erupted with overwhelming power, and visible light shields appeared in front of them. However, to Uchiha Han's surprise, the 5 clones suddenly experienced a riot. The tailed beast chakra that originally formed the clones began to flow. It was like a house that had already been built suddenly starting to move violently. In this way, the house would collapse in an instant. What is happening? Uchiha Han furrowed his brow, feeling extremely shocked. The next second, the 5 clones suddenly became uncontrollable. The 5 clones collapsed to the ground as if they had received an electric shock. However, with their current strength, even if struck by heavenly thunder, it would cause them intense pain. Hon-kun, Itachi, beside him, instantly became extremely anxious. Fugaku and the others were also very worried. Together, Fugaku said. Then the several of them leaped forward, rushing to the front of the flame dragon armor. Earth style, earth flow wall. The group pressed their palms on the ground, instantly raising a tall, earthen wall. However, that arm suddenly slapped down, directly shattering the earth flow wall. Then, with a sweep, it immediately sent Fugaku and the others flying. Uncle Fugaku, don't come. Don't worry, this is just my clone. Uchiha Han said. Fugaku and the others got back up, then frowned. Clone? Looking at the 5 armored bodies, a shocking guess surged in their hearts. Could it be? Uchiha Madara crossed his arms and looked down at the crowd below. Then, he further circulated his chakra. The outer path golem beneath him became even more frenzied, and those 5 arms became even thicker. At the same time, the 5 clones became increasingly unstable, their forms flickering. This is bad. The tailed beast chakra within me is becoming more and more chaotic. It's completely out of control. Uchiha Han was alarmed. This was something he had never anticipated. He did not expect that at this moment, the tailed beast chakra would actually become his hidden danger. Immediately, streams of differently colored chakra flowed out from the 5 armored bodies. They transformed into rainbow-like chakra streams and entered the outer path golem's body. The 9-tailed beasts originate from the 10 tails, and the outer path golem is the shell of the 10 tails. If these chakras were condensed within the tailed beasts, they would remain very stable. Even within a Jinchuriki, special techniques would be required to extract them into the outer path golem. But now it was different. The tailed beast chakra was floating outside and had been condensed into clones by Uchiha Han. Once summoned by the main body, these tailed beast chakras would automatically be attracted. Oh no! The tail beast chakra was all attracted into the outer path golem's body. The 5 armored clones began to flicker, gradually becoming more and more indistinct. Roar. The outer path golem let out an earth-shattering roar. Then, its massive body underwent a tremendous transformation. Its originally trunk-like body became filled with resilience. It was as if a wooden stump that had been cut down restored itself to its lush state before being felled. Ding! A gigantic scarlet eyeball suddenly sprouted from the head of the 10 tails. Countless long, soft arms waved in the air continuously, like an excited child. It's time, Uchiha Madara murmured. Chapter 3:13. Sage of Six Paths Madara. It's time, Uchiha Madara murmured. He opened his hands and then slammed them together. Si pas tentel siling technique. As soon as his voice fell, the massive body of the 10 tails beneath Uchiha Madara immediately surged into his body. A few seconds later, the enormous body of the 10 tails vanished without a trace. Everyone was dumbfounded at this scene. How could such a large thing fit into his body? The ninja allied forces erupted in exclamations of awe and fear. However, the front line, including Sarutobi Hiruzen, wore serious expressions and remained silent. Is this the power of the 10 tails? It's dozens of times stronger than before, just as recorded on the stone tablet. Uchiha Madara felt this suddenly surging power within him with excitement. Then, that power rapidly spread throughout his body. At the same time, Uchiha Madara's clothes transformed into a white robe adorned with several black tomo. This is the white cloak of the Sage of Six Paths. His hair also turned snow white. Then, 8 black orbs of chakra appeared behind him in succession. A black Zen staff, the Six Path staff, also appeared in his left hand. This is the realm of the Sage of Six Paths? Indeed powerful. Uchiha Madara was delighted as he felt the changes within him. Immediately, his body slowly floated in midair, overlooking the ninjas on the ground. In Uchiha Madara's eyes, the ninja allied forces looked like a swarm of ants. Ants. Uchiha Madara chuckled lightly, then gently extended a hand and shook it downward. A wave of terrifying energy instantly erupted. The entire ninja allied forces was immediately crushed, like sand piles on the beach. They were instantly obliterated by the tide. A few minutes later, this momentum gradually dissipated. Among the ninja allied forces, the weaker ones were almost shattered internally by this momentum, their lives hanging by a thread. Only a few stronger ninjas barely stabilized their injuries. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others reacted quickly, skillfully using ninjutsu to evade. Although their forms were somewhat disheveled, fortunately, they were not seriously harmed. This is a joke. How could it be so strong? This is too strong. Just a gentle shake unleashed such a powerful attack. Even if the 5 Kage came, they wouldn't be able to stir up much of a storm in front of him. For a moment, a sense of despair once again spread among the ninja alliance. This scene fell into Uchiha Madara's eyes, and his heart did not stir with any waves. He only had one thought: execute the Eye of the Moon plan. Thus, Uchiha Madara turned around, wanting to fly toward the bright moon hanging in the sky. At that moment, Uchiha Madara suddenly furrowed his brows. Huh? He slowly turned around, his gaze passing over the dense ninja alliance beneath him. He looked toward the end of his vision. He felt a mysterious yet incredibly powerful aura. This aura, surprisingly, made him feel a hint of threat. Finally, Uchiha Madara saw a tiny figure, a very small black, that was constantly walking toward the battlefield. Uchiha Madara held his breath, his eyes fixed on that black dot. Under his gaze, the black dot slowly transformed into a teenager about 178 meters tall. It was Uchiha Han. This time it was the main body. Koen? Itachi looked at the figure walking behind him, momentarily stunned. For some reason, he suddenly felt that Han Koen at this moment had become very different, somewhat unfamiliar, yet radiating an endless aura. Uchiha Han's face was cold, and his youthful face began to show some sharp angles. He appeared both youthful and exuded a mature charm. Little Han. Fugaka stepped forward, looking somewhat worried and confused. The others noticed Uchiha Madara's unusual behavior, and their gazes fell on Uchiha Han. They were curious as to how a teenager suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Why was the incredibly powerful Uchiha Madara suddenly staring at this boy with such vigilance? For some reason, looking at Uchiha Han's determined figure, the Ninja Alliance suddenly felt a warm current rise within them. At this moment, all eyes were gathered on Uchiha Han. Next, leave it to me. Uchiha Han stepped past the crowd and walked forward. At this time, the 5 armored clones, having their tailed beast chakra extracted, were becoming increasingly illusory. Uchiha Han walked over, and the 5 clones immediately transformed into 5 light spheres, merging into Uchiha Han's body. So it was little Han's clones? Fugaka murmured. Although he had already guessed this earlier, seeing it with his own eyes was still quite surprising. It was actually just his clones? Uchiha Madara was greatly shocked. It should be noted that those 5 armored figures were extremely troublesome, and he had a hard time dealing with them. However, Uchiha Madara quickly calmed down. He had now become the second sage of 6 paths. He was far beyond what he was before. It would not be an exaggeration to say that even 10 of the previous Uchiha Madara would not be a match for him now. Uchiha Han slowly walked toward Madara. His steps were slow, but very firm. With each step he took, a powerful aura erupted. Moreover, this aura was continuously rising. Uchiha Madara's brows gradually furrowed. Finally, Uchiha Han stopped, then slowly raised his head to look at Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara, I give you one last chance. Immediately abandon the Eye of the Moon plan. It's just a scam. Otherwise, I will take action to seal you. Upon hearing this, the entire battlefield was in an uproar. Can he really defeat Madara? Regardless of the outcome, having the courage to say such words makes him a role model for us. At the same time, Fugaku and others were equally shocked. They never expected that Uchiha Han would dare to say such words in the face of such a powerful Madara. Does he really have that strength? Ridiculous. It seems you still don't understand the gap between us now. Uchiha Madara sneered. In that case, don't blame me for being rude. Uchiha Han's eyes turned cold, and he slowly raised his hand. Imperial armor merge. In S. Today I'm adding 10,000 words. Consider it a boost for everyone Esme Day. Chapter 314. 5 Elements Unite. Ultimate Imperial Armor. Imperial Armor, merge. Uchiha Han's voice became incredibly authoritative and resonant. It instantly echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. In an instant, the originally dark sky became bright. Uchiha Madara turned his head in surprise. The bright moon that was originally hanging behind him had long since disappeared. In its place was a massive fireball that was impossible to look at directly. The sun? What is going on? Wasn't it just night? How did it suddenly become a big sun? The Ninja Alliance was also shocked. Meanwhile, the 5 Kage, in a state of disarray, rushed over and happened to witness this scene. The 5 were once again dumbfounded, especially Noki and Rashi. They never expected that Uchiha Han's strength would exceed their imagination once again. At the same time, a dazzling light burst forth from within Uchiha Han. An indescribable, terrifying power erupted from him, causing everyone to instinctively dodge. After a few seconds, the light gradually diminished, and the terrifying aura slowly calmed down. Everyone cautiously turned their gaze over. They saw golden armor standing there. Majestic, solemn, powerful, like a deity that no one could compare to. Just a glance at its back made them feel a sense of reverence and submission. If there were only one ruler in this world, then, without a doubt, it would be the person before them. This is the Light Emperor? Does this mean that all the armors were created by Uchiha Han alone? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a storm of emotions in his heart. Similarly, the others felt the same way. At this moment, Uchiha Madara's brow was tightly furrowed. This. His expression visibly showed some panic, because the aura that Uchiha Han was now emitting was already above his. How is this possible? I am now the sage of 6 paths. How could he be stronger than me? Uchiha Madara couldn't accept this and showed a hint of anger and madness on his face. Then, Uchiha Han slowly flew into the sky, stopping in front of Uchiha Madara. At this moment, Uchiha Han suddenly felt something was off. He realized that the Imperial armor was much stronger than when he first unlocked it. What's going on? 5 elements unite. Congratulations to the host for awakening the Ultimate Imperial Armor. Ultimate Imperial Armor. So that is how it is. Uchiha Han was extremely excited as he looked down and saw that a shiny golden Aurora shield had indeed appeared on his chest. Just now, when the 5 clones were about to dissipate, Uchiha Han had gathered the energy from the 5 sets of armor back. 5 elements unite. The power of the Ultimate Emperor is incredibly strong and cannot be measured by mere percentages of compatibility. Subsequently, Uchiha Han slowly raised his head and looked at the white figure in midair. Stand down, Uchiha Han said calmly. Because of summoning the Imperial armor, Uchiha Han's voice became even more authoritative and solemn, making people unable to help but want to obey. Ridiculous. Uchiha Madara laughed maniacally. I have been planning for decades, and just as I was about to succeed, how could I give up? Uchiha Han sighed helplessly and said, but your plan will not go as you wish. The Moon Eye plan has been a scam from start to finish. However, upon hearing this, Madara felt a surge of anger as he realized that Uchiha Han was simply trying to thwart him. Who are you? Why are you trying to stop me? Madara glared at Uchiha Han, asking furiously. Before, he had completely disregarded everyone because he knew they posed no threat to him. But now, the aura emanating from Uchiha Han was no longer beneath him. Madara had a premonition. If this guy sincerely wanted to stop him, then the Moon Eye plan would likely fail. After all the effort Madara had put into it, he could not give up easily. Having come this far, he had to complete the plan at all costs. For his dream, for true peace, to end this world filled only with suffering. Madara immediately summoned all of his chakra, the power of the six paths surging rapidly within him. Sage Art, Storm released Light Fang. A ray like a laser shot out from his mouth. The momentum was incredibly strong. This move had directly severed Naruto's truth-seeking ball in the original work. Seeing this, Uchiha Han merely shook his head, seemingly regretting something. Then, Uchiha Han slowly raised his hand. The Aurora shield instantly appeared in his palm. Madara's attack struck the Aurora shield directly, yet the light release left not a single scratch. How? Is this possible? Madara's eyes widened in disbelief. He knew very well how powerful this technique was. Even his once proud, complete body Susanoo would collapse under this ray in an instant. Yet such a powerful technique could not leave a mark on the opponent's shield. Uchiha Han would not give Madara time to be astonished. He immediately twisted the knob at his waist. The Aurora sword appeared in his right hand. Then, Uchiha Han twisted the knob at his waist again. 5 elements, ultimate kill. 5 light shadows appeared in front of him. Madara's pupils trembled. He sensed an overwhelming force from those 5 light shadows. The power was so immense that he could not withstand it. This is bad. Madara instinctively tried to dodge, but found that the surrounding space had solidified. No matter how he exerted his strength, he could not break free from the spatial confinement. It was as if he were trapped in a giant block of ice. 5 elements of metal. Metal's purification. The metal light shadow fell. Countless massive light spheres rained down from the sky. Each light sphere contained powerful energy, like falling meteors. Madara watched as more and more light spheres gathered above him. His eyes filled with terror. 5 elements of wood. Wood's extension. The wood light shadow fell. Huge vines descended, instantly binding Madara's limbs, leaving him completely immobile. At this moment, the ninja allied forces erupted into exclamations. My God, that guy is so strong. If that attack hits us, we will be wiped out in an instant. Look, even Madara has been controlled. The Ninja Alliance members swept away their previous despair, their faces filled with excitement and thrill. They finally saw a glimmer of hope. What kind of power is this? Why can't even my 6 paths power move? Madara's face was filled with fear. He had never felt this way in his life. Therefore, he was particularly terrified. He struggled with all his might. However, not only was his physical body restrained, but even the 6 paths chakra within him seemed to have turned into a stagnant pool, unresponsive no matter how he tried to mobilize it. 5 elements of water. Water's concealment. The water light shadow fell. The sky seemed to tear open, and a torrent of a rushing river cascaded down. Just as the waves were about to crash onto Madara, they suddenly transformed into sharp ice spikes. Countless ice spikes fell, piercing into Madara's body. Madara, still in his 6 paths body, could easily recover from even the most severe injuries. However, the wounds caused by these ice spikes instantly bled profusely, turning crimson. At the same time, frost began to form on Madara's body. Uchiha Han stood in midair, holding the Aurora sword, coldly watching Madara pinned to the ground. Then, Uchiha Han gripped the sword hilt tightly and thrust it downward. 5 elements of earth. 5 elements of fire. Fiery rock soil. Imperial lava. Fire and earth light shadows fell. An incomprehensibly terrifying energy surged from all directions towards Uchiha Han, enveloping him in a violent hurricane. In the blink of an eye, a massive meteor coalesced, with scorching magma erupting from the cracks on its surface, resembling a burning firestone. Boom! A loud crash resounded as the meteor crashed down heavily. The violent impact and searing magma made Madara emit a tragic scream. His body instantly turned pitch black. Only a trace of life remained within him. The 6 paths body was indeed resilient. The vitality is quite tenacious, Uchiha Han said indifferently. He then gently raised the Aurora sword in his hand. Roar! A high-pitched dragon's roar echoed through the heavens and the earth, making everyone shudder. The Aurora sword was enveloped in a faint halo. This halo gradually became solid, eventually forming a spiraling dragon. It continuously coiled upwards, with the dragon's head rising to the sword's tip, the momentum reaching its peak. Go! Uchiha Han pushed forward with one hand, and the Aurora sword transformed into a dazzling streak of light, stabbing towards Madara. Roar! Another high-pitched dragon's roar resonated. Then, a powerful energy erupted instantly. Centered around Madara, a radius of several dozen miles was flattened to the ground. Fortunately, the ninja allied forces had retreated to a safe distance in advance. My god, this final explosion is terrifying. How powerful must that be? Indeed, thank goodness Lord Hokage had us evacuate early. Otherwise, if we had been caught in it, we would have had no chance of survival. The ninja allied forces erupted into exclamations. Fear, relief, excitement, and thrill, various emotions surged. But no matter what, they all knew. The war had been won. Uchiha Han landed, standing at the center of the explosion, the very place where Madara had been suppressed earlier. At this moment, Madara's body had turned to ashes. His soul had returned to the Pure Land. However, some things remained. A pure white light orb slowly floated into Uchiha Han's hand, radiating powerful waves. This was the chakra of the 10 tails. It contained the complete chakra of the 3 tails, 6 tails, and part of the chakra from the remaining tailed beasts. For me now, it's of no use, Uchiha Han murmured. He then gently sent it upwards. The light orb instantly split into 9 parts, with 2 portions being more prominent. Then, the 9 light orbs dissipated into the world. The 3 tails and 6 tails would soon recongeal, while the remaining tailed beast chakra would return to the Jinchuriki. Uchiha Han let out a long breath. Suddenly, he remembered something. I almost forgot about you. Uchiha Han turned around abruptly and slashed in a certain direction with the sword. No, a hoarse and miserable voice echoed. Behind the rocky ruins, a mass of black something slowly fell down. Uchiha Han glanced at it with disgust, and then slashed again. However, this time the sword light burned with intense flames, instantly incinerating the mass of black thing, leaving not even a speck of ash. Black Zetsu dead. Then, Uchiha Han looked up. At this moment, a sun hung high in the sky. Due to the power of the Emperor's armor, the sun and moon had been forcibly reversed. The moon still sealed Kaguya. How should this woman be dealt with? Uchiha Han found himself in a bit of a dilemma. Forget it. Let's go to the moon and take a look. Thus, Uchiha Han rode the Emperor's steed and flew towards the moon. Pure Land. Feeling the events occurring in the ninja world, the Sage of 6 Paths frowned. After pondering for a long time, he planned to forcibly communicate with Uchiha Han's spirit. So the Sage of 6 Paths consciousness traversed the Pure Land and flew towards Uchiha Han. However, just at that moment, a powerful mental fluctuation bounced him out of Uchiha Han's body. The Sage of 6 Paths was taken aback. Soon after, he found his consciousness pulled into a mysterious space. At the same time, an old man with white hair and a white robe appeared before him, smiling kindly. After a conversation, the Sage of 6 Paths' expression became very serious, and he slowly stood up straight and bowed to the deity of the Divine Mountain. Thank you. Ines, the ending has arrived. Stayed up all night in tension. Chapter 315. Now is the era of armor. Upon arriving at the moon, Uchiha Han indeed met Sharon. He was the only living person on the moon. Sharon had been observing the ninja world. I believe you will be able to turn the ninja world into an ideal world, he said respectfully. He had witnessed Uchiha Han's power and knew that the person before him had the ability to bring peace to the ninja world. You don't have to worry about the affairs of the ninja world. Just stay on the moon from now on, Uchiha Han said coldly. Sharon nodded in response. Thus, Uchiha Han stopped talking to him. Then, Uchiha Han went directly to the core of the moon. Sure enough, he saw Kaguya sleeping. Due to the seal, Kaguya's consciousness could not awaken, and the chakra within her body was completely unresponsive. Then, Uchiha Han gently tapped a finger, and a point of light entered Kaguya's body. The war ended. Uchiha Han became a hero of the entire ninja world. On the Hokage building. I'll get straight to the point. Do you want to be the 6th Hokage? Tsunade asked. Uchiha Han shook his head. But soon after, Uchiha Han asked, You know, I'm not suitable to be Hokage, but I think Itachi would be a good fit. How about letting him take the position? However, Tsunade just chuckled lightly and shook her head. With your current strength and prestige, you are the only one who can be the 6th Hokage. If it were someone else, they would likely face criticism from the entire ninja world, Tsunade said. Uchiha Han nodded in agreement, but furrowed his brows tightly. Indeed. However, if you become the 6th Hokage, at that time, with your status, no one would dare oppose your choice of successor, Tsunade continued. Uchiha Han's brows then relaxed. All right, Thus, a few days later, Uchiha Han took over as the 6th Hokage. However, most of the work was handed over to Itachi and Kakashi. Meanwhile, Tsunade spent her days happily at the board game hall, but still often went to treat Jiraiya and Minato. After a while, Minato and Jiraiya finally woke up. Learning about the events that had transpired during this time, it took them several days to fully digest the information. I didn't expect this Emperor of Light was actually Lil Han all along, Minato smiled. The doubts in his heart were buried deep. There was no point in dwelling on it now. Thus, Minato also stepped into retirement early. From time to time, he would go fishing with Sarutobi Hiruzen, which often led to complaints from Kushina. However, despite her complaints, Kushina felt warm inside. Obito's vitality was also tenacious. After some treatment, he came back to life. The Rinnegan was reclaimed by Madara, so he could no longer resist Shurisue's Kodoeme Tsukumi. He had completely become an inheritor of the will of fire. At the same time, he often felt regret for his past actions. However, he had committed war crimes, killing countless people. Therefore, in the end, Obito put on an Umbu mask and would no longer walk in the sunlight. Because of his Uchiha background, the ninja world did not make things too difficult for him. The ninja world finally entered an era of absolute peace. Thanks to Uchiha Han's presence, people became kinder, especially Onoki and Raza. Their expressions became excessively flattering when they saw Uchiha Han. However, because of this, the relationships between the countries also became more open. There was no need to worry about various military spies. The commerce of the ninja world developed very rapidly, and technological advancement was the same. Why are you here? Looking at the red-haired beauty before him, Uchiha Han was a bit puzzled. Terumi Mei's cheeks were flushed, but she still placed her hands on her hips and said angrily, "What? Not welcome?" "Of course not." Uchiha Han waved his hand. His gaze slowly fell on Terumi Mei's rosy face. Not to mention, it was indeed quite beautiful. 10 years later, Valley of the End. Boom! Naruto and Sasuke's fists collided fiercely. The surrounding area erupted in a splash of water. "Oomph. Sasuke, give it up. Raijin Yada no Kagami is mine," Naruto said proudly. Then, an explosion of terrifying chakra erupted from his body. 9 tails. Following that, this terrifying chakra materialized, forming a giant demon fox. "TCH, you should stick to playing with the true armor." Sasuke smirked, then suddenly retreated. His Manjiki Sharingan radiated an ominous light. Then, a tall Susanoo rose from the ground. "What a drag." "Sasuke." In the distance, Uchiha Han leisurely watched this scene, casually playing with several keys of different colors in his hand. Itachi, wearing a Hokage hat, looked a bit worried beside him. "Don't worry, Itachi, those two won't get hurt," Uchiha Han said with a smile. "I know, but I still can't help but worry." Itachi murmured, "What are you worried about?" Uchiha Han lightly tapped his head with a key. "You should be more concerned about how to make Izumi pregnant. Otherwise, I think Sasuke will become a dad before you do," Uchiha Han said with annoyance. Ahem. Itachi's face turned red, and he awkwardly cleared his throat twice. "Hankun, it sounds like you're saying that Mei and Taki will get pregnant too?" Itachi rolled his eyes at him. "Ha! Soon. Uchiha no get." A decade later, Konoha once again turned into a wasteland. The 9 Hokage rocks were damaged beyond recognition. Bang! In close combat, 2 figures crossed paths and then stopped, slowly gazing at each other. Boruto supported his body with his sword, half kneeling, glancing at Damaku with a serious expression. "Is this all there is?" Kawaki stood to the side, looking indifferently at the half-kneeling Boruto. Then, he suddenly pulled out a device resembling a phone and attached it to his belt. "That's right. The era of ninjas has ended. Now it is the era of armor." As soon as he finished speaking, the Shura armor merged. Even so, Boruto slowly tied his forehead protector around his head. "I'm still a ninja." Just as he finished speaking, Boruto tightly held his long sword in front of him, and a powerful force instantly spread throughout his body. A red and white armor enveloped him. Xingtian armor, merge. End of text. Chapter 316 Completion Remarks and Extras. I first came into contact with online literature in the 6th grade. The first book I read was Zhu Xian, which a classmate borrowed from the Shaoxing City Library. Of course, I became completely immersed in that story and world, unable to extricate myself. On the recommendation of my classmate, I subsequently read a series of books that were serialized at the time, such as Perfect World, The Great Ruler, and I Want to Seal the Heavens. And I fully stepped into the world of online literature. The first time I had the thought of writing was in the first year of junior high. At that time, I wrote in a notebook, and later, when I got a mobile phone, I gradually wrote a bit more. However, it was all just for my own enjoyment. and I didn't have the time to continue consistently. Until now, in my second year of college. Because I didn't do well on my first year exams and had no hope for graduate school recommendations. I thought about finding some part-time work to earn some living expenses and relieve the burden on my family. To be honest, in the first 3 or 4 months, I wrote about 4 to 500,000 words without earning a single cent, and I felt like giving up. Fortunately, I persisted and completed this book on Naruto. Although it still didn't do well, at least I could earn my living expenses from it. I was very happy about that, and it brought a smile to my mother's face that she hadn't had in years. I feel very fortunate and grateful, especially when I see the handsome guys here. Thank you sincerely. However, there is still a bit of regret. The effect of the book title test was very poor, leading to a sharp decline in subsequent data, and the earnings were not even enough for living expenses, so I cut some main storylines. The handsome guys should have noticed as well. The later part was rushed. Even the protagonist's kaleidoscope and the protagonist's father's kaleidoscope did not make an appearance. It's a pity. After all, they are Uchiha. Originally, I intended to write up to 1,000,000 words, but in the end, it stopped at 650,000 words. Because I previously said I wouldn't stop updating, I still persisted for more than a month, speeding up the pace to try to complete the story as much as possible. There are many shortcomings, so I hope the handsome guys can be understanding, and I'll try to avoid them in my next book. As for the next book, I initially planned to write a beast mastering story, but the editor said the market for beast mastering stories is average, so I'll set that aside for now. I have changed it to an urban supernatural story, tentatively titled, All People, Awakening S-Class Golden Crow Totem at the start. Since the editor is on holiday for May Day, I haven't signed the contract yet. I hope this book performs better. If the handsome guys are interested, you can come take a look by clicking on my homepage directly. If you're not interested, that is fine too. One more thing. Why don't the handsome guys follow me on Douyin? Is it that you don't want to? Douyin ID 3306-27606. Another thing, 2 short side stories. 1. My Naruto father, the annual painting competition at the ninja school, has concluded successfully. At the same time, an exhibition of the award-winning works has been held. Jingjin stood in front of the first prize work with his arms crossed, frowning. There were actually 5 first prize works. Jingjin, what's wrong? A teacher approached to ask. Teacher, wasn't there supposed to be only 1 first prize? How did it suddenly increase to 5? And Jingjin looked at the 5 works, wanting to say something, but hesitating. All 5 works depicted the same person, but the lines were messy, the colors unclear, somewhat abstract. In the picture, it was only vaguely discernible as a golden figure. The teacher's eyes twitched a few times, feeling a bit awkward. Jingjin, the teacher knows you draw very well, but the second prize is also impressive, isn't it? The teacher comforted him a bit, and then immediately turned to leave, seeming a bit afraid to face Jingjin, escaping as if. Sigh. Jingjin sighed softly. His father shouldn't be angry, right? Losing to 5 hastily drawn works when he had learned super beast pseudo-painting since childhood. Jingjin felt a bit flustered, his expression becoming helpless. And then he turned to leave. In the first prize works column, all 5 award-winning works had a common title. My 6 Hokage father. Looking at the signatures, Uchiha Xennan, Uchiha Ban Dongshan, Uchiha Bei Miao. 2. The heir's problem, how long do you plan to stay this time? Uchiha Han asked the girl lying in his arms, Takiri Luo. Takiri Luo closed her eyes, her long eyelashes resting on her fair eyelids, and a few blushes appeared on her pretty face. After all, Takiri Luo is still the daimyo of the land of soup. She couldn't stay in Konoha forever. Takiri Luo gently raised her arm, wrapping it around Uchiha Han's neck. Husband, why not come with me to the land of soup? Takiri Luo said coquettishly. Now a married woman, her face still showed a playful cuteness, like a youthful girl. Takiri Luo sat up gently, twisting a bit in Uchiha Han's arms. Then she leaned close to Uchiha Han's earlobe, softly blowing a few breaths of fragrance. At that time, we can soak in hot springs together every day. There was a hint of mature allure in her voice. If it were Uchiha Han from more than a decade ago, he probably wouldn't have been able to handle it. But now, he had somewhat desensitized. Forget it. If I go with you to the land of soup, Mei Ming will probably get upset again, Uchiha Han said. Oh, let us invite Mei Ming too, and the 3 of us can live that happy life together. Takiri Luo leaned closer to Uchiha Han, her luscious red lips almost about to kiss him. Besides, doesn't husband also enjoy being together? Takiri Luo's face suddenly flushed red, as if recalling some extremely embarrassing scene. Uchiha Han couldn't help but smile, revealing a charming grin. Forget it. Uchiha Han thought for a moment and still refused, because Koyomi Mei Ming would not likely stay in the land of soup for long. A couple of years ago, Uchiha's health was poor and he could no longer continue serving as Mizukichi. Reluctantly, Koyomi Mei-Ming returned to Kirigakure, taking over the position of the 6th Mizukichi. Typically, she would only come to Konoha for a few days for her children's birthdays. And Takiri Luo, being the daimyo, had much more leisure compared to Kage. Then husband. Look, Koinjong and Shi Zhao are also not small anymore. Who do you think would be better to be the daimyo? Takiri Luo asked. After all, these two are her own children, and the future daimyo will only emerge from them. Whatever, but I guess they probably don't want to be daimyo, Uchiha murmured. That's true. Takiri Luo's expression suddenly became a bit lonely, but she also felt some comfort. At least, her two children would not fight over the position of daimyo. All right, you lie down, Takiri Luo said gently, then leaned down. Soon, a look of comfortable enjoyment appeared on Uchiha-han's face. Ahem. At that moment, a cold female voice suddenly rang out. Mei-Ming, what are you doing here? Why didn't you tell me in advance? Uchiha-han looked in surprise at the graceful figure entering the room. It was Koyomi Mei-Ming. I was going to give you a surprise. Koyomi Mei-Ming seemed to be blushing from the scene before her. Ha ha, it really is a surprise. Uchiha looked. Koyomi Mei-Ming lowered her head, shyly mumbling, and then turned around to close the room, door tightly. Kaleidoscope, Tianshin. In the room, a scarlet light flickered. How annoying, two shy voices echoed in the room again. Then things got busy. Summary. Uchiha-han, male, unexpectedly travels to the Naruto world with the Armor Warrior system. On the night of the 9 Tails, Uchiha-han summons the Emperor Armor, successfully subduing the 9 Tails, and helps Minato seal it, avoiding the tragedy of the Minato couple's deaths. The Watergate looked at the imposing figure before him, clad in magnificent golden armor that seemed to carry the might of heaven and earth with every gesture. May I ask who you are? I am the Emperor of Light.